Today's ability class ends here. I hope that on the final awakening day 6 months from now, some of you will awaken a second talent, Teacher Lee said, looking at the students below the podium with great anticipation. This year was his best chance to be selected as an outstanding teacher, not only because of the student with an A-level talent and a special physique but also because of another student evaluated as having S-level talent potential, Lin Yan. Teacher Lee's gaze lingered on the delicate-looking boy sitting attentively in the corner by the window, and he couldn't help but feel admiration. Since enrolling more than 2 years ago, this child had always been a model of both character and academic excellence, far beyond comparison to those second-generation heirs relying on their family backgrounds. However, this child's fate had been full of hardships. Sigh. Seemingly sensing Teacher Lee's gaze, Lin Yan smiled and nodded at him. Meanwhile, the sound of discussions gradually rose in the classroom. Speaking of who might awaken a second talent, I think it has to be Lin Yan. I think so too. He was a genius who caused a stir in Ning province with his initial awakening at the age of 6, possessing S-level talent potential. I wouldn't be so sure. Young Master Chen has A-level potential plus the special thunder body physique. How could an orphan compare to that? Yeah, how could young Master Chen, such a genius, be compared to this orphan? Bootlicker, all you do is suck up to Chen Chung. That's S-level talent potential, only a few tens of thousands among billions in the whole country. Are you itching for a beating? Want to fight? Huh? Come on, who's afraid of who? The sounds in the classroom were divided into two camps. One believed in Lin Yan, while the other flattered Chen Chang. Lin Yan paid no attention to the chatter of the crowd, and slowly walked out of the classroom, as he needed to visit his childhood friend, Xiaawanua, the silly girl who had suffered severe injuries and remained unconscious. After saving him, Lin Yan, oh Lin Yan, I used to think you had great talent and wanted to make you my underling, but you were so arrogant and dared to reject me. Chen Xing muttered, his eyes flashing with malice as he watched Lin Yan's departing figure. Then, with a sinister smile, he signaled to his lackeys and quietly followed Lin Yan. Lin Yan, walking out of the classroom, naturally did not notice Chen Xing's unusual behavior. To see Xiaawanua as soon as possible, he always took shortcuts, passing through a rarely frequented alley on his way to the hospital. However, just as Lin Yan stepped into the alley as usual, several tall, burly, masked men exuding a dangerous aura blocked his path. The leader spoke directly, all together now, make sure not to hurt him. Who are you? Lin Yan exclaimed, startled, as he took a step back. Could they be his enemies? But Uncle Sia had already warned those factions, and logically, they shouldn't act so recklessly. Meanwhile, his thoughts raced as he tried to figure out how to escape. He had just reached the late stage of the awakening realm, and his talent was of a supportive nature, leaving him with little combat ability. The opponents, however, were likely at the innate realm. No matter how he calculated, he saw no chance of success. Yet, thinking of the hatred he bore in Xiaawanua, who remained unconscious in the hospital, Lin Yan's eyes revealed a resolute fierceness. He would never give up. However, the masked men quickly demonstrated to him that no matter how much unwillingness he harbored, it was futile in the face of absolute power. In an instant, the leader of the masked men grabbed Lin Yan by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Then, the man forced a black pill into Lin Yan's mouth, making him swallow it. Only when Lin Yan's gaze gradually became vacant did the masked man relax, placing him on the ground before swiftly turning and leaving. This task was so easy, earning 1,000,000 crystal coins effortlessly. At this moment, Lin Yan watched the few figures gradually fading into the distance, his heart filled with hatred. He felt the strange energy within his body slowly dissipating, and the crystal that carried the energy was gradually shattering. Am I really crippled now? Unable to cultivate, unable to seek revenge, and unable to awaken Yuer? No, I refuse to accept this. Even if I can never cultivate again, I will make sure you die. A look of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he stared intently at the masked man's retreating figure. At that very moment, the strange energy that was gradually disappearing within Lin Yan's body began to gather together. Just before losing consciousness, he unleashed that force, striking the masked man. From that point on, there was not a trace of strange energy left in Lin Yan's body. Ding! The auxiliary system is binding. Detected that the host is in crisis, restoring consciousness for the host. Consciousness restored, repairing the host's damaged crystal, repair progress 1%. What is this system? Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sky as blue as if washed clean, and a smile of survival after a disaster appeared on his face. It seemed he didn't have to die. You've got a tough life, kid. You actually managed to wake up. I really admire you a bit, but it's a pity. Such an S-level potential genius is now wasted. Sigh. Suddenly, a voice that Lin Yan found repulsive reached his ears. Lin Yan slowly sat up, his gaze locking onto Chen Xing, who wore a smug expression. In a cold voice, he asked, was it you who sent them? What are you talking about, Lin the great genius? I found you unconscious here. How could you just accuse me like that? Binding successful. Young Master Chen, you're wrong. It should be big loser Lin. Ha, you're right. My brain didn't catch up for a moment. Ha, you orphan loser, it's nothing but a bit of luck, and yet you dare to compare yourself to to young Master Chen. But heaven has eyes, letting you be crippled. Ha ha ha, don't say that. If big genius Lin gets so angry that he commits suicide, we might have to take responsibility. Chen Xing's laughter continued endlessly, especially when he saw Lin Yan clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. It made him feel even more delighted. So he patted the lackey beside him and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, let's go. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll treat you all to a feast. Yes, young Master Chen is truly generous. The lackey who was patted on the shoulder wore a fawning smile, as if overwhelmed by favor. Lin Yan stood up, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes, but he said nothing. He simply watched Chen Qing and his group leave in silence. The news of his downfall would likely spread quickly. That was fine, it would give him the chance to train in secret. Until the day of awakening, no one would dare to target him again. Lin Yan thought to himself. As for Chen Sheng and his lackeys, they had already been sentenced to death. In Lin Yan's mind, it was only a matter of sooner or later. Crystal repair progress 57%. Lin Yan glanced at the repair progress. It would still take some time for a complete repair, so he decided to head home. Upon returning home, Lin Yan closed the door. Then, he silently activated the system in his mind. However, shortly after opening it, Lin Yan's eyes widened as he stared at the system interface in disbelief. This is unbelievable. He almost cried out in excitement but managed to stop himself just in time. The system notification sounded. Crystal repair progress 99%. Ding. Crystal repair progress 100%. Crystal repair successful. The crystal has been successfully repaired, but the system's prompts have not ended and continue to sound. Awakening talent for the master. Awakening in progress. Ding. Awakening successful. First talent, spatial origin, SSS level. Second talent, temporal origin, SSS level. Due to successfully awakening the SSS level first talent, reward, SS level skill, dimensional space. Due to successfully awakening an SSS level second talent, reward, SS level skill, time pause. Due to both the first and second talents being SSS level, special reward, SSS level skill, time prison. Lin Yan was utterly shocked. A person with an S-level potential talent was already enough to cause a sensation, let alone the string of SS level talents before him. The known ability levels were E, D, C, B, A, S, and SS level. Awakening a B-level talent was already 1 in 10,000. As for SS level talents, as far as Lin Yan knew, they were rare across the entire Blue Star, and those who had survived with such talents were all renowned powerhouses. As for SSS level talents, no one had ever awakened one before. Lin Yan's unprecedented SSS level talent, with just the first talent alone, was enough to make him a legend on Blue Star. If the second talent were to be discovered, he would likely be immediately taken by top-tier powerhouses for dissection. Looks like I need to properly thank the person working behind the scenes who allowed me to gain such an opportunity. Lin Yan clenched his fists, a trace of hatred flashing in his eyes. Regarding the masked man who acted today, he had already silently guessed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. That person was the murderer who killed his parents 2.5 years ago when Lin Yan had just entered high school, and also the reason why Xiaawanua had yet to wake up. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's tightly clenched hands nearly drove his nails into his flesh. But now I have awakened dual SSS level talents. As long as I have time, I will definitely avenge my parents. Temporarily suppressing the hatred in his heart, Lin Yan looked at the skill rewarded by the system. Ability space, SS level creates an independent space with an initial volume of 1 cubic meter. As the energy of the ability grows, the space will gradually expand. Note, can store any inanimate objects. Time pause, SS level consumes a large amount of alien energy to freeze all objects within a certain range of space, including living beings. The initial freeze duration is 1 second. Note, time pause does not affect the user. Just these two SS level skills left Lin Yan deeply shocked for a long time. After his emotions slightly calmed down, he clicked on the information for the SSS level skill time prison. Time prison, SSS level condenses a permanently existing prison that changes with the improvement of one's realm. The internal time flow rate differs from the outside world and can be freely set in proportion to the external flow rate. The initial ratio is 1:2, and the flow rate ratio can be increased as the energy level rises. Note, enemies with energy weaker than the host can be confined within, and the time limit can be freely set. However, the host must never attempt to enter themselves, or bear the consequences. The name time prison clearly suggests it is meant to deal with enemies. Lin Yan would never be foolish enough to enter it himself. What if he couldn't get out? Even though he felt a strong urge to try, the glaring red warning in the note made him decisively halt all actions. After reading the skill description, Lin Yan closed his eyes and focused inward on his energy crystal. The previously shattered rhombus-shaped crystal was now completely restored, containing energy far stronger than before. Within the crystal, the energies of time and space intertwined, exuding a mysterious aura. At the very center of the crystal stood a structure resembling a prison, with the energy space situated right next to the time prison. Lin Yan used his mind to explore the structure structure of the prison and discovered that there were several rooms inside, each with a different environment. Various torture devices were placed within, and just one glance made Lin Yan's spine tingle. The environment inside could only be described as hellish. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then glanced again at the ability space. The ability space was much simpler, containing only a cubic meter of space where items could be placed or retrieved at will through thought. As for the pause time skill, Lin Yan temporarily set it aside. The most urgent matter at the moment was to visit Xiaawanua. At this moment, his excitement was beyond words, and he was eager to share everything with Xiaawanua. His longing for her was stronger now than ever before. Before setting off, Lin Yan placed his everyday clothes, some food and water, and important items into the ability space. After all, with the ability space, who would still want to leave things at home? Lin Yan gazed at the towering, tightly packed buildings that seemed to pierce the clouds, feeling a surge of emotion. This was the slum area of Qing City, where he had moved 2.5 years ago. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He wouldn't be coming back to this place for a long time. His life was about to change completely. Qing City First Hospital, on the 3rd floor in the ICU. On the hospital bed lay a pale-faced young girl, her features still carrying a hint of youthful innocence but unable to hide her stunning beauty. She was Xiaawanua. Beside the bed, a graceful woman sat in a daze, her hand repeatedly stroking Xiaawanua's hand, her face full of worry and her eyes brimming with concern. "Aunt Xiao, I had some matters to attend to today and came late. How is your air? Has there been any change?" As soon as Lin Yan entered the ward, he softly inquired of Xiaawanua's mother, Zhao Xia. Hearing Lin Yan's voice, Zhao Xia quickly put on a smile and asked with concern, "Child, did something happen to you?" Although Lin Yan's daughter was injured because of him, Zhao Xia knew it wasn't his fault. Moreover, years ago, it was Lin Yan who had saved her daughter. Since Xiaawanua's injury, Lin Yan had come to visit and care for her every single day without fail or delay. This sincerity deeply moved Zhao Xia. Even her husband, Xiao Tianhe, was very satisfied with Lin Yan. Unfortunately, the enemies who had killed Lin Yan's parents were backed by fearsome connections. Even Xiao Tianhe, a man of great influence in Qing City, had to pay a significant price to ensure those people did not harm Lin Yan. Lin Yan knew that Zhao Xia was concerned about him, but it was still not appropriate to tell her about what had happened today for the time being. "I didn't encounter anything, but I have some good news to share with you. I have a way to help you recover successfully and even awaken an S-level or higher talent." As he spoke the last part, his voice grew increasingly softer. After all, if outsiders heard about such a thing, it would definitely cause trouble. Being cautious was always wise. "Really?" Zhao Xia suddenly looked excited, gripping Lin Yan's shoulders tightly and anxiously confirming, "I swear everything I said is true, but I probably need a year to make it happen." Lin Yan couldn't understand why Zhao Xia was so emotional and could only answer truthfully. Upon hearing the more specific response, Zhao Xia's expression shifted from joy to sorrow. She lost her strength, released her grip, and slumped into the chair. "A year. Perhaps this is Yuer's fate." "Aunt Zhao, what happened?" Zhao Xia's reaction stirred unease in Lin Yan's heart. Sigh. Zhao Xia let out a heavy sigh. Although she was shocked by what Lin Yan had said, she was still willing to believe it was true. However, before Lin Yan arrived, the doctor had already informed Zhao Xia that Xiaawanua's condition was dire. If she couldn't wake up within 6 months, there might be no hope left. As Xiao Tianhe's wife, Zhao Xia had experienced many ups and downs in life, so she quickly regained some composure. With a tone tinged with sorrow, she said, "Yuer only has 6 months left." Lin Yan felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, his body staggering uncontrollably until he leaned against the wall to barely steady himself. On the way to the hospital, he had checked the system store and discovered an item that could be redeemed, the creation pill. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, causing the driver to think something was wrong with him and glare at him angrily before speeding up. The creation pill's effect was to heal all injuries, improve physical constitution, and enhance potential. However, the price to redeem the creation pill was as high as 10,000 points. It was worth noting that some B-level talents in the store only cost a few dozen points, A-level talents a few hundred, and even S-level talents were just a few thousand points. Lin Yan checked his points balance again, only 10 points, which had come from the gift pack he received when the system was bound to him. It was clear how difficult it would be to obtain the creation pill. Yet, despite this, he still held on to hope. No matter how arduous the process, Lin Yan was determined not to give up. However, Zhao Xia's words instantly extinguished his hope. His eyes gradually dimmed as he stared blankly at the girl lying on the hospital bed. Clenching his fists, his heart was filled with unwillingness. The time left for Lin Yan was far too short. In truth, the 1 year he had previously mentioned was already an extremely optimistic estimate, requiring immense effort to achieve. Although the system store contained other treasures that could heal injuries, their effects on Xiaawanua's condition were negligible. This was because her injury was to her heart. The fact that she had held on until now was entirely due to Xiao Tianhe sparing no expense in using various spiritual medicines to sustain her life. During this time, Xiao Tianhe Tianhe had been searching for rare treasures that could restore Xiaawanua, but after more than 2 years, he had found nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's heart was filled with pain. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, he was struck by such a blow again. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness. At this moment, a crisp mechanical voice sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Ding! Extreme sadness detected in the master's emotions. Analyzing the cause. Analysis complete. The reason is that earning points is difficult, and it's impossible to accumulate enough points in a short time. Master does not need to be saddened by this issue. There are 2 ways to earn points. Besides completing the tasks assigned by this auxiliary system, you can also provide various spiritual items to this system, including crystal cores, various treasures, and even ancient artifacts. The older the item, the more points it can be exchanged for. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart and secretly shouted, "Great! Great! Ha! Heaven hasn't abandoned me." While feeling excited, Lin Yan's face also showed an expression of exhilaration, and his body trembled slightly. Xiao Xia, who was silently grieving, noticed Lin Yan's unusual behavior and was about to comfort him. However, Lin Yan spoke up, "I thought of a way that might wake you up within 6 months." These words were meant to avoid exposing the existence of the system. It wasn't that Lin Yan didn't trust Xiao Xia, but he believed the system was of great importance, and keeping it a secret was the safest option. "Really, Yan, don't lie to Auntie." Xiao Xia seemed unable to believe it and cautiously asked, "It's true, but I need Uncle Sia's help." Lin Yan raised a confident smile as he spoke. Lin Yan's appearance was already handsome, and after awakening his dual SSS level talents, his demeanor had subtly changed. Therefore, Lin Yan's smile also influenced Xiao Xia, and she believed without hesitation that what Lin Yan said was true. "Aunt Xiao, I won't be coming back for a while until I can wake you up." Lin Yan's eyes revealed a determined look as he spoke to Xiao Xia without hesitation. "Alright, but you must be careful and never push yourself too hard. Otherwise, even if Yuer wakes up, she will be upset." Xiao Xia wore a warm smile, showing care for Lin Yan like an elder. Then, she added, "As for Tianhe, no matter what help you need, I will do my best to persuade him." I will." Lin Yan felt a wave of warmth in his heart, nodded, and turned his gaze to Xiaawanua, silently vowing in his heart, "Yuer, wait for me. I will wake you up very soon." After bidding farewell to Xiao Xia, Lin Yan immediately dialed Xia Tianhe's number. As soon as the call connected, Xia Tianhe's worried voice came through. "I was just about to contact you. How is your health? This matter is a bit complicated and can't be explained to you right away, but I assure you, I'm perfectly fine now." Lin Yan was well aware of what had happened earlier and knew he couldn't hide it from Xia Tianhe. He continued, "Additionally, I need you to help me confirm this news to the outside world and assist me in taking a leave of absence from school until the final awakening day. However, the reason I called you isn't just for that. I also want to ask for your help in acquiring various crystal cores and treasures, as well as some antiques. The older, the better, and the more, the better." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before Xia Tianhe continued, "Is this for Yuer?" "That's right, but for now, I can't tell you why I need these things." Lin Yan gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself that Xia Tianhe truly lived up to his reputation as a prominent figure in Qing City. Before he could even explain his purpose, Xia Tianhe had already understood. "Alright, I trust you. Take care of yourself, kid, and let me know if anything happens." With that, Xia Tianhe hung up the phone. Lin Yan was deeply moved by Xia Tianhe's trust in him. After ending the call, Xia Tianhe didn't hesitate and immediately instructed his subordinates to handle the matters Lin Yan had mentioned. Then, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. According to earlier reports from his subordinates, the masked men who had attacked Lin Yan had been captured, but the leader, an innate ability user, was dead. Xia Tianhe speculated that this was likely Lin Yan's doing. However, the outcome left Xia Tianhe utterly shocked, and he repeatedly dismissed the possibility in his mind. After all, that was an innate-level ability user, and for someone at the Awakening Realm to cross such a major boundary and kill an innate-level opponent was simply unheard of and unprecedented. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Lin Yan had no idea what Xia Tianhe was thinking. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind, but before putting it into action, there was one crucial thing he had to do: avenge Chun Qing for what happened today. The sun sets, the moon rises, and the stars gradually appear. In Qing City, at Fragrant Garden, Lin Yan sat inside a beverage shop across the street, keeping a close eye on the back door of Fragrant Garden with his peripheral vision. This wait had already lasted for more than 2 hours. At this moment, he had altered his appearance using an item exchanged through the system. After speaking with Xia Tianhe, he made another phone call. The recipient of this call was an information broker, someone Lin Yan had been using to investigate details about his enemies. Lin Yan chose not to ask Uncle Sia for help with the investigation because he didn't want to implicate the Xia family. After all, he was well aware of the immense power behind his enemies. Uncle Sia had already paid a significant price to protect him, so Lin Yan was determined not to trouble him further. This time, the purpose of the call wasn't to inquire about his enemies otherwise but to investigate Chen Qing's situation. After all, the grudge from this afternoon was still fresh in his mind. A gentleman may wait 10 years to take revenge, but hesitation should not occur even within a day. Through the information broker, Lin Yan learned that Chen Qing was currently enjoying himself with a few of his subordinates at Fragrant Garden. Just from the name, it was clear that Fragrant Garden was associated with indulgence and pleasure. Rumor had it that the women inside possessed unique talents, making them unforgettable to anyone who visited. However, the expenses there were exorbitant, with the minimum cost running into thousands of crystal coins, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. In this era where everyone possessed supernatural abilities, becoming stronger required more than just absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. It necessitated the use of a substance called crystal liquid, which was refined from energy-infused crystal ores and the crystal cores of various magical beasts and monsters. A single bottle of the lowest grade crystal liquid cost 100 crystal coins, barely enough for a day's cultivation. It was evident that not only was it difficult for ordinary people to grow stronger, but even mere survival had become extraordinarily challenging. Several of Chen Sheng's lackeys naturally couldn't afford to spend money at Piaoshan Courtyard, but today Chen Sheng was in a good mood, so he decided to foot the bill himself. However, Chen Sheng did not anticipate that after the revelry, what awaited him would be an endless nightmare. Time ticked by second by second. Lin Yan quietly stared at the entrance of Piaoshan Courtyard, showing no signs of impatience. He even took the time to check his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 18. Realm, Awakening Realm, Perfection. First talent, Space Origin, SSS level. Second talent, Time Origin, SSS level. Talent skills, Supernatural Space, SS level. Pause Time, SS level. Time Prison, SSS level. Common skills, Wind Blade, Grade A Wind Element Talent Skill. Swift Movement, Grade A Wind Element Talent Skill. Teleportation, Grade S Space Element Talent Skill. After the crystal was restored, Lin Yan's realm advanced to the peak of awakening, just one step away from the postnatal realm. The subsequent ordinary skills were naturally part of the beginner's package gifted by the system. Although these skills seemed lackluster compared to the dazzling array of Grade S skills, Lin Yan didn't pay much attention to them. As for why he could use wind element talents, the system explained that the innate talent allows the use of any skill level within its own element, while talents from other elements can only use Grade S and below skills. Even without the system's explanation, Lin Yan wouldn't have minded. After all, his talent skills were extraordinarily powerful, but just like the auxiliary classification revealed during his intermediate awakening talent test at the age of 12, they lacked combat capability. Everyone's talents are divided into three major categories: combat, support, and survival, with numerous branches under each. Fortunately, the system's reward granted him offensive abilities. This was also a key reason why Lin Yan decided to seek revenge tonight. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened. At that moment, Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he finally saw a few figures emerge from the back door of Fragrant Pavilion. It was Chen Qing and his lackeys. Lin Yan quietly followed them. "Young Master Chen, you were so impressive today, making that woman beg for mercy repeatedly. We truly pale in comparison." It was the same bootlicker who had humiliated Lin Yan earlier, now frantically flattering Chen Qing. "Of course, as long as you work well for me, there will be plenty of opportunities like today in the future," Chen Qing responded nonchalantly, without any pretense. Today's expenses had reached nearly 100,000 crystal coins, which was his entire monthly allowance. And yet, the pleasure each time lasted no more than half a minute. What a loss. However, when he thought of Lin Yan's miserable state today, Chen Qing felt it was all worth it, and his smile grew even brighter. After all, it was he who had leaked Lin Yan's whereabouts to that person, indirectly punishing him. Although he hadn't personally beaten Lin Yan, Chen Qing still felt a sense of satisfaction, even more exhilarating than tonight's indulgence, because Lin Yan had become a failure. Losing his brilliance as a genius on the final awakening day, his own talent would be more likely to attract the attention of influential figures, increasing his chances of being admitted to one of the top universities in Xia Nation. Chen Qing thought happily to himself. When he reached the small alley, he looked around and prepared to pass through it to find a safe place to hail a cab home. After all, a place like Piaxianjuan explicitly prohibited students from entering. Even though he was a rich kid, he had to be cautious to avoid being caught and used against him. However, Chen Qing's expression suddenly changed. His lackey was the first to curse. "Are you blind? How dare you block young Master Chen's way?" Standing in front of him was Lin Yan. Lin Yan had used a teleportation skill from behind and was now directly in front of Chen Qing. Looking at the lackey who was eager to show off and bully others under the guise of Chen Qing's authority, Lin Yan didn't get angry but instead smiled, staring at him with a gaze as if looking at a dead man. Although Chen Qing had many lackeys, this one was the most obnoxious and detestable, often bullying classmates under the pretense of Chen Qing's reputation. The other lackeys had gone home early after enjoying themselves, but this one insisted on staying to see Chen Qing off before leaving. This behavior made Chen Qing very pleased. pleased, to the point where he even patted the lackey on the shoulder, making him beam with joy. However, this also secretly delighted Lin Yan, because if this lackey had gone home on his own, Lin Yan would have had to temporarily let Chen Xing off the hook as his primary target. Lin Yan's lips curved slightly upward as he said coldly, "What is young Master Chen? And you, just a lackey, dare to speak to me?" As his words fell, Lin Yan's appearance instantly reverted to its original form. "You are Lin Yan?" The lackey's eyes widened in apparent disbelief, but he quickly sneered, "A mere waste like you dares to talk to me like this." Before the lackey could finish his sentence, the wind blade released by Lin Yan had already pierced through his body, taking his life. Staring at those eyes that refused to close even in death, Lin Yan felt no emotion. After all, he was nothing more than an insignificant figure, someone whose name Lin Yan couldn't even remember. Even in his final moments, the lackey couldn't believe he would die at the hands of Lin Yan, who had been reduced to a waste. But such is the way of the world. If he hadn't died at Lin Yan's hands today, he would have eventually fallen to another powerful figure he couldn't afford to provoke. "You, how is this possible?" Chen Xing's body trembled uncontrollably as he finally managed to speak with difficulty. At this moment, his heart was filled with confusion. He couldn't comprehend it and didn't dare to think further. Why hadn't he become a useless person? Why was he able to unleash an ability attack? Wasn't it true that only after the final awakening could one learn various skills and use abilities? Even if it were possible to master skills in advance, how could a support-type talent possess such a powerful attack skill? In Chen Xing's impression, although Lin Yan had the potential for an S-level talent, it was of the support type. While support-type S-level talents were extremely rare, their offensive capabilities were pitiful. Chen Xing could never have known that, with the help of the system, Lin Yan had already awakened his talent ahead of time, and it was a dual SSS-level talent. Feeling confused, "Young Master Chen?" Lin Yan walked to a spot 2 meters in front of Chen Xing, his eyes full of mockery. "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to think about the answer soon." "What?" Chen Xing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the next instant, the air around him froze, the blood in his body stopped flowing, his heart ceased beating, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. At this moment, he was experiencing the result of Lin Yan's SS-level skill, time pause. Lin Yan approached Chen Xing not to humiliate him up close, but because the effective range of time pause happened to be within a 2-meter radius around him. Moreover, Lin Yan had always disliked unnecessary chatter. After all, the saying "villains die from talking too much" might not apply to him, but it was still worth remembering. Compared to words, he preferred to use actions to exact revenge on his enemies, and his SSS-level skill, time prison, was practically tailor-made for him. Lin Yan speculated that the system might have granted him this skill based on his preferences. Now, the first guest of the prison was about to enter. Almost at the moment time paused, Lin Yan sent Chen Xing into his time prison. The instant Chen Xing was sent into the prison, Lin Yan felt the energy within his body being drained, and he couldn't help but gasp for air. Using multiple skills in succession, especially advanced ones like time pause and time prison, was undeniably powerful but also highly exhausting. Fortunately, Chen Xing was only at the mid-stage of the awakening realm, otherwise, Lin Yan wouldn't have been able to handle it so easily. Taking out a recovery potion from the beginner's pack, Lin Yan quickly poured it into his mouth. Feeling the energy within his body gradually recovering, his appearance subtly changed as he headed toward the hotel he had previously booked. As for the corpse of that unknown lackey, he paid it no mind. On one hand, he didn't want to dirty his ability space, on the other hand, his plan was just beginning. Chen Chang was not his ultimate target. The Chen family was Xing City, the wealthy district. Inside a luxurious villa, a man and a woman were engaged in an intimate act known only to them. The man at this moment was none other than Chen Xing's father, Chen Kaiyong. Suddenly, Chen Sion's movements came to an abrupt halt, and the woman complained, "We just started, and you're already done?" A loud slap followed, and Chen Kaiyong roared angrily, "Shut up!" The woman covered her mouth in terror, not even caring about her swollen face, trembling and not daring to make a sound. She was merely one of the many women Chen Kaiyong had played with, and only had a slight status due to her special innate abilities. However, if she angered Chen Kaiyong, her death would not be far off. The number of people who had died at Chen Sion's hands was dozens of times more than the people she knew. At this moment, Chen Kaiyong was burning with anxiety, completely ignoring what the woman might be thinking, because something had happened to his son, Chen Xing. How could this happen? The strange energy aura on my son has disappeared. I can't sense it at all. Moreover, the crystal talisman that could withstand the attack of an innate level ability user wasn't even triggered. No matter what, it would be best if nothing happened to my son. But if something did, I will make the culprit regret it for the rest of their life. Chen Kaiyong was full of doubts, but he quickly got dressed and hurried to check on Chen Xing's safety. Inside the hotel room, it had been over an hour since Chen Xing entered the time prison. Fortunately, the time prison consumed the most alien energy when someone was put inside, while maintaining the time flow required relatively less energy. At this moment, Lin Yan had just finished showering and felt refreshed. He took out a few bottles of crystal liquid, placed them in front of him, and then sat cross-legged. The crystal liquid could be taken orally or left there to be absorbed, but it's strange. Taste was something Lin Yan found hard to tolerate, so he opted for this method. While absorbing the energy from the crystal liquid, Lin Yan directed his thoughts into the time prison. In one of the rooms, black flames were burning. Chen Xing had been placed there by Lin Yan. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, and he was curled up in the corner of the room, letting out faint, pained whimpers, so soft they were almost inaudible. The power of this hellfire is simply terrifying. In just 2 hours, he could no longer hold on. Lin Yan marveled inwardly. The hellfire did not harm the body but burned the soul, and with the independent time flow within the time prison, the pain was practically doubled. However, Lin Yan felt no sympathy for Chen Xing's plight. After all, Chen Xing had relied on his background to commit numerous heinous acts, and his current fate could be considered well-deserved. Using the recording function built into the time prison, Lin Yan captured Chen Xing's miserable state at this moment. After recording the video, he transferred it to the brand new phone he had purchased earlier. In this era where everyone possessed supernatural abilities, even the most ordinary phones were equipped to receive energy-based video footage. Some crystal-grade phones even had built-in spatial formations that allowed for remote object transfer, though their usage requirements were stringent. Gender, male. Looking at the video saved on his phone, Lin Yan smiled. This video was worth at least a small fortune. As the first person to enter the time prison, you should feel honored, even in the afterlife. With this thought, Lin Yan sent Chen Xing on his way. However, as Chen Xing's life force faded, a surge of red flames suddenly erupted in the prison cell, consuming Chen Xing entirely without leaving a trace. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan was startled. He had been pondering how to deal with the corpse, but unexpectedly, the time prison had already taken care of it for him. It was incredibly convenient. Even so, Lin Yan grew a bit more wary of the time prison. Looking at the Hellfire Room restored to its original state, he seemed to have unlocked something special in his heart. I still feel like something is missing here. Oh, right, there needs to be someone inside to help me with the interrogations and use those torture devices. Waste is shameful. The most important reason is, if I have to personally handle everyone who comes in, wouldn't that be too undignified? However, this matter requires careful planning. After all, just one glance at the environment here made Lin Yan's scalp tingle. The person placed inside must at least have decent strength. But soon, Lin Yan temporarily set these thoughts aside. At this moment, his most important task was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he earn more points. So, he calmed his mind and focused on absorbing the crystal liquid. After tomorrow, the entire Qing city would be shocked by what Lin Yan had done. The next day, early morning, Lin Yan was still sitting cross-legged, absorbing energy, but a smile unknowingly appeared on his face. At this moment, the sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for breaking through to the Hotian realm. Rewards obtained. Points * 100. Advanced crystal liquid * 10. Common skill, conceal cultivation, grade B. Conceal cultivation, grade B allows the user to hide their cultivation level, ineffective against individuals with a cultivation level difference of more than 5 realms. Advanced crystal liquid, 1 bottle is equivalent to 100 bottles of low-grade crystal liquid. However, in just one night, Lin Yan consumed all the low-grade and mid-grade crystal liquids, which amounted to about the same energy as a few bottles of advanced crystal liquid. These 10 bottles of advanced crystal liquid won't last him long. After all, his current energy demand and absorption rate far exceed those of ordinary people by more than 100 times. However, compared to his current concentration of alien energy, the consumption of this crystal liquid is negligible. As for this B-level ordinary skill, Lin Yan wouldn't have paid much attention to it if not for its special effect. But the points reward is really too little. It's still far from the goal of 10,000 points. Lin Yan felt helpless in his heart. Although this auxiliary system was good, it was really stingy when it came to points, including the 10 points from the newbie reward, the points reward for using various skills for the first time yesterday, and today's points, it only added up to a total of 120 points. Although helpless, Lin Yan was not discouraged. After a simple wash-up, his expression gradually became serious. He took out the phone storing Chen Xing's video, sent the video to Chen Kaiyong, and attached a message along with the account number of a brand new bank card he had set up yesterday. The message read as follows: 100 million crystal coins, or else you know the consequences. The message was sent, but Lin Yan was actually uncertain in his heart. He didn't know if Chen Kaiyong would pay such a price for his son. Not long after, the phone rang. It was a call from Chen Kaiyong. Lin Yan hesitated slightly but eventually picked it up. I'll transfer the crystal coins to you right now. If anything happens to my son, I'll make sure you have no place to rest, no matter where you go. As long as you let my son go, I won't do anything to you. Just take the money and disappear. As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's voice came through. Lin Yan paid no attention, typing on his phone. Shortly after, a mechanical voice came from the device. 1 minute. Once the funds are received, Chen Chang will be safe. In the Chen family villa, Chen Kaiyon listened to the mechanical voice on the phone, his face twisted with rage as he struggled to control his emotions. You know, 100 million is no small amount. I need some time. When he first received the message, he had already pinpointed Ling Yan's location, but it would take at least 2 minutes for his men to surround the hotel. 40 seconds. Hearing the mechanical voice again, Chen Kaiyong burned with fury, clenching his fists as he began calculating what methods to use once Ling Yan was captured. For now, however, he couldn't afford to delay and had no choice but to comply with Ling Yan's demands. He signaled his subordinates to transfer the money, instructing them to do so at the very last second. Then, he muted his phone and turned to his subordinates, saying, "No matter the cost, make sure to capture this thief." In the hotel, Ling Yan silently watched the timer. He knew that Chen Kaiyong had already confirmed his location and was suppressing his anger while speaking with him to buy time. But for the sake of that 1 billion crystal coins, Lin Yan had no choice but to take some risks. However, he was well aware that the maximum time he could afford was 1 minute. Even 1 second more might come at a great cost. Ding! Your bank account has received 1 billion. Fortunately, in the final second, the notification of the crystal coin's arrival came through on his phone. Lin Yan quickly discarded his backup phone, activated his A-level skill, swift movement, and fled the hotel. What a joke if he ran even a little slower and got caught. Judging by the miserable state of Chen Qing in the video, Chen Kaiyong would surely skin him alive. Moreover, Chen Chang was already gone. The situation between him and the Chen family had escalated to the point where neither side would rest until the other was dead. But Lin Yan didn't care in the slightest, because the Chen family had played a part in the events that led to his parents' deaths in the past. After activating swift movement, Lin Yan's speed increased significantly. Coupled with his S-level skill, teleportation, he escaped the hotel in less than half a minute. Just as he blended into the crowd, a group of men in black surrounded the hotel entrance. They were Chen Saiyong's subordinates. However, Chen Kaiyong would never have expected that despite his men rushing over so urgently, they were still one step too late. This little goal, consider it the interest I've collected from you, Lin Yan thought to himself with a faint smile as he, now disguised with a different appearance, disappeared into the crowd. After this incident, everyone in Qing City came to know that one of the four great families, the Chen family, had suffered a major blow. Chen Saiyong's only son, Chen Qing, had been killed, and the perpetrator had even swindled 1 billion crystal coins before escaping unscathed. In a fit of rage, Chen Kaiyong ordered his men to beat the hotel staff half to death. At the time, when Chen Kaiyong confirmed Ling Yan's location, he had sent someone from the Chen family to investigate Ling Yan's personal information. Coincidentally, this person was acquainted with the hotel staff. Instead of choosing to remain silent or evade the matter, the staff member, eager to curry favor with the Chen family, voluntarily handed over the fake personal info. Then, Chen Kaiyong, in a fit of rage, beat him half to death, but he did not dare to openly deliver a fatal blow. This was because in Xia country, there was a rule: high-level ability users were prohibited from attacking lower-level ability users unless the lower-level individual provoked them first. Otherwise, violators would face death. Of course, if a few insignificant individuals occasionally died and no evidence could be found, no one would bother to investigate. In Qing City, such rumors quietly began to spread. Chen Cheng's former subordinates unexpectedly died one after another, and even their parents suffered misfortunes, spending the rest of their lives in hospitals. People speculated that Chen Kaiyong, in order to vent his anger, had sent people to carry out these acts. The rumors grew increasingly intense, eventually drawing the attention of the city's mayor. The mayor made a promise to find the mastermind behind these incidents, and later, several suspects were indeed apprehended. The rumors gradually subsided, but many people remained skeptical. However, no one dared to bring up the matter again, as the Chen family was not to be trifled with, and everyone feared getting into trouble. Nevertheless, the events surrounding the Chen family and the protagonist of this incident remained one of the hottest topics in Qing City recently. A few days later, Lin Yan, the protagonist of the Chen family incident, was sitting in a rented house, quietly absorbing high-grade crystal liquid. His aura was thicker than before, faintly approaching the mid-stage of the acquired realm. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, ending the energy absorption. When he opened his phone, a message caused his brows to furrow slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. Without much thought, he dialed the number of the message's sender. "Hello, is this Brother Yin?" A cautious young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Linger, it's me. Where are you and your brother now? Quickly send me your location. I'll be there right away," Ling Yan said anxiously. Leelin wanted to say something more, but after a moment of silence, she finally replied softly, "Okay, I'll hang up first. Don't worry, I'll be there soon." Looking at the location sent by Leelin, Ling Yan gave a quick reminder before hanging up the phone. "Delin, you must be safe and sound." Lin Yan silently prayed in his heart, then rushed out of the room, heading toward the location Leelin had sent. Just moments ago, he had seen the message on his phone. Brother Yen, something happened to my brother, but he told me not to tell you. However, I don't want to lose my brother, so I hope you can help him. Snort! This was the message sent by Leelin, mentioning that her brother, Leelin, was in trouble. Although Leelin was 2 years older than Lin Yen, the two had known each other since childhood and shared a bond deeper than that of real brothers. When they were young, Leelin always took good care of him. During high school, even when Lin Yen went through that incident and everyone else avoided him, Leelin still looked after him like an older brother, showing even more concern than before. When someone insulted Lin Yen, Leelin disregarded school rules and beat the offender so badly they ended up in the hospital, which led to Leelin being suspended from school for over half a month. Because of this, very few people at school dared to speak ill of Lin Yen. Even Chen didn't dare to go too far. Unfortunately, by the time Lin Yen enrolled, Leelin was already in his third year of high school. On Awakening Day that year, Leelin awakened an A-level talent and was admitted to a decent university. From then on, their contact gradually decreased. But Lin Yen never forgot this brotherly bond and always kept it in his heart. Even now, with his abilities crippled, he would still help Leelin without hesitation, let alone now, when he had awakened dual SSS-level talents. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan's residence was not far from the destination, so he quickly arrived at Qing City 3rd Hospital. On the 5th floor, in an ordinary ward, Lin Yen looked displeased and complained to the young man lying on the hospital bed. Lin, why did something like this happen, and yet you were unwilling to tell me? If Linger hadn't secretly told me, I might never have seen you again. Cough. Leelin wanted to say something but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Phew. Alright, stop talking for now. Lin Yen immediately supported Leelin. You don't need to worry about the medical expenses. I'll take care of it. You know I have a way. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was complaining with his words but whose eyes were full of concern, Leelin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, thinking about Lin Yan's current situation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Forcing himself to endure the pain coursing through his body, he spoke, Shaolin, don't worry about me. The most important thing for you right now is to find a way to recover your abilities. Smack! Because both of their names contained the character Lin, they called each other Delin and Shaolin. Hearing this, Lin Yan gave a helpless, bitter smile. I knew it. You must have avoided contacting me because of this. The adorable girl Leeling, who had been standing quietly on the side, suddenly asked, what's wrong with Yen Ji's ability? She immediately recalled the two pieces of news that had been the talk of Qing City recently. One was the Chen family incident, where the family head's son was killed, and a ransom of 1 billion crystal coins was demanded, with the perpetrator still at large. The other was about a genius with an S-level talent whose ability was destroyed after being fed a pill, and who had now become a cripple. In fact, Leeling wasn't particularly concerned about these matters, but the impact of these two events was so significant that she couldn't help but hear about them, although she only knew the general details and hadn't paid attention to the finer points. Thinking of this, Lin Yen immediately picked up his phone to search. The name of the cripple displayed prominently on the screen was Lin Yen. At this moment, Leeling finally understood why Leelin had repeatedly warned her never to contact Lin Yen. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, and with a face full of regret, she said, I'm sorry, Brother Yen, I didn't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent you a message and caused trouble for you. Don't cry, it's okay. Lin Yen, a little flustered and at a loss, hurriedly comforted her. For this 11-year-old girl, he had long regarded her as a younger sister in his heart. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Those messages are indeed true, but look at my complexion now, doesn't it look fine? Besides, I will definitely find a way to regain my abilities. Delin, Linger, you two don't need to worry about this anymore. Ling Yen continued to explain to the two of them. Although he had already regained his abilities and was connected to the shocking news in Qing City, none of this could be revealed. Not only would it bring trouble to him, but it would also affect the two of them. Because Chen Kaiyong had already started to suspect Lin Yen, but due to the uproar caused by the news of his downfall, he temporarily set aside his doubts. In fact, Lin Yen was quite curious about what kind of expressions the two would show if they learned the truth. However, he suppressed this mischievous thought, quickly changed the subject, and turned to Li Ling, asking, let's not talk about me for now. Linger, tell me what happened first. Li Ling nodded, wiped her tears, and the guilt in her heart lessened significantly. Then, she began to recount the events. A few minutes later, Lin Yen clenched his fists, anger surging in his heart as he finally understood the truth. Li Lin and Li Ling had lost their parents at a young age and relied on each other. After being admitted to a university in Yang City, Li Lin brought Li Ling to live in the city. However, the crystal coins needed for the siblings to live together kept increasing. To earn enough crystal coins, Li Lin would go to work in the black market after finishing his university courses. Although the black market was dangerous, it was the fastest way to earn crystal coins. Thus, the crystal coins Li Lin earned from working in the black market were enough to sustain the siblings' living expenses and cultivation. Though it was tough, Li Lin was content with this arrangement. Day by day, his cultivation level advanced to the peak of the postnatal realm, just one step away from the innate realm. However, despite the difference of just one word, the gap between postnatal and innate is like heaven and earth. To break through to the innate realm, not only does one need a large amount of crystal liquid, but also a special crystal pill, the breakthrough pill. And a single breakthrough pill costs at least 100,000 crystal coins. To break through to the innate realm, Leelin worked even harder, striving to save enough crystal coins to purchase the breakthrough pill. Originally, he thought it would take 1 or 2 years to accumulate the required amount, but just a few days ago, Leelin accidentally obtained a crystal herb worth 80,000 crystal coins. Combined with the crystal coins he had saved earlier, it was just enough to buy a breakthrough pill. Filled with joy, Leelin went to the trading center to purchase the breakthrough pill, but unexpected events followed one after another. The crystal herb was snatched away by someone, and fearing that Leelin would cause trouble, that person hired others to severely injure him while he was working at the black market. Later, to avoid implicating his sister, Leelin applied for a transfer to a hospital in Qing City. However, he had no crystal coins for treatment and could only await his fate. Unable to bear the thought of her brother's demise, Leelin, in desperation, chose to seek help from Leelin. Leelin had worked tirelessly to earn crystal coins, enduring countless hardships for his sister to have a better life and for himself to grow stronger. Yet, just as the hard days were about to end, one person's appearance destroyed everything. An innocent man is not guilty, but treasuring a jade makes him guilty. Lin Yan understood this principle, but the anger in his heart still could not be quelled. He was determined to make that person pay the price. The next guest of the time prison had already been reserved by him. However, this matter required careful planning. He intended to give Young City a little shock. Linger, during this time, you just need to take good care of your brother. If anything happens, remember to call me. Here is this boundary-breaking pill. Use it after you recover. Don't be polite with me. I still have things I need your help with, but your current strength isn't enough, so don't refuse this time. Lin Yan finished explaining to the siblings and handed a boundary-breaking pill to Li Ling. After speaking, he didn't pay attention to their reactions, greeted them briefly, and left. At this moment, Li Lin, lying on the hospital bed, already had tears in his eyes. He silently vowed in his heart that one day he would repay Lin Yan's kindness. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Li Ling felt not only gratitude but also immense joy in her heart. Brother, this is wonderful. Yes, sister, you must remember Lin's kindness to us. We must keep it in our hearts for a lifetime and never do anything to betray him, Li Lin said earnestly to his sister, his gaze revealing determination. Lin Yan left the hospital room and first paid the medical expenses. This money did not come from Chen Kaiyong but was instead crystal coins, left by his parents, amounting to several million. Although he had spent quite a bit over the years, especially to gather intelligence on his enemies, he now had only a few 100,000 crystal coins left. Fortunately, this amount was sufficient, otherwise, he would have had to borrow money from Uncle Sia. As for the crystal coins from that small goal, if he used them, Zhao Kaiyong would immediately know where he spent them. If he used those coins to pay the medical expenses, Zhao Kaiyong would undoubtedly link Lin Yan to the murderer of his son in no time. Although those crystal coins couldn't be used by others, Lin Yan himself could use them. Now, he planned to make a trip to the trading center to purchase some items and prepare thoroughly before heading to Yang City. Moreover, after advancing to the Hotian realm, Lin Yan's ability space had expanded to 10 cubic meters, allowing him to store more items. Half an hour later, Lin Yan arrived at the largest trading center in the entire Qing City, Qingyun Mall. Qingyun Mall covered an area of several 100,000 square meters and was 6 stories high, with each floor corresponding to items of different levels. Just standing outside, he felt a bit overwhelmed, as the crowd was simply too large. At a single entrance, tens of thousands of people were coming and going, and there were dozens of such entrances. Lin Yan had never been here before, not because the expenses were exorbitant, but because for those who hadn't awakened their talents, an ordinary mall was usually sufficient. Inside the mall, each floor was divided into many sections. The first floor mainly sold items for those at the awakening realm to the Hotian realm, while the second floor catered to the needs of those from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm. Lin Yan did not choose to go to the first floor but headed straight to the third floor. Although his current level was only at the Hotian realm, his energy capacity far exceeded that of many who had perfected the Hotian realm. Ordinary items for the Hotian realm naturally couldn't catch his eye. After all, Lin Yan had 1 billion crystal coins in his possession, enough to buy out an entire section of the first floor marketplace. At the entrance to the third floor, just as Lin Yan was about to step inside, a female clerk stopped him. She frowned slightly and said coldly to Lin Yan, "This is not a place you can enter. Go back downstairs immediately." "Why can't I go in?" Despite her extremely contemptuous attitude, Lin Yan didn't mind and simply asked curiously, "Why are you asking so many questions? I already told you, you can't go in, and that's that. I'm kindly reminding you, but why don't you appreciate it?" The clerk clearly believed Lin Yan couldn't enter and replied impatiently, waving her hand as if shooing away a fly. She had seen too many low-level ability users like Lin Yan, who obviously apparently earned only a few thousand crystal coins a month yet wanted to go to the third floor to broaden their horizons. Every time she encountered such people, an inexplicable sense of superiority would rise in her heart, even though she herself was just a low-level ability user earning a few thousand crystal coins a month. Seeing Lin Yan about to speak again, her expression grew even more disdainful, and she snapped, "Get out of here quickly, or I'll call security. You're bad luck, wasting my time with real wealthy customers." Although the staff member's attitude was extremely impatient, Lin Yan didn't stoop to her level. However, as her words became increasingly offensive, Lin Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The clothes he was wearing now did indeed look cheap, and he had deliberately made his appearance seem ordinary, but that shouldn't have been enough to provoke such disgust. It seems that entering this mall requires some kind of qualification. Lin Yan thought to himself that such a setup was not unreasonable. Without a threshold, many people would just come to look around without buying anything, which would inevitably affect those who genuinely intended to make purchases. He felt a bit helpless. If he had known this earlier, he would have made inquiries in advance. The store clerk, seeing Lin Yan unresponsive, became stern and shouted loudly, "Didn't you hear what I said? Get out!" Smack! What responded to her was a crisp slap. Lin Yan frowned, his gaze cold as he looked at the clerk who had been slapped away by him. In a frosty tone, he said, "Shut up! You dare to cause trouble in Qingyun Mall?" The clerk seemed stunned by the slap, stammering as she spoke. Previously, those she scolded had all left dejectedly. She couldn't believe why this time was so completely different. Naturally, the commotion here caught the attention of others nearby, and someone who looked like a manager quickly ran over. "Who are you to dare cause trouble here? Tell me, how can one qualify to enter here?" Lin Yan did not answer the manager's question but instead asked coldly. As expected, being the manager, he quickly guessed the situation. He explained, "You just need to prove you have deposits of over 1 million. This card should be enough proof, right?" Lin Yan took out a black bank card from his pocket, one left to him by his parents. In front of others, he wouldn't easily retrieve items from the special ability space, as that SS-rated skill was extremely rare in the world. The items he needed were always kept on him. "This is..." The manager was just about to take the bank card when he caught a glimpse of the faint golden patterns on it. This type of bank card seemed to be unique to Kyoto. To obtain such a card, not only would one need assets worth tens of billions of crystal coins, but there were also strict requirements regarding one's status. At the very least, one had to hold the position of a city's leader. "Honored guest, please put away your card. Not only the third floor, but any floor in Qingyun Mall is open to you as you wish." The manager suddenly bent down, his face full of respect, and spoke sincerely. "It was our negligence that caused you displeasure earlier. To express Qingyun Mall's apology, everything you purchase today will be at a 10% discount." The female shop assistant, who had just been slapped away by Lin Yan, momentarily forgot the swelling pain on her face. She stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape, her expression filled with fear, and an unknown yellow liquid trickling down between her legs. Regret filled her heart. Why had she spoken so rudely to someone like this? How could she have dared? The despair in her heart grew, accompanied by endless remorse. If only she had been more polite, perhaps the commission from this sale could have equaled years of her salary. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. For the thoughts in the mind of the female clerk, Lin Yan didn't care at all. He didn't even glance at her and walked straight to the third floor of the mall. Only after Lin Yan left did the manager dare to lift his head. He glanced at the female clerk beside him, his gaze icy cold, and let out a sneer. That important figure didn't speak up, not because someone is insignificant, as the female clerk had no impact on him, but because, as the manager, he absolutely couldn't pretend nothing had happened. The female clerk felt utterly hopeless, knowing just how miserable her fate would be. However, Lin Yan naturally had no idea what would happen afterward. Even if he knew, he wouldn't plead for someone who had insulted him. He wasn't the type to play the saint. He had no time to waste on such trivial matters, especially since his next target was no less significant than the Chen family. On the third floor of the mall, Lin Yan stood in front of the shelves, lost in thought. The manager's reaction to him had exceeded his expectations. He hadn't taken out the bank card containing 1 billion crystal coins because it was just an ordinary card and would definitely be checked for its balance. If the manager discovered that the card contained exactly the amount of the Chen family's lost billion crystal coins, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. If the manager had any connection to the Chen family, Lin Yan might find himself in deep trouble. Instead, he used the bank card left to him by his parents, which was perfect for the situation. His parents had once told him that presenting this card meant it represented at least tens of millions in assets. Sure enough, just as Lin Yan had anticipated, the manager took one look at the card and immediately told him to put it away. But what Lin Yan hadn't expected was that the card represented far more than just tens of millions in assets. It seems that if he has time later, he must thoroughly investigate this bank card. Lin Yan pondered silently and temporarily suppressed these thoughts. The most urgent task now was to quickly purchase the necessary items. Looking at those products priced at least 10,000 crystal coins. Lin Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. With his balance, he probably wouldn't be able to buy much here. After a brief stroll, Lin Yan quickly decided on what he wanted to buy. First was high-grade crystal liquid, an essential item for him to grow stronger, and of course, the more, the better. However, one bottle of high-grade crystal liquid costs 10,000 crystal coins. Although his ability space could accommodate a lot, his crystal coins could only afford a little over 10,000 bottles. In the end, Lin Yan decided to purchase 1,000 bottles first, which would be enough for him to use for several months. Next was the boundary-breaking pill, of which he bought over 100. The pill he had given to Leelin in the hospital was one Lin Yan had purchased with crystal coins a long time ago to help him break through to the innate realm. However, Lin Yan thought that with his increased need for ability energy, one boundary-breaking pill might not be enough. In any case, it's always good to have these things on hand. Since the crystal coins were essentially free, he spent them without any hesitation. After purchasing all the items needed for cultivation, he turned his attention to the crystal equipment section. When traveling outside, one must have good gear. However, the prices of crystal equipment were increasingly outrageous. Just as abilities are divided into 9 levels, crystal equipment is also divided into 9 grades. Even the lowest grade crystal equipment costs over 100,000 crystal coins, not to mention the higher quality ones. Lin Yan naturally had no interest in the lowest grade equipment, and there was no first grade equipment on the 3rd floor anyway, only 3rd grade equipment. After much deliberation, he finally selected suitable 3rd grade crystal equipment: a jacket, a shirt, a pair of pants, underwear, gloves, socks, shoes, a hat, and even sunglasses and a mask. None of them were offensive types, they were all defensive. Lin Yan armed himself from head to toe, inside and out, emphasizing one word: stability. In fact, he wanted to arm himself to the teeth, but his crystal coins were already insufficient. Just these items alone had cost over 60 million. As for accessory-type crystal equipment, he didn't dare choose even one. This was because, apart from being small and aesthetically pleasing, accessory-type crystal equipment had the same defensive performance as other types but cost more than 5 times as much. If he had enough crystal coins, he would still buy them, as having one more piece of crystal equipment meant one more layer of protection. In the end, he purchased some food and water, recovery crystals, as well as some disposable crystal talismans and crystal arrays. All of these were high-quality items of the 3rd grade. After confirming there was nothing else he needed to buy, Lin Yan instructed the staff in each section to pack everything up, and then he checked out all at once. Ultimately, with a 10% discount, Lin Yan spent over 80 million crystal coins in total. Although he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain over the expense, he still thought that the speed at which crystal coins were spent was like water flowing away, both exhilarating and astonishingly fast. Lin Yan's extravagant spending naturally attracted the attention of other customers on the 3rd floor. Some female ability users even threw flirtatious glances his way, and a few beautiful female shop assistants sent him subtle signals as well. However, what made Lin Yan feel a chill down his spine was that some male ability users were doing the same. No matter how good his mindset was, he couldn't endure such gazes. So, he quickly grabbed the oversized packages that had been packed for him and left them all through the exclusive VIP passage. Not long after Lin Yan left, members of the Chen family arrived at the mall, as they had received intelligence about Lin Yan's spending. The Chen family's presence left those who were already shocked even more astonished. It turned out that the extravagant spender from earlier was actually the fugitive responsible for the Chen family incident. However, once again, the Chen family failed to capture Lin Yan. This was because Lin Yan had anticipated this outcome. In an area without surveillance, he stored his newly purchased items in his ability space, altered his appearance, and confidently walked out of Qingyun Mall. However, Lin Yan was unaware that the Chen family did not leave empty-handed this time. Instead, they discovered that he might possess spatial abilities. But even if Lin Yan had known, he wouldn't have cared. After all, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, your shoes are bound to get wet. It would be strange if he left no traces at all. The Chen family, main hall. Chen Qiong wore a grim expression as he angrily berated the subordinates in front of him. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even catch one person. What's the point of me keeping you around? Looking at the table that had been shattered by Zhao Xiao's earlier palm strike, those men didn't even dare to breathe heavily. At that moment, a subordinate walked into the main hall, bowed, and said to Chen Qiong, "Patriarch, I have something to report to you." "Speak," Chen Qiong responded coldly. Before that thief went shopping, in order to gain access to the 3rd floor, he presented a black card, and that black card is none other than the Supreme Card issued by Kyoto Bank. The Supreme Card. Hearing this, Chen Xiao's expression stiffened slightly. Even he wasn't qualified to apply for the Supreme Card, yet that thief actually possessed such a precious card. No, if that card truly belonged to him or his family, he wouldn't fear the Chen family at all, nor would he care about a mere 1 billion crystal coins. It must be that this thief stole it from somewhere. The terrifying thought that arose rose in his mind was quickly suppressed. After some contemplation, Chen Kaiyong scanned the surroundings and said in a cold tone, "Search with full force. The target is someone at the Hotian realm, possessing dual talents in wind and spatial elements, and capable of disguise. At the same time, a bounty is offered. Anyone who can provide useful information about this person will be rewarded with 10 million crystal coins. If someone can capture this person and bring them to me, the reward will be 1 billion crystal coins." To catch this thief, the family head was actually willing to pay such an enormous price. The members of the Chen family were all shocked, but soon, greed flickered in their eyes, and they responded in unison, "Yes." After everyone had left, Chen Kaiyong spoke to the empty space in front of him. "Chening, go investigate the information about that supreme card." "Phew. Remember, you must conduct the investigation in secret and must not alert anyone." The space rippled slightly, and a figure in black emerged from beside a pillar in the main hall. This person seemed shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie aura. A hoarse voice came from the figure, "Understood." Then, the figure seemed to merge back into the space, disappearing without a trace. On the train heading to Yang City, Lin Yan sat cross-legged in a private compartment. After absorbing a bottle of high-grade crystal liquid, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on breaking through the realm. Reward, points *10. These points are still so few, Lin Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. However, adding the points he had previously earned, his total points had now reached 330. This reward was issued by the system right after the train departed from Qing City. Qing City reputation value reaches 10,000 points. Reward, points *100. Detected that the Chen family has issued a sky-high bounty. Reward successfully doubled, earning 200 points. Good. When the system notification popped up, Lin Yan was slightly surprised. The reward, originally only 100 points, had doubled to 200 points due to the Chen family's sky-high bounty. Practically free points. If Chen Kaiyong knew all this, he would probably spit out 2.5 pounds of blood. However, besides being delighted, Lin Yan was even more expectant. The feud between him and the Chen family was irreconcilable. Even if the Chen family let him go, he would never let them go, and the Chen family would never give up so easily. Such a windfall of free points made Lin Yan wish the Chen family could do this hundreds or even thousands of times more, so he could gather enough points to exchange for the creation pill. Since the Chen family could do it, some families in Yang City could as well. A dangerous curve appeared at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. This time, his visit to Yang City was not just to avenge Leelin. After more than 2 years of investigation, he was already well acquainted with the list of some enemies. Among the 4 major families in Qing City, only the Chen family was related to the tragic fate of his parents. As for Yang City, the provincial capital of Ning Province, its strength far surpassed that of Qing City, but it was secretly controlled by the Wang, Shen, and Feng families. These 3 families had an even deeper blood feud with Lin Yan. However, his current level is not high, so he naturally doesn't dare to dream of stepping on those 3 major families and wiping them out just yet. But dealing with families like the Chen family, collecting some interest, is still a piece of cake. Earning some points in the process is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not long after, the train arrived at the station. Lin Yan, who had altered his appearance, stepped off the train. Looking at the bustling crowd in the station square, he felt a faint excitement in his heart and couldn't help but want to shout, "Yang City, here I come." However, as a low-key person, Lin Yan naturally wouldn't do such a thing. The protective spiritual artifact he wore covered him so thoroughly that even he could barely recognize himself. This peculiar outfit, of course, attracted the attention of others. "Whoa, who is this guy? All wrapped up like that? Could he be some big celebrity? Looks like this person is sick. We'd better keep our distance to avoid getting infected." Some people even took out their phones to record Lin Yan, who was dressed so uniquely, and uploaded the footage online, sparking a wave of heated discussion. However, Lin Yan didn't mind at all. After all, as his reputation grew, the reward points he could earn would also increase. As for these bystanders, they probably couldn't foresee what kind of storm this peculiar figure would stir up in Yang City. After leaving the station, Lin Yan headed straight to the black market. His first task was to obtain a fake identity. Back in Qing City, he was well versed in this process and had the help of Xiaawanua, making it a breeze. However, in Yang City, he was unfamiliar with the area and had no connections, so he had to rely on professionals to handle it. After spending hundreds of thousands of crystal coins, he successfully completed the identity setup. Next, Lin Yan went to another place, Omniscient. Omniscient has branches in every city in Xia Nation and is responsible for handling various types of business. Rumor has it that they even have branches overseas. This massive organization is hidden in an inconspicuous alley deep within the black market. From the outside, it looks like nothing more than a dilapidated house that even stray dogs wouldn't bother with. Yet, it is precisely such a place that attracts numerous powerful individuals. As long as you can pay the price, almost any request can be fulfilled here. However, the conditions for entering here are extremely strict, locked, requiring at least a deposit of 10 million crystal coins to be granted access. As for why Lin Yan knew about this place, the reason was simple. The informant he had contacted earlier was an internal staff member of Omniscient. Before coming here, he proved to the informant that he had a deposit exceeding 10 million crystal coins and spent some coins to obtain the address of the Young City branch of Omniscient. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Yan felt an indescribable aura of terror. Even after being diluted by a grade 3 crystal device-level mask, the stench was still pungent, indicating its severity. Ignoring the nauseating smell, Lin Yan spoke. Introduction to the Qing City branch of Omniscient. Can you prove you are qualified to enter? Immediately, a voice came from the depths of the room, but Lin Yan couldn't discern its source. I can. This card contains 15 million crystal coins. Lin Yan took out a bank card and handed it over. As soon as he finished speaking, a man dressed in a black uniform emerged from the corner of the room and took the bank card. Please follow me. After the man in black finished speaking, he walked up to a wall and, as if he didn't see it, passed straight through. Lin Yan followed closely, without hesitation. After passing through the wall, they entered a spacious hall with a dark golden decor. Many staff members in black uniforms were busy at work. Please wait here, the man in black said, leading Lin Yan to a room. After seating him, he left with the bank card. Although he trusted that no one would dare cause trouble at Wanchitong, verifying assets was a rule, and as a staff member, he wouldn't dare to break it lightly. After sitting down, Lin Yan examined the room. He noticed there were no windows, and the walls were made of special materials capable of isolating supernatural energy. The chair he sat on and the table in front of him were both extremely luxurious, and there was even tea worth tens of thousands of crystal coins on the table. This was merely the standard hospitality for the most ordinary customers. Wanchitong truly spared no expense. Soon, the man in black returned to the room, handed the bank card back to Lin Yan, and politely said, Dear guest, I have completed the verification. You are qualified to make purchases within Wanchitong. What do you need? I need information about the 3 major families in Yang City, as well as the locations of all the outstandingly talented younger members of these families over the next half-month. Lin Yan spoke calmly and directly. The man in black was shocked. This kid must have a grudge against the 3 major families. No wonder he was dressed so thoroughly, afraid of being recognized. When he first saw Lin Yan, he was puzzled, as many visitors to the Omniscient Pavilion concealed their identities, but people like Lin Yan were rare. However, the principle of the Omniscient Pavilion was that as long as you were willing to pay, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. The man in black stopped overthinking, took out his phone, and began reporting to his superiors. Lin Yan waited quietly, continuously refining his plan in his mind. Did not keep Lin Yan waiting for long. The man in black raised his head and said to him, The intelligence you are trading, as well as the location information of the 3 major families' younger generations over the next half-month, will cost a total of 20 million crystal coins. You need to pay 15 million upfront, and the remaining 5 million can be paid after the transaction is completed. Of course, you can also choose to pay the full amount in one go. Lin Yan sneered inwardly, fully aware that the intelligence of the 3 major families, if not involving classified information, would at most be worth hundreds of thousands of crystal coins. As for the whereabouts of those younger members, while somewhat troublesome, it wouldn't be difficult for someone like the know-it-all. After all, they were merely a few awakened in postnatal stage ability users, making them easy to monitor. They were far from being experts above the innate stage. 10 million crystal coins would have been more than sufficient. The 15 million mentioned by the man in black happened to match the balance in his bank account. Coupled with the faintly unnatural expression on the man's face, Lin Yan instantly understood someone was dissatisfied with him. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan said calmly, I can only pay 3 million crystal coins up front. The remaining 17 million will be paid after the transaction is completed. Sir, I'm afraid that doesn't comply with the rules, the man in black said with a troubled expression. Doesn't comply with the rules? Lin Yan sneered coldly upon hearing this. If he can change the rules, why can't I? Tell him I can only pay 3 million crystal coins now. As for the rest, if he has the ability, he can come and collect it himself after the transaction is done. If he has the ability, I won't be short of those crystal coins. But if you're incapable, don't blame me for being rude. The black-clad man's pupils trembled slightly. He had initially thought the guest before him had a low-key personality, but unexpectedly, the guest was so flamboyant and showed no restraint. He suddenly felt a bit flustered, unsure of how to respond. After all, the pricing set by that lord was indeed excessive, doubling the original price. The guest's background was unclear, while that lord was both powerful and intimidating. He couldn't afford to offend either. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision and bowed to Lin Yan, saying, I will go and report this. After speaking, he hurriedly left the room. Lin Yan sat there, his heart calm and unruffled. After all, he already had enough enemies and didn't care about offending a know-it-all. He had only wanted to discreetly take advantage of the 3 major families, but unexpectedly, someone from this know-it-all organization had taken the initiative to provoke him. Lin Yan was not not the type to endure bullying silently. If someone provoked him and he could defeat them, he would directly throw them into the time prison to let them taste true suffering. If he couldn't defeat them, he would quietly work on improving his strength until he could. Then, he would throw them into the time prison. With his dual SSS level talents, as long as he had enough time, he would naturally reach the pinnacle of supernatural abilities. A moment later, the black-clad man returned and directly said, "Honored guest, I have conveyed everything you said. That lord has agreed to your request." "Very well," swiped the card. Lin Yan took out his bank card and handed it to the man in black. Faced with this outcome, he was not surprised at all. It must be said, the efficiency of the all-knowing was truly impressive. In less than a minute, the information Lin Yan needed had already been sent over, and subsequent updates would be pushed to his phone in real time. After obtaining the desired intelligence, Lin Yan left the all-knowing. However, before leaving, he was unexpectedly reminded in a low voice by the man in black, "Be careful, that person has some connections with the Chen family." Before Lin Yan could respond, the man in black turned and left. So that's how it is, having ties with the Chen family. It was no wonder he was targeted. Lin Yan suddenly saw the light, understanding why that person had made things so difficult for him. In a hotel room, Lin Yan was meditating, absorbing the energy from high-grade crystal liquid. Since leaving the all-knowing, he had found a hotel, booked a room, and focused on cultivating until now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looking at the few bottles of high-grade crystal liquid that had been completely consumed in front of him. He thought to himself that after his breakthrough, his energy absorption rate had become even faster. After a brief calculation, he estimated that to break through to the late stage of the acquired realm, he would need at least dozens of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid. Fortunately, there was still plenty of high-grade crystal liquid in his ability space. Lin Yan stretched his body and then glanced at the time, 7:50 p.m. Perfect timing. After a simple tidying up, Lin Yan left the hotel and headed to a nearby popular bar called Heatwave. This time, his target was not the younger generation of the Wang, Zhao, or Feng families, but the guy who had injured Leelin. This person was named Liang Jiang, and coincidentally, Liang Jiang had ties with Feng Ziyu, the son of the Feng family head. To be precise, he was Feng Ziyu's lackey. Inside the Heatwave bar, even though he was sitting in the corner, Lin Yan still attracted a lot of attention. After all, his outfit was overly conspicuous. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lin Yan's target, Liang Jiang, also noticed him. "Who's that guy? What an idiot. He's obviously some trash from a remote place," Liang Jiang sneered, pointing at Lin Yan while holding a woman in his arms. "Brother Liang is right. Just looking at this idiot sitting there is annoying. Bet he'll leave on his own soon enough." Two others chimed in. Hearing this, Liang Jiang felt pleased and laughed, saying, "Forget him, let's drink." Lately, things had been going great for him. First, he snatched a valuable crystal herb from a poor kid. Then, he heard that young Master Feng was looking for a crystal herb, which happened to be the one he had. After offering it to young Master Feng, Feng was delighted, not only giving him hundreds of thousands of crystal coins but also promising him future benefits. As for the poor kid he had robbed, Liang Jiang didn't give him a second thought. Even without young Master Feng backing him, with his own connections, that poor kid wouldn't dare mess with him. Just as Liang Jiang was laughing and bragging with the people around him, he was completely unaware that a pair of eyes in the corner was fixed on him, sharp as knives and radiating a terrifying killing intent. The owner of those eyes was Lin Yan. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and tonight he was going to avenge Leelin. As the saying goes, revenge should be swift to bring peace of mind. Lin Yan didn't have to wait long before Liang Jiang gave him the chance. Perhaps he had drunk too much and couldn't hold it in, so Liang Jiang hurriedly ran toward the restroom. Lin Yan quietly followed him. Although his appearance was eye-catching, Liang Jiang's companions didn't think much of it. After all, everyone has their own freedom. A minute passed, and Liang Jiang's companions saw Lin Yan walk out of the bar but didn't think much of it. They even sneered disdainfully, saying, "That idiot finally left. The air in the bar feels fresher now." 10 minutes later, they began to sense that something was off, wondering why Liang Xiao was taking so long in the restroom. Still, they held back their curiosity, thinking that if they interrupted Liang Xiao's romantic encounter, they'd be in trouble. After all, Liang Jiang was currently a favorite of Feng Ziyu, and many wealthy young men had to show him respect. However, after half an hour had passed, the group finally realized something was wrong. Panic appeared on their faces as they hurriedly called Liang Jiang's phone and went to the restroom to look for him. But soon, despair set in. Liang Jiang was gone. He had vanished into thin air inside the Heatwave bar. They naturally could not know that at this moment, Liang Jiang was already trapped in the time prison. After sending Liang Jiang into the time prison, Lin Yan returned to the hotel. Following his breakthrough, the effect of the time-stopping ability had extended to 2 seconds. Since Liang Jiang was an innate level ability user, Lin Yan had initially assumed that the SS level skill of stopping time would be halved, or perhaps even reduced to less than a second. However, even if the time-stopping ability failed, he was prepared for it. Regardless, the fact that Liang Jiang had entered the time prison was already set in stone, whether he was conscious or unconscious. To Lin Yan's surprise, the time-stopping effect remained intact, proving the true power of an SS-level skill. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Afterward, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the time prison. Time prison. Room 2, currently available. Number of people 1, currently detained. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised to see a simple panel appear in his consciousness. It seemed that after breaking through the realm, the time prison had undergone significant changes. Although still rudimentary, it was much better than the unclear state during its first use. He also discovered that the Inferno room where Chen had previously stayed now had its Inferno power under his control. The other room, however, was filled with raging energy. Upon closer inspection, this energy had a shape resembling tiny threads, yet sharp as blades capable of slicing through space. Lin Yan named it Threadblade and referred to the room as the Threadblade room. The other room was called Inferno. At this moment, Liang Jiang was in the Threadblade room. Just like Chen, Lin Yan still couldn't precisely control which room they entered. However, the situation had improved somewhat this time. He could regulate the power of the thread blades in the room to avoid directly torturing Liang Jiang to death. Taking a glance, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. At this moment, Liang Jiang lay on the ground, covered in blood, resembling a blood-soaked figure. Lin Yan had adjusted the power of the silk blade to its lowest setting, only to realize that the blade not only tore through Liang Jiang's body but also absorbed the energy within him, using it to repair his wounds. However, due to the blade's overwhelming power earlier, Liang Jiang's level could not withstand it, and the intensity of the energy repairing his body was far slower than the rate of destruction. Before long, his wounds and the repair process reached a balance, and his consciousness gradually returned. But in the next instant, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. What kind of hellish place is this? It hurts so much. Young Master Phone, save me. Dad, save me. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a painful howl. The sensation of his wounds tearing open, healing, and then tearing open again tormented him repeatedly, even reminding him of an even greater pain he had experienced before, which now seemed slightly more bearable in comparison. It appeared that not everything stronger was necessarily better. What was suitable was best. Lin Yan sneered coldly in his heart, feeling no sympathy for Liang Jiang's suffering. Instead, he felt a trace of dissatisfaction. After all, you are merely enduring pain, while I almost lost a brother. He then adjusted the time flow rate in the Silk Blades room to 1:5 compared to the outside world. 1 day inside equaled 5 days outside. It wasn't out of sudden kindness to spare Liang Jiang from prolonged suffering. On the contrary, Lin Yan was deeply afraid that Liang Jiang might die too easily. Liang Jiang's life had to be preserved for Leelin to deal with. After all, Liang Jiang's previous actions had already left a shadow in Leelin's heart, and the best way to deal with that shadow was clearly to let Leelin personally eliminate him. Rather than dying in such an unclear and meaningless way, it would be far more painful, regretful, and humiliating for him to be killed by the poor boy he once looked down upon. After confirming that Liang Jiang no longer had the strength to commit suicide, Lin Yan exited the time prison. As for whether Liang Jiang would starve or die of thirst inside, Lin Yan wasn't concerned. For innate level energy users, as long as they had sufficient energy, they wouldn't starve even without food or water. Stepping into the innate level meant transcending the mortal realm. This was why the gap between the acquired and innate levels was so vast. Moreover, the time prison seemed to have its own independent rules. As long as the person inside could endure the pain without dying, even if their energy was depleted, it would be replenished to prevent death. The purpose was to ensure they fully experienced the pain. Lin Yan had only just learned this information, which appeared alongside the rudimentary panel. He no longer thought about Liang Jiang and instead took out his phone to check online news, wanting to see how much discussion Liang Jiang's disappearance had sparked in Yang City. The Liang family was far inferior to the Chen family in Qing City, so while there was some discussion about Liang Jiang, it was sparse and hadn't attracted much attention. Lin Yan wasn't surprised by this. Only a few people with connections knew that Liang Jiang was a subordinate of Feng Ziyu, and not just any subordinate, he was one highly valued. Now, Liang Jiang's disappearance, which occurred on the Feng family's turf, the heatwave bar, was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Feng Ziyu and the Feng family. Although the Feng family ranked last among the three major families, being one of the three meant they possessed terrifying power. Prepare to face the wrath of the Feng family. Those aware of the situation all thought the same thing. Level 1. Meanwhile, at the Feng family, a middle-aged man, around 50 or 60 years old, exuding a faintly cold and stern aura, was kneeling before a young man at this moment. Young Master Feng, I am willing to do anything you ask, but I only beg you to save my son, Liang Jiang. This man was none other than Liang Jiang's father, Liang Changhong. Not long ago, his son had gone missing, and despite exhausting all possible means, he had found no clues. In the end, he decided to seek help from Feng Ziyu. Stand up first, Feng Ziyu said indifferently. Jiang is my subordinate, and I value him greatly. Now that someone has acted on my Feng family's territory, it's highly likely they are targeting me. No matter matter what, I promise you, I will make that arrogant thief regret ever coming into this world. Upon hearing this, Liang Chenghong felt a chill in his heart. Although young Master Feng mentioned valuing his son, his words showed no concern for his life or death. Feng Ziyu's intervention was not for his son but because someone had insulted him and the Feng family. However, Liang Chenghong dared not say anything, not even a hint of resentment, and could only lower his head and silently swallow his bitterness. Thank you, young Master Feng. I will take my leave now. Yet, his hatred for Lin Yan grew even deeper in his heart. If Lin Yan knew all of this, he would surely laugh coldly. He would never harbor resentment toward the Feng family but would instead direct all the blame onto himself. This was truly absurd. Perhaps this is the sorrow of this world. Alright, Feng Ziyu nodded indifferently, completely unconcerned about Liang Chenghong's attitude. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the innate realm, and the day of his breakthrough was not far off. As for Liang Zhang's life or death, he truly did not care. However, the crystal pill he needed was missing just one last crystal herb, which happened to be provided by Liang Jiang. To him, this crystal pill was the key to his breakthrough. No matter what, Feng Ziyu was determined to act against Lin Yan. This fact was unchangeable. I'll let you live a few more days. Once my crystal pill is refined and I break through, with my S-grade talent, soul pursuit, no matter what hidden tricks you have, you won't escape my eyes. Feng Ziyu's lips curled into a cruel smile, as if he had already envisioned the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had already left the hotel and quietly returned to the heatwave bar. While both the Feng family and the Liang family believed Lin Yan would surely hide, Lin Yan quietly headed to the heatwave bar. This time, he was not fully armed but had hidden some protective crystal devices in his ability space. The purpose of this was, naturally, to avoid suspicion. His previous attire was clearly unsuitable for free movement anymore. If he appeared, he would undoubtedly be discovered by Liang Chenghong's men and might even attract the Feng family's experts. However, he could equip all the crystal devices at any time. If not for this, Lin Yan would never have returned here. This time, he was not here to cause destruction or to strike again. The earlier disappearance of Liang Zhang had already embarrassed the Feng family, but they would only investigate him secretly. However, if he made another person disappear now, it would surely anger the Feng family, who might send numerous experts to hunt him down at all costs. In that case, it would be absolutely detrimental to his upcoming plans. Before completing the plan, he intended to earn a small amount of crystal coins first. After all, he currently had only a little over 10 million crystal coins, which was far too little. As for how to obtain these crystal coins, naturally, they would come from Liang Zhang's father, Liang Chenghong. In the time prison, Liang Zhang's tragic end was exactly what he deserved. And the injuries and humiliation Leelin suffered had yet to be compensated. If a son is not taught well, it is the father's fault, so the compensation should, of course, be borne by Liang Chenghong. This was undoubtedly a matter of course. Let Lin Yan act on behalf of his brother to demand it from Liang Chenghong. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. In a secluded corner of the bar, a few people were drinking and chatting animatedly. Have you heard? That underling of young Master Feng disappeared here. Shoo, keep your voice down. There are still people from the Liang family and the Feng family here. If they hear you, you won't escape trouble. What, is he going to kill me on the spot? Some people are weak in every way except for their mouths, which are as hard as diamonds, unbreakable. The first speaker glanced around, then let out a sigh of relief and lowered his voice to a whisper. I also heard that Liang Chenghong couldn't find the culprit and went to beg young Master Feng, but it seems young Master Feng didn't agree. Really? Then this young Master Feng is just two. The latter half of the sentence got stuck in the throat, but the others understood perfectly. Sigh, it's actually quite normal. After all, considering that person's status, young Master Liang is nothing more than a clown relying on someone else's power. Usually, he just relies on young Master Feng's status to throw his weight around, bullying men and oppressing women. Now missing, I'm afraid his fate is uncertain. The voices of the few people grew quieter. Although they were scared, they couldn't resist the urge to gossip, and their discussion became increasingly intense. At that moment, a voice interjected. It wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. Ha, are you talking about young Master Liang? The group discussing was instantly startled. One of them, who was particularly stubborn, quickly waved his hand and denied. Friend, you misheard. We weren't talking about young Master Liang. What we were discussing was, seeing the stubborn one at a loss for words, someone beside him had a sudden flash of inspiration and quickly said, we were talking about low quantity, as in the low alcohol tolerance, not young Master Liang. Yes, we were just discussing this. The stubborn man immediately chimed in. He wasn't joking. If someone overheard them, it would be bad enough to provoke the Liang family, but if young Master Feng caught wind of it, they'd really be in trouble. The man's expression almost made Lin Yan, who had just spoken, burst out laughing. Suppressing his amusement, Lin Yan put on a regretful look and sighed softly. Oh, I see. I thought you were friends with young Master Liang. I was just hoping to ask about him. The group immediately denied in unison. No, you heard wrong. In their hearts, they were all disdainful. Liang Liang Jian was no good. Though they enjoyed gossip, they still had a conscience. How could they possibly be friends with Liang Jian? Alright then, Lin Yan said helplessly, before heading out of the bar. Seeing this, the group huddled together and whispered, "Did I hear him wrong just now? He wants to ask about Liang Jian? I heard it too. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It has nothing to do with us. Come on, drink. Weren't you acting all fearless just now? Why are you chickening out now? The matter of the espers, how can you call it cowardice?" The stubborn man eventually stopped insisting, and his companions no longer teased them, instead turning to drink together and discuss other gossip. After leaving the bar, Lin Yan was not in a hurry, walking forward slowly. However, his peripheral vision constantly kept an eye on the person following him from a diagonal rear position. Lin Yan's actions in the bar were meant to attract the attention of certain individuals, so that what he said would reach Liang Chenghong's ears. When it came to matters involving Liang Jiang, Liang Chenghong would never remain indifferent. Even if there was only the slightest possibility, he would try, because that was his son. More importantly, Liang Jiang, at the young age of 25, had already reached the innate realm, with the potential to surpass his predecessors and take the Liang family to the next level. However, now that Liang Jiang was missing, his life or death uncertain, the future of the Liang family had vanished along with him. Lin Yan was in no rush, leisurely strolling down the street. Since the day he bound the system and awakened his dual SSS level talents, he seemed to have never had such a moment of composure. He had always been focused on growing stronger, planning revenge, earning more points, and purchasing the creation pill to awaken Xiaawanua. This brief moment of tranquility brought a trace of soul-deep exhaustion. Beyond the fatigue, Lin Yan seemed to sense an indescribable power emerging in his mind. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending soul power. Reward, points *50. Reward, S-level skill, Soul Lotus Bloom. Soul Lotus, S-rank, no cultivation required, instantly enhances soul power, and provides protection against soul attacks from enemies. Note, soul power is extremely mysterious. Do not let your soul be injured, or the consequences will be unimaginable! Exclamation point. Lin Yan's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Just by taking a walk, he could acquire such a powerful skill? This skill was completely different from others. It didn't require active use to enhance his soul. It seemed that within the human body, apart from supernatural abilities, there was also the existence of the soul. If not for the system, Lin Yan probably wouldn't have known that such a mysterious soul power resided within the human body. Although Lin Yan knew very little about the soul, he firmly believed that this soul power was definitely a secret within the world of supernatural abilities. On the attribute panel, a new line of information appeared. Soul Realm, Beginner. When enough points for the creation pill are accumulated, I'll check the system store to see if there are any skills or items related to soul power. Ever since learning that Xiaawanua's time was running out, Lin Yan had resolved not to spend a single point or even look at the store until he had saved enough. This brief moment of tranquility had already brought him immense gains. Although the sense of peace in his soul was deeply captivating, he had not forgotten his goal. Shaking his head, he cast aside all distracting thoughts. At this moment, the person following behind him suddenly quickened their pace, stepped in front of Lin Yan, and directly said, "Friend, please wait. The head of the Liang family has something to ask you. Please come with me." Although the other party's attitude was unfriendly, Lin Yan did not refuse. After all, what he had just done was precisely to attract Liang Chenghong's attention. He followed the person to the Liang family, to where Liang Chenghong was. The Liang family was not far from the heatwave bar, otherwise, Liang Chenghong would not have felt at ease letting Liang Jiang frequent such a chaotic place. However, no one had expected that an incident would still occur in the end. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Liang Chenghong directly asked, "Why are you inquiring about Liang Jiang?" Lin Yan did not rush to answer, instead pretending to be somewhat startled and taking a few steps back. "You don't need to be afraid. I'm just asking. If the information you know is useful to me, I might even reward you," Liang Chenghong quickly added upon seeing Lin Yan's reaction. Lin Yan sneered inwardly, but outwardly appeared somewhat worried as he said, "I don't dare." His demeanor successfully dispelled Liang Chenghong's suspicions about him. Seeing Lin Yan's hesitant and indecisive expression, Liang Chenghong was furious, but he could only endure it. At this moment, Lin Yan was his lifeline. "As Liang Zhong's father, I am naturally willing to pay a considerable price for information about my son. Even if the information you provide is useless, I will still let you leave." Lin Yan gritted his teeth and said, "If I reveal it, I will be in danger. You must guarantee my safety. And also, I need 10 million crystal coins." What? Liang Chenghong couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in shock. Could he really be asking for 10 million crystal coins? Did this person even understand the weight of 10 million crystal coins? An ordinary person would have to work for over 200 years without eating or drinking to earn that amount. And yet, he casually asked for 10 million crystal coins? If it weren't for the possibility that he held information information about Liang Jiang, Liang Chenghong would have slapped Lin Yan to death on the spot. I thought this amount would be easy to ask for, Lin Yan said with a slight hint of disappointment, though he secretly looked down on him. Just 10 million crystal coins? The Chen family would consider offering 100 million crystal coins a trivial matter, and they were even willing to put up a bounty of 1 billion crystal coins to capture him. Yet Liang Chenghong was already exclaiming in shock at the mention of 10 million crystal coins. After Lin Yan's remark, Liang Chenghong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Well, I really can't come up with that amount right now. However, I can first give you 1 million crystal coins. This should be enough for you to use for a long time, and if you encounter trouble in the future, I can help you." This appearance, coupled with his urgent desire to find his son, would move anyone who saw it. However, Lin Yan found it amusing in his heart. If someone like Liang Jiang could be taught, what kind of decent person could Liang Chenghong be? Without real strength, don't even think about imitating the bullying antics of a second-generation heir. Now that retribution has come, he has to endure it. Offering only 1 million crystal coins in a worthless favor, Lin Yan naturally didn't think much of it. Since he had already made up his mind, he couldn't easily stop acting. He pretended to be somewhat hesitant and said, "In that case, Master Liang, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave." "Stop!" Seeing Lin Yan about to leave, Liang Chenghong hurriedly shouted angrily, "What do you mean by this? Before I came, I already mentioned this matter to my friends. If something happens to me in your Liang family, the mayor of Yang City definitely won't let you off." Lin Yan remained calm inwardly, but outwardly pretended to be flustered. "No, I was just a bit excited." Liang Chenghong realized he had lost his composure and his momentum weakened slightly. Even as one of the three great families, they wouldn't dare to openly commit such acts. Moreover, how could he possibly have the courage to do so? The usual dignity of the Liang family had seemed to have faded somewhat at this moment. He helplessly pleaded, "My friend, how about 2 million crystal coins?" It seemed the Liang family's situation was rather dire. No wonder Liang Jiang even resorted to snatching crystal medicine worth just a few thousand. Previously, Lin Yan had been puzzled as to why Liang Jiang would take such a risk for that crystal medicine, but now it all made sense. However, even so, he wouldn't let the Liang family off. If he had the strength now, he would definitely send Liang Chenghong to the time prison, reuniting him with his son. At this point, Lin Yan knew very well that it was simply impossible for Liang Chenghong to come up with 10 million crystal coins tonight. So, he didn't bother saying anything more and simply stated, "Here's my contact information." Then, under Liang Chenghong's burning, furious stare, Lin Yan turned and left the Liang family residence. "Bastard, I'll kill you." As soon as Lin Yan was gone, Liang Chenghong could no longer contain his rage. Everything within reach was smashed to pieces and thrown out the door. He had lost his dignity in front of Feng Ziyu earlier, and now he'd been humiliated again by Lin Yan. At this moment, his hatred was completely ignited. Of course, his hatred was mainly directed at Lin Yan, but he couldn't act against him just yet. After all, Lin Yan might still have information about Liang Jiang. Liang Chenghong swore to himself that once he got that information, he would utterly ruin Lin Yan, force him to beg for mercy, torment him, and finally kill him to vent his rage. After suppressing his anger, Liang Chenghong made a decision. The most important thing right now was to gather 10 million crystal coins and obtain news about Liang Jiang. After all, delays could lead to complications. The sooner, the better. With this in mind, Liang Chenghong took out his phone and began contacting some business partners to borrow crystal coins. After leaving the Liang family, Lin Yan did not rush back to the hotel. He planned to head to a nearby auction house. Although his pockets were not well lined at the moment, he thought that once his plan was completed, he would become wealthy. It was already late at night, the darkness as deep as ink, with stars scattered across the sky. Lin Yan strolled leisurely along the street, feeling relaxed and sensing that the effect of his soul lotus skill seemed even more pronounced. No matter how far the road, he felt he could walk it. Gradually, he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Yunyang Auction House, the largest auction house in Yang City and even the entire Ning province, where many precious items were auctioned. Entering the hall, he looked around. Despite the late hour, the crowd was still massive, even larger than during the day. Soon, an auction was about to begin. From the conversations around him, he learned that his purpose for coming to the auction house was merely to browse, and since he had never attended an auction before, a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. Upon learning that there were still seats available, Lin Yan did not hesitate to spend 10,000 crystal coins to successfully obtain a ticket to participate in the auction. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Yan walked into a room spanning a full 10,000 square meters. The seats inside the room were not fully occupied. After all, a ticket costing 10,000 crystal coins only secured a spot in the last few rows, and those who could afford to come here were no ordinary people. Nevertheless, more than 1,000 people had gathered, calculating at 10,000 crystal coins per person. The ticket revenue alone exceeded at least 10 million crystal coins. Lin Yan was astonished by the speed at which money was being made. He walked to the back row, found a seat where no one was sitting nearby, and sat down, patiently waiting waiting for the auction to begin. However, just before the auction started, Lin Yan's attention was drawn to a young couple who had just entered. Coincidentally, they sat not far from him. The young couple appeared to be around 20 years old and had already reached the innate realm. The young man was handsome and dashing, while the young woman was stunningly beautiful. Although the woman's appearance was quite remarkable, she was still a notch below Xiaawanua. Lin Yan only glanced at them briefly before turning his gaze back to the stage in front. At this moment, the couple noticed Lin Yan's presence but paid him no mind. After all, with their status, there were few people in the entire Yang city who could catch their attention. Before long, a beautiful hostess stepped onto the auction stage. After bowing, she slowly began to speak. "Thank you all for attending this auction. I believe this event will not disappoint you." She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the room. Seeing the surprised expressions on many faces in the back rows, she felt secretly pleased. Then, her voice grew louder. "Now, let the auction begin." The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Although there were no loud cheers, this was, after all, a high-end auction with tickets priced at 10,000 crystal coins each, completely different from the lower-tier auctions that cost only a few hundred crystal coins. Considering themselves superior, the attendees naturally had to maintain a certain demeanor. Soon, the first auction item was brought out. This is a crystal pill called the Energy Restoration Pill. It is a third-grade crystal pill, the auctioneer continued, for innate-level ability users, whether gravely injured or completely drained of their abilities. Consuming this pill will restore all abilities and heal most injuries. Even for those above the innate level, it will still have some effect. Although this crystal pill is highly effective, a third-grade alchemist can only produce one per month, making it extremely rare. She paused briefly, her gaze sweeping across the room. Noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of most people in the back rows, she felt a sense of satisfaction before slowly announcing, "Therefore, the starting price for this crystal pill is 100,000 crystal coins." "Wow, that's so expensive." People in the back rows couldn't help but exclaim. With a starting price of 100,000 crystal coins, the final price would likely exceed 500,000 crystal coins. While some were there just to experience the atmosphere of a high-end auction and later brag about it, many others were genuine powerhouses. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone raised their paddle to bid. 110,000, 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. Those who wanted this crystal pill competed eagerly to bid. Meanwhile, in the last row, Lin Yan silently absorbed the atmosphere of the auction, finding it quite amusing. However, he had no particular interest in the auction of this crystal pill. After all, his ability space already contained many similar crystal pills. Although a single pill's effect was not as potent as the rejuvenation pill, the sheer quantity was sufficient to handle various situations. These were all purchased at the Qingyun marketplace. Lin Yan's main purpose for coming this time was to experience the event. Unless he encountered an item that truly moved him, he had no intention of bidding. Not far away, however, a young couple seemed uninterested, as if they were waiting for something. Ultimately, the auction price for this rejuvenation pill settled at 53,000 crystal coins, purchased by someone seated in the middle rows. This person, under the gaze of many, stood proudly, feeling immensely pleased with himself. Such a bold expenditure of over 50,000 crystal coins was enough to provide him with bragging rights for a long time to come. Immediately afterward, the host began the auction of the next item. Lin Yan glanced at it. It was a second-grade crystal artifact. Although its quality was decent, it was far inferior to the revitalizing pill. He instantly understood that this, as the first auction item, was clearly meant to ignite the atmosphere and get everyone excited. Finally, the second-grade crystal artifact was sold for 300,000 crystal coins. Next, the host brought out the third item, and the auction officially began. Lin Yan watched as the auction proceeded in an orderly manner. An hour later, numerous items had been auctioned off. Some of the people in the front rows participated in a few bids, while a few items went unsold. However, this did not affect the atmosphere of the venue. As the auction neared its end, Lin Yan, who had initially found it interesting, gradually grew a bit bored and closed his eyes. The S-grade skill Soul Lotus continued to enhance his soul, and upon closing his eyes, he found that the effect was not much different from when he was walking earlier. At this moment, Lin Yan opened his eyes because the host's words on stage had caught his attention. The host pointed to a plant about the size of a palm, with only a few leaves and a single stem. This is the third-to-last auction item, a fifth-grade crystal herb called Spirit Nurturing Grass. Placing it nearby can calm the mind and slightly enhance an ability user's energy absorption rate. However, unfortunately, even our appraisal master cannot determine its effects when consumed. Still, as a fifth-grade crystal herb, it might have other effects, which we leave for you to judge. The starting price for the Spirit Nurturing Grass is 10 million crystal coins. Each bid increment must be no less than 1 million crystal coins. Instantly, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A herb that merely calms the mind and slightly increases energy absorption speed was priced at 10 million crystal coins coins, utterly unreasonable. Some of the people in the front rows looked at the crystal herb, which was clearly missing a leaf, and cursed inwardly. What a shameless act, eating a leaf to test its effects, finding none, and then putting it up for auction to scam someone gullible. For them, 10 million crystal coins wasn't a significant amount, but they certainly wouldn't want to buy such an incomplete and dubious herb. Meanwhile, there were others who didn't know the backstory and wanted to try their luck, but they simply didn't have enough crystal coins. The current situation is that those who know the inside story are unwilling to buy, while those who don't know can't afford it. The host smiled as she looked at the crowd below the stage, ignoring the disdainful glances from some in the front row. She sighed inwardly, thinking, this lousy herb is hard to sell, my performance bonus is going to take a hit. 10 million crystal coins. Just as she was feeling disheartened, a voice came from the last row of the auction hall. Though not loud, the voice was enough to pierce through the heart. Everyone turned their heads, wanting to see who on earth had lost their mind enough to buy this item. The one who spoke was Lin Yan, and his mind was clearly intact. The host's description had sparked a hypothesis in him. The effect of this soul-nurturing herb might target the soul, which would explain its calming effect on the mind. Recalling the changes in his body when he was comprehending soul power, he was 99% confident that this herb could enhance soul strength. Besides, even if it turned out to be useless, he didn't care about the crystal coins. Thus, under the puzzled and mocking gazes of the entire audience, he successfully won the bid for this 5th-grade crystal medicine, the soul-nurturing herb. Not far from Lin Yan sat a man and a woman, who turned to look at him in astonishment. The young man asked, "Friend, could it be that you know the use of this crystal medicine?" Hearing this, Lin Yan frowned. The strange look in the man's eyes made him very uncomfortable. He replied bluntly, "None of your damn business." Lin Yan was always polite to friends, but for those with ill intentions, given his personality, he naturally wouldn't speak kindly to them. "What do you think you are, daring to be so presumptuous with me?" The young man's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he coldly cursed. At the same time, a high-grade crystal and longsword instantly appeared in his hand. Lin Yan looked at the other person, slightly startled. That crystal and weapon that appeared out of thin air was not unfamiliar to him. After all, his ability space could achieve the same thing. However, it was clear that the other party wasn't using an ability but rather the ring on his finger, which was a high-grade crystalline item with storage functionality. Such an item was at least of the 5th grade. Even the cheapest 5th-grade crystalline item would cost 1 billion crystal coins, and storage. Crystalline items were even more expensive, with the smallest storage space priced at several billion crystal coins. It seemed this person was truly a wealthy individual. Such a thought flashed through Lin Yan's mind, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that ever since he had obtained a small fortune in crystal coins from Chen, his mindset had shifted somewhat, as if everyone he saw resembled a walking pile of crystal coins. However, Lin Yan had his own principles. He would never lay a hand on innocent people, yet the person before him clearly did not fall into that category. He stared coldly at the other party and said, "Do you know the consequences of pointing a weapon at me?" At this moment, the young man was Han Wenqing. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to be even more arrogant than him. "Ha ha ha." Han Wenqing laughed angrily with a hint of mockery. "How interesting. I never thought someone in Yang City would dare to speak to me like this." His expression grew colder as he walked toward Lin Yan. The crowd in the back, witnessing this scene, was both shocked and intrigued. No one had ever dared to cause trouble on the grounds of the Yunyang auction house before, and now it seemed like a real show was about to unfold. Even the host on stage hadn't expected such an incident, but she quickly spoke up to stop it. "Sir, please stop. No matter who you are, in my Yunyang auction house, you must abide by the rules, or face the consequences." The host's expression turned extremely grim, and her eyes shot a cold glance at Han Wenqing. If the auction were disrupted, she would undoubtedly face a significant deduction in her salary, possibly rendering all her efforts this year in vain. Such a situation was absolutely intolerable for her. At the same time, she began contacting some of the strong individuals within the Yunyang auction house, determined not to let this unruly person get away with it. However, her expression grew even darker as Han Wenqing completely ignored her words and launched an attack on Lin Yan. Swift strike. Seeing the opponent attack, Lin Yan silently recited a skill in his mind, instantly increasing his speed several times, easily dodging backward to evade Han Wenqing's strike. However, the nearby chairs and floor suffered instead, shattered with a boom by the energy from the longsword. Returning the favor is only polite. Lin Yan was not someone who would easily suffer losses. He immediately condensed a blade of wind and sent it flying forward. The speed was so fast that Han Wenqing had no time to react. The wind blade struck him instantly, but only pushed him back a step, leaving not even a trace on his clothes. Lin Yan was not surprised by this. For someone who dared to ignore the warnings of the Yunyang auction house, he must have some skills, otherwise, with such a personality, he would have died countless times already. Coupled with that valuable storage crystal device, his background was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Ah, good, very good." Han Wenqing, who had been been pushed back by Lin Yan, felt insulted and was filled with uncontrollable anger, laughing skyward. Although he was laughing, the killing intent within was chilling. At that moment, the strong figures from Yunyang auction house arrived at the scene, surrounding Lin Yan and Han Wenqing. One of them said, "Friend, you've gone a bit too far. If you put away your weapon now, I can guarantee that Yunyang auction house will not pursue your previous actions." How could this be possible? Yunyang auction house seemed to be subtly lowering its stance. The onlookers were all shocked. It was known that there had been troublemakers before, but those people were captured on the spot and never heard from again. This time, Yunyang auction house's attitude left everyone astonished. The crowd, however, did not know that the reason Yunyang auction house had developed to such an extent was not only because of their formidable strength but also because of their keen insight. They knew who could be provoked and who could not. The chief expert of the auction house could naturally discern the set of crystal artifacts on Han Wenqing, realizing that this person's identity and background must be extraordinarily astonishing. He would rather adopt a slightly humbler attitude than risk angering the other party. Even though the auction house displayed a conciliatory stance, since Han Wenqing had injured someone with just a single remark, how could he easily let it go? He did not look at the person who spoke, his eyes filled with killing intent, staring directly at Lin Yan. "What I want to do, you'd better not interfere." At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly spoke. "Young Master Han is from the capital. You'd better not make a move." She was worried in her heart. The other party had a strong expert in the innate realm. If they truly acted, Han Wenqing would inevitably be harmed. She understood that not only would the auction house suffer, but she would also find herself in a predicament. Thus, she had no choice but to mention Han Wenqing's background, as the Han family in the capital was not one to be trifled with. The powerful expert who had spoken seemed to realize something, his eyes revealing a shocked expression, and he immediately fell into hesitation. Though his strength was formidable enough to easily subdue Han Wenqing, he was apprehensive about Han Wenqing's background and dared not act recklessly. In the end, he made a decision, slowly turning his gaze to Lin Yan and said, "My friend, how about you apologize to young Master Han and let this matter go?" These words were undoubtedly laughable. Lin Yan sneered inwardly. It was clear the auction house was preparing to bow to Han Wenqing. He certainly wouldn't apologize. Even if Han Wenqing were to bow to him now, Lin Yan might not let him off. However, the possibility of Han Wenqing apologizing was almost zero, so today's matter would definitely not end peacefully. Lin Yan suddenly remembered that the crystal herb he had just won at the auction had not yet been retrieved. If Han Wenqing were to make a move, the crystal herb would be lost, which would be a real pity. He then said to the powerful figure, "The spirit-nurturing grass I just won at the auction, could you give it to me first?" The powerful figure mistakenly thought Lin Yan was giving in and quickly signaled his subordinates to bring the spirit-nurturing grass over. At this moment, Han Wenqing's face was dark, and he stared intently at Lin Yan. Though arrogant at heart, he understood that the opponent before him was a Xiantian realm expert, and he dared not act recklessly. The reason he refrained from making a move was due to his own background. If he were to act now, it would be a blatant disregard for the other's dignity. While the other party might not dare to harm him, they could easily restrain him, which would leave him with no face to ask his family for help. Another, even more important reason why Han Wenqing did not act was that he believed Lin Yan was not someone who would bow his head. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding between proud individuals. Lin Yan took the box containing the spirit-nurturing grass, placed it in his arms without directly storing it in his ability space, then took out a bank card and handed it to the auction house staff, signaling them to swipe the card for the crystal coins. At this moment, the strong man spoke, "Consider this crystal pill as compensation from my auction house. I don't like owing debts, so forget it. Just have your people swipe the card directly." Lin Yan refused without hesitation. Since the other party chose to make him apologize, it meant they did not take him seriously. Very well. The strong man's face immediately darkened. He naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Yan's words. He signaled his subordinate to swipe the card. Since Lin Yan chose not to let the matter rest, there was no need for him to show any courtesy. After casting a cold glance at Lin Yan, he turned to Han Wenqing and said, "Young Master Han, please go ahead." In an instant, the entire venue was in an uproar. The auction house had actually bowed to a young man. What would happen next was even more eagerly anticipated. Could that postnatal stage expert remain unscathed in the face of an innate stage ability user? After putting away the card handed over by the auction house staff, Lin Yan did not rush to flee. The other party had already shown killing intent toward him. If he didn't make them pay a price, he would merely be a stray dog on the run. On the day he bound the system, an innate stage expert had crippled his abilities. Yet, even as someone at the awakening stage, he had managed to risk everything to deliver a final blow and kill the opponent. Now, he was already at the postnatal stage and had awakened dual SSS level talents. He was no longer the ant that could be trampled at will. Anyone who dared to make a move against him would pay the price. Lin Yan hesitated in his heart, wondering whether to send Han Wenqing into the time prison, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Doing so would not only be unwise but might might also expose his secret. Moreover, the people from the auction house would never let anything happen to Han Wenqing. He couldn't make a move against him here, and Han Wenqing was the same. At most, he would dare to injure Lin Yan. As for killing him, Han Wenqing could only look for an opportunity in secret. After all, in Xia country, no one dared to kill in public. Suddenly, Lin Yan's gaze fell on the storage ring on Han Wenqing's finger. Although he couldn't send him into the time prison now, making the other party pay a price was always an option. I'll give you one last chance, Lin Yan said with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as you kneel down now, kowtow to me 10 times, and call me grandpa while admitting your mistake, I'll let you go. If I make a move and cripple you, what awaits you will be far worse. Han Wenqing sneered, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. He knew Lin Yan would never back down. He was merely trying to disgust him. Even though Lin Yan had dodged one of his attacks earlier, Han Wenqing still didn't believe that his innate realm strength could lose to a mere acquired realm weakling. What should I shout? Lin Yan seemed not to have heard and asked Han Wenqing. As long as you shout a few times, Grandpa, I was wrong. Before Han Wenqing could finish his sentence, Lin Yan suddenly burst into laughter, interrupting him. Good grandson, Grandpa forgives you. The veins on Han Wenqing's forehead bulged, and he burned with anger, remaining silent. The strange energy within him surged uncontrollably, as if the surrounding air was being scorched. The people in the auction house secretly marveled, thinking that this young man in the postnatal realm was truly bold to provoke someone a whole major realm stronger than him. However, Han Wenqing's fate was bound to be miserable. Just as everyone was speculating in their hearts, Han Wenqing's fury seemed to materialize, entwining the crystalline longsword in his hand, which he suddenly slashed toward Lin Yan. The intensity of this strange energy was at least an S-level talent. The strong individual from the auction house couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing the attack coming, Lin Yan activated swift movement and dodged to the side. Then, he unleashed several wind blades toward Han Wenqing, but they were all blocked, failing to cause any substantial damage. Thus, back and forth they went for several rounds. Han Wenqing couldn't land a hit on Lin Yan, and Lin Yan's attacks had no effect on Han Wenqing either. How is this possible? Not only were the onlookers shocked, but even the strong individual from the auction house was puzzled. How could a mere Hotian realm kid be so fast? Moreover, the power of his attacks was not insignificant. If it weren't for Han Wenqing's defensive crystal artifact, he might have already been at a disadvantage. All you do is dodge, like a damn rat. So annoying, damn it. Han Wenqing, burning with rage, could no longer maintain his composure and started cursing furiously. Lin Yan merely sneered, thinking to himself that he had originally intended to just teach him a lesson, but now he decided to make Han Wenqing regret his actions today. Han Wenqing's anger burned ever fiercer, his killing intent becoming tangible. At that moment, a fiery red crystal talisman suddenly appeared in his hand, radiating terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble. This was a 5th grade crystal talisman. The pupils of the auction house's expert contracted, and he quickly signaled everyone to retreat. This thing, even if he were to take the hit, would cost him half his life. Almost the instant the crystal talisman appeared, Han Wenqing hurled it toward Lin Yan. Boom! Immediately, a surge of energy exploded, and the shockwave from the blast spread dozens of meters away. Those nearby were knocked to the ground. No matter how well you could dodge, who could escape the area of effect damage? Han Wenqing revealed a cold smile, the anger in his heart finally subsiding a little. He was confident Lin Yan couldn't escape, unless he could teleport, but that was impossible. Lin Yan's wind blade skill had already told Han Wenqing that Lin Yan was a wind element ability user, and teleportation could only be performed by those with spatial talents. But coincidentally, Lin Yan just happened to know how to teleport. At the moment the crystal talisman appeared in Han Wenqing's hand, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. He provoked Han Wenqing precisely to make him temporarily lose his composure, thereby creating an opportunity. Almost at the instant of the explosion, Lin Yan used teleportation to leave the blast radius and reappeared behind Han Wenqing. Wind blade! A devilish whisper sounded in Han Wenqing's ear. He quickly turned around, catching a glimpse of Lin Yan's figure out of the corner of his eye, and instinctively swung his sword to strike. Even though the crystal gear he wore was of a very high grade, at such close range, the wind blade still sent him flying several meters away. However, Han Wenqing soon realized that his attack had no effect. It turned out that Lin Yan was also wearing high-grade crystal gear. As his body was flung through the air, his heart was filled with terror. How could Lin Yan escape the explosion and appear behind him? How was this possible? At this moment, Lin Yan ignored Han Wenqing's confusion, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and instantly activated swift movement, combined with the teleportation skill, quickly leaving the auction house. His speed was so swift that the experts in the auction house couldn't react in time. However, as a strong expert, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Quick, notify security, lock down the auction house, and catch that man." At this moment, Han Wenqing, who had clambered up from the ground in a sorry state, suddenly seemed to realize something. His body trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, he lost control of his emotions and cursed loudly, angrily, "Damn it, my storage crystal device is gone." Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their hearts almost leaping out of their chests. Even the people from the auction house shared the same thought as the crowd. This person is incredible. A congenital level ability user was actually played around by someone at the acquired level. Everyone present, except Lin Yan himself, had believed that Han Wenqing would crush Lin Yan effortlessly, yet the outcome left everyone stunned. Not only did Lin Yan escape unscathed from Han Wenqing's grasp, but he also managed to flee under the suppression of a 5th-grade crystal talisman, sending Han Wenqing flying several meters, leaving him in a pitiful state, and even robbing him of his storage crystal device. What an extraordinary method this is. Even a strong practitioner above the Xiantian realm would not be so composed and effortless. Moreover, to leave unscathed from the hands of a powerful figure, though that figure was not fully prepared, such a feat is absolutely beyond the capability of someone in the Hotian realm. In fact, even among those in the Xiantian realm, few could achieve this. How is this possible? A sense of regret rose in the heart of the auction house's expert. Yunyang Auction House, which prided itself on its unparalleled discernment, had misjudged a mere Hotian realm youth, and that youth possessed dual talents, one of which was the rarest of all, spatial talent. It must be noted that while spatial talent is categorized as a support type ability, it is one that many supreme powerhouses are eager to befriend. However, with the matter already at this stage, the auction house's expert did not dwell on it further. What he needed to do now was to first appease Han Wenqing and then report the situation to the higher-ups of the auction house, leaving it to them to decide how to handle the matter. Alas, he couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. Such an incident occurred, and the people in the auction house realized that the auction would not continue. They cautiously began to leave the venue one after another. Although they didn't get to see the final 2 auction items, they felt no regret at all. On the contrary, they thought the crystals they spent today were absolutely worth it. Not only did they get to see various valuable items, but they also witnessed a once-in-a-decade event. It was truly a profitable experience. For some, this became the most noteworthy event of their lives. The storm subsided, but the tempest was about to begin. After leaving the auction house, Lin Yan altered his appearance, even changing his clothes, and concealed his cultivation level to the awakening realm. The hotel he had stayed at before was no longer an option, so he found a new hotel and checked in. Once inside the room, Lin Yan lay flat on the bed and let out a long sigh of relief, finally relaxing completely. This time, he had exposed some information. His spatial talent was revealed, his teleportation ability was known, and even the fact that he had dual talents was exposed. However, the outside world only believed he possessed dual talents in the spatial and wind elements, not dual SSS level talents. But Lin Yan was not worried at all, or rather, this was exactly his plan. If he acted without leaving any trace, the enemy would have no information to grasp and thus no hope. Once they lost hope, they would act recklessly at any cost. By then, the experts sent to track him down would likely not just be at the innate realm. There might even be experts at the transformation realm, or possibly even the general realm. The hierarchy of supernatural abilities is divided into 9 realms. The first 5 are awakening, postnatal, innate, transformation, and general. A newborn baby is at the awakening realm, and to break through to the postnatal realm, one must undergo initial awakening, secondary awakening, and final awakening. Only by truly awakening one's talent can one break through to the postnatal realm. Lin Yan was no exception. Without the help of the system, at most, he would only have reached the peak of the awakening realm by now. Currently, Lin Yan could still escape from experts at the transformation realm, but when facing experts at the general realm, he would have no chance of escape unless he risked entering the time prison. However, the time prison was too mysterious, and he would never enter it unless absolutely necessary. After calming his emotions, Lin Yan sat up and then took out the spirit-nurturing grass from his supernatural space, placing it in his hand. Soon, he felt the soul energy contained within the spirit-nurturing grass. With the enhancement of the soul lotus skill, the soul energy within it was quickly absorbed into his body, nourishing his soul. It seemed his guess was correct. Lin Yan revealed a smile. Only today had he come to understand the power of the soul, and he had already obtained such a crystal medicine capable of enhancing soul power. What good fortune! Placing the soul-nurturing herb on his lap, he then retrieved what might be the greatest find of the day from his storage space, the storage crystal device he had taken from Han Wenqing. Let me see what treasures are inside, he thought, filled with anticipation and eager to discover something in the ring that would astonish him. Lin Yan directed his consciousness into the ring, and to his surprise, the obstructing force was easily overcome by his awareness. This was another benefit brought by the power of the soul. The space within the ring was only half a cubic meter in size, far smaller than his initial ability space, not to mention his current ability space. But even with just this half cubic meter space, the items inside were dozens of times more valuable than those in Lin Yan's ability space. First, there were 12 fist-sized purple crystals, each containing energy 10,000 times that of high-grade crystal liquid. In other words, a single crystal was worth at least $1 billion billion crystal coins, and these 12 crystals alone were valued at 12 billion crystal coins. Besides that, there were also a few 5th grade crystal talismans and over a dozen 4th grade crystal talismans. Of course, there were also several 3rd grade crystal artifacts, quite a few bottles of 3rd and 4th grade crystal pills, a few bank cards, and even some personal belongings, special items. One could only say, as expected of young Master Han, he really knows how to enjoy life. What surprised Lin Yan the most was a black token engraved with an ancient character, heaven. Although he didn't know what the token was for, it was undoubtedly extremely valuable, otherwise Han Wenqing wouldn't have placed it in the ring. Apart from those personal items, Lin Yan stored everything else in his ability space. A rough estimate showed that, excluding the ring itself and the token of unknown purpose, the total value of these items amounted to over 2 billion crystal coins. However, unfortunately, among the bank cards, the one that seemed to hold the most money was unusable to him. The only usable ones were the non-registered cards, which together probably held no more than 100 million crystal coins. Even so, Lin Yan didn't mind. After all, today's haul was worth more than a dozen Chen Changs and over 100 Liangjiangs. Truly, as the old saying goes, a horse grows fat on night grass, and a man grows rich on unexpected windfalls. These gains even made Lin Yan feel that Han Wenqing's features were becoming more refined and pleasant. What a good person he was. He even wished for more people like Han Wenqing to exist. If Han Wenqing knew Lin Yan's thoughts at this moment, he would probably spit out several pounds of fresh blood. Lin Yan was not someone obsessed with external possessions. After a brief moment of excitement, he began to take out the high-grade crystal liquid, placed it in front of him, and, together with the spirit-nourishing grass, absorbed its energy. Soon, the night passed. As dawn broke, Lin Yan received a message from Liang Chenghong. I've gathered the 10 million crystal coins. I need to meet your person before I can transfer it to you in person. Lin Yan looked at the message on his phone, hesitating in his heart. He was pondering whether it was worth making a special trip for the 10 million crystal coins. Compared to yesterday's substantial gains, this amount seemed insignificant. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to meet Liang Chenghong. Fortunately, the appearance he had when meeting Liang Chenghong previously was different from the one he had at the auction, allowing him to avoid being recognized. Half an hour later, Lin Yan arrived at the Liang household and saw Liang Chenghong, who looked utterly exhausted. It was evident that he had put in a lot of effort for this 10 million crystal coins. However, Lin Yan wasn't there to reminisce with Liang Chenghong, he was there to collect his debt. 10 million might be insignificant to him now, but even the smallest gains add up, and what's owed must still be collected. Without wasting any words, Lin Yan spoke directly, transfer the money. Once it's in my account, I'll naturally tell you the information you want. You'd better not try any tricks, Liang Chenghong threatened, then immediately transferred the 10 million crystal coins to Lin Yan. In his eyes, Lin Yan was nothing more than a weakling at the acquired stage. How could he dare to lie or deceive someone of his transformative stage strength? If he wanted, he could crush the man before him with a single slap. Lin Yan's phone chimed with a notification. Ding! Your bank account has received a transfer of 10 million crystal coins. Not bad, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Liang Chenghong hurriedly urged, quickly tell me news of my son, or I will definitely kill you. Do you know what happened at the Yunyang auction house yesterday? Lin Yan deliberately kept him in suspense. What do you mean? Liang Chenghong frowned. The incident at the Yunyang auction house was known not just to him but to almost the entire Yang city. A mere postnatal realm kid had played tricks on a transformational realm expert right under his nose, even stealing items worth billions of crystal coins. The capital of Yang City was furious someone had dared to act so audaciously in its jurisdiction. The Wang family, leading the three major families, was now fully investigating any clues related to this person. Postnatal realm. Postnatal realm. Could it be? Liang Chenghong suddenly seemed to understand something, his pupils trembling as he realized why the person in front of him would know about his son. The only thing that could make Liang Zhang disappear in front of everyone's eyes was a spatial ability. Are you that mad thief? Liang Chenghong, emotionally agitated, questioned, where is my son? Was it you who harmed him? A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he instantly unleashed a strange energy, attacking Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan had already prepared and had kept a considerable distance from him. Lin Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he laughed and said, ha, you guessed right, but there's no reward. Pass a message to Feng Ziyu for me. Tell him not to hide in the Feng family like a cowardly turtle. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan's figure completely disappeared from Liang Chenghong's sight. It was only at this moment that Liang Chenghong finally believed that there truly existed a post-heavenly realm cultivator who could render a grandmaster-level expert helpless. Ah! He roared towards the sky, venting the fury in his heart. He had thought that gathering 10 million crystal coins would lead to news of his son and bring hope of rescuing him. Unexpectedly, what awaited him was an even more despairing outcome. He was now certain that Liang Jiang was beyond saving. Daring to act during the Yunyang auction and showing no fear towards people people from the capital. How could such a person possibly fear a mere Liang family? Now, not only was his son gone, but even the painstakingly gathered crystal coins were lost, and the mastermind behind all of this had effortlessly escaped right before his eyes. The rage in his chest did not dissipate with his roar. Instead, it grew even more intense, until he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. After leaving the Liang family, Lin Yan leisurely walked in the direction of the hotel. In truth, his visit to the Liang family was not solely for the 10 million crystal coins, but rather to ignite another spark amidst the current tense situation. After the events of yesterday's auction, his conflict with Han Wenqing had reached an irreconcilable point, and even the Yunnan auction house might take action. Meanwhile, the Wang family, one of the three major families, had also begun to make moves. Earlier at the Liang family, although Lin Yan's final words were directed solely at Feng Ziyu, if those words were to spread, the Feng family would become the laughingstock of the world if they failed to respond. As a result, two of the three major families would inevitably take action against Lin Yan. As for the remaining Shen family, Lin Yan believed they would also make a move, as the person targeting him that day from Wanshitong was connected to the Shen family. Based on the location information provided by Wanshitong, the whereabouts of the younger generation of the Wang and Feng families appeared normal, while the descendants of the Shen family moved almost exclusively between school and home, without visiting other places. Such behavior would be impossible without prior knowledge. In other words, Lin Yan was now surrounded by enemies on all sides in Yang City. The three major families, the city leader, and even the Yunnan auction house were all likely to take action against him. As for Han Wenqing, there was no need to mention him. He was probably the one who most wanted Lin Yan dead. However, Lin Yan was uncertain whether Han Wenqing's family would send people from the capital, but he quickly smiled nonchalantly. If soldiers come, I'll counter with generals. If water comes, I'll block it with earth. Cowering was not in his nature. The more enemies he had, the more he looked forward to it. After all, the greater the storm, the richer the rewards. Only in this way could he gain higher prestige, exchange for more points, and ultimately obtain the creation pill. The current situation in Yang City was on the verge of erupting. Lin Yan's initial plan was merely to find opportunities to capture some members of the three major families, collect some interest, and earn a few crystal coins. However, the events of yesterday were beyond anyone's expectations. Even Lin Yan himself hadn't anticipated that such a thing would happen, and the gains from just one person had far exceeded his expectations. However, because of this, Lin Yan's plan also needed to change. He was preparing to stir up a storm in Yang City. After returning to the hotel, Lin Yan temporarily cleared his mind of distractions and began cultivating. He took out dozens of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid and the 5th-grade crystal herb, the spirit-nurturing grass, from his ability space, placed them in front of him, sat cross-legged, and started absorbing energy. This time, he planned to cultivate in the hotel room until he reached the late stage of the postnatal realm before going out. Any improvement in strength, even just a minor breakthrough, was a significant boost for Lin Yan, especially since he possessed dual SSS-level talents. As days passed, the situation in Yang City grew increasingly tense. Many ordinary people could sense that the three major families had been acting more frequently lately. Gradually, more and more people began to focus their discussions on Lin Yan. 7 days later, Lin Yan in the hotel finally completed his cultivation. After consuming over 100 bottles of high-grade crystal liquid, his ability realm broke through from the mid-stage to the late stage of the postnatal realm. At the same time, the energy in the spirit-nurturing grass was completely absorbed, and his soul realm also saw significant improvement. At that moment, the system's emotionless mechanical prompt sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the late stage of the postnatal realm in your ability realm. Reward, 20 points. Although the points reward was slightly higher than last time, the increase was not significant. Lin Yan remained calm but couldn't help muttering a complaint. However, the system's notification sound did not stop. Ding! Congratulations to the master for breaking through to the mid-stage of the initial soul realm. Congratulations to the master for breaking through to the late stage of the initial soul realm. Congratulations to the master for breaking through to the peak of the initial soul realm. Reward points, 10. Reward points, 20. Reward points, asterisk 30. A series of messages left Lin Yan quite surprised, and he sighed inwardly, as expected of you, my good system. However, upon seeing the points rewards, he couldn't help but complain helplessly. It seemed like a subtle jab at Lin Yan's dissatisfaction, or perhaps a slap in the face. After a brief silence, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out, louder than before. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully triggering a special reward. A-level skill, perception, S-level skill, spatial teleportation, S-level skill, soul, extinguishing blade. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. You are my god. Seeing this special reward, Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The system did not respond, which did not surprise Lin Yan. If the system had responded, he might have felt a bit spooked. Immediately after, he excitedly began examining the details detailed descriptions of the skills. Ordinary skill, perception, A-level, affiliation, destiny system. Soul perception, grade A, capable of sensing any situation within a certain range, including living beings and objects. The range can expand with the elevation of soul realm and ability realm. Note, when investigating living beings, either the soul realm or ability realm must surpass the target. Common skill, space teleportation, grade S, affiliation, space system. Space teleportation, S-level, establish a space teleportation array, allowing instant travel between both sides of the array. Note, the greater the distance, the higher the energy consumption, and the energy level of the person using the teleportation array cannot exceed the energy used to establish the array. Soul skill, soul extinguishing blade, S-level. Soul extinguishing blade, S-class, consumes soul power to condense an invisible blade capable of extinguishing the opponent's soul. Note, ineffective against individuals whose soul realm far surpasses the user. System, you're incredible. Lin Yan's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He hadn't expected the breakthrough in his soul realm to bring such abundant rewards, leaving him at a loss for words. After a period of excitement, he began activating the skill soul perception. Instantly, all the scenes within a radius of 500 meters appeared in his mind, resembling a holographic map and giving him the illusion of controlling the world within this range. However, his face turned pale in an instant, and he exited the soul perception state. This holographic state consumed an extremely terrifying amount of supernatural energy and soul power, and he couldn't sustain it for more than a few seconds. Lin Yan quickly retrieved several crystal pills for restoring supernatural energy from his ability space and consumed them, soon recovering to about 70 to 80%. He tried again, narrowing the range, and the perceived information became less detailed, significantly reducing the consumption. With his current level, he could sustain it for a long time. Afterward, Lin Yan tried the soul extinguishing blade again. This time, he was cautious and used only a minimal amount of soul energy to condense the invisible blade. If not for the significant enhancement of his soul power, he might not have even noticed this energy. This was an excellent means to kill without a trace. As the saying goes, the invisible blade is the most lethal. As for the effective spatial teleportation, Lin Yan was not in a hurry to experiment with it just yet. He already had an extremely perfect idea in mind for the use of this skill, so he decided to make thorough preparations before using it. After tidying up briefly, Lin Yan prepared to leave the hotel. To ensure the success of his plan, he decided to make some preparations in advance. Before heading out, he checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Yan. Soul realm, elementary stage, perfection. Ability realm, acquired stage, late phase. First talent, space origin, SSS level. Second talent, time origin, SSS level. Soul skills, soul lotus, S level. Soul extinguishing blade, S level. Talent skills, supernatural space, SS level. Pause time, SS level. Time prison, SSS level. Common skills, teleportation, S level, space type innate skill. Blink, S level, space type innate skill. Wind blade, A level, wind type innate skill. Swift movement, A level, wind type innate skill. Spiritual perception, grade A, destiny type innate skill. Concealed cultivation, grade B, perception type innate skill. Points, 460. Only 460 points, still so far from 10,000. Every time Lin Yan saw his points, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and most of his excitement about seeing a string of S would vanish. After a brief complaint, he left the hotel. It was just that he didn't notice the flash of greed in the hotel receptionist's eyes when they saw him. Almost the moment Lin Yan stepped out of the hotel entrance, the receptionist's lips curled into a smile, and they lowered their head to send the pre-edited message to a designated number using their phone. The suspicious individual has left the hotel. How wonderful, the receptionist muttered to themselves. Just sending this one message earns me 10,000 crystal coins. If I'm lucky, the person I'm monitoring really is the one the three great families are looking for. Then wouldn't I be hitting the jackpot? An exaggerated smile spread across the receptionist's face as they fantasized about a bright future, as if they could already see the massive sum of crystal coins being credited to their account. Please, you have to be the person the three great families are searching for. Better yet, get caught directly. If that happens, and they're pleased, they might even reward me with extra crystal coins. Such a malicious thought arose in the receptionist's mind. For the sake of those 10 million crystal coins, they didn't hesitate to curse someone who might very well be innocent. However, Lin Yan was indeed not an innocent person. He was precisely the one the three major families were looking for. Yet, the receptionist knew nothing about this. She only cared about her reward, and even if Lin Yan were innocent, she would merely wonder why the three major families had mistaken someone else. In the end, the receptionist seemed to fall into a trance, muttering to herself, hee hee, crystal coins, hee hee. Meanwhile, Lin Yan remained completely unaware, leisurely strolling toward his confirmed destination. Lin Yan's destination was the slum area, more specifically, a small faction within the slums. He understood that relying on himself alone would at most cause the three major families case to lose some people or resources, at best inflicting moderate damage. However, if he could act together with others, the losses inflicted would be enough to severely weaken the three major families. Thus, he set his sights on this faction in the slums. Most members of this faction were ability users with talent levels below grade B, lacking sufficient talent and resources. They had also been bullied by some family heirs, which led to growing resentment and, eventually brought them together. To obtain cultivation resources and to avoid being bullied further, they established a faction called Mutual Aid. Since its founding, their lives had slightly improved. But once a force becomes powerful, it is prone to breeding parasites and trash within. To compete for resources, they begin targeting their own companions, growing increasingly greedy and gradually turning into the very kind of people they once despised the most. In secret, they engage in shady activities, targeting not only those who once shared their plight but also members of certain families. As long as the temptation is sufficient, they are willing to do anything. This is one of the reasons Lin Yan decided to approach them. Another reason is that the leader of the Mutual Aid gang is an early-stage transcendent ability user who has an irreconcilable blood feud with the Shen family, one of the three major families. However, he is now forced to lie low in the slums. Lin Yan believes that the proposal and temptation he offers will definitely prompt the Mutual Aid gang to take action. On the way to the slums, Lin Yan continuously refined his plan in his mind. Just as he was about to leave the urban area and continue on the road that still had some distance to the slums, he suddenly frowned. To avoid excessive energy consumption, he had limited his spiritual sense to a range of 20 meters, which was sufficient for him to react. Since he left the hotel, a few people had been following him. Although the bustling urban area was filled with people coming and going, and it was normal for a few pedestrians to head in the same direction occasionally, Lin Yan remained vigilant. He believed he had not been exposed, yet these people continued to follow him, which made him uneasy. I am very certain that I haven't exposed my identity, so why are these people following me? Lin Yan began to ponder in his heart but showed no sign of abnormality, pretending not to have noticed anything as he continued walking forward. In a corner about 10 meters behind Lin Yan, three middle-aged men with identical appearances were staring intently at Lin Yan's back, afraid of losing their target by accident. They were triplet brothers, all at the early stage of the innate realm in terms of abilities. Although their awakened talents were all sensory-based, their specific abilities differed. The eldest could track auras, locking onto a target based on energy or aura. The second could mute, eliminating sounds within a certain area, and the youngest could shield, concealing the life aura of himself or others. Although their talents were rated as C-level and were average when used individually, as triplets with a deep connection, their coordinated efforts allowed them to accomplish tasks that individual abilities could not, such as tracking. They had once tracked a master at the transformation stage, a thrilling and dangerous experience that nearly cost them their lives. Big brother, that kid is getting farther away. Let's catch up, the second brother said. Old third, hurry up. Seeing Lin Yan walking a bit farther, the three quickly followed. Over the past few days, they had been tailing countless people. The mission reward was as high as 50,000 crystal coins, and if the target turned out to be someone the three great families were looking for, they would receive an additional 100 million crystal coins. However, fate is unpredictable. Lin Yan was precisely the target the three great families were searching for. Encountering Lin Yan was not a stroke of luck for them but rather the arrival of a calamity. The three were unaware of this and continued heading toward Lin Yan. Attacked together, the three shouted in unison, feeling no shame in their actions. After all, they were about to commit murder, so righteousness and morality no longer mattered. They were relieved that Lin Yan had walked into a secluded area. As long as they handled it cleanly, there would be no consequences. Courting death. Lin Yan sneered inwardly but remained cautious. Just as the three rushed to within 10 meters of him, he immediately used time suspension. The surrounding space was instantly frozen, and everything except Lin Yan came to a standstill. He quickly unleashed two wind blades, aiming at two of them. The two of them didn't even have a chance to react before they were struck by the wind blade and killed instantly. Lin Yan casually tossed their bodies into the time prison and used the flames that had once disposed of Chen Cheng's corpse to burn them cleanly away. As for anything of value on them, Lin Yan had already taken note. There was nothing worth taking. Only a second had passed during the time stop. Now, when Lin Yan activated time stop, he could immobilize anyone at the innate realm or below for a full 10 seconds. But he didn't intend to waste time. He turned his gaze to the last remaining person, keeping him alive to learn about the current situation in Yang City. After releasing the time stop, Lin Yan immediately conjured a wind blade, holding it suspended above the man's head. Don't make any strange noises. Answer my questions, and you'll at least die quickly. The third brother trembled, kneeling on the ground with a look of utter terror on his face. Boss, where are the others? Where did they go? He realized that the brothers who had charged in with him were all gone, leaving only himself. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Panic filled his heart. He knew the postnatal realm man before him radiated a terrifying aura, and that the slightest movement could mean his death. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. you? Everything, the third man pleaded tremblingly, deeply regretting his earlier actions. Why did he have to make a move? Couldn't he have been more cautious? Lin Yan asked coldly, why were you following me? Because we accepted a task issued by the three major families to track any suspicious targets, the third man said, his voice shaking. I had no idea about your identity. Please spare me. I'll give you all my crystal coins. As long as you let me go, I'll do whatever you want in the future. A task? Lin Yan was slightly startled. It seemed that a lot had happened during the days he had been cultivating. Ignoring the third man's pleas, he continued to ask coldly, tell me everything that has happened over the past few days. The third brother saw this and quickly agreed. He didn't dare not to respond, as the wind blade above his head would kill him if it fell even slightly. A few minutes later, the third brother finished recounting the events of the past few days, sweat dripping from his forehead, thinking about how he could survive. Lin Yan also roughly understood the course of events. The three major families issued a joint statement, seeking help from the public. Anyone providing useful clues would receive a reward of 100 million crystal coins, and anyone capable of finding Lin Yan and bringing him to the three families would be rewarded with 30 billion crystal coins and a personal favor. To encourage participation, the three families also announced other bounties. Anyone with any suspicious information could submit it, and providing clues would earn 10,000 crystal coins. If the target turned out to be the person the three families were looking for, there would be an additional reward of 10 million crystal coins. As a result, almost the entire city was mobilized, and within a short time, tens of thousands of suspicious individuals were reported. Lin Yan sighed inwardly, marveling at the cleverness of the three families. To achieve something like this required not only sufficient financial resources but also enough prestige. Otherwise, who would believe their words? Considering how straightforward I've been, could you agree to one request of mine? The third brother, seeing Lin Yan deep in thought, quickly spoke sincerely. He had already realized that Lin Yan was the target the three great families were searching for, so naturally, there was no way he would be let go. Moreover, Lin Yan possessed the means to make people vanish into thin air, so escape was impossible. Suddenly, the third brother gave a carefree smile. Don't worry, I won't ask you to let me go. I just want to leave with some dignity. Lin Yan frowned slightly, unsure of what the third brother was up to. You probably don't want to dirty your hands either, the third brother continued. I'll dig a hole first, then end it myself. Could you just cover me with some dirt afterward? Is that alright? The third brother's expression was calm, as if he had truly come to terms with life and death. Lin Yan found this somewhat unusual, and curiosity arose in his heart. He nodded and said, alright, thank you, sir. The third brother was so excited he looked as if Lin Yan were his benefactor. Then, he picked out a patch of empty ground and began to dig a pit. As an innate realm ability user, even without any tools, it was nothing for him to dig a pit several meters deep with just his powers. Once finished, he jumped right in. I hope that in the next life, the three of us brothers can be together again. He looked up at the sky, his voice filled with tragic resolve. Though he still seemed unwilling in his heart, he decisively slammed a palm onto his own chest. With a mouthful of blood, the third brother's ability fluctuations and life aura vanished. Watching his little performance in silence, Lin Yan's lips curled into a playful smile. Interesting. Lin Yan glanced into the pit, slightly surprised. Just as he was about to send the third brother into the time prison to deal with him, he realized the man wasn't actually dead. There was not a trace of ability or life left in the third brother, so by all rights he should have been dead, but since the time prison said otherwise, Lin Yan naturally didn't doubt the result. He carefully examined with his spiritual sense again and was surprised to discover that the man's soul still existed, though it was much weaker than his own. The reason for Old Third's abilities disappearing turned out to be that he had destroyed his own ability crystal, successfully deceiving Lin Yan, who possessed spiritual sense. However, Old Third never expected that even his act of feigning death would ultimately fail to escape Lin Yan's grasp. Just as Old Third thought he could escape unscathed, Lin Yan sent him into the time prison, allowing him to depart without any pain. Lin Yan was not a kind-hearted person. Anyone who actively provoked him or threatened his safety would be eliminated. After dealing with Old Third, Lin Yan fell into deep thought. How exactly was this method of concealing vitality achieved? He could hide abilities and realms using his skills, but how could vitality and the soul be concealed? Ah, the soul. Then, could it be possible to hide one's soul power in the same way as concealing ability realms? With this thought in mind, he began to experiment. Immediately, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the master for upgrading the skill level. Reward points *20. The skill Hidden Realm, level B, has been upgraded to Hidden Energy, level A. This skill not only hides realms but can also conceal any energy. As long as the opponent's level does not exceed 5 realms higher, the skill will take effect. Although Lin Yan couldn't help but complain about the points, he felt more joy in his heart. With this, he could better conceal himself. As long as the opponent couldn't see him, they wouldn't notice his presence, adding another method to survive discreetly. If he could acquire an invisibility skill in the future, wouldn't that be? Lin Yan suppressed the joy in his heart, quickly tidied up the scene, then expanded his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one was following him, he activated his swift movement and headed toward the direction of the slum area. After dealing with the three brothers, Lin Yan knew that it wouldn't be long before the three major families learned of his presence here. This was because those who accepted missions needed to report regularly, and since the three brothers were dead, they naturally couldn't send any updates. Half an hour later, Lin Yan arrived at the slum. The layout here was similar to the slum in Qing City, with crowded buildings, housing tens of thousands of people, but there were also relatively spacious areas. The location of mutual aid was in one of these. Lin Yan came to the territory of mutual aid, saw the guards keeping watch outside, and said indifferently, "Take me to see your leader." Lin Yan showed no courtesy to these people. Even if he were polite, these guards, accustomed to bullying others, wouldn't show him the slightest respect. "There are plenty of people who want to see our leader. Who do you think you are?" one of them said dismissively. "Besides, in this world, who comes empty-handed to meet someone? If you can offer us something nice to make us happy, I might just take you to see the leader." Hearing this, Lin Yan sneered coldly in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he severed the opponent's head. It was only in the final moment of his life that the guard realized he had died just like that, his detached head filled with an expression of terror. "I'll use your head as a gift for your gang leader." Lin Yan's face remained expressionless, as if he had merely swatted a fly, showing no emotion. "He's killed someone," the others shouted in panic, their hearts filled with fear upon witnessing the scene. "Shut up, or you'll be the next to die." Lin Yan's cold and commanding presence silenced the others, who stared at him in terror, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that they had quieted down, Lin Yan finally relaxed his brows and spoke slowly. "Bring his head with you and take me to your boss." "Why yes, sir." The group trembled inwardly, forcing down their disgust as they picked up their dead companion's head and nervously led the way for Lin Yan. Before long, under their guidance, Lin Yan arrived before Xiaawanua, the leader of the mutual aid gang. Xiaawanua was sitting on a sofa with a rather attractive woman in his arms. When he saw the severed head in his subordinate's hands, his expression turned cold and his gaze toward Lin Yan grew chilling. "Are you trying to provoke my dignity?" Lin Yan didn't answer right away. Instead, he strode forward and sat down on the sofa across from Xiaawanua. Turning his gaze on Xiaawanua, he revealed a faintly mocking smile. "Someone who can't even make it in the city and comes to lord it over the slums, do you really think you have any dignity? The likes of you, merely at the Hotian realm, dare to act so brazenly." Xiaawanua was not angry, but rather thoughtful. "You must be the one the three great families are looking for." This statement caused his subordinates and the woman beside him to turn deathly pale. The Lin Yan before them was someone ruthless enough to provoke the three great families, and crushing them would be easier for him than squashing an ant. The woman beside Xiaawanua was utterly shocked, but she quickly regained her composure, discreetly casting a seductive glance at Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan remained indifferent. In his heart, he only had feelings for his childhood sweetheart, Xiaawanua. Compared to her, the woman before him was as different as clouds and mud. Lin Yan chuckled lightly as he looked at Xiaawanua. "What, are you planning to inform the three great families, and then claim those crystals and favors?" "Gender, male, age, 18. There wasn't the slightest worry on his face. Xiaawanua let out a cold snort. "Even if I, Xiaawanua, were to die, I would never bow down to the three great families." "Very good. It seems my trip here today wasn't in vain." Lin Yan's evaluation of Xiaawanua slightly improved. Xiaawanua looked at Lin Yan's condescending attitude, anger surging within him, and shouted angrily, "You're being a bit too arrogant. On my turf killing my subordinates. Do you really think I don't exist? Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Don't forget, you're merely at the Hotian stage, while I am a genuine Huajing expert." As soon as the words fell, a powerful surge of energy emanated from Xiaawan's body, causing everyone around to tremble and nearly collapse. However, Lin Yan remained calm and unaffected, saying indifferently, "Precisely because you are a master of the transformation realm, you should know that you can't do anything to me." "Ridiculous." Xiaawanua snorted coldly, though his aura weakened slightly. He knew in his heart that he couldn't do anything to Lin Yan. Although he was a master of the transformation realm, Lin Yan was no ordinary postnatal realm practitioner. To escape successfully from the hands of a transformation realm master, Lin Yan was undoubtedly no simple character. He understood that there was nothing he could do to Lin Yan today, even though the other party had killed his subordinates and spoken to him disrespectfully. What could he do? Make a move and then let the other party leave unscathed? No matter what he did, he would lose face. "You all step back for now, and make sure others restrain themselves in the future. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died," Xiaawanua said to his subordinates. "Yes, chief," everyone responded in unison, not daring to refute. Xiaawanua added, "Keep your mouths shut and don't even think about informing the three major families." "We wouldn't dare." Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately understood that any thought of reporting to the three major families was completely extinguished. Even if they reported the news here to the three major families and received crystal coin rewards, it would be of no use. After all, life is more important. After After all the subordinates had left the room, Zhang Yuan coldly asked, "Speak, what is your purpose for coming here?" "I'll give you a chance for revenge," Lin Yan said indifferently, completely unconcerned about Zhang Yuan's attitude. "Chance? Don't be ridiculous," Zhang Yuan sneered. "Although you're good at staying alive, you should know that in a direct confrontation, I could crush you in mere seconds. Simply having the means to escape won't make the three major families fear you," Zhang Yuan thought bitterly. Although he constantly dreamed of revenge, it remained just a thought. He didn't dare to truly show up in the city. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Yuan and shook his head helplessly. In a direct confrontation, he could kill Zhang Yuan in an instant, but he chose not to argue. Instead, he said calmly, "To me, you're indeed of little use." "You?" Zhang Yuan wanted to retort but sighed helplessly. He understood that Lin Yan was not intentionally mocking him, merely stating the facts, even though it made him feel embarrassed. Lin Yan continued, "I don't need your help, nor do I need you to be my enforcer. You're not worthy." This calm tone carried not a trace of mockery, as if it was merely stating the obvious. To Zhang Yuan, it felt like an insult. He clenched his fists tightly and cursed angrily, "How dare you? Do you really think I wouldn't dare make a move against you?" However, in the next instant, Zhang Yuan felt a sharp pain at his neck. Realizing what had happened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Lin Yan had vanished from his sight in an instant, only to reappear beside him, with a wind blade in hand pressed against his neck, ready to strike fatally at any moment. Zhang Yuan was about to speak when he saw Lin Yan instantly disperse the wind blade and return to his original position, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yan spoke calmly, "What about now?" Having cultivated to the state of mastery, Zhang Yuan was naturally someone who could adapt to circumstances. Seeing this, he immediately stood up, bowed respectfully to Lin Yan, and said, Then, what do you need me to do?" Lin Yan's actions just now made Zhang Yuan realize how ridiculous his earlier words had been. He had claimed he could kill Lin Yan in mere seconds, but the reality was that Lin Yan could kill him in less than a second. 3 days from now, the experts of the three major families will all make their move. You just need to act according to your mood, Lin Yan said. Zhang Yuan seemed to have thought of something, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Then, his expression turned ecstatic, and he unexpectedly knelt directly on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Thank you for giving me the chance to avenge myself. I know what I need to do now. If I survive 3 days from now, my life will belong to you from this day forward." After saying this, he kowtowed repeatedly, almost cracking the floor, a testament to the intensity of his emotions. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised by this, not expecting Zhang Yuan to go to such lengths. When it came to enemies, he would never change his mind or show mercy. However, Zhang Yuan bore no grudge against him. As the leader of mutual assistance, he did not look down on those with low talent. Instead, he provided them with protection. Yet, his lax management of subordinates had allowed some useless individuals to remain among them. Moreover, no matter how capable a person is, there will always be some degenerates among their subordinates, which is entirely normal. Zhang Yuan was not a good person, but his unwavering determination to seek revenge at all costs touched Lin Yan's heart. "Stand up. If you survive and haven't changed your mind by then, work for me." Lin Yan's tone softened considerably, carrying a hint of kindness. At this moment, an idea emerged in Lin Yan's mind. "Thank you, benefactor." Zhang Yuan stood up, his demeanor still extremely respectful, yet his heart was already boiling, and the flames of revenge that had been fading reignited once more. He had no doubt about Lin Yan's words. Someone at the Hotian realm who could easily kill a Huajing expert was certainly not one to toy with him. Moreover, the hatred Lin Yan expressed toward the three major families seemed even stronger than his own. Therefore, Zhang Yuan chose to believe him even if it turned out to be false. He felt it wouldn't matter. Rather than continuing to wait for that elusive hope, it was better to take a gamble. In doing so, even if he were to die, he could face his conscience and his loved ones without regret. "Well, take these first and see if they can help you improve." Lin Yan took out some high-grade crystal liquid in crystal pills from his ability space and placed them in front of Zhang Yuan. "Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhang Yuan accepted without hesitation. Although he was a strong practitioner at the transformation realm, his possessions were pitifully few. Any improvement in strength, even a slight one, would make his revenge smoother and also satisfy Lin Yan. Seeing Zhang Yuan straightforwardly accept the items he offered, Lin Yan felt even more satisfied with him. If Zhang Yuan had declined several times, Lin Yan would have only thought of him as indecisive or even hypocritical, and naturally wouldn't hold him in high regard. Zhang Yuan's personality, however, was exactly to his liking. Lin Yan thought for a moment, as if recalling something, and then said to Zhang Yuan, "I'll also help you conceal your realm for now. It should have some unexpected effects when the time comes." With that, he used the A-level skill Energy Concealment. A gentle stream of mysterious energy emanated from his palm, slowly drifting toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan noticed this energy. If he wanted to dodge, he could easily avoid it. However, not only did he not evade, but he also moved forward to meet it. When the energy entered Zhang Yuan's body, his ability level instantly advanced from the early stage of the transformation realm to the early stage stage of the innate realm. Xiaawanua carefully sensed it and discovered that the mysterious energy had merely hidden itself. As soon as he started to act, his level would return to normal. Although Xiaawanua already held Lin Yan in high regard, witnessing such a technique still left him utterly shocked. At this moment, however, he had no other thoughts and worked to calm himself down before respectfully saying, "Thank you, benefactor." Xiaawanua wanted to know Lin Yan's name, but he refrained from asking, understanding that doing so would be disrespectful to his benefactor. Even if he knew the benefactor's name, what difference would it make? In 3 days, his fate, whether life or death, was still uncertain. Moreover, the enemies his benefactor faced were far more numerous than his own. Revealing the name would undoubtedly bring immense danger. The previous strange energy was actually Lin Yan testing Xiaawanua. If Xiaawanua had even a trace of distrust, Lin Yan's spiritual sense would have detected it instantly. Clearly, Xiaawanua's actions proved that he had no ulterior motives. At this point, Lin Yan decided to trust Xiaawanua and took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. Then, he said to Xiaawanua, "Prepare well for now. I will contact you when the time comes." "Understood, benefactor," Xiaawanua replied with a bow. "Then I'll take my leave." Lin Yan declined Xiaawanua's offer to see him off and directly left the territory of mutual aid. Those subordinates who had been helping each other saw Lin Yan walk out of the boss's room unscathed and understood in their hearts that Lin Yan was not someone they could afford to provoke. Coupled with Lin Yan's astonishing methods earlier, killing a living person as easily as saying the word, who wouldn't be afraid, who wouldn't be alarmed. As a result, no one dared to make things difficult for Lin Yan. In fact, when he passed by, they even held their breath, fearing they might displease him and end up being killed as well. In response, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had originally planned to visit another faction, but with the S-level skill of space teleportation, the need to recruit manpower had diminished significantly. Moreover, that faction was one Lin Yan found particularly distasteful, so he directly abandoned his previous idea and headed straight back to the city. 2 hours later, Lin Yan returned to the city. He did not go back to the hotel, nor did he plan to stay in one again. After arriving in Yang City, he had forged several identities, but most of them had already been used up. After dealing with those 3 stalkers in the morning, his identity was likely exposed. If he were to stay in a hotel again, which required identity verification, it wouldn't be long before the experts of the 3 major families surrounded him. By that time, even if he managed to escape, it would be in a very embarrassing manner. Lin Yan did not want to appear so humiliated in front of his enemies. What he wanted was to instill fear and anger in his foes, not to be mocked. The time he agreed upon with Xiaawanua was 3 days later, which coincided with the ability users competition held by all universities in Yang City. The competition included 3 categories: combat, support, and survival, aiming to select the most outstanding students in each category. Each school only had a few dozen spots for the ability users competition. Despite this, Yang City had hundreds of universities, with nearly 10,000 students participating in the event. As the hidden rulers of Yang City, the 3 major families, though having numerous descendants, found it relatively easy to secure spots in the competition. This meant that, in addition to the outstanding students from various universities in Yang City, the descendants of the 3 major families would also take part. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The reason the 3 major families spared no expense and spent countless crystal coins searching for Lin Yan was precisely because they feared Lin Yan's methods. At the time of Liang Zhang's disappearance, some strong figures from the 3 major families also participated in the investigation, but no clues were left behind. The 3 major families believed that even with the protection of experts within the family, it was still highly likely that outstanding younger members of the family could disappear. Apart from this, the Wang family sought to curry favor with Han Wenqing, the Shen family acted on the advice of someone from the Wanchitong Chamber of Commerce, and the Feng family lost face because of Lin Yan. Influenced by these various reasons, the 3 major families rarely joined forces. Regardless of their individual motives, their target was unified for the time being: Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan would not sit idly by and wait until 3 days later to make his move. He was going to act now. He intended to plunge the 3 major families into panic starting from this very moment. By the time his plan was completed in 3 days, the 3 families would be consumed by rage and terror. In the center of Yang City, spanning an area of 20 square kilometers, the 3 families each occupied a third, while the remaining portion was under the jurisdiction of the city leader, showcasing the significant influence of the 3 families in Yang City. At this moment, Lin Yan arrived at the Wang family estate. Through the 100-meter-wide gate, dozens of villas stood tall, fully equipped with facilities, resembling a small city. The estate was isolated from the outside world by high walls and electric fences, with dozens of fully armed innate-level peak ability users guarding the entrance. Forcing one's way into the Wang family estate was no less challenging than engaging in a life-and-death battle with several powerful grandmasters. On either side of the Wang family estate were the other 2 major families, separated by about a kilometer. However, in comparison
comparison, the other two families' presence seemed significantly weaker.
Lin Yan was currently in a green park located 100 meters away from the Wang family residence.
Since this area was close to
the three major families, outsiders rarely visited, and only a few members of the three families would come here to enjoy nature. However, Lin Yan's presence had prompted the heads of the three families to issue an order forbidding their members from going out unless absolutely necessary.
This, in turn, made things more convenient for Lin Yan.
If there were many people around, it would have been much more difficult for him to set up the teleportation array. Now, with no one around and the dense trees providing a natural visual barrier to prevent detection, the location was ideal. The city center was already a place where supernatural energy was most concentrated, and the energy here was naturally no exception. Let's choose this spot, Lin Yan said, his gaze falling on a century-old tree. He planned to set up a spatial teleportation array here to show the three major families what he was capable of. Rich alien energy surged from Lin Yan's body, landing on the ground in front of the large tree. The alien energy gradually intertwined and wove together, forming a complex and mysterious array. Although it was a skill gifted by the system, which Lin Yan could use without understanding, he still activated his spiritual sense to carefully perceive the construction process of the teleportation array. This feeling was similar to the insight he experienced when using teleportation.
Essentially, teleportation is ultra-long-distance instantaneous movement, but it relies on the medium of an array.
Half an hour later, the spatial teleportation array was successfully constructed. Looking at the array on the ground emitting profound fluctuations, Lin Yan felt a bit excited. Through his earlier careful perception, he had become more proficient in using the S-level skill teleportation, and the teleportation distance had increased to 20 meters.
However, constructing this teleportation array was extremely consuming, and Lin Yan's alien energy was almost completely depleted.
He took out a crystal pill from his alien energy space to replenish his energy, and after a while, he was fully restored. He had already set up another spatial teleportation array not far from the venue of the ability users competition. In other words, the spatial teleportation array was ready and could be used immediately.
The preparations are complete. Over the next 3 days, I'll collect some interest from your three great families.
Lin Yan's lips curled up, his eyes filled with icy coldness.
2.5 hours later,
Lin Yan leaned quietly against the wall by the roadside, holding a phone in his right hand, his thumb tapping continuously on
the screen.
Soon, a message was composed, and a string of numbers was entered, the intelligence collection number provided by the three great families.
However, he did not choose to send it immediately.
Instead, he glanced at the time. When the clock ticked precisely to 5:40, Lin Yan clicked confirm without hesitation. The person you are looking for will appear at the entrance of Yangshi No. 1 High School in 1 minute.
Bank card number 01234********56789.
To prevent the three major families from locating his position, Lin Yan casually threw the phone used to send the message into a roadside trash bin. He had dozens of spare phones in his ability space, worth only a few 100,000 crystal coins in total, so he didn't feel the slightest regret.
Moreover, the message he just sent was worth a small fortune in crystal coins, making this deal undeniably profitable. Next, Lin Yan headed toward Yangshi No. 1 High School, 5 kilometers away.
Even for someone at the early stage of the post-heaven realm, physical fitness was not bad, covering 1 kilometer in about 2 minutes. Ordinary pre-heaven realm individuals could even do it in just 1 minute. Of course, at this speed, it definitely couldn't last long, at most 5 minutes. Without using his abilities, Lin Yan could run a kilometer in just 1 minute. After using his abilities and skills, 5 kilometers would only take him half a minute. As for exactly how fast he was, even he wasn't sure. Taking care to avoid being discovered, Lin Yan arrived in front of Young City No. 1 High School in just over 40 seconds. This time, he adopted the appearance he had used at the Yunyan auction house. Soon, he was surrounded by the powerful figures sent by the three major families to escort
their younger generation.
One of the Grandmaster-level experts angrily scolded, "Audacious thief, you truly have no regard for your life, daring to appear before us. As long as you come with us, I assure you, we will not harm you," another Grandmaster-level expert said, trying to persuade him. Lin Yan sneered coldly, then said loudly, "I have no grievances or enmity with the three great families, yet they treat me like this, going so far as to issue a sky-high bounty just to find me. If I were found by you, my life and death would certainly not be under my own control. You three great families are truly bold, disregarding the laws of Daxia, treating the ruler of Daxia as nothing, and seeing the people of the world as mere lambs.
Is there anything you three great families dare not do?"
The onlookers around were instantly shocked in their hearts. The young man's voice was powerful and resonant, firm and resolute. Although on the surface, the three great families were indeed searching for Lin Yan, even a fool could tell how tragic Lin Yan's fate would be once they found him.
Despite the fact that many people in Yang City harbored resentment toward the three great families, what could they do? After all, even the capital of Yang City had not uttered a single word. Everyone was shocked, and the
gaze directed at Lin Yan's back carried a newfound sense of admiration. This speech would not only shake Yang City but might also cause a sensation throughout Ning Province and even the entire Xia Nation. The transcendent realm expert who had spoken to dissuade him turned pale, fully aware that Lin Yan's words were enough to plunge the three great families into an extremely dangerous situation.
If not handled properly, the three families could fall into decline. After all, the three families only wielded power and influence in Yang City. They had not yet grown strong enough to disregard the laws of Xia Nation or the authority of its ruler. He quickly reacted, shouting angrily, "You insolent brat! Hold your tongue!" The three great families act with a clear conscience, always abiding by the laws of Xia Nation, showing respect to the ruler of Xia, and caring deeply for the people of the world. And yet you dare to spout such nonsense, slandering the loyalty of the three great families to Xia Nation. What is your motive? What is your intent? Seeing the other party retaliate in this manner, Lin Yan was not surprised. For the three great families to possess such power, while they were not good people, they were certainly not fools either. He said those words merely to justify the actions that would follow. If he thought he could use this to suppress the three great families, that would be far too naive. Right or wrong, it all depends on who can laugh last. The words of the transcendent expert Wang Qi drew sneers from the onlookers. The deeds of the three great families were all shady, without exception. However, they only dared to curse inwardly and not speak out. After all, in this world, those with the strongest fists always have the final say. How ridiculous. If you three great families have a clear conscience, why have you surrounded me? Lin Yan sneered coldly, mocking them without reservation. Ha! Wang Qi's eyes glimmered with killing intent as he responded with a cold laugh. He swept his gaze over the crowd and slowly said, "Everyone here has heard it. This man openly slanders our three great families with malicious intent, which is utterly terrifying. We intend to take action, capture him, and hand him over to the city leader for judgment." His gaze turned icy as he asked in a chilling tone, "Does anyone find this inappropriate?" The crowd cursed in their hearts, feeling indignant at the shamelessness of the three great families, but no one dared to show any unusual reaction. The threat, in Wang Qi's words, was palpable to anyone with eyes. Who would dare to say no? If they did, the three great families certainly wouldn't let them off in secret. Most people remained silent, refraining from taking a stance. Even if they didn't dare to deny, they didn't want to go against their conscience and agree either. Besides, even if they felt something was wrong, it didn't matter. Once Lin Yan was captured, the outcome would still be dictated by the three great families. What a pity. Just being at the postnatal realm was enough to make the three great families so cautious. If his strength were a bit greater, then even the three great families probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on such a prodigy, would they? The crowd's gazes toward Lin Yan carried a hint of regret. Wang Qi ignored the flattering voices of agreement. What he had said earlier was merely an excuse. Even if someone objected, he wouldn't stop. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yan, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "Will you come with us willingly, or do we have to take you down and drag you along?" Lin Yan merely smiled faintly and slowly said, "If you dare to move, I will kill you." The voice was incredibly calm, yet it exploded in everyone's ears like heavenly thunder. What? Did I hear that wrong? Someone at the Hotian stage actually said they would kill a Huajing expert? Everyone's mouths were agape, their eyes fixed on Lin Yan, utterly incredulous. "Ah, I haven't heard such a joke in years." The Huajing expert Chen Wu, who had first shouted angrily at Lin Yan, suddenly burst into laughter. "Is your arrogance due to a broken brain? Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious." Several other Xiantian stage members from the three major families laughed wildly in agreement. Wang Qi's face was icy cold as he looked at Lin Yan and said venomously, "If it weren't for the family head's orders, you'd already be a corpse by now." Though he wanted to flay Lin Yan alive and torment him to death, he couldn't, because the Wang family head had commanded that he must be captured alive. Understood, Xin Wu and Feng Si replied in unison. They understood the gravity of the situation and set aside their pride, preparing to act together. After all, Lin Yan possessed both spatial and wind elemental talents. If he managed to escape and they failed to fulfill the family head's orders, they too would face punishment. But Lin Yan was merely at the Hotian realm, and the actions of the three great families made the onlookers roll their eyes, silently cursing them in their hearts, just as Wang Qi and the other two charged at Lin Yan from three directions. He remained utterly unafraid, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "If you want to court death, that's your choice, but dragging them along with you?" Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, three sharp sounds pierced the air. At the same time, Lin Yan's voice lingered in the air, echoing, "Don't blame me for this, you know, I originally only planned to kill him alone." Everyone was struck with terror, their faces ashen as if they'd seen a ghost. Around Lin Yan, three corpses with blood gushing from their necks lay silently on the ground. The dead were none other than Wang Qi, Xin Wu, and Feng Si. Wang Qi had been the first one Lin Yan attacked, so his expression was relatively calm. But Xin Wu and Feng Si, having heard Lin Yan's demonic whisper right before their deaths, died with looks of sheer terror frozen on their faces. Lin Yan reached out and straightened his clothes, his demeanor as relaxed as if he'd just brushed away a couple of flies. Then, Then, he turned to face the remaining innate realm experts, as well as the trembling younger members of the three great families. Don't come any closer. A dozen innate level ability users collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, muttering incessantly. They were scared out of their wits, even forgetting their duties. The three great families are audacious, disregarding the laws of Xia Nation and oppressing the people of Yang City. Today, I, Lin Yan, will act on behalf of justice and mete out a small punishment. Lin Yan spoke with righteous indignation, his face filled with anger. He sighed and continued, as for you, go back and tell your family heads that I was frightened today and need compensation in crystal coins. As for the amount, it's not much. I'm not a greedy person. Each family head just needs to transfer 10 billion crystal coins to me. Everyone felt both shocked and amused, silently complaining in their hearts. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yan took away the younger generation of the three great families. He left behind a piece of paper with a bank account number written on it and said, the young masters of your three great families are quite adorable. I'll take them to have some fun first. Done. The innate realm experts of the three great families felt a chill in their hearts. They were well aware of what awaited them upon returning to their families. Meanwhile, the onlookers had yet to recover from their shock. They stood with mouths agape, staring at the corpses on the ground and Lin Yan's departing figure. Moments later, an uproar erupted. Something big has happened. 3 transformation realm experts are dead, and they were killed by someone in the acquired realm. The three great families will truly be enraged this time. I'm afraid Yang City is about to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Everyone couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly left the scene. But today's events were destined to spread quickly throughout Yang City, and even across Ning Province and the entire Xia Nation. After all, transformation realm experts. A person in the innate realm killing a transformation realm expert had only occurred a handful of times in Xia Nation's history. As for someone in the acquired realm, it was unheard of. No one had ever heard of such a thing. At this moment, in a small house, Lin Yan's face was filled with anger. In the corner of the room, 3 young men leaned against the wall, with Lin Yan glaring furiously at the boy in the middle. This boy was from the Wang family, named Wang Huan, the youngest son of the Wang family head. Just moments ago, Lin Yan's spiritual sense swept over the 3 of them and suddenly discovered something unusual about the ability crystal within Wang Huan. For those in the awakening realm who had not undergone the final awakening, the energy within their crystals was in a chaotic state, devoid of any attributes. This is also why one can only determine their talent after the final awakening. Before the final awakening, only the intensity of this energy can be detected, which is used to judge potential and classify talents. However, within Wang Huan's ability crystal, in addition to the undefined energy, there was unexpectedly a type of dark elemental energy. This energy clearly did not belong to Wang Huan, as if it had been injected from an external source. Yet, after being assimilated with the native energy in the ability crystal, it showed no signs of rejection. This means that after the final awakening, even with his potential, Wang Huan can only awaken one talent. However, due to the presence of the dark energy in the ability crystal, he might even awaken a second talent. If Wang Huan can naturally awaken dual talents, there is a significant possibility that he could awaken a third talent. To achieve this, it is first necessary to incapacitate individuals in the awakening stage who possess potential but have not undergone the final awakening. Even if the ability crystal is destroyed, it only means that the person cannot cultivate, but they can still undergo the final awakening and awaken a talent. Since there is no ability crystal present, the awakened talent is uncontrolled and considered ownerless. If this talent energy is transplanted into another person, it can grant them the corresponding talent. However, only those in the awakening stage can accept the transplant. The dark energy within Wang Huan's body originates from someone whose ability was destroyed. Looking at the level of that special ability, it is at least an A-level talent. Moreover, having potential of a certain level does not necessarily mean one can awaken a talent of that level. In fact, the probability of awakening a lower-level talent is quite high. For the sake of transplanting the talent into Wang Huan's crystal, the Wang family likely crippled at least dozens of geniuses at the awakening realm. This method is considered a forbidden technique, known to very few, and is explicitly banned by the Xia kingdom. No one dares to do such a thing, but the Wang family did it anyway. The reason for Lin Yan's fury lies in the fact that, just over half a month ago, his own special ability was also crippled by someone. From this perspective, the reason he was crippled is very likely because someone coveted his S-level talent potential. This matter is very likely the doing of the Wang family. As for why Lin Yan knew the secret, it was because Xiaawanua's father, Xia Tianhe, told him. Apart from the younger generation of the Wang family, the younger generations of the Shin and Feng families did not possess the transplant talent. It seems that only the Wang family knows how to achieve this method. Lin Yan calmed his emotions, and at this moment, he finally had time to check the bank card transaction notifications. One bank card received a deposit of 100 million crystal coins, while another bank card received 3 separate deposits of 1 billion crystal coins each, totaling
3 billion crystal coins. It must be said, the speed at which the three major families transferred the money was astonishing. It seems the three major families value their treasures greatly. They transferred 10 billion crystal coins without even blinking, Lin Yan remarked, clicking his tongue, a hint of delight appearing on his face.
However, even with the crystal coins in his account, Lin Yan had no intention of letting these three people go.
What he intended to do was to completely annihilate the three major families. Even if they were just the younger generation, not a single one would be spared. He sent the three individuals into the purgatory room of the time prison and adjusted the power of the purgatory flames to the minimum. Now, their lives have value, especially Wang Huan, who is a critical trump card against the Wang family. He then sat cross-legged and began absorbing high-grade crystal liquid. Although he had cleanly and decisively killed three transformation realm experts earlier, appearing relaxed, in reality, his energy had already been completely depleted. This was also one of the reasons he spared those innate realm ability users. After all, Lin Yan was currently only at the late stage of the acquired realm. Although the strength of the A-level skill Wind Blade had greatly improved, killing transformation realm experts still required an enormous amount of energy. However, if he reached the innate realm, it would become much easier. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wang family, the Wang family head, Wang Zhengyang, sat with a dark expression on his face in the head seat, staring at the few innate realm ability users kneeling on the ground. What a bunch of useless fools. Even if an acquired realm could kill a transformation realm expert, he must already be at the end of his rope. How pathetic that you were so frightened, watching helplessly as Xiaawanua was taken away by that mad thief, not even daring to stop him.
Wang Zhengyang's furious roar echoed throughout the main hall. As expected of the Wang family head, Wang Zhengyang's guess was almost spot on.
The innate ability user kneeling on the ground instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master, spare me, it was just a momentary lapse. Give me another chance, I swear I will redeem myself.
Wang Zhengyang's gaze was cold and indifferent.
Ignoring their pleas for mercy, he simply gave a chilling order, take them away. Upon hearing this, their faces instantly turned ashen.
Although they had anticipated the outcome, when the moment truly arrived, they still couldn't accept it.
Driven by their survival instincts, they continuously cowed out and begged for mercy. No, master,
spare us, we won't dare again. Unfortunately, this was of no use. Soon, they were taken away.
As for the outcome, although Wang Zhengyang only said to take them away, everyone present understood that their lives were already forfeit. After a moment, Wang Zhengyang regained some composure, but the killing intent in his eyes remained.
He turned to a middle-aged man in gray beside him and said, Wangy, is there any news from the person who sent the intelligence earlier?
Wang Yi's expression was troubled, and he replied somewhat helplessly, this person is extremely cautious, and no clues have been found. I'm afraid this person might have some connection with that mad thief.
Hearing Wang Yi's bold speculation, Wang Zhengyang's face darkened again, falling into deep thought. As the head of the family, he naturally wouldn't lose his composure in front of his subordinates.
Soon, he regained his authoritative demeanor and said in a deep voice, I want to invite the heads of the Shin and Feng families, as well as young Master Han, to discuss an important matter.
Wang Zhengyang's actions were also out of helplessness.
At this point, the person claiming to be Yan Lin was not someone the Wang family alone could capture. Only by joining forces with the three major families, along with Han Xiao, would there be a chance. Xiaawanua was still in that person's hands, and the Wang family's secrets might also be exposed because of this. Thinking of this, even Wang Zhengyang, a man capable of stirring up storms in Yang City, couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Meanwhile, within the Shin and Feng families, Lin Yan's actions had similarly enraged the two family heads. However, their thoughts were similar to Wang
Zhengyang's. The three major families must join forces to eliminate Lin Yan, otherwise, their younger generations would forever remain under threat.
Thus, the shared thoughts of the three major families quickly brought them together at the Wang family. Feng Kaichang, the head of the Feng family, even brought good news. His son, Feng Ziyu, who possessed an S-level talent for soul chasing, had successfully broken through to the transformation realm. With his talent, he could easily pinpoint Lin Yan's location. Lin Yan opened his eyes, ending his cultivation. After several hours of energy absorption, his abilities had fully recovered, and his realm had faintly improved. Before long, he would reach the perfect state of the postnatal realm. However, his consumption of high-grade crystal liquid had become increasingly astonishing. He had just absorbed more than 10 bottles. In contrast, the growth of his soul power seemed much slower. After the energy in the soul nurturing grass was depleted, Lin Yan's soul realm remained at the peak of the initial stage, with no breakthrough in sight. The mysteries of soul power were incredibly profound, and those who understood its secrets were likely few and far between. Treasures capable of enhancing soul power were even rarer. The last time he obtained the soul nurturing grass was purely by chance. Once the matters in Yang City are resolved, I must focus on finding treasures to enhance my soul power, Lin Yan sighed softly. He was well aware that after experiencing the benefits brought by soul power, he couldn't bear to give up the opportunity to continue
improving it. He had a strong premonition in his heart that to break through to the innate realm, his soul realm must also make a breakthrough, otherwise, he was bound to fail. Moreover, Lin Yan felt deep down that if his soul realm and ability realm broke through simultaneously, the benefits he would gain might rival the awakening of his dual SSS level talents. But for now, Lin Yan could only set all this aside temporarily, as his plans were not yet complete. In fact, they had only just begun. He glanced at the time. The phone displayed 1 a.m. Seeing that the time was about right, his eyes lit up, and a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, he was back in perfect condition, ready to stir up some trouble. Under the streetlight, the dim glow fell on Lin Yan's face, adding a touch of desolation to his demeanor. At this moment, he held his phone, sending the edited message along with a bank account number to the same number as before. The message read as follows: "The person you're looking for will appear in front of XX entertainment venue in 1 minute. Bank account number 01234*********56789. Subsequently, Lin Yan threw the phone into the trash can. But unlike last time, his target was just 100 meters away. He no longer cared whether the three major families would guess that he was the one sending the intelligence. Even if they did, they would immediately transfer the money, because this was the only way for the three families to know Lin Yan's actions. Even if he sent it personally, they would still have to grit their teeth and pay. After sending the information, Lin Yan slowly walked forward, giving the three families 1 minute to prepare. A sudden disaster would only provoke anger, but a forewarned disaster would instill fear. The Wang family. In the main hall, Han Wenqing was seated at the head position, while the Wang family head, Wang Zhengyang, sat below alongside Chen family head, Shin Yongchang, and Feng family head, Feng Kaicheng. Feng Kaicheng's subordinate, Feng Ziyu, suddenly stepped forward to Han Wenqing, cupped his fists, scanned the room, and said, "Young Master Han, and the two family heads, my talent allows me to track soul auras. No matter how he changes his appearance or conceals his energy, he cannot escape my tracking. But the prerequisite is that I must see this person with my own eyes." Han Wenqing, seated at the head of the table, wore a somber expression, though it was much better than that day. Upon hearing Feng Ziyu's words, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He then sized up Feng Ziyu and said slowly, "Truly worthy of an S-level talent, possessing such formidable abilities. Very well, very well. Once that mad thief is captured, I can grant you one request. If you wish to enter the Kyoto Sanctuary, I can help you achieve it." As his words fell, the main hall instantly fell silent. The Kyoto Sanctuary was one of the most coveted places in all of Xia country, and for ordinary people, entering it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even though Feng Ziyu was the son of the Feng family patriarch, he had no qualifications to enter. In the entire Yang city, only Wang Chang, the eldest son of the Wang family patriarch, had the privilege of entering. Now that this opportunity was placed before Feng Ziyu, how could he not be thrilled? Moreover, even being Han Wenqing's lackey was not something to be ashamed of. Almost instantly, Feng Ziyu knelt down and said excitedly, "Thank you, young Master Han. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you loyally and follow your every command." These words not only failed to anger Feng Kaicheng but instead made him extremely pleased. He thought to himself, "Ziyu truly is my son, to have earned young Master Han's favor. Very good, you may rise." Feng Ziyu's reaction also greatly satisfied Han Wenqing. At that moment, Wang Yi suddenly entered the main hall and directly reported to Wang Zhengyang, "There is news of that mad thief. In 1 minute, he will appear at the Shin family's entertainment venue." The three family heads, upon hearing the news, quickly arranged for nearby experts to head over, especially Shin Yongchang, whose face turned grim as he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Courting death." This time, Lin Yan's target was one of his family's industries, and it was among the most important ones. That area was his territory, naturally guarded by numerous experts. Shin Yongchang swiftly ordered preparations to be made, awaiting Lin Yan's arrival. The other two family heads, along with Han Wenqing, also dispatched their own experts to the destination. Han Wenqing's eyes gleamed as he gestured to someone behind him and said to Feng Ziyu, "You go with Han Sha." "Yes, young Master Han," Feng Ziyu responded immediately. Shortly after, Feng Ziyu and Han Sha left the Wang family residence together. Once everything was arranged, Wang Zhengyang turned to Wang Yi and asked, "Where did the intelligence come from? Was it the same person as before?" Reporting to the family head, "Yes," Wang Yi answered truthfully. "After sending the information, that person's location hasn't changed, but this time, he's very close to the Shin family's entertainment venue." Wang Zhengyang was astonished upon hearing this. Han Wenqing, seated at the head, let out a cold laugh and said chillingly, "Whether it's him or not, as long as I catch that mad thief, I will make him wish for death over life." This murderous intent sent a shiver down the spines of the three family heads. However, deep inside, Han Wenqing was far from as calm as he appeared. Instead, he was extremely uneasy because the storage ring he had lost earlier contained a highly important token. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yan rushed into the entertainment venue in front of him at the last second, where many of the Shin family's experts were already on high alert. However, there was only one expert expert at the Transformation Realm. Transformation Realm. Experts were rare, and even among the three great families, their numbers were limited. The Chen family had numerous enterprises, and the fact that one Transformation Realm expert was stationed here was enough to prove the importance of this place to the Chen family. On ordinary days, not even an 8-level peak ability users would be stationed here, but due to Lin Yan's threat, the three great families had arranged for Transformation Realm experts to guard key locations. Audacious thief! How dare you trespass on the Chen family's territory? If you surrender obediently, I might spare you some suffering. Shin-san, the Chen family's Transformation Realm expert, shouted at Lin Yan. However, there was a faint trace of fear in his voice. Ha! Lin Yan chuckled inwardly at the words but did not respond. Instead, he glanced around the first-floor hall. The strong members of the Chen family were almost all gathered here, and reinforcements from the three major families were arriving one after another. Time was precious, and Lin Yan naturally did not want to waste it. He intended to inflict the greatest possible damage on the Chen family in the shortest amount of time. With swift movement and teleportation, he quickly activated his speed technique, combining it with teleportation to easily break through the crowd's defenses. This time, he was not here to kill. The last time he killed three masters at the Transformation Realm, it was purely out of forced self-defense. Moreover, since the three major families intended to handle Lin Yan themselves, the guardian army of Xia Nation would not intervene, which was why Lin Yan dared to kill on the streets. However, if he were to go on a killing spree this time, the guardian army of Xia Nation would undoubtedly take action, as he was the one actively causing trouble. After all, no ruler likes their citizens to break the rules. By merely creating chaos, the three major families, out of pride, would refrain from seeking help, and the guardian army would naturally be disinclined to meddle in such matters. Furthermore, Lin Yan felt that simply killing people would be too lenient on the three major families. What he wanted was to damage their prestige, leaving them perpetually enraged, unable to stand and yet powerless to do anything about it, forced to watch him grow stronger, until he broke through to the Transformation Realm, or even the Boundary Realm. A prodigy in the acquired realm capable of slaying those in the Transformation Realm, no one would doubt his future. Unless, of course, he were to fall. After bypassing the crowd, Lin Yan rushed upstairs. Wind blades rained down on various facilities, instantly turning the entire floor into a chaotic mess. After destroying one floor, he moved to the next. In just a few minutes, the Chen family's entertainment venue had been reduced to ruins. Many expensive instruments, precious liquors, and spirit teas were destroyed by Lin Yan, with losses amounting to billions of crystal coins. Naturally, he also casually stuffed some items that looked valuable into his ability space. After all, a thief, a hero doesn't work for free. As for whether the Chen family would notice, that didn't matter. After all, looking at the wreckage everywhere, who would still have the mood to check the accounts? Ah, stop it. Shin-san's face turned ashen, filled with impotent rage. He couldn't keep up with Lin Yan's speed, and the innate level ability users were powerless to stop him, only able to watch in despair. The transformation level experts from the Wang and Feng families, who had rushed over, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. After another 2 minutes, Lin Yan, noticing the transformation level experts trailing behind him like flies, suddenly stopped his actions. Pretending to be tired, he sighed and said, "I'm exhausted. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow, I'll visit the other two families for some fun. Are you only capable of scurrying around like a rat? If you have the guts, stop and face us head-on." Shin-san's face darkened as he cursed angrily. "Are you brain dead?" Lin Yan looked at Shin-san with a gaze full of disdain. "I'm only at the postnatal stage. Why would I engage you in a direct confrontation?" Shin-san's expression froze, but the next moment he continued to shout angrily, "Coward! If you can take just one of my moves, I'll respect you as a real man." Ha! Lin Yan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wang Wu, a transcendent expert of the Wang family, and Feng Si, a transcendent expert of the Feng family, exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Thus, the two began to subtly and slowly approach Lin Yan. "You better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you understand the meaning of regret," Shin-san continued shouting, trying to buy time for the other two. But in the next moment, he felt a cold sweat break out as if a devilish whisper reached his ears. "Are you sure?" "Ah!" Shin-san instinctively shouted, throwing a punch behind him. However, Lin Yan was already dozens of meters away. Wang Wu and Feng Si also sensed something unusual, a trace of fear flashing in their eyes. They were already aware of the deaths of the three transcendent experts yesterday. Although initially shocked, they still believed those three were too weak. If it had been them, they wouldn't have been killed so easily. However, the situation just now made them realize that even they would stand no chance against Lin Yan. "Beast, don't run!" Wang Wu and Feng Si, being masters of the transformation realm, quickly regained their composure and shouted angrily, "Bastard, stop right there!" Shin-san, realizing he had been tricked, was almost spitting blood in fury. "Let's chase after him." Wang Wu was the first to speak, signaling to the other two with his eyes. In an instant, Feng Si and Shin-san reacted. Even if they were no match for Lin Yan, as long as they could stall for some time, wait for other reinforcements
reinforcements to arrive or for the people sent by that young Master Han, they would definitely be able to capture Linyan. With this thought, the three of them almost simultaneously erupted with a powerful aura, their faces instantly flushing red. Clearly, they had paid some price to unleash such momentum. The effect was immediate, and in the blink of an eye, they crossed dozens of meters, closing in on Lin Yan from behind. As expected of masters at the Transformation Realm, Lin Yan secretly marveled. Although he had killed Transformation Realm experts before, he had used a clever method, teleporting behind them and striking before they could react. Only then could he achieve an instant kill. If the opponent were fully alert before the fight, it would be a bit troublesome. However, it would only be a bit troublesome, even though the three of them had now burned their abilities, making their strength several times greater than that of ordinary Transformation Realm experts. Lin Yan could still easily kill them. There was nothing a single wind blade couldn't solve, and if there was, then he'd just use another one. However, Lin Yan had no intention of making a move. Although he could kill the three of them, the energy consumed would be even greater than last time, and he would be unable to continue causing trouble in the short term. After making his decision, Lin Yan no longer paid attention to the pursuers behind him. He slightly increased his speed, leaving the three of them several distances behind, though this was not his maximum speed. He feared that going all out would make the three major families act recklessly, so his current pace was just right, not allowing those behind to catch up, yet giving them a sliver of hope. This feeling was the best. Damn it, you beast, you run so fast. Shen San grew angrier the more he chased, unable to stop himself from cursing loudly. We must kill this brat. Wang Wu's gaze grew increasingly cold. The abilities Lin Yan had displayed had already filled him with fear. Based on speed alone, Lin Yan was already comparable to some speed-type grandmasters at the peak of their powers. However, those speed-focused grandmasters were almost always of the support type, lacking powerful offensive capabilities. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was different. Not only was he fast, but he also possessed spatial abilities, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, with extremely powerful attack skills. If he were allowed to continue growing, the Wang family would soon have no choice but to kneel before him. It wasn't just Wang Wu. Shen San and Feng Si were also filled with killing intent, even tinged with a trace of regret. Why had the family heads chosen to make an enemy of this man? If they had treated him kindly from the start and gained Lin Yan's friendship, the three major families would have held a pivotal position in the future of Xia Nation. Stop right there. As long as you surrender now, I can plead with the family head for mercy on your behalf, Wang San suddenly shouted. Feng Si chimed in as well. If you give up resisting, I guarantee you'll be safe. We won't let any harm come to you. Lin Yan remained silent, offering no response. He wasn't naive enough to believe their words. If he were captured, his fate would likely be no better than Liang Zhang's in the time prison. Seeing that Lin Yan was unmoved, the three began to grow anxious. Although the other transcendents couldn't arrive immediately, Han Sha and Feng Ziyu would be there soon. Once Feng Ziyu showed up, even if Lin Yan escaped for now, he'd inevitably be caught later. The three exchanged a tacit understanding and picked up their pace. Shen San continued to curse, "Damn you, I'll skin you alive, tear out your tendons, and drink your blood. Run all you want, beast, I don't believe you can escape to the ends of the earth. Even if you do, what about your family? Your loved ones? Your friends? I'll make sure they all get a taste of my methods." His gaze was vicious, having abandoned any shred of dignity, he resorted to threatening Lin Yan's family and friends just to provoke him. Wang Wu and Feng Si did not speak. They were using their abilities to contact Feng Ziyu and inform him of Lin Yan's location. Although Lin Yan knew that Shen San could not possibly uncover his background, he was still furious. The death of his parents and Xiaawanua's coma remained an unbearable pain in his heart. He once lacked the strength to protect his parents and could only watch helplessly as his childhood sweetheart shielded him from a fatal blow. His abilities were then destroyed, but fortunately, misfortune turned into a blessing, and he awakened dual SSS level talents, giving him the chance to soar like a dragon and overlook all beings. Yet, compared to all this, what he desired most was still the safety of his parents and the well-being of Xiaawanua. If you're courting death, don't blame me. Lin Yan's lips curved into a dangerous arc, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Although he was reluctant to act, the enemy's repeated insults left him no choice. Seeing Lin Yan stop, Shen San burst into arrogant laughter. "Ha, you worthless trash, finally not running away?" He secretly felt triumphant. Just 30 more seconds would be enough. Wang Wu and Feng Si exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of joy in their hearts. "I really like the look in your eyes right now. When you beg for mercy in front of me later, I hope you can maintain the same expression," Shen San continued to mock. However, despite his arrogant demeanor, his heart was filled with caution. He quietly activated his abilities to protect his vital areas. Lin Yan's strength had already been proven by 3 masters at the Transformation Realm, so he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to let his guard down. Shen San prepared his defenses and glanced at the other two for help. Wang Wu and Feng Si exchanged another look and nodded silently. They wouldn't stand idly by either. If Lin Yan went on a killing spree, they wouldn't escape unscathed. Receiving their response gave
Shan some confidence, so he continued to taunt Lin Yan. Are you itching to kill me? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yan had already teleported behind him, moving so fast that no one could react in time. At the same moment, a wind blade shot straight at Shan's neck, cutting him off mid-sentence. Even though Shan had been on guard, the power of the wind blade still exceeded his expectations. His body was forced back several meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wu and Feng Xi finally reacted and rushed to attack Lin Yan, but Lin Yan paid them no mind, effortlessly dodging their strikes. Lin Yan continued to launch attacks at Shan, sending blade after blade of wind flying toward him. In just 10 seconds, Shan's ability defenses were completely shattered. No, please, help! Shan's pupils trembled, his body stiff with terror as fear surged over him like a tidal wave. He cried out instinctively. Wang Wu and Feng Xi were utterly shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. They had known Lin Yan's attacks were powerful, but they never imagined he could be this strong. Even Shan, at the mid-transcendent stage and defending with all his might, could last only 10 seconds. You'd better make the most of your life. In 3 days, I'll come for it. Lin Yan glanced at Shan coldly, his icy words cutting through the air. Then, another wind blade shot toward Shan's abdomen. Without the protection of his ability, Shan's body was as fragile as paper before the wind blade. The blade pierced him, heading straight for his ability crystal. In an instant, the crystal shattered into fragments. A scream rang out as Shan was reduced to a cripple. Lin Yan had done this on purpose, carefully controlling the wind blade's strength, otherwise, Shan would have been sliced clean in two, unable even to scream. Shan's words had completely crossed Lin Yan's bottom line, killing him outright would have been too easy. But with Wang Wu and Feng Xi present, Lin Yan couldn't send Shan to the time prison. That was his most important secret and absolutely could not be exposed. So, he could only cripple Shan first, then find an opportunity in 3 days to send him to the time prison to experience true torment. Don't be in such a hurry. Tomorrow, I'll be visiting the Wang and Feng family territories as well. Make sure you prepare properly. Lin Yan ignored Shan's screams and turned a cold gaze on Wang Wu and Feng Xi. Wang Wu wanted to threaten him, but when he thought of Shan's miserable state, he could only shut his mouth. Feng Xi was the same, not daring to utter a sound. But soon, his face lit up with ecstasy because Feng Ziyu and Han Sha had arrived. Lin Yan's spiritual sense had been active all along, so he naturally noticed Feng Ziyu's arrival. Although he had never met Feng Ziyu, he recognized him from the information he had purchased from the know-it-all. As for Han Sha beside Feng Ziyu, Lin Yan didn't know him, but he was certain that this person was either a powerhouse from one of the 3 major families or someone under Hanwenqing. Feng Ziyu was at the early stage of the transformation realm, while Han Sha was at the peak of the transformation realm. It seemed Hanwenqing's hatred for him ran deep, as he was willing to send such powerful figures. Lin Yan secretly clicked his tongue but felt no fear in his heart. Even if he couldn't defeat them, as long as he wanted to leave, no one on the scene could stop him. Currently, in Yang City, only the city leader was at the general realm level, while even the heads of the 3 major families were merely at the peak of the transformation realm. Although the foundation of the 3 major families was not to be underestimated, a single general realm powerhouse could slaughter tens of thousands. On today's Blue Star, humans were no longer the absolute rulers, ferocious and brutal. Crystal beasts and mysterious races also possessed formidable strength. Therefore, general realm powerhouses were needed to guard the borders. The ruler of Xia country was immensely powerful, so foreign enemies naturally dared not invade easily. Thus, general realm powerhouses could choose whether to guard the borders. Even so, many general realm powerhouses still opted to guard the borders because they could earn battle merits to exchange for resources and encounter various heaven-defying opportunities. Therefore, apart from the city lord, there are very few experts at the general realm within the city. Even in ordinary cities, there have been instances where general realm experts have wiped out entire clans in anger. To prevent such incidents, the ruler of the Xia kingdom has decreed that general realm experts within cities must not act recklessly. Violators will be executed. Thus, experts who have reached the peak of the transformation realm are almost considered invincible in ordinary cities. If it weren't for the restriction on general realm experts, the people Hanwenqing summoned would likely not be limited to those at the peak of the transformation realm. The Han family, you'd better not let me find out you're involved in the matter concerning my parents, or I will absolutely destroy you. Lin Yan thought to himself. Although he has only traced the tracks of the 3 major families so far, and has yet to uncover the forces behind them, he firmly believes that more powerful family forces are involved in the plan against his parents. However, these matters are not his current priority. His recent attack on Shan has already consumed 1/3 of his abilities. If he were to face Han Sha, who was at the peak of the transformation realm, even if he could kill him, it would likely take considerable time and leave him surrounded by the numerous experts of the 3 major families. Thus, Lin Yan quickly made a decision to leave this place first, recover his abilities after evading pursuit, and then continue his actions. Wang Wu and Feng Xi weakly watched Lin Yan leave. Their time of burning their abilities
days had come to an end, and they could no longer unleash the previous speed. But the good news was that Feng Ziyu had arrived at this location before Lin Yan left. Although he couldn't stop Lin Yan from leaving, he had locked onto Lin Yan's life aura. After Lin Yan left, Han Sha chased after him, but Feng Ziyu did not. He knew his speed was far inferior to Lin Yan's, and his role was to track Lin Yan's position. Feng Ziyu closed his eyes, and in his mind, a glowing dot kept moving, that was Lin Yan's life aura. However, as the distance between Lin Yan and him grew farther and farther, Feng Ziyu's sensing of Lin Yan became weaker, which greatly alarmed him. After breaking through to the transformation stage, Feng Ziyu had also tried sensing the auras of many people, but it had never been as difficult as it was now. Though the sensing was weak, it was better than nothing. Thinking of this, Feng Ziyu let out a cold smile, with intense killing intent flashing in his eyes. Late night. Not long after, Han Sha, who was pursuing Lin Yan, returned, but even he couldn't stop Lin Yan. This time, the delay caused by Wang Wu and the others, along with the desperate efforts of Feng Ziyu and Han Sha to catch up, finally bore some fruit. They were able to determine Lin Yan's location, though it wasn't very precise. Half an hour later, Lin Yan arrived at a secluded residence, a place he had spent quite a few crystal coins to find. He was completely unconcerned that the owner of this place would report him as a suspicious person to the three major families. After he took out hundreds of thousands of crystal coins, the original owner, in order to reassure him, even knocked himself out. Rather than gamble on whether Lin Yan was the target sought by the three major families, it was far more reliable to safely pocket those hundreds of thousands of crystal coins. Another hour later, Lin Yan had fully recovered his abilities, and his mental state was back to its peak. After reaching the initial stage of perfection in the soul realm, he wouldn't feel tired even if he stayed awake for 7 days and 7 nights. When the time reached 3 a.m., Lin Yan tidied up briefly, changed his outfit, and went out again. No one would have expected that, after causing such a commotion earlier, he would make another move just 2 hours later. This time, the place Lin Yan planned to visit was a property of the Feng family. Having just visited the Shen family's property, and understanding the importance of fairness and impartiality, he naturally wouldn't choose the Shen families again. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of a karaoke hall and sent a text message. 10 minutes later, the person you're looking for will appear at XX karaoke hall in 1 minute. Bank card number 01234*********56789. Who would find it troublesome to earn crystal coins so easily? As for the reward for the previous piece of information, the three major families were extremely generous, transferring the payment at lightning speed. In the eastern district of Yang City, in a bar owned by the Feng family, dozens of martial artists from the three major families, along with Han Sha and Feng Ziyu, had gathered. For over an hour, Feng Ziyu had been frowning deeply because Lin Yan's life force had become extremely weak. He could barely sense Lin Yan's location and could only roughly determine that Lin Yan was in the eastern district of Yang City. Young Master Feng, the family head, has sent word. That mysterious person has sent another piece of information, saying that the mad thief will appear in the XX karaoke lounge. A martial artist from the Feng family suddenly said to Feng Ziyu, "He dares. I'll kill him." Feng Ziyu's already furrowed brows tightened even more as he instinctively shouted. The Feng family's martial artists exchanged glances. Suddenly, Feng Ziyu's brows relaxed slightly, and he loudly announced to everyone, "I can sense his location now. He's currently not far from that karaoke lounge." Finally, Feng Ziyu let out a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. "This time, I definitely won't let him hide again." Less than half a minute had passed since the information was sent. The transcendent experts of the three major families had already arrived one after another, including Feng Ziyu and Han Sha. This was because Feng Ziyu was certain that Lin Yan was in the eastern district. Therefore, many transcendent experts gathered in the eastern district to ensure they could rush over immediately when Lin Yan appeared. And this time, the target Lin Yan chose happened to be not far from Feng Ziyu and the others, only less than a minute away. Lin Yan, who had been keeping his spiritual sense active, naturally noticed it as well. There were more than 30 experts at the transformation realm, approaching his position from different directions to encircle him. "What's going on?" Lin Yan was slightly startled, feeling that something was amiss. So many powerful experts in the transformation realm, just one spit from each of them could cause trouble for Lin Yan. These people already knew his strength, and under circumstances where they wouldn't underestimate him, it would take Lin Yan some time to deal with even one person. Of course, this is under the premise of not using the pause time. Pause time is also one of Lin Yan's life-saving trump cards, and he won't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Lin Yan doesn't bother with principles when it comes to enemies. Although the text message stated that he would appear in front of this karaoke hall in 1 minute, given the current situation, his position has most likely already been exposed. Keep waiting a little longer. He is very likely to capsize in the gutter. No more hesitation. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd's encirclement had not yet formed, Lin Yan expanded the range of his spiritual sense, activated swift movement, and charged toward a weaker direction. A few breaths later, the crowd's encirclement gradually tightened, but it was soon discovered that Lin Yan had already escaped.
Damn it! How does this mad thief seem to have foresight, knowing we were going to surround him?
Seeing this situation, a few hot-tempered individuals immediately opened their mouths and started cursing loudly. Feng Ziyu's face was equally grim. He had originally thought that the crowd's encirclement would leave Lin Yan with no way to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan had detected it in advance and fled.
Could it be that this person, like him, possesses a destiny-related talent? Feng Ziyu was shocked, but he quickly dismissed the idea. That person already had spatial and wind-related talents. How could he possibly also have a destiny-related talent? Stop right there. It is very likely because of possessing some powerful crystal device. Feng Ziyu reluctantly came up with a reason to suppress the shock in his heart. Fortunately, this time he could still sense Lin Yan's location.
The next moment, he said to everyone, "He's 1 kilometer to the west and still moving.
Let's spread out and continue the chase from different directions. I don't believe you can escape to the heavens, can you?" Feng Ziyu sneered viciously.
He, along with the others, chased in the direction where Lin Yan was, while continuously reporting Lin Yan's position to the others.
Lin Yan had been running for 10 minutes straight.
But strangely, no matter how fast or covertly he escaped, someone would soon start chasing after him, heading toward his location, as if his position was being tracked in real time. So Lin Yan had a suspicion in his heart. He teleported to a small alley once again and activated the A-level skill Energy Concealment, hiding his energy, soul, and vitality completely. Then quietly, he sneaked into a very secluded corner. Lin Yan quickly discovered that someone had followed him to the location where he activated the skill to hide his energy, but no one had followed him to his current location.
Moreover, after sending the previous information, he still hadn't received any transfer details.
It also made Lin Yan completely certain that someone among them could track his real-time location. At the same time, he was fortunate that he was cautious enough. Previously, due to the consumption of his supernatural energy, he had gradually concealed all his presence after losing sight of the pursuers.
If not for this, his previously concealed safe location would probably be discovered.
Now Lin Yan already knew that although the other party could confirm his real-time location, as long as he concealed all his aura, it would be ineffective against him. Lin Yan quietly released some aura, then quickly headed toward the Feng family's karaoke hall. Since he had already figured out the reason, he was no longer worried.
Feng's karaoke hall. Tonight is bound to be disastrous. Feng Ziyu chased after Lin Yan while sensing Lin Yan's position, but no matter what, he couldn't catch Lin Yan.
This made him very irritable, with a flame of anger smoldering in his heart, just one spark away from an explosion.
And just now, he could no longer sense Lin Yan's life force.
This caused his expression to change constantly.
Ignoring the demeanor of the eldest young master of the Feng family, he roared in fury. Lost again.
Han Sha, who had been following Feng Ziyu closely, looked at him with a cold gaze and said nothing.
The order Han Wenqing gave him was to ensure Feng Ziyu's safety.
Because in the current situation, only by relying on Feng Ziyu would there be a chance to find Lin Yan. But Feng Ziyu's emotional breakdown this time made Han Sha start to have doubts. However, Han Wenqing's orders were something he dared not disobey, so he could only silently follow Feng Ziyu, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow.
Feng Ziyu exclaimed with joy. Got it. Headed east again. Then he frowned. No, wait, it seems to have gone south instead.
In Feng Ziyu's perception, Lin Yan's life force suddenly became weak for some unknown reason. He would never have guessed that Lin Yan did it on purpose.
However, he could still sense Lin Yan's approximate location, though the sensing speed was much slower than before.
This time, he couldn't just provide intelligence. Instead, he let others follow him together, which would be faster than him slowly sensing and then informing everyone.
So Feng Ziyu coldly commanded, "Follow me." Young Master Han's decision might have been a bit reckless.
As for Feng Ziyu's attitude, Han Sha was very displeased, feeling that someone like him was not even fit to be young Master Han's dog, but he still could only temporarily obey Feng Ziyu.
Several minutes passed. Lin Yan deliberately took a few extra turns and left some traces of his presence briefly in several places.
Knowing that Feng Ziyu and the others would spend quite some time on it, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Feng family's karaoke hall. At this moment, there were only some innate level ability users in the hall. The strong ones at the transcendent level were all being mobilized by Feng Ziyu and were chasing after him.
These innate level ability users.
Naturally, they posed no threat to Lin Yan.
In just over 2 minutes, the Feng family's karaoke hall was left in complete disarray, almost to the point of tearing down the entire building.
He also casually took some valuable items, enriching his supernatural space.
Feng Ziyu and the others were slow to catch up, but all they saw was Lin Yan's carefree departing figure.
Feng Ziyu, upon seeing this scene, could no longer bear it and shouted out loud.
After leaving the Feng family karaoke hall, Lin Yan took a few crystal pills that restored supernatural energy, keeping his energy almost at full capacity.
Moreover, the crystal pills that restore supernatural energy are all quite valuable. After all, for ability users, supernatural energy is as vital as life itself and is extremely important. Such life-saving items are naturally very expensive.
impressive, let alone. In fact, the supernatural energy he consumed earlier was less than 20%, so taking a crystal pill was somewhat wasteful. But supernatural energy is like a phone's battery. If it's not fully charged, it doesn't give a sense of security. Other ability users don't know, but for Lin Yan, it's like this. Lin Yan is not short of crystal coins at all. He currently has as many as 4 or 5 billion, and that's not even counting those valuable items. All of them came from the generous gifts of the 3 major families and young Master Han. If Lin Yan's idea were known to them, they would probably vomit several liters of fresh blood on the spot. After the restoration of the supernatural energy, Lin Yan was in no hurry to return to that safe hiding place. He hadn't finished spreading the benefits yet. He had visited the Shen family and the Feng family, and if he didn't go to the Wang family, the head of the Wang family might take offense. The head of the Wang family. If Wang Zhengyang found out, who knows how colorful his expression would be. Lin Yan suddenly thought mischievously and almost couldn't help but laugh, so he sped up a little. He wanted Wang Zhengyang to feel his enthusiasm. A few minutes later, but he didn't expect. In a clubhouse owned by the Wang family, Lin Yan was wreaking havoc, smashing what could be smashed and throwing what couldn't. However, if there was something valuable, he would secretly stash it in his ability space. After Lin Yan was done, Feng Ziyu and the others were once again late. They could only glare angrily at Lin Yan's arrogant departing figure. At this moment, Feng Ziyu was somewhat delirious. If not for the hatred in his heart toward Lin Yan, he might not have been able to persist in chasing him until now. But humans ultimately have their limits, unless he stops being human. Feng Ziyu had already reached his limit at this moment. He knelt on the ground, looked up at the sky, and let out a desperate roar. Then, I'm going to kill you. Just like that. Han Sha, who had been following behind Feng Ziyu all along, now looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Previously, Feng Ziyu was full of confidence, saying he would definitely win over Lin Yan. But time and again, reality proved that he couldn't win over Lin Yan and could only let Lin Yan continue to act recklessly, no matter what. This time, he must persuade Han Sha to take back his previous idea. Han Sha looked at Feng Ziyu with icy eyes, and he had already made his decision in his heart. Let's go back to the Wang family first. After reporting to young Master Han, we can decide. Seemingly oblivious to the disappointment in Han Sha's words, Feng Ziyu shook his head and loudly objected. No, don't go back. I can still track his location. Follow me, this time we can definitely. Speaking of the end, Feng Ziyu himself had lost confidence. As for those grandmasters of various families following behind him, they were all exhausted, their eyes filled with disappointment. Even the members of the Feng family felt that this young master of the Feng family had utterly disgraced their name. Then go after her, Han Sha said coldly, no longer paying attention to Feng Ziyu. Thinking of this, things have come to this. Even if they chased Lin Yan again, the result would only be the same as the last 2 times, watching helplessly as Lin Yan left, with no way to stop her. Han Sha glanced at everyone and said indifferently, everyone, return to the Wang family with me. If anyone wants to continue the pursuit, I won't stop you. I'll go back with Brother Han. Let's wait for the family head to decide what happens next. Everyone agreed without any objections, including the Feng family's transcendent expert. Feng Ziyu also came back to his senses at this moment and said weakly, I will go back too. Although he still wanted to continue the chase, but without others joining him, he didn't have the courage to pursue alone. He had a clear understanding of Lin Yan's strength. If he were to face Lin Yan, there would be no way out for him. **T. Even though going back meant facing the anger of his father and Han Shao, at least he could keep his life. Han Shao let out a cold laugh and ignored Feng Ziyu. He led numerous martial arts masters, heading together in the direction of the Wang family. Even the people of the Feng family ignored Feng Ziyu, silently following behind Han Sha. They are experts at the transformation realm, so naturally, they are not afraid of Feng Kaicheng's reproach. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Feng Ziyu had never been treated like this before, and he burst into an angry laugh. However, none of these people were weaker than him, and he wasn't foolish enough to do something suicidal. Just like a stray dog, he followed behind the crowd dejectedly. He suddenly remembered what Liang Chenghong had relayed to him from Lin Yan. Tell Feng Ziyu this for me. Stop hiding in the Feng family like a turtle retreating into its shell. At that time, he thought Lin Yan was just a clown. But only a few days had passed. He had already stepped into the realm of transformation, yet in front of Lin Yan, he became even more miserable. How ridiculous. Ah ha ha ha. At this moment, all of Feng Ziyu's pride was gone. And when he returns, what awaits him will be the even more terrifying wrath of Han Wenqing. After leaving the Wang family clubhouse, Lin Yan did not go far. He was still thinking about teasing Feng Ziyu and the others a bit more. But upon seeing Han Sha leading people back to the Wang family, he lost interest and felt it was time to take a break. He glanced at the time again. It was already 4 in the morning. After a while, the day will break, and daytime is also when the common people live and work, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to continue taking action. If he provokes the guards, it could become troublesome. Thus, Lin Yan concealed all his aura, carefully scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and only after confirming
confirming that no one was following him, did he return to the safe house. In the safe house, this time, Lin Yan first took a bath and tidied up. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, placed dozens of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid in front of him, and closed his eyes to begin absorbing energy. Dawn broke, dispelling the darkness. Aha! Lin Yan was still absorbing energy and had not yet awakened. The events of Lin Yan last night spread with the dawn's light across the land, causing a huge sensation in Yang City. The deaths of the three great families' transformation realm experts were not the end, but merely the beginning. Several properties of the three major families were destroyed by a single person last night. This person is the same one who killed the three grandmasters and is also the target of the joint bounty issued by the three major families. There are also some who are good at making connections. Suddenly, they thought of it. Since that day at Yangshi train station, when a strange, mysterious person completely wrapped up appeared, the originally peaceful Yangshi, moreover, became like a pot of oil with water added, exploding into chaos. Within the Wang family, the atmosphere in the entire main hall felt incredibly heavy. Everyone's face showed varying degrees of anger. Han Wenqing, seated at the head position, could no longer hold back and slapped the chair beneath him. The loud bang made many people instinctively shudder. Han Wenqing stood up, his face grim as he roared. Why? How can a group of experts in the transformation realm fail to capture someone in the acquired realm? Acquired realm. That's right, that person is only in the acquired realm. It was only at this moment that everyone present belatedly realized that Lin Yan was merely in the acquired realm. But it's just a Hotian realm. A Hotian realm that they didn't take seriously rendered a group of Huajing experts helpless, as if they were being toyed with like pets. The heads of the three great families exchanged glances with one another. Many complex emotions flashed through their hearts, including anger and helplessness, and even a trace of regret. Why provoke that monster? Even the proud Han Wenqing felt a mix of emotions in his heart. If he hadn't harbored ill intentions that day, if he hadn't acted under the other's rude words, he wouldn't have ended up in his current situation, to the extent that even that token was lost. That was something his family's elder had obtained with great effort, at a huge cost, and by calling in a favor from an influential figure. Currently, the Han family members are still unaware of this matter. If they were to find out, even though Han Wenqing is the darling of the family, he would face severe punishment. Every time he thought of this, Han Wenqing couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. If he couldn't retrieve that token, he would truly be finished. But in the next moment, his gaze became resolute. No matter the cost, he must capture Lin Yan. Young Master Han, I think we need to endure for now and wait for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to that mad thief. Not long ago, this thief bought information about our three major families and the whereabouts of our younger generation from All-Knowing, which was provided by a strong ally of Brother Chen. At this moment, Wang Zhengyang stood up and spoke to Han Wenqing. As the head of the Wang family, he was naturally not a simple figure and would not lose his composure due to the current situation. After pausing for a moment, Wang Zhengyang continued speaking. So I speculate that this thief is very likely planning to target the younger generation of our three great families, and the best opportunity would be during the ability users competition 2 days from now. Wang Zhengyang's intelligence was absolutely top-notch, and he immediately deduced Lin Yan's earlier intentions. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, and his voice became increasingly ruthless. And all we need to do is set up a trap in advance, have our people lie in ambush, and, with the aid of powerful crystal devices in crystal formations, capture him the moment he makes his move. Han Wenqing did not respond directly but paced back and forth in thought. Then a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he said, "What the Wang family head said is correct, I support it. But that's not enough, we need even more decisive power. I'll take care of this final move myself." Good. My Feng family supports young Master Han and Brother Wang's proposal. I will immediately instruct my Feng family members to make secret arrangements. Feng Kaichang was the first to step forward and make a statement. He didn't want to either, but he had no choice. So do I. What Feng Ziyu had done earlier had already angered young Master Han. If it weren't for his plea, Feng Ziyu's life would have been in danger. Han Wenqing nodded and said meaningfully, "Very well, I hope there won't be any more mistakes in this matter." Feng knows. Feng Kaicheng's heart trembled, and he immediately responded. As the head of the Feng family, how could he not understand the threat in Han Wenqing's words? After pondering for a moment, Shen Yongchang suddenly spoke. "How many grandmasters should be arranged? I think we can't all lie in ambush at the scene. What if that thief targets our three major families?" Ha! No wonder he's a figure as renowned as Wang Zhengyang. He immediately pinpointed the most critical issue. Han Wenqing, though, really wanted to say, what does the life or death of the three major families have to do with him? What he's thinking about now is solely capturing Lin Yan and retrieving that token intact. But now, apart from Han Sha, he has no other power in his hands. He also doesn't dare to seek help from the family. Once he does, the family will find out that he lost the token. Although many strong individuals could come, his fate would be very miserable. Unless he reaches a point of utter desperation, he would never choose this method. As for the female companion who was with him, fearing she might leak information, Han Wenqing temporarily locked her up as well. At this
moment. Once this matter is resolved, she will be released. Although that thief possesses spatial and wind abilities, making his escape speed very fast, it still takes a long time to get from the conference site to our family. This period of time is enough for us to react. So I think the majority of manpower should be placed in ambush at the conference site. Only then can we ensure nothing goes wrong. Wang Zhengyang, after some thought, came to his current conclusion. Regarding Wang Zhengyang's analysis, Shen Yongchang had no objections, though he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Even so, we should still arrange for advanced ability users to guard the homes. How about 3 for each household? In this way, if any problems arise, the 9 of them can quickly gather together. Even that thief won't be able to deal with 9 experts in the short term. Feng Kaicheng also spoke up, saying, I also think Brother Shen's words make sense. As the head of the Feng family, Feng Kaicheng was naturally no ordinary figure. He also felt that unusual events were likely to occur. Wang Zhengyang seemed a bit troubled. He looked at Han Wenqing and asked, Young Master Han, what do you think? Why the hell are you asking me? Could I even refuse? Han Wenqing cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he could only compromise and say, then let's do as Master Shen suggested. Thank you, young Master Han, for your understanding. The 3 family heads exchanged subtle glances, and the unease in their hearts eased a little. These 3 cunning individuals, their behavior just now, it was clearly performed for Han Wenqing to see. Han Wenqing might not care about their family, but they certainly can't afford not to. A servant of the Wang family suddenly rushed in and reported to Wang Zhengyang, a strong practitioner in the transformation realm requests to see you, the family head. At this time, a transformation realm expert? Although Wang Zhengyang had many doubts in his heart, he immediately said, go, and invite that person in. A man dressed in black and cloaked in a black robe entered the main hall. This person was from the Chen family of Qing City. Chen Ing glanced around the main hall, secretly startled in his heart. Everyone here was a master of the transformation stage. But he quickly regained his composure, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, greetings to young Master Han and the family heads. I have the information you need. The 3 family heads, along with Han Wenqing, were all shocked. Until nightfall, Lin Yan had always been immersed in cultivation. As for what happened within the Wang family and the appearance of Chen Ing from the Chen family, Lin Yan naturally had no knowledge of it. 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yan had just finished absorbing energy. Over the course of the day, he had consumed nearly 100 bottles of high-grade crystal liquid. However, his realm was also getting closer and closer to the perfection of the Hotian stage. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, ending his long period of cultivation. To become stronger, one cannot solely focus on cultivation. Rest is also necessary. As the saying goes, there must be a balance between work and rest, with arduous cultivation accompanied by enjoyment. And Lin Yan's current enjoyment was making the 3 major families furious. Finally, after tidying up briefly, smack, Lin Yan left the room, preparing to get something to eat. Since he had not yet reached the innate realm, he naturally still needed to eat. The food stored in the ability space, he was already a bit tired of eating it. Coupled with his recent substantial gains, he naturally wanted to go out and indulge a little. After all, only when you're full do you have the energy to work. Lin Yan decided on the venue for this meal, the most famous restaurant in Yang City, and also the largest chain restaurant in the entire Xia country. Its name, World's Ultimate Delicacies. To dare to use such a name, they must have some real skills. There is actually one in Qing City, but Lin Yan only went there when he was little. In recent years, due to many changes, he hasn't been there. Lin Yan still misses that taste very much. It's just that the prices here are really too expensive, with even the cheapest dish costing tens of thousands of crystal coins. But no one would go to such a place and order just one dish, so spending hundreds of thousands of crystal coins, or even millions, on a meal is quite normal. Before heading to Tianxiajuewei, Lin Yan specifically went to a high-end clothing store and bought an outfit that looked quite expensive. He quickly changed into the new clothes. After putting on this outfit worth hundreds of thousands of crystal coins, he even felt that his ordinary appearance after the transformation had become quite charming. Sure enough, clothes make the man. No wonder those greasy wealthy ability users, even if their strength isn't high, can still attract a crowd of young and beautiful women. Then, escorted by the flattering gazes of the staff, he left the store. After stepping out of the store, Lin Yan shook his head somewhat helplessly. In fact, he didn't care about clothing, nor did he care about others' opinions. But in the current Yang City, his identity was too sensitive, so it was better not to attract attention. If one is only wearing clothes worth several thousand crystal coins, entering a place where the average consumption is in the hundreds of thousands, like the world-renowned delicacies, anyone would take a second look. It might even cause some trouble, such as being mocked by some clueless waiter or an ignorant young master. It must be said, in such situations, Lin Yan naturally feels extremely disgusted. He wasn't afraid of causing trouble. He had already provoked the 3 major families in Hanwenqing, and there was no one he couldn't afford to provoke. It's just that right now, he only wanted to eat his meal in peace. Having his appetite ruined by some idiots would be truly disgusting. A few minutes later, a magnificent and resplendent building appeared appeared in Lin Yan's sight. It was none other than Xiaawanua. He walked straight inside. The interior decoration was even more luxurious and grand. Every floorboard, every piece of furnishing, was of high quality and worth a considerable amount of crystal coins. The entire first floor didn't have many seats, accommodating at most a few dozen tables of guests. Moreover, by this time, most of the seats were already taken. Lin Yan carefully looked around and noticed that there were still some empty spots near the corner. If only the seats in the middle were left, Lin Yan would have opted for a private room upstairs. He spoke briefly with the waiter, then walked over, sat down, and waited for the waiter to come over. The tables and chairs were also made of precious solid wood, and there was even complimentary tea on the table worth thousands of crystal coins per pot. At this moment, he wasn't kept waiting long. A waitress with both good temperament and appearance approached Lin Yan and handed him a golden menu. "Good day, sir. Here is the menu for you to take a look at." Lin Yan took the menu and skillfully started ordering dishes. When he used to come to Xiaawanua with his parents, they always let him order, so Lin Yan was quite familiar with the dishes here. However, since Lin Yan was alone, he couldn't eat too much. He casually ordered 5 dishes, including meat corresponding to Hotian realm ability users, second-tier crystal beasts, and dishes made from various second-grade crystal herbs. Not only is it incredibly delicious, but it also contains a rich and unique energy. Naturally, the price is extremely expensive, costing Lin Yan a full 1,000,000 crystal coins. However, for him now, crystal coins are just a string of numbers, something he doesn't care about at all. Even if he ate it every day, his crystal coins would last him a long time. Even though she had seen countless wealthy people, the beautiful waitress was still very shocked. Lin Yan's calm and composed demeanor was something very few could possess. But she was professional and didn't lose her composure too much. She just slightly bent down and softly said to Lin Yan, "Alright, please wait a moment. I'll notify the kitchen right away to expedite these dishes for you, and I'll bring you some desserts later." The other party's attitude made Lin Yan very satisfied, so he responded politely, "Alright, thank you, but apart from the dishes I ordered, there's no need for anything else." "Alright, sir." The beautiful waitress nodded in response and didn't insist on serving dessert anymore. Although the desserts offered by their restaurant are considered quite high-end outside, they are insignificant to a millionaire spending 1,000,000 crystal coins on a meal. At this moment, if she insisted on serving them, it would surely displease Lin Yan. Lin Yan was her distinguished guest, and from this meal, she could earn a considerable crystal coin commission. Upon hearing this, she definitely had to serve Lin Yan to his utmost satisfaction. So she quickly went to the kitchen and specifically instructed a chef she had a good relationship with to prepare the dishes as quickly as possible. Lin Yan just sat on the chair without touching the tea on the table. While waiting for the dishes to be served, he casually glanced around to see if he could catch any useful information. This was also the reason Lin Yan chose the first floor. Most of the people who came to Xiaawanua to dine were either wealthy or influential, and they were considered prominent figures in Yang City, and their casual conversations might just contain something that could pique his interest. Suddenly, during the listening process, Lin Yan also took out his phone to check the news about Yang City. He raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly a bit surprised, because the headline news of Yang City featured a joint statement issued by the 3 major families during the day. Very soon, the content was very straightforward. That is it. As for the bounty on Lin Yan, it has already been cancelled. Another thing is to invite him to visit the 3 major families. To resolve previous misunderstandings, they will also compensate and apologize to him. The comments below have also exploded. What? One after another, people began to speculate. Why would the 3 prominent families, who had always been so aloof, bow down to Lin Yan? It was simply unbelievable. There were also many anonymous accounts praising and cheering for Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan knew in his heart that the things he did yesterday would never lead to reconciliation with the 3 families. If they got the chance, they would probably want to devour him alive. He thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out what the 3 major families were up to. Unable to figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it. But no matter what, he was sure he wouldn't go to the 3 major families, unless he had lost his mind. The beautiful waitress indeed didn't keep Lin Yan waiting long. Only 10 minutes had passed since ordering, and all the dishes were prepared and served. Lin Yan was very satisfied with the speed of the service, so he generously gave the beautiful waitress a bit more tip. The beautiful waitress accepted the tip, smiled, and respectfully said to Lin Yan, "If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime." Lin Yan felt a bit helpless in his heart. This waitress was practically telling him outright that if he wished, she wouldn't even mind feeding him herself. He ignored the look in the waitress's eyes, simply nodded, and said indifferently, "Alright, you can go ahead and get back to work." Sigh. Seeing Lin Yan's attitude, the beautiful waitress sighed inwardly as well. Still, she managed to keep her composure and left without losing her poise. Afterward, Lin Yan started eating directly, and at this moment, not far from him, a dissatisfied voice came from a woman at a nearby table. "Why is that? He just arrived 10 minutes ago, and his food is already served, while we've been waiting for half an hour?" The sound was not quiet, and Lin Yan heard it too. Su. He raised his head and looked over. At that table, there were 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. Sitting in the middle was a young man around 20 years old, exuding a bit of a wealthy heir's demeanor. The woman who spoke was also about 20-something. Sitting next to the young man, her face was adorned with noticeable makeup, though she did have a certain charm. But now, the woman's face was full of anger, clearly displeased that Lin Yan, who came later, was able to eat first. Ping Ping, don't speak recklessly. Su Tian, with a hint of reproach, interrupted Tian Ping's words. That's their business, it has nothing to do with us, and maybe they made a reservation in advance. I clearly heard him just order. Tian Ping pouted, speaking with some dissatisfaction. Su Tian frowned almost imperceptibly, but quickly brightened up with a smile and said, alright, we're not in a hurry anyway, waiting a bit longer won't hurt. Hearing Su Tian say this, although Tian Ping was still somewhat displeased, she nodded and said no more. After confirming that no conflict would occur, Lin Yan ignored the 2 people and lowered his head to continue enjoying the delicacies. That person was just a bit rude in attitude, but nothing too outrageous. He wasn't so petty as to be unable to tolerate even that. If it can be resolved without resorting to violence, that would be best. Not even bothering to speak, after all, his mouth was for eating, and he didn't want his appetite to be affected. Lin Yan's indifferent attitude, however, made Su Tian feel somewhat displeased, but he still had to maintain his persona, showcasing his kindness, so he smiled at Lin Yan and said, sorry about earlier, let me apologize on Ping Ping's behalf. I see you're eating alone, how about joining us at our table? It could be a bit livelier that way. Lin Yan didn't even look up and continued eating his food. As for the Su Tian, he wasn't familiar with him to begin with, and coupled with an instinctive aversion, he couldn't be bothered to respond. The previous Han Wenxing, just for harboring some ill intentions, he was scolded by Lin Yan. If he hadn't wanted to eat quietly, he might have just responded with a single get lost. This person really gave him no face at all. Su Tian's expression turned a bit unpleasant, feeling humiliated, but he couldn't lose his temper. After all, he was the one who started it for no reason, who else could he blame? He could only force a laugh to ease the awkwardness. Ha ha, I was being presumptuous. But Tian Ping, who was already dissatisfied in her heart, was now even more furious. She directly raised her voice and shrieked, who do you think you are to dare ignore Brother Su? Ping Ping. Su Tian pretended to stop her, but in reality he hoped Tian Ping would continue scolding, as Lin Yan's attitude had truly angered him. If it weren't for maintaining his persona, he would have slapped them a long time ago. Tian Ping had no idea what Su Tian was thinking, but her anger got the better of her, and she didn't care about anything else. Brother Su, don't stop me. You're just too nice, which is why some nouveau riche from who knows where dares to treat you like this. She first complained to Su Tian. Then she turned her head to look at Lin Yan and said coldly, Brother Su treats him kindly, but he acts as if you don't exist. If you ask me, Brother Su, with your status as one of the 5 geniuses of Young City, a top contender in the ability competition, and someone qualified to enter the Scorching Heart secret realm, how could this trash from who knows where be worthy of sitting at the same table as you? Even eating your leftovers would be a blessing from his ancestors. Su Tian, seeing that Tian Ping had said enough, felt most of his anger dissipate, so he gave a helpless smile. Ping Ping, that's enough, don't say anymore. I was also at fault in this matter, so let's just let it go. Besides, our dishes are ready and about to be served. Poof. Tian Ping let out a delicate snort. Brother Su, you're just too kind-hearted. If I were you, I wouldn't have put up with it for so long. That's our Brother Su, the genius of Yang City. Not only is he talented, but he also has such a great character. Yeah, being able to be Brother Su's friend is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Once again, the 2 of them praised Su Tian. Hearing this compliment, Su Tian felt a wave of satisfaction, and his previous resentment had almost dissipated. He gave a humble smile and said, ha, you guys are just exaggerating. I'm not that amazing. And today, we're just gathering before the big event. I hope everyone achieves great results. As soon as the words were spoken, someone immediately responded, thank you, Brother Su. If it weren't for your generosity, we wouldn't have splurged on a meal here. As for results, you're the only one with a real shot. The rest of us are probably just middle or lower tier at best. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was even more pleased with himself. Despite the pain in his heart, he spoke generously, don't be polite with me. Eat more. If it's not enough, just order more. Okay, come on, Brother Su, let me toast to you first. Soon, the group was happily chatting together. As for the earlier unpleasantness with Lin Yan, it seemed as if everyone had forgotten about it. When Tian Ping spoke rudely, Lin Yan's brows furrowed, but it hadn't reached the point of anger. Let alone, he barely ate half of the dishes he ordered. Moreover, the Scorching Heart secret realm that the woman just mentioned also caught Lin Yan's attention. Even the most ordinary secret realms contain various rare treasures. Although they are filled with dangers, they are still places that many superhumans dream of. However, within the borders of Xia Kingdom, the number of secret realms is extremely scarce. So, not everyone has the opportunity to enter. The quota is extremely strict, so ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. Those who can enter. These individuals are either from prestigious schools, come from prominent families, or are exceptionally gifted. As for Su Tian's identity, it is naturally extraordinary as well. Even if they were juniors from the three major families, he didn't take them seriously. This was also why Tianping dared to insult Lin Yan without even knowing his identity. Tianping was well aware of some untouchable figures in Yan City, but Lin Yan's appearance clearly wasn't among them, and since she had a good relationship with Su Tian, her attitude was so arrogant. However, this time, she messed with the wrong person. After a while, the dishes in front of Lin Yan were almost finished by him. Even though there was a little left, he had no appetite to continue eating. Then, after wiping his mouth with a napkin, he stood up and walked toward Su Tian's table. Originally, Lin Yan had a very good appetite and could finish everything he ordered, but unfortunately, someone with a foul mouth just had to provoke him. This meal he didn't enjoy particularly well. So, he wanted that foul-mouthed woman to understand what kind of consequences awaited those who provoked Lin Yan. Lin Yan's actions were noticed by Su Tian. However, he wasn't sure what Lin Yan intended to do, so he could only look at Lin Yan coldly. "This friend, what are you trying to do?" But what responded to him was a loud bang, and this loud noise also caught the attention of other guests. Everyone's gaze turned to the place where the sound came from, and after seeing what had happened, their eyes widened in astonishment. They instinctively shouted out, "Amazing!" The reason was simple. Tianping, who had just been eating, was suddenly slammed onto the table by Lin Yan with a single slap. The table shattered under the force, and her face was covered in blood. "Now that feels better." Seeing Tianping's miserable state, Lin Yan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Su Tian glanced at Tianping and also felt it was hard to look directly. The next moment, his face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "What do you mean by that?" "Someone's mouth was filthy, so I taught him a lesson," Lin Yan said calmly. "I'm in a slightly better mood now, so don't provoke me further." He was telling the truth. Seeing Lin Yan's arrogant attitude, Su Tian's expression grew even darker, and a murderous intent arose in his heart. Although this person seemed to have some money, his strength was merely at the acquired realm. As an innate realm practitioner with an S-level talent, wasn't it an easy task for him to crush someone at the acquired realm? "Stop right there," Su Tian shouted coldly, releasing a streak of ice-blue energy. "I told you not to mess with me." Lin Yan felt helpless. He just wanted to have a proper meal and even went out of his way to change into an outfit that wouldn't make people look down on him, yet someone still insisted on provoking him. The other party had already made a move, so naturally, he wouldn't stand idly by. It happened almost instantly. His figure appeared right behind Su Tian, dodging Su Tian's attack and quickly launching a wind blade. It sent Su Tian flying over 10 meters away, crashing into many tables and chairs along the way. Debris tore his clothes, leaving shallow scratches. Although not serious, he looked extremely disheveled. The feeling of this wind blade was still far from satisfactory. Doing it himself would be much more gratifying. It seems that in the future, problems that can be solved with action should indeed be solved with action. Lin Yan sighed inwardly, while some unusual thoughts also surfaced in his mind. The feeling of that slap he gave Tianping just now brought him immense satisfaction. Compared to crushing opponents with supernatural abilities, the physical clash was far more exhilarating for him. Lin Yan's wind blade, although somewhat restrained, but it would still take 10 days to half a month to recover. As for the ability users conference in 2 days, Su Tian was completely out of the running. Feeling his injuries, Su Tian's face instantly turned pale. A postnatal realm cultivator could actually defeat him without giving him any chance to fight back. Such a monster could probably only be compared to that person who provoked the three major families and still remained unscathed. Thinking of this, he suddenly figured out why Lin Yan ignored him. It was because, in Lin Yan's eyes, his so-called genius was nothing but trash, not worth paying attention to at all. Ha ha ha. Su Tian suddenly let out a manic laugh, but as he laughed, his body began to tremble. The Esper conference he had been eagerly anticipating was now out of reach, and even more terrifying was that the spot for the Scorching Heart Secret Realm would also be lost. But he had no way to take revenge on this culprit. That was a monster capable of slaying those in the transformation realm, while he, a mere innate realm cultivator, wasn't even worth considering as an ant in front of Lin Yan. The killing intent in his heart surged continuously, but he quickly suppressed it, fully aware that Lin Yan would dare to kill him, and the only reason he hadn't done so yet was because it would be troublesome. If he dares to keep provoking now, he will never be able to stand up again. Truly worthy of being one of the three great families, an unparalleled prodigy. The guests on the first floor had some insight. They quickly realized that Lin Yan was the figure who had stirred up the storm in Yang City. "Sorry for disturbing your meal." Lin Yan looked at the other guests and expressed his apology. Just now, Su Tian ran out and accidentally bumped into a table of innocent guests. Lin Yan is not an unreasonable person. He won't let go of those who provoke him, but he also won't be rude to those who have nothing to do with it. Seeing Lin Yan actually express an apology, everyone found it somewhat unbelievable. They had thought Lin Yan would be the ruthless type, but unexpectedly, he also had such a polite side. That table of guests also quickly waved their hands. "Huh? It's fine, no need to mind." What a joke. This person is someone who dares to act ruthlessly at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, the person had already expressed their apology, which was more than enough to save their face, so they wouldn't act insensitively. Lin Yan glanced at the mess on that table, and a thought crossed his mind. As compensation, let this young master Su foot the bill for you, he said warmly, then cast a cold glance at Su Tian. You have no objections, right? Seeing Lin Yan's gaze lock onto him, Su Tian instantly felt as if needles were pricking his back. Although he very much wanted to refuse, he lacked the courage and could only speak with extreme difficulty, and no. Although it would cost him a large sum of crystal coins, it was still better than losing his life. Very good. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. He liked straightforward people like this, much better than those fools who couldn't figure out the situation even until their death. As for Su Tian's miserable state, he felt no emotion in his heart. When Tian Ping was cursing earlier, if Su Tian had truly intended to stop her, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. After all, in fact, it was still Su Tian's own arrogance and pride, unable to tolerate being looked down upon, that allowed Tian Ping to continue cursing. Getting such an outcome might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. As for Tian Ping, she had been lying on the table the whole time. What had just happened made her tremble all over, not daring to lift her head, fearing that Lin Yan might slap her again. Even the bloodstains on her face at this moment, and the splinters embedded in her flesh, all were ignored by her. She felt immense regret in her heart, but even more so, fear, wishing she could crawl under the table. But she was overthinking it. After delivering that slap, Lin Yan didn't spare her another glance. Lin Yan had no idea what Tian Ping was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. In fact, he was faintly anticipating whether she would give him another chance to act. It's just that. The first floor at this moment appeared incredibly quiet. He no longer wanted to stay, after all, he still had other things to do next. Thus, he then looked at the waiter, who appeared nervous. Settle the bill for my table. As for the other losses, just find that Mr. Su. Okay, sure. The beautiful waitress seemed a bit flustered and quickly nodded. Since she had been paying close attention to Lin Yan's table, she was well aware of what had just happened. Although no one would dare cause trouble here, it was clear that the other party had provoked first. Lin Yan's actions were indeed somewhat against the rules, but no one would bother to trouble him over such a matter. After all, the person who was beaten didn't say anything, but she still found it hard to calm down. Even though she knew Lin Yan was extraordinary, she hadn't expected him to be this formidable. Soon, Lin Yan settled the bill. Amid the complex gazes of the crowd, he left Tianxiaju away. However, he did not hurry to leave this place, walking slowly down the street and deliberately wasting some time. He was very curious to know whether the three major families would send someone. With the power of the three major families, it was impossible for them not to know what had happened here. However, yet no one came to this place. On the surface, the three major families have indeed given up on hunting him down. But Lin Yan knew in his heart, the current calm is nothing more than the calm before the storm. What awaits him will be even more lethal methods from the three major families. Of course, Lin Yan would not be afraid. This is exactly what he was waiting for. He wanted to use this opportunity to inflict heavy losses on the three major families, leaving them unable to recover for at least several years. The victor roams free, while the defeated wail in despair. During the time the three major families were preparing, Lin Yan certainly wouldn't just sit idly by. Now, he was about to make his move on the next target, Yangshi West District. In front of the Wang family's dance hall, this once bustling place now has a closed for business sign hanging. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised to see this scene. However, he wouldn't care that much. Even if this place collapsed, he would rebuild it and destroy it again. 2 minutes later, Lin Yan walked out of the dance hall, frowning. It was because he discovered that inside, there were only a few people guarding it, and many of the valuable items that could be taken were gone. 10 minutes later, in one of the Chen family's karaoke halls, it's still the same situation. Business has been suspended, and the valuables have been moved away. Another 10 minutes later, in front of the Feng family's hot wave bar, Lin Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. These three major families are indeed decisive. Within just one day, they had almost completely withdrawn their industries, although he caused a mess inside, leaving it in utter disarray. Many valuable items had already been transferred in advance, so the losses were not as severe as they were last night. Most importantly, he couldn't take advantage of the situation to loot. Sigh. Lin Yan sighed again. He understood that even if he continued to act, it would only vent his anger, but it wouldn't cause the three major families any real pain. Since the three major families were already prepared, he decided not to pursue these meaningless actions any further. The industries of the three major families, although not limited to entertainment, certainly include businesses like shopping malls. But when it comes to these somewhat gray areas, the Xia National Guardian Army will not intervene. However, if he were to target industries like shopping malls, which benefit the people, it would definitely affect the safety of the citizens. The Xia National Guardian Army would then be unable to stand idly by. What's more, Lin Yan was not a great villain, and he couldn't bring himself to cause destruction in such a place. A slight mistake could potentially potentially harm innocent people. Not only would it violate his principles, but it would also bring a lot of trouble. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yan made up his mind. Although he currently has no way to deal with the three major families, doing so would affect the plans for the day after tomorrow. So, during this time, he might as well handle some matters. For example, Liang Zhang's father, Liang Chenghong, and those rats hiding in the shadows of the Omniscient Commerce Association, making things difficult for him. Half an hour later, Liang family. Lin Yan entered Liang Chenghong's room and saw Liang Chenghong slumped in a chair, his face full of exhaustion. Seeing Lin Yan appear in front of him, Liang Chenghong's expression first showed fear, then turned to anger, and finally became a sigh. "You've come to kill me, haven't you? Looks like you've been prepared for this for a long time." Lin Yan was somewhat surprised by Liang Chenghong's attitude. He had originally thought that when he appeared, Liang Chenghong would be eager to strike and kill him without hesitation. However, at the moment, Liang Chenghong, sitting on the chair, remained completely motionless. But this did not affect Lin Yan's killing intent toward him in the slightest. He and Liang Chenghong had long been mortal enemies. Even if he spared Liang Chenghong would not be grateful to him. Now, Liang Chenghong looks like this simply because he knows he can't kill Lin Yan. Faced with the gap in strength, he has chosen to resign himself to fate. If Lin Yan shows a flaw, Liang Chenghong will definitely strike without hesitation. So, Lin Yan will not let Liang Chenghong live unless he's lost his mind. Just as Lin Yan was about to make a move, Liang Chenghong suddenly sat up, his demeanor much older than before, and then spoke despondently. "Before you kill me, can you answer one thing for me? With your strength, you could have directly taken action against the three major families. Why did you target Liang Jiang?" Lin Yan did not answer, but he also did not make a move. Liang Chenghong continued muttering to himself, "Could it be that Liang Jiang offended you?" Lin Yan was not surprised that Liang Chenghong would make such a guess. He felt no pity and had no intention of saying anything. Talking too much was never a good thing. But suddenly, he dissipated the wind blade in his hand. Upon seeing this, Liang Chenghong showed no sign of joy. He knew Lin Yan would not let him go, just as he would not let Lin Yan go. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the entire room came to a halt, and his thoughts stopped without warning. It was Lin Yan who used the SS level skill, Time Pause. The current pause time can be maintained for 10 seconds for those in the innate realm, but he has not yet tried it on transformation realm experts. However, Lin Yan was very satisfied with Liang Chenghong's condition. This time's consumption was only twice as much as when used on the innate realm, and the duration could also reach 5 seconds. Immediately after, Lin Yan used Wind Blade to destroy Liang Chenghong's ability crystal and sent Liang Chenghong to the time prison. He was sent to the Silk Blade room where Liang Jiang was. "Before you die, I'll let you father and son meet one last time. No need to thank me. After all, I'm quite kind-hearted. Seeing how pitiful you are, I can't let you die without understanding why." Lin Yan silently praised himself in his heart, completely ignoring Liang Chenghong, who, upon seeing Liang Jiang's miserable state, was now overwhelmed with intense killing intent. A little over a week had passed in the outside world, but in the Blade room, only a little over a day had passed. So Liang Jiang was in immense pain, but there wasn't much of an issue, it just looked a bit tragic. Meanwhile, Liang Chenghong's ability crystal was rendered useless, and he couldn't last more than a few minutes inside. In the Silken Blade room, Liang Chenghong's appearance also caught Liang Jiang's attention. Despite being tormented by pain at every moment, he did not lose his will and struggled to open his mouth, calling out with difficulty, "Dad." Liang Chenghong seemed unable to believe that he could still see his son. "Xiao Jiang, ah." Just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly felt his body being sliced by sharp blades. The pain made him cry out uncontrollably. However, Liang Chenghong is ultimately a transcendent expert. That powerful willpower is not something Liang Jiang can compare to, so he can still barely speak amidst the intense pain. "Where is this? Ah, what happened? Ah, it's just that." It looked somewhat pitiful, even a bit comical, outside the time prison. As for what happened inside, Lin Yan didn't really care much. He put Liang Chenghong in there merely to let him die with some understanding, and incidentally to add more despair to Liang Jiang. Afterward, Lin Yan then left the Liang family, and he didn't take action against anyone else, because Liang Chenghong once spent almost all his fortune to treat his deceased wife. He also cut off contact with other relatives, so naturally, no one would stand up for him after his death. At this moment, the other people in the Liang family were merely employees hired by Liang Chenghong, so there was no need for them to take action. Half an hour later, Black Market, at the Omniscient Commerce Guild. Lin Yan walked inside with practiced ease. This time, the one receiving him was still the same man in black who had attended to him last time. He actually felt a bit of goodwill toward this person, so he didn't waste any time and directly asked, "How many crystal coins are needed for a spot in the Scorching Heart secret realm?" Although Lin Yan's appearance was completely different from last time, Chang Zisher still recognized that Lin Yan was his guest from last time and also the recent focus of discussion in Yang City, because what had just happened at the Tianxia Juawei restaurant was, of course, quickly known through the intelligence network of the Wanchitong Chamber of Commerce.
and Lin Yan, who left the restaurant, did not change his appearance again. Hearing Lin Yan's request, Chang Zisher was also startled. He quickly bowed and said, "Please wait a moment, I will report this to the president. This matter is indeed of great importance and will involve many forces." Therefore, he could only report it to the branch president. "All right," Lin Yan nodded, not surprised. Before coming to the Universal Commerce Guild, he had briefly looked up information about the Scorching Heart Secret Realm. The Scorching Heart Secret Realm is located in the neighboring Cloud City. It only opens once every 3 years, and each time there are only 30 slots. Excluding the slots reserved for major family forces, only 2 or 3 are open to the public. These slots have already been decided long ago. Once it is decided, it is almost never changed, unless some special circumstances occur, which might lead to changes in the list. However, up until today, such a thing has never happened. But this time, for the Scorching Heart Secret Realm, no matter the cost, Lin Yan must enter. Because of that day, the spirit-nurturing grass he obtained at the Yunyang auction house came from there. Han Wenqing attended that auction specifically for the finale treasure, which also originated from the Scorching Heart Secret Realm. As for the conflict with Lin Yan afterward, in the end, Lin Yan neither knew nor cared whether Han Wenqing obtained that treasure. What he cares about is that spirit-nurturing herb, which is only of the 5th grade, can already benefit him greatly. Not to mention that within the secret realm, there is a high possibility of finding higher-grade crystal medicines or treasures that can similarly enhance the soul's realm. When it comes to soul power, Lin Yan naturally takes it very seriously. Very soon, Chang Zisher then returned. With him was a middle-aged man who appeared quite dignified. It was none other than Yin Jiayan, the president of the Wanchitong Chamber of Commerce, Yanshi branch. After briefly introducing himself to Lin Yan, he left the room. "I've long heard of your great reputation, but after meeting you, I realize the rumors have underestimated you." Yin Jiayan revealed a kind smile and praised Lin Yan, but in his heart, waves were stirring. Due to certain encounters, he had acquired a skill that allowed him to perceive others' attributes, talents, and even their age. However, when facing Lin Yan, he found that he couldn't discern anything. Can barely tell that Lin Yan is under 20 years old, maybe even under 19. Even if we assume he's 20, being at the late stage of the acquired realm makes him one of the rare geniuses in Xia Nation, and this acquired realm can slay those in the transformation realm. Speculations about Lin Yan from the outside world. Most believe that Lin Yan has hidden his strength or suppressed his cultivation level, and that his age must be at least 25. Before meeting Lin Yan, Yin Jiayan thought the same. After meeting Lin Yan, only then did he realize that the rumors outside were ridiculously wrong. Lin Yan was far more monstrous and terrifying than anyone had imagined. However, Lin Yan had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Yin Jiayan, so he directly asked, "How many crystal coins are needed to obtain a spot in the Scorching Heart Secret Realm?" Upon hearing this, Yin Jiayan understood immediately that the other party had no interest in wasting words with him, but he was not angry about it. Not to mention Lin Yan's terrifying talent, even Lin Yan's strength alone is enough to crush his grandmaster-level perfection. For someone like Lin Yan, who is destined to become the most dazzling prodigy in the history of China, he would never harbor any resentment. He would only seek friendship, never enmity. Yin Jiayan continued to smile and said, "Originally, this spot was worth 10 billion crystal coins, but what happened today at the Tianxia Juwei restaurant can make this matter much simpler. In my personal capacity, I am giving this spot to you." Lin Yan glanced at Yin Jiayan with a meaningful look. He understood that the other party was trying to curry favor with him, wanting him to owe a favor, but this matter wasn't significant enough. 10 billion crystal coins were nothing to him. Lin Yan refused. "Thank you for your kindness, President, but let's stick to the rules of the all-knowing guild. Whatever the cost in crystal coins should be, let it be. I can't let you take a loss." Yin Jiayan smiled bitterly in his heart and nodded tactfully. "All right, 100 million crystal coins will be enough. I will handle this matter for you as soon as possible. Just wait for my news." Although he couldn't make Lin Yan owe him a favor, as long as he worked hard to do this well, Lin Yan would still have a favorable impression of him, because the other party's attitude was very polite. Therefore, Lin Yan's tone also softened a bit. "All right, then I'll trouble Chairman Yin. Then I'll take my leave first." Yin Jiayan cupped his fists toward Lin Yan and said, then left the room. Immediately after, Lin Yan also left the room, but he didn't rush to leave here. Besides the matter of the Scorching Heart Secret Realm quota, he had another thing to do. He first wandered casually around the Chamber of Commerce. After a few minutes, he finally stopped and walked outside. Since arriving at the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yan's spiritual sense had been active, locking onto the vice president who had made things difficult for him. It was only just now that the man left the Chamber of Commerce. The black market, a secluded alleyway. Lin Yan looked at the vice president Hianfu in front of him and sneered coldly, "Vice President, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? How could you catch up with me?" Hianfu looked as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming in shock. The recent events involving Lin Yan made him feel immense regret and fear, dreading the possibility that Lin Yan would come looking for him to settle the score. When Lin Yan arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, commerce, he already had a hunch, so he had been looking for an opportunity. Taking advantage of Lin Yan wandering around, and when no one else was paying attention, he used a crystal pill to conceal his special ability. Only then did he leave the Chamber of Commerce with peace of mind, but Hianfu never expected this. Even so, Lin Yan still found him and appeared in front of him. Although he was in the mid-stage of transformation, in front of Lin Yan, he didn't even have the thought of resisting, only thinking about how to escape. However, Lin Yan wouldn't give him the chance, directly activating the time pause. After a simple wash, Lin Yan took out dozens of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid, placed them in front of him, then sat cross-legged and began absorbing the energy within. In the room, Lin Yan quietly cultivated outside world. An earth-shattering plan targeting Lin Yan was also slowly unfolding. One day later, inside the room, Lin Yan opened his eyes, ending his cultivation. After consuming hundreds of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid, his realm was only one step away from reaching the peak of the postnatal stage. However, today was the day the Young City Ability Users competition began. He could no longer continue absorbing energy, or he would miss this golden opportunity. Then he took out his phone. First, he sent a text message to Zhang Yuan to inform him. At 12:05 noon, you can take action. By the way, remember to be cautious of the Shen family's remaining martial expert. Benefactor, I understand. You be careful too. Lin Yan quickly received a reply. It was evident that Zhang Yuan had been anticipating this opportunity for revenge for a long time, possibly even staying awake and waiting for his message. Lin Yan was very satisfied but did not reply. Instead, he checked the message from Yin Jiayan. The slot for the Scorching Heart Secret Realm has been secured for you. The Identity Jade token representing the slot is also with me. Let me know when you have time, and you can come to pick it up. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised that the quota was arranged so quickly. It seemed that Yin Jiayan was very attentive to their deal and must have put in considerable effort. Yin Jiayan's kindness was something he noted in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message back. Alright, I'll head over now. It was more reassuring to get the Identity Jade token as soon as possible. If something unexpected happened later, it would be inconvenient to retrieve it. On the way to the Omniscient Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yan checked his current attribute panel again. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, male. Age, 18. Soul Realm, Elementary Stage, Perfection. Ability Realm, Acquired Stage, Late Phase. First Talent, Space Origin, SSS Level. Second Talent, Time Origin, SSS Level. Soul Skills, Soul Lotus Bloom, SS Level. Soul Extinguishing Blade, S Level. Talent Skills, Supernatural Space, SS Level. Pause Time, SS Level. Time Prison, SSS Level. Common Skills, Teleportation, S Level Space Type Innate Skill. Blink, S Level Space Type Innate Skill. Wind Blade, A Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Swift Movement, A Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Spiritual Perception, Grade A Destiny Type Innate Skill. Hidden Energy, a Level Destiny Type Talent Skill. Points, 480. The points have already reached 480, but there is still a long way to go to reach 10,000 points. However, once the matter in Yang City is resolved, the reputation reward points will definitely be substantial. Not long after, Lin Yan arrived at the Universal Commerce Guild and met Yin Jiayan. Without much small talk, after receiving the Identity Jade token and paying the crystal coins, Lin Yan was ready to leave. But at this moment, Yin Jiayan suddenly stopped him, his expression somewhat solemn. Wait a moment. I don't know what you're planning to do, but please, proceed with caution. Today, there might be formidable individuals taking action, even ones that could be challenging for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was surprised. Not only was he surprised that Yin Jiayan would reveal such information to him, but he was even more astonished by the existence of the formidable individuals Yin Jiayan mentioned. The only thing that might make him feel troubled would probably be Jiang Jing. As for Yin Jiayan, Lin Yan also became more serious, clasped his fists, and said, "Thank you, President Yin, for the reminder." No need for that. Yin Jiayan quickly waved his hand. However, Lin Yan's change in attitude made him very pleased. In fact, he also took a great risk to dare to reveal this information, but in order to gain Lin Yan's friendship, he was willing to go all out. However, Lin Yan had already anticipated this. Since even those at the peak of the transformation realm were no match for him, the three major families in Han, Wenqing would definitely choose to have someone at the boundary realm take action. Without such means, they would have been wiped out countless times by now. Afterward, Lin Yan bid farewell to Yin Jiayan and left the Omniscient Commerce Guild. 1 hour later, 11:30 a.m., the venue for the superpowered individuals competition. This is a massive arena capable of accommodating millions of spectators, divided into 8 sections based on orientation. Additionally, it is divided into 10 inner and outer layers based on distance. Each section is equipped with ultra-large screens spanning thousands of inches to facilitate observing the contestants competing on the field. The central stage can accommodate over 100 contestants competing simultaneously. These include competitions for alchemists and artifact refiners, survival-type gifted ability users, as well as recovery and blessing competitions for support-type gifted ability users. Of course, the most attention-grabbing are still the competitions for combat-type gifted ability users.
Since ancient times, if anything can be the most inspiring, it must be battle.
A thrilling and intense battle is enough to leave a deep impression, and a clash between geniuses is even worthy of being recorded in history. Lin Yan felt the passionate atmosphere on the scene and was somewhat moved. If he could seize the top spot here, it would surely draw everyone's attention and make his closest loved ones proud.
But unfortunately,
Lin Yan still can't participate. After all, he hasn't graduated from high school yet. By the time he can participate in the conference, it will take at least another year. Even so, he is now looking forward to the conferences he will attend in the future. But for now, the most important thing is to settle the score with the three major families.
10 minutes later,
Lin Yan changed his appearance at this moment and arrived in front of the resting area for the contestants of the three major families, activating his spiritual sense to carefully perceive the surroundings. Several experts at the transformation realm were guarding the entrance. Among the crowd, there were also more than a dozen transformation realm experts, not to mention those at the innate realm, which numbered over 100. Such a large-scale arrangement was the first of its kind in the history of the three major families. All of this was because of Lin Yan.
Lin Yan's methods made the three major families feel fear.
Even though they sent out most of their top experts, they still felt uneasy. They even set up many high-level crystal arrays and hired numerous powerful individuals. But these arrangements were meaningless in the face of Lin Yan's swift movements and teleportation. As long as he didn't take the initiative to act, the people of the three major families couldn't detect his presence at all. However, Lin Yan's goal was to attract the attention of the three major families, gather all the experts here, and then carry out his plan.
He was not in a hurry to act but kept calculating the time.
The conference was set to begin at 12 o'clock, and he planned to act at the same time.
He intended to ensure that when the conference started, none of the younger generation of the three major families could participate in the competition, turning them all into a laughingstock in Yang City. Time ticked by second. Somewhere on the scene,
the heads of the three major families, along with Han Wenqing, were all present.
Only 5 minutes remain until the conference begins. Why hasn't that mad thief shown up yet? Wait a little longer, he will definitely come.
If he is afraid today, it means his strength is not that terrifying, and we can still take action slowly in the future.
But as long as he dares to make a move, we must ensure he stays here.
After the three family heads finished speaking, Han Wenqing's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as he whispered grimly with a sinister expression, "I specially prepared something for you. I hope you like it."
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With the countdown from the host of the grand event outside, the Young City Ability Users competition officially began.
And this countdown was also the death knell for the three major families.
Blending into the crowd, Lin Yan instantly activated his A-level skill and S-level skill, teleportation, directly bypassing the crowd and arriving in front of the participants from the three major families who had just stepped out of the lounge, ready to take the stage. An ability user with sensory powers detected the agitation of Lin Yan's energy,
shouted out instantly, "Enemy attack! Watch out! Activate the crystal array!" But how could Lin Yan's speed be something they could react to within the few seconds it took to activate the crystal array?
His figure moved swiftly and unpredictably, appearing and disappearing like a phantom.
Every single moment, a descendant of the three great families would fall, and in just over 2 seconds, more than a dozen talented descendants of the three great families were rendered powerless and collapsed to the ground. These innate-level ability users stood no chance against Lin Yan. Quick, hurry and notify the nearby experts.
Some martial artists in the transformation stage shouted loudly, their eyes bloodshot. They couldn't keep up with Lin Yan's movements and were unable to launch wide-range attacks, as Lin Yan's position was right among those young masters and ladies.
If they accidentally hurt those people, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences either.
This ruthless person is too powerful. The surrounding crowd also noticed what was happening here. They looked at Lin Yan's figure, wrapped so tightly it was almost comical, and were utterly shocked in their hearts. Their bodies trembled in fright, nearly collapsing to the ground.
In the history of the Xia kingdom, no one has ever dared to act in such a situation.
This ruthless figure who recently caused a stir in Yang City actually dares to act here, without hesitation, even amidst the ambush of experts from the three major families.
Meanwhile, in the arena,
the crystal array was finally activated, and a powerful pressure instantly surged toward Lin Yan. However, his strong soul realm allowed him to completely ignore this pressure. The attacks from others were also blocked by the crystal artifact on his body, causing him no harm at all.
Just like that, with every passing moment, another person was defeated and fell, although more powerful cultivators surrounded Lin Yan.
These powerful cultivators, however, had no means to deal with him and could only watch in anger as Lin Yan struck mercilessly. The three family heads in a certain room, upon witnessing this scene, clenched their fists tightly, their whole bodies trembling, their eyes bloodshot with rage.
"Ah, courting death, bastard!" bastard! I'll kill you. I will definitely tear out your tendons, strip your bones, eat your flesh raw, and drink your blood alive. Every raise of Lin Yan's hand, every movement, symbolized the destruction of the younger generation and the hopes of their three great families. Blood was already seeping from Wang Zhengyan's eyes as he looked at Han Wenqing and pleaded, "Young Master Han, please give the order. Please give the order. Young Master Han, please give the order. Young Master Han." Shen Yongchang and Feng Kaicheng said the same. Their fingernails had already dug into their palms, and even though blood flowed out, it was not even half as painful as the anguish in their hearts. Now, the only person who could save their descendants was Han Wenqing. Although Han Wenqing did not care about the lives or deaths of those people, the hatred and killing intent in his heart were no less intense than those of the three family heads. The timing is just right now. So Han Wenqing also nodded slightly and directly said to the phone in front of him, "Do it." Not far from Lin Yan, a sharp glint flashed in Han Sha's eyes. Then he carefully took out a jade bottle from his sleeve, opened it, and rushed toward Lin Yan as Lin Yan made his move. Lin Yan's spiritual awareness was always active, so he naturally noticed Han Sha's movements. Just as he was about to evade Han Sha's attack, the strange energy around him suddenly vanished, and the space began to distort. His speed was immediately affected. More importantly, under the spatial distortion, he was completely unable to use teleportation. Just in an instant, Lin Yan understood what had happened. This was the domain pressure of a general realm expert, which meant that the general realm existence hidden in the shadows had made a move. "Since you dare to strike at me, then be prepared for my revenge." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, he revealed determination, as if he had made some kind of decision. Pause time. But this time, Lin Yan only controlled the pause time within a very small range. The space beside him twisted and instantly came to a halt. Then, in an instant, he used teleportation to leave his original spot, appearing dozens of meters away. Soon, Lin Yan disappeared from everyone's sight. But just a split second before time stopped, the jade bottle in Han Sha's hand had already been thrown onto Lin Yan. A surge of pitch-black energy flowed into Lin Yan's body. Although Han Sha was shocked that Lin Yan could escape from the domain's pressure, the successful use of that item still filled him with delight. The contents of this jade bottle. It was something Han Wenqing obtained at great cost from the Yunyang auction house, known as the extinguishing god powder. Once it enters the body, anyone below the Jiang realm will undoubtedly die. Even Jiang realm experts will suffer severe injuries, as this extinguishing god powder targets the spirit of ability users. It is also the most terrifying weakness of ability users. How is that possible? The hidden boundary realm expert frowned. The others did not notice what had just happened, but he was very clear about it. The spatial distortion under the pressure of his domain had unexpectedly stopped without any warning. He had never heard of such a method. However, he had already fulfilled his promise to Han Wenqing, and whatever happened next had nothing to do with him. So, in doubt, they left this place. Han Sha's successful move was also known to Han Wenqing, whose face showed ecstatic joy as he confidently said, "He is undoubtedly dead. Quick, notify all the martial arts masters to conduct a carpet search of the surroundings. Don't let even an ant escape. We must find that beast's corpse." "Yes, young Master Han." The three family heads quickly responded and immediately issued notices to their subordinates. Only then did Han Wenqing feel slightly relieved, slumping into his chair. However, until the token was found, he still couldn't completely relax. Still, he was no longer as worried as before. After all, he was very clear and confident about the effects of the extinguishing god powder. In his mind, Lin Yan was already a corpse, and finding something on a corpse would be quite simple. The thought of retrieving that token made Han Wenqing's smile turn cruel. "Even if you're dead, I won't let your corpse go." The three clan heads didn't interrupt Han Wenqing at this moment. Having seen Lin Yan struck by the god-destroying powder, they were all inwardly overjoyed yet also incredibly anxious. They couldn't wait to check on the situation of their family's juniors. However, the result left them in utter despair. Except for a few juniors who had fainted from fear, all the others had been crippled beyond any hope of recovery. The three clan heads were so consumed by rage that they coughed up blood on the spot. Among those ruined juniors were several of their own flesh and blood, now lying before them, forever condemned to a life as cripples. It was even crueler than outright killing them. The rest of the three great families were also wailing in anguish. Some howled at the sky in fury, beating their chests and stamping their feet in overwhelming rage. "I swear, I will find everyone related to you and torture them all to death." A torrent of vicious oaths echoed one after another. Such a tragic scene left even bystanders deeply shaken. The three great families, who had always been high and mighty, have actually fallen to such a state. Truly, what goes around comes around. And yet, the instigator of it all has vanished without a trace. Many people even hope that Lin Yan can survive, longing for such a legend to continue being created. Lin Yan, who left the conference site, returned to that safe house. At this moment, he had completely turned into a corpse, just as Han Wenqing had anticipated, without even the slightest discomfort. Although the god-destroying powder had entered his body. Due to the effect of the SS-level skill time pause, the energy of the god-destroying powder was also frozen. Moreover, after Lin Yan's spiritual sense detected it. Even without the heaven-defying skill time pause, with his soul power at the initial stage of perfection, he could quickly eliminate this energy. It was just a series of skill releases, but the consumption of alien energy was significant. Lin Yan consumed a few high-grade crystal pills and meditated for a few minutes to recover. Only then did he confidently activate the teleportation array he had set up in the room a few days ago. A beam of light lit up. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, and in the next moment, he crossed the space and appeared at the teleportation point near the Wang family. After stepping out of the teleportation array, the formation in this room also gradually disappeared, leaving no trace of its existence. Lin Yan's eyes were cold as he quickened his pace toward the Wang family. Currently, the experts of the various families were mostly at the competition venue, which was dozens of kilometers away from here. Even for him, it would take some time to get there. This period of time was enough for him to fully showcase his abilities. Xiaawanua, who had been waiting in front of the Chen family residence for a long time, also began to take action. He sent the Xiantian realm guards at the door flying and charged into the Chen family estate. His eyes were filled with hatred, and the strange energy around him was boiling with excitement. Xiaawanua had waited a full 20 years. Every day he was in torment, every day he fantasized. At this moment, but only endless despair responded to him. Just like that, day after day, he gradually numbed his spirit, forcing himself to let go. Yet hatred never fades with time. It only sinks to the deepest part of the heart until it can no longer be contained. However, heaven has eyes. Gave him a chance to take revenge and settle his hatred. Such an opportunity, once missed, would lead to lifelong regret, so Xiaawanua dared not slack off. With the resource support provided by Lin Yan, he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He was about to use the blood of the Chen family to honor his relatives in the afterlife. The conference venue. At this moment, the head of the Chen family, Shen Yongchang, regained some composure and was addressing the members of the Chen family. Suddenly, his phone rang. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a foreboding sense that something bad had happened. He quickly answered the call, only to hear an anxious voice on the other end say, "Master, something's wrong. A martial artist in the transformation realm has broken into the Shen family." At this moment, what? Shen Yongchang was shocked and then said, "Hold them off. I'll immediately have the family's transformation realm experts return." Someone actually dared to break into the Shen family at this time. It seems to have been premeditated. The other two family heads also turned their gazes over. Wang Zhangyang said, "This person might be connected to that beast. I'll also have the Wang family's experts head over." But at this moment, his phone started ringing. Even as the head of the family, Wang Zhangyang's expression changed. He felt that today's event seemed far from over. As soon as he answered the call, a panicked voice came through from the other end. "Master, something terrible has happened. That mad thief isn't dead. He's come to the Wang family." The members of the three great families all trembled in their hearts. Sure enough, before Wang Zhangyang could speak, Han Wenqing, standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly, "How is that possible? He was hit with the god-extinguishing powder and should have been dead for sure. How could he possibly appear at the Wang family?" "What? Absolutely true. He's coming over right now." "Ah!" The voice on the other end of the phone abruptly stopped, and the next moment, a voice that filled him with fear rang out, "Young Master Han, hello there. The surprise you gave me seems to lack a bit of meaning, don't you think? How could it be possible?" Han Wenqing collapsed to the ground in utter despair, muttering to himself. Not even the courage to curse was left. How could Lin Yan's tone and voice be misunderstood? It's over. The token can't be retrieved. Thinking of this, Han Wenqing felt his whole body turn cold, his pupils dilated, and he actually fainted on the spot. Lin Yan appearing at the Wang family, what does this signify? Everyone was well aware that it was a terrifying enemy that even the extinction god powder couldn't handle, one that required the intervention of a boundary strength expert. How could the Wang family possibly resist? Wang Zhangyang quickly reacted and pleaded urgently, "As long as you stop, I'll agree to any condition you propose." On the other end of the phone, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh and then hung up. Although no one informed Phone Kaichun, he understood in his heart that after the Wang family, his Phone family would be next. After today, the three major families of Yang City will exist in name only. Phone Kaicheng seemed to age decades in an instant, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. The appearances of the other two family heads were not much different from his. "Ah, it's over." The same thought arose in the hearts of the three family heads. They recalled the words spoken by Chen Ing of the Chen family that day, "I have the information you need. This mad thief also has a blood feud with my Qing City Chen family, so the family head ordered me to investigate this person's information." The breakthrough point was a supreme card from the capital. "Finally, I found out that this supreme card belongs to the Lin Tian couple, which shows that this mad thief is connected to the Lin Tian couple. Otherwise, they wouldn't target our Chen family and the three major families in your Yang City." After Chen Ing finished speaking, the three family heads and Han Wenqing were all filled with fear. They also realized why Lin Yan would take action against their three families. It was because more than 2 years ago, the Lin Tian couple's tragic fate was related to them. Lin Tian and his wife. They are precisely precisely Lin Yan's parents. However, according to their information, Lin Yan had already become a cripple, so they did not suspect him. But today, the strength displayed by Lin Yan filled them with deep despair and endless regret. Why did they sacrifice their family for a moment of greed? City center. After dealing with the last member of the Wang family, Lin Yan headed straight for the Wang family's treasure vault. The items inside were the lifeblood of the Wang family. After all, not everyone can possess something like a supernatural space. The Wang family. Therefore, the treasures and resources of many family forces are stored within heavily guarded family premises, often in the most concealed and dangerous locations. Treasure vaults are generally built underground and protected by numerous powerful crystal formations. The Wang family treasure vault is no exception. Although the Wang family's treasury is hidden hundreds of meters underground, for Lin Yan, who possesses spiritual perception, finding the location of the treasury is not difficult at all. It's like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, an easy task. He quickly found the entrance, then bypassed the crystal array in front of the door and appeared on a 100-meter staircase spiraling downward. The various formations on the staircase posed no threat to him. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of the final door. Through his spiritual sense, he discovered that there were actually 5 mechanical puppets at the peak of the transformation realm guarding inside. Truly worthy of being the top of the 3 great families, the Wang family. Such a display is likely unmatched by the other 2 families. If there were superhumans inside, Lin Yan might find it somewhat troublesome. But mechanical puppets are inherently lifeless objects, merely operating by relying on the energy provided by the internal crystal cores. Using time suspension on such things consumes even less energy than using this skill on innate realm superhumans. Lin Yan ignored the heavy crystal iron gate and teleported into the treasury. First, he destroyed all the surveillance inside. Before the mechanical puppets could take action, he used time pause. This was done as a precaution. Unless absolutely necessary, the time pause ability must not be exposed. Previously, at the scene of the ability users competition, he used time pause, but it was out of necessity. Moreover, he used it with extreme caution, except for the master of that domain. No one could detect what had happened, not even the strong individual at the boundary realm. They wouldn't figure it out in a short time. As long as he resolves it before they figure it out, it will be safe. As for killing a strong individual at the general level, for Lin Yan now, while it may not be effortless, it is quite simple. It merely requires a bit more consumption of his abilities. After all, aside from the divine skill of pausing time, he also possesses the god-slaying blade to attack souls. However, he needs to act at the right moment to target that person. After the mechanical puppets froze in motion, Lin Yan unceremoniously stored them in his ability space. How could he possibly let go of items worth billions of crystal coins each? There is no concept of time in the ability space, so living beings cannot be placed inside. And this puppet is an inanimate object. Whatever it was like before entering the supernatural space, it remains the same after entering. Lin Yan stared at the treasure vault, momentarily dazed. Even though the heads of the 3 major families all possess storage crystal devices, the items they can store inside are limited. Compared to the items in the treasure vault, they are simply incomparable. Inside are all valuable items, piled up like a small mountain of high-grade crystal liquid, various crystal pills and crystal medicines, dozens of crystal artifacts of different grades, and even several inheritance scrolls. Inheritance scrolls. As the name suggests, they are items for passing down skills. And someone like Lin Yan, who possesses a heaven-defying auxiliary system and can easily acquire skills, is unparalleled in this world. Other superpowered individuals want to master skills. They can only rely on their own creativity or the guidance of others, but both require extraordinary talent and comprehension, neither of which can be lacking. However, inheritance scrolls are different. As long as the talent attributes match the skill attributes within, the skill can be instantly mastered. The lowest level inheritance scroll can be used 10 times, but as the skill level within increases, the number of uses will gradually decrease until it can only be used once. How precious are the inheritance scrolls? The inheritance scrolls in the royal treasury are of high level, with the lowest ones inscribed with C-level skills, valued at over 1 billion crystal coins. It is imaginable. There is even an A-level inheritance scroll among them. No matter how rare or valuable these items are, from this moment on, they all belong to Lin Yan. Just within a few breaths, Lin Yan had already sent all the items from the treasure vault into his ability space. As for the issue of not being able to fit everything, it doesn't exist, because when he broke through to the late stage of the Hotian realm, his ability space had already grown to a size of a full 125,000 cubic meters. The items in the Wang family's treasure vault don't even occupy 1/10 of the space. From the moment Lin Yan arrived at the Wang family to the time he emptied their treasure vault, it took him less than 5 minutes. He still had plenty of time to reap some rewards from the other 2 families. Although the Wang family had many resources aside from the treasure vault, they paled in comparison to the treasure vaults of the other 2 families and were simply not worth his time. Lin Yan then arrived at the Feng family. It took less than 3 more minutes to deal with the remaining transformation realm experts and members of the Feng family, and then he
he went straight to the Feng family's treasury. Half a minute later, he easily passed through the crystal array and entered the treasury. Inside, there were only 2 mechanical puppets, but having something was better than nothing. They were also directly collected by Lin Yan into his ability space. The items in the Feng family's treasury were still a grade lower compared to those of the Wang family. It was still an astonishing gain, representing nearly a century of accumulation by a family, and now it all belonged to Lin Yan alone. At this moment, he was already wealthier than any one of the 3 major families. With this, the Wang and Feng families were dealt with. However, only the Chen family remained. At this moment in the Chen family, Xiaawanua was venting the anger he had suppressed for years. Most of the people related to the Chen family were slain by him, but his condition was not good either. His aura was weak, and he was covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground. In front of him stood 2 Chen family experts at the transformation realm. However, their condition was not great either, with more or less some injuries on their bodies. Moreover, one of the transformation realm experts who had stayed behind with them to guard the Chen family had already been killed by Xiaawanua. Xiaawanua suddenly raised his head and burst into hearty laughter. Even though he was gravely injured and on the verge of death, about to perish, so what? Before this, he had already been like a walking corpse, muddling through life in despair worse than death. Ha 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 ha. And now that his blood feud had been avenged, how could he fear death? All he felt was the satisfaction of revenge and the relief deep within his soul. If there was any regret, he did indeed have some. That was the benefactor who gave him the chance for revenge, and he had yet to repay this great kindness. For someone like Xiaawanua, who valued emotions deeply, it was still somewhat difficult to let go. However, but unfortunately, he was about to die soon, with no chance left. Lin Yan, who had arrived at the Chen family, naturally noticed this scene. He didn't hesitate and went straight to the 2 martial artists in the transformation realm from the Chen family, taking them down and rescuing Xiaawanua. A martial artist in the transformation realm was dispensable to him, but a trustworthy martial artist in the transformation realm still held value. Moreover, Xiaawanua had stayed in the slums for so long and managed to cultivate to the transformation realm with such pitifully scarce resources, which showed his remarkable talent. Most importantly, Xiaawanua's personality was quite to Lin Yan's liking. Xiaawanua, who had already closed his eyes waiting for death, realized that the expected ending had not arrived. Instead, he heard the screams of those 2 people, so he opened his eyes. What's going on? And saw Lin Yan standing not far in front of him, looking at him. He quickly understood what had happened, but instead of showing the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster, he sincerely expressed his emotions, kneeling on the ground with tears of gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. My blood feud has been avenged. I have no further desires in this life. If you are willing to accept me, from this day forward, I pledge myself to your service. I will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. After saying this, despite his severe injuries, Xiaawanua knelt down and kowed out several times, the sound echoing clearly. Seeing this, Lin Yan did not stop him. The opportunity for Xiaawanua to take revenge was worth such a grand gesture. If he stopped him, it would instead create a knot in Xiaawanua's heart, which would not be a good thing. Lin Yan handed a crystal pill to Xiaawanua. Take this crystal pill first. Xiaawanua took it and swallowed it directly. Lin Yan then stepped forward, grabbed Xiaawanua, and headed toward the Chen family's treasury. Don't resist, come with me. Yes, master. Since he had already stepped in to save the person, he wouldn't just leave them alone. Immediately after, his teleportation proficiency had reached the point where he could teleport with others, but the cultivation level of the person he brought couldn't be too high, otherwise, the consumption of energy would increase drastically. Just 1 minute later, Lin Yan, along with Xiaawanua, arrived in front of the Chen family's treasure vault. After storing the puppets from the treasure vault into the supernatural space, he brought Xiaawanua into the vault. The S-rank skill pause time was of great importance, and he didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. Lin Yan looked at the already dazed Xiaawanua. I'll give you 20 seconds to pick what you need. Xiaawanua subconsciously nodded. His face was full of uncertainty and doubt. Along the way, his injuries had improved significantly, but under Lin Yan's heaven-defying speed and S-level skill teleportation, he felt even dizzier than when he was seriously injured. Yes. Now, entering the Chen family treasury made his scalp tingle even more. This was the Chen family treasury. The most important place in the entire Chen family, something that would drive even the mayor of Yang City crazy. Unfortunately, he still didn't know that. The treasure vaults of the other 2 great families had also been completely looted by Lin Yan. But Xiaawanua, at least, was a transcendent expert. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally snapped back to his senses. He didn't try to argue with Lin Yan. He knew that whatever Lin Yan told him to do, he would do without question. So, he took off his own clothes and began to pick out the items he needed. 20 seconds had passed. Xiaawanua took a lot of resources for cultivation, wrapped them in clothes, and held them in his arms. Very soon. Then, he left the treasury. Xiaawanua understood the words Lin Yan had just said. The 20 seconds were given to him, and the time afterward would entirely belong to Lin Yan. He was not suited to stay there, power, so he needed to temporarily step aside. Zhang Yuan's actions made Lin Yan secretly praise him. This sensible person is really great. Without saying an extra word, they already know what should and shouldn't be done. After Zhang Yuan left, Lin Yan didn't waste any time and directly stored everything into the ability space. From the moment he appeared at the Wang family to now in the Shen family treasury, about 10 minutes had passed. The reinforcements from the three major families are expected to arrive soon. This is also why he sought out Zhang Yuan earlier. Relying on himself alone, it would be impossible to deal with the people in the three major families' strongholds before the reinforcements arrived. His original plan was to use the ability users conference to attract the attention of the three major families, then swiftly return to the city center with his speed, empty their treasure vaults completely, and randomly select one family for a cleanup. But due to the system's reward, the S-level skill teleportation, it allowed his plan to be executed more perfectly, causing even greater losses to the three major families. After waiting for about 10 seconds, just like in the treasuries of the previous two families, Lin Yan took out several powerful crystal talismans and threw them into the center of the room. With several massive explosions, the treasury was instantly destroyed. But before it was destroyed, boom, 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 Lin Yan had already teleported out of the room, taking Zhang Yuan, who was waiting in the distance, and leaving the Shen family's territory together. Shortly after Lin Yan left, reinforcements of powerful individuals arrived. But what awaited them would be a land filled with ruins and rivers of blood, a home as tragic as a battlefield. My son, how could this happen? I don't believe it. Ha ha ha, What followed were countless wails of sorrow. Even at midday, the territories of the three great families were filled with a bone-chilling, sinister cold. The three major families of Yang City exist in name only, suburbs of Yang City. At this point, Lin Yan pondered for a moment before looking at Zhang Yuan. Find a place to retreat for now. Fully recover from your injuries and stabilize your current realm. I will contact you in a while. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement and left without saying a single unnecessary word. Watching Zhang Yuan's departing figure, Lin Yan could only shake his head helplessly. He was only 18, yet Zhang Yuan's demeanor gave him the illusion of someone decades older. Understood, master. Earlier, after Lin Yan arrived at the Shen family, of course, he hadn't forgotten about Shen San, the one he had crippled. However, when his spiritual sense swept over, he discovered that Shen San was already dead, and it was at Zhang Yuan's hands. Moreover, the death was extremely gruesome. He speculated that Shen San was likely the source of Zhang Yuan's hatred toward the Shen family, although he felt it was a bit of a pity that Shen San couldn't experience the time prison. But dying at the hands of Zhang Yuan, someone he had almost forgotten and once regarded as insignificant as an ant, was, to him, an ending not much different from entering the time prison. The matter of the three great families had also temporarily come to a close. Next, Lin Yan's goal is the Scorching Heart Secret Realm. He aims to find precious treasures within it that can enhance his soul power and step into the innate realm. However, before that, he has one more thing to do, which is to eliminate the powerful expert who secretly attacked him. The SS level skill he possesses, time pause, and even his time-related talent, both have the potential to be exposed. Yang City, otherwise, the first in the city. Han Wenqing was unexpectedly here, and in front of him stood a middle-aged man in a golden robe with a dignified expression. This man was none other than Xiaawanua, the mayor of Yang City. After a brief silence, Han Wenqing's pale complexion seemed filled with terror. I want you to take action and kill that mad thief. I already took action before, which violated the rules. Xiaawanua frowned. The one who had previously acted against Lin Yan was none other than the mayor of Yang City. It was because of Han Wenqing's promise that Xiaawanua made up his mind to secretly take action, even at the cost of breaking the rules. But now, Han Wenqing actually asked him to openly take action to kill Lin Yan. Xiaawanua naturally would not agree. Previously acting in secret was at most a bit troublesome, but compared to the benefits gained, it was naturally insignificant. However, taking action openly would be a serious problem. Although Lin Yan acted against the younger generation of the three major families during the Esper conference, that was within the jurisdiction of the Summer Nation's Guardian Army and not within his authority. He had no right to intervene. Xiaawanua chose to refuse. Young Master Han, please leave. Upon hearing this, Han Wenqing almost fell to the ground, the fear in his heart seemingly about to spill out. So, after knowing that Lin Yan was fine, Han Wenqing had already collapsed because he knew that on his own, he could never retrieve that token again, and failing to retrieve it meant his fate would not end well. Before falling into despair, he thought of Xiaawanua. A consummate expert of the transformation realm couldn't do it. Even the extinguishing god powder was ineffective. Then let someone from the general realm take action. If someone from the general realm acted, they would surely be able to capture that mad thief. He clung to this thought as if grabbing onto a lifeline. Arriving at Xiaawanua's residence, as long as the price he offered was tempting enough, Xiaawanua would take action. However, Xiaawanua's refusal left him feeling disheartened. But how could he easily let go of this lifeline? Soon, he waved his hand and shouted, "As long as you help me,
me, I'll agree to whatever you want. Crystal stones, crystal pills, crystal medicine, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I can even agree to an S-level inheritance scroll. As long as you take action and capture that person, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Xiaawanua's heart raced wildly, and greed showed in his eyes. However, he wasn't a fool. Han Wenqing's hysterical, on the verge of collapse appearance was most likely an act of desperation. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't necessarily mean he could obtain it. Seeing Xiaawan hesitating, Han Wenqing was furious. But he couldn't lose his temper. He could only clench his fists and grit his teeth, saying, I swear a blood oath in the name of my family. As long as you agree with me, I will keep my word. Are you serious? Xiaawan raised an eyebrow, revealing ecstatic joy. Swearing a blood oath in the name of the family meant that even if Han Wenqing dared to renege, the Han family could not. If they dared to ignore the oath, they would surely face disgrace and infamy in the capital. Han Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Xiaawan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he quickly took out his phone and pointed it at Han Wenqing. Then swear again, I'll record it. Han Wenqing's eyes were filled with rage. But a few seconds later, he compromised. I, Han Wenqing, as the son of Han Zhentian, the head of the Han family, swear a blood oath on behalf of the Han family. If you fulfill my request, I am willing to grant you any one demand. Xiaawan carefully put away his phone and said joyfully, alright, I agree to Han Xiao's request. I will now exercise my authority to locate this audacious thief. In the mayor's room, everything within a 5-meter radius of Xiaawan suddenly froze, and both he and Han Wenqing were immobilized. The thoughts of both stopped at this moment of shame and ecstasy. But in the next moment, it was Lin Yan who made a move. He had heard the conversation between the two very clearly just now. Although he had already confirmed earlier that the person who acted at that time was Xiaawan, he was still afraid of killing the wrong target, so he waited for a moment before taking action. But when attacking someone at the general level, Lin Yan's ability consumption was extremely terrifying. Almost instantly, his energy was depleted. After taking a few recovery crystal pills, Lin Yan launched an attack on Xiaawan. However, due to the general level expert's extremely resilient body, he couldn't easily take him down. 2 seconds passed. Lin Yan had just torn apart Xiaawan's physical body, and as he was about to continue his attack, he suddenly noticed that Xiaawan's consciousness had actually recovered. Fortunately, it was only his consciousness, his body had not regained mobility. This did not hinder Lin Yan from continuing his assault. Xiaawan's consciousness, however, was filled with terror. Why can't I move? What on earth happened? Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. This person is Yan Lin? How is that possible? A few days ago, Lin Yan had introduced himself as Yan Lin in front of others. Therefore, the name Yan Lin had long been known and remembered by everyone in Yang City. Lin Yan's continuous attacks caused Xiaawan's consciousness to experience intense pain. But he quickly ignored the pain and became utterly terrified. Could it be? Could it be? This is the legendary time-based ability? Ah, why did I provoke such a terrifying monster? Ah, in the final moment of his life, Xiaawan finally discovered Lin Yan's secret, but it was to no avail. The dead cannot reveal secrets. After confirming that Xiaawan was completely finished, Lin Yan let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt fortunate for his earlier decision not to use the Blade of Godslayer. Xiaawan's soul power was actually able to break free from the SS-level skill time pause that he had cast. If he had used the Blade of Godslayer to kill him, phew, it would likely have consumed a lot of soul power. After using time pause, his abilities had already been significantly drained. If his soul power were to be exhausted at this point and he encountered a special situation, he might find himself in a dangerous predicament. Lin Yan threw Xiaawan's corpse into the time prison along with Han Wenqing, then left the mayor's residence. Someone soon noticed something unusual. The mayor of Yang City had disappeared. Afterward, today, the entire city of Yang was in shock. Not long after, even the ability users competition, which was supposed to be the highlight of the day, had to be postponed. But a man named Yan Lin became the protagonist. First, he crippled the younger generation of the 3 major families. Then, he slaughtered those left behind in the 3 major families' homes. Finally, he completely destroyed the treasure vaults of the 3 major families. Every single act is enough to shock people, but when all these acts are done by the same person, it is no longer just shocking but utterly astonishing. However, among the common people of Yang City, there are few who sympathize with the 3 great families, simply because they committed countless evil deeds in the past, making them detestable. Now their fate is well deserved. But apart from that, an even more shocking piece of news broke out. The mayor of Yang City mysteriously disappeared from his home, and some even speculated that the mayor had been murdered. As soon as this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. How is that possible? That is an invincible general realm existence in the eyes of everyone in Yang City. Some even boldly speculate this matter might also be related to that ruthless person Yan Lin. As soon as this speculation arose, everyone couldn't help but tremble in shock. But very soon, someone became excited because they witnessed history. What happened today, even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands
thousands of years later, will be etched into the history of the Xia kingdom, becoming an eternal tale sung by generations. This earth-shattering event is gradually spreading throughout the Xia kingdom. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this series of events, Lin Yan, is calmly recovering his supernatural abilities in a room. After leaving the first shop in the city, he changed his appearance and found a hotel to rest for a while. The continuous use of his abilities earlier, even with high-grade crystal pills, was barely keeping up with the recovery speed of his powers. After resolving the hidden danger, the most important thing was undoubtedly to recover his condition. Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. He was only one step away from reaching the peak of the acquired realm, and it wouldn't take long for him to break through. Half an hour later, however, he was in no hurry to break through just yet. The opening of the Scorching Heart secret realm was scheduled for a week later. As long as he reached the peak of the acquired realm before the secret realm opened, it would be fine. Moreover, Yang City was not a place to stay for long at the moment. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yan then immersed his consciousness into the time prison. In the Silk Blade Room, after Liang Chenghong disappeared, Liang Zhang's face was filled with despair. However, the constant pain on his body made it impossible for him to think, and he lay trembling on the ground. Han Wenqing, on the other hand, was placed by Lin Yan into the Hellfire Room, together with Wang Huan. As for the sons of the other two family heads, they held no value and were dealt with by Lin Yan. This Wang Huan is Lin Yan's contingency plan. Although this time, he turned the three major families upside down and dealt them a heavy blow, Lin Yan temporarily has no time to deal with the three family heads and other experts. There are also some generals at the border who are strong in the realm. This matter will certainly reach their ears, and they will definitely cause trouble for Lin Yan. Regarding this, he is not afraid. Moreover, but if these people are to be eliminated, a legitimate reason is required, and the talent transplanted into Wang Huan's crystal is the most crucial evidence. Even the ruler of Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare to act against him. Lin Yan paid no attention to Liang Jiang and Wang Huan. He simply focused all his attention on Han Wenqing. At this moment, Han Wenqing was clutching his head and howling, rolling on the ground, his body covered in self-inflicted wounds. It seemed he was trying to divert the excruciating pain coming from his soul, but it appeared to be of no use. Han Wenqing no longer had the strength to scream and collapsed completely on the ground. Only his occasionally twitching body proved that he was still alive and had not completely lost consciousness. After a while, as the sound of a heavy object hitting the floor echoed, an extremely weak yet utterly terrified voice rang out at the same time. You are. It was Lin Yan who had released Han Wenqing from the time prison. He had some questions to ask, but he didn't dare to enter the time prison lightly, so he could only temporarily release Han Wenqing. I ask, you answer. No nonsense. You know the consequences. Lin Yan's voice was extremely calm. There was no deliberate threat, but in Han Wenqing's ears, it sounded like the voice of a demon, instantly stirring fear deep within his soul. The pain he had just experienced was still etched in the depths of his soul. Han Wenqing had never been so desperate before. After enduring the burning flames of hellfire, he lost all desire to survive and even wished to simply die, ending the terrifying pain. Please, kill me. Lin Tian, Qin Lan, do you know these two names? Is your Han family involved in this matter? Lin Yan's voice grew increasingly icy. Han Wenqing's body trembled, not daring to look at Lin Yan. Sure enough, this person is connected to Lin Tian and his wife. He has come to avenge those two, which means that neither I nor the Han family can escape. A few seconds later, Han Wenqing still answered with difficulty, yes. He definitely didn't want to return to that place, so he could only obediently answer Lin Yan's questions. Lin Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. Besides the Han family, are there any other families? The Hua family. As expected, Han Wenqing uttered these two words as if it took all his strength. Only when he saw Lin Yan's furrowed brows did he continue to speak with difficulty. The Lu family, the Jing Tian Chamber of Commerce. I just don't know, rather than no longer exist. It seems that behind this, at least one force still exists. Even Han Wenqing doesn't know about it, which shows how terrifying that force is. Lin Yan appeared thoughtful, but his eyes surged with killing intent. No matter who it is, as long as they participated in the plan to kill his parents, he will make them pay back 1,000-fold. He seemed to recall a question and asked, Lin Yan, son of Lin Tian, are you aware of his abilities being crippled? Does it have anything to do with your Han family? Lin Yan added another sentence, by the way, I am Lin Yan. At this moment, Han Wenqing's heart was instantly thrown into turmoil. How could he not know who Lin Yan was? He was the son of Lin Tian, a person with S-level potential talent, and possibly one of the most extraordinary among S-level talents. Finally, moreover, he also knew some secrets that the outside world was unaware of. When Lin Yan first awakened, although he was classified as having an S-level talent, that was the result of him forcefully awakening for the first time while still recovering from a severe illness. His true talent potential is very likely to be SS level. Even if it doesn't reach SS level, there is still the potential for S+ level. At the time of his final awakening, he is certain to awaken an S-level talent. Such a terrifying genius, however, is there
enemy. Especially after attacking Lin Tian and his wife, they decided to eliminate Lin Yan to prevent future troubles. But during the assassination attempt, Lin Yan's childhood friend, Xiaawanua, shielded him from the fatal blow. Just as the assassin was about to strike Lin Yan again, Xia Tianhe arrived in time, causing the meticulously planned assassination to end in failure. Enraged by his beloved daughter's severe injuries, Xia Tianhe annihilated all the assassins involved in the operation. And afterward, Xia Tianhe went to great lengths, even somehow inviting an unparalleled powerhouse, which made the numerous family forces extremely apprehensive, forcing them to temporarily abandon their plans to take action. But these families are not fools. They understand that allowing an enemy to grow poses an extremely terrifying threat to their families. Many families secretly conspired and ultimately decided to depose Lin Yan. In this way, the S+ level potential talent could at least be transplanted into a descendant of their own family, allowing a dual talent prodigy to emerge within the family. And the final candidate for this descendant was Han Wenjie. After the Han family paid a significant price, Han Wenqing trembled uncontrollably at the thought, the intense fear and shock making him forget the pain, and his voice became much smoother. But, weren't you crippled? How could you be this strong? Ha! Lin Yan let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling up. I have to thank you all for this. If Lin Yan hadn't lost his abilities that day, perhaps he wouldn't have bonded with the system. Nor could he regard visualization realm experts as mere ants as he does now, and even in the near future, realm experts would be nothing more than that to him. Indeed, if the events of that day had not occurred, even if he awakened an SS-level talent, seeking revenge would still be extremely difficult. After all, those were several powerful family forces. Even the weakest, the Chen family, had decades of accumulation, let alone the Han family of Kyoto, whose foundation spanned over hundreds of years. You must know that this world is an era where everyone possesses supernatural abilities. It has only been a little over 200 years, which means that before this era without supernatural abilities, families like the Han family were already at the pinnacle of the pyramid in Xia country. In these 200 years, there have indeed been SS-level gifted supernatural ability users. Among those who can grow to the end as superpowered individuals, while they may already be renowned strong figures on Blue Star, there are still some who fall along the path of cultivation. Potential is merely hope. Strength is the foundation. Therefore, without the help of the system, even with the awakening of dual SSS-level talents and acquiring those heaven-defying skills, he cannot guarantee success in seeking revenge, and the hope for Xiaawanua's recovery remains extremely slim. As the saying goes, life is unpredictable. Any tiny thought has the potential to change the world. Returning to the present, Lin Yan did not give Han Wenqing a chance to continue rambling. Tell me what you know, and I'll make it quick for you. Han Wenqing's expression was complicated as he lowered his head. At their first meeting, he felt that Lin Yan was an extraordinary person, with a pride hidden deep in his bones that was just like his own, stubborn and wild. But even if Lin Yan was extraordinary, so what? Yet he didn't care, simply because he was Han Wenqing. From the Han family, one of the top 10 forces in the capital, and moreover, the son of the Han family head, the future heir to the Han family. He could speak out of greed or take action out of anger. But now, Lin Yan's strength and methods, along with his confidence, made Han Wenqing feel deeply ashamed. Compared to Lin Yan, his pride was like a firefly against the bright moon, awe-inspiring and intimidating. A few seconds later, Han Wenqing let out a deep sigh, lifted his head, and said with immense desolation, "Alright, I will tell you everything I know." Not long after Han Wenqing finished speaking, his resentment toward Lin Yan had long since vanished under the burning flames of karma, but he still did not feel that he had done anything wrong. The current outcome was simply because the extraordinary person was not him, but Lin Yan. If their identities had been swapped, now kneeling on the ground is Lin Yan, and the one standing high above, in control of everything, will be Han Wenqing. All the emotions in his heart turned into deep unwillingness. Lin Yan, you are indeed a prodigious talent, even more outstanding than the current ruler of the Xia kingdom, but after my death, the Han family and other clans will surely send out strong fighters. You won't live for long either. After he finished speaking, exhausting all strength, raised a hand to end their own life. Until the very end, Han Wenqing's pride still remained, choosing to end their own life, yet still holding on to hope before death. Lin Yan's expression did not show the slightest emotion. How could he not understand the profound meaning in Han Wenqing's gaze before his death? But even if their strength and talent were swapped, Lin Yan would never act that way. However, even in death, he would make sure the other party paid a price, rather than pinning his hopes on someone else. Lin Yan's pride was different from Han Wenqing's. His pride did not stem from his background or extraordinary talent like Han Wenqing's, nor even from a heaven-defying system, but from his heart. Born between heaven and earth, one is destined to be the master. Whether his talent is SSS level or the lowest E level, his heart will not be weaker than anyone else's, not even this heaven and earth. However, Lin Yan was somewhat touched by Han Wenqing's attitude before his death, but this would not stop him from collecting the storage crystal device from Han Wenqing's body and throwing him into the time prison to dispose of the corpse. This storage crystal device device was temporarily lent to him by the Yunyang Chamber of Commerce. Inside, there was a piece of parchment with a map drawn on it, clearly a treasure map. This treasure map was the finale item at the auction that day. Han Wenqing came to Yang City specifically for this item, which shows that the treasure in this map must be extraordinary. Lin Yan continued to take stock of today's gains. After being sent into the time prison by Lin Yan first sent all the valuable items on him into the supernatural space. Immediately after, as a strong practitioner at the Jiangjing level, Qi Gaohan naturally possessed a storage crystal device. However, this crystal device only had 1/5 of a cubic meter of space, containing just a few crystal stones and some other resources. The total value is just over 1 billion crystal coins. For Lin Yan, this is nothing significant, but he wouldn't disdain it either, as his current wealth was accumulated bit by bit like this. Then comes the harvest from the 3 major family treasuries includes hundreds of thousands of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid and even dozens of crystal stones. Various grades of crystal tools, crystal medicines, and crystal pills are also abundant. With these items, Lin Yan won't need to spend time shopping at the mall before heading to Cloud City. There are also 10 mechanical puppets, 7 at the perfect level of transformation, 3 at the late stage of transformation. Just converting these into crystal coins, Lin Yan's current net worth is already 4 to 500 billion crystal coins. And this doesn't even include today's greatest gain, the inheritance scroll. The royal family's treasury has the fewest, with only 5, but they are the most valuable. The Feng family and the Shen family each have 10 inheritance scrolls, but the highest level is only D grade. D grade inheritance scrolls, 12. C grade inheritance scrolls, 7. B grade inheritance scrolls, 5. And A level inheritance scroll, 1. As for the lowest E level skills, they are not qualified to be inscribed into inheritance scrolls. Even D level skills are only inscribed if they are particularly special among D level skills. All these inheritance scrolls combine total 25, each valued at no less than over 40 billion crystal coins. Including the previous assets, Lin Yan's wealth has already approached 1 trillion crystal coins. His personal wealth alone is comparable to the entire assets of some families, and even far exceeds them. That is to say, the enormous amount of crystal coins could not make Lin Yan lose himself. He only regained his composure after a brief moment of excitement, though a smile of joy still lingered on his face, which was quite normal. However, finished thoroughly inventorying these items, Lin Yan once again categorized and arranged them neatly in the ability space for easier retrieval in the future. Only then did his expression become slightly serious as he took out the inheritance scroll engraved with an A-level skill and held it in his hand. A moment later, it was a life-based skill enhancement. Without hesitation, Lin Yan directly activated the inheritance scroll using his ability energy. A surge of rich life energy poured out from the inheritance scroll, rushing straight toward Lin Yan's body. The inheritance scroll became dim, with no trace of fluctuation. This inheritance scroll originally had 3 chances, but 2 have already been used. Now, this is the last chance. A moment later, the talent for the life element is inherently rare. Thus, the final chance of this scroll was not destined for the Wang family, but ultimately benefited Lin Yan. The system's notification sound also echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for mastering an A-level skill. At this moment, reward 50 points. There's actually 50 points. Lin Yan couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The number of reward points almost gave him the illusion that the system had suddenly become generous. After waiting a few more seconds, confirming that there were no more system prompts, he checked the introduction provided by the system. Enhancement, Grade A increases the strength of supernatural energy and the physical body. The degree of enhancement depends on the amount of supernatural energy consumed. Note, if the energy is completely depleted, it will result in a weakened state. This is undoubtedly a timely help for Lin Yan right now. Although he possesses the power to kill strong individuals at the general level, he has to rely on the SS level skill to pause time, otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve. But with the enhancement of the A-level skill, he can enhance the intensity of his abilities, so he won't have to attack for a long time just to break the defense of a strong opponent at the general realm. More importantly, Lin Yan currently lacks defensive skills. Strengthening his abilities can also make his body tougher, allowing his defense to reach a higher level. And then, it can let him experience the thrill of physical combat. Lin Yan activated skill enhancement, and after consuming 1/10 of his supernatural energy, he felt his physical body become twice as strong as before, and the intensity of his supernatural energy also doubled. Moreover, this consumption is continuous. Afterward, consuming supernatural energy once can last for 1 minute, but combined with the additional energy used during actions, the consumption can deplete quickly. His supernatural energy was already abundant, and with the recovery crystal pill, this issue was not a big deal. As for the other inheritance scrolls, however, Lin Yan had no interest in learning them. Although having more skills is never a bad thing, acquiring skills he wouldn't use at all would be quite wasteful. It would be better to exchange them for resources or offer offer them to friends and family. Lin Yan tidied up briefly and left the hotel. 5:30 p.m. Afterward, since Yun City is adjacent to Yang City, Lin Yan did not spend much time before arriving in Yun City. When leaving Yang City, the system's notification sound also rang out, just as Lin Yan had expected. Ding! Detected that the master's reputation value in Yang City has reached 100,000 points. Reward points asterisk 1,000. Ding! Detected that the master's reputation in Xia country has reached 10,000 points. Reward points asterisk 500. Although there is no double reward this time, but compared to the last reputation reward points, it was several times more. Plus the additional reputation points from Xia country, it totaled 1,500 points. A big step closer to 10,000 points. Given how stingy the system is with points, it's enough to prove just how sensational Lin Yan's actions in Yang City were. As the protagonist behind this sensation, he had already left Yang City, Cloud City urban area. However, this time, Lin Yan did not attract much attention from the crowd as he did upon arriving in Yang City. He was very low-key. There were still 7 days until the opening of the Scorching Heart Secret Realm. Lin Yan was not in a hurry to make preparations in advance. Finding a place to settle down was the most important thing for now. While looking for a place to stay, he also took the opportunity to check the attribute panel. Enhancement, Grade A Life Type Innate Skill. Hidden Energy, Grade A Fate Type Innate Skill. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, Male. Age, 18. Soul Realm, Elementary Stage, Perfection. Ability Realm, Acquired Stage, Late Phase. First Talent, Space Origin, SSS Level. Second Talent, Time Origin, SSS Level. Soul Skills, Soul Lotus, S Level. Soul Extinguishing Blade, S Level. Talent Skills, Supernatural Space, SS Level. Pause Time, SS Level. Time Prison, SSS Level. Common Skills, Teleportation, S Level Space Type Innate Skill. Blink, S Level Space Type Innate Skill. Wind Blade, A Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Swift Movement, A Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Points, 20-30. Spiritual Perception, Grade A Destiny Type Innate Skill. Lin Yan's total points are now less than 4/5 away from what is needed for the creation pill, and this progress is already very fast. The time afterward, he also easily found a hotel to stay in. Lin Yan prepared to go into seclusion to break through to the peak of the Hotian realm. After bathing and changing clothes, he took out hundreds of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid, placed them in front of him, and then sat cross-legged to begin absorbing energy. This time, Kyoto, inside the Han family's grand hall. After hearing the report from his subordinate, even the weathered Han Jintian's face turned ashen. His eldest son, Han Wenqing, now, along with the mayor of Yang City, is missing, whereabouts unknown, and his life or death uncertain. More importantly, Han Wenqing also lost the token bestowed upon him by the family, which was obtained at a great cost and carried the hope of the Han family reaching the pinnacle in the future. For Han Jintian, even though Han Wenqing is his beloved son, he is not worth mentioning compared to that token. This token must be retrieved. Han Jintian clenched his fists, looked at a middle-aged man in black ahead, and said in a deep voice, Han Pu, take 10 generals to Yun City and inform Ning Province Governor Yun Tianyang to assist you in investigating the information about that thief. Yes, master. Han Pu bowed in response, but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was not enough for the master to send him, a peak-level general, but he was also dispatching 10 more generals. This clearly showed how much importance the master placed on that thief. This mission must succeed. At some point, Han Jintian had clenched his fists tightly. Not a single word was mentioned about his son, Han Wenqing, because in his heart, Han Wenqing was most likely dead, and even if he wasn't, he would be beaten to within an inch of his life. Understood, Master Han. Han Pu, who originally had some thoughts in his mind, instantly put them all away and became extremely solemn. Although Han Jintian only said half a sentence, Han Pu could naturally guess the rest. The family head had always been ruthless, and if he failed to complete this task, even if he reached the pinnacle of the realm, his fate would likely be extremely miserable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. So he dared not delay and hurriedly selected 10 strong experts of the same realm to accompany him in capturing Lin Yan. Such a lineup, the task will surely be completed smoothly. What happened in the Han family, Lin Yan naturally did not know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He now just wants to wait until 7 days later to enter the Scorching Heart Secret Realm and successfully break through to the innate realm. As for these strong warriors at the general realm, even if Lin Yan can't deal with them, with his methods, hiding is still not a problem. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Noon. Inside the hotel room, Lin Yan, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly revealed a look of joy on his face. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath, then stretched lazily. He finally broke through to the peak of the acquired realm. The system's notification sound rang out at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the peak of the acquired realm. At the same time, reward, 30 points. It's another meager reward, but Lin Yan was used to it and didn't even bother to complain. However, with these additional 30 points, his total points reached 2,000 1060, making a tiny bit of progress once again. He was now just one step away from the innate realm. The realm of the soul is the same. Once it reaches the stage of initial perfection, it is just one step away from the next level. But it is precisely this final critical point. For Lin Yan to successfully break through, he would need to consume 100 times more resources than before. As for the alien energy, that was manageable. His high-grade crystal liquid in the alien energy space was sufficient. However, relying solely on the S-level skill Soul Lotus to enhance his soul power was far from enough. The journey to the Scorching Heart secret realm. If no fortuitous encounter occurs, he might remain at his current level. Lin Yan wasn't particularly anxious about this. After tidying up briefly, he prepared to go out for a walk and grab something to eat. Prolonged cultivation isn't necessarily a good thing. Proper rest is also essential. However, 2.5 hours later, for him, Lin Yan walked out of a restaurant, stretched lazily, and rubbed his stomach. This time, he clearly hadn't encountered any trouble, and the meal left him very satisfied, even brightening his mood considerably. Since it was still early, the entire Yun city was in its most vibrant time. He wasn't in a hurry to return to the hotel and planned to take a good stroll. Back in Yang City, he never really had the time. He was either cultivating or carrying out plans against the three major families. This time, Lin Yan's purpose in coming to Yun City was solely for the Scorching Heart secret realm. He didn't want to cause too much of a stir, especially since he was only 18 years old and still quite interested in some things in the outside world. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yan opened his phone, checked the map, and then headed toward the trading street in the northern district. The trading street in the northern district of Yun City is the most famous place in the entire city. It is also the largest trading market in Ning province. Here, anyone can set up a stall and trade. As long as the items offered are needed by someone, they will be sold at a satisfactory price, without the safety concerns associated with black markets. This is because the provincial capital of Ning province is located in the northern district of Yun City. After all, who would dare to commit acts of forceful seizure or plunder that violate the laws of the Great Xia under the watchful eyes of the provincial capital? As for why the governor of Ning province is not in the provincial capital Yang City but in Yun City, it is not only because of the strength of the three major families in Yang City, but also because the mayor of Yun City and the governor of Ning province are biological brothers. His family is based in Yun City, so compared to Yang City, Yun City is undoubtedly more suitable for him. Due to the location of the trading street, it is not far from Lin Yan's position. Only 10 minutes, Lin Yan arrived at the trading street. What came into his view was a wide road, a full 100 meters in width, along with clusters of buildings. Rather than calling it a trading street, it would be more fitting to call it a trading city. The roadside was lined with various kinds of stalls. There were also a continuous stream of pedestrians. The 100-meter wide road seemed a bit crowded at the moment. Don't miss it as you pass by. Come and take a look. This is top-quality century-old wild ginseng, and it can be yours for just 10,000 crystal coins. Damn it, isn't this just some lousy cultivated one? It's not even worth 1,000 crystal coins. Clearance sale on first-grade premium crystal pills. Not 198,000, not 98,000, not even 9,800. For only 980 crystal coins, you can take it home. Quick, run. They're selling fake medicine, offering a third-grade crystal pill for 40,000 crystal coins. I want it, I want it. Various shouts and conversations arose. Although the security on Trading Street is very good, when it comes to those sellers who deceive customers by shouting random prices, you can only rely on your own judgment. Otherwise, if you get scammed, it will be hard to seek justice. Of course, there are relatively few unscrupulous merchants here. After all, as ability users, people tend to have some discernment, except for those blinded by greed while trying to take advantage. For the most part, the sellers and buyers here are honest. Lin Yan blended into the crowd, merging with the atmosphere without appearing out of place. However, these small stalls outside, the items among them weren't particularly valuable. Naturally, Lin Yan wasn't very interested. He simply followed the flow of people, heading deeper into the trading street. The further he went, the sparser the crowd became, and the more precious the traded items grew. He walked to a small stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, with a cultivation level in the innate realm. In front of him were many items, but Lin Yan's gaze was fixed on several stones of varying colors. Very soon, these were attribute stones, containing unique energies of various attributes. Although attribute stones can be used to enhance unique energies, they are limited to individuals with corresponding innate attributes. Those with different innate attributes cannot absorb them and may even harm themselves. However, this attribute stone is extremely rare. It is also a material for making many crystal tools and crystal arrays, so very few people use it for cultivation. That would be too extravagant. Lin Yan directly asked, "How much is this wind attribute stone?" 500,000 crystal coins. What about the fire attribute and water attribute ones? 400,000 crystal coins. Don't want these three. How much for the rest altogether? The vendor was a bit speechless. He had never seen such a strange person before. Why ask about the price of of things you don't intend to buy. Isn't that just wasting my breath? However, he didn't lose his temper and said helplessly, the remaining 4 pieces, altogether, cost 1.2 million crystal coins. Lin Yan nodded. Alright, I'll take them. The stall owner was slightly surprised, not expecting this young man in the Hotian realm to hear the price of 1.2 million crystal coins without even flinching. Moreover, one of them contains an extremely rare amount of alien energy. Does this white and transparent attribute stone hold significant importance to the person in front of me? It must be so. Could it be? Asking about other prices earlier was clearly just to divert his attention. A trace of greed rose in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. It's 12 million crystal coins. If you want to buy it, then pay. If not, forget it. The vendor eagerly awaited as Lin Yan's expression changed. He also knew that the price of 12 million crystal coins was somewhat outrageous. After saying that, but if he didn't raise the price, how could he negotiate it down and make a bit more profit? As long as the other party shows any unusual reaction, he can determine that this item is very important to Lin Yan. Then, with his cunning, handling this seemingly young postnatal realm individual would be a piece of cake. If he lowered the price a bit, this naive kid might even feel grateful to him. The next moment, the vendor's face showed a look of panic, because Lin Yan showed no change in expression, didn't say a single unnecessary word, and just turned around and left. However, it's over, I messed it up. The stall owner felt regretful in his heart, finally realizing he had misjudged. Wait, he quickly called out, 1,200,000 will do. No, 1 million will do. 800,000 crystal coins. After hesitating for a moment, the vendor gritted his teeth and stated the final price. In fact, selling for 800,000 crystal coins would still earn him a profit, just not as much as selling for 1,200,000 earlier. This price is really quite fair. I'll give you the lowest price, 75 crystal coins. If that's still not acceptable, then forget it. Wait, until the very end. The vendor still believed in his heart that as long as he lowered the price, given Lin Yan's earlier attitude toward the attribute stone, if he made him feel like he was getting a bargain, it would surely rekindle his desire to buy the attribute stones that I had been trying to sell for so many days without success. I finally let them go. The stall owner still held on to hope, watching Lin Yan's departing figure. In this case, Lin Yan's steps did not pause in the slightest. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yan walk into the largest stone gambling shop on the trading street not far away that he fully understood that his greed had caused him to miss the opportunity to sell the attribute stones at a very high price. What a pity. The stall owner let out a long sigh, his expression filled with desolation. The people around, seeing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter, mocking the stall owner for shooting himself in the foot. Yun Street Stone Gambling Workshop. Lin Yan left the stall owner and walked into this place. Just now, he did show some interest in that white, transparent attribute stone, but that was all. Because within that attribute stone, there was a trace of time-based anomalous energy that was extremely easy to overlook. Even though he possessed an A-level skill, spiritual perception, if his second talent weren't the SSS level time origin, he probably wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Thus, the desire to purchase it arose. The vendor's asking price was a bit high, but he couldn't be bothered to haggle, thinking a few more crystal coins didn't matter. However, he didn't expect the vendor to push his luck. Although Lin Yan wasn't short on money, he wasn't willing to be taken for a fool. That wasn't generosity, it was sheer stupidity. His crystal coins were all hard-earned money, and the most important reason is, that stall owner is only at the innate realm, yet he managed to obtain this attribute stone. In this Yun Street Stone Gambling House, even if one cannot encounter a time-based attribute stone, they can still gather some information. Just as he stepped into the stone gambling house, Lin Yan heard all kinds of noisy discussions. I bet 1,000 crystal coins that this raw stone can yield something worth at least 1,000,000 crystal coins. With your judgment? Give me a break. That's still better than you sneaking out behind your wife to gamble on stones, blowing a year's salary and not getting a damn thing. Just wait and see. Today I can definitely do it. He followed the sound and looked over. A group of people had formed a circle, with a master in the middle working on a basketball-sized raw stone. The owner of the raw stone stood silently at the front of the crowd, praying. Not far away, Lin Yan's spiritual sense swept over the raw stone, penetrating the dense outer layer of alien energy, clearly revealing the internal situation. It was a palm-sized crystal ore, worth approximately tens of thousands of crystal coins. Master Kaisher finished cutting the raw stone, and the crystal ore appeared before everyone's eyes. What a pity. After a while, a third-grade crystal ore, of medium quality, with a recycling price of only 130,000 crystal coins. A few knowledgeable individuals had already announced the result first, and the owner of this raw stone showed a clearly pained expression. This raw stone, he had spent 150,000 crystal coins to buy it, which meant that in just a short moment, 20,000 crystal coins were gone. No, I must earn it back. A determined look appeared on his face as he prepared to take another gamble, so he went to select raw stones again.
As for the result, it was probably the same, because Lin Yan had already used his spiritual sense to investigate, and among the raw stones on this floor, only a small portion could yield crystal coins, while the rest were far from their marked prices, essentially big traps. However, he also didn't find any or possessing the power of time attributes. Lin Yan immediately decided to go to the second floor to take a look. A voice suddenly sounded, "You must be Brother Yan Sin, right? If you don't mind, may I accompany you for a stroll?" Lin Yan turned around to look. At this moment, the speaker was a young man dressed in fine clothes. He had a kind smile on his face, paired with his somewhat handsome appearance, which naturally made him quite likable. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Yun Fei Bai, just like you, one of the candidates entering the Scorching Heart secret realm this time." Yun Fei Bai scratched his head a little awkwardly. When speaking the opening remarks to him, it felt like two completely different people. The earlier words seemed like rehearsed pleasantries, while the latter revealed his true self. Lin Yan nodded and did not refuse. He could sense that Yun Fei Bai, although deliberately approaching him, bore no ill intentions. Sure, as for how Yun Fei Bai was able to recognize him, that's because the information of those qualified to enter the secret realm is public, and when he obtained the identity jade token, Yin Jiayan reported his alias and current appearance. Ah, okay. Lin Yan's straightforward agreement made Yun Fei Bai pause in slight surprise. He took the initiative to approach Lin Yan and strike up a conversation out of curiosity about the mysterious and formidable figure his father had mentioned, someone not to be provoked. Originally, he thought the other party would be too lazy to bother with him. It was even possible that he would get scolded, or in a more serious case, he might even suffer a beating. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he had already prepared himself. But to his surprise, the other party turned out to be so approachable, completely opposite to the lofty image he had imagined. However, Yun Fei Bai's dazed expression made Lin Yan find it somewhat amusing. This kind of family young master who seemed to have no scheming mind, he didn't dislike. In fact, he found him rather likable. He patted Yun Fei Bai. "Young Master Yun, what are you spacing out for? Take me for a stroll." Yun Fei Bai gave an awkward smile and snapped back to his senses. "Ah, okay, let's go. Let's hit the road. No, I mean, let's go up." Lin Yan shook his head helplessly, almost laughing. Meanwhile, Yun Fei Bai acted as if he hadn't noticed, leading Lin Yan to the second floor while continuously introducing along the way. "Let me tell you." Yun Fei Bai glanced around and, after confirming that no one was paying attention to him, spoke in a very low voice. "You might not lack crystal coins, but don't go gambling on raw stones. Out of 100 people, only a few might actually make a profit." "Got it." Lin Yan nodded. "Your reaction is way too indifferent, but you definitely won't believe me just by hearing it. I'll pick out a few raw stones later, and you'll see how deep the waters are here." Yun Fei Bai felt helpless but quickly had a moment of realization. Lin Yan stepped onto the second floor's raw stone rack ahead, looked around, casually picked a few raw stones, and then turned to the staff nearby. "These few, open them on sight." "Alright, please wait a moment." Soon, a few people came over and took the raw stones to the stone-cutting master. "Hee, just watch." Yun Fei Bai smiled confidently. "To leave a deep impression on you, everything that comes out of these will be yours, so you'll always remember." Lin Yan's expression was somewhat peculiar as he looked at Yun Fei Bai. It wasn't because he was surprised by his generosity, nor because of his goodwill, but because, when Lin Yan scanned those raw stones with his spiritual sense, the value of the contents inside was several times higher than the marked price. Let me tell you, actually, I'm quite curious about what it feels like to gamble on stones. Unfortunately, my dad absolutely forbids me from touching this. He even said that if I gamble once, he'd break one of my legs. But this time, it's to advise a friend. Yes, to advise a friend. My dad won't say anything about it." Yun Fei Bai continued speaking. At the end, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, and a trace of fear appeared on his face, but he quickly suppressed it. "I'm not taking the blame, ha ha ha," Lin Yan teased. "Come on, Brother Yin, the profit is yours. It's like I'm treating you to have some fun, so it can't count as my gambling on stones." Yun Fei Bai's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly opened his mouth to argue. Master Kaisher has already cut open one of the raw stones, revealing a dazzling golden glow, shining brilliantly. "What is this?" During the conversation. "Damn, it's a top-grade gold element attribute stone, starting at least 1,000,000 crystal coins. Who's the lucky bastard who hit the jackpot? I can't believe it. Why isn't it me?" Suddenly, exclamations of surprise rang out. The owner of this raw stone, Yun Fei Bai, instead showed an embarrassed expression on his face, turned to Lin Yan, and slowly said, This is an accident, it doesn't count, don't misunderstand me." These few raw stones, although they cost him over 1,000,000 crystal coins, but he had long been prepared for a significant loss and wouldn't feel distressed over this amount of crystal coins. He just hadn't expected such a result. Just this piece of raw stone has already made him break even. If Brother Yen misunderstands, then he would be the sinner. Yun Fei Bai forced a smile before firmly saying, "The next few pieces of raw stone definitely won't be like this." Just like that, the next piece of raw stone will definitely lose money. And Yun Fei Bai's expression of hoping to lose blood
rather than profit made Lin Yan laugh. He believes. Ah, I believe you. You don't look like you believe me at all. Just watch. Yun Feibai rolled his eyes at Lin Yan and then turned to look at the stone-cutting master. After a while, this piece of raw stone was also finished being cut. It really is different from last time. However, the item revealed this time is more than 10 times richer in exotic energy compared to the item revealed from the previous raw stone. In other words, this raw stone is worth at least tens of millions of crystal coins. Whose raw stone is this? I've been working on this for months, spent millions of crystal coins, and barely got anything out of it. Yet in such a short time, two have appeared. Is there no justice? This time, the crowd's emotions were even more intense than before. Many people burst out with expletives, turning their heads to look for the owner of this raw stone. When they saw Yun Feibai's changing expression, they were utterly speechless. It turned out to be this person again. This. Brother Yen. Yun Feibai widened his eyes, his mouth open, not knowing what to say. Lin Yan found it even more amusing and couldn't help but tease. See, I told you, it's different from last time, isn't it? Yun Feibai sighed helplessly and, after a while, continued, maybe today my luck, no, your luck is better. This situation is a bit too unusual. This is because your luck is good, and I know it clearly, so I won't go gambling on stones. You can rest assured. Lin Yan didn't continue joking and seriously explained to Yun Feibai. However, Yun Feibai didn't know. Although the surface of the raw stone is covered with a natural layer of alien energy protection, making it impossible for ordinary people to probe its interior, Lin Yan is different. He possesses an A-level skill, spiritual insight, and coupled with his formidable soul power, he doesn't need to rely on luck at all. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, you can tell if they have the skill. That's good. Seeing Lin Yan's reaction, Yun Feibai also breathed a sigh of relief and felt a bit more at ease. Another moment passed. The remaining raw stones were all opened. However, among these raw stones, the most valuable one was only worth 800,000 crystal coins, and one was worth just a few thousand crystal coins. But compared to the earlier gains, it was nothing significant and was already a huge profit. Although this time opening the raw stones was a massive success, Yun Feibai still wore a worried expression and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sigh. My luck wasn't so good today. The surrounding crowd was left speechless. You call this bad luck? Are you out of your mind? If you don't want it, give it to me. It's really infuriating to compare people, some starve to death, while others are stuffed to death. Of course, these people were just venting their frustrations, not to mention that this was the territory of the provincial capital of Ning province. Just by looking at Yun Feibai's luxurious attire, it was clear he was a young master from a prominent family. Naturally, no one dared to step forward and cause trouble. Lin Yan also shook his head and smiled. Young Master Yun, your luck is truly enviable. Let's not talk about this. These are for you, as promised earlier. Yun Feibai handed over the items extracted from the raw stones to Lin Yan. Although it might have had a bit of a counterproductive effect, you should still take them. Then I'll accept them. Thank you, young Master Yun. Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony with Yun Feibai. After taking the items, he placed them into the storage crystal device. This crystal device used to belong to Han Wenqing. Now, he used it as a cover to avoid exposing the existence of the ability space. No need to be polite. It's not like you're lacking these things. Yun Feibai waved his hand, always straightforward. By the way, don't call me young Master Yun anymore. It feels really awkward. What should I call you? Just call me Xiaobai. Xiaobai, huh? Not bad. Lin Yan paused. The neighbor's dog when I was a kid seemed to be called that. Yun Feibai's face darkened. Lin Yan burst into laughter. Then his expression became slightly more serious as he looked at Yun Feibai. Xiaobai, do you know the origin of these raw stones? For example, which mine they come from? Let me think. Ha ha ha. After lowering his head and pondering for a moment, Yun Feibai finally raised his head and said, I think I heard someone mention that most of these raw stones come from a place called the Abyss Mine, which should be located in Yucheng. Yucheng. Lin Yan appeared deep in thought, pondering the intelligence regarding Yucheng. Yucheng is one of the 4 border cities. Located in the extreme north of the Xia kingdom, it is bordered by the sea on the right, mountains on the left, and glaciers to the north. Surrounded by peril on 3 sides and encircled by enemies, most of the Xia kingdom's strong warriors are stationed here to guard the borderlands. The raw stone Yun Feibai just selected. Among them was a mineral containing time-based alien energy, which was one of the reasons Lin Yan accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, Xiaobai, Lin Yan said gratefully. I just mentioned some non-secret stuff. It's no big deal. Yanji, you don't need to be so polite. Yun Feibai waved his hand and said with a relaxed smile, I'm only 18, and you're over 20 calling me GE. Lin Yan inwardly complained helplessly. But since his appearance had changed, it was normal for others not to be able to tell his age. Before Lin Yan could say anything, Yun Feibai continued, let's go upstairs and take a look. Alright, let's go. Lin Yan nodded. Lin Yan and Yun Feibai strolled around for a while longer. During this time, Lin Yan also learned a lot of useful information, and his fondness for Yun Feibai increased significantly immediately after. However, unfortunately, even among the more expensive raw stones upstairs,
upstairs, he still couldn't find what he was looking for, those stones with time-related attributes. Lin Yan and Yun Feibai walked out of the Yun Street Stone Gambling Workshop. Seeing the sky slightly dim, Lin Yan bid farewell to Yun Feibai, saying, "Xiaobai, I'll head off first. See you when the Scorching Heart Secret Realm opens." Half an hour later, Yun Feibai nodded, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. After seeing the note on the screen, his expression suddenly turned tense, as if hesitating whether to answer. "All right," he gritted his teeth and answered the phone. "Dad, listen to me, I absolutely didn't disobey you and go gambling on stones. Today was just because I was with friends, it was a special situation. You brat, I'll deal with you later. But very soon." An angry voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of helplessness clearly evident. Yun Feibai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. "So, Dad, what do you need from me? Tell Yan-sen that I want to invite him to come to our house." Upon hearing this, the call was then hung up. Although Yun Feibai was puzzled, he still looked at Lin Yan and conveyed, "Brother Yan, you probably heard it too. My father wants to invite you to our house. Are you available?" After saying that, the phone call between the two just now had deliberately avoided Lin Yan, so he also overheard the conversation and was somewhat surprised as to why Yun Tianyang, the governor of Ning province, would want to see him. Yun Feibai was precisely Yun Tianyang's son. When Lin Yan first met him, he already had a suspicion in his heart, and as the two gradually interacted, his guess was confirmed. There aren't many young masters with the surname Yun in Yun City. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yan no longer hesitated and nodded directly, saying, "Sure, let's go." After all, as for him now, he was no longer the Awakening Realm individual from a month ago who had yet to awaken his talent. Instead, he was now a powerhouse capable of causing a sensation in Yang City and shocking the entire nation of Xia. Although Yun Tianyang, the provincial leader of Ning province, was powerful, if he harbored ill intentions, Lin Yan naturally wouldn't fear him. Moreover, Yun Tianyang's attitude seemed to be friendly. Even if Yun Tianyang is powerful, Lin Yan is confident he can leave safely. "Alright, Brother Yan, let's go. My home isn't far from here. We'll get there soon." Yun Feibai was also very happy and eagerly led the way. Lin Yan smiled helplessly. Although Yun Feibai is older than him, his personality is even more naive. The two arrived in front of a villa. This is where the Yun Xianyang family lives. It looks quite ordinary, not as luxurious as the residence of the mayor of Yang City. Very soon, "Dad, I'm back." Just as they reached the door, Yun Feibai shouted at the top of his lungs. A middle-aged man pushed open the door, walked out, and looked at Yun Feibai with a hint of helplessness on his face as he shouted, "What are you yelling for? Your father isn't deaf yet. I haven't even settled accounts with you for today's incident. Later, eat more, or else when I hit you, you won't be able to scream. If word gets out, people might think I'm abusing you." Afterward, for a moment, Lin Yan didn't even know where to start with his complaints. Sure enough, like father, like son. Yun Feibai's personality was most likely inherited from his father, Yun Tianyang. And Yun Feibai trembled and hid behind Lin Yan. "Brother Yan, please explain for me quickly, or your dear Xiaobai will get beaten again tonight." Lin Yan was speechless, but soon he looked at Yun Tianyang, showing a bit more respect. "Junior Yansen, greetings to Uncle Yun. Today is indeed Xiaobai. Well, Feibai, in order to persuade me not to get involved in gambling on stones, specifically went to buy a few raw stones. It's just that he was relatively lucky and made a small profit, and he gave all the gains to me." Lin Yan couldn't be hard-hearted when it came to friends, and since they all called him Brother Yan, as the elder brother, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch him fall victim to harm. Seeing Lin Yan's respectful attitude, Yun Tianyang raised his eyebrows slightly. He was aware of Lin Yan's identity. This was the same person who caused a huge sensation in Yang City, reportedly possessing strength no less than the general realm, and even disregarded the existence of powerful families like the Han family in the capital. Yet, he was so respectful toward him. This made him feel a bit elated in his heart. So he cleared his throat and said seriously, "Since Ian has spoken, I'll let this boy off the hook this time. Next time he makes a mistake, I'll deal with him properly." "Father, you..." Hearing Yun Tianyang say he would let him go, he hadn't even had time to feel happy before the next sentence made him clench his fists in anger. Yun Tianyang suddenly smiled, looking at Yun Feibai with a meaningful gaze. "Your brother Yan has been standing here for so long, and you don't even know to invite him inside? Don't you have any manners? I'll teach you properly tonight." Lin Yan really didn't expect that the governor of Ning province would be such an oddball. It seems that his cheap little brother, Xiaobai, is bound to receive some fatherly love tonight. Yun Feibai immediately reacted, his face showing bitterness as he said, "I was wrong, Dad. Please don't do this." He then looked at Lin Yan. "Brother Yan, save me, very soon." But this time, Lin Yan pretended not to see anything and walked into the main gate. His intention was, "Xiaobai, you're on your own now." Yun Feibai's residence. In the study, Lin Yan and Yun Tianyang exchanged glances before Lin Yan slowly spoke. "I wonder what matter the provincial head has called me here for today? You can call me Uncle Yun or Uncle, either is fine. Or you can call me Xiao Yang, I don't mind." Yun Tianyang,
completely unconcerned about his image, plopped down onto a chair. As expected, they are truly father and son. Lin Yan held his forehead. He just wanted to test Yun Tianyang's intentions, but he didn't expect such a reaction. He and Yun Feibai were of the same generation, so calling him Xiaobai was normal. But calling Yun Tianyang Xiao Yang would be very disrespectful, and Lin Yan's upbringing wouldn't allow him to show such disrespect to a kind elder. So he gave a wry smile. Uncle Yun, I am genuinely curious. Now the entire Ning province is hunting me down, and it was you who personally issued the order. Why would you still invite me to your home and treat me with such an attitude? Lin Yan was truly puzzled in his heart. The day after the Yang City Ability Users competition, Yun Tianyang issued a warrant for Lin Yan, and the Guardian Army of Ning province was also tracking Lin Yan's whereabouts, vowing to bring him to justice. This commanding figure was sitting right in front of him without any airs. Although his appearance has changed and he has forged a new identity, others might not know who he is. However, as the head of a province, Yun Tianyang may not be all-powerful, but he is still one of the most prominent figures in Ning province. Not knowing his identity would be strange. And now, then I won't hold back and will call you Ian. Yun Tianyang nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. Then he looked at Lin Yan, who was seated, and asked, aren't you the same? Knowing full well that I oversee the matters of opening the Scorching Heart secret realm, yet you still dare to participate? Well. Lin Yan was at a loss for words. He found it a bit difficult to answer this question. He couldn't exactly say, even if you don't let me in, I can still beat you up until you submit, and then walk in openly. Ha, you brat. Yun Tian shook his head and laughed, though there was a faint trace of bitterness. Even though I've half-stepped into the Marquis realm, I probably wouldn't fare well against you. The disappearance of Yangshi City's leader, Shi Gaohan, Yun Tianyang was aware of it, and he had even gone to the scene to investigate. The conclusion he reached left him not only shocked but also somewhat terrified. Shi Gaohan is gone. In this world, not a single trace was left behind, and this method, let alone him, even true Marquis level or higher King level experts couldn't achieve such a thing, even if they belonged to the destruction type or the darkness type. This talent specialized in killing can only ensure that a person dies without any reaction. As for leaving no trace of energy fluctuations, that is simply impossible unless the person's realm has reached a terrifying level. Whether it is possessing heaven-defying methods or invincible strength, it is enough to leave Yun Tianyang deeply shocked. Even if he wanted to make a move against Lin Yan, he would have no chance at all. Yun Tianyang said solemnly, what you did to the three major families, although it violates the laws of Xia country, the people of Yang City, as well as me, the governor of Ning province, will not hold any resentment against you. On the contrary, I should thank you for removing a malignant tumor. A moment later. However, the three major families are now in name only. Their treasure vaults have been destroyed, but the top experts of the families still remain. In a few decades, the three families will still be able to continue their bloodlines and restore their power. Moreover, the events in Yang City have also reached Yucheng, falling into the ears of the boundary-level experts belonging to the three major families. Now they have rushed back to Yang City, plotting their revenge against you, and it won't be long before they find your whereabouts. Just the day before yesterday, people from the Han family in the capital arrived, 11 boundary-level experts in total. The leader among them is only slightly weaker than me. They demanded my full cooperation in investigating your information, which is also the reason I issued the wanted notice. The Han family is powerful, I had no way to refuse. I hope you won't hold a grudge against the Yun family because of this matter. If you must blame someone, blame me. I will compensate you. Lin Yan quickly waved his hand. Uncle Yun, there's no need for this. I did indeed violate the laws of Xia country. Even if you hadn't done this, the Han family would still have found a way to issue a warrant. This was bound to happen, so you don't need to worry. What's more, several days have passed, and neither the three major families nor the Han family have found any information about me. I think it might also be because you helped conceal it for me. That's good. Yun Tianyang laughed heartily, and the worries in his heart disappeared. He couldn't help but be afraid. The son of the Han family patriarch, the mayor of Yang City, he killed such people without hesitation. The Yun family could not bear the wrath of this monstrous figure. But now, Lin Yan's attitude had completely put Yun Tianyang at ease. He took a sip of water, hesitating in his heart. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Uncle Yun, are you trying to persuade me to give up entering the Scorching Heart secret realm? Yun Tianyang nodded, but waves surged in his heart. Upon seeing this, he hadn't expected that. Apart from Lin Yan's monstrous talent, his mind was even more terrifying, not at all like that of a young person. Yes, of the 11 generals sent by the Han family, apart from the leader who was at the perfect realm, the others are all late-stage generals. Among the generals from the three major families, aside from two at the perfect realm, there is also one who, like me, is at the half-step Marquis realm and possesses dual talents. In terms of strength, I am no match for him. And that's not all. I don't know what price the three major families paid, but it seems they also hired a top-tier assassin of the dark element. Their realm is unknown, at least half-step Marquis, possibly even Marquis. Cold sweat unconsciously broke out on Yun Tianyang's Tianyang's forehead. Such a luxurious lineup, even a true Marquis realm expert would find it extremely troublesome, or might even choose to flee. After saying that, and yet, the target of these people is merely a postnatal realm individual. This is enough to show just how terrifying this postnatal realm monster truly is. What a grand gesture. Lin Yan slightly furrowed his brows. He wasn't surprised by these people's methods. If it were him, he would only act more ruthlessly. As for him now, dealing with a half-step Marquis realm was already his limit. It can only be in a one-on-one situation, using all means to kill the opponent. If others are present, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Moreover, his secrets will be exposed. By then, not to mention Marquis-level experts, even king-level powerhouses might take action. The current Lin Yan has not yet reached the point of being invincible in the world and still needs to develop cautiously. Even if he couldn't kill these people, escaping wouldn't be difficult, provided he first breaks through to the innate realm. Suddenly, Lin Yan asked, "Uncle Yun, my identity hasn't been exposed yet, right?" However, Yun Tianyang was puzzled but still nodded. "Because I control the opening of the Scorching Heart secret realm, I was able to discover your identity before them. By the time they find out about you, it should be a few days later." Lin Yan's furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled softly. "Uncle Yun, I want to ask you for a favor. Would that be okay?" "Yes." Lin Yan looked at Yun Tianyang, unsure if he would agree. Upon hearing this, after all, as the governor of a province, a strong person's dignity still matters. Since they have no personal connection, he might not necessarily help him. Before Yun Tianyang could speak, he spoke first. "Uncle Yun, I want you to help me investigate the information on the strong individuals from these families, and whether any of the people entering the Scorching Heart secret realm are related to them. Of course, if this matter is rather difficult, it's not a big deal. After I enter the secret realm, if they haven't investigated my information, you can just reveal my identity." Shock was clearly visible on Yun Tianyang's face. At first, Lin Yan's words were still understandable to him. He thought Lin Yan wanted to gather information in advance to better assess the situation and make decisions. After all, knowing in advance is always better than knowing nothing. As the words fell, but the last sentence left him astonished. He had thought that what Lin Yan wanted his help with was to cover things up and avoid having his identity discovered by several families. But he hadn't expected what Lin Yan wanted him to do was to reveal his identity publicly. If it's the former, Yun Tianyang may not necessarily be able to accomplish it. Although he is the governor of a province, the major families are not to be underestimated. Their influence is extremely powerful. It wouldn't be difficult for them to uncover the information he can access. Yun Tianyang pondered for a moment. He then slowly spoke. "After talking with you, I can't say I understand you well, but you're certainly not a person of great wickedness. So the information is not an issue. I can provide it to you." However, Yun Tianyang was clearly somewhat hesitant, even a little worried. This junior, although possibly stronger than him, showed him great respect and had a good relationship with his son. He couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Yan go to his death. Yun Tianyang's concern was not feigned. Lin Yan's heart felt slightly warm. Apart from Father Sia and Mother Sia, there were few people unrelated by blood who cared about him. He made his own decision and said with a smile, "Uncle Yun, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who seeks death. I'll leave this matter to you." Seeing Lin Yan's firm attitude, Yun Tianyang nodded in agreement. However, after this matter was settled, all right, the two did not bring up the topic again. Subsequently, Yun Tianyang took the initiative to talk to Lin Yan about some issues regarding the cultivation of supernatural abilities. Although Lin Yan could reach the general slaying realm, he was only 18 years old and still at the acquired realm. The things Yun Tianyang, who was at the half-step Marquis realm, spoke about benefited him greatly and gave him many insights. This conversation lasted for an hour. It was only when Yun Feibai's mother reminded them it was mealtime that their conversation was interrupted. Otherwise, they could have talked until the next day. At the invitation of Yun Feibai's family, Lin Yan couldn't refuse their warm hospitality, so he joined them for dinner. Amidst laughter and joy, his relationship with Yun Feibai, as well as Yun's father and mother, seemed to have grown much closer, filled with a warmer and more comforting atmosphere. After the meal, the sky had gradually darkened, and Lin Yan bid farewell to Yun's father and mother under Yun Feibai's reluctant and pleading gaze. Half an hour later, before leaving, Lin Yan also cast a sympathetic glance at Yun Feibai. After he left, Yun Tianyang's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Yun Feibai. "Come to my study, I have something to discuss with you." Yun Feibai frantically shook his head. "I won't go." He knew all too well what his father wanted to do. However, Yun Tianyang just laughed, giving him no chance to escape. Without another word, he dragged him to the study, ready to show him some love. For Yun Feibai, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the hotel room, after washing up, Lin Yan did not immediately begin cultivating but instead fell into deep thought. However, it was not because of the three major families and the Han family's general realm expert, nor was it the assassin who might be in the Marquis realm. Rather, it was what Yun Tianyang mentioned today is about the power of the soul. Just as Lin Yan thought, soul power is an extremely mysterious force throughout the entire Xia kingdom and the entire Blue Star, known to very few. That is because only those who step into the Marquee realm can perceive the power of the soul. And as the level of supernatural abilities improves, soul power is actually gradually strengthening as well. It's just that it cannot be perceived below the whole level, and the difficulty of advancing for Jiang level experts is precisely related to this. That day, when the mayor of Riang City, Xiaawanua, regained consciousness ahead of time, Lin Yan had a suspicion in his heart that the stronger the level of supernatural abilities, the stronger the soul power. Moreover, his SS level skill pause time might very likely have no effect on powerful souls. However, the good news is, Yun Tianyang, who is at the half-step Marquee realm, has a soul realm that is only at the early intermediate stage. So even a true Marquee realm expert is probably at most at the late early stage or the peak of the early stage, and their soul realm wouldn't be stronger than his. Regarding this trip to the Scorching Heart secret realm, Lin Yan became even more determined in his resolve. He was determined to break through his soul realm to the intermediate stage so that even when facing a Marquee realm expert, he could hold an absolute advantage in soul power. He temporarily suppressed these thoughts. Then he took out the attribute stone with time-based special energy, which he had obtained from the gambling stone workshop on Cloud Street, and held it in his hand. Lin Yan extended his spiritual sense into it. He immediately felt a fluctuation identical to the time origin special energy within his ability crystal. It's just that this energy is very weak, roughly equivalent to a bottle of high-grade crystal liquid. For him now, absorbing this bit of alien energy would hardly have any significant effect. He wouldn't use it for absorption but had another purpose in mind. He let his greatest secret, the SSS level skill time prison, absorb this alien energy because every time his realm advanced, the time prison would absorb a portion of his alien energy. Afterward, the time prison would be enhanced. That is it. So he thought, if he could provide a different energy with the same attributes as his own, would the time prison improve ahead of his realm and thus gain more functionality? After all, it is an SSS level skill. Lin Yan certainly wouldn't naively assume that the time prison could only imprison and torment his enemies. Perhaps when he reaches a certain realm and the time prison advances to a certain level, he could also enter it and enjoy its heaven-defying time multiplier, making his cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. In the skill description of the time prison, it only says not to attempt entering it lightly, rather than absolutely forbidding him from entering. Moreover, if it is truly as he imagines, and he can use the time prison for cultivation, the most critical and lacking thing for him now, time, this issue will be resolved effortlessly. Then, his consciousness stirred. He slowly channeled the temporal energy from the stone of attributes into the time prison. Time flew by in a flash. 3 days had passed, and the time had come for the Scorching Heart secret realm to open. Lin Yan also opened his eyes, ending his cultivation. The abilities realm and soul realm had become more stable, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. However, it was precisely this final barrier that he could not overcome, requiring an incredibly dense amount of soul power and ability energy for assistance. He did not lack ability energy, but he was short of soul power. Therefore, this time, the Scorching Heart secret realm was a must for him. He had to find abundant soul power to help him break through the soul realm. A few days ago, Lin Yan also confirmed that the Stone of Time attribute is effective for the time prison, and his hypothesis was almost proven. The amount of time-based alien energy required is also an astronomical figure. He has also finalized his target after the Scorching Heart secret realm, which is the border city of Xia Kingdom, Yuchang. It's just that. He temporarily suppressed his excitement. Lin Yan quickly freshened up and left the hotel, heading to the location of the Scorching Heart secret realm. On the way, he reviewed the information sent by Yun Tianyang. Among the experts above the boundary realm, there were 3 individuals worth his attention. First is Han family's Han Pu, strength at the peak of the general realm, grade A talent, Ice Blade. Yunyang auction house's Wei Jun, strength at the peak of the general realm, grade B talent, Swift Wind. Wang family's Wang Cheng, strength at the half-step Marquee realm, first talent is grade A Fire Flame, second talent is grade B Weak Thunder. Among them, Wang Cheng was the one who caught Lin Yan's attention the most. A dual talent ability user is more than twice as powerful as a single talent ability user, and their soul strength is likely comparable to that of an ordinary Marquee realm expert. Apart from these 3 people, there is also a strong individual, at least at the half-step Marquee level, skilled in assassination. However, even Yun Tianyang, the governor of Ning province, has been unable to obtain any information about this person. Lin Yan still felt it was a bit of a pity, but it wasn't a big issue. If it were someone who fought head-on and excelled in direct combat, he might have been more troubled. Those skilled in assassination will surely hide in the shadows. Even a strong individual at the Marquee level would only act when they can deliver a fatal blow in one strike. This is a nature that is hard to change. It is precisely because of this. For Lin Yan, who possesses spiritual perception, the strong individuals hiding in the shadows waiting to strike are completely transparent in his eyes, posing less of a threat than Wang Cheng, a dual-talented half-step Marquee key-level threat. Lin Yan arrived at the location of the Scorching Heart secret realm. This was a valley, surrounded on three sides by towering mountains. Verdant green fields and trees over 100 meters tall imbued the area with vibrant vitality. Half an hour later, deep within the valley, an ancient and unadorned gate stood tall. In stark contrast to the surrounding environment, it appeared out of place, marking the entrance to the Scorching Heart secret realm. In front of the entrance to the secret realm, dozens of people were standing at this moment. Only 15 people could truly enter the secret realm, while most of the others were there to protect the geniuses who held the spots. Lin Yan's arrival also drew the attention of those people. This was because, unlike the others who more or less came in groups, accompanied by at least experts at the transformation realm, Lin Yan came alone. Moreover, those with perception-based abilities discovered that he only had the strength of the peak-acquired realm. The crowd's gaze kept scrutinizing Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan ignored their stares, walked to a corner, and leaned against a tree. This person seems to be someone who got a spot at the last minute. Not sure what their background is. This kind of important matter of entering the secret realm, he always comes alone. Probably has no background and isn't that great. Most likely just got lucky to obtain the spot. You all know about what happened in Yang City. The candidates for the spots from the three major families were all taken down by that ruthless person. The century-old unchanging secret realm spots now have vacancies, and some well-informed people can still obtain them by paying a price. What you said makes sense. Voices of conversation continuously rose from the crowd, some in surprise, others in ridicule. Lin Yan naturally heard them too, but he ignored them, and his heart remained calm without any ripples. He only wanted to wait for the secret realm to open and enter it peacefully. There was still about half an hour left until the opening time. During this time, he could only wait quietly, hoping that no conflicts would arise. If his identity were prematurely exposed and attracted the pursuit of the powerful generals, it would be quite troublesome. However, at this moment, a voice sounded inappropriately. Your surname is Yan? Are you from Yang City? How did you get your spot? Lin Yan opened his eyes and looked over. A young man with a hint of hostility in his expression was frowning as he looked at him. The information Yin Tianyang had given him included details about this person, so Lin Yan quickly recognized him, Han Shan, from the Han family in the capital, who, like him, had also obtained a temporary spot. The other party was clearly not here with good intentions. Lin Yan really wanted to slap him, but he couldn't do that. However, he wasn't going to be polite either. With a calm gaze and a cold tone, he said, "What does it have to do with you?" Han Shan let out a cold laugh, not showing any anger. He patted Lin Yan's shoulder. "Don't be so tense. It's just that, like you, I also got a temporary spot. So, I'm a bit curious and want to know what underhanded means you used." Before Lin Yan could respond, the others were already startled in their hearts. Han Shan's words were clearly ill-intentioned, deliberately targeting Lin Yan. Although it was just a few sentences, they brought some things that couldn't be openly discussed to the surface, putting Lin Yan at a disadvantage. He calmly replied, "Aren't you the same? My spot was given to me by a friend, which is naturally different from your dubious origins. Moreover, you're only at the acquired stage. Clearly not someone with outstanding talent. How could you possibly deserve this spot?" Han Shan's expression gradually turned cold. Lin Yan brushed off Han Shan's hand and responded with a simple turned around and walked away, not wanting to pay any more attention to Han Shan. Han Shan frowned, grabbed Lin Yan's shoulder again with the hand that had been slapped away, and shouted, "Stop right there. You'd better give me an explanation. How can a useless person like you get a spot in the Scorching Heart secret realm? How dare you do it but not admit it?" Upon seeing this, coming here alone, without any family or friends accompanying you, could it be that you're an orphan? If not, then your spot must have been obtained dishonorably, and those who came with you felt ashamed to be associated with you. His voice grew louder and increasingly aggressive. The other geniuses who entered the secret realm also frowned and looked over here, showing a bit more disdain toward Lin Yan. For these young masters and ladies, who could reach the innate realm shortly after awakening their talents, the acquired realm is indeed considered trash. However, although they secretly despised it in their hearts, they only mocked silently and did not voice it like Han Shan. But in their hearts, they began to look forward to how things would unfold next. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes gradually turned icy cold. He turned around and looked coldly at Han Shan. "Whether I am qualified to enter the Scorching Heart secret realm will be determined by the provincial governor of Ning province. I hope you keep your mouth shut. You've already polluted the air here." If he weren't afraid of exposing his identity by taking action, he would have killed Han Shan long ago. Heh, such arrogance. Han Shan's sneer deepened, with a hint of savagery in his expression. Han Shan then activated his supernatural energy, sending an ice blade toward Lin Yan. Such a close distance, and this strike used 70% of his supernatural energy. He believed Lin Yan would definitely suffer severe injuries the next moment, unless, as he suspected in his heart, Lin Yan was the target the Han family was searching for. This was also the reason Han Shan deliberately provoked Lin Yan. Although he found it hard to believe that a monstrous talent capable of easily killing someone at the transformation
transformation realm would disguise their identity to participate in the scorching heart secret realm. If it turned out to be true, he would have made a great contribution. Not only will he receive the family's reward, but he will also gain the head of the family's favor. The most important thing is, even if Lin Yan is not the target the Han family is looking for, he won't suffer any loss. A mere Hotian realm cultivator, what could he possibly do to him? Just as Han Shan was feeling proud, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he activated the A-level skill enhancement, consuming 50% of his energy. His physical abilities were amplified fivefold, allowing him to forcibly withstand the ice blade. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist and struck toward Han Shan's face. Almost simultaneously, both of their bodies were sent flying several meters backward. Han Shan looked extremely disheveled. After releasing the ice blade, he had no defense, and Lin Yan's fivefold strength punch directly swelled his face, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In contrast, Lin Yan, clutching his chest, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this appearance was feigned. After strengthening his body, Han Shan's attack was hardly worth mentioning to him, but he couldn't appear too relaxed, as this would attract the attention of the Han family's experts. A postnatal realm fighter can actually rival someone in the innate realm? The others present, especially those young masters and ladies who had just looked down on Lin Yan, were instantly filled with shock. How is that possible? Han Shan felt the same way in his heart. However, what he felt even more was anger. Not only did his attack fail to seriously injure that person, but it also left him in an extremely embarrassing state. You're looking for death. His eyes blazed with fury as he shouted angrily, but his swollen face made his voice somewhat slurred, giving him a slightly comical appearance. Lin Yan ignored him, spat out a mouthful of blood. This made the already furious Han Shan even more enraged, his body trembling slightly. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Han family experts who had come with him and shouted, "Take down this worthless trash for me. I want him to wish he were dead." Bah! The Han family expert, who had already intended to make a move, upon hearing Han Shan's request, disregarded the dignity of being a master at the transformation realm, walked toward Lin Yan, and frowned as he spoke. "Kid, you shouldn't have hurt Han Shan." Lin Yan wiped his mouth and stared directly at the man. "Heh, what kind of logic is that? Am I supposed to just stand still and let him hit me? Is this the so-called genius of your Han family from Kyoto? He can't even beat me, someone at the Hotian stage, and still has the nerve to call for help from elders at the Huajing stage. It's truly laughable." Upon hearing this, "If you kneel now and apologize to Han Shan, I can spare you." The strong expert from the Han family in the transformation realm had a gloomy expression, looking at Lin Yan as if he were gazing down at an ant. The mockery in Lin Yan's eyes grew even stronger. With a cold laugh, he said, "Then kneel down and beg me. If you beg me first, I'll apologize to Han Shan. Or are you trying to bully me with your power, thinking that your transformation realm cultivation allows you to act recklessly? I happen to know that the son of the Han family patriarch has disappeared. It seems the cause was also using the Han family's influence to oppress others. And to this day, your Han family still hasn't found the culprit. What a bunch of useless people." The transcendent expert's face instantly darkened as he flashed in front of Lin Yan. Grabbing Lin Yan by the throat, he lifted him off the ground. "You've got a lot of nerve. Looks like I have no choice but to handle you myself. Kneel down and apologize to Han Shan and to my Han family, or I'll kill you right here." Courting death. Lin Yan's brows drew together in a fierce glare, his voice icy. "If you want to kill me, then do it. Enough with the nonsense." Yet inwardly, he was already weighing whether or not to make a move and kill this man on the spot. However, it was quickly dismissed. Although injuring Han Shan earlier surprised others, it wouldn't reveal his identity. But if he were to strike and kill this transformation realm expert, his identity would definitely be exposed. Once his identity is exposed, numerous general realm experts would rush over. Although he could escape, entering the scorching heart secret realm would become extremely difficult. If he misses this opportunity, his cultivation level would also stagnate, which was unacceptable to him. Fortunately, Lin Yan's spiritual sense had already detected that Yun Tianyang was about to arrive. He just needed to stall for some time. The Han family's transcendent expert tightened his grip, causing Lin Yan's face to flush slightly red, but he still forced out his words. "I want to see if you dare to kill me in front of so many people." Seeing Lin Yan's cold and sharp gaze, he couldn't help but feel a bit startled. It's one thing to take action and deal with Lin Yan, but to actually kill him, he didn't dare. He struck Lin Yan with a palm, sending him flying in Han Shan's direction, and casually added, "I'll leave this guy to you, Han Shan. He shouldn't be able to resist anymore. Be careful, though, don't actually kill him." Han Shan sneered, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "Thus," he said maliciously, "it's too late to beg for mercy now. I'll make sure you understand just how terrifying the consequences of angering me can be." Lin Yan's expression was indifferent as he barely stood up. Afterward, the aura of his supernatural energy was also somewhat weak. Although the strike from the transcendent expert earlier was not fatal, it had consumed most of his supernatural energy. Dealing with Han Shan was still very easy for him. However, now he could only pretend to be seriously injured. "Aren't you arrogant? Weren't you so
full of yourself? Hee, even if you have some tricks, so what? In the face of absolute strength, you are still no match. In front of me, you can only behave like a dog. A dog should act like a dog, bark for your master to hear? Han Shan grew even more arrogant, his tone filled with insult. He wanted to completely take revenge on Lin Yan for the humiliation he had suffered earlier, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Lin Yan's expression remained calm, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. After the secret realm opens, he wants Han Shan and that transformation realm expert to properly enjoy the hospitality of the time prison. Your gaze is really something. I hope you can keep it that way. Han Shan punched Lin Yan in the stomach and leaned close to his ear, whispering, once we're in the secret realm, I'll make you wish you were dead. Then, with another punch, he sent Lin Yan retreating several meters. From beginning to end, Lin Yan's expression remained calm. He clutched his stomach, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Ha, keep being arrogant. Why aren't you fighting back? Useless trash. Han Shan continued relentlessly, rushing up to him. Just as Han Shan lifted his foot, preparing to kick Lin Yan, a voice suddenly rang out. However, Han Shan ignored the voice and instead stomped down even harder. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he sidestepped to evade the attack. Stop, Brother Yan, are you okay? However, the person who had just spoken was Yun Fei Bai. He quickly came to Lin Yan's side and asked with concern. Lin Yan smiled. Xiao Bai, I'm fine. After receiving Lin Yan's response, Yun Fei Bai felt slightly relieved. He then turned around, glared angrily at Han Shan, and scolded, do you have no shame? A person at the peak of the Xiantian realm attacking someone in the Hotian realm, trash like you should drop out of the holy land of Kyoto as soon as possible. It's truly disgraceful. Han Shan couldn't hold back either and shouted angrily, damn it, Yun Fei Bai, you scoundrel, get out of my way. Yun Fei Bai's face turned cold as he stood in front of Lin Yan. He pointed at Han Shan unceremoniously and said, this is Yun City in Ning Province, not your Han family's territory. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? At this moment, Yun Fei Bai's aura was awe-inspiring. The others present were all astonished, their gazes shifting back and forth between Yun Fei Bai and Lin Yan. They couldn't figure it out. Why would Yun Fei Bai, as the son of the governor of Ning Province, target Han Shan so deliberately for the sake of Lin Yan, who was merely at the Hotian stage? Lin Yan's heart felt warm. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, Yun Fei Bai was still willing to stand up for him, even going so far as to confront the Han family and transform from his usual easygoing demeanor into a sharp and resolute one. Han Shan's face looked grim, and he said nothing more, because Yun Tianyang, the governor of Ning Province, had already arrived. The Han family was not afraid of Yun Tianyang, but Han Shan himself was not qualified to confront him. He knew that at this moment, there was no way to do anything to Lin Yan, so he gave up the desire to attack, instead curling his lips into a cold smile as he looked at Lin Yan. Once we enter the secret realm, even Yun Fei Bai won't be able to protect you, unless you give up entering the secret realm now. Then he angrily swung his arm and walked into the crowd. Yun Fei Bai no longer paid attention to Han Shan and smiled at Lin Yan, saying, Brother Yan, am I awesome or what? Lin Yan remained silent. Upon seeing this, that familiar feeling was back. It was still the same Yun Fei Bai. Lin Yan sincerely said, Xiao Bai, thank you so much for helping me today. Otherwise, I might have had to endure a few more kicks from him. No big deal, Brother Yan, you don't need to be so polite with me. Yun Fei Bai waved his hand, as if he had only done something trivial. A moment later, that day, after Lin Yan left his house, his father took him to the study, first gave him a lecture, and then told him some things, including Lin Yan's identity. So Yun Fei Bai knew that even if he didn't intervene, that trash Han Shan wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Yan. However, although he hadn't known Lin Yan for long and their friendship wasn't very deep, he still considered Lin Yan his friend. So when he saw Han Shan attacking Lin Yan, he stood up without hesitation. Sigh, it's actually all my father's fault. Yun Fei Bai suddenly sighed. If he hadn't insisted on lecturing me about being cautious and not wandering around in the secret realm to avoid danger, we would have arrived earlier, and you wouldn't have had to endure the trash Han Shan's nonsense. He has said these things no less than 10 times. He isn't tired of saying it, but I'm already tired of hearing it. Sigh, poor me, having to endure such hardship at such a young age. Lin Yan felt a slight warmth in his heart. Whether it was Yun Fei Bai's earlier actions or his current attitude, Lin Yan was very clear that Yun Fei Bai regarded him as a friend, without any other ulterior motives. His gaze fell on Yun Tianyang, who cast his eyes in this direction, his lips faintly twitching. Then he glanced at Yun Fei Bai, who was still ranting furiously, and revealed a look of sympathy. Ahem. Lin Yan cleared his throat, interrupting Yun Fei Bai. But the next moment, Brother Yan, why are you? Yun Fei Bai looked puzzled, but his expression quickly changed as he noticed Yun Tianyang was watching him. He spoke with difficulty, Father, let me explain. Yun Tianyang smiled and said with concern, Fei Bai, be careful after you enter the secret realm. When it's over, I'll come to pick you up. Then he no longer looked at Yun Fei Bai and went to communicate with the other family experts. Yun Fei Bai's expression stiffened slightly. He understood that Yun Tianyang intended to settle accounts with him later. After coming out of the secret realm, he would probably have to experience Yun Tianyang's fatherly love once again. So he looked at Lin Yan and said with a hint of pleading, "Brother Yan, you have to help me. You can't just watch my dad beat me up." "Brother Yan, if you won't help me, fine, but you're laughing. What must come will come. Xiaobai, you have to learn to accept it. When the storm comes, we must face it bravely. So I believe in you, you can definitely do it." Ha ha ha. Lin Yan patted Yun Feibai's shoulder with a look of heartfelt sincerity. "Forget it, just let him hit me," Yun Feibai said gloomily. He then brightened up and laughed. "Besides, I'm about to return to Kyoto soon, so there's nothing he can do to me." Ha, Lin Yan. But in the next moment, time is like sand, slipping away in an instant. Soon, the time for the secret realm to open arrived. Yun Tianyang slowly walked to the front of the crowd and said in a loud voice, "It is noon, and the Scorching Heart secret realm is about to open. Talents entering the secret realm, please make your preparations. I hope you all gain satisfactory opportunities. Be careful in everything. Myself and the loved ones of everyone here all hope for your safe return." Everyone responded one after another. "Thank you, Governor, for your concern." As the words fell, Yun Tianyang took out a jade talisman, releasing a surge of immense energy into it, and then placed it on the entrance of the secret realm. ZZZ. As a voice rang out, the secret realm's gate was opened. The geniuses qualified to enter the secret realm showed joyful expressions and eagerly took out their identity jade tokens to step inside. Until Yun Feibai also went in. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth lifted imperceptibly as he exchanged a glance with Yun Tianyang. At this moment, Han Shan walked up to him and taunted, "Trash, I'll be waiting for you inside. I hope you won't be too scared to come in." Lin Yan responded with a cold laugh. He didn't want to waste words on a dead man. He ignored Han Shan. He looked at the Han family's transcendent expert, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The time for the secret realm's gate to remain open was only a few minutes. Once this time passed, it would close and could only be reopened a month later. Lin Yan silently counted the time in his heart. Half a minute before the secret realm's gate closed, he finally moved. Quick march. Finally. Teleport. Two major skills activated instantly. A distance of dozens of meters was crossed in just a single breath. Watching Han Shan enter the secret realm, the transcendent expert didn't even have time to react before feeling as if his body had been struck heavily. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already being held in Lin Yan's hand. His face turned ashen as he understood everything. His body couldn't stop trembling, his pupils dilated in shock, and his voice quivered as he said, "Ah, you are." In an instant, not just him, the others present were also equally filled with shock and fear. This speed, this strength, apart from that ruthless individual, who else could disregard the visualization realm with the strength of the postnatal realm? Looking at the Han family's transformation realm expert, their gazes involuntarily filled with sympathy, while a sense of relief rose in their hearts. They couldn't help but feel fortunate that their own young masters and misses hadn't truly provoked this ruthless individual. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they had died. Mockery also arose in their hearts. Choosing to reveal his identity at this moment, while in line with that ruthless individual's character, seemed a bit too arrogant. However, not to mention that the governor of Ning province was present, the transformation realm experts of the three major families and the Han family would also arrive shortly. Even Lin Yan would find it hard to escape, no matter how capable he was. At the moment Lin Yan made his move, Yun Tianyang was startled. Even he couldn't react to such speed, showing just how terrifying it was. At this moment, he looked at Lin Yan and shouted, "Stop!" His domain unfolded, and a powerful pressure surged toward Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan had already prepared in advance and entered the Scorching Heart secret realm the instant the pressure descended. Everyone present, except for Yun Tianyang. At the same time, everyone was full of disbelief. No one expected Lin Yan to attack a martial artist in the transformation realm right under the eyes of the governor of Ning province and still escape unscathed into the secret realm. How is that possible? That was the aura of someone half a step into the marquee realm. That ruthless man won't make a move against the young master after entering the secret realm, will he? Shocked and terrified, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. The geniuses of their families were all in the secret realm at this moment. Not good. But at this time, there was nothing they could do. Even Yun Tianyang had no way to deal with Lin Yan. They weren't even at the Zhongjing level, so what could they possibly do? The gate to the secret realm closed, and Yun Tianyang's expression turned grim. This is all an act by him. Immediately after, if he does nothing and watches Lin Yan enter the secret realm, even as the provincial leader, he will inevitably leave himself open to criticism. Of course, as agreed with Lin Yan, Yun Tianyang took out his phone and informed the Han family's peak stage expert about what had happened here. The experts from the Han family and the three major families all arrived here. On their way, they had already learned about what had transpired. Facing Yun Tianyang, Han Pu rudely shouted, "Yun Tianyang, why didn't you close the secret realm's gate?" Not long after, "Who do you think you are? Do I need to explain myself to you?" But Yun Tianyang, as the provincial leader, was no ordinary person. His imposing aura erupted sharply as he retorted unceremoniously. However, he secretly cursed in his
his heart. Damn it, these people really aren't fools. Even though he had done his best to act without leaving any evidence, these people still discovered the most critical issue. Although he couldn't open the secret realm's gate in advance, he could close it ahead of time. In that case, no matter how fast Lin Yan was, he still wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm. However, Yun Tianyang still added, I already did my best, but that kid is too fast. There's nothing I could do. Otherwise, you can try it yourself. It better be so. Han Pu's expression remained icy, but he didn't dare to truly act against Yun Tianyang. He turned to look at the experts of the three great families. Although that thief has escaped into the secret realm, when it opens in a month he will be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape from our grasp. Set up the crystal formation and get ready. 1 month later, I want this scoundrel to have no way to heaven and no door to earth. Inside the secret realm, as Lin Yan stepped into the entrance, he immediately felt the space twisting. After 10 seconds, the spatial fluctuations finally ceased. What appeared before his eyes was a dim world with only faint glimmers of light, completely different from the outside. This was an independent space. Not far away, Han Shan and the others looked at him. Ha, you really came. Han Shan was overjoyed, but the next moment his face was filled with fear, frozen in place. The reason being, in Lin Yan's hand, the Han family's transcendent expert was like a dead chicken, being carried by Lin Yan without the slightest ability to resist. How is that possible? Han Shan's body felt somewhat weak. He couldn't believe that Lin Yan could actually be the person the Han family was looking for. Everyone present, except for Yun Fei Bai, was utterly shocked. They also understood what had happened and unconsciously swallowed hard, instinctively taking a few steps back. Why? They were scared. What happened in Yang City? They know more than ordinary people. That's someone who acts ruthlessly at the slightest disagreement, and their favorite thing is kidnapping the children of prominent families. Han Shan, I'm here. Lin Yan curled his lips into a smile and walked toward Han Shan. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, huh? But I'm a little impatient now. Before he had even finished speaking, Lin Yan threw a punch. Han Shan's body was sent flying backward, but Lin Yan showed no intention of stopping. Fist after kick landed mercilessly. Bang! Han Shan wanted to say something, but the searing pain left him able only to cry out in agony. Without pausing his assault, Lin Yan glanced at the others and said coldly, You're still not leaving? Or are you waiting for me to have some fun with you too? No, don't. Have fun, sir, we'll be on our way. The young masters and ladies showed expressions of relief and quickly fled into the distance. Lin Yan suddenly spoke up, By the way, Wei Zhang, don't rush off. Seeing Wei Jun being called out, the others left even faster, fearing that Lin Yan might suddenly have another idea and keep a few of them to accompany him. That would be a disaster, and no one could save them. At this moment, Wei Zhang's body stiffened, and his face turned extremely unpleasant. Do you have something to discuss? Lin Yan said calmly, What do you think? This Wei Zhang was precisely Wei Jun's son and also a member of the Yunyang auction house. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Yunyang auction house, it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to destroy them. However, since the Yunyang auction house actually sent strong individuals to kill him, he certainly wouldn't let them off. Seeing Lin Yan's reaction, Wei Zhang felt a chill in his heart, knelt on the ground, and pleaded, I beg you to spare me. Lin Yan remained indifferent and, after confirming there was no one around. First, Han Shan and the transcendent expert were thrown into the time prison before he slowly walked toward Wei Zhang. However, amid Wei Zhang's horrified gaze, Lin Yan ended his life. He had no deep grudge against Wei Zhang. Killing him was enough. There was no need to torture him and waste his abilities. Han Shan was different from the transcendent expert. These two people have angered him, and they definitely can't be let off easily. Lin Yan plans to first let them experience the karmic fire and then the silk blade. This would also be the first case in the time prison. However, after dealing with Wei Zhang, only then did Lin Yan have the time to survey this secret realm. Not far from him stood a massive palace, with a few guards at the entrance. Their strength wasn't impressive, all at the innate realm level. The others also entered the palace. Yun Fei Bai did not wait for Lin Yan either, because before entering the secret realm, Lin Yan had already told him to keep some distance from him. After entering the secret realm. Otherwise, when they left the secret realm, those strong cultivators outside might make things difficult for him. Yun Fei Bai, who knew Lin Yan's identity, also nodded in agreement, because he understood that this would not only be good for himself but also for Lin Yan, and it would prevent him from becoming a burden to Brother Yan. This small world. Apart from this palace, there were no other buildings. Lin Yan didn't hesitate much. After subduing the guards who tried to stop him, he walked into the palace. A golden stone tablet came into view. There are rows of small characters above, listing the names and talent levels of those who have entered this secret realm from the past to the present. Afterward, at the top of the list, is a dual talent, rated as SS level and S level respectively. The 2nd to 7th positions are also dual talents, but both are S level. Yun Fei Bai is ranked 4th. This stone tablet not only tests talent but also determines subsequent opportunities. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He still placed his palm on it, channeling the energy from the crystal into the stone tablet. In the next moment, the tablet
talent emitted a golden radiance, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire area. A line of text slowly appeared on the tablet. Ability talent, SSS level, dual talent. Just as Lin Yan was about to move his hand away, a sudden suction force appeared on the stone tablet, attempting to absorb his soul power. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 18. However, the suction force was not strong. It seemed to merely want to test the level of his soul realm. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yan chose not to resist but instead followed the suction force of the stone tablet, channeling his soul power into it. The stone tablet fell into silence. But in the next instant, the golden radiance on the stone tablet grew even more intense, filling every corner of this world with gold, leaving not a single shadow. A moment later. At this moment, the geniuses scattered throughout the palace were all dazzled by the golden radiance, unable to fully open their eyes, their hearts filled with immense doubt and confusion. They had no idea what was happening, only feeling that strange events were occurring one after another, and some even began to feel regret in their hearts. This should be Yen Ji's doing, right? Only one person had a guess about this, and that was Yun Feibai. Where he was located was a trial ground rich in strange energy. He stared directly at that golden light, as if he saw the figure of Lin Yan at its source. Not just within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, anomalies also occurred. When Lin Yan was testing his ability talent, a strong golden light emanated from the outside, illuminating the entire valley in resplendent gold. This golden light should be emitted by the talent steel in the secret realm. Many years ago, the ruler of the Xia kingdom triggered such light, but compared to this time, it falls far short. Could it be that this person's talent surpasses that of the current ruler of the Xia kingdom? What's going on? Impossible. The exclamations of numerous powerful cultivators rang out one after another. Even Yun Tianyang widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, this kid is truly a monster. As for Han Pu and the others, their expressions turned grim. They knew in their hearts that someone with such extraordinary talent must be the one who easily slew a Huajing expert and made a Jiangjing master mysteriously disappear. After exchanging glances, the powerful figures understood everything, and their killing intent toward Lin Yan grew even stronger. The crowd's exclamations had not yet ceased when an even more dazzling golden light appeared, like a blazing sun, hovering over the secret realm. This sight left everyone present with their mouths agape frozen in place. Han Pu exchanged a glance with the others. They all saw the apprehension in each other's eyes. The earlier phenomenon had already proven Lin Yan's terrifying talent, but the subsequent radiance instilled fear in them, fear that penetrated deep into their souls. In the history of Blue Star, no one has ever been able to produce a phenomenon twice in a row, and every time, it was to a shocking degree. Han Pu suddenly spoke, even a marquis-level expert might not necessarily be able to capture that thief. We must make thorough preparations, several times more than what we have now. Wang Qing, the half-step marquis-level expert from the Wang family, also nodded. Brother Han is right. Wei Jun, the expert from the Yunyang auction house, was even more regretful than the other two. He hated himself for provoking Lin Yan. Not only was his son's situation precarious, but even he and the Yunyang auction house were now in crisis. But things have come to this. Wei Jun felt bitter in his heart, but he also knew there was no turning back. He could only follow this path to the end, sparing no cost to kill Lin Yan. Only then would they be safe. He spoke up, let's find a way to contact a Wangjing expert. Hearing this, Han Pu and Wang Qing exchanged glances. Thus, it seemed that Wei Jun's words had shocked them, as there were only a few dozen great powers like Wang Jing in the entire Xia nation. The two of them were not fools and quickly figured it out. Han Pu then nodded in agreement with Wei Jun's idea. Alright, I'll contact the family head. Not far away, Yun Tianyan's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected these major forces to be so shameless, even coming up with the idea of inviting a King Realm expert to take action. A King Realm expert is not someone who would act so easily. Yun Tianyang sneered inwardly, but soon grew more worried, as a King Realm expert might not necessarily take action, but those at the half-step King Realm could still have a chance of being invited. However, he sighed silently in his heart, kid, I hope you can stay safe. What he could do was only to offer his blessings. The dazzling golden light lasted for several minutes. At this point, then it slowly dissipated, leaving two more lines of small characters on the stone tablet. Within the secret realm, supernatural talent, SSS level, dual talent, soul talent, SSS level. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 18. Potential level, divine level. Lin Yan was somewhat shocked in his heart, not expecting his potential level to be divine, a level he had never even heard of before. Just as he was astonished, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a sound resembling that of a machine. Judgment result, success. The final trial is about to begin. What is the final trial? Lin Yan was puzzled and confused, not expecting the stone tablet to emit a mechanical voice similar to the one from the system he was bound to. What's going on? Didn't give him much time to think. The space around him began to change. The space kept twisting, but Lin Yan could feel that his body was not harmed by these changes. On the contrary, his understanding of spatial skills had improved. This anomaly did not last long. Lin Yan's vision went dark
then brightened, and what came into view was a courtyard rich in energy, resembling a secluded paradise. A house, very soon, a pavilion, a pond of water, a piece of farmland, a black dog. Yes, that's right. A small black dog was lying in front of the house at this moment, and invisible streams of energy continuously attacked it. However, the black dog simply closed its eyes and bit its tail, as if it were enjoying itself. And the appearance of Lin Yan also made the black dog open its eyes, its pitch-black pupils constantly darting around, sizing up Lin Yan. It rubbed its eyes with its paw and blinked. As if it had seen something interesting, it suddenly jumped up from the ground and excitedly barked, "Woof, woof, woof." A moment later, Lin Yan had not yet recovered from the soul energy attack from the black dog when he saw its almost human-like expression as it tried to communicate with him in the language of dogs. He wanted to respond, but he couldn't understand. Woof. At this moment, his heart was filled with many doubts. What was the final trial? What was this place? How could there be a black dog here? Moreover, it seemed that the black dog's realm was not below the Ho realm. Seeing that Lin Yan remained unmoved, the black dog seemed a bit anxious, barked a few more times, and then lunged toward Lin Yan. Its speed was so fast that it even surpassed Lin Yan's. Lin Yan was slightly startled and dared not let the black dog pounce on him. He was still in the postnatal realm, and facing this black dog, which was at least above the Marquis realm, he was probably no match for it. He had a thought and immediately teleported away from where he stood. A loud crash sounded. It was the sound of the black dog landing. Thus, the spot where Lin Yan had been standing earlier was smashed into a pit several meters deep. Lin Yan's eyebrows twitched. Fortunately, he had dodged it. Otherwise, he would have at least coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The black dog bared its teeth and let out a bark, raising its paw. It seemed very dissatisfied with Lin Yan's actions and immediately pounced toward Lin Yan again. Woof woof woof. Even if he hadn't seen the previous scene, Lin Yan didn't dare not to dodge and could only continue using teleportation to leave the spot. Another loud bang, and another deep pit appeared on the ground. Such a situation occurred dozens of times. In the end, the black dog gave up. It lay on the ground, panting with its tongue out, seemingly exhausted, its eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Yan. Half an hour later, woof, sigh. Softly calling out once, the black dog unexpectedly sighed like a human. Lin Yan watched the black dog with great interest, but he still remained vigilant in his heart, because the current behavior of the black dog had appeared at least several times. Whenever he deliberately exposed a flaw, the black dog would pounce on him like lightning again. Even though he had used teleportation dozens of times, Lin Yan was only slightly fatigued, and the consumption of his ability wasn't too significant. At the very least, he could still teleport nearly 100 more times, and he kept teleporting without attacking. It was because, although the black dog kept pouncing on him, he could feel that the black dog had no killing intent toward him. It was as if it was playing with him. Otherwise, the deep pits on the ground would probably be dozens of times larger. Another unfamiliar environment. Lin Yan didn't want to easily expose more of his abilities, so he patiently stayed, playing with the black dog while also learning about the situation of this small courtyard. The exotic energy here is extremely dense. In the nearby fields, various precious crystal herbs are growing. The spirit-nurturing grass that Lin Yan had obtained before is abundant here, and there are also many crystal herbs with the same effect but of a higher grade. The pond and the pavilion, there's nothing particularly special about them. And that house, even Lin Yan's spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it. But the invisible energy on the black dog earlier, which was the attack of soul energy, originated from this room. Apart from that, Lin Yan had not yet found a way to leave this place. This was also an important reason why he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, those crystal medicines would have long been in his possession. He saw it not far away. The black dog closed its eyes, seemingly giving up on pouncing at him. Finally tired? Actually, this black dog seems quite cute. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile, then sighed and looked up helplessly, saying, "What exactly is the final trial?" There's no hint at all. At this moment, the black dog opened its eyes and sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. As expected of someone with innate divine level potential. Even if I used all my strength, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Ha, you can talk? Lin Yan was a bit surprised, his mouth slightly open. I was once at the king realm and could speak human language long ago. Although my realm has fallen now, what's so surprising about just talking? The black dog shook its head, a hint of disdain in its eyes. Then why were you barking like a dog at first? You should talk. The black dog was speechless for a moment before weakly opening its mouth and saying, it's been too long, I forgot. And besides, you didn't ask. Can you blame me? You're such a dog. Is this something you can bark about? Lin Yan's expression was a bit strange, somewhat at a loss for words. If he had known earlier that this black dog could talk, he wouldn't have to keep racking his brain, constantly thinking about the final trial. Cough, cough. The black dog, knowing it was in the wrong, gave an awkward cough. Lin Yan didn't dwell on it further and directly asked, "What is the final trial?" This final trial. The black dog chuckled, though it looked a bit sly, and then it continued, "Just use all your means until you satisfy me, and then you will have succeeded." succeeded. Once you succeed, this entire secret realm will be yours. Lin Yan felt a black line rise on his forehead. Why did this final trial feel a bit like a joke? The black dog let out another sly laugh and added, "Oh, by the way, the time limit is 1 month. If you fail, you won't be able to leave. Don't even think about breaking out by force. Even if you have god-level potential, without reaching the king realm, it's impossible. If you fail, you can only stay here and keep me company. But you don't need to feel pressured. Failing won't cost you your life. Staying here with me isn't such a bad thing. I won't treat you poorly, hee. Speaking of the end, the black dog chuckled softly, jumped back in front of the room, and closed its eyes. This black dog really holds a grudge. Was it necessary to blatantly increase the difficulty just because I said a few words about it? Lin Yan furrowed his brows slightly inside. This final trial sounds simple, but it's precisely this kind of subjective trial that is the hardest. No matter how well he performs, even if the black dog is satisfied in its heart, as long as it insists on shaking its head, it counts as a failure. This condition is even more frustrating than simply killing it. Moreover, after the black dog finished speaking, it no longer paid any attention to Lin Yan. But things had already come to this point. Lin Yan stopped overthinking and instead walked up to the black dog, softly saying, "Handsome Dog King, could you give me a hint on what I need to do to satisfy you?" Humph. The black dog remained unmoved and even started humming. Seeing this, Lin Yan did not feel discouraged. If the final trial were so simple, it would have started right after detecting his dual origin talent, rather than waiting until the soul talent test and the judgment of divine level potential to initiate the final trial. It should be challenging. Lin Yan comforted himself in his heart this way. With that thought, he took out a few large ribs from the supernatural space and held them in his hands. "Lord Dog, would you like something tasty to eat?" The aroma of the meat wafted into the black dog's nose. Having stayed here for who knows how many years, once a king-level being and now possessing marquis-level strength, surviving wasn't difficult for it. However, the longing for food was still deeply imprinted in its soul. So, the moment it smelled the aroma, it couldn't help but drool. It opened its eyes, anxiously grabbed the item with its paw, and then stuck out its tongue, licking it repeatedly. A few minutes later, the black dog seemed to have tired from licking and took a break. Taking advantage of this free moment, it glanced at Lin Yan and praised, "Not bad, really not bad." Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Lin Yan's face. He took out a few more pieces of different meat, waved them in front of the black dog, and said in a tempting tone, "Lord Dog, what do you think? I have plenty of delicious food. You just need to nod and say you're satisfied, and I'll give you as much as you want. Hand it over." The black dog's eyes lit up, and it seemed to muster all its strength, its paw swiftly reaching for the meat in Lin Yan's hand. Because the distance was too close, and the black dog was very fast, so for a moment, Lin Yan was a bit caught off guard, and just like that, the black dog snatched the item from his hand. Slurp. After succeeding, the black dog quickly stuck out its tongue to lick it, as if afraid Lin Yan would try to snatch it back. Then, seeing Lin Yan's unpleasant expression, it shook its head and said, "Just food, don't think you can satisfy this king." It then happily continued eating the meat. "You're such a jerk." Lin Yan just cursed inwardly in frustration but didn't say it out loud. Although the black dog didn't nod, its attitude clearly improved a bit, which could be considered a good start. Moreover, when the black dog made its move, he could feel that it deliberately suppressed its strange energy, afraid of accidentally hurting him. Although such a thing wouldn't happen, his opinion of the black dog improved significantly. There was no thought of snatching those pieces of meat back. Watching the black dog engrossed in eating the meat, Lin Yan understood in his heart that the black dog wouldn't pay him any attention for the time being. Thus, he no longer bothered with the black dog. Instead, he walked over to the field filled with various rare crystal herbs. Looking at those crystal herbs, his eyes were filled with delight. The lowest grade of crystal medicine here is of the 4th grade. Most are of the 6th or 7th grade, with some being of the 8th or 9th grade, and even 3 plants of the 10th grade. However, unfortunately, although these crystal medicines are all quite valuable, Lin Yan recognizes very few of them. However, this does not affect Lin Yan's happiness. It's scent. At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. A 10-grade crystal herb was worth more than 10 times his entire current fortune. All added together, all converted into crystal coins, it would be an astronomical figure. Of course, Lin Yan is no fool and would never exchange these crystal medicines for crystal coins. Not just him, but any strong individual with some sense would try every means to convert their crystal coins into more valuable resources. For ability users, strength is the most important thing. To enhance strength, one must rely on various precious treasures and resources for support, rather than depending on talent. Talent is just the foundation, determining your cultivation speed. As for resources, they represent whether you can reach the limits of your potential. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just now, the black dog said that as long as he could pass the final trial, everything in this secret realm would be his. He will definitely pass, even if he can't. Anyway, once it's in his ability space, no one else can make him spit it out again. So, Lin Yan was also unceremonious, directly storing transforming these crystal herbs along with the land beneath them into the supernatural space. Crystal herbs are indeed plants, but unlike other living beings, they can be stored in the supernatural space. However, in the supernatural space, crystal herbs, like everything else, remain static and do not grow. The black dog not far away, upon witnessing this scene, its dog's mouth seemed to reveal a hint of a smile. After glancing at the surrounding environment, a trace of loneliness quickly appeared in its eyes, as if it was somewhat reluctant. However, Lin Yan did not notice this scene. After putting away the crystal medicine, when he looked at the black dog, all he saw was the gluttonous black dog quietly eating meat. He shifted his gaze away from the black dog. Lin Yan looked at the room behind the black dog. That should be the most important place in this area, and perhaps in the entire Scorching Heart secret realm. But because the black dog was right in front of the room, entering the room now would be somewhat difficult, and coupled with the fact that he had no idea what was inside, he gave up the idea of entering the room directly, deciding to wait until the final trial was completed. Thus, Lin Yan began strategizing against the black dog again. Master Dog, is there anything else you need? Do you want me to give you a massage? Do you want me to give you a bath? Do you want me to find you a companion? No matter how Lin Yan tried to sweet-talk, the black dog remained unmoved, simply eating the meat slowly. Seeing this, he could only shake his head helplessly. Still, he took out a lot of food and water and placed them in front of the black dog. I'll try to see if I can break through the realm. This should be enough for you to eat for a while. The black dog looked up at Lin Yan but said nothing. But in its heart, there was clearly a bit more warmth. It understood that Lin Yan's actions carried no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to give it food, not for the sake of the final trial. Otherwise, Lin Yan could have easily used these things to tempt it, although doing so might not have worked. The black dog's thoughts were complicated, but its eyes were bright. It glanced at Lin Yan with a meaningful look, then lowered its head and continued eating the meat. The final trial lasts for a full month. It seems unlikely to end in a short time, so Lin Yan does not plan to spend all his time trying to satisfy the black dog's approval, while forgetting the most important purpose of this journey, that is to break through his realm. The crystal medicines he just obtained in the herb field include many that can be used to enhance soul power. Coupled with the high-grade crystal liquid in the ability space, the energy required to break through two realms was now fully gathered. Thus, Lin Yan decided to give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. Walking to the pavilion, he tidied up briefly, then took out a large amount of high-grade crystal liquid, piling it into a small mountain in front of him, along with hundreds of breakthrough pills. He also brought out more than a dozen soul-type crystal herbs of the 7th and 8th grades. After making all the preparations, Lin Yan's expression turned solemn. This time, in order to break through the realm, he was determined to give it his all. He sat cross-legged on the chair, tightly closing his eyes, focusing his mind. The alien energy and soul power in front of him surged into his body like a tide. As the dual torrents of energy entered, Lin Yan's body began to tremble slightly. A faint layer of cold sweat gathered on his brow, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. If he couldn't endure even this bit of hardship, how could he possibly break through the barrier and reach the innate realm? TSK. Not far away, the black dog clicked its tongue upon witnessing this scene. Its expression changed slightly. Upon closer inspection, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of its mouth. Innate talent, innate soul, hee, how could it be so easy to break through? The sound was very faint, and Lin Yan, immersed in breaking through his realm, did not hear it. Only half an hour had passed. A single grade 7 crystal herb and hundreds of high-grade crystal liquids had already been consumed. Yet the solid barrier of his realm within his body remained completely unmoved, like an eternal iceberg, showing no signs of breaking. Lin Yan casually grabbed a handful, and over 10 boundary-breaking pills were in his hand. Immediately after, he then consumed all of these boundary-breaking pills. A surge of pure, resilient yet incredibly gentle energy appeared within Lin Yan's body, merging with the energy of his abilities and mysterious soul energy, each impacting their respective realms. It's just that, as the energy dissipated bit by bit, Lin Yan's realm remained completely unchanged. If it doesn't work once, then try again. Lin Yan had already anticipated this situation, so he wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he became even more resilient, continuing to absorb energy, gather momentum, and prepare to strike, waiting for the right moment to break through. Another hour passed. He accumulated even denser energy than last time, but still failed. Thus, he continued repeating the previous operation, constantly trying to break through that solid barrier. Time passed, and several more hours went by. After more than a dozen attempts to break through the boundary, unsurprisingly, all ended in failure. At this moment, Lin Yan frowned slightly, letting out a soft sigh in his heart. No matter how much energy he had accumulated, it seemed incapable of shaking that barrier in the slightest, like soft water crashing against an iceberg, unable to stir even the faintest ripple. So he fell into deep thought, pondering what exactly he was still lacking. At this moment, in the distance, the black dog grinned, its smile growing wider. Woof, kid, considering the things you've given this king, I'll be merciful enough to give you a hint. For ordinary individuals with average talent, transitioning from the acquired realm to the innate innate realm is like breaking through a paper-thin barrier. With external assistance, it can be easily achieved. However, for those with exceptional talent, the barrier is like a massive boulder. Not only does it require external help, but also immense personal accumulation and unwavering determination. As for you, transitioning from the acquired realm to the innate realm is akin to defying the heavens. Compared to ordinary people stepping into the king realm or even higher realms, the difficulty for you is no less, if not greater. Even if you continue using your current method, trying hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times, it would merely be a futile waste of time. Perseverance can wear down a stone with dripping water, but when it comes to glaciers, the water droplets will only merge into them. Just as it reached the most critical point, the black dog abruptly stopped speaking. Still pretending to be profound, it touched its chin with its paw, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "The path of cultivation requires self-comprehension. I've said so much, my mouth is tired. Remember to give me more stuff later." Lin Yan rolled his eyes at the black dog, feeling a bit helpless. It had said so much, but most of it was useless. Only the last sentence gave him some insight, but leaving things half-said was truly too dog-like. However, he wasn't angry. The black dog is actually right. On the path of cultivation, the guidance of others is naturally important, but one's own understanding is even more crucial, because what others say is their path, while what one comprehends is their own path. After shaking off useless thoughts, Lin Yan closed his eyes and began to ponder. Water drops wear away stone, water drops on glaciers. Superpower as water drops, barrier as glaciers. Water drops against glaciers, unless the number of water drops reaches a terrifying level, otherwise, the water will freeze due to the glacier's temperature and become part of the glacier. Such immense energy is not something I can possess at the moment. Breaking through the barrier with sheer quantity won't work, and the obstacle won't disappear on its own. Therefore, I need to transform my unique energy, the water droplet, to achieve a qualitative change, break through the glacier, and step into the innate realm. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips as he made up his mind. Thanks to the failures from before, he already had many ideas. Coupled with the black dog's guidance, it naturally led to a moment of clarity, allowing him to pinpoint the key issue and its solution. And this process only took 10 minutes. The black dog eating meat in the distance suddenly widened its eyes, froze completely, and the meat in its mouth fell to the ground. A moment later, the black dog's open mouth finally closed, but the shock in its eyes lingered for a long time. After a while, the black dog lowered its head and continued eating the meat, though it felt like the meat had lost its flavor. Finally, it still couldn't hold back and spat out a curse. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this? It's terrifying. No justice. He's only 18. How did he already come into contact with that realm?" The black dog was afraid of disturbing Lin Yan, so it spoke very softly. After speaking, it still felt depressed, and even the meat in its mouth lost its flavor. So, it kicked its four legs and lay on the ground. Shortly after, a soul power attack came from the room behind it. As the attack entered its body, its expression finally showed some relief. However, the shock in the black dog's eyes still hadn't faded. Previously, the hints it gave to Lin Yan were indeed meant for Lin Yan to comprehend on his own, so that he could forge a unique path in his cultivation journey. In its expectations, even if Lin Yan had extraordinary comprehension abilities, it would take at least a few days to grasp the meaning. However, it only took him 10 minutes, which left it greatly astonished. But if it were just this, the black dog wouldn't have reacted this way. What it couldn't understand the most was that Lin Yan was only 18 years old. His ability realm was merely at the acquired stage, and although his soul realm was remarkable, it was still at the beginner stage, far inferior to its own. Even if the potential is at the god level, it shouldn't be so heaven-defying, because in the place where the black dog used to live, god-level potential, though rare, would still appear occasionally throughout countless ages of history. It had even personally witnessed a genius with god-level potential, but compared to Lin Yan, it was far inferior. The reason being, at this moment, it felt a power on Lin Yan that it couldn't even reach, the power of laws. Originally, according to the black dog's thoughts, Lin Yan would comprehend it later. It compresses the alien energy within the body to the extreme, turning water into ice, thereby breaking through with force and successfully transcending the boundary. But what it didn't expect was, Lin Yan was not only compressing his alien energy but also compressing his soul energy, aiming to fuse two completely different types of energy together and alter the essence of energy. This is entirely different from simply compressing energy to enhance its intensity. Compressed energy is the transformation of energy's form, such as water turning into ice. No matter how tough the ice is, its essence is still water, so even if it's very difficult, it is not impossible to form. The fusion of soul energy and alien energy. It's like the fusion of water and metal. Although metal can be transformed into liquid and gaseous states, it only shares a similar form with water, but their essences are different. The fusion of the two is almost impossible, and to achieve such a thing, apart from the legendary gods who possess the power of laws, there is simply no way to achieve it. Although Lin Yan was merely attempting and encountered great difficulties, under the black dog's keen perception, it still discovered an extremely tiny energy that had successfully fused.
used. So, what Lin Yan did was what shocked the black dog so much. This is the power of laws that can only be possessed by touching the legendary realm of gods with the strength of a post-celestial level. By common sense, it is something utterly impossible to succeed in. However, Lin Yan still succeeded, even if it was just a little. But even if it was just a little, it still touched that realm. If word got out, it would be enough to make countless powerhouses above the king realm, as well as those in the emperor and sovereign realms, go red-eyed with envy. This, sigh. In truth, the black dog still couldn't figure it out and let out a heavy sigh. Outside the Scorching Heart secret realm, the transformation realm experts from other families, as well as Yun Tianyang, had already left. Because the secret realm can only reopen after 1 month, at which point those who entered the secret realm can come out. And when the secret realm closes, not to mention those in the king realm, even those in the emperor realm cannot forcibly enter the secret realm, they can only wait for the right time to open the secret realm's gate. So, it's pointless for those people to stay here. When the time comes, they can arrive a bit earlier to wait for the geniuses of their families to come out. However, the powerhouses of the major forces have not left. They must stay here at all times, better safe than sorry. If Lin Yan manages to come out early, it will be too late for regrets. Moreover, for some reason, Han Pu and the others all felt in their hearts, if they missed this opportunity to encircle and kill him, they would never have another chance to deal with Lin Yan in the future. Apart from that marquis-level expert skilled in assassination, our three families have also invited a marquis-level expert at the peak of their strength to take action. Our Yunyang auction house has also invited a strong expert at the peak of the marquis realm. Wang Chang and Wei Jun looked at Han Pu and spoke separately. Han Pu nodded, not surprised by this result. He said, although I consulted the family head, powerful figures at the king realm are already very rare. So even the family head could only invite a strong expert at the half-step king realm. It should be enough to deal with the thieves. After saying that, the three of them felt their hearts skip a beat for no apparent reason. Even Han Pu himself began to doubt his own words. However, he had already reported truthfully to the family head and expressed his thoughts. Without a king realm expert, there was no guarantee of taking down Lin Yan with absolute certainty. But the Han family head, Han Jintian, merely said in a deep voice, no matter how monstrous that boy is, a half-step king realm is enough. Han Pu could only comply, not daring to refute. Although he harbored some resentment toward Han Jintian, wondering why he didn't discuss with the other major forces to send out all their strength to eliminate this person who was destined to become the greatest enemy of all the major forces in the future. Perhaps it was because of that token. Once other major forces got involved, the ownership of that token might become problematic. Han Pu made this guess in his heart, but in his view, no matter how precious the token was, it was not as important as successfully eliminating Lin Yan. He was very certain. Within the secret realm, Lin Yan would definitely have a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps he could even gain the power to escape from the hands of numerous general realm and marquis realm experts, or even those at the half-step king realm. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flashed in Wang Qing's eyes, and his voice turned icy. Half-step king realm is already a top-tier powerhouse in Xia Nation. I am confident we can capture that thief. But, I think if we are going to act, we should do it more thoroughly. Wei Jun's eyes shifted as he made some guesses but still asked, Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? Han Pu also spoke up, Brother Wang, just say it directly. The reason this thief is opposing our three families and the Han family is very likely related to that Lin Tian couple. Wang Qing paused for a moment, and the Lin Tian couple left the capital over 10 years ago to live in Qing City. The two have a son, you should know. His name is Lin Yan. Although the outside world claims he has S-level potential, we all know his potential is actually SS level. A few days ago, this child was crippled, causing quite a stir. Now, he is in the Xia family in Qing City, seeking a way to restore his abilities. Han Pu and Wei Jun exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up slightly. Brother Wang, could it be that you mean, just as you think, this thief might have a deep bond with Lin Tian and his wife? If that's the case, then the safety of Lin Tian's only son, Lin Yan, might make this thief hesitate to act recklessly. This matter is of great importance and may involve the Xia family. But in order to increase the success rate of taking action against this thief, I think we should take this risk. Wang Qing gave a sinister smile, full of ruthlessness. It seemed as though he was willing to pay any price to kill Lin Yan, which showed the extent of fear Lin Yan had brought him. Wei Jun looked at the chilling murderous intent in Wang Qing's eyes and couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He subconsciously said, that head of the Xia family has invited a mighty figure in the Wang realm. As long as we don't act openly, that Wang realm powerhouse won't do anything to us. Wang Qing sneered, seemingly full of disdain. If he truly had an inseparable relationship with that Wang realm powerhouse, do you think we would still be standing here? Brother Wang's words make sense. Wei Jun nodded in agreement with Wang Qing's reasoning. What's more, this matter doesn't necessarily have to be handled by us. Isn't there still a family in Qing City connected to the deaths of Lin Tian and his wife? As long as we pay a small price, we can use them to do the dirty work for us. Wang Qing continued to add, Brother Han, you don't need to worry. I know Lin Yan is useful to your Han family.
calmly. We don't need to kill him, we just need to use him to threaten that scoundrel. Then let's do as Brother Wang suggests. After pondering for a moment, Han Pu gritted his teeth and made a decision. Very well, then let's start with Xia Tianhe's daughter, Xiaawanua. We'll use her to force Xia Tianhe to hand over Lin Yan. Wang Cheng revealed a faint trace of joy, which he quickly concealed. His hatred for Lin Yan was greater than anyone else's, because he knew that Lin Yan was very likely to have already grasped the Wang family's weakness, a weakness that could completely destroy the Wang family. As long as Lin Yan was not eliminated, he could not relax for even a day. So, in order to get rid of Lin Yan, he did not hesitate to target the Xia family, who had nothing to do with the matter, and was even willing to plunge Qing City into a storm of blood and chaos. Then let's begin the operation. If Xia Tianhe knows his place, that's fine. But if he doesn't. Wang Qing didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. This Wang Qing is truly terrifying. Han Pu and Wei Jun exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts, but they also knew what the most important thing at the moment was, so naturally, they wouldn't stop Wang Qing's plan. Thus, the two of them, together with Wang Qing, began to carry out this plan. Within the Scorching Heart's secret realm, Lin Yan was still merging soul energy and alien energy, so he was unaware of what was happening outside from the moment he began merging the energy. Until now, 5 hours had already passed, and the amount of high-grade crystal liquid in premium crystal medicine consumed was uncountable. However, the successfully fused energy showed no signs of increasing. Although Lin Yan had no idea how extraordinary what he was doing was, he knew it was extremely difficult and posed a significant challenge for him. Once successful, he could leap over the dragon gate like a carp. Therefore, Lin Yan was in no hurry. He slowly absorbed the energy, focusing all his attention and immersing himself fully in the state of fusing the foreign energy. And the black dog not far away. Although much calmer than before, the mind still had some aftershocks. However, at least it could now detect the aroma of the meat, so it simply continued eating the meat, no longer paying attention to Lin Yan. Time passed by slowly like this. Unknowingly, 5 days had already passed, and the food in front of the black dog was almost finished. At this moment, Lin Yan also opened his eyes. Glancing at the numerous crystal medicines in front of him that had withered, he felt a bit distressed. In addition to the consumption of crystal medicines, at least tens of thousands of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid had been used. Fortunately, the stockpile in the treasure vaults of the 3 major families was sufficient. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Despite consuming so many resources, the energy Lin Yan fused only grew from a trace to the size of a thumb. As for breaking through the boundary, there is still some gap. However, Lin Yan did not continue to fuse energy, as it would require him to spend even more energy and several times the current amount of time to directly break through. Time is very precious. Lin Yan didn't have much time to waste, so, the final opportunity he needed to break through, he planned to rely on external help, and that external help was in the room behind the black dog. Lin Yan stood up and stretched lazily. Then he slowly walked toward the black dog, looked at it, and said, "Lord Dog, may I enter here?" "Go ahead." The black dog didn't even lift its head, lying on the ground and saying irritably, "Anyway, this king can't stop you, so do as you please." "Ha, thank you, Lord Dog." Lin Yan chuckled. "When I come out, I'll definitely make you nod in approval. Just wait and see. Consider these things as an advance token of gratitude." Crash! Lin Yan took out a large pile of food from the ability space, stacking it into a small hill in front of the black dog. The moment the food appeared, the black dog's nose twitched sharply. The eyes instantly lit up, quickly stood up, scratched at the things in front with its paws, and glanced at Lin Yan with satisfaction, saying, "You've got some heart, kid. Go ahead." "Alright," Lin Yan responded with a smile and then walked into the room. "I really don't know how freakish you'll become after stepping into the innate realm. Sigh, comparing humans to dogs, it's enough to anger a dog." After Lin Yan entered the room, the black dog muttered softly, "Woof woof woof. Forget it, as long as there's food, I don't care." But in the face of this mountain-like feast, its mind went blank again, leaving only one thought: eat. Eat with all its might. As for Lin Yan, there was no need to worry about him. Those who can touch the power of laws in the acquired realm will find it not too difficult to enter the innate realm. Even if they fail to break through this time, they can still succeed naturally with gradual accumulation. Upon entering the room, Lin Yan felt a strong resistance, but for him, it was not a problem, it just took a bit more effort. After crossing the restriction and entering the room, unlike the mystery he had imagined, the furnishings in the room were extremely simple. The room was not very large, just a few dozen square meters. In the center stood a humanoid statue whose features were indistinct. In front of it was an offering table and a meditation cushion, and there was nothing else. However, the room was filled with an incredibly dense energy and soul power, as well as a powerful oppressive force. Even though Lin Yan's strength was extraordinary, but under this oppressive force, his body was trembling slightly from the suppression. This oppressive force and energy all originated from that humanoid statue. Lin Yan focused his mind, doing his utmost to resist this oppressive force, while his spiritual sense probed into the statue. The statue was made of ordinary stone.
stone. The whole structure is solid, except for a basketball-sized hollow in the stomach area, inside which lies a fist-sized black and white dual-colored crystal. The source of energy and pressure comes from this dual-colored crystal. Lin Yan's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. Just a single crystal, yet the energy contained within it was enough to make him tremble. It should be noted that even though the black dog was once at the king realm and is now at the marquee realm in terms of strength, Lin Yan felt no discomfort when facing the black dog. This is evident enough. Whether this crystal comes from the body of some creature or was created by a powerful individual, it proves the terrifying nature of the crystal, as well as the mysterious and formidable origin of this scorching heart secret realm. However, Lin Yan did not think much about it. For him, the most important thing now is to break through the realm. This overwhelming pressure and immense energy are the critical opportunities for him to take the final step. Lin Yan resisted the pressure, his body trembling. He struggled to sit on the meditation cushion, then closed his eyes and frantically absorbed the energy within the two-colored crystal. Using the pressure, he compressed the energy to the extreme, letting his fused energy lead the charge toward the final glacial barrier. And this process takes some time. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. A week had passed. It seems that Lin Yan is not far from successfully breaking through to the innate realm. But at this moment, Ning Province, Qing City, inside the main hall of the Xia family, Xia Tian's usually dignified face was now full of anger, with a blazing killing intent in his eyes. In front of him stood the head of the Chen family, Chen Kaiyong. Unlike Xia Tian's fury, Chen Xiaoyong's face bore an obvious arrogant smile. He clicked his tongue and said, Xia Tian, why bother? I only want that useless Lin Yan. If you obediently hand him over, wouldn't that solve everything? I really can't understand. That useless person isn't even related to you by blood. Yet for his sake, you're willing to sacrifice the lives of your Xia family members. Or is it that you, Xia Tianha, are a beast in human clothing, cold-hearted, and treat the lives of your own clan members as worthless? Xia Tianha clenched his fists and couldn't help but shout angrily, Chen Kaiyong, you beast, shut up. Originally, I thought you were just a petty man with some ambition, but now it seems you're a demon wearing human skin. To achieve your goals, you stop at nothing, not only targeting members of my Xia family but also causing countless innocent citizens of Qing City to suffer miserably. Although Xia Tianha told the outside world that Lin Yan was recuperating at his home, but he knew that Lin Yan was not in Qing City. However, where he had gone, he don't know either. But some time ago, the sensational event in Yang City, and the instigator of that event, it made a terrifying suspicion arise in his heart, and that is, the monstrous figure stirring up storms in Yang City is none other than his daughter's childhood friend, Lin Yan. It's just that. These were also Xia Tianha's speculations. In his heart, he kept affirming and denying them because this guess was simply too outrageous. Who would dare to imagine that someone who was once a useless person could so quickly become an existence that even those at the peak of transformation would fear? Hearing what Chen Kaiyong said, Xia Tianha laughed in extreme anger. He pointed at Chen Kaiyong with his finger and shouted angrily, I know there's someone else behind you, which is why you dare to act so recklessly, ignoring me, Xia Tianha, and disregarding the laws of the Xia kingdom. But rest assured, even if I have evidence of your Chen family's crimes, I won't ask the Guardian Army to intervene, because I will kill you myself, grind your bones to dust, and offer you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Xia family and all the innocent people of Qingshi. Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Chen Xiaoyong's face suddenly gave way to fear. Xia Tianha was right, there was indeed someone else behind his actions this time. It was with the support of various powerful factions, represented by Wang Qing, Han Pu, and Wei Jun, that he had received so many resources and helpers. But the purpose of Wang Qing and the others was simply to capture Lin Yan. As long as the goal is achieved, Wang Qing and the others do not care about the lives of the Xia family or anyone else in Qing City. Even if many people die and provoke the wrath of the higher-ups in Xia country, since they operate from behind the scenes, it will only be the Chen family and Chen Kaiyong who take the blame and suffer the consequences. Chen Kaiyong was well aware of Wang Qing and the others' intentions, yet he still chose to collaborate with Wang Qing and the others because he harbored an obsession bordering on madness. More than 2 years ago, Chen Kaiyong chose to collaborate with the Han family and other clans to target Lin Yan's parents in order to obtain the resources promised by those families, allowing himself to grow stronger. In fact, he succeeded. After that incident, in just over 2 years, the Chen family rose from being a second-tier family in Qing City to becoming a first-tier family, ranking among the 4 major families. His own strength also advanced from the early stage of the transformation realm to the later stage. Now, he has even broken through to the perfection of the transformation realm. And this time, although the risk is very high, the rewards are equally immense. Chen Kaiyong did not hesitate much and chose to cooperate with Wang Qing and others. Moreover, in order to gain more benefits from this matter, he did not intend to focus solely on capturing Lin Yan. Instead, they relied on the powerful individuals they provided to sweep away the Xia family's forces. In the process, many common people in Qing City were tragically killed, but he also gained significant benefits. Some of the Xia
Xia family's industries and those of other smaller families came under his control. This is also the reason why more than 10 days had passed since Wang Qing and the others contacted him, yet they still hadn't captured Lin Yan. Xia Tianhe's words stirred up the fear hidden deep in Chen Kaiyong's heart, suppressed beneath his desires. But very soon, Chen Kaiyong steeled himself and retorted harshly, "Huh, Xia Tianhe, you still dare to falsely accuse me? It's one thing for the lives of your Xia family to be pinned on me, but who knows if those Qing City civilians who died tragically were your doing? Even if others knew it was his doing, he absolutely could not leave any room for accusations. Without evidence, mere speculation was completely useless." Xia Tianhe claimed to have evidence, but Chen Kaiyong wasn't afraid. So long as he killed Xia Tianhe and destroyed the evidence, everything would be foolproof. Suppressing his fear, he began to laugh wildly again. "Xia Tianhe, you say you want to kill me? I admit you're a bit stronger than I am, but I'm also at the peak of the transcendent stage, just like you. I'd like to see how exactly you plan to kill me." Xia Tianhe's eyes remained locked on Chen Kaiyong, the killing intent in his gaze growing ever fiercer. If looks could kill, Chen Kaiyong would have died tens of thousands of times over already. Suddenly, Xia Tianhe merely smiled and said coldly, "You really are shameless. If you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish." Xia Tianhe's gaze was icy, filled with killing intent toward Chen Kaiyong. "Ha!" Chen Kaiyong let out a cold laugh, but his heart trembled with shock. For some reason, Xia Tianhe's gaze actually made him feel fear. After thinking about the few general realm experts hidden in the shadows, he revealed a confident and arrogant smile again, licked his lips, and looked at Xia Tianhe as he said, "Let me see how much strength the so-called number one below the general realm in Qing City really has." Chen Kaiyong naturally placed his hand behind his back, made a gesture, signaling the general realm experts hidden in the shadows to take action. However, he was well aware that he was no match for Xia Tianhe. As the words fell, saying these words was merely to lower Xia Tianhe's guard, so that those general realm experts could find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Xia Tianhe. Xia Tianhe narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, looking at Chen Kaiyong across from him, who had gathered supernatural energy but only used it for defense. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. His expression was as calm as water, and he suddenly charged toward Chen Kaiyong. Chen Kaiyong's face turned grave, and he quickly retreated while shouting loudly, "Attack now!" The next moment, Xia Tianhe showed a look of contempt, and his body suddenly accelerated as he charged toward Chen Kaiyong. The intensity of his supernatural energy instantly increased by dozens of times, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chen Kaiyong, delivering a fierce punch. Upon seeing this sudden punch came crashing in with overwhelming force. Chen Kaiyong wanted to dodge, but the oppressive pressure of the domain surrounding him left him completely immobilized. His body was sent flying dozens of meters, only coming to a stop after crashing into the main hall wall of the Xia family estate. With a muffled pu, Chen Kaiyong spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! A loud bang. Four powerful warriors hidden in the shadows formed a surrounding stance and launched a fierce attack on Xia Tianhe. Four formidable energies almost simultaneously struck Xia Tianhe's body. Afterward, the collision of energies instantly exploded. At this moment, even though Chen Kaiyong, hidden within the wall, witnessed Xia Tianhe being attacked by the combined forces of the four warriors, the shock in his heart did not subside. The intense pain in his body made him tremble. Boom! His eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the center of the explosion. The dust and smoke dispersed. The figure of Xia Tianhe emerged, a cold smile on his lips. Although his complexion was slightly pale, the attack just now had merely torn his clothes apart without causing any injuries. Witnessing this scene, the four powerful generals who had struck looked grim, their eyes filled with disbelief. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" And Chen Kaiyong was utterly horrified. He roared in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. You were hiding your strength? Why are you still in Qing City when you've already reached the late stage of the Jiang realm? Qing City. Apart from the city leader of Qing City, there are simply no Jiang realm experts. This is something everyone knows, and Chen Kaiyong firmly believes it. However, Xia Tianhe's strength exceeded his expectations. Xia Tianhe is not only a Jiangjing expert but also a late-stage Jiangjing expert stronger than the head of Qing City. Chen Kaiyong suppressed the fear in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to pull his body away from the wall. Staggering and unable to stand steadily, he looked at Xia Tianhe and shouted angrily, "Xia Tianhe, you are truly shameless. As a general realm warrior, why don't you go to the Xia kingdom's border to resist foreign enemies?" Xia Tianhe frowned, his gaze toward Chen Kaiyong filled with disgust. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "Chen Kaiyong, your shamelessness truly exceeds my imagination." He no longer looked at Chen Kaiyong but instead turned his gaze to the four general realm experts. Although he had long known that general realm experts were hiding in the shadows and had prepared in advance, he still managed to withstand the attacks of the four. But, unexpectedly, the cultivation levels of these four people were the same as his, all at the late stage of the general realm. Xia Tianhe's expression was grave. Although these four couldn't do anything to him, he also couldn't resolve them in a short amount of time. Fortunately, his daughter Xiaawanua Xiaawanua, his wife Zhao Xia, and the other clan members had already been settled in the Xia family's shelter. Xia Tianhe still harbored concerns in his heart, feeling that today's events might not be as simple as they seemed.
Drag it out. Even so, something unexpected might happen. Xia Tianhe's gaze turned sharp, and his aura was fully unleashed.
After a brief silence, the four powerful generals exchanged glances and attacked Xia Tianhe together.
The battle is about to erupt.
Thus, not far away, the severely injured Chen looked extremely grim, his eyes fixed on Xia Tianhe as if he wanted to devour him alive. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes, and he gritted his teeth as if making a decision.
Inside the scorching heart secret realm, but very soon, in the room of the final trial ground, Lin Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, suddenly opened his eyes.
A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his expression excited as he felt the strange energy within his body.
Innate realm. Lin Yan successfully advanced from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm.
He frowned as an extremely unpleasant smell wafted into his nose. Instinctively looking at himself, he discovered that his body was covered in filth. These were the impurities within his body.
But in the next moment, breaking through from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm involves undergoing a cleansing and refinement of the body. This is also why there is a world of difference between the innate realm and the acquired realm.
Entering the innate realm from the acquired realm is the first step in shedding the mundane and transforming into the divine.
Once you enter the innate realm, you are no longer an ordinary person. However, the breakthrough of ordinary people would not be as dramatic as Lin Yan's.
It would merely clear impurities from the body, heal hidden ailments, and lay some foundation for future cultivation. Lin Yan's breakthrough this time not only made his body like luminous jade. Inside, it was a complete transformation. The meridians, muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs all became purer and more resilient compared to before.
However,
without using supernatural abilities to enhance the body or defense.
Even a full-force strike from a strong practitioner below the realm could not cause any harm to Lin Yan's body.
Lin Yan couldn't bother with the joy of breaking through the realm and quickly took off his clothes, then retrieved water from the supernatural space and poured it directly over himself. The water flowed over the body, washing away all the dirt.
However, at this moment, Lin Yan's body was clean spotlessly. Wow!
At this moment, he couldn't help but take a look at his own body. His skin, like jade, emitted a lustrous glow, flawless and perfect down to every pore.
Very soon,
through the reflection formed by the water stains on the ground, Lin Yan faintly saw his own face, even more handsome than before. He almost got captivated by the charm he exuded at this moment. But very quickly, Lin Yan snapped back to his senses, took out a clean set of clothes from the ability space, and put them on.
The system's mechanical prompt suddenly sounded. Ding!
Congratulations, Master, on advancing your supernatural ability to the innate realm.
At this moment, ding!
Congratulations, Master, on advancing your soul realm to the intermediate realm.
Ding!
Both your soul realm and supernatural ability have successfully advanced simultaneously.
Reward points * 500. Extra reward successfully triggered. Reward points * 500.
Reward SSS level skill, Spirit of the World.
Reward SSS level skill, Starfall of the Apocalypse. Reward points * 1000. Ding! Due to the master's body transforming into perfection. Reward points * 100. Reward Special Physique, Spacetime Dao Body. Reward S-level skill, Immortal. Reward S-level skill, Clone.
The crisp notification sound echoed for quite a while. Lin Yan's expression shifted from surprise to shock and now to a dazed state, with an extremely vivid range of emotions.
Unfortunately, no one was able to witness this scene.
The reward given by the system this time included as many as 2,100 points, which was dozens more than the points he had previously earned. The system, which has always been so stingy with points, gave so many this time.
Regarding this,
Lin Yan was naturally overjoyed. He was one big step closer to 10,000 points.
Moreover, in addition to the massive amount of points, the other rewards were incredibly powerful, including an SSS level skill.
Lin Yan was extremely excited as he examined the description of the skill.
Immortal S level can only be learned by a pure body. As long as the soul remains intact, the body will not perish.
No matter how severe the injuries, as long as there is sufficient energy, it can be restored to perfection. Note, the more severe the injuries, the longer the recovery time required. Clone S level, only those with a pure body can learn this. It allows the user to split a portion of their soul and abilities to create a clone identical in appearance to the original body, inheriting some of the original skills.
Note, SS level and higher level skills cannot be inherited, special constitutions cannot be inherited, and the clone starts at the awakening realm but can cultivate independently. After reading these two S level skills,
Lin Yan couldn't help but open his mouth wide in astonishment, but he quickly composed himself and continued to review the introduction to special constitutions. Spacetime Dao Body, the body of the great Dao, increases cultivation speed by 10,000 times, enhances affinity with time and space elemental energies, and improves comprehension of the laws of time and space.
space. Following that are 2 SSS skills. World Spirit SSS skill grants the soul the ability to control the world, with the power of control increasing as the soul's realm advances. Note, do not use lightly when the soul's strength is insufficient. Falling World Heavenly Star SSS skill summons the power of heavenly stars capable of destroying worlds. The strength of the star power is related to one's own realm and strength. Note, due to its overwhelming power, usage is limited to 10 times. Lin Yan's mouth remained wide open, and his eyes widened in shock. These two great skills and the spacetime Tao body, any one of them, is powerful enough to make others envious, willing to risk their lives to obtain it, and now, all of them are gathered on him. As for the limited uses of the world-destroying heavenly star, Lin Yan didn't feel regretful. 10 uses are already heaven-defying, if it could be used without limit, not to mention whether the world could withstand it. Even as a spacetime Tao body, he might not be able to bear the cost of this world-destroying power. He had a premonition. It wouldn't be long before he possessed invincible strength. Moreover, Lin Yan took a few deep breaths, gradually calming his agitated mind. But his face still couldn't hide his excitement as he checked the changes within his body once again. Phew, hiss, phew. After breaking through the realm, his ability crystal did not undergo significant changes, except that its color became more lustrous, and its energy more pure and powerful. However, where the soul resides, an earth-shattering transformation occurred. The originally blazing soul essence in his brain had now turned into a vast ocean of the soul. Clone. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yan's mind moved, choosing to use the clone skill. From the depths of his soul sea, a wisp of soul essence split off, along with a wisp of original supernatural power from the ability crystal. These left his body and slowly coalesced and rotated in front of Lin Yan. A body identical to Lin Yan's was slowly taking shape. The next moment, watching the scene unfold before him, Lin Yan also showed a curious expression. He could sense that this body, just like his own, could be controlled by his thoughts without affecting the actions or thoughts of his original body. Very soon, but its strength was just too weak. Lin Yan seemed thoughtful and gently rubbed his forehead. His eyes lit up as he looked at the humanoid statue in the room, or more precisely, the two-colored crystal within it, previously breaking through the realm. Suddenly, although more than half of the energy within the two-colored crystal had already been consumed by him, the remaining energy was still extremely dense. Moreover, the two-colored crystal itself seemed to be a treasure. A thought emerged in Lin Yan's mind, to use this dual-colored crystal as the special ability crystal for his clone. In this way, the energy within it could elevate the clone to a formidable level, and with future cultivation, it would become even stronger. Thinking of this, a resolute expression appeared on his face. So, he used the power of space to extract the dual-colored crystal from within the statue and then sent it into the clone that was gradually being completed. Lin Yan possessed the spacetime Tao body, and with his mastery of numerous spatial skills, his control over the power of space was effortless. Achieving something like retrieving objects from a distance was as simple as could be. With the dual-colored crystal, it smoothly entered the clone. Nowadays, a look of joy appeared on his face. The dual-colored crystal showed no rejection toward Lin Yan's clone. It was as if the two were originally one, perfectly and seamlessly merging together. The dual-colored crystal became the clone's ability crystal, and its energy began circulating within the clone through its meridians. It worked! The clone's body was successfully formed at this moment. Lin Yan looked at the clone in front of him, identical to himself, and felt a sense of wonder rising in his heart. There was also a hint of awkwardness. Because the clone's formation only included the physical body, without any clothing, it was currently in a newborn state. But very soon, Lin Yan quickly took out some clothes and dressed the clone. He smiled and looked at the clone in front of him, saying, "From now on, you will be Yan Lin." Thus, at the same time, the system's notification sound rang out. Afterward, ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully creating a clone. Reward points *50. Special reward, all S-level and below skills learned by the main body, regardless of whether they are time or space-related skills, can be mastered by the clone. Clone attribute panel successfully established. Lin Yan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly began checking the clone's attribute panel. Avatar, Yan Lin. Physique, immaculate body. Soul realm, beginner, late stage. Supernatural ability realm, transformation, late stage. First talent, spatial system, SS level. Second talent, temporal system, SS level. Soul skill, immortality, S level life system talent skill. He hadn't expected that Yan Lin, as his clone, would also possess dual SS level talents, with a pure and flawless physique. Soul extinguishing blade, S level. Soul lotus, S level. Talent skills, teleportation, S level space type innate skill. Blink, S level space type innate skill. Common skills. If he encounters fortuitous opportunities in the future, he might be able to upgrade to a special physique. Enhancement, grade A life type innate skill. Wind blade, A level wind type innate skill. Swift movement, A level wind type innate skill. Spiritual perception, grade A destiny type innate skill. Hidden energy, grade A fate type innate skill. Even soul skills could be be inherited. With this, combined with several S-level and A-level skills, Lin's strength, while not comparable to the original body, was still at a terrifying level. However, the clone skill was not inherited. Moreover, thinking carefully, Lin Yan also found it very reasonable. Otherwise, it would become an infinite nesting doll, and the clone skill wouldn't just be S-level but an even more heaven-defying SSS level skill. He was very satisfied in his heart with the strength of the clone Lin. With this clone, there were more things he could do, and many tasks became much more convenient to accomplish. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yan checked his attribute panel again. Physique, Spacetime Dao Body. Soul Realm, Mid-Tier Realm, Early Stage. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, Male. Age, 18. Ability Realm, Innate Realm, Early Stage. Ultimate Skill, Falling Star of Doom, SSS Level. First Talent, Space Origin, SSS Level. Second Talent, Time Origin, SSS Level. Usable Times, 10. Spirit of the World, SSS Level. Immortality, S-Class Lifetype Innate Skill. Soul Skills, Soul Extinguishing Blade, S-Level. Soul Lotus, S-Level. Clone, S-Class Lifetype Innate Skill. Talent Skills, Supernatural Space, SS Level. Pause Time, SS Level. Time Prison, SSS Level. Common Skills, Teleportation, S-Level Spacetype Innate Skill. Blink, S-Level Spacetype Innate Skill. Points, 4160. Too powerful. Enhancement, Grade A Lifetype Innate Skill. Wind Blade, A-Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Swift Movement, A-Level Wind Type Innate Skill. Spiritual Perception, Grade A Destiny Type Innate Skill. Hidden Energy, Grade A Fate Type Innate Skill. Even though Lin Yan was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked by his current stats. 3 SSS level skills. Looking across the entire universe, they were probably an incredibly explosive existence. But what made Lin Yan happiest was the 4,160 points. He was less than 6,000 points away from 10,000. Adding the various treasures Uncle Sia helped him acquire, along with his own assets, once converted into points, the day he could purchase the creation pill was truly not far off. He constantly thought about his childhood sweetheart, Xiaawanua. It won't be long now. She will finally awaken as well. The clone Lin suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Lin Yan with a smile, and said, "Greetings, my true self. My name is Lin." Lin Yan also smiled in response, "Hello, clone, I am Lin Yan." At this moment, looking at the clone Lin, who was identical to himself, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This feeling is truly amazing. Although they shared the same consciousness, they were different individuals. However, within the clone, there is also a trace of Lin Yan's soul essence, which can act independently but is still subject to the control of the main body. Strictly speaking, the clone is more like a puppet that possesses his way of thinking. Lin Yan once again sensed Lin's realm and discovered that, with the energy boost from the two-colored crystal, his ability realm had already reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and his soul realm was also at the late stage of the beginner level, not far from perfection. Although Lin's ability realm is high, it is not as profound and pure as Lin Yan's innate realm energy, but compared to other general realm experts, it is not lacking in the slightest. Relying solely on his own realm, Lin can contend with marquee realm experts. However, unfortunately, many powerful skills, such as the ability space skill, are beyond Lin's reach. But inheriting past skills is already formidable enough. Lin Yan then calmed his thoughts. Now that he had broken through the barriers, with both his soul and abilities reaching new realms, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had undergone a complete transformation. The purpose of coming to the Scorching Heart secret realm had been perfectly achieved. So, he was ready to leave this place very soon. Although it had only been half a month since entering the secret realm, not yet a full month. But that black dog did say that as long as he passed the final trial, the Scorching Heart secret realm would be his, and leaving the secret realm early wouldn't be difficult. Actually, Lin Yan could wait and leave when the secret realm opens. After he broke through the realm, he had a vague premonition. It seemed that something had happened in the outside world, and if he didn't rush out in time, he might regret it. However, so Lin Yan no longer had the idea of continuing to cultivate and improve his strength here. With his current power, even just his avatar could contend with the Marquee realm, while his true body was invincible below the King realm. Even against the King realm, he had no fear. Moreover, Lin Yan was already fully confident about the final trial. He did not waste any time and directly walked out of the room. The black dog outside the room was lying on the ground, but its expression seemed somewhat listless, and its spirits were not very high. There was still a lot of food left in front of it, and ever since Lin Yan entered the room, it had lost its appetite. Thus, the black dog raised its head, its eyes somewhat dim. It looked directly at Lin Yan and sighed softly. "I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. I originally thought there would be at least half a month's time." Lin Yan couldn't help but smile and said with emotion, "It's all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I might have wasted some time and wouldn't have broken through the realm so quickly." The black dog snorted coldly, then turned its head and closed its eyes, saying, "The final trial hasn't been passed yet, so don't get too cocky." Upon seeing this, "That's why I'm here to ask you, isn't it?" Lin Yan squatted squatted down, patted the black dog's head, and smiled. Actually, I've already passed the final trial, haven't I? The black dog opened its eyes, sighed listlessly, and then slowly said, as expected, you're a freak. Since you already know, whether I nod or not doesn't matter. What do you want to do? Lin Yan shook his head and said with a smile, although I have already passed, I haven't satisfied you yet, so it doesn't count as truly passing the final trial. The black dog let out an "oh." It just quietly stared at Lin Yan, but the doubt in its eyes had already betrayed it. In truth, its heart was not calm. Waves of turmoil had arisen. This scorching heart's secret realm. It descended on Blue Star along with many other secret realms more than 200 years ago. As for the black dog, it was confined here to guard the final trial ground and cannot leave the secret realm at all. Then, when Lin Yan first stepped in here, the final trial had already begun. As for the content of the final trial, it is actually very simple. Just endure for more than half an hour under the black dog's attacks to succeed. At the beginning, the black dog also had a playful attitude, wanting to have some fun with Lin Yan. After half an hour, it planned to get serious and subdue Lin Yan. After all, it possessed the strength of the whole realm. Dealing with Lin Yan, who was in the Hotian realm at the time, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? What the black dog did not expect was that even after the final trial time had passed, it still couldn't touch the hem of Lin Yan's clothes. After several more hours of attempts, it was exhausted, yet Lin Yan still appeared full of energy. It felt deeply disheartened, so it told a small lie, deliberately causing Lin Yan a bit of a headache. It's just that, when Lin Yan took out food for the second time, it actually wanted to confess. However, the loneliness of over 200 years without interacting with anyone gave rise to a desire for Lin Yan to stay here a little longer. Because, even if Lin Yan passed the final trial and became the master of this secret realm, he still couldn't make it leave this place. Thus, just as the black dog was feeling despondent, Lin Yan suddenly chuckled softly, looked at the black dog sincerely, and said, the energy in this room has already dissipated. There's no point in you staying here any longer, so will you leave here with me? The black dog's pupils clearly contracted, but it quickly sighed. Even if you've gained control of this secret realm, with your current strength, there's no way you can make me leave. Because this secret realm has restrictions set by an emperor-level sovereign. So, there's no other way, but I still want to thank you for your kindness. This is the control jade token for this secret realm. You can use it to activate the teleportation array within the realm and leave here. At the end, the black dog swiped its paw and took out a jade token from the storage crystal device on its body, handing it to Lin Yan. No other way. Lin Yan took the jade token, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then hesitated before saying, I have a way to help you leave here, but you'll have to recognize me as your master, and your life and death will be under my control from now on. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over carefully. After saying that, Lin Yan also felt a bit helpless. He did have a way to make the black dog leave this place, which was the SSS level skill time prison after breaking through the realm. It's okay if you can't leave the secret realm. Put the black dog into the time prison, then wait for him to leave the secret realm before releasing the black dog. This way, the restrictions within the secret realm can be bypassed. After breaking through the realm, the time prison also underwent significant changes. First, an additional usable room appeared, the time flow ratio increased to 120, and a new feature was added, the ability to choose to establish a master-servant contract with any creature that enters, with their life and death under his control. In Lin Yan's view, whether it was the black dog's attitude or the earlier guidance it had given him, it could already be considered his friend. When it came to friends, he really didn't want to handle things this way. However, the existence of the time prison could not be easily exposed, otherwise, it would bring great danger. So if the black dog chose to go out with him, they could only establish a master-servant contract, which would allow him to feel completely at ease. However, upon hearing what Lin Yan said, the black dog suddenly jumped up. It widened its eyes and stared intently at Lin Yan, its mouth open, and the excitement and shock were clearly visible on its face. Woof, can we really get out? The black dog first let out a low bark, then cautiously asked. Although it believed that Lin Yan wouldn't deceive it, that was a restriction set by an existence at the Emperor realm. The black dog then thought about earlier when Lin Yan had come into contact with the domain of the power of laws. Perhaps he could really ignore the Emperor realm's restriction and successfully take it out of this secret realm. Alright, but, looking at the hopeful gaze of the black dog, Lin Yan nodded slightly. Suddenly, woof, that's great, I agree, master. After receiving Lin Yan's confirmation, the black dog barked joyfully, circling around Lin Yan and occasionally rubbing its head against his leg. Lin Yan held his forehead, not expecting this dog to be so shameless, completely lacking the demeanor of once being a mighty king-level expert. Originally, he thought the black dog wouldn't agree. He was fully prepared to release the black dog after his strength improved in the future. The black dog's reaction also made Lin Yan very happy. He could tell that the black dog didn't choose to recognize him as its master simply because it could go out, but because it had truly submitted to him in its heart. However, this was a matter of great importance, and Lin Yan wanted to confirm it once more. However, he began to speak. Let me confirm again. Before he could finish, a black dog interrupted him with a bark
remark and then continued in a disdainful tone. Hurry up, why are you so hesitant? Could it be that you despise this king for being your dog? This king's talent is hundreds of times stronger than those sacred beasts. So, do you know how many beings in the Emperor realm and Sovereign realm are fighting to make me their beast companion? But so what if they're in the Emperor or Sovereign realm? Even though this king can't beat them, I still don't think much of them. Speaking of this, the black dog sighed helplessly. So, I was locked in this scorching heart secret realm by a shameless Emperor-level existence. Hundreds of years have passed, my cultivation has regressed to the Marquis level, and only you, kid, with your heaven-defying talent, are 10,000 times stronger than those people. Plus, your personality happens to be the type this king likes. Otherwise, this king would rather die here than ever agree to be your dog. Lin Yan was somewhat speechless, not knowing where to start complaining for a moment. He simply said directly, "Don't resist." Woof. The black dog nodded, looking very expectant. Lin Yan waved his hand, sending the black dog into the time prison. Immediately, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! External creature detected entering the time prison. Please decide whether to bind it with a master-servant contract. Once bound, it cannot be undone. Lin Yan did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Afterward, since the black dog itself didn't mind, he felt even less burdened. Moreover, this was the best choice for him. It could both rescue the black dog and avoid exposing the hidden dangers of the time prison. He wouldn't rely on the master-servant contract to actually demand anything from the black dog. Wait inside for a while, and you'll be able to leave the secret realm soon, Lin Yan said to the black dog, forming a phantom within the time prison. This is the new ability he gained after breaking through to the innate realm. Yes. In addition, his control over the time prison has become much more effortless compared to when he was in the acquired realm. In the past, the most important thing is, he could only control the overall time flow and attack power of a single room, but could not individually control a specific area within the room. Now, he can. It is also possible to grant creatures entering the time prison the right to move freely. Lin Yan's thoughts shifted. He created an area in the room filled with karmic fire where the black dog was located, free from the invasion of karmic fire, and added, by the way, don't wander around. If you get into trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. As for the black dog, ever since it entered the time prison, it had been completely dazed. After hearing what Lin Yan said, he slightly came to his senses, opened his mouth in amazement, and exclaimed, "Wow, the laws here are different from the outside world, yet they seem so complete. Could it be, this is your world? More or less?" Lin Yan nodded non-committally. "You're too abnormal, even more so than a dog. You can actually possess such a divine miracle. No wonder you could access the power of laws while still in the Hotian realm. Truly abnormal. Not bad, my king's master should indeed be this impressive." The black dog exclaimed in shock but quickly spoke with a sense of relief. Lin Yan paid no attention to the black dog's shock nor to its proud gaze, as if it were saying that its judgment was indeed exceptional. At this moment, after instructing the black dog once, he didn't repeat himself. Otherwise, the black dog would likely give him a disdainful look and scornfully say, "Why are you so naggy?" Lin Yan didn't want to be looked down upon by the black dog, so he directly dispersed the phantom and prepared to leave this scorching heart secret realm. At the moment his phantom disappeared, the black dog's eyes instantly lit up. Haha, asking this king not to wander around is simply impossible. This place is heaven to me. This king's judgment is truly excellent. I immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this master. Ha. The black dog grinned slyly, then leaped into the karmic fire. Miserable cries echoed from its mouth, switching freely between dog howls and human screams. Inside the karmic fire room, the barely alive Durhan Shan was awakened by the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar screams. He struggled to open his eyes and look toward the source of the sound. Upon seeing it was a black dog, his pupils contracted in disbelief. Especially so. Although the black dog was wailing, it had an expression of enjoyment on its face. Then, what shocked Han Shan even more was that if not for the genuine pain coming from the depths of his soul, he might have thought he had already arrived in hell. Woof, ah, woof, ah. Lin Yan held the jade talisman and walked back into the room. What happened inside the time prison made his mouth twitch involuntarily when he saw it. He had originally speculated that this black dog might have some peculiar affection, but he never expected that under the perverse torment of the hellfire room, the black dog could show such an expression of enjoyment. It was simply mind-blowing. Too perverse. Lin Yan's hand holding the jade talisman trembled slightly. Outside world. However, as a Xiantian realm expert, although this scene startled him, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a dog, not a person. Lin Yan seemed to think of something, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curved upward. The employee of the time prison he had been longing for, wasn't this it? A Ho realm expert, capable of enduring such a harsh work environment, and it was even a dog. This was simply too cool. Lin Yan used his thoughts and called out to the black dog, "Little Black." The black dog, who was enjoying itself, suddenly trembled, a hint of panic on its face, and cautiously asked, "Master, I'm here. Is there something you need from Little Black?" In the midst of the panic. Moreover, as for Lin Yan's address, it directly responded
responded without hesitation. At this moment, the black dog's mind was racing, wondering why Lin Yan suddenly called it and even used a title. Thinking of this, could it be that its current behavior made the master dissatisfied? Upon hearing this, or perhaps it didn't follow the master's instructions, making him unhappy? But the master shouldn't be that kind of person. The black dog was almost scratching its head with its paw, completely unable to figure out the reason. Although Lin Yan found it somewhat amusing, he still said directly, "I'll give you permission to access other rooms. You can go and experience them. You can also deal with the people locked up here as you wish, just don't play them to death too easily." "That's it? You should have said so earlier, scared me to death." Little Black waved its paw and said somewhat discontentedly, "Don't worry, the people here are all your enemies, right? I'll make sure to reward, no, properly punish them for you." "Very good." Lin Yan was quite satisfied with Xiao Hei's cooperation. Witnessing this scene, he added, saying, "The intensity you're experiencing now is only 1% of the maximum power here. Later, I'll let you experience what it feels like when it's at full power." Xiao Hei nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just this 1% of power had already left him unable to resist. If it were at full power, wouldn't he be a dead dog? Under Xiao Hei's fear, there seemed to be a hint of rising anticipation. Soon, Xiao Hei snapped back to his senses, looking excitedly at the others in the Hellfire Room, revealing a sly grin. Finally, after finishing the explanation, Lin Yan withdrew his consciousness from the time prison. He then raised his head and looked at the humanoid statue ahead. However, Lin Yan held the jade talisman, channeling the strange energy into it. A beam of light emanated from the jade talisman, flowing into the humanoid statue. Immediately, the statue was moved aside, revealing the hidden door behind it. When entering the room earlier, Lin Yan discovered the situation behind the statue, but at that time he was busy breaking through his realm and didn't pay much attention. Immediately after, therefore, after obtaining the jade talisman, he didn't even need to ask Xiao Hei to know how to use it. Very soon, he pushed open the secret door. Lin Yan and Yan Lin walked inside together. Inside was the control center of this scorching heart secret realm. In front of them was a massive screen divided into dozens of small sections. At the moment, only a dozen or so were lit up, and Yunfei Bai was in one of the images. Lin Yan naturally saw it as well. After pondering for a moment, he focused his consciousness into the jade talisman and placed a large number of treasures and opportunities in the area where Yunfei Bai was located. After all, Yunfei Bai had a very good relationship with him. Now that he controlled this secret realm, it was only natural that Yunfei Bai wouldn't miss out on the benefits. On the screen, there were also images of the outside world. Lin Yan also shifted his gaze upward and saw Han Pu and the others outside, lurking and staring at the entrance of the secret realm, waiting for him to come out. He suddenly noticed that one person was missing among them, and that was Wang Qing. Logically speaking, as the strongest person openly targeting Lin Yan among the major forces, Wang Qing shouldn't have left this place. Moreover, Wang Qing's hatred for him should be the strongest among everyone here. Lin Yan frowned, feeling very puzzled, but he quickly made a decision. No matter what, the most important thing was to leave this place first. He took out many items from the ability space, placed them into several storage crystals, handed them to Yan Lin, then fully armed Yan Lin. Finally, he put a black mask on Yan Lin. It's just that. Only then, feeling satisfied, did he let Yan Lin step into the teleportation array. Accompanied by the flash of the teleportation array's light, Yan Lin left the scorching heart secret realm. He appeared right in front of Han Pu and the others. Through the black mask, Yan Lin scanned his surroundings, his gaze revealing a bone-chilling killing intent. Everyone here was his enemy. Next, and his appearance. It startled everyone present. Swish, but soon someone reacted, attacking Yan Lin while shouting loudly, "The enemy has appeared." Afterward, the others also looked serious and shouted, "Activate the crystal formation. Everyone, give it your all. Don't let this thief go, make sure he meets his end here." Although Han Pu and the others were extremely shocked as to why Yan Lin could leave the secret realm early, none of them thought it was impossible to achieve. After all, he was a prodigy. While Han Pu's heart was shaken, he also looked at Wei Jun. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts, then nodded slightly. However, they did not rush to take action, quietly contacting the hidden Hojing experts in the shadows, as well as that half-step Wangjing powerhouse. Enhance, quick step, teleport. Looking at the numerous powerful warriors charging toward him, Yan Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly activated his skill, and appeared behind one of the warriors, followed by a wind blade slashing down. Rather, it was a line of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, a mid-level warrior of the realm fell. The other powerful warriors, witnessing this scene, were instantly terrified, their movements halting momentarily. But Yan Lin would not stop. His figure moved swiftly, appearing behind a strong practitioner at the general realm. Following that, a wind blade slashed down, and yet another general realm practitioner fell. Only after a moment of realization, someone finally noticed Yan Lin's realm and instinctively exclaimed, "He is at the late transformation realm." He had concealed his level before. Han Pu and Wei Jun's faces were filled with fear. They knew Yan Lin's level, level, which was genuinely at the Hotian stage. But now, he had already reached the late stage of Huajing. This meant that in just half a month, Lin had broken through from the Hotian stage to Huajing. What a terrifying thing this is. However, what they didn't know was that Lin was merely a clone of Lin Yan. Lin Yan's true cultivation level wasn't so outrageous, it was merely at the innate realm. It's just that this innate realm was stronger than the clone's transformation realm. Han Pu instinctively swallowed and looked at Wei Jun, only to find that the other party was doing the same. Through their terrified exchange of glances, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. Because, stall for time and wait for the half-step king realm expert to make a move. Even with these general realm experts, even if you add the two at the peak of the general realm, even if Wang Qing, who was at the half-step marquee realm, were here, it would be of no use. I'm afraid even a true marquee realm expert wouldn't be a match for Lin. The two swallowed hard, their hands trembling slightly, and their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Everyone, group up and attack together. Don't let this villain find an opening." The general realm experts immediately responded. They had already been thinking the same thing. As long as they can stall Lin for a bit, and wait for the marquee level experts and that half-step king level powerhouse to arrive, they won't have to face this terrifying prodigy Lin anymore. Do you think this will work? Seeing this, Lin let out a cold laugh and silently chanted in his heart, "Blade of Godslayer." Thinking of this, as an invisible surge of energy blasted out, one of the general level experts' bodies instantly froze and collapsed straight to the ground. Those with sharp senses immediately noticed that this person's vitality had already been severed. Yes, such terrifying methods instantly made a strong general level expert cry out in alarm. Han Pu, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, immediately shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Hold your ground." Not far away, Lin's gaze emitted a chilling intent. He fixed his eyes on Han Pu, and with a single thought, appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a wind blade was unleashed. But Han Pu was, after all, a peak grandmaster level expert. This wind blade was not able to kill him. Lin was not surprised. The corners of his mouth under the mask curved slightly as he continued to attack Han Pu. As the words fell, he also possessed spiritual perception skills, and with the enhancement of his transcendent realm, he could already sense a range of dozens of kilometers, discovering several powerful experts exuding formidable auras rushing toward this location. It is estimated that it will arrive in just a few minutes. Lin was not the least bit flustered, not to mention that he was just an avatar. His current strength, though not yet capable of defeating a half-step king realm expert, was more than sufficient to leave safely with ease. So now, all he needed to do was deal with the enemy in front of him. Outside the Scorching Heart secret realm, Lin moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Each time, a commander-level expert would be injured, and the weaker ones would be instantly killed. Of the more than 20 commander-level experts on the field, fewer than 10 remained. Even so, just as Lin teleported behind a commander-level expert and raised his hand to unleash a wind blade, an extremely chilling aura locked onto him, and a dark-colored domain instantly enveloped him. In this situation, Lin had anticipated this long ago and was not panicked in his heart. This was the killing move of a half-step marquee-level expert. As early as when he appeared outside the secret realm, he had discovered this person hiding in the shadows and had learned of this person's talent, which belonged to the dark element and specialized in assassination. In no time, it was likely the assassin expert hired by the three major families. However, Lin still pretended to be startled, his movements halting as he abandoned the idea of killing the general-level opponent in front of him and prepared to retreat backward. But that half-step marquee realm expert had already locked onto him. Moreover, having exposed a flaw, this half-step marquee realm expert, as a battle-hardened assassin, would never let such a golden opportunity slip by. A sound like tearing echoed eerily through this space. A figure seemingly shrouded in darkness, as if slicing through space, appeared instantly behind Lin, and a pitch-black, chilling attack struck toward Lin's neck. However, Lin's spiritual sense had already enveloped this space. The moment the shadow made its move, he had already noticed it. Although the shadow's speed was extremely fast, in his eyes, it still appeared very slow. When the shadow launched its fatal strike, the corners of Lin's mouth, hidden beneath the mask, unconsciously curved upward. He then instantly appeared behind the shadow. This speed was tens of thousands of times faster than the shadow's, as it was teleportation, a heaven-defying skill that transcends space and time. At the same time, the shadow widened his eyes, his pupils contracting sharply, unable to believe that at such a speed, Lin could still react and use teleportation to disappear from the spot. His domain had always been invincible, simply because this domain could suppress the enemy's soul, instilling fear deep within their hearts. Those who had died at his hands in the past were all struck down in a single blow while trembling under his oppressive might. No matter how extraordinary Lin is, he is still just at the transformation realm. The shadowy figure was internally horrified, completely unable to comprehend why this was happening, and could only watch helplessly as his sure kill strike landed on the general realm expert whom Lin had previously intended to kill. And all of this, force happened in just an instant. But soon, he seemed to think of something, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably as a deathly aura, all too familiar to him, enveloped the air. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed, and this half-step Marquis realm expert lost his vitality amidst unwillingness and fear. After dealing with this person, Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly locking onto the storage crystal device on him. An assassin at the half-step Marquis realm would undoubtedly possess wealth far exceeding that of the general realm experts Lin had previously killed. After all, some of those individuals were so poor that they didn't even have storage crystal artifacts. After putting it away, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. The next moment, now, he also had many treasures on him, but most of the more valuable items were with his true body. After all, the true body was stronger and more important. Lin, as a clone, naturally needed to collect treasures on his own. Lin Yan's idea was to let the clone act as an independent entity to help him accomplish many tasks, temporarily suppress the joy of the harvest. Lin locked onto the next target and continued to take action. As for the others present, he was utterly horrified, staring at Lin without daring to make a sound. A transformation realm killing a half-step Marquis realm, and doing it so effortlessly. So, this is just too terrifying. But what they didn't know was, Lin only appeared to be at ease. In reality, he had already used 50% of his special energy. Add-on, he had deliberately exposed a flaw to lure this half-step Marquis level expert into focusing all his power on a fatal strike against him, and the moment the assassin made his move was when his defense was at its weakest. Thus, the current situation was created. If he wanted to kill a half-step Marquis level expert under normal circumstances without using the blade of Godslayer, it would take him at least half a minute. At this critical moment, he could only resort to some strategies. Lin's figure, like a rainbow, weaved through the battlefield. Another strong warrior at the general level was killed before they could even react. The remaining few were already filled with fear and, as if by tacit agreement, chose to scatter and flee in all directions, shouting, "Run for your lives!" Han Pu, who was 100 meters away from Lin, clutched the wound on his chest and cursed angrily, "You bastards! Why are you running? Otherwise, that lord is arriving soon." But it was useless. Those people had long been dominated by fear. Han Pu's voice also caught Lin's attention. His gaze suddenly locked onto Han Pu. Witnessing this scene, "Don't come over." The previously imposing Han Pu now felt uneasy and fearful, unleashing all his energy and turning to flee. How could he not be afraid? Wei Jun, who was at the same level as him, had already been dealt with by Lin Yan earlier. Even though he chose to flee when Lin looked at him, it was still useless. Lin moved swiftly and teleported. In just a few seconds, he caught up with Han Pu and blocked Han Pu's escape route. Without wasting a single word, he directly launched an attack on Han Pu. The aura of that half-step king realm was getting closer and closer. Although there were still a few general realm experts left, he didn't want to waste any more time. Thus, he chose Han Pu as his final opponent, planning to kill him before leaving. Seeing Lin in front of him, Han Pu gasped sharply, his entire body tensing up and his pupils involuntarily contracted. He also understood that running for his life was useless. The only hope is to fight hard, hold on for a while, and wait for that half-step king realm master to arrive. Because Han Pu's heart was also filled with deep despair. Even if that half-step king realm master, Lu Fu, arrives to save him, and then joins forces with those Marquis realm experts, can they really take down Lin? I'm afraid they still won't be able to do much. Even if he survives today. At this point, waiting for him and the future of the Han family will certainly be despairing. Han Pu looked at Lin, and beneath the fear on his face, there was also a trace of bitterness. However, he could only powerlessly resist Lin's attacks. However, under Han Pu's full defense, Lin's offensive was also hindered. Han Pu's body still bore many wounds, and his overall aura was gradually weakening. Half a minute passed. Lin's attacks never ceased. During this time, he consumed over a dozen energy-replenishing crystal pills to maintain his energy levels. Under such an onslaught, Han Pu gradually began to falter. A powerful oppressive force surged toward Lin from not far away. This was the oppressive force of a half-step king realm. However, it was Lu Fu, whom Han Pu had been waiting for so desperately, but his face was full of exhaustion and fear, with not a trace of joy. Lin's brows furrowed slightly. This oppressive force even suppressed his supernatural energy. His offensive became even fiercer, enduring this oppressive force. It was nothing compared to the pressure within the scorching heart secret realm, and he could withstand it. At this moment, killing Han Pu was the most important thing. At the same time, an angry voice came through, "Audacious scoundrel, do you not know to stop when this king arrives? This king commands you to stop and kneel before me." Lin's expression showed anger, but his attack did not cease. However, with a tone of impatience and a hint of disdain, he replied, "Noisy, just a mere half-step into the king realm, yet you dare to shamelessly call yourself a king. Truly brazen and laughable." Since he dared to make a move against him, then whether it's a half-step king realm or a true king realm, he won't let them off. The sharpness in his words is merely a response for now. Once he breaks through to the general realm,
realm, it won't be too late to kill this Lu Fu. Upon hearing this, and after hearing Yan Lin's words, Lu Fu instantly flew into a rage, shouting angrily, "You're courting death. Just a mere wretch, yet you dare to spout such arrogant words. Watch as I suppress you today, let's see if you can still be so insolent." Yan Lin could already see Lu Fu's figure. In less than 3 seconds, he would reach him. But 3 seconds. For Yan Lin, it was already enough. He could now deal with Han Pu. Without responding further, he unleashed even more powerful wind blades while striking Han Pu with his strengthened fists. A second passed. As the words fell, Han Pu was already on the verge of death. At this moment, despite enduring the powerful attacks and facing the threat of death, his expression revealed a hint of relief. To die at the hands of such a monster, it might be worth it. Another second passed. Han Pu's vitality had already faded. In the final moment of his life, he suddenly revealed a bitter smile, and the words of the Han family had echoed in his mind, "This mission must succeed." How ridiculous. A task that even a half-step king realm might not accomplish. He isn't even in the Marquis realm, so what could he possibly do? He had anticipated today's outcome, but the family head simply did not believe him. Han Pu's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. In truth, he really wanted to say one thing to Han Jintian, family head, "Will you regret the decision you made that day?" His words could only be reserved for the time when he meets Han Jintian underground. Just as Han Pu passed away, 3 seconds had already passed, so Lu Fu had arrived in front of Yan Lin. However, the golden domain enveloped Yan Lin. Thinking of this, the terror of the half-step king realm was not limited to this. The moment the domain appeared, strange phenomena rose above it, extremely dazzling yet exceptionally terrifying, rushing into Lin Yan's mind. It's just that. At the same time, Lu Fu raised his palm. A dazzling golden giant palm appeared above Yan Lin, then pressed down towards him. The defensive crystal devices on Yan Lin's body seemed on the verge of cracking. The overwhelming aura caused his body to tremble slightly, but his gaze revealed determination as he stared directly at Lu Fu. The next moment. So this is the power of the half-step king realm. That's all there is to it. Enhance. Yan Lin silently recited in his heart and used the skill. But this time, he consumed 90% of his alien energy, increasing the strength of his body and alien energy to 9 times the previous level. If Lu Fu did not take direct action, Yan Lin would definitely choose to teleport away from here. However, but now, he had already felt the power of the half-step king realm. Moreover, it was not as terrifying as he had imagined, so he decided to withstand Lu Fu's strike head-on. Let's see how big the gap is between this avatar and the half-step king realm. As Yan Lin's thoughts faded, Lu Fu's attack had already landed. A loud bang echoed across several kilometers. The strong ones of the general realm who had fled earlier, as well as the few Marquis realm experts following behind Lu Fu, all showed solemn expressions and instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. The location of Yan Lin was still shrouded in thick smoke. Everyone saw several cracks, each over 10 meters wide, splitting open on the ground. At the center of the explosion was a massive crater, over 20 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. Boom! But the one responsible for this scene was Lu Fu. But gazing at the deep pit, he revealed an expression of disbelief. At this moment, suddenly, his voice trembled slightly as he exclaimed in shock and anger, "How is this possible? Impossible! How could you, this wretched being, still be alive? What kind of monster are you?" The other powerful figures were all filled with terror. As the thick smoke cleared, there stood a figure proudly upright at the center, like an ancient pine tree, unyielding and steadfast. Although Yan Lin's body was upright, his condition was far from good. After exhausting nearly all of his alien energy, the defensive crystal devices on his body were almost completely shattered. Only in this way was he able to withstand Lu Fu's near full force strike. Even so, his internal organs suffered severe damage. If not for his strong willpower, he might have already been half kneeling on the ground. Yan Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Fu. Calmly, he took out dozens of crystal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them whole. And Lu Fu was no fool. Naturally, he wouldn't let him recover. It was almost at the same time. Lu Fu suppressed his emotions and attacked Yan Lin without hesitation, decisively and ruthlessly. Seeing this, Yan Lin was not surprised. After swallowing the crystal pill, he instantly used teleportation and appeared 20 meters behind Lu Fu. Blade of Godslayer. Unlike the other powerful opponents Yan Lin had faced before, Lu Fu turned his body to lock onto him the moment he used teleportation, and an attack continued to strike toward him. Yan Lin's lips curved slightly. He already understood that even if he could withstand Lu Fu's full force strike, he still wouldn't be able to kill Lu Fu. At most, it would result in mutual destruction, unless the real Lin Yan took action. But that was impossible, because Lin Yan was no longer in the secret realm, or even in Jun City. He had returned to Qing City. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Fu, Yan Lin had no intention of leaving just like that. At the very least, he needed to collect some interest. Yan Lin sidestepped to avoid the attack, his eyes narrowing slightly. He slowly scrutinized Lu Fu in the distance, his gaze wandering over him, as if searching for something. Then his eyes lit up. He had found his target. However, he hadn't expected that Lu Fu, a powerful figure at the half-step king realm, would be so cautious, covering the
storage crystal necklace with clothing. If not for the enhanced vision brought by the immaculate body and the strength of his spiritual sense, he might have wasted more time. It seemed Lu Fu had noticed Yan Lin's gaze. Not far away, Lu Fu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, sensing that something was amiss. Yan Lin's figure instantly vanished from where he stood and reappeared 10 meters in front of Lu Fu. Just as Lu Fu reacted and prepared to attack him, an invisible energy surged toward Lu Fu. Very soon, it is the blade of Godslayer. Not long ago, the power of Lu Fu's domain phenomenon directly attacked Yan Lin's soul. However, due to the presence of the Soul Lotus, even though Lu Fu's soul realm was one minor realm higher than his, reaching the level of initial stage perfection, it did not cause him any harm. At this moment, Yan Lin was certain in his heart that the power of the blade of Godslayer was enough to injure Lu Fu. The moment the invisible energy appeared, Lu Fu instantly sensed it. He was utterly terrified, unable to fathom that this person could unleash such a terrifyingly powerful soul attack. If he were to take it unguarded, he would either be gravely injured or worse. As a strong practitioner at the Half-Step King realm, he naturally wouldn't stand there foolishly waiting for death. Thus, he tightly focused his mind and mobilized his soul power to resist Yan Lin's attack. It's just that during this process, he needs to concentrate fully. So, Lu Fu's brows were tightly furrowed, his face showing an expression of pain. A few faint drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the defensive energy in front of him had diminished slightly, while the aura around him had also weakened significantly. And this scene shocked the few marquee-level powerhouses who had just arrived at the scene. They could naturally sense the soul energy and knew what Lu Fu was facing. What terrified them even more was that in this clash of soul power, Lu Fu was faintly at a disadvantage. What did this signify? Only to see. The expressions of these marquee-level powerhouses were filled with horror as they trembled and looked toward Yan Lin. They didn't dare to even think about that terrifying outcome, nor did they dare to launch an attack on Yan Lin lightly. They just stood there frozen in place. Yan Lin's peripheral vision also glanced at a few people, but he didn't pay much attention. Despite consuming nearly 80% of his soul energy, the alien energy hadn't fully recovered. These few marquee-level individuals posed no threat to him. He was now already in front of Lu Fu, his gaze locked onto that storage crystal artifact. The wealth of a Half-Step King realm must be quite substantial. A thought flashed through Yan Lin's mind, and in the next moment, he used the power of space to remotely take the storage crystal device into his hand. Then, a look of joy flashed in his eyes as he prepared to retreat. At that moment, Lu Fu, who was struggling to resist the blade of Godslayer, suddenly showed an expression of anger. Enraged to the point of biting his tongue and disregarding the soul attack, he unleashed a fierce strike that landed on Yan Lin. Let alone. Energy blasts and agonized screams erupted almost simultaneously. The blade of Godslayer severely wounded Lu Fu's soul, while Yan Lin was blasted 100 meters into the ground by Lu Fu's furious strike. Although Lu Fu's soul was injured, he did not immediately lose consciousness. Instead, his face turned deathly pale, and he gritted his teeth as he hastily said to several marquee-level powerhouses, "Quick, go after him." A Hojing expert immediately responded. As he turned around, a clear trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He subconsciously licked his lips and charged directly at Yan Lin. To be able to severely injure a half-step Wanjing, Yan Lin must have some heaven-defying secret on him. If Yan Lin were in his peak state, he naturally wouldn't dare to act, but just now, Yan Lin's aura had weakened significantly, clearly indicating he was seriously injured. How could this not make his heart waver? Yes, no one paid any attention to the gravely injured LV Fu. LV Fu's face was ashen, his teeth clenched as he glared fiercely in the direction where Yan Lin had escaped, fury burning uncontrollably in his heart. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was only through sheer willpower that he managed to stay on his feet. Now that the storage crystal device has been taken, it's impossible to quickly recover from the injuries. He could only endure it helplessly, but the intense pain deep in his soul made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. It had only slightly improved, or perhaps he had just gotten a little used to it. Lu Fu unexpectedly saw that the few marquee-level experts who had been chasing Yan Lin earlier suddenly returned. Their expressions were 100 times worse than his, and upon closer inspection, it seemed more like fear and regret. A few half-step marquee-level experts couldn't take down an injured transformation-level fighter? Just how useless are you? Lu Fu almost cursed out loud, but he quickly thought of something. He himself was also at the Half-Step King realm, yet he was severely injured by that wretch, had his storage crystal device stolen, and was completely helpless. Thinking of this, his gaze dimmed, and an endless sense of regret rose in his heart as well. After a moment, if only he hadn't taken action. At this moment, there is no medicine for regret in this world. How is that possible? LV Fu was not the first person to have such thoughts, nor would he be the last. Deep in the mountains and forests, Yan Lin, dragging his seriously injured body, hid himself in a cave. His clothes were already in tatters, soaked through with blood. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood burst from his lips as he coughed violently. What a pity! However, there was not the slightest trace of pain on his face. Instead, it was filled with excitement as he looked at the several storage crystal artifacts in his hands,
which belonged to Lu Fu and those marquee-level powerhouses, after Yan Lin was severely injured by Lu Fu. Half an hour later, when several marquee-level powerhouses pursued him, he could have fled directly, but he still chose to take a gamble. After enduring several attacks head-on, he also reaped even more rewards. Cough. But now is clearly not the time to check the harvest. Yan Lin's injuries are actually quite severe. If not for the S-level skill Undying, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Temporarily store the spoils of war. Yan Lin took out a large amount of high-grade crystal liquid, numerous crystal pills, and crystal medicines, placing them in front of him. Enduring the pain, he sat cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries and replenish his depleted energy. More than half an hour ago. Thus, that is to say, Yan Lin made his move outside the Scorching Heart secret realm. Lin Yan did not waste time waiting and directly stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array within the Scorching Heart secret realm is not limited to transporting people outside the secret realm but can teleport to any location within a radius of 500 kilometers. With a flash of light, he appeared in the urban area of Qing City. Immediately, Lin Yan activated his spiritual sense, probing the surrounding situation. While in the secret realm, he had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Lin Yan's phone started ringing incessantly. The Scorching Heart secret realm is an independent space and does not belong to Blue Star, so no messages can be received within the secret realm. Hearing the ringtone, Lin Yan's heart tightened. Swish! Hurriedly taking out his phone, he looked at the message on the screen. In the next moment, uncontrollable anger appeared on his face. The latest message displayed on the phone was surprisingly sent by Xiaawanua. Ding, ding, ding. No matter what happens, do not return to Qing City. There were also some messages of concern from Zhao Xia, but Lin Yan had no intention of continuing to read them at this moment. The news about Xiaawanua has already proven the seriousness of the situation. The people of Qing City might not know, but he knows that Xiaawanua has been hiding his strength, and the Xia family's background is not as simple as being one of the 4 major families in Qing City. They, like him, come from the capital. Moreover, during the Scorching Heart secret realm, Lin Yan did not see Wang Qing's figure and quickly made a deduction. Apart from that, almost the moment he saw the message, he was already rushing in the direction of the Xia family, leaving behind exclamations of surprise from passers-by. Because these people only felt a gust of wind pass by, without even catching a glimpse of Lin Yan's figure. A few minutes earlier, the Xia family, deep within. In front of a building shrouded by a protective crystal array stood Xiaawanua and several powerful members of the Xia family who exuded the same imposing aura. They simply stood there, coldly staring at Chen Kaiyong and the others opposite them. Xiaawanua was the first to speak. Chen Kaiyong, I really underestimated you. I never thought you could be so ruthless, intending to completely annihilate the members of my Xia family. But upon hearing this, Chen Kaiyong sneered coldly. His eyes revealed hatred as he pointed at Xiaawanua, his voice tinged with jealousy. Ha, you've hidden yourself well, haven't you? Not only are you at the mid-stage of the general realm, but your family also harbors a hidden general realm expert. With such strength, you still choose to dwell in the barren city of Qing. What exactly are your intentions? Patriarch, why waste words with such a shameless scoundrel? Let me kill him to honor the souls of our Xia family ancestors in heaven. Before Xiaawanua could respond, someone next to him spoke. Tianqi, don't act impulsively. Xiaawanua reached out to stop Xiaawanua and then looked in the direction of Chen Kaiyong. The Wang family, one of the 3 major families in Yang City, Wang Cheng, is at the half-step marquee level, and they brought along a strong expert at the peak of the marquee level. You really think highly of me, Xiaawanua? Someone stepped out from behind Chen Kaiyong, their face showing a clearly surprised expression. This person is none other than Wang Cheng. He clapped his hands and started applauding. TSK TSK. As expected of someone from the capital, this level of perception even amazes me. A flash of killing intent appeared in Xiaawanua's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. His gaze was deep as he locked onto Wang Cheng and said in a low voice, Wang Cheng, are you planning to make a move against my Xia family? As the words fell, Wang Cheng suddenly burst into laughter, but his eyes were filled with sinister malice. Patriarch Xia, you misunderstand. I came here today because I have some good news to share with you. He paused. I have a crystal medicine here that can help people recover, whether their abilities have been destroyed or they are gravely injured and unconscious. Smack, smack, smack. I heard that the daughter and son-in-law of Patriarch Xia are in such conditions, one unconscious, the other crippled. It seems you might really need this. Xiaawanua's eyes were filled with even more murderous intent, and his hand clenched tightly into a fist. His daughter Xiaawanua's coma was undoubtedly connected to this old man in front of him, and now he even dared to bring it up in his presence, claiming to have something he needed. This was using Xiaawanua's life to threaten Xiaawanua. Xiaawanua also understood the cause and effect of the matter. The person behind Chen Kaiyong was Wang Cheng, and Wang Cheng's target was Lin Yan. After seeing Xiaawanua's reaction, upon hearing this, Wang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, I just wonder, where is Lin Yan, my dear nephew, now? Not willing to say? Could it be you, Xiaawanua?
are coveting Lin Yan's talent? At this point, having found a reasonable excuse to act, Wang Qing no longer pretended. His entire aura erupted, and two different colored energies instantly surrounded him. At the same time, he signaled the powerful expert at the peak of the Marquis realm beside him to take action. A half-step Marquis realm and a peak Marquis realm against several general realm opponents, it's not hard to predict the outcome of this battle. Xiaotian's expression was grave, but he could only step forward to face them. Even though not long ago, he had just killed 4 general realm experts, his energy consumption had yet to recover to its peak state. But he could not retreat. Otherwise, the members of the Xia family in the crystal formation behind him would fall victim to a cruel fate. Xia Tianqi, standing to the side, had been wearing an angry expression from the beginning. Now that the other party had made the first move, he could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly, "Bah! So what if you're at the half-step Marquis realm? Even if I die, I'll make sure you lose a piece of flesh." He then unleashed a powerful aura and charged straight at Wang Cheng. The others did the same, almost simultaneously charging toward Wang Cheng along with Xia Tianqi. As for the expert at the peak of the Ho realm, Xia Tianhe had already rushed to confront him. The battle erupted. Witnessing this scene, Chen Kaiyong in the distance was both shocked and loudly shouted to the people around him, "Attack the crystal array with full force." Shameless. Then, Xia Tianhe and the Xia family members were all furious, but they were already at a disadvantage against a formidable enemy. Even though Chen Kaiyong and others were at the transformation stage, they couldn't spare any effort. Fortunately, the level of this crystal formation was very high. In an instant, Chen Kaiyong and the others attacked for quite a while, but there were no signs of it breaking. The injuries on Xia Tianhe's body grew increasingly severe, and under the attacks of a peak Ho Jing expert, he gradually became unable to hold on. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at Wang Qing's battlefield. He noticed that Xia Tianqi and the others were still holding on, but it was merely a stalemate. To determine a winner or loser would likely take a long time. The Xia family's fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Once Xia Tianhe was defeated, a powerful expert at the peak of the Marquis realm could easily destroy the crystal formation. With just a slight move, Xia Tianqi and the others would meet a grim death. However, at that time, there would be no need for Wang Qing and the other person to take action. Chen Kaiyong alone could annihilate the Xia family of Qingshi. A ruthless look appeared in Xia Tianhe's eyes as he stared intently at the perfected Ho realm expert opposite him. This gaze caused even the perfected Ho realm expert to feel a jolt in his heart. At this rate, immediately after, he launched an even fiercer attack, but Xia Tianhe showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he suddenly closed his eyes, as if resigning himself to death. A strange and powerful aura emanated from his body. The Ho realm expert's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. His body retreated frantically as he shouted in disbelief, "Forbidden technique! You used a forbidden technique!" Thinking of this, what? How does he know a forbidden technique? Isn't that only? Not far away, Wang Qing was also trembling all over, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Patriarch. Meanwhile, no! Xia Tianqi and the others, upon seeing this, shouted loudly with eyes wide in rage. Forbidden technique? What is that? Chen Kaiyong, who was attacking the crystal array, had a slightly puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea what was going on, but he sensed that something might be wrong. So, he cautiously took a few steps back, ready to flee at any moment. A mass of black light and shadow rushed toward the Ho-level peak expert. "Uncle Sia, quickly cancel the forbidden technique." An anxious voice suddenly rang out, and the owner of the voice was Lin Yan, while the black shadow was Xiao He. Xia Tianhe, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. With a trace of anger on his face, he looked at Lin Yan and couldn't help but reprimand. Cough. "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" At this moment, he then noticed that the powerful expert at the peak of the Ho realm was fighting with some kind of entity and was at a disadvantage, which caused confusion to rise on his face. During this pause, Xia Tianqi rushed to him, and energy surged into his body, canceling the forbidden technique. Even though the forbidden technique had not been fully activated, the backlash from canceling it still caused Xia Tianhe's aura to weaken rapidly, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, it was in time, but very soon. Seeing this, Lin Yan completely breathed a sigh of relief. He knew about Xia Tianhe's forbidden technique, a skill that consumes life force in exchange for immense power. Its level was at least S-class, and once successfully activated, Xia Tianhe would either die or have only a few days left to live. Lin Yan quickly walked up to Xia Tianhe. Poof! He took out a crystal herb and handed it to Xia Tianhe, saying, "Uncle Sia, you should recover from your injuries first. Leave this place to me." After Xia Tianhe took the crystal medicine, his eyes widened instantly. This is 7th grade crystal medicine? I don't need it, kid, you keep it for yourself. Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, I have plenty of this stuff. Uncle Sia, your health is more important, so don't be polite with me." He wasn't exaggerating. After all, in the Scorching Heart secret realm, he had collected all the crystal medicine from that medicine field. Among the 7 or 8 grades of crystal medicine, there are quite a lot, but even if there were only a few, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Alright, Xia Tianhe remained silent silent, deeply gazing at Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, not knowing how to start, his heart was filled with complexity. He could no longer see through Lin Yan. If his guess was correct, Lin Yan's current strength might already surpass his own. Xiaawanua no longer declined and directly accepted the crystal medicine. Then I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, Wan Yu and the others are all safe and sound. Then he turned to look at Xia Tianqi and instructed, Tianqi, you all just follow this kid's arrangements. Xia Tianqi and the others nodded without resistance. Even if Xia Tianhe gave any orders, they would obey. What's more, Lin Yan was a genius they all highly regarded. Now, having returned with a strong individual no less than the peak of the Marquis realm, even if Xia Tianhe hadn't said anything, they would still cooperate with Lin Yan. Thinking of this, Summer River began to recover from the injuries. After seeing this, Lin Yan also turned to look at Summer Pool and the others, then said, I trouble you uncles to keep an eye on Chen Kaiyong and not let the Chen family leave. Yes, family head. Alright, Summer Pool and the others responded. Wang Qing, you despicable thing. To lay hands on innocent people, you're worse than a beast. Lin Yan looked in Wang Qing's direction. What you thought is indeed correct. Lin and I do know each other. But even if you know, it won't do you any good, because, afterward, before Lin Yan could finish his sentence, Xiao He, who had just dealt with the Hojing perfection expert, had already come to his side, raising his dog head with a look of dissatisfaction. Hey, master, what are you saying? What do you mean by dog thing? What's wrong with being a dog? This king is indeed a dog, and not just any dog, but a peerless, one in a billion kind of dog. Lin Yan sighed helplessly, I'll be careful next time, I promise. That's more like it. Otherwise, this king won't let you off. Xiao He nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze turned icy as he looked at Wang Cheng. I'll take down this old guy first. Xiao He's figure moved like a shadow, instantly charging toward Wang Cheng. Not far away, Wang Cheng, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in place with a face full of terror. He couldn't even move, and only the intense trembling in his eyes revealed the fear in his heart. Soon, he was severely injured by a swipe from Xiao He and brought before Lin Yan. Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with terror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but his open mouth couldn't close, unable to make a sound. Alright, then, old man, don't rush. I'll deal with you later. Lin Yan kicked Wang Cheng, then looked into the distance, preparing to escape, but was blocked by Chen Kaiyong and others, who were stopped by Xia Tianqi. It's just that. His gaze grew increasingly icy, and his killing intent became stronger and stronger. If he had been a little later today, the Xia family and Xiaawanua might have been in trouble. And the culprit. It was Wang Cheng and Chen Kaiyong standing in front of him. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the transcendent puppet obtained from the treasure vaults of the three great families appeared before him. Then, he said to Xia Tianqi and the others, Chen Kaiyong stays, no one else leaves. Xiao He, protect Uncle Sia. Xiao He barked, woof, and then crouched beside Xia Tianhe. 10 puppets and several powerful experts at the general realm surrounded Chen Kaiyong and dozens of other members of the Chen family. From the moment Lin Yan appeared, Chen Xiao's body couldn't help but tremble. He simply couldn't imagine how someone who had been rendered useless could possess such abilities. Forcing himself to suppress his fear, he shouted loudly with a facade of bravado, Lin Yan, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of angering the ruler of the Xia kingdom if you dare to attack us? You truly are shameless. Lin Yan shook his head, his eyes full of contempt. He no longer paid any attention to Chen Xiao's furious howls, instead ordering the transcendent level puppet to begin dealing with the rest of the Chen family. Xia Tianqi and the others also acted swiftly and efficiently. In no time, aside from Chen Kaiyong, everyone else had been taken care of. Xia Tianqi dragged the half-dead, terror-stricken Chen Kaiyong over. Suddenly, he stood before Lin Yan and asked in a voice filled with hatred, how should we deal with this beast? You've worked hard, uncles. From now on, you just need to rest. Lin Yan's eyes were icy as he said in a low voice, as for him, leave him to me. I'll make him understand what true pain means. For some reason, everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts. Lin Yan looked at Chen Kaiyong and said coldly, Chen Kaiyong, are you very eager to know how your son Chen Sheng died? Hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes filled with blood as he raised his head and stared intently at Lin Yan. Your son died at my hands, but soon you'll be joining him. Oh, and thank you for the 1 billion crystal coins, they were quite helpful to me. As he finished speaking, Lin Yan revealed a cold smile. Chen Kaiyong, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed with a grim expression, you beast. Why did you kill my son? I'll kill you, you beast. With a bang, Lin Yan stomped his head to the ground. What did you say? Are you even worthy of scolding me? If it weren't for you, Chen Kaiyong, colluding with those families back then to murder my parents, I wouldn't even bother dealing with that useless Chen Xing, no matter how arrogant he was towards me. From today onwards, the Chen family will completely disappear from Qing City. To thank you for the 1 billion crystal coins you once gave, I'll let you experience the same pain your son went through back then. Poof! With those words, silence fell. Lin Yan's mind stirred, and a pitch-black flame instantly appeared in front of him, then enveloped Chen Kaiyong entirely. This flame was none other than the karmic fire from the time prison. After breaking through to the innate realm, he could now release it outside his body. Chen
Chen Xiao's body curled up, drenched in sweat from head to toe, screaming incessantly. What is this? He was all too familiar with these flames. In the video Lin Yan had sent him before, Chen Xiang had suffered in agony under this very karmic fire. How could he possibly forget? But back then, Chen Qiang could never have imagined that not only would he fail to take revenge on his enemy with his own hands, but he would end up kneeling in front of that very enemy, enduring the same torment his son faced before death, his face twisted in utter humiliation. In an instant, the pain of the karmic fire scorching his soul robbed him of all capacity for thought, leaving only endless, agonized screams. Even Xiao He, standing at Xia Tianhe's side, couldn't help shivering. The power of this karmic fire was at least 10 times stronger than what he had endured before. Remembering how the previous flames had nearly made him wish for death, he could only imagine how excruciating Chen Xiao's suffering must be now. Upon witnessing this scene, even Xia Tianqi and the others couldn't help but have their pupils contract in shock. With their level of cultivation, any torment methods they could think of would probably not even amount to 1% of what Lin Yan had displayed. But very soon, then, when they looked at Lin Yan, their gazes carried a few more traces of awe. The one who reacted the most was none other than Wang Qing, who was kneeling on the ground nearby. After witnessing Lin Yan's methods, he had already foreseen his own fate, and his face turned deathly pale. It was as if he had thought of something, mustering up the courage to raise his head and tremblingly said, Yan Lin must have a good relationship with you. The transcendent puppet he obtained from my Wang family's treasure vault, he gave it to you. So, you wouldn't want anything to happen to him, right? Do you know why I appeared in Qing City? It was to capture you and use you to threaten Yan Lin. Outside the scorching heart secret realm, our people have already surrounded him. There are as many as 5 marquis level experts. There's even a half-step king level expert. So, as long as he shows up, it's a dead end for him. But if you let me go, I promise to spare his life. After saying this, Wang Qing seemed to gain a bit more confidence. His body no longer trembled, and his eyes stared straight at Lin Yan, unconsciously carrying a sense of oppression. However, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth curved slightly as he turned to look at Wang Qing. Really? His words made Wang Qing think there was hope, so he didn't notice the unusual expression on Lin Yan's face. Wang Qing's face showed some joy, and he quickly said excitedly, Really? As long as you let me go, I'll have them release Yan Lin, and I won't pursue the matters between you, Yan Lin, and my Wang family anymore. Although he said so, that was not what he truly thought in his heart. The most important thing right now is to save his own life first. After that, Lin Yan and Yan Lin's lives would still be under his control. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan didn't even need to guess to know what Wang Qing was thinking. He never intended to let Wang Qing go, but now is not the time. He wants Wang Qing to endure the pain in utter despair. You should ask your people how the situation is now. Lin Yan's words made Wang Qing's heart suddenly sink with a thud. He had a bad feeling about it and frowned as he took out his phone. Coincidentally, a message came through at that very moment. Wang Qing opened it, and in less than a second, his face turned pale. It was as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and he collapsed to the ground. However, the message on Wang Qing's phone, it was sent by a strong practitioner of the general realm who had survived in the Wang family. The content of the message was, Yan Lin killed numerous general realm practitioners, one half-step marquis realm practitioner, severely injured. A half-step king realm practitioner seized the storage crystal devices of 5 marquis realm practitioners, and finally left heavily injured. At this moment, how is this possible? Wang Qing's eyes were dazed, his voice trembling. That's a half-step king realm expert. This is impossible. It must be fake. By the end, his voice grew increasingly hysterical. Lin Yan sneered, Stop deceiving yourself, old man. Wang Qing's face was full of panic as he crawled to Lin Yan's feet. His heart was filled with infinite fear. He knew very well that no matter how he tried to deceive himself, the content of this message was most likely true. Even a half-step king realm could do nothing to Yan Lin. What does this mean? Wang Qing didn't dare to think further. He only knew that the Wang family was finished, and so was he. After more than 100 years of cultivation, he had barely reached the half-step marquis realm, and to die like this was truly unwilling. A moment later, he clung to Lin Yan's thigh, crying bitterly, Please, no, I beg you, please spare me. I'm willing to be your dog, to serve you in the future. As long as you spare my worthless life, I'll agree to anything you say. Not just me, the Wang family will also be yours in the future. Wang Qing's face was full of pleading. Despite his body being dominated by fear and trembling uncontrollably, he continued to beg for mercy, saying, Please spare me, I truly know I was wrong. Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped away by Little Black's paw. Thus, what kind of thing are you? You dare to call yourself the master's dog? Damn it, this is an insult to dogs. No, this is an insult to me, the king. Little Black showed a disgusted expression and immediately started cursing. He then turned to Lin Yan, as if threatening him, implying that if he accepted this thing, there would be trouble between them. Lin Yan also shook his head with a helpless smile. As long as, how could he possibly let Wang Chen go? If he hadn't rushed back to the Xia family in time, the Xia family might have faced total annihilation. Such a deep hatred, if he let it go easily, easily, he wouldn't deserve to be called human. Don't worry, I'll only keep you, this one dog. He laughed and cursed at Xiao He. You sent the man flying, now go and bring him back for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao He wagged his tail, looking very pleased. He hurried over to Wang Qing, who had just been slammed into a pit nearby, and with another swipe dragged him to the ground in front of Lin Yan. Upon seeing this, Wang Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. By now, he understood completely, no matter what he said or did, Lin Yan would never let him go. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted to Chen Kaiyong, who was still being consumed by karmic flames. Hearing those never-ending screams of agony, Wang Qing couldn't help but tremble all over, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Alright, death was the best ending for him. You beast. Useless trash. No matter how powerful you are, didn't your parents still die right in front of you? And your childhood sweetheart was gravely injured because of you, hovering on the brink of death, still not awakened to this day. Ugh. So, you're just a worthless piece of trash. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about the tragic way your parents died back then makes me feel utterly delighted. I only regret not landing a few more strikes at the time. Ha ha ha. Lin Yan did not stop Wang Qing's madness. However, the coldness in his eyes grew even more intense. He spoke indifferently, angering me is useless. I won't let you die so easily. You will endure endless pain, watching helplessly as the Wang family is destroyed. Not just your Wang family, but also the Shen family and the Feng family. Even the Han family and the Lu family in the capital, the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce, and the forces behind them. I will use their blood to honor the spirits of my parents in heaven. I will make them disappear completely from Xia Nation, leaving not a single one behind. The words fell. Hellfire rose instantly. It engulfed Wang Cheng, who was plunged into despair. A piercing scream echoed, and the terrifying pain completely consumed Wang Cheng's thoughts, before losing the ability to think. In his heart, there was endless regret. Lin Yan's expression remained unmoved. Compared to what Wang Cheng and the others had done, such punishment was nothing more than deserved. Even though he sought revenge, he always adhered to the principle of not involving innocent people. But Wang Cheng and that Chen Kaiyong, among others, for their own selfish desires, did not hesitate to harm the people of the Xia kingdom and the unrelated members of the Xia family. Such actions are undoubtedly digging their own graves. Even if Lin Yan did not take action, they would eventually perish. The crisp sound of shattering crystal echoed as Lin Yan discarded the fragments in his hand. This was a treasure used to disguise the casting of karmic fire. At his current level of strength, he was far from being fearless against any powerful adversary, so some things still needed to be concealed. What he did today was something he had no choice but to do. If Chen Kaiyong and Wang Qing are not severely punished, I fear there will definitely be more audacious individuals in the future who dare to target the Xia family and those innocent civilians, even if it means exposing some methods. Crack! Chen Kaiyong and Wang Qing must be used as examples to warn others. Merely wiping out their families is far from enough to intimidate the world. Only fear can make people afraid. A cough sounded, coming from Xia Tianhe. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yan withdrew the coldness in his eyes, turned to look at Xia Tianhe, and asked with a caring smile, Uncle Sia, are you feeling better? Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Xia Tianhe remained silent for a moment. The current Lin Yan is vastly different from the one in his memory. Not only have his appearance and demeanor changed, but he also exudes an extremely dangerous and mysterious aura, making him impossible to read. Suddenly, Xia Tianhe sighed softly, an inexplicable emotion rising in his heart. But soon, he smiled in relief. After all, no matter how Lin Yan changes, he is still the junior he values most, the son of his close friend, and the person his daughter likes. After understanding this point, Xia Tianhe, supported by Xia Tianqi, slowly stood up and walked toward Lin Yan. Patting Lin Yan on the shoulder, he said with relief, it seems you've had some extraordinary encounters, and your body has fully recovered. I'm very much looking forward to seeing just how extraordinary your talent will be when you finally awaken. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan finally spoke to give an explanation. I met a senior who helped me restore the ability crystal. The method to restore your was also told to me by this senior, and it will succeed very soon. Not only that, the senior also gave me many treasures. The crystal medicine I just used on you, as well as the crystal device that released the karmic fire earlier, were all gifts from the senior. Little Black was also sent by the senior to protect me. With that, the conversation ended. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on the faces of Lin Yan and Xia Tianhe. The two were like a pair of foxes, one big and one small, their gazes filled with an unspoken understanding. Xia Tianhe knew that Lin Yan had an extraordinary encounter. It was even possible that Lin Yan had already awakened his talent, but Xia Tianhe said it that way to help Lin Yan provide an explanation to the outside world, which is why he deliberately asked such a question. Otherwise, revealing such a secret would surely invite trouble. Moreover, considering what Lin Yan had done, how could Xia Tianhe not understand that this was to establish authority for the Xia family, so that those with ulterior motives and factions would restrain themselves a bit? And after he spoke, Lin Yan pondered for a moment and understood Xia Tianhe's thoughts. The events of today have already already drawn the attention of many forces in Qing City. It is likely that at this moment, numerous eyes are fixed on this place. Moreover, it won't be long before the fall of a marquis-level expert and the fates of the Chen and Wang families are relayed to the capital, reaching the ears of several major forces that bear grudges against him. By then, even the ruler of Xia Kingdom will know. He does need to weave a reason to explain what happened to him. Then a mysterious powerful figure is naturally the best excuse. Someone who can restore the ability crystal, possesses numerous treasures, and even has a beast companion no less than the peak of the Marquis realm. Once he exchanges for the creation pill and wakes Xiaawanua, he can attribute all the credit to that non-existent powerful figure. As for whether those people believe it or not, Lin Yan actually didn't care. As long as it made them feel apprehensive and speculate that there might be a mysterious senior of no less than the king realm behind him, that was enough. His thoughts settled. Lin Yan looked at Xia Tianhe and smiled, saying, the duration of the karmic fire should last for more than 2 days. During this time, I'll have to trouble Uncle Sia to keep an eye on it. Xia Tianhe couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Just now, although he was recovering from his injuries, the screams of Chen Kaiyong and Wang Qing clearly reached his ears. Those screams were truly tragic, far worse than anything he had seen in decades, and this kind of torment was going to last for more than 2 days. Even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Xia Tianhe naturally did not object and nodded lightly. He patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, I've almost recovered. Leave the rest to me. You should go check on Wanyu and let Aunt Zhao know you're safe. Lin Yan responded, alright. The formidable enemy had been dealt with, and the remaining matters were simple for Xia Tianhe. The Chen family of Qing City would be completely annihilated. However, all the properties of the Chen family will also be handled by Xia Tianhe. After today, there will no longer be 4 major families in Qing City, only one, the Xia family. Lin Yan walked lightly into the room. Inside the cozy little house, on the blue-on-white hospital bed lay a stunningly beautiful young girl. It was just that her complexion at this moment was extremely pale, her body had become even thinner, and her life force had grown weaker. But this was still the result of being sustained by the continuous nourishment of the treasure. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The corners of his eyes gradually became moist. If it weren't for him, Xiaawanua wouldn't have spent the best years of her life in a coma, lying on a hospital bed. He walked to the bedside. He gently patted his face, then revealed a faint smile. It's been a few days since I last saw you, and you've become so much more haggard. Where's your lively self from before? And now, I've become even more formidable, punching through the transformation realm, stepping on the general realm, and not fearing the Marquis realm in the slightest. You wouldn't be able to beat me now. Lin Yan spoke as he went. At the same time, he took out a crystal herb from his supernatural space. This was one of the only 3 10th grade crystal herbs he possessed, and at this moment, he took it out without hesitation. He carefully used his supernatural energy to guide the rich life energy within it. Slowly entered Xiaawanua's body. This process lasted for more than 2 hours. During this time, Lin Yan kept talking to Xiaawanua, occasionally pausing, but his face always carried a smile, and his voice was extremely gentle and soft. It was not until now that he finally stopped. It wasn't because he was tired, but because Xiaawanua's body had temporarily reached a state of saturation. Continuing to absorb further would instead be harmful to the body. This crystal medicine truly lived up to its rank as a 10th grade. After more than 2 hours, less than 1% of its energy had been consumed, but the effect made Lin Yan very pleased. Not only had Xiaawanua's complexion improved significantly, but her body was also gradually recovering. Although she could not wake up immediately, she was no longer in life-threatening danger. If Xiaawanua were to fully absorb this crystal medicine, Lin Yan estimated that she would also wake up. He would still exchange for the creation pill, simply because its effects were not limited to healing injuries. It could also transform a person, enhancing their potential and physique. Looking at Xiaawanua's face, which had a faint trace of color, Lin Yan couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. He gently reached out his hand and tidied Xiaawanua's beautiful hair. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to notice that the corners of Xiaawanua's mouth moved slightly, as if she were smiling. But upon closer inspection, there was no change. However, Lin Yan shook his head with a helpless smile, thinking to himself that perhaps it was just an illusion. Afterward, he stayed with Xiaawanua for a while longer, until the sky outside grew darker and Xiaawanua's mother, Zhao Xia, called him for dinner. Afterward, only then did he stand up, reluctantly looking at Xiaawanua. Just wait a little longer. The day you wake up is not far away. When that time comes, I'll take you with me to avenge those behind the scenes who caused your coma. Xia family restaurant. There were only 4 at the table, to be precise, 3 people and a dog, Father Xia, Mother Xia, Lin Yan, and Xiao He. Initially, Lin Yan wanted Xiao He to go play on his own, but Xiao He seemed to protest. I am your most loyal dog. How dare you sneak off to eat something delicious without me? To this, Father Xia and Mother Xia did not object, and Lin Yan could only helplessly agree. Xiao Yan, you haven't eaten Auntie's cooking for a long time, have you? Come, eat more. Zhao Xia enthusiastically served Lin Yan some dishes. Since Xiaawanua's accident, Lin Yan hadn't been to the Xia family. He had been living in the slums, repeating the routine of school, hospital, slums every day. It was only more than a month ago that things began to change. Not only had he grown stronger, but Xiaawanua's life was no longer in danger. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Tasting Zhao Xia's cooking again, Lin Yan felt a deep sense of warmth. So much so that from just now, a smile had been lingering on his face, and he immediately picked up some food to eat. Xia Tianhe said, "Kid, I have something to tell you after we finish eating." "All right, but now." Lin Yan nodded and looked at Xia Tianhe. So, he noticed that between Xia Tianhe's brows, there seemed to be a trace of worry, as if he was hesitant, looking quite conflicted. Although he didn't understand what Xia Tianhe wanted to say, it must be something important. Suddenly, Zhao Xia interrupted his thoughts, serving him food while saying, "Xiaoyan, eat first. You need to eat more to grow strong." Lin Yan smiled. Auntie's cooking is still so good, not at all inferior to those top chefs at Tianxia. His sincere praise made Zhao Xia a little embarrassed. "Ha ha." After laughing a few times, Zhao Xia teased, "You still have such a sweet mouth. No wonder my Yuer likes you so much. She's always talking about you in my ear, saying this and that." But very soon, upon learning that her daughter Xiaawanua was completely out of danger. All right, Zhao Xia was in a very good mood and started joking with Lin Yan. However, Xia Tianhe, who was standing nearby, had a somewhat gloomy expression. There isn't a father in the world who wouldn't mind such a thing. Even though he was very satisfied with Lin Yan and fully supported the two of them, he still had some dissatisfaction with Lin Yan. However, this dissatisfaction was nothing more than the complaints of an old father. From the way he kept calling Lin Yan brat and kid, it was very clear to see. Lin Yan's face was slightly red, using a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. "After all, this king really didn't expect you to have this side to you. Today's meal was truly worth it." Little He, sitting nearby, commented while eating and smacking his lips. Ignoring the black lines forming on Lin Yan's forehead, Little He continued, "But this dish is indeed delicious. Compared to the delicacies this king has had before, it's just about the same." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xia was very happy. First, she served Lin Yan some food, then served Xiaohe some food, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyan, Xiaohe, eat more." Cough, cough. "Thank you, auntie." Xiaohe giggled, his voice very soft and delicate. Lin Yan, on the other hand, had a face full of black lines. That auntie from Xiaohe seemed to imply that he and Xiaohe were of the same generation. And Xiaoyan, Xiaohe, it all felt like they were almost the same. I forgot to mention, Xiaohe is actually a female dog. Time flies quickly. Half an hour later, the pleasant dinner time came to an end. Lin Yan and Xia Tianhe went to the study, while Xiaohe stayed with Zhao Xia, not sure what they went off to do. In the study. That's right. Lin Yan and Xia Tianhe exchanged glances. Several minutes had passed, yet neither of them spoke first, making the atmosphere feel somewhat silent. Another half a minute passed. It was still Lin Yan who broke the silence first. He opened his mouth and said, "I know what you want to say, Uncle Sia. Don't worry about me, just say it directly." He knows very well. If it's something that can make Xia Tianhe hesitate and struggle to speak, it must be related to his parents and those enemies. Xia Tianhe sighed. As if he had made some kind of decision, he finally said, "I suppose you already know something about the forces involved in your parents' murder, but what you know is just the tip of the iceberg." Lin Yan's expression remained calm and unruffled. He had known all of this long ago. However, the trace of hatred in his eyes was still caught by Xia Tianhe. Xia Tianhe's expression was complicated, yet he continued speaking. "The Chen family of Qing City, the three major families of Yang City, Sai, even the Han family and the Lu family of the capital, as well as the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce, are merely somewhat useful pawns. The forces behind them are even more intricate and far more powerful. Even the current ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom, a powerful being at the peak of the imperial realm, is powerless against those forces. This is also why I didn't tell you anything about this matter before." Speaking up to this point, unconsciously, Xia Tianhe's fists clenched instinctively. "Although you've had some fortuitous encounters recently, and I can no longer see through you, you will surely have enough strength to seek revenge in the future. But for now, even if you can rival the imperial realm, it's still far from enough. So I hope that you must endure for now. Don't act rashly until you have enough strength, and surely there are forces keeping an eye on you now. Your situation will be very dangerous moving forward." "Uncle Sia, I understand." Lin Yan's expression remained calm as he nodded lightly. He was well aware of Xia Tianhe's concern and care for him. Moreover, the most important thing for him right now was to exchange for the creation pill and awaken Xiaawanua. As for revenge, although it is also very important, he will patiently wait until he is strong enough. Xia Tianhe showed a gratified expression, but it was soon replaced by a look of worry. His expression kept changing as he struggled internally. This situation also caused Lin Yan to feel a rising sense of doubt in his heart. So he softly asked, "Are you trying to say something about my parents' background and the reasons why those forces targeted them?" "Actually, you don't need to rush to tell me about these things. I am very aware that with my current strength, dealing with the Han family is quite simple, but the forces hidden behind them are not something I can confront right now, so I won't act impulsively.
Upon seeing this, Xiatian has shook his head, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He gripped Lin Yan's shoulder and said solemnly, "It's not that.
It's something more important, but before I say it, you need to promise me first."
"What do you want me to promise?"
Lin Yan's expression also grew serious, sensing the importance of what Xia Tianhe was talking about.
"Lin Yan." Xia Tianhe's expression was extremely serious as he called his name.
"You must promise that without my consent, you cannot make any decisions.
Otherwise, I will not agree to your matter with Xiaawanua, and from now on, you will have nothing to do with my Xia family." Lin Yan's pupils contracted, not understanding why Xia Tianhe would do this, but he knew. As long as Xia Tianhe said it, he would definitely do it. If he couldn't meet Xia Tianhe's demands, then Xiaawanua and he would have to part ways, unless he chose not to listen.
He had a hunch that this matter must be heeded, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, he also knew that the reason Xia Tianhe wanted him to make a promise was for his own safety.
Upon hearing this, after a moment of silence,
Lin Yan readily nodded. "I promise you, Uncle Sia."
"That's good."
After receiving Lin Yan's response, Xia Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief, but his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder did not loosen. He slowly said, "Your parents might still be alive."
But
Lin Yan felt as if he had been struck hard. The news threw his mind into instant chaos.
"Your parents might still be alive. Might still be alive. Still alive." Lin Yan's mind kept replaying the sound of Xia Tianhe's voice. Boom! In an instant, large teardrops rolled down the corners of his eyes.
At the same time, he looked at Xia Tianhe with hope, cautiously asking, "Uncle Sia, is this true?"
"It is true."
After receiving confirmation from Xia Tianhe once again, Lin Yan suddenly became excited and shouted with joy, "That's great, that's great.
Where are they? I want to go find them right now." The usually calm Lin Yan was now in a state of chaos. A moment later, Xia Tianhe sighed inwardly, his expression tinged with a bit of heartache,
but he quickly became stern, giving Lin Yan's shoulder a firm slap. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Calm down.
Don't forget what you just promised me."
However, Xia Tianhe's shout still brought him back to some sense.
After taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, I understand."
Lin Yan finally came to his senses.
Upon seeing this,
at this moment, he was no longer so agitated. Instead, he was filled with worry. Previously, Summer Tianhe asked him to make a promise, and coupled with that hesitation, he also had his suspicions.
He estimated
that his parents' situation was not very good, and with his current strength, it was very likely to be like an egg hitting a rock.
"Uncle Sia, please continue. I won't act impulsively." Phew! Seeing Lin Yan calm down. A few minutes later,
Summer Tianhe also nodded and continued, "I and your parents both come from the capital, you know this.
But aren't you curious why, no matter how much you investigated before, you couldn't find any information about the Lin family?"
"Yes."
Lin Yan nodded in confusion.
Although his parents had never mentioned anything about the past, they had said that they were not originally from Qing City but came from a family in the capital. After his parents were murdered, he had tried to investigate his parents' background, attempting to find some information about their enemies, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any Lin family or Qin family in the capital that was connected to his parents. Summer River continued, "That's because today's Kyoto, strictly speaking, isn't really Kyoto."
Lin Yan was surprised but did not interrupt Summer River. Or perhaps calling it Outer Kyoto would be more appropriate. While the real Kyoto exists within an independent world inside Outer Kyoto, known as Inner Kyoto.
That is where the true Kyoto lies. The general public outside knows that the Xia kingdom has only two sovereign-level powerhouses. But in fact, within the inner capital, there are no fewer than dozens of supreme experts at the Emperor realm, and even a few old figures at the half-step
Emperor realm.
As for those at the King realm, there are hundreds of them. Any single family force within could crush the top 10 powers of the capital. Lin Yan's pupils suddenly dilated, and at this moment he finally understood why Xia Tianhe was so solemn, why he didn't reveal a single bit of information to him, because the enemies he was facing were simply too terrifying. Even if he could now rival the King realm, so what if he could slay those at the Emperor realm? Those people could wear him down to death, even if it takes time. Only then did Lin Yan suddenly realize that even though he had awakened dual SSS level talents, he had still been like a frog at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the vastness of this world. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to calm the waves in his heart. From now on, he had to cast aside the joy of breaking through to the innate realm and the thought of being invincible in the world. Just within the Xia nation, there were such secrets.
At this moment,
not to mention on Blue Star, there were two races that rivaled humanity, and looking beyond Blue Star, there were even more mysterious and powerful beings that had shaped Blue Star into its current state. Whoosh! Your father comes from the Lin clan, and your mother also comes from the Lin clan. Both are among the top 10 forces in the inner capital, and they are geniuses within their respective families, highly valued. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on your parents, you should know how terrifying they must be. But after all, the Lin and Qin families are both powerful clans.
Those people couldn't completely disregard them.
Out of caution, your parents' lives were
were spared, but still, Xia Tianhe sighed, his expression revealing helplessness. Facing such a colossal force, even though he came from an equally powerful family, he still had no means to intervene. When you are not yet strong enough to contend with beings at the imperial level, I will not tell you anything about the inner capital. What you need to do now is endure until you are strong enough. I believe that with your talent and ability, you can definitely achieve it. By then, the entire inner capital will tremble because of you, and your parents will be safe and sound. So stay in the Xia family and cultivate, with peace of mind, whether it takes 10 years or 100 years. Before you gain my approval, you are not allowed to take any action. He said this in conclusion. Xia Tianhe added, don't worry about your parents' safety. At least for the next 10 years, they will be fine. So, you must cultivate and grow stronger as soon as possible. Lin Yan took a deep breath. He had already lost count of how many times he had done so. Only after regaining his composure did he slowly unclench his fists, looked at Xia Tianhe, and said softly, thank you, Uncle Sia, for telling me this news. I won't let you down. Xia Tianhe nodded with satisfaction and patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. Then Lin Yan continued, however, I can't stay in the Xia family now. I need to go to the border city, Yucheng. Do you know how dangerous that place is? Xia Tianhe did not immediately object but asked seriously. Whoosh. Lin Yan nodded and said, Uncle Sia, please believe me. With my current strength, even if I encounter danger, I have enough ability to protect myself. After a while, what is your current level? The ability realm is the innate realm, and the soul realm is the intermediate realm. Xia Tianhe suddenly stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with shock. After a long while, he finally muttered in disbelief, soul realm? And it's the intermediate realm. You're only in the innate realm. Intermediate soul realm, that's something only those who step into the king realm can achieve. I know. Lin Yan continued, although I'm in the innate realm, my combat power should be comparable to the king realm. Xia Tianhe was dumbfounded, his mouth open, not knowing what to say. Lin Yan's words came one after another, leaving him unable to process them in such a short time. Every word was familiar to him, but when combined, they were so terrifying that he was utterly shocked. What? After another moment, he finally managed to open his mouth and exclaim, compared to your parents, you are hundreds of times more extraordinary. As for Lin Yan's words, Xia Tianhe naturally believed them without a doubt. This kind of trust does not require any reason. Therefore, as long as it was Lin Yan who said it, even if he claimed to rival the imperial realm, apart from being shocked, Xia Tianhe would have no doubts at all. He fell into memories and said, back then, your parents were among the top talents in Inner Kyoto. Both of them had SS-level talent, and even in the postnatal realm, they managed to cross realms and kill a transformation realm expert. After reaching the transformation realm, they joined forces to slay a powerful expert at the peak of the Marquis realm, shocking all the forces in Inner Kyoto. Lin Yan nodded, not surprised. After all, they were his parents. If they had been mediocre, he wouldn't have had SS-level talent potential. He continued, but the energy I need to advance now is also a terrifying amount. High-grade crystal liquid is far from sufficient. What I need are higher-grade crystals, or even attribute stones. And these things are easier to obtain in Ghost City. Lin Yan, being able to contend with the king realm as an innate, naturally requires energy far beyond that of ordinary ability users. According to his estimation, want to advance from the early innate stage to the mid-innate stage. It would require dozens of crystals, and transitioning from the mid-stage to the late stage would require several times more. However, the crystals in his ability space only amounted to a few dozen, just enough to break through to the mid-innate stage. But Lin Yan knew that this reason alone was far from enough to convince Xia Tianhe. He needed to demonstrate some of his abilities to completely reassure Xia Tianhe and gain his approval. Pause time. In just an instant, Lin Yan appeared behind Xia Tianhe. Moreover, the time pause he used this time was not at its full power, so while Xia Tianhe's consciousness remained intact, his body was completely immobilized. Xia Tianhe's soul was shaken to its core. Even after Lin Yan deactivated the skill, he stood there in a daze, motionless. Walking up to him, Lin Yan said apologetically, Uncle Sia, I'm sorry. I just wanted to prove to you that I have enough ability to protect myself. Even when facing a supreme emperor-level expert, I can still escape easily even if I'm no match. Thus, teleport. Moreover, this is just a part of my methods, excluding the time prison. Currently, Lin Yan also possesses the skills of the world-destroying Heavenly Star and the Spirit of the World, 2 SSS-level abilities. Even when encountering a supreme emperor-level expert, he remains unafraid. This is still far from enough to reach the level of saving people in the capital. Xia Tianhe remained silent for a long time, his gaze trembling incessantly. After a while, he moved his somewhat stiff body, swallowed a large gulp of saliva, and said in shock with his mouth slightly open, teleportation, time pause, dual talents in space and time? How terrifying. Do you know what a time-based ability user represents? However, the talent for time-based abilities, in the Xia Kingdom, no, even across the entire Blue Star, and even the entire universe, is an extremely rare existence. Once a time-based talent appears, it will attract the covetous eyes of countless
countless powerful beings. Xia Tianhe's expression grew increasingly grave. The reason your parents were harmed is because your mother was suspected of using a time-based skill, which is why those forces took action. Just a mere suspicion caused such a commotion. Because of this, they are still confirming whether your mother truly possesses the talent for the time element. Before they get the actual results, your parents will remain very safe. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan frowned. I don't know. He indeed did not know the value represented by the talent for the time element. With that said, just now, you said that within 10 years, my parents would remain very safe. So does that mean at most 10 years, no matter how uncooperative my parents are, those forces will still have a way to confirm it? It should be someone at the half-step emperor realm, about to break through. The reason those forces haven't acted against me is probably related to this as well. They're waiting for the final awakening day. I might awaken a time-related talent, and if I do, it would largely confirm that my mother likely possesses a time-related talent too. Talents are highly likely to be inherited, with only a small portion undergoing mutation. Xia Tianhe was very surprised. He hadn't expected that just a few lines of dialogue, combined with very limited clues, would allow Lin Yan to guess so accurately. Not only is the talent extraordinary, but the intellect is also incredibly exceptional. The shock Lin Yan brought him today far exceeded everything he had encountered in his entire life, and this was just a very small part of what Lin Yan had revealed. You are not wrong. On the final awakening day, those forces will send out strong individuals. As long as you awaken a time-related talent, before the results are reported, you will be taken away by those people. Generally speaking, if it's not a time-related talent, I can still protect you. In short, from now on, never let anyone know that you possess the time-related talent. Unless it's a life and death situation, never use it recklessly. Xia Tianhe said earnestly. This kid. Lin Yan nodded solemnly, fully understanding the gravity of the matter. You kid, Sai, just do whatever you want. Anything at all. I trust you won't act impulsively, or rather, even if you want to, I wouldn't be able to stop you. Xia Tianhe sighed helplessly, then gritted his teeth and said, but you must always remember to stay safe at all times. Otherwise, my precious daughter will surely be heartbroken. Hearing the last sentence, Lin Yan also felt a bit embarrassed, but still nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I will be careful. I see. The atmosphere fell into a slight silence. This time, it was Xia Tianhe who broke the silence first. This is all the crystals I have. You take them first. Clatter. The crisp sound of crystals colliding rang out, and hundreds of shimmering crystals were piled in front of Lin Yan. Before Lin Yan could speak, Xia Tianhe continued, and the things you asked me to collect, I've already gathered items worth billions of crystal coins. They're stored in the Sia family warehouse. Just let me know whenever you want to go. Immediately. Thank you, Uncle Sia. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Yan smiled faintly, pursed his lips, and waved his hand to collect the crystal stone in front of him. Right now, he was indeed in great need of crystal stones, and since they were destined to become family in the future, there was no need to be overly polite or decline Summer Tianhe's offer. Besides, he wouldn't let Summer Tianhe suffer any loss. Crackle. Hundreds of thousands of bottles of high-grade crystal liquid and numerous treasures also appeared in the study. Lin Yan looked at Xia Tianhe and sincerely said, Uncle Sia, please keep these things. They are no longer of any use to me. Xia Tianhe's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly shouted, you take them back first. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Yan was very puzzled as to why Xia Tianhe would react this way. Polite, my foot. Xia Tianhe rarely cursed and said irritably, the capacity of my spatial crystal device can't hold all this. Do you want me to carry it to the treasure vault myself? There was actually a flush of red on his face, as if he had been provoked. At this moment, Lin Yan finally realized that he had forgotten to consider this issue and quickly apologized, saying, Uncle Sia, I'm sorry, I was careless for a moment. Upon seeing this, immediately afterward, he put these things away. I still have many things I haven't taken out yet, thinking of directly placing them in your Xia family's treasure vault, Lin Yan added. Xia Tianhe remained silent, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Lin Yan. Looking closely, he deeply suspected that Lin Yan was doing this on purpose. After all, given this kid's intellect, it was hard to believe he could be so careless. However, he did not delve into the matter of Lin Yan's storage space capacity. After all, even ordinary spatial ability users were enviable compared to non-spatial ability users, let alone a monstrous talent like Lin Yan, who defied all logic. Summer River's face was filled with joy. The items Lin Yan had just released were worth at least several billion crystal coins, which was quite a considerable gain for the Xia family. He spoke, kid, come with me to the Xia family treasury. Inside the Xia family treasury, he took out almost all the high-grade crystal liquid and placed it inside, leaving only a few thousand bottles for emergencies. He also gave all the items he couldn't use, such as low-grade crystal artifacts and crystal pills, to Xia Tianhe. Even the transformation puppets were left without exception. In short, all the items obtained from the three major families, though valuable, were of no use to him anymore and were better left to the Xia family. But very soon, a fortune worth hundreds of billions was halved overnight. Thus, this fortune only accounted for what he had before before entering the Scorching Heart secret realm. Half an hour later, if the crystal medicines were included, it would be immeasurable, amounting to an astronomical figure in crystal coins. Lin Yan still gave a portion of the low-grade crystal medicines to Xia Tianhe. As for the higher-grade ones, he only gave a dozen or so of the 7th or 8th grade crystal medicines, keeping the rest for his own use. After everything was done, he and Xia Tianhe walked out of the Xia family treasury and headed to the adjacent warehouse. Of course, Xia Tianhe opened the warehouse door, revealing its true appearance. At first glance, even Lin Yan was slightly surprised. Colorful crystal cores and all kinds of treasures. However, in his entire life he had never seen so many flashy things. These items almost filled a warehouse spanning tens of thousands of square meters. If not for the warehouse being full, Xia Tianhe might have collected even more. Take a look at these first to see if they're enough. I'm still collecting more. Xia Tianhe's expression was also very serious, as this matter concerned the life of his precious daughter. Immediately after, although Lin Yan told him that Xiaawanua was no longer in life-threatening danger, adding an extra layer of insurance is always better. Lin Yan came back to his senses and said to Xia Tianhe, "Uncle Sia, please wait for me outside for a moment. I'll go in first to take inventory." After he went in, Xia Tianhe also closed the warehouse door. In the warehouse, only Lin Yan remained, along with treasures worth hundreds of billions of crystal coins. He took a deep breath, then calmed his mind and silently recited in his heart, "System, I want to exchange items for points." Very soon, the system immediately responded. "All right, ding. Master, simply cover the item you wish to exchange with your special energy." Lin Yan understood immediately and quickly released her special energy, enveloping a red crystal core. Ding. Tier 3 Fire Element Crystal Core. Can be exchanged for 3 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Note, for the same item, the points required for subsequent exchanges will decrease. Yes, he confirmed directly. Then the red crystal core seemed to suddenly disappear, followed by the system's notification sound. Ding. Exchange successful. Earned points *3. Next, Lin Yan repeated the same operation. Ding. Tier 3 Fire Element Crystal Core. Can be exchanged for points *1. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Received points *1. Ding. First Tier Water Element Crystal Core. Can be exchanged for points *0.01. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Received points *0.01. Ding. Vase 500 years ago. Can be exchanged for points *1. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Received points *1. Ding. Vase 500 years ago. Can be exchanged for points *1. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Received points *1. Ding. Ancient bronze sword 1300 years ago. Can be exchanged for points *3. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Points earned *3. The dinging notification sound kept echoing in Lin Yan's mind, and the number of points continued to increase. Fortunately, it was possible to exchange a large quantity of items at once. Otherwise, with this warehouse full of stuff, Lin Yan might have to spend several months exchanging them one by one, and still might not finish. The sound of the last item's exchange also rang out. Ding. Tier 1 Water Element Crystal Core. Exchangeable for points *0.000001. Would you like to exchange? Ding. Exchange successful. Earn points *0.000001. Several minutes passed. The warehouse also became completely empty, with only the increased points serving as proof of their existence. Total points earned *2375.04801. The points had reached 5 decimal places, but the system, being very user-friendly, rounded the points up to the nearest whole number, disregarding the usual rounding rules, and directly added 1, turning it into 2,376 points. Adding the previous points, it now totals 6,536 points. Lin Yan was also somewhat excited and sighed slightly. Although it's quite different from what I expected, it's still pretty good. However, using the same method again won't be as easy, because later on, the rate of point reduction will increase more and more. Even if the same quantity of items is brought again, the points that can be exchanged might only amount to a few dozen. Less than 4,000 points remain to reach 10,000 points. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, next, just one more task and I can head to Yucheng. Lin Yan believed he could earn the remaining points in at most 2 months. Moreover, with Xiaawanua out of life-threatening danger, the psychological pressure on him had significantly lessened. Even if the speed of earning points is a bit slower, it doesn't matter much. As long as they can be gathered before the final awakening, the creation pill can exert its maximum effect and help Xiaawanua awaken an even stronger talent. However, after calming his emotions slightly, Lin Yan pushed open the warehouse door and walked out. Looking at Xia Tianhe waiting not far away, he called out softly, "Uncle Sia, I've finished taking stock. That's about it. You don't need to continue acquiring more after this. Alright, I'll go notify those people later. It's getting late today."
today, so you should rest first. After saying that, Xia Tianhe walked towards the residence ahead of Lin Yan.
Uncle Sia, wait a moment, there's something I haven't told you yet, Lin Yan called out to Xia Tianhe. I want to learn the forbidden technique you used today.
I hope you can teach it to me. How about it? Learning the forbidden technique.
This was something Lin Yan had to do before leaving the Xia family. Of course, his own abilities were already extraordinary, and he didn't necessarily need this skill.
But it was different for his clone, Yan Lin.
Compared to him, the clone was far inferior. With an additional forbidden technique, there would be much more that could be accomplished. The avatar Yanlin possesses a pure body, so even using forbidden techniques poses no danger. He hesitated for just a moment.
Xia Tianhe nodded directly and said, "Alright."
He then continued, this forbidden technique is called spark.
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
It consumes the power of life to exchange
for immense strength to defeat powerful enemies.
However, if one is not a life-based ability user, the effect will be less than ideal. He took out a scroll emitting a faint glow from the spatial crystal.
Let alone. He tossed it to Lin Yan and said, "This records the method of using forbidden techniques.
Take it and learn, but this is not a legacy scroll.
You'll have to comprehend it on your own to master it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
Lin Yan took the scroll and shook his head.
Nothing else.
He was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought he would need to spend some effort persuading, or even reveal the existence of his clone Yanlin, but Xia Tianhe unexpectedly agreed directly and decisively, immediately after. However, this was even better. Seeing that Yanlin had nothing else to say, Xia Tianhe also turned around and left very straightforwardly. It wasn't that he wasn't curious, but just the thought of it.
The abnormal behavior Lin Yan displayed today was enough to shock him for a year. Learning another life system exclusive forbidden technique, what's so strange about that? If he were to ask about it, he might end up being shocked for a long time again.
After Xia Tianhe left, Lin Yan also returned to his room. He briefly freshened up, took out a few crystals glowing with a purple light, placed them in front of him, then opened the scroll. While absorbing energy, he began studying the forbidden technique, Starfire.
Time flows like water, silently merging into the sea.
Unknowingly, 3 days and nights had passed and morning arrived. Lin Yan, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes.
A sharp glint flashed in them, and his aura was evidently even more powerful than before.
At this moment, the system's notification sound rang out.
Inside the room, ding!
Congratulations to the master for successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Reward points *50. 2 days ago, he spent an hour and successfully learned the forbidden technique, Starfire. The system generously sounded a notification.
Ding!
Congratulations to the master for successfully learning the S-level skill, Starfire. Reward points *50. These two rewards amount to 100 points. The main source of points is still the prestige rewards. Originally, Lin Yan didn't intend to stir up waves in Cloud City, but since the Han family and several other forces were eager to act against him, he had no choice but to fight back. He killed numerous generals and severely injured those at the half-step king level. In addition, what Lin Yan did in Qing City spread to the ears of those forces in the capital, greatly enhancing his reputation in Xia country. The points reward he received also surprised Lin Yan. However, it turned out to be as much as 2,500 points. Lin Yan withdrew his thoughts and checked his attribute panel.
Physique, Spacetime Dao Body.
Soul Realm, Mid-level Realm, Early Stage.
Ability Realm, Innate Realm, Mid-Stage. Ultimate Skill, Falling Star of the World, SSS Level. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, Male. Age, 18. Usable Times, 10. Spirit of the World, SSS Level. Immortal, S-Level Life-Type Talent Skill. First Talent, Space Origin, SSS Level. Second Talent, Time Origin, SSS Level. Clone, S-Level Life-Type Innate Skill. Spark, S-Level Life-Type Innate Skill. Points, 9136. Soul Skills, Soul Extinguishing Blade, S-Level. Soul Lotus, S-Level. The total points had already reached 9,136, and the goal of 10,000 points was truly within reach. Lin Yan couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Talent Skills, Supernatural Space, SS Level. Pause Time, SS Level. Time Prison, SSS Level. Common Skills, Teleportation, S-Level Spacetype Innate Skill. Blink, S-Level Spacetype Innate Skill.
In the past 3 days, he has been focused solely on cultivation. He has also been helping Xiaawanua absorb the energy of that 10th grade crystal herb. Unfortunately, only 1/10 has been consumed, and it will take at least another month to fully absorb it. The crystals given to him by Xia Tianhe have almost been used up.
Enhancement, Grade A Life-Type Innate Skill.
Wind Blade, A-level Wind-type Innate Skill. Swift Movement, A-level Wind-type Innate Skill.
Spiritual Perception, Grade A Destiny-type Innate Skill.
Hidden Energy, Grade A Fate-type Innate Skill.
If he continues to stay in the Xia family, Lin Yan's progress in cultivation will come to a halt and stagnate, a result he cannot accept. He must break through to the transformation realm as soon as possible. Only by reaching the transformation realm can he not fear the powerful figures of the imperial realm and have hope of rescuing his parents.
parents. Therefore, he made the decision to leave the Sia family now. Before leaving, Lin Yan went to see Xiaawanua again and handed over the grade 10 crystal herb to Xiaawanua's mother, Zhao Xia, asking her to give it to Xiaawanua for use. But, after that, he went to meet Xia Tianhe. In these 3 days, Xia Tianhe helped Lin Yan obtain 200 crystal stones, all of which he gave to him, and additionally transferred 100 billion crystal coins to him for emergencies. After that, he left the Xia family. But he did not go directly to Chen. Instead, he first went to Yangshi, as the remnants of the 3 major families had not been completely dealt with. He also planned to visit the siblings Leelin and Leeling. Liang Jiang had been in his time prison for a long time. If he didn't deal with it soon, he would almost die, and that wouldn't be good. The slums. Inside the leader's room of the mutual aid group, Yan Lin sat on the chair, with the energetic Zhang Yuan beside him. Zhang Yuan lowered his head and respectfully said, "Master, do you have any new instructions? After all, there are some cultivation resources in this spatial crystal device, enough for you to advance to the general realm. Take it and focus on improving your cultivation level." Yang City. Yan Lin tossed a crystal ring to Zhang Yuan and continued, "In the coming period, I need you to help me locate the remnants of the 3 major families. I'll handle those above the transformation realm myself. Here are 1 billion crystal coins. Next, expand your team and make preparations. In 1 day, you will take over all the industries of the 3 major families, as well as the entire Yunyang auction house. Within a month, I hope mutual aid can become the #1 force in Yang City." Zhang Yuan nodded, but his eyes were filled with intense shock. For some time before, he had followed Yan Lin's orders, secretly expanding his influence and using various means to take over some of the industries of the 3 major families. Even with Yan Lin's resource support, he had only managed to expand a few times over. Compared to the weakest of the 3 major families, the Feng family, he was still more than 100 times behind. Yet now, Yan Lin wanted him to become the biggest force in Yang City within a month. This was simply too crazy. Yes. Even so, he would not doubt what Yan Lin said. Yes. Since Yan Lin had spoken, he would simply follow through, using all his effort and ability. Any difficulties and obstacles he couldn't resolve must have already been dealt with by Yan Lin before giving him the order. Yan Lin had already contacted Yun Tianyang beforehand. However, he mentioned matters concerning the Wang family and Wang Huan, and also stated that he had a witness. Since this involved the illegal transplantation of talents, Yun Tianyang naturally took it very seriously. It was without hesitation that they chose to support Yan Lin. With the help of Yun Tianyang, the governor of Ning province, things proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and with absolute legitimacy. The Xia Kingdom's guardian army would no longer take action against Yan Lin. "A person named Leelin will come to see you later. At that time, he will be the leader of the mutual aid group, and you will be the deputy leader." And that was indeed the case. Yan Lin paused for a moment and, seeing no change in Zhang Yuan's expression, continued. "The industries of the 3 major families will be jointly managed by you. The Yunyang auction house will be cooperated with the Yun family, with the profits split 50-50. Zhang Yuan bent over and saluted, responding respectfully. As for Yan Lin's suggestion of Leelin becoming the leader and himself the deputy leader, he had not the slightest objection. If it weren't for Yan Lin, how could he avenge such a great hatred? Nor would he have the opportunity to cultivate to a higher realm. Moreover, he hadn't made any significant contributions to Yan Lin. Being given the position of deputy leader was already a great recognition of him and a sign of trust. "Yes, master." Such immense kindness, Zhang Yuan felt he could never repay. How could he possibly harbor disloyalty? From this day forward, he would wholeheartedly dedicate himself to working for Yan Lin and would never betray him. Zhang Yuan thought of this and bent his waist even lower. With a face full of sincerity, he promised earnestly, "I will definitely not disappoint you." Very good." Yan Lin patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. "From now on, there's no need to act like this when you see me, and don't call me master anymore. When your cultivation level is higher and you want to do something, just go ahead and do it. As long as you don't commit evil deeds or betray the Xia Kingdom." Zhang Yuan's eyes turned red and his voice choked slightly. He knelt directly on the ground with a loud bang, kowtowing heavily. Then he stood up and said firmly, "Master, no, young Master Yan. I understand your meaning, but my life belongs to you, whether you need it or not. That's how it is. Then focus on your cultivation." Yan Lin chuckled, seeming to be in a rather good mood. Upon hearing this, after that, he didn't linger for long and left mutual aid, as he still had many things to take care of, such as the heads of the 3 major families, those in the transformation realm, and even those in the boundary realm, all waiting for him to deal with. The first thing he needed to do was to meet the original body. Not far from the territory of mutual aid, in a certain building, the Leelin siblings lived there, and Lin Yan was also here. The first thing he did upon arriving in Yang City was to look for the Leelin siblings. After exchanging pleasantries with the siblings, he transferred some crystal coins to Leelin and talked to him about the matters of mutual assistance and Yan Lin. However, Lin Yan mentioned that he had a very good relationship with Yan Lin. It's not that he doesn't trust Leelin, but the fewer people who know
about this matter, the better. Even if he says it, it makes no difference compared to not saying it. On the contrary, not saying it would be better. After saying these things, Lin Yan found an excuse to send Leeling away first. He was afraid that what would happen next might hurt Leeling's fragile heart. After Leeling walked away, of course, Leelin also looked at Lin Yan in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Did you specifically ask Xiaoling to leave because you have something else to tell me?" Lin Yan nodded, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He first walked out of the room and, out of Leelin's line of sight, released the tormented Liang Jiang from the time prison. At this moment, Liang Jiang was barely breathing. The body kept trembling incessantly, and faint groans of pain escaped from the mouth from time to time, but the ability to think was already gone. Lin Yan carried Liang Jiang and walked up to Leelin. Yes, ignoring Leelin, whose mouth was agape and whose expression kept changing, he threw Liang Jiang in front of him. An invisible soul energy emanated from Lin Yan's fingertips. In an instant, it entered Liang Jiang's body. The purpose of this soul power was to forcibly stimulate Liang Jiang's soul, allowing him to briefly regain clarity. Only in this way could Leelin better resolve his inner conflict. Shaolin, this. Leelin finally reacted at this moment, his eyes bloodshot, looking at Lin Yan and speaking with a slight tremble. "Consider this as my gift to you for stepping into the innate realm." Lin Yan waved his hand with a smile. "He's yours now. You can do whatever you want next, and don't worry about any trouble from killing him." Then, I just felt a lump in my throat, and Leelin almost shed tears. Although, with Lin Yan's help, he successfully healed his injuries and broke through to the innate realm. But when it comes to Liang Jiang, he still finds it hard to forget. Every time he thinks about this matter, he can't help but feel terrified. If it weren't for Lin Yan, he would already be dead, leaving Leeling alone and helpless. Who knows how much suffering she would have endured. And the enemy of that day is now lying at his feet. Originally, the one who should have died was him, and the one who should have been high above was Liang Jiang. But that's how life is, it changes inadvertently. Now, Leelin has not only stepped into the innate realm but is also about to become the leader of Yang City's largest faction, Mutual Aid. His future life will be like walking on clouds, ascending straight to the heavens. However, he is very clear. All of this changed because of Lin Yan. "Thank you, Shaolin." Leelin expressed his gratitude to Lin Yan very earnestly. Lin Yan, however, just smiled faintly, turned around, and walked away, leaving Leelin and Liang Jiang standing there. "It hurts." Liang Jiang, who had just regained consciousness, seemed to still be immersed in the baptism of the blade, instinctively crying out in pain. Soon, he regained some sense of clarity. "No, where is this? You are. It's you. So it was you." Upon seeing Leelin's hateful gaze, Liang Jiang's eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but scream hysterically, "Please, kill me. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Leelin clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on Liang Jiang, as if he wanted to tear him apart. But he didn't take action immediately. In his ears were Liang Jiang's constant wails, pleas for mercy, and occasional curses, but Leelin tried his best to take deep breaths and calm his emotions. Not long after, Liang Jiang's clear thoughts quickly descended into chaos. From beginning to end, Leelin simply watched Liang Jiang without saying a single word. In the end, he finally made a choice. He did not choose to mock or torment Liang Jiang but directly ended Liang Jiang's life under his gaze filled with extreme regret and other complex emotions. Whoosh! Leelin forcefully exhaled and then took a deep breath. Only then did his expression gradually calm down, not allowing hatred or other thoughts to affect his emotions. From now on, he not only wanted to become stronger in cultivation, the mind must become even more resilient. Only in this way can he better protect his sister and better assist Lin Yan. A moment later, Leelin called out to the corner, "Shaolin, I'm ready." Lin Yan slowly walked out, first gently waving his hand to dispose of Liang Jiang's corpse, then tossing a storage crystal device to Leelin. "Here are resources for you and Linger to cultivate with. They should last a long time." This time, Leelin did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted the storage crystal device. The relationship between them would seem distant if they said thank you, which is something he didn't want to see. And this is also something Lin Yan didn't want to happen. Fortunately, everything was developing in the direction Lin Yan had hoped for, and everything was going smoothly. After bidding farewell to Leelin, Lin Yan arrived in a small alley where Yan Lin had been waiting for him for quite some time. Since the two were essentially the same person, he had no peculiar interest in talking to himself. He directly took Wang Huan out of the time prison and threw him to Yan Lin. Afterward, he then looked at Yan Lin's storage crystal. Previously, outside the Burning Heart Rice realm, Yan Lin's gains could be described as terrifying. After all, he had acquired the wealth of a half-step king realm powerhouse and 5 marquee realm experts. Such wealth is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There are over 2,000 crystal stones alone, and the other treasures, when added together, are worth several trillion crystal coins, with the total value approaching 10 trillion crystal coins. However, Lin Yan only took half of the crystal stones and did not touch the other items. This is because the clone Yan Lin also needs to cultivate, and during his time in the Dark City, many tasks will require Yan Lin to handle handle them. After finishing, Lin Yan parted ways with Yan Lin. Yan Lin took Wang Huan to Yun City to find Yun Tianyang so that Yun Tianyang would have a legitimate reason to openly assist him in eradicating the remnants of the three major families, determined to leave no trace of them. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was in no hurry to leave Yang City. He planned to first make a trip to the Yunyang auction house. Regarding the ambush against him outside the Scorching Heart secret realm, the Yunyang auction house had been involved, and he certainly wouldn't forget that, although later, that place would belong to him. But this didn't stop him from collecting some interest in advance, which was also to ensure the trip to Yuchang would be safer and more secure. Half an hour later, Yunyang auction house. Lin Yan changed his appearance and walked inside. Although 3 days have passed since Wei Jun's death, there hasn't been the slightest change within the Yunyang auction house. It remains bustling with people coming and going, as if completely unaffected. Throughout Yang City, the most profitable entity is not the three major families, but the Yunyang auction house. The monthly income of Yunyang auction house is comparable to the annual income of all the industries owned by the three major families combined. However, even so, the three major families dare not do anything to Yunyang auction house. This is because the force behind Yunyang auction house is highly influential, a presence that the three major families can only look up to. This force comes from the capital and is the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 10 powers alongside the Han family. After entering inside, Lin Yan went directly to the bank president's office. At this moment, the bank president was sitting in his chair, his brows tightly furrowed, and his expression very grim. He had been cautious all his life, and his most praised ability was his insight into people, knowing whom he could offend and whom he could not. Yet, he had provoked the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered in his life, and that person was Lin Yan. Because of Lin Yan, the Yunyang auction house not only lost several powerful individuals. Recently, it has also been suppressed by the governor of Ning province, although it seems that the business of Yunyang auction house has not been affected. But in reality, it is already on the brink of danger. He has been hesitating about what to do next. He has also been considering whether to leave Yang City directly, but after much thought, he still feels reluctant to give up the benefits brought by Yunyang auction house, even though the largest share of those benefits has to be handed over to the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce. The remaining amount is also a terrifying number. Boom! Just as the bank manager continued to ponder, the office door was kicked open. He looked up, and his face instantly filled with panic. He hurriedly shouted, "Who are you? Someone, come." However, he hadn't even finished speaking. Lin Yan had already teleported up, and a blade of wind sealed his mouth. You are Yan Lin?" The bank manager's pupils trembled, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead. Trembling lips, he spoke in fear. "I beg you, please don't kill me." Teleportation. Wind blade. It has already become Yan Lin's iconic representation. The bank manager instantly recognized that the person before him was none other than Yan Lin, who had gained great fame throughout the entire Yang City and Ning province, and was also the terrifying prodigy who had severely injured a half-step king realm expert. The next moment, controlled by fear, the bank manager knelt on the ground, incessantly kowtowing. He could never have imagined that the severely injured half-step king realm expert was still recovering, yet Yan Lin had already returned to his peak state. Had he known this earlier, he would have fled long ago. No, that's not right. If only I had been more resolute back then and hadn't sent people to ambush Yan Lin, then today's scene wouldn't have happened. Lin Yan was indifferent to the pleas for mercy from the auction house president, Xiaawanua. Since it was already decided to take action against him, hatred had already formed between the two. Even if Xiaawanua fled in advance, he would still deal with him. Infernal flame. Lin Yan gently waved his hand, and a black flame enveloped Xiaawanua. Immediately after, the room was soon filled with Xiaoman's agonized wails. The piercing and painful screams did not attract anyone's attention, because before entering, Lin Yan had already dealt with those people. However, he did not kill them all, as he spared the strong individuals hired with crystal coins. Of course, during his meeting with Han Wenqing, he stood on Han Wenqing's side. The formidable expert who made things difficult for him was not spared. 1 minute later, the karmic fire dissipated. Xiaawanua lay on the ground, gasping heavily. The pain made him shiver uncontrollably. Even though it lasted only a minute, it was more terrifying than anything he had ever encountered in his life. "If you don't want to endure this pain any longer, just do as I say. Otherwise, you know," Lin Yan said calmly. "The attacks in the time prison can be released externally afterward. It's truly too convenient. No one can withstand this method." There was a moment of silence. Xiaawan's eyes were full of bitterness. By now, he already understood his fate and spoke with a sense of resignation. "I understand." Upon seeing this, Lin Yan's expression remained completely unchanged as he spoke unhurriedly. "Transfer all the crystal coin proceeds from the Yunyang auction house to my account, including the portion that needs to be handed over to the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce. After that, take me to the auction house's treasure vault." "All right," Xiaawanua responded weakly, then suppressed the fear in his heart and began to take action. Not long after, Lin Yan's account suddenly had an additional 100 billion crystals
crystal coins. This was just the net profit of Yunyang Auction House for 1 month after deducting staff salaries, daily maintenance of various equipment, customer services, and other expenses. This alone was enough to show just how terrifyingly profitable Yunyang Auction House was. However, before long, this place would belong to both him and the Yun family, as it would be impossible for him alone, even with mutual assistance, to maintain control over such a massive auction house. And the Yun family is the best partner. Yun Tianyang, as the governor of Ning province, naturally possesses immense influence in Ning province. Many things can be done with great ease, and in the future, the auction house can even be expanded to other cities within Ning province. As for the retaliation from Yunyang Auction House, backed by the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yan is naturally unafraid, or rather, he is waiting for the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce to make a move. This would give him yet another legitimate reason to take action against the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce. But these things, and receiving the Yunyang Auction House, the next steps are all to be handled by Yen Lin. After transferring all the crystal coins to Lin Yan, Xia Meng from the auction house seemed to have aged several decades. It seemed as if he had seen something, and after a slight sigh, he straightened his back, no longer afraid. Of course, it was only the fear of death that had disappeared. As for the fear of hellfire, that was deeply ingrained in the soul, something no one could forget, except for Xiao He. And Xiao He wasn't a person, he was a dog. Xia Meng stared intently at Lin Yan, as if trying to use his decades of experience to see through what Lin Yan was thinking. It's just that. He quickly gave up, because in those pitch-black eyes, there was only an entrancing depth. I've worked hard for most of my life, and the thing people praise me for the most is my vision. But I never thought I'd misjudge and get involved with a monster like you. I don't regret dying. Xia Meng sighed, but suddenly laughed. When I think about the future, and how the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce will accompany me to hell, I feel that even dying like this makes this life worthwhile. Lin Yan glanced at Xia Meng, somewhat surprised. It seems that there must be a deep grudge between the Yunyang Auction House and the Jingtian Chamber of Commerce. In that case, sparing his life might not be out of the question. Moreover, being able to manage the auction house so well, this guy could be considered a talent. But whether he lives or not will still depend on his performance. Follow me, I'll take you to the treasure vault. Xia Meng did not notice Lin Yan's gaze, spoke softly, and then led the way for Lin Yan. With Xia Meng leading the way, there were no obstacles along the route. Lin Yan quickly arrived at the location of the treasure vault. After asking Xia Meng to open the door, he turned back and said, "You can go back now. In 3 days, I will send someone to take over here. I hope you will cooperate well by then." Boom. Originally, Xia Meng had already closed his eyes, ready to face death. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, it was as if he had been struck heavily. He raised his head in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Do you mean?" Lin Yan simply waved his hand and said nothing more. Instead, he walked directly into the treasure vault and tightly closed the door. Witnessing this scene, having lived for decades, Xia Meng naturally understood Lin Yan's meaning. He was just somewhat incredulous, which is why he couldn't help but speak up. Earlier, he had been able to wait for death without resistance simply because the vast disparity in strength left him with no hope, forcing him to resign himself to fate. But now, with the possibility of survival, his eyes sparkled with light. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Meng quickly left the place. Next, he needed to prove his value to Lin Yan and also prove that he posed no threat, so that he could survive. Lin Yan did not think about matters concerning Xia Meng. 3 days later, if Xia Meng remained obstinate, he still wouldn't let him go. For now, there were more important matters to attend to. He first stored the treasures from the Yunyang Auction House's vault into his ability space. The items stored here do not include those for auction. They are all the accumulation of Yunyang Auction House over decades. Lin Yan definitely doesn't want to ruin the auction house's reputation, otherwise, when mutual aid takes over, it will become a mess that will require a lot of effort to clean up. However, just these alone are worth trillions of crystal coins. Lin Yan felt very pleased in his heart. This way, his wealth has become abundant again, and his assurance for heading to Yucheng has increased significantly. After collecting all the treasures, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he consumed alien energy to set up a teleportation array here, with the other end of the array located in the Xia family. This was a contingency plan Lin Yan left for the Xia family before departing. Afterward, he then left the Yunyang Auction House. All the matters that followed would be left for Yen Lin to handle. Lin Yan also embarked on the journey to Yucheng. Yucheng is located in the extreme northern region of Xia country. Although it is very close to Ning province, it still took several hours to get there. As soon as he arrived in Yucheng, he encountered trouble. To be precise, Lin Yan had only arrived at Yozhen, a town under the jurisdiction of Yucheng. He, along with other superhumans heading to Ghost City, had to temporarily stay here after getting off the train to undergo a security check. After all, Ghost City is a border town of Xia country, serving as a crucial defense against foreign invasions. Its importance is self-evident, and even those coming from within Xia country must undergo inspection. This time, the security check was different from before. After the inspection was completed, Lin Yan and the others were not allowed allowed to proceed but were instead asked to stay in a hotel and wait for further notice. Based on the staff's expressions, Lin Yan speculated that things were not so simple and they might have to stay here for quite a while before heading to Yucheng. After gaining some understanding, the facts were indeed as Lin Yan had predicted. Before their group, the ability users who had arrived in this secluded town had already been staying here for a week. The specific cause of this matter was unclear to many people, just knowing that it is related to a certain young lady from the capital in the secluded city half a month ago. Nowadays, the secluded town is only accessible but not exitable, and communication with the outside world has also been cut off. The specific duration of the closure is unknown, but those who know a bit of the news seem very pessimistic, believing that this matter cannot be resolved for at least half a year. Fortunately, although entering and leaving the secluded town is not allowed, free movement within the town is permitted. The various facilities within the secluded town are also very complete and sufficient to accommodate hundreds of thousands of outsiders, which is why no major panic has occurred. But before long, as more and more people enter the town, this small town will also become very crowded. What puzzled Lin Yan, however, was such a thing happened, yet there wasn't the slightest ripple from the outside world. It seems that not only did someone conceal the cause of the incident, but they also completely suppressed what happened here. The power behind that young lady must be truly astonishing. For him right now, the most important thing is time. Even wasting just one more day is something he is unwilling to do. The current situation is naturally something he does not want to see. Thinking of this, Lin Yan also frowned deeply. He just wanted to enter Yucheng peacefully, then go to that mine to search for the origin stones. Time attribute stones and space attribute stones were both things he urgently needed. But, yet such a thing happened. Now, even if he didn't want to take action, he had no choice. First, I need to find someone who knows the situation and understand exactly what happened here. Without much hesitation, Lin Yan set off. He then completely concealed his energy fluctuations. Afterward, he activated his spiritual sense, expanding its range to 5 kilometers. For him now, this range posed no burden at all. Just like that, Lin Yan probed along the way, searching for potentially useful information. It took only a few minutes for him to arrive in front of the mayor's office. Inside the office, the mayor was on the phone, pacing back and forth in the room, occasionally stopping to bow slightly and respond with yes. No one knew what was said on the other end of the line, but the mayor's expression suddenly changed dramatically. His body staggered, almost falling to the ground. After several seconds, he gripped the phone tightly, repeatedly opening his mouth, and finally managed to utter a few difficult words. Deputy City Lord, isn't this too cruel? On the other end of the phone, a sudden roar erupted. Isn't it because you're useless? A whole week of investigation, and you haven't found a single trace of that thing? The mayor swallowed hard, not daring to respond. Alright, what I just mentioned is merely the final plan. The Deputy City Lord paused, but time waits for no one. At most, 3 months. If there's still no result, not only will everyone in Utown die, but you and I will also face a terrible fate. Cold sweat continuously dripped from the mayor's forehead. A tremendous sense of fear arose spontaneously, and he finally could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. I will send a few perception-type experts at the general level to assist you in the investigation. No matter what method you use, first stabilize those ability users in the town and don't let them cause trouble. 1 week later, I hope to hear some good news. Yes. The mayor nodded, his face showing a hint of bitterness. After the Deputy City Lord hung up the phone, he shakily supported himself and stood up. He suddenly seemed to notice something, turned around, and looked toward the doorway. The supernatural energy instantly burst out of his body, and a powerful domain unfolded in an instant, targeting Lin Yan ahead. He shouted loudly, "Who are you to dare trespass into the restricted area of Utown?" Lin Yan did not respond to him but instead moved in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of the mayor, his fist wrapped in supernatural energy, and instantly struck toward the mayor. The sound of impact echoed, and the mayor's body was embedded into the wall. The noise naturally startled others as well, and soon shouts came from outside the door. "Mayor, what happened?" Lin Yan's gaze remained calm as he looked at the mayor. The mayor instinctively shuddered, enduring the severe pain in his body, and shouted to the outside, "Nothing's wrong. Stay outside and don't let anyone in." Yes. Although puzzled, the guards still left. Looking at Lin Yan, who appeared calm and composed, the mayor's heart trembled violently. He had no doubt that if he had misspoken just now, he would have been close to death. Ahem. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, the mayor moved his body out of the wall and said in fear, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Yan stepped forward, standing just 2 meters away from the mayor. He spoke indifferently, "I don't like wasting words. I ask, you answer. Otherwise, I don't mind finding someone else to ask." The mayor clutched his chest and leaned against the wall. Being able to climb to the position of mayor of Utown, he was naturally adaptable, so he nodded and said, "Alright, why is Utown sealed off?" The mayor hadn't expected Lin Yan to ask him this question right away. Although he was prepared, he still hesitated. However, upon seeing Lin Yan's impatient expression, he relented. He shuddered and quickly said, "A week ago, a crystal beast skilled
skilled in transformation escaped from Ghost City and entered Ghost Town. And this crystal beast has discovered the weakness of Ghost City's protective formation. If it manages to escape back to the crystal beast territory, then Ghost City will be in grave danger, facing attacks from numerous crystal beast tribes. There's a high possibility the city will be breached, and by then, the northern border of the Xia kingdom will. At this point, the mayor stopped speaking. Lin Yan's expression also turned grim. If Ghost City were to fall, the ensuing situation was something he didn't need to be told to understand. Endless waves of beasts will surge into the northern border of Xia. By then, countless civilians will suffer a tragic massacre, and Ning province will bear the brunt. Very soon, Lin Yan noticed something was wrong and asked in confusion, "Why does that crystal beast know the weakness of the formation?" The mayor's face showed a trace of complexity, and he suddenly spoke angrily, "Isn't it because of that saintly young lady? If it weren't for her, how would Yu Town be facing such danger?" Lin Yan frowned, signaling him to continue. "This young lady's name is Zhou Lian, from the capital. To be precise, she's from a reclusive family in the capital. Although I don't know much, what I do know is that the power she belongs to is stronger than the combined strength of the top 10 forces in the capital." Zhou Lian, from Kyoto, a secluded family. Stronger than the top 10 forces, which aligns well with what Uncle Sia mentioned about the forces within Kyoto. Lin Yan pondered silently, and soon came up with a guess. "It's just unclear whether Zhou Lian's family might be connected to the matters concerning his parents." "You simply can't imagine the power of that force," the mayor said, shaking his head with a tone of helplessness. "It's an existence that even a king-level powerhouse like the Lord of Yucheng has to look up to." Lin Yan's expression remained calm, without any rebuttal. Strictly speaking, he was actually from the inner capital as well, and even belonged to one of the top 10 superpowers there. If the mayor were to find out, he might just drop a few teeth in shock. The mayor continued, "Only such an existence could allow Zhong Xing'an, the deputy city lord of Yucheng, who is also a powerful figure in the Wang realm, to suppress this matter. Only then could he come up with a plan to annihilate everyone in Yu Town." Hearing this, Lin Yan's heart was stirred. He hadn't expected the deputy city lord to be such a ruthless and cold-blooded person, and yet this person held the position of deputy city lord of Yucheng. For Yucheng, having such a deputy city lord, sooner or later, something unexpected will happen, and the matter of this secluded town is just such a case. At this moment, the mayor was also filled with rage. Although he feared death, he would never commit such insane and inhumane acts. However, even if he harbored dissatisfaction in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He could only slowly begin to explain the background under Lin Yan's gaze. A month ago, Zhou Lian arrived in the Ghost City. When she first arrived, she happened to encounter a beast tide attack. With the cooperation of numerous strong individuals in the city's protective array, although there were some losses, the beast tide was successfully repelled. The crystal beasts fled in panic, and only after confirming their complete disappearance. The ability users responsible for logistics went out to simply clean up the battlefield and extract the crystal cores from the crystal beasts. During each cleanup process, there would always be some severely injured but not yet dead crystal beasts unable to escape the scene. The approach to dealing with these beasts, of course, was to finish them off. Lin Yan secretly nodded. This approach was correct. After all, the crystal beasts capable of attacking Yucheng, even if it was due to the orders of their tribe, were still enemies of the Xia kingdom. How could they be spared? Unless they could dissipate their malice toward humans, but that was impossible. More than 200 years ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred. Humans and various beasts have all undergone mutations because of this. The crystal cores and bodies of crystal beasts are greatly beneficial to humans, while human crystals and abilities are treasures to crystal beasts. Essentially, the two groups are enemies. So, even if the actions of crystal beasts align with their survival instincts, to humans, they are irreconcilable foes. The mayor paused for a moment, then sighed. He continued, "But this young lady, Zhou Lian, looked displeased, frowning tightly as she watched the scene. She even said something like, 'Why kill these crystal beasts that have no combat ability? It's fine to let them go, isn't it?' Such words made people extremely angry, but due to her status, no one dared to say anything. Lin Yan frowned, feeling a bit of aversion toward Zhou Lian. People who can say such things are absolutely extremely selfish and refined egoists. As long as it's for profit, they can disregard everyone's thoughts. When the mayor saw Lin Yan's expression, it seemed as if there was a tacit understanding between them. He nodded. What's infuriating is that Zhou Lian is also very good-looking, which has caused the deputy city lord's son, Zhong Hong, to develop feelings of admiration for her. In order to please Zhou Lian, Zhong Hong ordered those people to spare the injured crystal beasts. Actually, this wasn't a big deal, as they were merely some severely injured crystal beasts that posed no threat to Yucheng. Lin Yan was not surprised by this. Without the cooperation of the people in Yucheng, even if Zhou Lian came from the inner capital, she could only ensure her own safety and treatment. After all, this was the border city of the Xia kingdom. No one can act recklessly here, as the ruler of Xia kingdom is a mighty figure at the peak of the imperial realm, not much weaker than those old
fellows in the inner capital.
Although Lin Yan's expression remained calm, the mayor's emotions became agitated.
He gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. Among them, there happened to be a severely injured crystal beast which looked extremely adorable with its snow-white fur. It immediately caught Zhou Lian's attention, and despite the great taboo of Yucheng, she insisted on taming this crystal beast.
This decision caused dissatisfaction among many people. Under everyone's resolute opposition, although Zhou Lian was angry, she forcibly suppressed it.
Just as she was about to turn and leave, Zhong Hong stood in front of her. The Lord of Yucheng is mainly responsible for defending against external enemies and hardly manages the affairs of Yucheng, and these matters naturally fall under the responsibility of the Deputy Lord. Therefore, the most powerful figure in Yucheng is Deputy Lord Zhong Xing'an, whose son is considered a prince-like figure in Yucheng.
When the crown prince spoke, how could anyone else dare to oppose?
They were afraid that Zhong Hong might deliberately make things difficult for them later, withholding resources, which would be even more unbearable than taking their lives. The mayor sighed, so that crystal beast was brought into the Nether City by Zhou Lian, and afterward, a lot of resources were spent to heal its injuries. Wherever Zhou Lian went, she carried the crystal beast with her. The weakness of the Nether City's protective array was something Zhong Hong specifically told Zhou Lian to please her, and it was at that moment that the crystal beast overheard it. Finally, a week ago, the crystal beast broke Zhou Lian's master-servant contract and successfully escaped from the Nether City. Speaking of this, the mayor wiped the sweat off his face. With a look of terror mixed with some relief, he said, but fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the crystal beast didn't escape too far. We successfully drove it into the ghost town.
You know what happened after that.
As soon as he said this, it was as if he had lost all strength. The mayor sat on the ground, his expression complex, seemingly lost in thought. But at this moment, a thought emerged in Lin Yan's mind. According to the mayor, that crystal beast can transform.
It can even take on a human appearance.
This innate skill is countless times stronger than the appearance-changing item Lin Yan exchanged from the system.
Moreover,
that appearance-changing item is also about to become unusable. Rather, the fact that this tool has lasted until today and is still usable can be considered a miracle. Although his points are now sufficient and not as scarce as before, Lin Yan still doesn't want to waste points to exchange for this tool, because as he encounters more and more high-level ability users, altering one's appearance can easily be noticed. At this point, what is needed is a skill that can transform. Combined with his great skill energy concealment, after transformation, it's like adding wings to a tiger, making his old trade even more effortless.
In the system mall,
there are some skills with transformation effects, ranging from grade D to grade S of various levels. However, such skills belong to the life-type talents. The life system, like the fate system, is a very rare and uncommon talent, so even the cheapest D-level transformation skills cost hundreds of points, and their effects are not very impressive.
The highest S-level skills require thousands of points.
Right now, Lin Yan has not yet accumulated 10,000 points to successfully exchange for the creation pill, so how could he be willing to spend so many points? Thus, he set his sights on the inheritance scrolls. This is also another reason he came to the Ghost City, to see if he could obtain some special skill inheritance scrolls.
But the preciousness of inheritance scrolls makes them not so easy to acquire.
Lin Yan could only try his luck. However, just now, the crystal beast adept at transformation mentioned by the mayor successfully piqued his interest. If he could catch that crystal beast and make it use its transformation ability, he would be able to learn this skill, indirectly earning tens of thousands of points.
Lin Yan never doubted his own comprehension ability.
Although his talent was awakened with the help of the system, he relied on himself to comprehend the power of the soul.
And,
during the time in Yang City, he had already upgraded the level of his skills, and in less than an hour, he mastered the forbidden technique Summer River taught him, Starfire, which was a genuine S-level skill. So, Lin Yan believed that as long as the crystal beast obediently performed its transformation, he would definitely be able to grasp its essence. As for making the crystal beast obedient, that would be very simple. After all, he possesses the time prison, which even the once king-level Xiaohe fears. When the karmic fire emerges, all beings kneel in submission.
Capturing a mere crystal beast, isn't that a piece of cake?
Thinking of this, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He then looked at the mayor and said calmly, as long as we capture that crystal beast, we can lift the blockade and enter the Nether City, right?
Yes.
The mayor nodded, but his expression was very weak. That crystal beast was at the transformation realm, skilled in shapeshifting, with a talent level of at least grade A, and very likely an S-grade talent.
An S-grade talent is not something that can be found so easily.
Unless it's a fate-type psychic with a talent for perception, and their talent must be above grade A. Such psychics are so rare that there might only be one among millions. Or perhaps, a half-step king realm expert takes action. However, if a strong figure of that level makes a move, it will certainly attract attention. At that time, what happens in Utown will be noticed by the city lord, and might even alarm the national lord in the capital. By then, Zhou Lian might be fine. But as for the deputy city lord and his son, they might not be so lucky. There's a high probability that the deputy city lord lord will be dismissed, and Zhong Hong will end up in prison. So, how could the deputy city lord possibly tolerate such a thing happening? Lin Yan paid no attention to the mayor's expression and continued, "You can start preparing to open the city now. Tomorrow morning, I will bring that crystal beast here, and then I will enter the ghost city." "All right." The mayor nodded instinctively but quickly came to his senses. With a shocked expression, he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Yan and asked hesitantly, You said what?" "Stop talking nonsense, just do as you're told." Lin Yan cast a cold glance at the mayor, cutting him off. "Why yes." Seeing Lin Yan's gaze, the mayor couldn't help but shiver, quickly nodding and not daring to say another word. However, the frantically trembling pupils in his eyes proved the unrest in his heart. Just now, Lin Yan made a move, though it was only a single punch. It still made him, a late-stage expert of the general realm, feel a sense of danger. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he understood that this was because Lin Yan held back, not wanting to kill him. Otherwise, he would have long since departed for the afterlife. An esper who can possess such power relying solely on their physical body must be a high-level life-type talent user. But Lin Yan said that the crystal beast could be caught by tomorrow morning. But how is that possible? At least an A-level life-type talent, combined with at least an A-level fate-type talent, what kind of monstrous genius is this? Life-type, fate-type. Having just one of them would already make someone a rare genius. As for someone possessing both, such an extraordinary individual has never appeared in the history of Xia Nation or even Blue Planet. Watching Lin Yan's departing figure from the room, the mayor's expression was far more vivid than anything he'd experienced in his century-long life. However, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. With this esteemed person's intervention, the crisis in Yuchen can also be resolved. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Yozhen can also be saved. That's wonderful. Half an hour later, the brightly lit streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Lin Yan walked slowly along the road, his expression extremely calm, looking as if he were just taking a stroll. But in fact, he had been keeping his spiritual sense active all along, carefully investigating any signs of movement related to that crystal beast. Finally, Lin Yan's gaze fell not far ahead. In front of a building named Yozhen Scenery, which shimmered with colorful lights, he stopped in his tracks. The next moment, an odd expression involuntarily appeared on his face. Yozhen Scenery. It looks like the characteristic architecture of Yu Town. It has a unique and distinctive cultural charm, but in reality, it is a place of pleasure and entertainment. Inside the first-floor lobby, various ability users are loudly discussing and toasting each other. On the second floor and above, in the various rooms, all kinds of unspeakable and unbearable acts were taking place. How could the 18-year-old Lin Yan have ever witnessed such a scene? Naturally, he felt a bit uneasy, but he could only frown and endure the discomfort in his heart, using his spiritual sense to scan the area, searching for any trace of the crystal beast. Better to err on the side of caution than to let it slip away. Finally found it. Lin Yan's furrowed brows slightly relaxed. In a room on the fourth floor, a young man and a woman were doing something, and he instinctively ignored the scene. He focused all his attention on the young man. And this young man is the form taken by that crystal beast in the transformation realm. Lin Yan's spiritual sense passed through the body of the crystal beast and landed on the crystal core within it. It was something similar to a human's ability crystal, but with completely different energy fluctuations. Since he had found this crystal beast, it was naturally impossible for him to just stand by and watch. The next moment, Lin Yan directly used teleportation and appeared in the room where the crystal beast was. A gentle soul force caused the woman to faint. Afterward, in the crystal beast's horrified gaze, before it could react, he sent it into the time prison. After finishing all this, Lin Yan left the somewhat messy room. 5 minutes later, the woman rubbed her head, looking around blankly. She couldn't figure out what had happened. Clearly, she had just been there, so how did she suddenly faint? Not good. Thinking of this, the woman's expression changed. She hurriedly began searching for the figure of the young man after the crystal beast's transformation. Scanning around, she found no trace of him. Panic set in, and she quickly dressed and rushed to report to the person in charge. Whether it was skipping out on the bill or disappearing entirely, this kind of thing needs to be reported. In the hotel, Lin Yan first freshened up briefly, then sat on the bed. Immediately after, his consciousness sank into the time prison. In the Inferno room, the crystal beast had already reverted to its original form. The true form of the crystal beast is a rat with messy black fur and an extremely ugly appearance. It seems that the snow-white fur and adorable appearance were merely transformations it created. At this moment, this rat-like crystal beast was currently enduring the torment of karmic fire and the dual assault from Xiao He. When leaving the Xia family, Xiao He naturally followed Lin Yan, but since Lin Yan was about to enter the ghost city, bringing Xiao He along might attract some attention, so he simply placed Xiao He into the time prison. Anyway, it also likes. It has been 20 minutes since leaving the scenic view of Yu Town. After Lin Yan broke through to the innate stage, the time flow rate inside the time prison also reached an astonishing 120. 1 minute outside equals 20 minutes inside.
Or perhaps, 20 minutes outside equals 1 minute inside. To save time, Lin Yan naturally adjusted the time flow ratio to the maximum extent. Over 6 hours had already passed inside. Finally, the rat crystal beast had also become weak and lifeless, no longer resembling the frantic, screeching, and annoying state it had when it first entered. Seeing this scene, Lin Yan nodded silently. With a single thought, an illusory figure materialized in the room filled with karmic fire. With a wave of its hand, the karmic fire near the crystal beast mouse instantly vanished. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp sound suddenly rang out. It was the crystal beast mouse that made the sound. Even though it was just an illusory figure appearing here, it couldn't help but furrow its brows. Because he suddenly remembered one thing, which was that he couldn't communicate with the crystal beast. So he could only look at Xiaohei with hopeful eyes and tentatively ask, "Xiaohei, can you understand what it's saying?" Xiaohei rolled his eyes at Lin Yan, his gaze filled with blatant disdain. It seemed to be saying, "It is a dog, how could it possibly understand the language of mice?" Ahem. Lin Yan cleared his throat. "I don't care, anyway, this problem is yours to solve. You must make it keep transforming, or I'll let you experience the 3/10 power of the karmic fire." As he spoke, a threatening smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. "You're so shameless." Little Black waved its paw. "How are you even more of a scoundrel than me? Meet from a level 5 or higher crystal beast, or I won't do it." "Alright, it's a deal." Lin Yan reached out and patted Little Black's paw. "Then it's up to you, King Dog. I'll go train first. Call me when you're ready." Go, useless human." Little Black curled its lips and ignored Lin Yan, but soon, excitement gleamed in its eyes as it looked at the crystal beast mouse, rubbing its little paws. He, a shape-shifting crystal beast, now that's a rare find. Squeak! The mouse crystal beast cried out in panic, but its body couldn't move. Upon seeing this, Little Black showed no mercy. Instead, it became even more excited and reached out its devilish claws toward the mouse crystal beast's head. In the room outside, Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a crystal stone, and began cultivating. However, before he began absorbing energy, he always felt as if he had forgotten something, and it seemed to be something crucial. But for the moment, he couldn't quite recall it, so he could only focus on cultivating. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and 2.5 hours passed just like that. Despite consuming dozens of crystal stones, Lin Yan's aura did not improve much. There is still a long way to go to reach the late stage of the innate realm. Even with sufficient resources, it would take at least a week. However, it is not without improvement. In the Scorching Heart secret realm, in order to break through to the innate realm, the energy he fused, which he named Chaos, had also grown slightly from its thumb-sized state. At this moment, Little Black's voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Master, are you messing with me? This mouse clearly understands what we're saying, and it can talk, it just needs to transform into a human. Why did you deliberately tease me, making me waste over 10 hours doing a lot of useless work? I'm so mad. I won't get up without me from a crystal beast above level 6. This voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. Lin Yan showed embarrassment, finally remembering what he had forgotten. This mouse could change its voice to sound like a human and even go to such places, so naturally, it could communicate with humans. Otherwise, it would have already revealed some clues. It was just that scene. Lin Yan's heart wavered slightly. He used a lot of mental effort to forcibly suppress the agitation in his heart, which led to him forgetting such an important matter. Ahem. Lin Yan coughed lightly. Naturally, he wouldn't admit his mistake and casually replied, "Just testing your abilities. Although it was a bit slow, you did work hard. I'll reward you with level 7 crystal beast meat." "Yay, master is the best." Xiaohei's shameless voice rang out. Lin Yan was helpless, but he didn't continue to bicker with Xiaohei. Instead, he looked at the crystal beast that had transformed into a human form, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Earlier in the scenery of U-Town, Lin Yan's spiritual sense had only confirmed the identity of this crystal beast and had not carefully examined its body. Now that he examined it carefully, he realized the extraordinary nature of this transformation talent. Not only was its aura indistinguishable from that of a human, but even the crystal core, which he could usually see through at a glance, was covered by a thick layer of disguise. Without a mid-tier or higher level soul, it would be impossible to detect. And as for mid-tier level souls, apart from Lin Yan, only those with king-level abilities could possess them. King-level abilities were even rarer than innate talents of the fate system, so it's not hard to see. The talent of this crystal beast mouse is extremely formidable. For this reason, Lin Yan also felt puzzled in his heart. With such talent, this crystal beast should be considered a genius among crystal beasts. Why would it participate in a beast tide composed of low-level crystal beasts? Could it be that there's some kind of conspiracy? However, Lin Yan quickly shook his head with a smile. Even if there were a conspiracy, in his time prison, this crystal beast mouse would have to cooperate obediently. But that's not the key question right now. The most important thing is to first learn the skill of this crystal beast's transformation. The phantom had just condensed in the room of karmic fire, and before Lin Yan could speak, the crystal beast mouse was already already kneeling on the ground. Its voice carried obvious weakness and trembling, pleading incessantly with Lin Yan, "Esteemed senior, I beg you to spare me. My Phantom Mouse clan will surely repay your great kindness and virtue." After being locked in the time prison by Lin Yan, it had been constantly trying, using the unique bloodline power of crystal beasts, to frantically contact the elders of its clan. No matter how hard it tried, the result was always despair. Here, like a hell isolated from the world, enduring this bone-piercing pain, there was absolutely no hope of survival in sight. Phantom Mouse? Lin Yan's heart stirred slightly, but he paid no attention. Instead, he pointed at Xiao Hei with his finger and directly said, "Use your talent to transform into its appearance." "As long as I use my talent, will you let me go?" the crystal beast mouse asked cautiously. "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Yan frowned and immediately raised his hand to release a blaze of karmic fire. Seeing the pitch-black flames, the fear imprinted in the soul of the crystal beast mouse made it shout, "Wait, senior, please don't. I'll change. Yes." Seeing the karmic fire stop above its head, the crystal beast mouse instinctively wiped its cold sweat and hurriedly said, You wait a moment, don't rush." Afterward, Lin Yan then saw the crystal beast mouse first revert to its original form. Immediately, the strange energy within its body surged continuously, waves of intense life force emanating as the flesh on its body squirmed. Suddenly, at a certain moment, it abruptly swelled up, transforming into a ball of flesh. Transforming into a ball of flesh was clearly just the beginning. Half a minute later, the ball of flesh slowly began to change. First, it formed bones, meridians, organs, and flesh, taking on the same body structure as Xiao Hei. Then came the skin and fur. Not long after, a black dog identical to Xiao Hei appeared. Lin Yan, who had been watching this scene intently, was also very surprised, his pupils involuntarily dilating. Although the Xiao Hei transformed by the crystal beast mouse was far weaker in strength compared to the real Xiao Hei, if both concealed their energy and simply stood there, Lin Yan, without using spiritual perception or soul energy, would be unable to distinguish the real from the fake. After the crystal beast mouse transformed into Xiao Hei, originally weak, it had become much worse, unable even to stand, collapsing limply onto the ground. Woof! A faint, weak cry came from the mouth of the fake Little Black. Woof! The real Little Black, seeing this scene, had its fur standing on end. This, even the voice is exactly the same as mine. This is just too freaky. After saying that, Little Black glanced at Lin Yan and muttered again, "But still, definitely not as freaky as you, master." Lin Yan gave Xiao Hei a glance, then looked at the fake Xiao Hei. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he quickly said, "Change back now." Upon hearing this, tears instantly welled up in the fake Xiao Hei's eyes, and it opened its mouth, letting out a desperate cry, "Woof, woof, woof." "Xiao Hei, what are you doing? Hurry up and translate for me." Lin Yan looked at Xiao Hei and said irritably. He couldn't understand dog barks, yet Xiao Hei was just standing by watching the show. This is truly too much. As for Xiao Hei, he wagged his tail, clicked his tongue twice, and then remarked with a sigh, it said, "Let you kill it." Transforming into an object it has never changed into before, especially someone like me, a genius beast, consumes a terrifying amount of life energy. Right now, it simply can't revert back immediately. Forcing itself to revert back would bring pain comparable to hellfire, and most likely, it would be a dead end. Woof! The fake Xiao Hei barked again, as if acknowledging Xiao Hei, and continued barking, "Woof, woof, woof." Lin Yan, Xiao Hei, even the most vicious scorpion snake clan among the crystal beasts wouldn't do something like this. You're just too excessive, too twisted. Lin Yan, I suspect the last sentence was added by you. Xiao Hei, this king would never do that. After all, I'm just an obedient and adorable little puppy. Lin Yan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He really had no way to deal with Xiao Hei. Soon, he pulled his thoughts back and turned his gaze to the fake Xiao Hei, carefully examining it. Woof! Lin Yan's gaze made the fake Xiao Hei's body tremble. It felt at this moment as if it had been stripped bare, no, dissected, completely exposed under Lin Yan's gaze. The more Lin Yan observed, the more delighted he became. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up as he clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "Interesting, it's not just a simple imitation of form, but rather like altering the life form itself. This feeling, it's as if a new life has been born." This skill is exactly what he wanted, and the drawbacks of this skill, such as needing to be in the original form to use it if one wants to transform. For example, the issue of high energy consumption. Of course, the most significant flaw of this skill is also very obvious, which is the inability to simulate the realm and energy fluctuations of the one being mimicked. Any action will inevitably expose it. However, for Lin Yan, this is not a problem at all, because just now, although he did not directly comprehend the innate skill of the crystal beast mouse, he gained significant insight into one of his A-level skills. That skill is energy concealment. Coincidentally, this was also the first skill he upgraded, and now it is about to be upgraded again, from B level to S level. Lin Yan only used less than 2 months' time. If Xiao Hei found out, it would definitely roll its eyes and exclaim to Lin Yan in shock, "That's insanely awesome." Actually, before this, Lin Yan had some insights about skill hidden energy. He already had many thoughts and realizations, and now, after witnessing the the innate skill of the crystal mouse beast, he naturally had an epiphany as if everything fell into place. Since the form of life can be changed, then the form of energy must also be changeable. Thus, Lin Yan began to experiment, no longer solely hiding energy, but instead trying to amplify it and simulate different forms. Everything went very smoothly, and he achieved it quickly. From now on, not only can the ability realm be hidden, but it can also be disguised as different fluctuations, making it possible to display the ability at a higher level. If he learns the innate skill of the rat crystal beast, then Lin Yan will be able to perfectly transform into someone else, with identical appearance, aura, and realm, making it completely indistinguishable. Even the soul, which cannot be disguised. For Lin Yan, this is not a problem, as his soul realm is at the intermediate level after all. At this moment, the system's notification sound also echoed in Lin Yan's mind at the right moment. Ding! The skill hidden energy has been upgraded from grade A to grade S. You now have the right to name it independently. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully upgrading the skill. Reward, points asterisk 100. Ding! Since the host has upgraded a skill to S level for the first time. Reward, points asterisk 100. Lin Yan was overjoyed at the system's notification sound, as if hearing the music of the heavens. Add these 200 points. The goal of 10,000 points is really not far away. However, Lin Yan quickly pulled his thoughts back and continued his comprehension while waiting for the energy of the mouse crystal beast to recover. Because he had just upgraded the skill level of energy concealment, he also gained many new insights into the innate skills of the mouse crystal beast. Without wasting time, he proceeded with attempts and trial and error bit by bit. Half an hour passed. The smile at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth proved his achievements. Although he hasn't completely mastered it, he can now easily make his body larger or smaller and change his appearance, which is no longer a challenge. He just can't achieve the level of transforming into another species. But for Lin Yan, even if he stopped comprehending now, his initial goal has already been achieved. It's just that. How could he possibly be content with that? Lin Yan calculated the time. The crystal beast mouse should have almost recovered. Thus, he immersed his consciousness into the time prison again, forming a phantom, and said to the crystal beast mouse, "Let's begin." Woof! As soon as it heard Lin Yan's voice, the crystal beast mouse couldn't help but tremble. It was truly terrified. Lin Yan was the most frightening and fearsome demon it had ever encountered. Not only was there the terrifying time prison that confined it, but also those horrifying punishment methods, along with a twisted black dog that constantly tormented it, truly the sorrow of its life as a mouse. So, it didn't dare to disobey Lin Yan's words, can only obediently comply. The energy within the body surged, emitting waves of profound and complex fluctuations. This scene made Lin Yan unable to take his eyes off it. Carefully analyzing every detail, the understanding of the mouse crystal beast's innate skill grew deeper and deeper. The speed at which the mouse crystal beast reverted was still very fast, taking less than half a minute. After returning to its original form, the mouse crystal beast's body noticeably curled up into a ball, instinctively squeaking. Lin Yan's insights grew increasingly profound, though there were still some obscure parts. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he immediately said, "Try turning into me." However, the mouse crystal beast, reacted as if it had heard some terrifying sound of the century, shaking its head frantically, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and screaming loudly, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." It quickly realized that Lin Yan couldn't understand. Simply, it could no longer care about disobeying Lin Yan's orders and directly transformed into the human form it had previously taken. This time, Lin Yan saw the vivid expression on the face of the rat crystal beast. There was a mix of fear, shock, resentment, bitterness, and an overwhelming sense of regret. Even after transforming into a human, the rat crystal beast squatted on the ground clutching its head, sobbing as it said, "Turning into that black dog already cost me half my life, and now you want me to turn into someone as twisted as you? Even as a king-level being, I can't do that. I really can't do it. Please kill me. I was wrong. I will never lust after women again." This voice was filled with despair, truly heartbreaking for those who heard it, bringing tears to their eyes. But Lin Yan and Xiaohe, the two perverts, showed no trace of emotion. Xiaohe just looked at Lin Yan, speechless. Although it had already gotten used to Lin Yan's extraordinary abilities, it was still hard to adapt. On the other hand, Lin Yan had fallen into deep thought. Unable to transform into me. Does that mean this innate skill cannot transform into creatures with special constitutions? A moment later, Lin Yan snapped out of it and tossed a few 5th grade crystal herbs to the mouse. There is no energy from heaven and earth to absorb inside the time prison, so recovering abilities or cultivating requires resources. Looking at the crystal medicine in front of it, the crystal beast mouse's face turned ashen. It knew very well what this meant. What it had to do next would undoubtedly be extremely brutal. Sure enough, Lin Yan slowly spoke, "If the energy runs out, just say so. From now on, I want you to transform into various different forms. Just pick the simplest one you can manage." The crystal beast mouse silently shed 2 lines of tears. Just as Lin Yan was about to raise his hand, it immediately reverted to its original form and then began an endless flawless transformation. Seeing this, Lin Yan was very satisfied. He immersed all his focus into it and began to comprehend with all his might. The next morning, morning light streamed through the window, spilling into the room. Lin Yan also opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes collided with the morning light, as if invisible ripples spread throughout the room. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face, and the system's notification sound rang out simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully learning the S-level skill, Transformation. Reward, points * 100. The owner can name it independently. Lin Yan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to have 100 points. After all, the last time he learned the skill Spark, he was only rewarded 50 points. Perhaps it's due to the difference in learning difficulty. Or perhaps, this skill is even more formidable than Starfire. After only a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yan stopped thinking about it and instead pondered what name to give this skill. As for the hidden energy after the upgrade, he hadn't decided on that either. But it wasn't long before a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he made a decision. The names of the two skills are Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Why name them Mirror Flower and Water Moon? That is because Lin Yan felt that the transformed and hidden version of himself was no longer him. It's just like flowers in a mirror, the moon in the water illusory by nature. The only real thing is his own existence. Since that's the case, one will be called Mirror Flower and the other Water Moon. At the moment the naming was successful. Suddenly, Lin Yan felt the sea of his soul and his mind surging. The originally vast soul power became even more formidable. That's right, his soul realm had also broken through. The system's notification sound rang out once again. Ding! Congratulations to the master for breaking through to the mid-stage of the intermediate soul realm. Reward, points * 100. Lin Yan shook his head, seemingly feeling a bit unreal. The breakthrough in his soul realm was truly unexpected. According to his initial estimation, it would take at least half a month to reach the mid-stage. He hadn't expected that simply upgrading one skill and learning another would lead to a breakthrough. Fortunately, Xiao He didn't know Lin Yan's thoughts. Otherwise, it would definitely jump on his head and bite him like crazy. The soul realm is not like the ability realm. It requires not only massive resources but also decent talent to break through. Even with sufficient resources, lacking comprehension is still futile. If one wants to elevate their soul's realm, the time is usually measured in years at the very least. How could anyone be as abnormal as Lin Yan? From comprehending soul power to reaching the mid-stage of the intermediate realm, it took less than 2 months. Of course, Lin Yan still doesn't realize how extraordinary his achievement is. However, with this unexpected gain, Lin Yan has much less worry about the future improvement of his soul realm. Because the crystal medicine in his ability space, which can enhance soul power, is far from enough for him to reach mid-level perfection, he would have to embark on a journey to find treasures that enhance soul power. But these are matters for Lin Yan to consider later. His thoughts returned to the present. Lin Yan stretched his body slightly, took a breath, and slowly got out of bed, standing up. Nowadays, the mirror flower skill was successfully learned, and next he was going to the mayor. After all, heading to Yuchang was also a very important matter for him. Before setting off, he checked his attribute panel once again. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, male. Age, 18. Physique, spacetime Dao body. Soul realm, mid-tier, mid-phase. Ability realm, innate realm, mid-stage. First talent, space origin, SSS level. Second talent, time origin, SSS level. Ultimate skill, falling star of the world, SSS level. Usable times, 10. Soul skills, soul extinguishing blade, S level. Soul lotus, S level. Spirit of the world, SSS level. Talent skills, supernatural space, SS level. Pause time, SS level. Time prison, SSS level. Common skills, teleportation, S level space type innate skill. Blink, S level space type innate skill. Immortal, S level life type talent skill. Clone, S level life type innate skill. Spark, S level life type innate skill. Mirror flower, S class life attribute talent skill. Water moon, S class fate attribute talent skill. Enhancement, grade A life type innate skill. Wind blade, A level wind type innate skill. Swift movement, A level wind type innate skill. Spiritual perception, grade A destiny type innate skill. Points, 9536. Less than 500 points away from 10,000 points. The exchange for the creation pill is just around the corner. Seeing the number of points, Lin Yan's mood improved significantly. Afterward, he then headed toward the place where the mayor of Yozhan was located. However, when his spiritual sense detected the area around the mayor, Lin Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Because in the mayor's office, there was more than just the mayor. A young man and woman, the man dressed lavishly, the woman exuding extraordinary elegance, both possessing exceptional looks. In addition, there was a powerful individual at the peak of the marquee realm, seemingly serving as their guard. The mayor was standing beside the young man and woman, his expression extremely complex. And most importantly, in the shadows outside the office, there were numerous ambushed general realm individuals, as well as several marquee realm experts. Among them, there was even a powerhouse at the half-step doorstep king realm. Lin Yan quickly deduced. All of this was directed at him. If the mayor wanted to lift the lockdown, he would definitely have to report to the deputy city lord. And once the deputy city lord learned of this, he would certainly take action, as Lin Yan's background and origins were not very clear. So, with the current situation, Lin Yan felt at ease. As long as those people don't go too far, he wouldn't take today's matter to heart. After all, this is Yucheng. Having one more strong individual means an additional force to guard the borders of the Xia kingdom. Lin Yan certainly wouldn't act rashly, but the premise is that those people must not go too far. Although that young couple, it might be Zhong Hong and Zhou Lian, for whom Lin Yan didn't have a good impression. But after all, these two hadn't provoked him, so he had no reason or interest to target them. Thinking of this, Lin Yan no longer hesitated and continued heading toward the mayor's office. Inside the office, young Master Zone, Miss Shou. The mayor hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. That powerful individual did resolve the hidden danger in Yucheng. Treating him this way doesn't seem right, does it? Upon hearing this, Zhong Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. He replied impatiently, "What do you know? What if he's from an enemy nation? Such secrets falling into someone else's hands would undoubtedly be a disaster for our Xia kingdom." Secrets? So you do know their secrets? Knowing it was a secret, yet deliberately said it for her to hear just to flatter this saintly woman. Isn't the current situation exactly the result of the good deeds done by you two mentally underdeveloped fools? The mayor cursed angrily in his heart but dared not show the slightest hint of abnormality. After a few seconds, the mayor took a deep breath before continuing to question, "But if he is from an enemy nation, why would he expose his strength in front of me, and why would he promise to bring that crystal beast here?" Zhong Hong glared at the mayor, the thick threat almost palpable. "My father said that this matter is my responsibility. You just need to stand aside and watch. Don't say another useless word, or else." Sigh. The mayor secretly sighed but dared not say more. "Brother Zhong, don't be so harsh. The mayor, being an elder, has it tough too." Zhou Lian, standing to the side, said softly with tearful eyes, "When that person arrives, let me talk to him first, okay?" Lin Yan, who had just stepped outside the door, was slightly speechless upon hearing this. On the way here, through his spiritual sense, he had already overheard the conversation and confirmed that today, this Zhong Hong was definitely going to make a move against him. Moreover, in his view, Zhou Lian likely played a decisive role in this. But now, saying something like this, anyone would think that this woman is actually so kind and gentle, which is truly a bit peculiar. "Little sister Liener, I'll listen to you." However, upon hearing this, Zhong Hong revealed a bright smile. "Thank you," Zhou Lian said politely, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "If that crystal beast is really found, I hope I can be the one to handle it." "Sure." Zhong Hong nodded directly without the slightest hesitation. "Anyway, after this, dealing with that crystal beast a bit more won't pose any threat. Whether it lives or dies doesn't matter to him. What matters more is that it can make Zhou Lian happy. This could also be considered a second utilization of the crystal beast's value." Bang! At this moment, Lin Yan, who was outside the door, kicked it open with one swift motion. He simply couldn't tolerate these two continuing their nonsense any longer. The first to react was the powerful expert at the peak of the whole realm. He immediately stepped in front of Zhong Hong and Zhou Lian, shouting loudly, "Who are you?" However, his face was filled with solemnity, and there was even a hint of panic in his eyes. Lin Yan's appearance went completely unnoticed by him. In other words, if the person in front of him wanted to make a move, they could easily strike first before he even realized it, and he probably wouldn't be able to react even after the attack. This is completely different from what the mayor described. Thinking of this, the powerful expert at the peak of the whole realm subconsciously swallowed hard and continued bluffing. "The two behind me have extraordinary identities, so you'd better not act recklessly." To this, Lin Yan directly ignored it and turned to the mayor, asking, "I've brought the crystal beast. Can you open the city gates and let us through?" The mayor's expression was very peculiar, his mouth open as if unsure what to say. However, his eyes inadvertently blinked at Lin Yan, revealing a very anxious look, as if warning Lin Yan that it was dangerous here and urging him to leave quickly. Lin Yan also noticed the goodwill shown by the mayor. He was not surprised and responded with a smile. Then he looked behind the powerful figure at the peak of the marquee realm, where Zhong Hong and Zhou Lian stood, both equally flustered. After all, Zhou Lian came from a force within the inner capital and had encountered many king realm experts, perhaps even numerous emperor realm experts. At this moment, she quickly regained her composure. She leaned forward slightly and softly asked, You just said you brought my crystal beast, so where is it now?" It's just that her slightly trembling voice still betrayed the fear in her heart. Lin Yan, ignored Zhou Lian. His gaze fell on Zhong Hong, whose eyelids were twitching uncontrollably, and he spoke calmly, "You must be Zhong Hong. I'll only ask you once, will you open the city gates and let us through?" As his words fell, the room plunged into a brief silence. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to call me by my name?" However, very quickly, Zhong Hong seemed to have thought of something, a sinister expression rising on his face as he angrily cursed in dissatisfaction. Lin Yan's sudden appearance had indeed startled him.
This was because even the powerful expert at the half-step king realm, who was secretly lying in ambush, had failed to detect Lin Yan in time. It was only after Lin Yan revealed himself that the expert used their abilities to transmit a message, warning him to be cautious. But Zhong Hong thought about it more carefully. His father was a powerful figure in the Wang realm. Although he usually suppressed his aura as much as possible, every time he saw his father, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of reverence. However, the Lin Yan in front of him did not give him that feeling. Coupled with what the mayor had said earlier about Lin Yan being able to locate the crystal beast, Zhong Hong was almost certain in his heart that Lin Yan was merely skilled at concealing his aura. His actual strength was likely, as the mayor had speculated, around the mid to late Marquis realm. Leonor, you saw how rude and overbearing this person is. Be careful, and leave the rest to me. Zhong Hong first spoke gently to Zhou Lian. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Yan, his expression turning cold. You foreign spy, what exactly are your intentions? Enough, no matter what you say, you must come with us. I hope you surrender obediently, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. As long as he pinned the crime on Lin Yan first, he could then take action to capture him. At that time, Lin Yan would be unable to defend himself no matter what he said. Thus, Zhong Hong quietly placed his hand behind his back and made a gesture, signaling the half-step king realm experts and other strong individuals in hiding to take action. Such a small gesture, of course, could not escape Lin Yan's notice. He let out a soft laugh, feeling slightly helpless. In the end, it seemed he would still have to take action today. However, his lips quickly curled into a smile. For no other reason. It was because Zhong Hong's identity was the son of the deputy city lord of Yucheng. If he could take down Zhong Hong, he would surely reap a hefty reward. Thinking of this, his gaze toward Zhong Hong became increasingly pleasing to the eye. Thus, in the next instant, Lin Yan's body moved, like thunder, shaking the surrounding space with a roaring sound. First, he slapped toward the Hojing perfection expert standing in front of Zhong Hong. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The body of the Marquis realm perfection expert was slammed through the wall, flying straight for dozens of meters. However, all of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Yan's body had already appeared in front of Zhong Hong, reaching out to grab Zhong Hong's neck and lifting him up. Stop! At the same time, an angry and stern shout resounded. Lin Yan followed the sound and looked over. It was the voice of the half-step king realm expert, Chen Bao. His face was ashen, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, as if he wanted to kill him in the next moment. Go back and tell Zhong Xingyan to prepare 10,000 crystal stones, or he can prepare to collect his son's corpse, Lin Yan said calmly. 3 days from now, I will go to the city lord's mansion to find him. Chen Bao's gaze, as if he wanted to devour someone, remained fixed on Lin Yan. You'd better release the young city lord, or city lord Zhong won't let you off. That's someone you can't afford to provoke. Young city lord? City lord Zhong? According to what you're saying, has Yucheng become the Zhong families? It seems the ones with ulterior motives aren't me, but Zhong Xingyan and Zhong Hong. Lin Yan's voice was incomparably calm, but his words made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their bodies chilled. Meanwhile, Chen Bao's already livid face turned even darker. For a moment, he had no idea what to do. Chen Bao originally just wanted to use his status to intimidate Lin Yan and stop him from acting recklessly, but he didn't expect that not only was Lin Yan completely unafraid, he even directly threw a bucket of dirty water back at Zhong Xingyan. Lin Yan also smiled slightly. He had been wondering what excuse to use earlier. Now, Chen Bao had inadvertently helped him. He had provided a good excuse. When the events of today, along with the deeds of Zhong Hong and Zhou Lian, are made public, even the Lord of Yucheng and the King of Xia cannot say anything against him. At this moment, Zhong Hong, whose neck was being gripped by Lin Yan, had a face flushed red from suffocation. He opened his mouth wide with effort and slowly uttered a few words. I agree with what you said, as long as you let me go. As long as you let young Master Zhong go, I can also pretend that today's events never happened. Chen Bao continued along with Zhong Hong's words. I don't want to repeat myself. Lin Yan frowned slightly, tightening his grip on Zhong Hong's neck. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't leave now, then take his corpse with you when you go. You? Chen Bao, upon hearing this, clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. But he didn't dare to do anything. Leaving wasn't an option, and staying here felt equally wrong. Meanwhile, the mayor standing nearby was also stunned by Lin Yan's actions. He truly couldn't believe it and never imagined that Lin Yan would be so audacious as to openly threaten a half-step king realm expert. Meanwhile, still clamored for a true king realm powerhouse. This is truly defying the heavens. However, the consequences of such behavior are also very terrifying. The deputy city lord of Yucheng, Zhong Xingyan, is a genuine king realm powerhouse, and moreover, at the mid-king realm. Once enraged, it will surely result in rivers of blood. But for some reason, the mayor actually feels Zhong Xingyan probably won't gain any advantage in front of Lin Yan. The next moment, the mayor was shocked by his own thoughts. That was a mighty figure of the Wang realm. What does mighty figure mean? It refers to an existence that seems omnipotent in the eyes of ordinary people. He suddenly shook his head and stepped forward. Looking up at Lin Yan, an inexplicable
inexplicable expression flashed in his eyes. He clasped his fists and said, This senior, you see, young Master Zong hasn't actually made a move against you. How about letting him go? Lin Yan knew that the mayor was giving him a signal, telling him not to be too impulsive, as the wrath of a mighty king-level expert was not something an ordinary person could withstand. If he stopped now, even if Zong Xing'an felt humiliated, he wouldn't make too big a fuss or fly into a rage. At most, he would secretly send some powerful individuals to deal with him. In the mayor's view, Lin Yan is skilled at concealing his presence. Once he leaves Yu Town, as long as a King Realm expert doesn't personally take action, no one can do anything to him. But how could Lin Yan be an ordinary person? Now, his combat strength rivals the King Realm, and he has numerous trump cards. How could he fear a mere mid-King Realm opponent? Thus, he avoided the mayor's topic and took out a black object from his storage ring, then threw it on the ground. It was exactly that crystal beast mouse. After Lin Yan successfully learned its innate skill, he asked some information about the Phantom Mouse clan, as well as his doubts about why it appeared in the beast tide with such an innate ability. After the crystal beast mouse obediently confessed, it was directly dealt with by Lin Yan. He is certainly not a saint like Zhou Lian. For the enemies of humanity, there will naturally be no mercy. What's more, he had learned an absolute secret of the Phantom Mouse clan from the mouth of the crystal beast mouse. That is it. The Phantom Mouse clan possesses a forbidden technique that allows them to transmit information across realms to the current clan leader, even from within the Scorching Heart secret realm or independent worlds like the inner capital. However, the cost is the complete consumption of all life force. As for why this crystal beast mouse appeared in the beast tide, it is also related to this. The Illusion Mouse clan is skilled in transformation, and it is one of the most outstanding younger members of the Illusion Mouse clan, with an S-level talent, capable of transforming into a human or other races. Thus, the Illusion Mouse clan, together with other crystal beast races, conspired to plan a scheme. It was to let this rat crystal beast blend into the beast tide, look for an opportunity, transform into a human, or find another chance to infiltrate Yucheng. Even if the plan failed, the rat crystal beast could easily escape. But at this moment, Zhou Lian appeared. This gave the rat crystal beast hope. After hearing what Zhou Lian said, it confirmed that if it transformed into the most beautiful among the crystal beasts, the White Fox clan, it would surely pique Zhou Lian's interest. Things went just as it expected, or rather, even smoother than it had hoped. It easily discovered the weakness of the protective formation of the Ghost City, which delighted it greatly. However, in its overwhelming joy, it became slightly impatient, giving some powerful individuals the chance to catch it, preventing its smooth escape. Instead, it was forced into the ghost town. However, its innate skill is truly overwhelming. It blended into the crowd, and no one could distinguish it at all. Fortunately, the mayor sealed the town in time, so it couldn't escape from U-Town. Thus, it then began to indulge itself, doing the kind of thing it was caught doing by Lin Yan, and this had already been going on for over a week. Although it can use forbidden techniques, it doesn't want to die, so it ultimately failed to successfully deliver the message to the clan leader. Afterward, it was Lin Yan who sent it into the time prison, but it desperately discovered that in Lin Yan's time prison, even using forbidden techniques was useless. Moreover, it was powerless, and Xiao He would never allow it to make any strange moves. When Lin Yan learned about these things, he felt a sense of relief. If he hadn't come to U-Town, when the deputy city lord destroyed the town, this crystal beast rat would have definitely used forbidden techniques in despair. By that time, U City would inevitably suffer heavy damage, and the northern border of the Xia kingdom would also be affected. Lin Yan didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. But fortunately, he came to U-Town and resolved this hidden danger, sparing the people of the Xia kingdom from disaster. At the thought of this, a trace of killing intent unconsciously appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Zhong Hong in his hand, as well as Zhou Lian, who was hiding behind Chen Bao, both felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they had fallen into hell. Even Chen Bao, whose strength was at the half-step king realm, couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. This is the crystal beast, and I have already dealt with it. Lin Yan's gaze coldly turned to Zhou Lian. Miss Zhou should be able to recognize that this crystal beast is the one she saved that day. Zhou Lian shivered under Lin Yan's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. She then looked at the ground, at the pitch-black, ugly corpse of the crystal beast rat. This glance was enough to give Zhou Lian a fright. She had barely taken a look before almost throwing up, her face showing clear disgust. Although this crystal beast mouse was different from what she remembered, because she had once formed a master-servant contract with this crystal beast mouse, she immediately recognized it as that crystal beast through the aura of its life essence. This isn't. She instinctively wanted to deny it. But when she met Lin Yan's cold and stern gaze, she forcibly swallowed the second half of her sentence. This is my crystal beast. Zhou Lian felt a bit nauseous but quickly frowned and looked at Lin Yan with displeasure. But you shouldn't have killed it. After all, it's still alive. Lin Yan remained somewhat silent. Not only him, but the others present were also more or less at a loss for words. Especially the mayor, whose face showed the strongest disdain, though he hid it well. Apart from Lin Yan, no one else could notice it. The office fell into a brief silence. The next moment, Lin Yan spoke up, breaking the silence. Do you realize that one of your decisions almost plunged the entire Yucheng and the people of the northern border of the Xia kingdom into peril?
It's not my fault, Zhou Lian sneered. Besides, this crystal beast is already dead. What you're talking about simply won't happen. Although Zhou Lian was indeed a bit flustered when the crystal beast rat escaped, but after thinking about her family, she was no longer so flustered. Her family was very powerful, and as long as a few experts were dispatched, even if Yucheng was breached, so what? They could easily clear out the crystal beasts invading the Xia kingdom's territory. However, she ignored the common people who might tragically die because of the beast tide. Lin Yan suddenly let out a soft chuckle, his gaze calm as he looked at Zhou Lian. He had no intention of wasting any more words.
The next moment,
a crisp, resounding slap echoed through the entire room. Immediately after, a shrill scream rang out. The voice belonged to Zhou Lian. Everyone was stunned, collectively drawing a sharp breath because they saw that Zhou Lian's beautiful face had been swollen by Lin Yan's slap, turning red, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. It was estimated that Lin Yan had even broken a few of her teeth. This ruthless person is truly defying the heavens. The mayor's hands trembled in fear. He had thought that Lin Yan capturing Zonghong to threaten a half-step king realm and openly opposing the deputy city lord was already an act of defiance. But even if it killed him, he would never have imagined this. Lin Yan dared to act this way toward Zhou Lian, who came from a mysterious force, even more so than toward the descendants of the deputy city lord's immensely powerful faction.
The mayor glanced sideways and noticed that Lin Yan seemed completely unbothered.
Instead, he disdainfully wiped his hand on his clothes. Sensing the mayor's gaze, Lin Yan turned his eyes toward him. The mayor's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He then heard Lin Yan speak slowly, "Go and have the blockade lifted, and restore access to your town."
The mayor was a little dazed, but quickly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, responding, "Yes, I'll go and have someone take care of this right away."
To him, Lin Yan's words were like heavenly music. He couldn't wait to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Since Lin Yan had already dealt with the crystal beast rat, lifting the lockdown was naturally not an issue. So, he quickly left the scene. After the mayor walked away, Lin Yan continued to look at Zhou Lian.
What do you want to do?"
Zhou Lian was so startled by Lin Yan's stare that her hair stood on end, and she instinctively took a few steps back.
After a few seconds of looking, Lin Yan pondered for a moment and muttered, "A bit asymmetrical." Thus,
he stepped forward and, with another smack, slapped the other side of Zhou Lian's face. Both sides of her face swelled up, making her entire head look like a pig's.
Woo!
Zhou Lian had never suffered such humiliation before, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. The sharp pain on her face made her cry out incessantly. Zonghong, who was being held in Lin Yan's hand, turned deathly pale. Even someone as terrifyingly well-connected as Zhou Lian was not spared by Lin Yan, let alone him. What awaited him would undoubtedly be even more tragic. Chen Bao was also at a loss at this moment. He didn't dare to make a move,
because Lin Yan's hand was always gripping Zonghong, giving him no chance to act. If he made even the slightest move, Zonghong would undoubtedly lose his life first.
"I'll say it one last time. Go and tell Zong Xingyan to prepare 10,000 crystal stones and 10 trillion crystal coins.
Once everything is ready, I will contact him."
Lin Yan added another sentence, "Oh, and don't think about trying to fool me. He'd better prepare obediently, or I'll make the matter regarding this crystal beast public." Chen Bao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to say something harsh but sighed instead. "Why do this? Once you take this step, it will mean a blood feud with City Lord Zong, a fight to the death." Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to waste more words and raised 3 fingers. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 3, 2. Chen Bao clenched his fists in humiliation and quickly stopped Lin Yan.
"No, don't. I'll leave right now." Upon seeing this,
Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, slightly loosening his grip on Zonghong's hand. With the other hand, the finger that hadn't been withdrawn pointed at Zhou Lian and the others as he said, "Take these people and get lost." Zhou Lian's eyes were full of humiliation, but when she opened her mouth, only a whimper came out.
"Miss Shou, let's go."
Chen Bao, being at the half-step king realm, had never been so humiliated before. His sense of disgrace was no less than Zhou Lian's, but now he had no way to deal with Lin Yan.
Zhou Lian's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded.
Before leaving, she cast a venomous glance at Lin Yan, as if she wanted to devour him. In her heart, the flames of hatred also began to rise.
Very soon,
in the mayor's office, only Lin Yan and Zonghong remained, along with the corpse of the rat crystal beast on the ground.
Lin Yan watched as Zhou Lian and the others disappeared.
In his eyes, there was an almost imperceptible trace of apprehension.
Actually,
he very much wanted to capture Zhou Lian as well, to use her as leverage against the Zhou family, a powerful force from the inner capital.
After all, the Zhou family would surely yield more benefits than Zong Xingyan, the deputy city lord. However, just as he was about to make a move,
Lin Yan's spiritual sense unexpectedly discovered a powerful soul imprint on Zhou Lian, even though he could easily erase it. However, the owner of this soul imprint had a soul realm even stronger than
than his. Before Lin Yan could take action, this person could lock onto his soul aura and was very likely to uncover his true identity. This person's soul realm should be at the mid-stage perfection level. And for someone with such a powerful soul realm, their ability realm has at least reached the Emperor realm, and perhaps even among the Emperor realm experts, they are a relatively strong existence. Lin Yan speculated that this person should be Zhou Lian's elder, with a high possibility of being her parent or a direct relative from her grandfather's generation. No matter what, he couldn't easily take action against Zhou Lian. Slapping her a few times, which doesn't threaten her life, might still be acceptable, but if he were to truly throw Zhou Lian into the time prison, even if that person couldn't sense it, it can certainly be guessed that Lin Yan possesses a supreme treasure. By that time, whether out of concern for Zhou Lian's safety or coveting the secrets he holds, there will definitely be powerful figures at the imperial level who will take action against him. The current Lin Yan, though, is not afraid of the imperial level. However, it will inevitably feel a bit tricky. After all, his combat power at most matches a late-stage king realm. As for a perfected king realm, he would need to use a skill like time pause to kill them. Because of Xia Tianhe's warning, unless absolutely necessary, he would no longer easily use the SS level skill, time pause. Even spatial skills had not been used by Lin Yan in front of others since arriving in U-Town. Previously, all his actions involved using enhancement skills. It was precisely because of this that the mayor believed he was a strong practitioner of the life element. This was also intentional on Lin Yan's part. After all, although spatial talent is not as rare as life or destiny talent, it is still an existence that is 1 in a million. Adding Yan Lin, he is now in Yang City. If another heaven-defying spatial ability user appears, it will definitely make those enemies discover some clues. They might even deduce the existence of the clone skill. That would be more trouble than it's worth. After all, Yan Lin has plenty of killer moves, and using 1 or 2 fewer skills won't affect him much. Let alone, his soul power realm is genuinely at the mid-stage of the intermediate level. Within his body, there is also that egg-sized chaotic energy, which is an extraordinary means capable of slaying enemies. However, these methods are still effective against a king-level powerhouse. But if he encounters an emperor-level powerhouse, he might have to use spatial skills to escape. As for counter-killing, he would have to resort to time-stopping, which carries the risk of exposure. So Lin Yan still chose to temporarily let her go. Before his strength reaches absolute invincibility, he will always be cautious and careful, which is very necessary. But after he visits the mind vein and finds the attribute stone of the time element to provide to the time prison, at that time, he will then be able to cultivate in the time prison. Then his strength will be able to improve rapidly, unafraid of the mighty power of the Emperor realm. At that time, taking action against Zhou Lian would naturally be a sure thing. Lin Yan withdrew his thoughts and sent Zhong Hong into the time prison. He also disposed of the corpse of the crystal beast rat, but he kept the crystal core inside it. After all, a crystal beast with transformation realm strength is a level 4 crystal beast. Its crystal core is worth at least hundreds of thousands of crystal coins. Although this amount is just a drop in the bucket for Lin Yan, he still wouldn't waste it. Because 1 is hundreds of thousands of crystal coins, 10 would be millions, and 100 would be tens of millions of crystal coins. 1,000, 10,000. Now that would be a truly tempting figure. However, collecting that amount of crystal cores is not so easy. It depends on whether Lin Yan will have that idea in the future. But the current Lin Yan won't think that far. The matters in U-Town are considered resolved. Thus, Lin Yan left the office and also left U-Town, heading to the border city in front of U-Town, U-City. Only 10 minutes, Lin Yan arrived outside the south gate of Yucheng. Due to the events in Yozhen, a backlog of espers wanting to enter Yucheng had accumulated for over a week. So, now, outside Yucheng, a long queue had formed. However, Lin Yan did not use any means to cut in line to enter Yucheng ahead of time. He simply stood quietly in the crowd and patiently queued up. There are many innate ability users like him in the team. Because at the borders of the Xia Kingdom, it is not only those at the general realm who can come here. As long as their realm is above the innate realm, they can voluntarily come here. However, innate ability users appear quite weak in this border city, where transformation realm experts are everywhere and general realm experts are numerous. However, once the beast tide strikes, those who die the most are these innate realm practitioners. But despite this, countless innate realm practitioners still come one after another, because not everyone has sufficient cultivation resources. Most ability users have talent levels of E grade and D grade. As for those with C grade talent, they are considered relatively good. As for the higher B level, it is enough to be considered an average genius, but even so, it is very difficult to become stronger, simply because most of the resources are controlled by powerful forces, except for a very small portion with particularly rare B-level talents. Most B-level ability users have no way to gain the favor of these forces. To obtain resources, they can only put in 100 times the effort to exchange for limited resources and slowly grow stronger. Therefore, a small portion of these ability users choose to head to the frontier. Only the border can allow them to receive rewards equal to their their efforts. But for espers who can come to the border, there is actually an unwritten rule, which is that they must possess combat-type abilities. Only in this way can they fight against crystal beasts. As for those with low-level, support-type, and survival-type abilities, it really doesn't have much use, only to handle logistics and deal with battlefield tasks. The resources that can be obtained are slightly better than in the city, but not by much. After all, the number of people heading to the border is still a minority. This is also one of the important reasons why the population in the city is so large. Lin Yan moved forward little by little with the crowd. According to his observation, the number of people ahead of him wanting to enter the city was probably less than 2,000. When it was his turn, it likely wouldn't take long. The procedure for entering the city was very simple. One only needed to present identification and undergo a talent test. Additionally, due to the incident in U-Town, U-City had dispatched more personnel. Time flies quickly. Half an hour seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. In front of Lin Yan, there were only a few people left in line. He calmly raised his eyes to look ahead. The guards at the city gate were fully armed, holding their weapons. One of the guards spoke. Prepare your identification, aim at this testing crystal, release your innate ability, and then pay 1,000 crystal coins to enter. Upon hearing this, the person at the front nodded and said proudly, "All right." Immediately, the man took out 1,000 crystal coins. Along with his identification, he handed it to the guard. The guard reached out to take it, carefully examined the identification, then returned it to the man, saying, "Ning Province, Iron City, Sun Jing, you may begin the talent test." Sun Jing put away his identification and walked confidently to the testing crystal. This testing crystal stone stands as tall as 3 meters. Despite his height of 1.9 meters, he still appears very small under the testing crystal stone. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if he was very dissatisfied. But it was only for a moment. Among those present, apart from Lin Yan, no one noticed. Or rather, even if others had noticed, they wouldn't have cared. Sun Jing took a deep breath and raised his hand above his head. Then, a surge of strange energy erupted from his entire body, stirring up gusts of wind. The clothes of the nearby guards, as well as Lin Yan and the others, were all blown, fluttering noisily. Upon seeing this, the guards also frowned slightly but did not act. The surrounding ability users who wanted to enter the city were also drawn to Sun Jing's actions, and many of them showed displeasure. But more than that, there were faint exclamations of surprise. Everyone speculated about the level of such an awe-inspiring talent. Lin Yan simply brushed his clothes with his hand, using his ability to suppress the wind-blown fabric, and quietly observed the reaction of the testing crystal. Sun Jing's peripheral vision was constantly observing the crowd. He greatly enjoyed the attention of others, but Lin Yan's reaction made him very displeased, so he directed a gust of the wind surging into the testing crystal toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan also noticed it, watching the wind blowing toward him. With a gentle wave, he dispersed it. Then he frowned and looked at Sun Jing, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes, even though this attack wouldn't harm him. However, it was enough to tear his clothes and leave him in an unusually disheveled state. It was that Sun Jing underestimated his strength, or perhaps he wasn't attacking Lin Yan but someone else. Surely that person would become the laughingstock of everyone. However, this scene happened with Lin Yan. Not many people noticed it. Even Sun Jing, after launching the attack, didn't spare him another glance but instead focused on the testing crystal, as did everyone else. Lin Yan pondered for a moment. He was somewhat curious about what would happen next and decided to wait and see. Moreover, if he wanted to teach Sun Jing a lesson, he could do so at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move against Sun Jing. Thus, he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the testing crystal. As Sun Jing's special energy entered the crystal, it was as if a pebble had fallen into a small pond, stirring up ripples. Immediately after, swish, a dazzling golden light flashed, and immediately, a few lines of glowing text appeared above the crystal. Realm, transformation, talent, gale, category, combat, attribute, wind element, level assessment, A-class. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from the crowd. Wow, an A-class talent, no wonder they're so arrogant. The guard who had been frowning earlier suddenly couldn't help but grin upon seeing this scene. He quickly stepped forward and politely said, "I didn't expect a genius like you to come to Ghost City. You should know that B-level talents are very rare. Most of the ability users who come to Ghost City have talent levels of D or C, and B-level ones only appear about once a week. As for those above B-level, ability users with A-level talents, sometimes, it may take half a year or even longer without encountering one. And every time they guard the city gate, the soldiers responsible for city entry matters receive additional crystal coin rewards based on the talent level and cultivation strength of the entrance they handle. Talent level rewards. For those with D-level talent, no crystal coins. C-level talent, 1,000 crystal coins. B-level talent, 10,000 crystal coins. A-level talent, 100,000 crystal coins. S-level talent, 1 million crystal coins. Actually, possessing S-level talent already makes one an exceptional genius. It is rare for someone to come to the Ghost City alone. Most are escorted by strong individuals. As for those those above S level. SS level talent ability users are the top future powerhouses of a nation and would never appear before ordinary people. The rewards for ability levels are quite simple. Innate level ability users receive no rewards, while transcendent level ability users are rewarded with 1,000 crystal coins. As for the experts of the Jiangjing and Hojing realms, they hold a very high status even within Yucheng. Before they arrived in Yucheng, they had already made preparations. Their method of entering the city is also different from ordinary ability users, as they are directly escorted into Yucheng by designated personnel. As for Sun Jing, he possesses an A-level talent along with Huajing level strength. The reward is as much as 110,000 crystal coins, an amount that makes other guards somewhat envious. The attention from everyone made Sun Jing thoroughly enjoy himself. He looked at the guards' enthusiastic smiles, a solemn expression appearing on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Defending the homeland is our duty. What does the mere title of genius matter?" These words were spoken with great righteousness and resolve, but the pride in his eyes was still very obvious. The guard ignored Sun Jing's pride and hypocrisy, flattering him with open eyes. Very good, as expected of the genius of our Xia kingdom, to have such awareness is truly admirable. After all, this Sun Jing had brought him 101,000 crystal coins. Flattering him a bit wouldn't be shameful. However, in order not to delay the entry of those coming after, the guards quickly got to the point. He took out a golden badge from the package he was carrying. Handing the badge to Sun Jing with both hands, he said, "This is an A-level identity badge. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here for a few minutes, and I will escort you to the city lord's mansion. If you're in a hurry, you can also enter the city directly and report on your own." Sun Jing took the identity badge, his gaze also falling on it. Most of the people who entered the city before him had black or bronze identity badges, which looked quite dull. However, his identity badge was actually glowing with a golden light. There was also a large A on it, exuding an impressive aura, making it clear to anyone that he was extraordinary. Thus, Sun Jing then put on the identity badge amidst the envious gazes of others. He then waved casually at the guards and said with a nonchalant smile, "I'm not in a hurry. I'll just wait here on the side until you're done." The others present were slightly speechless. They could see it clearly, this Sun Jing was just someone who loved showing off. His seemingly casual words were nothing more than an excuse to stay here longer and bask in their admiring gazes. However, although they were speechless, no one said anything. But at this moment, Leelin finally stepped forward slowly and came to stand in front of Sun Jing. At this time, the guards had not yet noticed Linyan's actions. He actually didn't care about Sun Jing's intentions. What he needed was simply to personally escort Sun Jing to the city lord's mansion to report in. This way, in addition to the reward of 101,000 crystal coins, there would also be an extra reward of 1,000 crystal coins. It would be great to have it, but it wouldn't matter if not. However, since Sun Jing had already said he would wait for him, he definitely wouldn't let go of that 1,000 crystal coins for nothing. Thus, the guard smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." When Lin Yan approached Sun Jing also fixed his gaze on him, his face showing an expression of disbelief. The attack he had just launched. How could nothing have happened? In his view, Lin Yan was merely a mid-stage innate ability user, and just a small move should have been enough to render Lin Yan utterly defeated. It's just that. Lin Yan's appearance at this moment showed no trace of distress. At this time, the guard also noticed Lin Yan, and then he shouted loudly with some displeasure, "What are you doing? It's not your turn yet. Go to the back of the line." But Lin Yan ignored him. Instead, under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised his hand. What is he going to do? Almost everyone present had the same thought at the same time. Sun Jing was also puzzled, but unlike others, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear rising within him. "I warn you, don't move." It seemed as if he was being ignored by Lin Yan, or perhaps his authority was being challenged. The guard's face darkened, and he waved toward the guards not far away, shouting, "Come quickly, someone's causing trouble here." Before the other guards could arrive, Lin Yan only glanced at the guard out of the corner of his eye and then ignored him. The next moment, his hand came down heavily, striking Sun Jing's face. Smack! A loud slap echoed through the space, followed by a bang sound, which was the noise of Sun Jing's body being slapped and hitting the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped sharply, their eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time someone dared to strike another person in front of the guards, completely ignoring their threats. Afterward, the crowd began whispering among themselves, "Who is this person? So awesome. Judging by the looks, he doesn't seem to be from a prominent family. Yeah, a bit too impulsive. He's about to be caught by the guards." But seeing Sun Jing get beaten up is still satisfying, though it's a pity what this guy is about to face next. Quickly, a group of guards surrounded Lin Yan. Among them, the leading captain shouted sternly with a serious expression, "Who are you? How dare you make a move in Yucheng? Raise your hands now and don't move, or we have the right to strike you down." However, Lin Yan simply clapped his hands lightly. Then, pointing at the guard from earlier, he said unhurriedly, "Ask him, and you'll know." Just now, Sun Jing made a move against him, and the guard was aware of it. However, upon seeing that Sun Jing's talent was rated as grade A, he
he immediately decided to act as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the guard Lin Yan pointed his finger, his expression changing rapidly, but he quickly reacted and immediately reported to the captain, regardless of the reason, this person attacked someone entering the city without cause, which is a violation of the rules of Yucheng. Please, Captain, give the order to apprehend this person. Being able to sit in the captain's position requires a certain level of cunning. Seeing the change in the guards and Lin Yan's confident tone, he knew that the matter was not simple. He did not rush to make a judgment but instead turned his gaze to Lin Yan and said in a deep voice, if you have difficulties, you can naturally report them to the guards, rather than breaking the rules and acting on your own. Oh, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He has always been someone who repays grudges and grievances. Since Sun Jing dared to make a move and embarrass him, no matter the outcome, he would retaliate. Fortunately, Sun Jing did not harbor any intent to kill. Otherwise, that slap just now wouldn't have been so light. He pointed to Sun Jing, who had just climbed up from the ground not far away, his face ashen, and said calmly, in that case, Captain, please arrest him. He was the one who struck first. The captain's expression darkened upon hearing this. If what Lin Yan said was true, and the guards not only failed to stop Sun Jing but even falsely accused someone, then if this matter reached higher authorities, he would also face punishment. So he turned to look at the guard. Is this true? The guard's mind raced, and he shot a vicious glance at Lin Yan. Then he gritted his teeth, saluted the captain, and explained in a trembling voice, this person dares to openly challenge the authority of Yucheng. It must be the excuse he was looking for. Besides, Sun Jing is a genius with an A-level talent, so how could he possibly make a move against such an ordinary ability user? A-level talent? The captain was somewhat shocked and turned his gaze towards Sun Jing. It had been a long time since he had seen a genius with A-level talent enter the city, but soon he became very conflicted. From the guard's reactions, he knew that Lin Yan might be right, but the person who made the move was also a genius with A-level talent, so he couldn't do much about it. Seeing the captain hesitating, the guard was overjoyed and quickly pleaded, please, Captain, order the arrest of this person. At this moment, a voice filled with boundless anger suddenly rang out. The captain, the guard, and everyone present all turned to look at the owner of the voice, Sun Jing. Half of Sun Jing's face was already swollen, his body covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. At this moment, a fierce wind swirled around him as he charged toward Lin Yan, determined to make Lin Yan understand the consequences of angering him. In his view, Lin Yan had just struck him and sent him flying. It's just that. What he hadn't expected was Lin Yan's boldness, daring to act in front of so many people. He couldn't even react, which was why Lin Yan managed to slap him and send him flying. If Lin Yan's strength were truly formidable, then the consequences would be far worse than just a swollen face. But Lin Yan merely smiled faintly at this. He even had the mood to tease the guard beside him, saying, you saw it this time, right? Unless you're blind. You. The guard, upon hearing this, angrily pointed at Lin Yan. Suddenly, the captain stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Yan, using his ability to disperse the fierce wind around Sun Jing. He placed a hand on Sun Jing's shoulder and said in a low voice, stop it. And Sun Jing's attack was blocked by the captain. The anger on his face grew even stronger, and he actually shouted at the captain, let me go. I must make this person kneel before me and beg for mercy. The captain frowned deeply and released Sun Jing. After some hesitation, he still looked at Sun Jing and slowly spoke in a low voice. This is the Ghost City. I hope you think carefully before making a move. The captain's voice carried a clear warning. The look he gave Sun Jing was also filled with obvious displeasure. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Jing had an A-level talent, making him a rare asset even in the Ghost City, the captain could have easily injured Sun Jing when he activated his ability, instead of letting him remain unscathed and arrogant like this. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing seemed to have regained some composure and did not choose to directly attack Lin Yan, but his expression was still filled with anger. He didn't dare to act rashly in front of these guards. Just now, he had only been overwhelmed by anger, which led him to lose control and launch a supernatural attack. He glared viciously at Lin Yan and gritted his teeth, saying, if you slap yourself 10 times, I'll let you go. Otherwise, even if you enter the city, I'll make you regret it. After listening, Lin Yan shook his head and smiled. He stepped over the captain's body and walked towards Sun Jing. The captain, the guards, and Sun Jing were all stunned by Lin Yan's attitude and actions, staring at him directly. They believed that Lin Yan wouldn't dare to make another move. However, Lin Yan has always acted on his own whims, so how could they possibly predict his actions? Under everyone's shocked and puzzled gazes, he slowly raised his hand again and delivered a heavy slap towards Sun Jing. Smack! Another loud bang echoed. The same scene as before unfolded once more. From Sun Jing's perspective, this time he clearly noticed it, but for some reason, he couldn't react in time. His body was sent flying dozens of meters away. This time, Lin Yan used a bit more force, causing a trail of blood to spurt out as his body flew through the air. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Originally, Lin Yan had only intended to teach him a lesson, but he hadn't expected that after taking a hit, Sun Jing would still persist in provoking him. In that case, Lin
Lin Yan certainly wouldn't hold back anymore.
Afterward, Lin Yan clapped his hands, turning to look at the dazed guard nearby, who was full of vigilance and had taken a few steps back, focusing intently on his captain.
Lin Yan said calmly, "He attacked me, so it's fine for me to fight back, right?"
Before the captain could speak, the guard angrily said, "First, Captain, this is clearly him provoking you, provoking the dignity of our Yucheng."
"Shut up."
The captain rebuked the guard angrily, then turned to Lin Yan. "Who are you, and why are you hiding your strength?" Lin Yan glanced at the captain, conjured his identification out of thin air, and tossed it to him before walking toward the testing crystal. The captain caught the identification, his gaze sweeping over it and instantly freezing.
It read, Name, Yen Xin. Age, 25. Place of origin, Ning Province. Alma mater, Kyoto University. This identification was forged by Lin Yan.
With his current abilities and his relationship with the governor of Ning Province, obtaining any kind of proof is very easy.
However,
when Yen Lin and Yun Tianyan talked about forging an identity, Yun Tianyan thought it was for Yen Lin, so he created an extraordinary identity. This identity, to some family powers, might not seem like a big deal, but to many ordinary people, it was absolutely something to look up to.
Although this identity was different from the low-profile one Yen Lin originally wanted.
But after all, it was his oversight for not explaining in more detail, and besides, he found it troublesome, so he just went along with it.
Kyoto University, one of the top 3 universities in the Xia Kingdom. Those who can enroll must have at least an A-level talent.
As for the ability users who can successfully graduate, they make up only 1% of the total. Such ability users, not to mention having a bright future, would receive offers from the majority of major forces, making even many peak-level powerhouses envious. So it's perfectly normal for the captain to show such an expression. The genius from Kyoto University, destined to become a significant figure in Xia country's future, how could he possibly come to a perilous place like Yucheng?
He couldn't believe it and could only stare blankly at Lin Yan's departing figure.
Meanwhile, the guard beside him, seeing the captain's expression, felt a bad premonition as his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He quickly glanced at the identification document in the captain's hand, and with just one look, it was as if he had been struck by lightning.
Kyoto University.
That is the kind of existence someone like him is destined to look up to. How ridiculous, he had just gone and provoked someone like Lin Yan over an A-level talent. At the thought of this, his legs felt a little weak.
However, Lin Yan paid no attention to the reactions of the two.
He walked up to the testing crystal, hesitated slightly, and then placed his hand on it.
In a sense, talent can actually be considered a skill that a person is born with.
The principle of the crystal used to test talent is also very simple. It detects the talent or skill of the user.
Generally speaking,
the level of talent determines the highest level of skills this person can learn, except, of course, for inheritance scrolls. However, items like inheritance scrolls become more expensive as their level increases, making it impossible for most people to obtain them.
If someone happens to get lucky and learns a B-level or A-level skill, it's fine too. At least this person has become stronger. Even if the talent level is slightly higher, it won't have much impact. But one thing is certain, the attributes of talent are never wrong. Because in this world, except for Lin Yan, no one else can use any skills outside of their talent's designated category.
Lin Yan focused his thoughts, and the enhancement skill was activated.
One-time enhancement.
The water moon skill was activated.
The aura of the realm.
Suddenly, the test crystal emitted a dazzling purple gold light. This light was even more intense than what Sun Jing had triggered before, so bright that many people couldn't even open their eyes.
A wave of astonished exclamations arose. What?
This? The captain looked at this scene, also in disbelief. Even though he possessed the strength of the general realm, he still felt somewhat unsteady. As for the guard, his body was already weak and trembling. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver. Following the dazzling light, he looked over, and after seeing the words that appeared on it, he directly collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear.
Only to see,
on the surface of the testing crystal, a faint crack unexpectedly appeared. Above it, several lines of purple gold text slowly flickered.
Realm, Jiangjing. Talent, Enhancement. Category, Combat. Attribute, Life System. Rank, S-Class. Talent, Spiritual Perception. Category, Support. Attribute, Faith System. Rank Evaluation, Grade A.
The purple gold radiance flickered for a full half-minute before slowly dissipating. At this moment, the ability users lining up to enter the city, as well as the guards, all stared blankly at the text floating above the test crystal. Immediately afterward, the crowd erupted in exclamations of surprise.
Realm Enhancer? What kind of freak is this, actually possessing dual talents? And the most rare ones, dual talents in life and fate?
This kind of freak could clearly enter the city directly, so why is he being so low-key and queuing up to enter?
He's really, I'm crying to death.
Come on, you just said he was impulsive, and now you're saying he's low-key.
You really have a way of saying everything. Some of them even started cursing.
Even though they didn't know each other, their exchanged glances revealed the astonishment written all over their faces. Realm, Life Attribute Talent, Fate Attribute Talent, S-Level and A-Level. Any one of these
qualities alone would be enough to make someone the center of attention, let alone the fact that all of these are possessed by one person. Unconsciously, in the eyes of everyone, Lin Yan's figure became increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. However, at this moment there was also a hint of astonishment in his eyes, because the result of the test crystal was somewhat different from what he had expected. Originally, he had activated the enhancement skill merely to disguise himself as a life-based ability user, using the Water Moon skill to disguise his realm at the same time. This way, with realm strength and an A-level talent, especially a rare life-type talent, his status after entering the city won't be too low. Before Sun Jing, some D-level and C-level talent ability users were directly assigned to various districts by the guards randomly, but Lin Yan didn't want to waste this time. At the very least, he needed to receive treatment better than Sun Jing for convenience. This is also why Lin Yan acted in front of everyone. Such an arrogant approach does not align with his usual style. It was merely to gain the attention of those in higher positions after entering the city, making it easier to take action at the mining vein. However, Lin Yan did not expect that it was merely an A-level enhancement skill. Yet it was judged as S-level by the testing crystal, and it even detected the spiritual sense skill he had been continuously using to probe the surrounding situation. He was actually a bit puzzled as to why an A-level skill would be classified as S-level. But the current situation wasn't the best time for him to ponder, so he turned around and walked toward the captain, who was already in a daze. Lin Yan spoke directly. "Can I enter the city now?" "Ha, oh." The captain stood there with his mouth open, taking a moment to react before quickly nodding. Yes, just wait a moment." "No, actually, come with me directly to the city lord's mansion. I'll personally take you there." The captain seemed a bit incoherent, but none of the surrounding guards laughed, because their reactions were even more exaggerated than the captain's. They had never seen such an incredible genius in their lives. The guard who had previously targeted Lin Yan for Sun Jing was now ashen-faced, his gaze unfocused, and it was unclear what he was thinking. It seemed like regret, or perhaps reflection. But Lin Yan didn't care about any of this, nor about Sun Jing, who was lying unconscious on the ground after being sent flying by him. Not just him. Even the people present had already ignored Sun Jing's existence. Sun Jing thought his A-level talent was remarkable and wanted to make Lin Yan look embarrassed, but he didn't expect the other person to have even greater talent and strength. Ending up in this situation could only be described as deserving. As for the fate of that guard, it will be worse than Sun Jing's. Provoking a dual-talented genius, who is also a strong practitioner at the Jiangjing level, neither the captain nor the higher-ups in charge will let him off easily. But Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to any of this. He looked at the captain and said directly, "Let's go now." The captain, being a strong practitioner at the general realm, still had the ability to manage his emotions. He calmed himself, slightly bowed, and said, "All right, please go ahead." He then stepped forward a few paces, walking slightly ahead of Lin Yan to lead the way. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan arrived at the city lord's mansion. With the help of the captain, who possessed general realm strength, the subsequent matters became much easier. First, the person in charge of this matter at the city lord's mansion issued Lin Yan a specially made identity token. It was a delicate jade plaque emitting a purple-gold glow, engraved with a large S and a slightly smaller A. Below these two letters, there was a golden 5-pointed star. This was proof of the strength at the general realm. After advancing to the marquee realm, another star would be added to it. Lin Yan's appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. What's more, some even took the initiative to befriend him. However, Lin Yan politely declined them all. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but simply because he wasn't very good at such things. Besides, he had now become the archenemy of the deputy city lord. It seems it won't be long before he has to confront the deputy city lord. By then, any ability users associated with him would inevitably be dragged into the matter, which wouldn't be good. After completing all the procedures, Lin Yan walked out of the city lord's mansion and looked at the captain who had been running around for him. He actually had a pretty good impression of this captain before he revealed his talent. The captain's attitude towards him was also acceptable. When he acted against Sun Jing, the captain did not indiscriminately attack him, but instead took the initiative to understand the situation. After Sun Jing made a move, the captain even helped him deflect the attack. So when the captain suggested taking him into the city, he did not refuse. Lin Yan spoke sincerely, "Thank you, and sorry for troubling you with today's matter." No. The captain quickly waved his hand. "I should be the one thanking you. Just now, I helped you report in, and there's also a reward of 1 million crystal coins. If anything comes up later, just contact me." He was well aware of the reward of 1 million crystal coins. For those in the transformation realm, it might be quite generous, but for those in the general realm, especially for a captain commanding hundreds of strong subordinates, it wouldn't count as much. The captain said that merely out of politeness. However, Lin Yan didn't intend to expose him and did not refuse the captain's goodwill. He smiled lightly, nodded, and said, "All right, then I'll take my leave. Farewell, Brother Yin." Watching Lin Yan's departing figure, the captain's heart was stirred with emotion. Although he had only interacted with Lin Yan for a mere half an hour,
the shock Lin Yan brought him was truly extraordinary. Initially, he thought Lin Yan was just an arrogant genius, but later, he realized that Lin Yan was actually very modest and reserved. His seemingly flamboyant actions were merely casual, and he was very kind to him. Even so, he still felt that Lin Yan was like the moon in the sky, shrouded in mystery, making one only able to gaze from afar. A genius like Lin Yan is someone he hardly ever has the chance to come into contact with. This time, it was only because of a stroke of luck that he happened to have the opportunity to get so close. For some reason, he had a premonition. This would be the only time he could have such a conversation with Lin Yan. By the time he saw Lin Yan again, he might not even have the qualification to look up to him. After a slight sigh, the captain shook his head with a wry smile and walked toward the city gate. After bidding farewell to the captain, Lin Yan went straight to the western district of Yucheng, Quiet City. It is the border city of the Xia Kingdom and also the guardian city of the northern Xia Kingdom. The city walls of Quiet City are hundreds of meters high, constructed entirely of crystal iron. Their strength is extremely resilient, such that even crystal beasts of the boundary level can only leave shallow marks on them. Atop the city walls, there are countless crystal beasts and humans, with bloodstains left behind after the battle. Ordinary innate realm practitioners, and even some transcendent ability users, would be shocked by the incomparably bloody and terrifying aura just by glancing at it. As for the crystal beasts, they would feel even more fear. After all, only a small portion of the bloodstains belong to humans, while the vast majority belong to the crystal beasts. Apart from that, beneath the city walls lay countless severed limbs and remains of crystal beasts. In such a scene, some weaker second and third level crystal beasts, and even some ordinary fourth level crystal beasts, would tremble in fear and lose their will to fight. However, due to the sheer number of crystal beasts and their rapid reproduction rate, the deterrent power of Ghost City could only hold them back temporarily. After some time, the crystal beasts would launch another frenzied attack. However, fortunately, Ghost City had enough strong warriors, and each terrifying beast tide initiated by the crystal beasts was successfully and safely repelled. It is precisely because of this that the northern border of the Xia Kingdom remains safe and sound. However, apart from the southern city gate, the other three walls of Yucheng all face threats, so the city's defending army dares not relax their vigilance. Among the eastern, western, and northern sides, the western district, in particular, faces the most intense enemy attacks. Therefore, the Lord of the secluded city has been stationed in the western district all year round, allowing for the fastest response to sudden enemy attacks. It's just that. Starting 5 years ago, Lord Xiaayu began his seclusion and has not taken action since. Lin Yan headed to the western district to discuss some matters with the Lord. Moreover, the mine he wanted to visit could only be reached after arriving in the western district. The secluded city is very large. From the city lord's mansion at the center of the secluded city, head to the place where the city lord resides in the western district. Even Lin Yan would need to spend quite some time. During this time, Lin Yan did not remain idle. Instead, he took the opportunity to gather more detailed information about the secluded city. For example, obtaining resources. The fastest way is to kill the incoming crystal beasts. Since there are almost no level 1 crystal beasts in the beast tide, the accumulation of battle merits starts from level 2 crystal beasts. For level 2 crystal beasts, 1 battle merit is earned for every 1,000 killed. Level 3 crystal beasts, every 100 killed counts as 1 battle merit. Level 4 crystal beasts, every 10 killed counts as 1 battle merit. As for level 5 crystal beasts above level 4, their strength is equivalent to that of a domain level ability user. They are relatively rare in number, so killing 1 grants 1,000 battle merits. Level 6 crystal beasts are already at the marquee level strength. Each one is not easy to kill, so the corresponding battle merits for each level 6 crystal beast are over 100,000 points. As for level 7 crystal beasts, they are equivalent to the king level powerhouses among humans, often serving as clan leaders or elders in many crystal beast clans, and they rarely take action. However, there are always exceptions, and occasionally, a level 7 crystal beast may appear. If a king level powerhouse manages to slay a level 7 crystal beast, the battle merits obtained will be a terrifying number, up to 1,000,000 points. However, to avoid high-level espers deliberately slaughtering low-level crystal beasts to gain battle merits, the battle merits obtained are halved for each level higher the crystal beast is. That is to say, when a transformation realm esper kills a level 4 crystal beast of the same level, the battle merits gained are normal. However, killing a level 3 crystal beast only grants half the battle merits that an innate realm esper would receive. Killing a level 2 crystal beast only grants 1/4 of the battle merits. However, innate realm espers are not affected by this rule. After all, the lowest level of espers in Ghost City is the innate realm, and the battle merits for killing level 2 crystal beasts have already factored in this consideration. Of course, when high-level ability users kill low-level crystal beasts, their battle merits will decrease. Naturally, when low-level ability users kill high-level crystal beasts, they will receive additional rewards, which is exactly the opposite of the former. The value represented by 1 battle merit is 10,000
crystal coins. However, very few ability users exchange for crystal coins. They usually choose to exchange for resources of similar value. After all, in the City of Shadows, one might face battles every day. So resources, the kind of good things that can enhance strength, are the most important and valuable. Apart from that, there are many other ways to earn battle merits. For example, survival-type ability users skilled in alchemy or crafting, or support-type ability users adept at healing and recovery, can all earn battle merits through their respective skills. In short, in Ghost City, as long as you can demonstrate your value, you will definitely receive corresponding rewards. This alone is more exciting than the relatively stable and leisurely city life, and it is also one of the most important reasons for the strong cohesion among the people of Yucheng. Lin Yan's most important purpose in coming to Yucheng this time, in fact, it is also to obtain a large amount of resources sufficient for his cultivation, and secondly to seek opportunities. So, military achievements are also crucial to him. Lin Yan decided to go find the city lord in order to discuss the matter of military merits. After interrogating the crystal beast rat, he came up with a plan he wanted to implement. If successful, he could obtain an enormous amount of military merits, and the prerequisite for this was the city lord of Yucheng's witness and cooperation. Otherwise, if he acted alone, it would be difficult to clarify the ownership of the military merits. Finally, over an hour later, Lin Yan arrived at the Western District, where City Lord Xiaawanua resided. Looking at the unremarkable house in front of him, there were no guards patrolling nearby, only a man who appeared to be around 30 years old, sitting at the door polishing the large sword in his hands. "Kid, you're new to Yucheng, aren't you?" Uncle Sword Cleaner looked up at Lin Yan and said in a very calm voice, "This is the place where the city lord is in seclusion. It's not a place for you to wander around. If you have time, you'd better spend it cultivating to improve your strength." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan did not respond, merely taking a few steps forward. Uncle Sword Cleaner frowned slightly. In the next moment, the great sword was in his hand, and his body instantly appeared in front of Lin Yan, pointing the water-imbued great sword at Lin Yan's chest. "Who are you?" A vast and terrifying aura emanated from Uncle Sword Cleaner. His name was Zhao Ning, the blood brother of Xiaawanua. Lin Yan stopped in his tracks, looked at the person in front of him, and said calmly, "I have something to discuss with the city lord. I hope you can inform him. The city lord is in seclusion and is not receiving visitors. Yan Sen, requesting to see the city lord." Lin Yan brushed aside the sword with his hand. "I truly mean no harm. I just need you to report this." Shu. Lin Yan activated his skill, and a faint aura of the king realm emanated from his body. Zhao Ning instinctively tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his face filled with solemnity. He hadn't expected that Lin Yan, who appeared so young, was also a king realm expert like him. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had only intended to test Lin Yan earlier and hadn't shown any killing intent or actually made a move. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, it would have been troublesome. "Why do you want to see the city lord?" "The matter of Yu Town. I suppose the city lord and you are still unaware." Lin Yan spoke calmly. "A certain crystal beast learned the secret of Yu City's protective formation and escaped to Yu Town. Afterward, the deputy city lord, in order to suppress this matter, went so far as to seal off Yu Town, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. He even had the audacity to plan an accident to wipe out everyone in Yu Town. I want to know, what would the city lord think of this?" "What?" Zhao Ning's face filled with anger. "Zhong Xing'an actually dares to be so audacious, planning to commit such an inhumane act. Truly a beast. I've long seen that Zhong Xing'an is no good." Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Because Zhao Ning's response did not show too much shock regarding the fact that the crystal beasts knew the secret of the city protecting formation, there are only two possibilities: either they already knew about this matter, or the secret of the city protecting formation is not that simple. After pondering slightly, Lin Yan revealed an expression of admiration and said with a smile, "No wonder the city lord dares to delegate authority to the deputy city lord and retreat from worldly affairs. Without such deep foresight, he would not be worthy of the position of city lord." With that, the conversation ended. Zhao Ning looked surprised and said, "Why are you saying this?" "According to common sense, the leak of the secret regarding the city protecting formation should be the most important matter. However, your reaction just now was filled with anger towards the decision made by Zhong Xing'an. This means that the secret Zhong Hong knows, or rather what Zhong Xing'an and the entire Yucheng people know, is false. The most crucial secret is probably only known by the city lord. In this way, he can rest assured and retreat here, or perhaps recover from his injuries, right?" Lin Yan's gaze turned toward the houses ahead, his deep eyes seemingly seeing through everything. Previously, he was actually somewhat puzzled. Why was the weakness of the protective array of Yucheng such a secret, something that Zhong Hong could know? Moreover, as the lord of Yucheng, one of the four most important cities in the Xia kingdom, how could Xiaawanua fail to see through Zhong Xing'an's character? Knowing all this, he still dared to delegate power to Zhong Xing'an. Unless Xiaawanua was a fool, which was impossible, then there was only one reason left: he was forced to do so, and he must have prepared many contingency plans. Only then would it make sense. Zhao Ning's pupils trembled, and the hand holding the sword shook slightly. Compared to the aura Lin Yan had just displayed, this was 100 times more terrifying to him. The fact that the city lord was injured was an absolute secret. Aside from him, no one else knew about it. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a massive uproar. If those crystal beasts found out, they would likely dispatch the strongest members of their clan immediately and launch an even fiercer beast tide attack. By that time, the situation in the secluded city will become very dangerous. Thinking of this, a look of vigilance quickly appeared on his face. He directly raised his sword and held it horizontally in front of him, ready to strike at any moment, and said in a cold voice, "I need you to give me a reason not to act." "I guessed," Lin Yan responded calmly. "I mean no harm. I just want to find the city lord, Zhao Yu. I kindly ask you to inform him for me." He clasped his hands behind his back, completely unconcerned. Then, an invisible energy surged from his body, forming a sharp blade that instantly slashed toward the sword-wiping uncle. However, just as it was about to strike his head, it suddenly stopped. This attack was none other than the blade of Godslayer, because Lin Yan knew, if he doesn't show some strength, the person in front of him won't easily believe him, and displaying strength also plays a very important role in the upcoming communication with Zhao Yu. Feeling the powerful Godslayer blade above his head, Zhao Ning couldn't stop the cold sweat from rising on his forehead. In fact, when Lin Yan launched the attack, he had already sensed it. But before he could react, the Godslayer blade was already hovering above his head. In other words, if Lin Yan wanted to strike, his current self, at the very least, would suffer damage to his soul. Lin Yan gently waved his hand, dispersing the soul energy. "Now, senior, can you trust me? I am Zhao Ning." Zhao Ning suddenly sheathed his sword, clasped his fists in salute to Lin Yan, and said apologetically, "I deeply apologize for my earlier offense. I hope Brother Yan won't take it to heart. I was merely concerned about my elder brother and the safety of Yucheng, which led me to treat you this way. But now I understand that if you harbored ill intentions, not to mention me, even my elder brother at his peak wouldn't be able to stop you. Please wait a moment, Brother Yan, I will go and report to my elder brother right away." Seeing the other party being so polite, Lin Yan also gave a kind smile. "Alright, then I'll trouble you, senior." "No, I can't bear being called senior. You can call me Xiao Zhao or Xiao Ning," Zhao Ning said with a bitter smile, quickly shaking his head. Although he couldn't discern Lin Yan's ability level from the Godslayer blade just now, he was very clear that the other party's soul realm was above his own. Because, in today's Xia kingdom, there is a common understanding that the stronger a person's soul realm, the stronger their ability realm will be. However, Lin Yan is clearly an exception. If we were to talk about ability realms, he would be considered at the bottom in Yucheng. But if we were to speak in terms of strength, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. After all, Lin Yan's strength is comparable to that of a king realm powerhouse. Even Zhao Ning, who is in the mid-king realm, is no match for him. "Alright, Brother Zhao." Lin Yan nodded. "Then I'll trouble you. I'll wait outside for your news." After hearing Lin Yan change his tone, Zhao Ning's expression became a bit more natural. Then he said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll go and talk to my elder brother, but if he decides not to see you, I hope you won't forcefully make things difficult for him." "Don't worry." Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he took out a crystal herb and held it in his hand. "If even this crystal herb cannot make the city lord decide to see me, then I will leave on my own." "That's good." Seeing Lin Yan's reaction, Zhao Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Yan had truly insisted on seeing Zhao Yu, there was nothing Zhao Ning could do to stop him. However, the next moment, Zhao Ning's expression froze. Just because he saw the crystal medicine in Lin Yan's hand, which surprisingly contained rich life energy, at least of the 8th grade. It might even be higher. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. His eyes were filled with ecstasy as he hurriedly walked up to Lin Yan, scrutinizing the crystal medicine closely with his gaze, muttering, "This is an 8th grade crystal medicine, or perhaps one infinitely close to the 9th grade. Ahem." Zhao Ning seemed to realize his loss of composure and quickly cleared his throat. He then looked at Lin Yan, without hiding the desire in his eyes, and said directly, "Come in with me. This crystal medicine is extremely important for my brother's injury. As long as your demands are within our means, we will never haggle." Zhao Ning was well aware that Lin Yan offering the crystal medicine was not an act of charity. After all, Lin Yan had no personal connection with them. Even if Lin Yan wanted to give it to his brother for free, he couldn't just accept it like that. "Alright." Lin Yan's voice was very calm, without much fluctuation. This crystal medicine was not too rare for him. He took it out indeed intending to give it to Zhao Yu, but naturally, as Zhao Ning thought, he wanted to exchange this crystal medicine for some resources. Even so, Zhao Ning and Zhao Yu would both be very grateful to him, because an 8th grade crystal medicine is a very precious item even for those at the Emperor realm, and it is somewhat difficult for those at the King realm to obtain. Having witnessed Lin Yan's strength in his casual display of an 8th grade crystal elixir, Zhao Ning's impression of Lin Yan had reached a very high level, an existence that absolutely must not be provoked. Thus, his tone carried a hint of politeness. "This way, please." Zhao Ning then took the the lead, walking ahead to guide Lin Yan. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan did not hesitate and followed directly. Soon, he and Zhao Ning entered the room together. He had already thoroughly examined the room's layout through his spiritual sense. The arrangement inside was very simple, looking just like an ordinary person's residence. But in reality, it concealed hidden mysteries. A crystal array of immense power was hidden here, and without strong perception and soul strength, it was impossible to detect. Brother Yan, please be careful. Zhao Ning was just about to issue a warning when Lin Yan's foot stepped on a trigger point of the formation. However, he saw that Lin Yan had easily crossed this dangerous spot even before his reminder, which startled him. But he did not lose his composure. Instead, he quickly stepped into the room. He pressed his hand against a certain spot on the wall, and immediately, a surge of pure, extraordinary energy flowed from his body into the wall. Swish! In the next instant, the wall emitted a dazzling light. Close behind, a vortex emitting spatial fluctuations appeared in front of Zhao Ning. This is a spatial teleportation array. Lin Yan recognized it at first glance. He was all too familiar with this kind of spatial fluctuation, and since he possessed the skill to construct teleportation arrays, he could easily discern where the other end of this array led. Zhao Ning, however, was unaware of this. After all, spatial ability users are still quite rare, and teleportation arrays are hundreds of times more uncommon. He felt that Lin Yan might still be unclear about some things. So he turned around and solemnly explained to Lin Yan, "This is a type of spatial teleportation array that can lead to the interior of a small world. My elder brother is currently inside recuperating." Yes. Lin Yan nodded without showing any unusual reaction. As for Zhao Ning's introduction, he couldn't possibly claim to know better than Zhao Ning himself. It would be a meaningless thing to do. However, his indifferent response made Zhao Ning nervous. Zhao Ning felt that Lin Yan might be cautious and hold a skeptical attitude toward the concept of the spatial teleportation array. But he could understand that, after all, this spatial teleportation array is not the same as an ordinary teleportation array. Moreover, entering a place inexplicably, not knowing whether it is dangerous, would make anyone cautious. Thinking of this, Zhao Ning immediately straightened up and added to Lin Yan, "You can first release a wave of alien energy to check the stability of the teleportation array. If you think it's not feasible, I can also have my elder brother come out to meet you." "No need, let's go in." Lin Yan reached out his hand to stop Zhao Ning from continuing to speak, then took the lead and stepped into the teleportation array. What Zhao Ning said was already enough to show his respect for him, and in order not to hurt his dignity, he specifically used the reason of testing the stability of the teleportation array to dispel his concerns. He also suggested having Zhao Yu come out personally to meet him. This attitude was enough to demonstrate the other party's sincerity. Lin Yan was naturally not someone so tactless, which is why he made such a move. But the most important reason was actually because he possessed an SSS-level talent, the origin of space. His perception of space far surpassed not only the King realm but even the Emperor realm. If not for this, he would never have been so careless. However, Zhao Ning could not discern Lin Yan's true thoughts. In his view, Lin Yan's actions were an expression of immense confidence, a demeanor that even made him feel a sense of admiration. After Lin Yan's figure disappeared from the room, Zhao Ning unexpectedly clasped his fists in salute towards the air, directed at Lin Yan, and then followed Lin Yan's steps into the teleportation array. In the bright space, a figure suddenly appeared here. It was Lin Yan, who had stepped into the teleportation array. Immediately after, Lin Yan's gaze fell not far away, where an elderly man sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. A hint of surprise also appeared on his face. The only person existing in this space. It is not hard to guess that this person is Zhao Ning's elder brother, the Lord of Yucheng, Zhao Yu. However, no one knows what happened, but a peerless powerhouse who should have been looking down on the world has turned into such a frail and aged figure, causing Lin Yan to involuntarily feel a sense of lament. At this moment, Zhao Ning also appeared behind Lin Yan. He was just about to speak, intending to say something to Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu opened his eyes, his wrinkled face trembling slightly as he parted his lips and said, "Cough, it seems we have a guest." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan slightly bowed and said, "Sorry for the disturbance, I hope the city lord won't take offense." Zhao Yu's gaze was like a deep pool, one that ordinary people dared not meet directly, but Lin Yan looked straight into it. He sized up Lin Yan for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes showed a hint of shock. He spoke in disbelief. "You, is your surname Lin?" Zhao Yu's words were like a sudden clap of thunder. They exploded in Lin Yan's heart, causing his pupils to contract instinctively. However, he reacted quickly and managed to avoid any overly obvious emotional changes. However, Lin Yan wasn't sure if Zhao Yu had caught the change in his expression. Even so, he smiled and replied, "The city lord must have mistaken me for someone else. My surname is Yan, and my name is Senior." "Is that so? My apologies." Zhao Yu also responded with a smile, but his smile carried a deeper meaning. "Your gaze is somewhat similar to that of an old friend of mine from many years ago." That person also had the surname Lin, which is why I asked earlier. Lin Yan's eyelid twitched, but he still replied calmly, "Anyone who could befriend the city lord must surely be an extraordinary individual." "Ha, that is is indeed the case. Zhao Yu laughed, seemingly lost in reminiscence. That young friend of mine and his girlfriend were truly remarkable geniuses. About 20 years ago, when they were only 25, they had already reached the Zhang realm. At that time, I was already in my 70s. Though I had reached the half-step king realm, I was still no match for them. To have someone in the Zhang realm contend with a half-step king realm, let alone when even surviving a single move, would be considered a rare talent throughout history. Yet, the two of them, even though they fought together, could easily defeat me. They were the most monstrous geniuses I have ever encountered in my life. It's just a pity that heaven envies talent. Later, when they attempted to break through the Marquis realm, an accident occurred, causing their breakthrough to fail. They could only remain in the general realm, and their strength gradually declined, never returning to their peak. However, the two truly lived up to their reputation as geniuses, with equally admirable character. Even after experiencing such a calamity, they faced it calmly and ultimately decided to live in seclusion in a certain city. Lin Yan listened silently, without saying a word, but his hand unknowingly clenched tightly. He was well aware of who the pair of geniuses Zhao Yu mentioned were, his parents. Moreover, he was certain that Zhao Yu had some suspicions about his identity. However, that is to say, he comes from the same clan as his father, or they are blood-related relatives. As for a father-son relationship, it should be unlikely. After all, Lin Yan has altered his appearance now, and the aura he exudes belongs to the king realm level. No matter what, Zhao Yu would not make such a guess, because he knows that while the Lin Tian couple does have a son, his age should be less than 20. How could he possibly be a king realm powerhouse? Such a thing is truly unimaginable. But when Lin Yan looked at Zhao Yu, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This lord of Yucheng is truly too shrewd. With just a single glance, he can make many deductions. It's truly terrifying. Moreover, even Zhao Ning, who stood beside him and appeared to lack deep scheming, was not as simple as he seemed. Beneath his exterior lay a side that was also intimidating. Lin Yan sighed softly. It seems that in front of these old foxes who have lived for hundreds of years and reached the king realm in strength, he is still a bit too inexperienced. It is imaginable that if the king realm is already like this, how terrifying those in the emperor realm must be. From this moment on, his pride in his own mental acuity has also diminished significantly. In the future, when dealing with such figures, he must be even more cautious and careful. Otherwise, it would be hard to avoid capsizing in a ditch. Thinking of this, Lin Yan sighed softly. What a pity, such a genius would encounter such a thing. However, such a temperament truly befits their title of genius. Zhao Yu's gaze had been fixed on Lin Yan the entire time. At this moment, he was somewhat surprised to find that he could no longer see through Lin Yan. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. He said these things precisely to verify his suspicions, using Lin Yan's reaction to deduce the truth. But apart from the initial change in Lin Yan's expression, apart from the subconscious movements of his hands, Lin Yan now had no other actions, as if he were a vast and boundless glacier, unmoved despite the rising winds and waves. But Zhao Yu's temperament was equally terrifying. Soon, he smiled faintly, his eyes showing admiration as he said, "Perhaps young friend Yan is the first genius I've ever encountered in my life." Although he couldn't discern Lin Yan's strength, his mid-stage intermediate soul realm still allowed him to perceive certain things, such as Lin Yan's life aura, which appeared very youthful, specifically imperceptible, but definitely no more than 30 in number. Not yet 30 years old. To possess the strength of the king realm and a soul power not inferior to his, what a terrifyingly monstrous talent this is. Not to mention the Xia kingdom, even on Blue Star or in the vast and boundless universe, such an individual is absolutely unique and exceedingly rare in the world. The city lord flatters me, Lin Yan responded politely. Although Zhao Yu had previously tested him, he did not feel dissatisfied. Instead, he was grateful to the other party and shared some past stories about his parents. Let alone, the attitude Zhao Yu revealed in his words was very friendly, as if he had a good relationship with his parents. However, even so, Lin Yan would not rashly reveal his identity. If that were the case, it would be truly shocking. Moreover, there would be no other benefits. For Zhao Yu and the others, it would not be a good thing. His secrets were so profound that not even those in the king or emperor realms, let alone the sovereign realm, could bear them. Because of Lin Yan's age, Zhao Yu only guessed half correctly. Being under 30 was right, but the real age is under 20, only 18. 18 years old. Already possessing the strength to contend with the king realm, and having used several skills of different attributes. This alone is enough to make others envious and covetous, inevitably leading to a storm of bloodshed. And this is just the most ordinary secret about him. If his identity were exposed, it's likely that Zhao Yu, and even those enemies, could deduce many things from the clues, which would not only be a disaster for Lin Yan but also for those who know him. So, Lin Yan wouldn't reveal even the slightest hint to Xiaawanua or his parents, unless his strength reached an invincible level. After he responded, the atmosphere in the field was slightly silent, but it did not last long. At this moment, Zhao Ning, who had not spoken since the beginning, walked to Zhao Yu's side and turned slightly to say to him, "Brother, please don't blame me for bringing someone in here without your consent." Hearing this, Zhao Yu gave a a wry smile. Then, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, he glared at Zhao Ning. He did not hide much of his emotions in front of his younger brother Zhao Ning, as the two were twin brothers born of the same mother, and the depth of their bond was beyond ordinary understanding. A moment later, Xiaawanua sighed. I know you're not a reckless person, so the reason that made you defy my orders must be something very important. With that, she left. Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to Lin Yan again, his thoughts swirling in his mind as he softly said, this matter must be related to this young brother Yan, right? Brother, you're really sharp, you figured it out right away. Zhao Ning scratched his head, his expression somewhat uneasy, and smiled awkwardly. In front of Xiaawanua, he seemed no longer like a powerful figure in the royal realm, but rather like a child who had done something wrong. Praising me won't help, I'll deal with you later. Xiaawanua remained unmoved and patted Zhao Ning with her hand. Go ahead, what is it exactly? Zhao Ning rubbed his hands together, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Earlier, during Lin Yan and Xiaoyu's conversation, although he didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning, judging by their attitudes, they seemed to have a good impression of each other. And if that's the case, he was even more confident that he could exchange for that crystal medicine. Actually, Brother Yan has something to discuss with you. I don't know the specifics, so you can talk to him privately later. Zhao Ning chuckled, but the reason I decided to bring him directly to meet you is because he has an 8th grade crystal medicine that is infinitely close to 9th grade. This should be very effective for your injury. Once you recover, it will be a significant matter not only for you but also for the entire Ghost City, and even for the entire Xia Kingdom. Then he turned his head. With a somewhat gloomy expression, he looked at Lin Yan and said, Brother Yan, you've seen my elder brother's current condition. To be honest, he and I are actually twins. Anyone who sees him like this wouldn't believe it, right? That's because 5 years ago, the Crystal Beasts united, gathering numerous 7th-level Crystal Beasts, and even an 8th-level Crystal Beast, to attack Yucheng. For the safety of Yucheng, my elder brother ventured into danger alone. After battling countless Crystal Beasts, he ultimately slew 5 7th-level Crystal Beasts and managed to escape from the pursuit of the 8th-level Crystal Beast. Although he thwarted the Crystal Beast's plan, my elder brother was gravely injured, his vitality damaged. His cultivation level fell from the peak of the King Realm to the late stage of the King Realm, and it's still declining. Before long, he might drop to the Marquis Realm, the General Realm, the Transformation Realm, the Innate Realm, and eventually the Acquired Realm. By then, my elder brother's life will also. Zhao Ning didn't finish his sentence, but his eyes were already filled with sorrow. And after hearing these words, Lin Yan's expression also showed some emotion, and his gaze toward Xiaawanua carried an added touch of respect. Even for a powerful figure at the Imperial Realm, facing numerous level 7 Crystal Beasts, along with a level 8 Crystal Beast, there is still the danger of falling. Moreover, as one's realm improves, the lifespan of ability users also increases accordingly. Awakening Realm, lifespan of 100 years. Postnatal Realm, lifespan of 200. Transformation Realm, lifespan of 500. General Realm, lifespan of 1000. Marquis Realm, lifespan of 3000. But the King Realm, its lifespan is as much as 5000 years. One must know that the entire history of the Xia Kingdom spans only a few thousand years, less than 10,000 years in total. Those who step into the King Realm can live as long as the existence of a nation. With such a long lifespan, how many would dare to risk it? The mutation of Blue Star has lasted no more than 200 years. In just 200 years, billions of ordinary people have all transformed into ability users capable of cultivation. Among them, countless powerful individuals have emerged, including those capable of controlling storms and rain. It is imaginable. If it continues to develop, how prosperous will the Xia Kingdom become? Ordinary ability users may not be able to witness it, but as a top-tier King Realm powerhouse, someone like Xiaawanua is certainly capable of witnessing the future, with a great chance of stepping into the Emperor Realm, or even that legendary Imperial Realm. Yet Xiaawanua, for the sake of Yucheng, for the people of Yucheng, for the safety of the northern citizens of the Xia Kingdom, did not hesitate to risk his life and charge into the enemy ranks. Not to mention what happens later. Just this sense of righteousness alone makes Xiaawanua worthy of the title of Lord of Yucheng. Not to mention, he also successfully slew 5 level 7 Crystal Beasts, which were at the same level as him, and he accomplished this under the watchful eyes of level 8 Crystal Beasts, comparable to Imperial level powerhouses, and ultimately managed to escape. Although he was seriously injured, it was enough to shock the Xia Kingdom. However, this is the kind of event that is enough to go down in history, yet apart from Xiaawanua and Zhao Ning, these two brothers, no one else knows about it. Lin Yan thought for a moment and immediately understood the reason. Although the Xia Kingdom is powerful today, the number of 1-level experts is very small. If Xiaawanua were to make this matter public, it would be difficult to mobilize 1-level experts to come to Yucheng in a short time. If the Crystal Beast seized this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, it would still be the people of Yucheng and the northern border of the Xia Kingdom who would suffer. So, Xiaawanua would rather keep it hidden than make it public. As for the families in the inner capital, although there are many powerful figures at the King Realm and even Emperor Realm, most of them remain hidden from the world. Unless the foundation of the Xia kingdom is threatened, they would not intervene, no matter how many people perish. If Xiaoyu chooses to focus solely on herself and strives to protect Yucheng, once the Crystal Beast plan succeeds, Yucheng will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. If Yucheng falls, Ning province and the northern border of the Xia kingdom will also face disaster. And 5 years ago, Lin Yan did not have his current strength back then. Even if he and his parents could have been spared, those he knew would likely have been people he could only watch helplessly as they met their demise. Even so, he and the rest of the world had no right to judge Xiaoyu's actions as right or wrong. Lin Yan remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, his expression turned extremely serious, and with an incomparably earnest demeanor, he clasped his fists and saluted Xiaoyu. The great righteousness of the city lord commands the junior's admiration, because, if it were him, when lacking strength and knowing there was danger ahead, he feared he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Seeing this, Xiaoyu seemed to have a surge of emotions in his chest. What he did was actually for his own sense of justice, not for the approval of others. However, under Lin Yan's actions, he couldn't help but feel in his heart that these things were ultimately meaningful. So much so, even the excitement brought to him by the 8th grade crystal medicine that Zhao Ning mentioned was temporarily forgotten. Xiaoyu smiled and waved her hand, her voice firm as she said, "This is just my duty, it's no big deal." Lin Yan nodded and said nothing more. However, his respect for Xiaoyu grew even deeper in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Ning's eyes were slightly red as she said nervously, "So, Brother Yan, could you transfer your crystal herb to my elder brother? Of course, I won't let you suffer any loss. As long as your request isn't too excessive, my brother and I will definitely agree to it. Even if we can't afford the price right now, I can act as your enforcer. As long as it doesn't violate morality, I will let you command me for a period of time to offset part of its value. What do you think of this?" What Zhao Ning said was sincere and earnest. It was enough to show his concern for Xiaoyu, to the extent that he was willing to set aside the dignity of a mighty king-level expert and humble himself to act as Lin Yan's enforcer, all just to obtain that crystal medicine to save his elder brother. But before Lin Yan could respond, Xiaoyu lightly tapped Zhao Ning with her hand, her eyes filled with emotion. From childhood to adulthood, no matter the time, they were always willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. However, how could Xiaoyu possibly let his younger brother wrong himself for his sake? He sighed lightly and said, "I understand your intentions, but I won't let you do that. If we can meet Brother Yan's demands, we should try our best to fulfill them. If we can't, it's fine. It only proves that this crystal medicine and I are not fated to be." "Brother," Zhao Ning explained somewhat anxiously, "as long as Brother Yan agrees, this matter would actually be to my advantage, and I wouldn't feel the slightest grievance." Xiaoyu was a bit surprised and stared at Zhao Ning for a few moments. His younger brother has always been very proud and ambitious. Although he is kind to others, it is rare for him to truly admire someone. And now, for him to say something like this, it's really like the sun rising from the west. Just now, when Zhao Ning called Lin Yan brother, he thought it was because of the 8th grade crystal medicine Lin Yan possessed, but now it seems to be far more than that. Afterward, Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward Lin Yan again. Lin Yan's evaluation in his heart was raised by a few points, even making him more cautious than he would be with a mighty figure of the imperial realm. The next moment, however, he revealed a trace of apology and said to Lin Yan, "Although I really want that crystal herb, an 8th grade crystal herb is already incredibly precious, let alone one that is close to the 9th grade. Even those in the imperial realm would be extremely envious. My brother and I, if we can pay the price you require, will do our utmost to meet it. But if we cannot, you need not worry. I will not make things difficult for you regarding the matter we are discussing." Xiaoyu finished speaking and revealed a kind smile. The tone was also very sincere, without any resentment or other dissatisfaction. But Lin Yan could still notice the fleeting hope in Xiaoyu's eyes, a deep, instinctive yearning for life. Since earlier, he hadn't had a chance to speak. And now, his expression was calm as he looked directly into Zhao Ning's nervous eyes, then turned to Xiaoyu's composed face. With a slight smile, he said, "This crystal medicine is of no use to me for now. Even if you can't come up with something of equal value for the time being, it's not a problem." Lin Yan did not mention giving it as a gift, because he knew that even if he said so, the other party would not accept it. Moreover, the upcoming plan would still require the help of both of them. For others, an 8th grade crystal medicine was incredibly precious, but for him, it wasn't that rare. After all, his ability space still contained hundreds of 8th grade crystal medicines, so losing one wouldn't matter. "Really?" Zhao Ning looked at Lin Yan with an excited expression, joy overflowing from her face. "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will do my best to repay you." Xiaoyu, on the other hand, appeared very calm. He could see that what Lin Yan said was entirely genuine. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing for him, and he would remember this kindness in his heart. There was also a hint of joy in his eyes. Looking at Lin Yan, he sincerely said, "If that's really the case, I won't stand on ceremony with you, because this crystal medicine is very important to me. But I will do my best to meet your requirements. I wonder, Brother Yan, what do you currently need?" Xiaoyu's words were sincere and devoid of any pretense. If it were an ordinary person, faced with
with a treasure that could save their life, it would more or less lose some rationality, yet he could still maintain his true self. This character earned Lin Yan's respect. Thus, he smiled faintly and extended a finger. I want crystal stones, just 100,000 crystal stones. You can gather them whenever you can, and have Brother Zhao accompany me to do one thing. That's all. Of course, Brother Zhao can also choose to refuse this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning's face was full of astonishment. His mouth involuntarily opened wider, and he murmured incredulously, "What? 100,000 crystal stones? Is it too much?" Lin Yan was also a bit surprised by Zhao Ning's reaction. Then 10,000 crystal stones will do. Right now, 100,000 crystal stones aren't absolutely necessary for me. After conversing with Zhao Yu, Lin Yan had no choice. For a senior who had risked their life selflessly for the Xia kingdom, making such an exorbitant demand felt inappropriate. As he was feeling puzzled, Zhao Ning quickly shook his head and anxiously explained, No, it's not like that. How could it be too much? It's simply too little. Asking for 1,000,000 crystal stones for your 8th grade crystal medicine would still be considered cheap. With 100,000 crystal stones, I only need half a month to gather it for you. But this won't do. It's too much of a loss for you. I'll find a way to gather more crystal stones, but in a short time, I might not be able to gather too many. I hope you don't mind. Lin Yan waved his hand and refused. 100,000 crystal stones is enough. There's no need for more. For him, 100,000 crystal stones are enough for a period of time, fully sufficient to support him until he breaks through to the transformation realm. After breaking through, ordinary crystal stones likely won't meet his needs, so having too many wouldn't be of much use either. What's more important is, by the time Zhao Ning gathers more crystal stones, who knows where he will be by then? Perhaps he will have already broken through to the transformation realm, making them even less necessary. Before this, Lin Yan indeed had little concept of crystal stones. Previously, when he asked Zhong Xingyan for 10,000 crystal stones, it was entirely based on his past guesses. Now, he has a rough idea of just how wealthy a true King Realm expert can be. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Zhong Xingyan to prepare more crystal stones. However, Lin Yan didn't dwell on it too much. He took out the crystal herb he had shown to Zhao Ning earlier, stepped forward a few steps, and respectfully offered it with both hands to Zhao Yu. City Lord, please accept this first. Looking at this crystal herb, brimming with vibrant vitality, Zhao Yu's heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. Reaching out with those aged hands, worn by the passage of life, she received it with a slight tremble and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Thank you, big brother, you're the best." Zhao Ning was almost moved to tears, but he forcibly held them back. Then, turning to Lin Yan, he gave a deep bow and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Yan. I will never forget the great kindness you have shown me today." He silently made a vow in his heart. In the future, he would definitely repay Lin Yan's kindness. As if recalling something, Zhao Ning suddenly asked, "By the way, what was it that you wanted me to do earlier? And what is the matter you wish to discuss with my elder brother?" Zhao Ning's eyes were filled with curiosity. In his view, Lin Yan was simply a mysterious and unpredictable figure. No matter how hard Zhao Ning thought, he couldn't figure out what Lin Yan wanted him to do, nor why he was seeking his elder brother. Of course, not just him. Even Zhao Yu was equally puzzled, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at Lin Yan. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly, not expecting Zhao Yu to show such an expression. In his heart, he unexpectedly felt a slight sense of accomplishment. "It's like this." He first briefly explained what had happened in Yu Town. From the moment he entered the city, from the information he learned from the mayor of Yu Town, to later capturing the Crystal Beast Mouse, uncovering the secrets of the Phantom Mouse Clan and the Crystal Beast Group, and finally to what Zhong Hong and Zhou Lian did in the mayor's office. He also revealed the matter of capturing Zhong Hong and threatening Zhong Xingyan. Although Zhao Ning had already heard some of it from Lin Yan earlier, now knowing the entire process, he was filled with rage, clenched his fists, and cursed. "I never expected Zhong Xingyan to actually have a half-step King Realm take action. Truly audacious and reckless. I've long known Zhong Xingyan harbors treacherous ambitions, but considering he is a King Realm existence and an important force in Yu City, I have been tolerant of him, yet I never expected him to commit such acts. It was my mistake." Zhao Yu was also extremely angry, but mostly showed self-reproach. Regarding his elder brother's self-reproach, Zhao Yu was even more resentful. He hurriedly defended Zhao Yu, saying, "Brother, this has nothing to do with you. You made this choice for the sake of Yu Qing and the people of the northern border of the Xia kingdom. It's Zhong Xingyan, that scoundrel, who is unworthy of the position of deputy city lord." Zhao Yu knew his younger brother meant well and was trying to comfort him, but he slowly shook his head and said firmly, "No need to say more. This is my responsibility." Afterward, he then looked at Lin Yan, lowered his head apologetically, and said, "Brother Yan, I'm sorry for letting you suffer such treatment. It was my mistake in judging people. If you want to blame someone, blame me, but please don't take it out on the citizens of Yucheng." Lin Yan quickly said, "Lord Mayor, no, you mustn't say that." Not to mention Zhao Yu's relationship with his parents, which seems to be quite deep, and besides, Zhao Yu is also considered a hero of the Xia kingdom, which has indicated
indirectly provided him with protection. Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Yu. It was entirely the fault of Zhong Xing'an, Zhong Hong, and that Zhou Lian. He had always been clear about his grudges and would only act against his enemies, so Zhao Yu's apology made him feel completely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zhao Yu finally raised her head, though the apology had not entirely faded from her expression. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly changed the subject with a glint in his eye. What I need Brother Zhao to help me with is to accompany me to the city lord's mansion 3 days from now and help me stop anyone who isn't one of Zhong Xing'an's trusted aides from making a move. No problem. Zhao Ning thumped his chest and immediately made a promise. I want to see which bastard dares to lay a hand on you. Even if Zhong Xing'an himself tries, I'll take him down. I want him to know that Yucheng does not bear the surname Zhong. Yucheng is Xia Kingdom's Yucheng. It belongs to everyone, and it's not up to him alone to decide. Zhao Ning probably didn't think too much about it and didn't ponder what kind of meaning was hidden beneath Lin Yan's words. But Zhao Yu, however, understood. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. However, after a moment, he could only let out a helpless bitter smile, shifted his gaze away from Lin Yan, and sighed. Afterward, a golden, gleaming token appeared in his hand, which he immediately tossed to Zhao Ning, saying, "This is the city lord's token. Take it. If anyone dares to defy the city lord's orders, leave it to Brother Yan to handle." Zhao Yu understood very well that Lin Yan was planning to take action against Zhong Xing'an. Still an assassin, including Zhong Xing'an's trusted aides, anyone belonging to Zhong Xing'an's faction might not be spared by Lin Yan. After all, as the lord of Yucheng and a powerful figure in the Wang realm, he surely understands the principle of eradicating the roots. Moreover, there is no possibility of mediation in this matter. Zhong Xing'an's faction attacked Lin Yan, and Lin Yan retaliated by taking his son hostage. This has already escalated into a life-and-death feud, which will only end when one side perishes. Furthermore, Zhong Xing'an's actions have also crossed Zhao Yu's bottom line. Although he couldn't take action against Zhong Xing'an, he wouldn't stop Lin Yan either. Or rather, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Just from knowing Lin Yan for a brief moment, he was certain in his heart that Lin Yan was a soaring dragon in the sky. For ordinary people, the King realm was a mighty existence, but for Lin Yan, it was nothing more than trivial. At this moment, Zhao Yu felt a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. If Lin Yan were to strike against Zhong Xing'an, even if he ultimately failed to kill him, he would undoubtedly leave him severely injured, and Yucheng would consequently lose part of its combat strength. Perhaps at his earnest plea, Lin Yan might let Zhong Xing'an go, but Zhong Xing'an would never let Lin Yan go, let alone. Zhao Yu is not a pedantic person. The matter between Zhong Xing'an and Lin Yan has already clearly shown who is right and who is wrong. Even if Lin Yan is at fault, it is still their matter, and he has no reason to intervene. He can only do his best to avoid harming innocent people. Lin Yan naturally also noticed the change in Zhao Yu's expression. However, he would never change his mind. When it comes to mortal enemies, he has never let them go. But Zhao Yu's actions also made him understand that Zhao Yu was aware of his thoughts and was indirectly supporting him. After all, Zhao Yu had Zhao Ning act together with him to prevent Zhong Xing'an, using the authority of the deputy city lord, from involving unrelated people. At that time, even if Lin Yan intended to restrain himself, it was inevitable that he would accidentally harm others. And Zhao Yu took out the city lord's token, handed it to Zhao Ning, and said those words, essentially telling him to go ahead without any psychological burden. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of being a hero of the Xia kingdom, his vision is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. He also knew that Zhong Xing'an was the top combat force in Yucheng. If something happened to Zhong Xing'an, the Crystal Beast clan would definitely take action, and Yucheng might fall into peril. However, Lin Yan had also considered this issue. After all, he was a citizen of the Xia kingdom. How could he bear to see Yucheng fall into danger? He had already made plans for this matter. Taking the city lord's token, Zhao Ning nodded firmly and said, "All right, brother, rest assured. I will also ensure Brother Yan's safety." That's good. Zhao Yu nodded lightly and closed his eyes slightly. Next, he still needed to think about the dangers that Yucheng would face in the future and how to resolve them. But for now, Lin Yan was still here. Zhao Yu couldn't fully concentrate on his thoughts. He looked at Lin Yan and asked, "Brother Yan, tell me what you came to see me about." Even if Zhao Yu didn't ask, Lin Yan would take the initiative to speak. This matter. He was determined to do it, not just for himself for points and resources, but also for the entire Yucheng and the Xia kingdom. It was to make amends for what he had done 3 days later. Otherwise, his conscience would be uneasy. The current situation in the Quiet City allows it to maintain the upper hand against the Crystal Beasts, but if the strong fighters from the Zhong Xing'an faction are lost, it will likely only be able to fight the Crystal Beasts to a draw. Over time, the Quiet City will undoubtedly be the first to crumble. However, Zhong Xing'an cannot be left alive. If that's the case, then all that is needed is to either make up for the strength lost from Zhong Xing'an or deal a devastating blow to the Crystal Beasts. In this way, the Quiet City's predicament can be turned around. Moreover, what Lin Yan intended to do was not just to weaken the power of the Crystal Beasts, but to completely eradicate every
every single one of them. If this succeeds, it will surely shock the entire Blue Star. As for how to do it specifically, he already had a perfect plan. All that was needed next was Zhao Yu's full cooperation to make it happen. Lin Yan pondered briefly, then his eyes sparkled with determination. With a resolute gaze and a firm tone, he spoke in a deep voice. Originally, this matter only required your help, City Lord. But now I have a new idea. I want the entire Yucheng to cooperate with me in accomplishing this task. For some reason, Zhao Yu felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He sensed that what Lin Yan was about to say must be astonishing, so his expression became serious as he cautiously asked, "What is it?" Lin Yan began to explain slowly. "It's like this. I want to completely annihilate all the crystal beast races that are hostile to Yucheng." Just hearing the beginning, Zhao Yu, a nearly 100-year-old, experienced, and composed great figure, felt his heart surge and thought the matter was incredibly insane. He subconsciously swallowed hard. He glanced sideways at Zhao Ning, who was equally dumbfounded. Gulp! Zhao Ning also swallowed hard, his wide-open eyes revealing the shock and excitement in his heart. He turned his gaze to Zhao Yu, and as the two brothers exchanged looks, they immediately understood each other's thoughts. This is truly too crazy. But in the next moment, Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with fierceness. How could he not want this? Yet even the current ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom is powerless to accomplish such a thing. But Lin Yan's words ignited a flame of hope in his heart. He believes. The young man before him was definitely not the type to make empty promises. He must possess absolute confidence to utter such soul-stirring words. Even though Zhao Yu and Lin Yan had known each other for less than an hour, at this moment, she wholeheartedly placed all her thoughts and hopes on Lin Yan. How should we proceed with this matter? How should my brother and I act? You only need to speak, and I will do my utmost to cooperate with you. Zhao Yu's tone was resolute, without a trace of doubt. Lin Yan was also moved by Zhao Yu's trust. Originally, he thought the two of them would instinctively question it a bit. After all, this matter seemed like a fool's dream to others. At the very least, they would wait for him to reveal the details of the plan and demonstrate some methods before fully trusting and cooperating with him. However, this was exactly what Lin Yan wanted. Being able to save some words was truly the best outcome. However, Lin Yan also felt more puzzled. Back at the Xia family, Xia Tianhe trusted him immensely. At the time, he attributed it to the relationship between the two, but thinking about it now, there were some unreasonable aspects. As if he had thought of something, he came up with a guess. Perhaps it was the charm unconsciously emanating from his space-time Dao body that caused it. But very soon, Lin Yan then withdrew his thoughts and immediately began explaining the details of his plan to the Zhao Yu brothers. "I plan to have you, the city lord." He spoke slowly, and the brothers Zhao Yu and Zhao Ning listened attentively, occasionally adding to his plan. Time passed like this, and in the city lord's mansion, the seat that originally belonged to Zhao Yu was now occupied by Zhong Xing'an. His expression was calm and unruffled, showing no sign of concern for Zhong Hong, as if he didn't care at all. In the lower seat in front of him sat the half-step king realm expert, Chen Bao. Earlier, Chen Bao had already reported to him about what happened in Yu Town. After learning about it, he neither flew into a rage nor blamed Chen Bao or anyone else. But this does not mean he has given up on his son, Zhong Hong. During these few hours, he had already gathered the 10,000 crystal stones Lin Yan demanded, which clearly demonstrated his capabilities as the deputy city lord. Just now, Zhong Xing'an also received a piece of news. It was about Lin Yan entering the city today, causing a commotion, and then heading to the place where city lord Zhao Yu resided. Zhong Xing'an lowered his gaze, his mind racing with thoughts. Life system, destiny system, talent. Ning Shang, Yensen, Zhang Jing, Bu, should have concealed their realm. To dare to capture my son under Chen Bao's watch, their strength must not be weaker than his, at least at the half-step king realm. Information about Lin Yan. In his mind, fragments formed one after another, constantly piecing together and extending, trying to deduce the truth of the matter. And it didn't take long. He speculated that Yensen was the one who attacked Zhong Hong. At this point, Zhong Xing'an's thoughts did not stop. Instead, they turned even faster, continuing to spin ceaselessly. After entering the city, this person went straight to the western district, where Zhao Yu resides. Zhao Yu had announced 5 years ago that he was going into seclusion, and even I couldn't manage to meet him. Yet this person successfully made Zhao Yu change his mind and agreed to meet. There must be some significant reason behind this. First of all, we must rule out force. Zhao Ning's strength is at the mid-stage of the king realm, the same as my concealed level. In the entire Xia kingdom, apart from the powerful figures and the reclusive families of the inner capital, he already has few rivals. Moreover, when two king realm experts clash, even if it's just a slight collision, there's no way I wouldn't notice it unless his strength is at the emperor realm. But if he were at the emperor realm, why would he need to resort to such tactics against me? So, there must be some significant factor influencing Zhao Yu or Zhao Ning's judgment. The reason Zhao Yu has secluded herself and refuses to see anyone might also be related to this. Under what circumstances would she meet with a mysterious and powerful figure? It must be something closely tied to her very life. And the reason for Zhao Yu's seclusion must be that she has suffered severe injuries. This
person happens to have some rare treasure in their possession that can heal Xiaoyu completely. Only in this way could Xiaoning, that fool who listens to Xiaoyu and everything, decide to let this person meet Xiaoyu. While Zhong Xingyan was deep in thought, Chen Bao below had been slightly bowing the entire time. He didn't dare to stand upright, only using the corner of his eye to observe Zhong Xingyan's expression, while constantly speculating in his heart, feeling slightly uneasy as he awaited the next command, because Chen Bao understood very well. Although Zhong Xingyan did not blame him, and all those who participated in today's operation were spared punishment, not even a trace of anger was shown. But this, on the contrary, was even more terrifying. Others might not know, but as a strong practitioner at the half-step king realm and Zhong Xingyan's absolute confidant, he knew that Zhong Xingyan's actions were merely a means to consolidate people's loyalty. A more important reason is that this time, Zhong Xingyan's plan was not significantly affected. Even someone like him, who was at the half-step king realm, must endure Zhong Xingyan's wrath. As for those with lower cultivation levels, they might secretly encounter something and inexplicably lose their lives. Otherwise, Chen Bao never doubted Zhong Xingyan's methods, because even before he stepped into the marquee realm, he had witnessed Zhong Xingyan's terrifying nature. Someone had merely criticized him once and ended up with their family destroyed and their life ruined, yet no one could trace it back to him. Ruthless and vicious in his actions, yet extremely cautious. Like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, the moment others discovered him would be the moment of their demise. This was Chen Bao's evaluation of Zhong Xingyan. However, what made him the most terrifying? Everyone's evaluation of Zhong Xingyan is mostly positive, and even occasional negative comments do not affect his standing in people's hearts. When facing Zhong Xingyan, Chen Bao always unconsciously becomes cautious. Just as he was feeling uneasy and keeping an eye on Zhong Xingyan out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Zhong Xingyan was smiling. This startled him, leaving him wondering why. So, as a result, he instinctively lowered his head. On the Lord's seat, Zhong Xingyan had a clear view of Chen Bao's actions, but he paid them no mind and even seemed to enjoy them. He slowly stood up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The furrowed brows from his contemplation relaxed, and a confident curve appeared at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of composure as if he had everything under control, because he had already uncovered the truth. Immediately after, no matter what Yin Sen's reasons are, knowing Zhao Yu's situation plays a crucial role in his long-standing plans. If Lin Yin were here, he would surely be astonished. Zhong Xingyan, relying on just a bit of fragmented information, could deduce that Zhao Yu was seriously injured and was absolutely certain about it. While he wouldn't underestimate himself, he also knew that if it were him, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out without some special means. Perhaps it was only because Lin Yin himself was too extraordinary. Many things defy common sense, and I'm afraid his identity can already be roughly guessed by Zhong Xingyan. Perhaps, given a little more time, Zhong Xingyan might even deduce his relationship with Yen Lin. Time is a scarce resource for both Lin Yan and Zhong Xingyan. The confrontation between the two is about to reach its conclusion in a very short period. Now, back to Zhong Xingyan. But unfortunately, he turned his gaze to Chen Bao, and a commanding voice slowly emerged from his mouth. Chen Bao, go inform Miss Zhou Lian to come to the City Lord's Hall. I have an important matter to discuss with her. Chen Bao lowered his body even further and immediately responded, only to see. Then he quickly got up, turned around, and left the City Lord's mansion, obeying the order to head to Zhou Lian's location. Yes. After seeing Chen Bao leave, Zhong Xingyan took a few steps forward, then turned around and looked straight at the City Lord's chair where he had previously been seated. A vicious glint and intense longing flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes slightly. In his heart, he cursed bitterly, Zhao Ning, Zhao Yu. The next moment, and Yinsen, who dared lay a hand on my son, I will make you all pay a terrible price. When the time comes, Yu City will also fall under my control. The name of my Xingyan sect will resound throughout the entire Blue Star. In the end, he no longer concealed it, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. The night in the secluded city was deep and dangerous. Atop the city walls, it was filled with night watch guards, several times more than the number during the day. The night is the perfect opportunity for the crystal beasts to launch a beast tide. Fortunately, the weakest of the ability users in Ghost City are at the innate realm, so going several days and nights without rest won't have much of an impact. Because, moreover, Ghost City tonight seems particularly peaceful, with no signs of impending danger. The stars and moon in the night sky complemented each other, their scattered light illuminating the entire tranquil city. The guards on duty and the newly arrived ability users were all admiring this rare serene scene. A sky full of starlight. Naturally, some of it flowed into Lin Yan's room. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed. In front of him lay numerous crystals, and with his eyes closed, he absorbed the energy within them. Before long, a crystal would dim and turn to powder, completely dissipating in the room. This room is located in a separate courtyard, and this separate courtyard was assigned to him when he received the identity token after today's talent test. This place is not too far from where Zhao Yu is. Only 1 kilometer away. Even if something unexpected happens, this distance is nothing for a mighty 1-level expert or for
Lin Yan, it can be covered in just 1 or 2 breaths. What happened in the city lord's mansion was naturally unknown to him. Even if he knew, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Because after Lin Yan had interacted with Zhao Ning and Zhao Yu, he became extremely cautious and careful with anyone who was a mighty figure in the king realm, regardless of the demeanor they displayed. Before he left the small world where Zhao Yu resided, Zhao Yu also shared a lot of information about Zhong Xing'an, which made him even more cautious of him. Moreover, in Lin Yan's view, Zhong Xing'an would be the most terrifying enemy he had encountered so far. When dealing with such an enemy, he not only needed to crush him with absolute strength but also had to make thorough preparations, leaving him no chance whatsoever. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Thinking of this, Lin Yan suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and focused more intently on absorbing the energy. Time passed like a fleeting horse, vanishing in an instant. The next day, in the western district of Yucheng, many powerful figures sent by the city lord's mansion had appeared, including the half-step king realm expert, Chen Bao. People in the west city district speculated about what had happened. However, the explanation given by the city lord's mansion was only one. It was a preparation to avoid a shortage of manpower in case of a beast-tide outbreak in the west city district. However, some observant individuals, noticed something amiss, because some people discovered the powerful individuals originally responsible for West City District affairs, personally appointed by the city lord, were almost all transferred to East City District, the farthest from West City District. Then, the powerful individuals sent by the deputy city lord took over the responsibility personally. The entire Ghost City seemed to be abuzz with discussions that many powerful figures arrived in Ghost City last night, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. It can be expected that something significant is bound to happen in the near future. Apart from that, most ordinary superhumans did not feel affected by this. However, Lin Yan opened his eyes and put away the remaining few crystals in front of him. Inside the room, in just one night, he had consumed hundreds of crystals, but his cultivation level had not improved much. It had only become more stable, and it would still take some time to reach the late stage of the innate realm. Cultivation is a matter of letting things take their natural course. Naturally, it cannot be rushed. Lin Yan understood this principle well. Maintaining a balance between effort and relaxation is the best habit. Yesterday, he also learned about the matter of the mineral vein from Zhao Yu. The location of the mineral vein. It is not within Yucheng, but underground in a mountain range 10 kilometers away from the western district, and that mountain range is the territory of crystal beasts. As for why humans can go there, that is because Zhao Yu is a king-level expert in the spatial element, capable of constructing long-distance teleportation arrays, allowing direct travel from Yu City to the underground area of the mountain range, which is the interior of the mineral vein. However, due to being located within the territory of the crystal beasts, the development progress of that mineral vein is naturally extremely slow. Moreover, due to the limitations of the teleportation array and other factors, the number of people and their cultivation levels for each trip to the mineral vein are strictly regulated. Each trip allows a maximum of 20 people, and their cultivation level must not exceed the innate realm. If the realm is higher than the innate realm, there is a risk of being detected by the crystal beasts. Innate realm ability users, due to their inherently weak strength, can greatly ensure their own safety and that of the mineral vein by wearing crystal devices that can conceal their aura. Currently, the teleportation array leading to the mineral vein has been under the control of the deputy city lord for several years. It's just that, if it were under normal circumstances, only ability users focused on survival, who meet the conditions and contribute some battle merits, can successfully proceed. At present, the western district is basically under Zhong Xing'an's control. This news was also known to Lin Yan, as well as Zhao Yu and Zhao Ning, but the three of them tacitly chose not to respond for the time being, allowing Zhong Xing'an to carry out his actions. Although Lin Yan wanted to head to the mine vein earlier, he was not in a rush. Moreover, if he went to the mine vein, he would definitely put all his effort into searching for what he needed, which might attract the attention of the crystal beasts, inevitably causing trouble. Besides, he already had a plan. He intended to completely exterminate the crystal beast species here, which would make it much more convenient for him to go to the mine vein afterward. The most important thing now is to first make arrangements in secret. Moreover, yesterday Zhao Yu and Zhao Ning, the two brothers, already gave Lin Yan more than 10,000 crystals, which is enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. During this time, he can focus on completing the plan. As for Zhong Xing'an's side, Lin Yan knew in his heart that it was not yet the right time to take action. 3 days later will be the main event. Everything Zhong Xing'an has arranged now is merely icing on the cake for Lin Yan's plan, so he is happy to watch from the sidelines. As for the Zhao Yu brothers, one of them is diligently using that 8th grade crystal medicine to recover from his injuries, while the other is busy running around collecting crystal stones for Lin Yan. As for Lin Yan, he first freshened up. Then he walked out of the room, out of the small independent courtyard. At a glance, he saw several powerful warriors patrolling near his residence not far away. Those powerful warriors also noticed Lin Yan. One of them
them hid behind the others, then quietly took out a phone, quickly typed a message, and finally hit send. Report to Chief Chen, the target Yansen has left the courtyard. Please give instructions, should we apprehend him? He then received a reply from Chen Bao. Very soon. Do not act rashly. Just let him proceed as he wishes. Send a few more people to keep an eye on where he goes next. Understood. He also quickly responded and then put away his phone. He signaled to the others with his eyes and left the place, appearing very smooth and natural. If Lin Yan hadn't witnessed everything with his spiritual sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Zhong Xingyan is truly a terrifying figure. Lin Yan remained calm in expression, but inwardly he was filled with emotion. Although he was already very clear after a slight accident during the city entry aptitude test that Zhong Xingyan would definitely recognize him as the true culprit who captured Zhong Hong, this speed was still a bit too fast. In his opinion, it would take at least a day or two to confirm, but it took less than a night, perhaps even just a few short hours. However, what surprised Lin Yan the most? Or was it because, as the enemy who had kidnapped Zhong Xingyan's son, he was already exposed right under his nose, yet could still remain so composed? This showed the depth of this person's scheming and ruthlessness. Even his own flesh and blood could be sacrificed for his desires. Lin Yan, however, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness. No matter what, even if his scheming and strategies were inferior to Zhong Xingyan's, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even so, in this world, strength is what matters most. Lin Yan was very certain that he was the one who could laugh until the end. So, he shook off the useless thoughts in his mind, ignored the few people hiding in the shadows observing his movements, and, with the identity badge gleaming on his chest, leisurely walked toward the east. Lin Yan arrived in the eastern district. Half an hour later, the eastern part of the ghost city bordered the vast, endless sea. As soon as he reached the eastern district, he immediately caught the unique salty and fishy scent of seawater lingering in the air. Compared to the other two districts, the pressure faced by the eastern district is the smallest. Although the crystal beasts living in the sea are tens of times more numerous than those on land, with even more high-level crystal beasts, they have a fatal flaw. Once they leave the ocean they depend on for survival. Although survival is not impossible, their strength will be greatly affected. Even an 8th level crystal beast, equivalent to a human emperor level powerhouse, can only exert about 80% of its full strength on land. As for those lower level crystal beasts, the decline in their strength will be even more severe. In the ocean, a 1st level crystal beast. On land, it can only ensure its own survival. As for 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, and even 5th level crystal beasts, their combat power on land is only about 30 to 50% of their original strength. Human ability users can easily slay them. Beast tides rarely occur in the eastern city. Instead, the ability users of the Dark City often take the initiative to venture outside the city and attack the crystal beast groups living in the shallow seas. This is because the meat of the crystal beasts in the sea is incredibly tender. For ability users, it is an exceptionally delicious and high-quality food that not only satisfies their appetite but also benefits their cultivation. Compared to the crystal beasts, on land, the ones from the sea are more easily absorbed and digested by ability users. The higher the level of the crystal beast, the greater the benefits for the ability users. So, it is widely known that the proportion of oceans on Blue Star far exceeds that of land. If it weren't for the restrictions of the ocean crystal beasts, even if humans and the land crystal beasts join forces, they would probably be unable to defeat the terrifying number of ocean crystal beasts. Even the land crystal beasts and ocean crystal beasts live in different environments. However, the relationship between them is far friendlier than the relationship between humans and them. This has also led to, however, unfortunately, even on land, the combat power of oceanic crystal beasts would be diminished. They would still, in collaboration with terrestrial crystal beasts, launch premeditated joint attacks on Ghost City with beast tides. After all, oceanic crystal beasts are still crystal beasts, and human bodies as well as various resources are an irresistible temptation for them. However, due to this fatal weakness, oceanic crystal beasts rarely launch attacks in normal times and mostly dwell peacefully in the ocean. In the crystal beast clans, the hierarchy is strictly enforced. Crystal beasts with weak strength and no strong members in their group can only live in the outer shallow seas, while only powerful crystal beasts and species are qualified to live in the safer deep seas. This also provides an opportunity for the ability users. However, the marine crystal beasts in the shallow seas are also incredibly delicious food, and every time the supernatural beings of the Ghost City venture out, their target is precisely these ocean crystal beasts in the shallow seas. Although the powerful crystal beasts live in the deep sea, they will not tolerate or allow the supernatural beings to harm the shallow sea crystal beast groups, so they also send powerful crystal beasts to provide support, causing losses to the supernatural beings. The supernatural beings will not give up the temptation of the crystal beast groups in the shallow seas. It is precisely because of this that the seemingly most peaceful and tranquil East District has become the area with the highest mortality rate in the entire Ghost Ghost City for this reason as well. Even so, the meat of ocean crystal beasts has become incredibly precious. Even in Ghost City, the place closest to the source, the meat of the lowest grade ocean crystal beasts far exceeds the price of land crystal beast meat, let alone in the cities. Often, a small piece of high-grade ocean crystal beast meat is priced so high that ordinary people can only look up to it. Even the lowest grade, level 1 ocean crystal beasts are not something common people can afford to eat. And Lin Yan came to the Eastern District. One of his purposes was to eat seafood. In front of the most famous restaurant in Dongcheng District, Lin Yan wore a dazzling identification badge on his chest. Beside the badge, there was a very small, inconspicuous black flower on his clothes, as if it were merely a decoration. He stood there in front of the restaurant. Thus, looking at the huge signboard outside, with its incredibly tempting pictures of food, his appetite grew significantly, and he felt a hint of anticipation. And his identity badge, that flickering purple gold light, also attracted the attention of many people. When they looked at Lin Yan, astonishment rose in everyone's eyes, and some even exclaimed in surprise, "Look, what did I just see? That's an S-Class identity badge. Only one person every few years qualifies to wear it." "Bah, what do you know? This isn't just an ordinary S-Class identity badge. See that purple gold glow? And the letter I next to the letter S? This is an S+ class identity badge, comparable to a marquee-level powerhouse. 2 letters? Doesn't that mean dual talents? That's incredible. Where on earth did this genius come from? Sigh, look at our identity badges. They're all full of DS and CS, with barely any BS. Honestly, comparing ourselves to others is just infuriating." Exclamations rose one after another among the crowd, but not a single person dared to step forward and speak to Lin Yan. In their eyes, someone like Lin Yan was a natural-born big shot, not someone small figures like them could afford to provoke. If they were lucky, it might be fine, but if they accidentally angered Lin Yan, what awaited them would undoubtedly be a cruel fate. In the Xia Kingdom, it was still manageable. After all, with the deterrence of the Summer Kingdom's ruler's authority, those influential figures dare not act openly and can only proceed cautiously. Some, finding it troublesome, even ignore them altogether. What a joke. But this is a border city, Yucheng. As the saying goes, when a general is in the field, orders from the ruler may not be obeyed. In a place like Yucheng, the authority of the Summer Kingdom's ruler is even less influential than that of the deputy city lord, Zhongxingen. After all, the ruler is too far away from Yucheng, and even if something happens, it is beyond his reach. And they are the ones who must face death in battle. In battles concerning life and death, those big figures only need to use a small trick or a single thought to send them to their doom. Who would dare provoke a big figure unless they've lost their mind? Of course, Lin Yan is not that kind of person. Even if these people came forward to strike up a conversation or said something disrespectful, as long as it wasn't too excessive, he wouldn't get angry, unless they harbored ill intentions or crossed his bottom line. But for him, being able to have some peace and quiet is still very comforting. Just as everyone was marveling, Lin Yan's spiritual sense was also constantly active, and at the same time, he was observing the people who reacted differently. He noticed a few powerful individuals at the Jiangjing level. The gazes of those people were also focused on his chest, even more intently than anyone else. At a certain moment, their pupils suddenly trembled but quickly returned to normal. Immediately after, they took a closer look at Lin Yan and then left the place. Very soon, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Another one of his goals had been achieved. With that, he walked straight into the restaurant. Most of the onlookers dispersed as well, since the cost of dining at this restaurant was considered quite expensive for them. Upon seeing this, although they could still afford it, but they cannot spend as they please, only occasionally coming here to indulge in a feast. Only a small number of ability users originally intended to enter the restaurant. After Lin Yan went in, they waited another half a minute, then exchanged knowing bitter smiles, followed by expressions of anticipation, quickly stepping inside to await the delicious food they were about to enjoy. Inside the restaurant, the staff had actually noticed the commotion outside caused by Lin Yan. So when he entered the restaurant, someone quickly reacted, immediately greeting him with a warm smile and then leading him to a private room upstairs. Lin Yan didn't waste any time and directly ordered a lot of food. Most of it was meat from ocean crystal beasts, essentially seafood, which he had never eaten before. He ordered shrimp, crab, fish, and shellfish. The only pity is, even in the secluded city, it's hard to find meat from crystal beasts above level 5. But even so, Lin Yan spent nearly tens of millions of crystal coins on this meal, even after an 80% discount. Back then, when he was in Qing City, he bought a whole set of crystal equipment and resources. It only cost him less than 100 million crystal coins, but now just one meal had cost so many crystal coins. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. As his strength grew, crystal coins no longer held much significance for him. In fact, for whole-level powerhouses, crystal coins were of little use. Crystal stones, a resource that can be used for cultivation, are the real hard currency. The value of one crystal stone is equivalent to 100 million crystal coins.
coins. Although exchanging crystal stones for crystal coins is very easy. However, wanting to exchange crystal coins for crystal stones is not that simple. To exchange for one crystal stone, you need to spend a significant amount of crystal coins, far exceeding the standard exchange rate of 100 million crystal coins. Moreover, if you want to exchange for a large quantity of crystal stones, it's not just about having crystal coins, you'll need strong connections or a powerful background to make it happen. This also demonstrates the remarkable abilities of Xiaawanua. Generally speaking, in a backward city like Qing City, he was able to gather hundreds of crystal stones for Lin Yan in a very short time, something an ordinary general realm expert could hardly imagine. An average general realm expert would possess crystal coins numbering in the tens of billions. However, the crystals on its body mostly do not exceed 100 pieces. This is actually quite normal, because according to common sense, the cultivation speed of boundary-level experts is not very fast. For some, it may take over a month of cultivation to consume even a single crystal. Moreover, the number of crystals they consume to advance their realm is also very minimal, not to mention 100 pieces. However, even a dozen or so crystal stones could potentially elevate someone in the general realm from the early stage to the late stage. But someone like Lin Yan, who is only in the innate realm, yet uses crystal stones for cultivation, and can consume in just one night an amount of crystal stones that others might not exhaust even in several years. He is simply an anomaly that cannot be explained by common sense. Not only on Blue Star, but even in the vast and boundless universe, he is a unique and extraordinary existence. Naturally, he cannot be compared to ordinary people. As for the current Lin Yan, crystal coins have long become mere numbers, and even crystal stones are just resources for cultivation. The wealth he possesses has already surpassed that of imperial-level powerhouses. He would still feel a bit dazed. After all, less than 2 months ago, he was just a young man in the awakening realm. Now, however, he has become a figure of king realm power, whose strength is unparalleled even within the Xia kingdom. Moreover, his enemies are hidden families that are considered peak existences on Blue Star. However, Lin Yan sighed slightly, then shook his head with a smile. His eyes sparkled with an incomparable confidence. Once he resolves the issue with Xingen and the crystal beast problem in the northern region of Yucheng, he could then focus entirely on his cultivation with peace of mind. By that time, his strength would also advance by leaps and bounds. Even a king realm expert would be nothing in front of him, and he would even have the confidence to defeat an emperor realm expert. Lin Yan put away his useless thoughts, sat on the chair with a faint smile on his lips, and quietly waited. During this time, he had been using his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings. Not long after, soon, he discovered that there were people monitoring him both downstairs and outside. However, they were only watching his movements and did not get too close, merely observing his every action. It seemed they were also afraid of being noticed by him. Or perhaps, Xingen also knew that even if stronger espers or more skilled trackers were sent, it would be useless against Lin Yan. After all, in his view, Lin Yan was at least a half-step king realm expert with a destiny-type talent, extremely adept at hiding and sensing. Unless it was someone with a destiny-type talent and also a king realm powerhouse, only then could they avoid being detected by Lin Yan. However, such individuals were extremely rare on the entire Blue Star, making it an impossible task. But unfortunately, what Xingen didn't know was, with Lin Yan's soul realm, along with the S-level skill Mirror Flower and Water Moon that can change forms and disguise aura, as well as the A-level skill Soul Sense with strength comparable to S-level and powerful effects, even a mighty Emperor-level being with a destiny-related talent could only track him down if he was careless and failed to notice. Moreover, Lin Yan also felt, with Xingen's scheming nature, he probably doesn't care about what he has done. Because powerful figures possess a confidence that ordinary people lack, someone like Xingen naturally has immense confidence strong enough to keep everything under his control. Against such an enemy, although Lin Yan is cautious, he won't be overly timid or hesitant. His brow moved slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up imperceptibly as he looked toward the door of the private room. Several waiters were carefully carrying the dishes he had ordered into the room. They gently placed each dish on the table. Only when the entire table was filled did the waiters breathe a sigh of relief, instinctively wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, they bowed, and one of them respectfully said, "Dear guest, all your dishes are served. Please enjoy." Lin Yan nodded as a response. Not really, just gave them some crystal coins as a tip. Immediately after, it wasn't because he was stingy, but in Yucheng, or rather in Xia Kingdom, such things weren't popular. Moreover, the commission from the dishes he ordered was already enough to cover these waiters' salaries for quite a while. Those waiters quickly left the room as well. Lin Yan did not start eating but instead turned his gaze once again to the private room door that had been closed by the waiter. Outside the private room, a middle-aged man stood there quietly. Upon seeing this, through his spiritual sense, Lin Yan had already known that this person had appeared together with the waiter and was also someone from the restaurant, most likely the owner. This person's cultivation level was at the Ho realm, and at this moment he could could feel it. That person was observing him through this door. The door of the private room was pushed open by this person. Lin Yan sat on the chair, his gaze calm as he looked at this person, watching him close the door and then release a powerful domain to occupy the private room. Seeing this, Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. He was well aware that this person did not intend to make a move against him but was trying to prevent other espers from probing. Very soon, before he could take the initiative to speak, Lu Wei stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "I am Lu Wei. May I ask how to address you, sir?" "My name is Yin Senior." Lin Yan spoke indifferently. "You may rise." Lu Wei responded and then stood up. He glanced at Lin Yan's chest, his eyes slightly reddened, and directly asked in a respectful tone, "Lord Yan, does the city lord have any instructions?" Lu Wei's change in expression was naturally noticed by Lin Yan. "Yes." At this, he let out a slight sigh. The identity badge he wore on his chest, along with the small black flower beside it, was a mark uniquely crafted by Xiaoyu. Only those who had seen this mark before could recognize it. The people who had seen this mark were exclusively Xiaoyu's most trusted confidants. These individuals were the hidden forces Xiaoyu had in Yu City, as well as a contingency he had prepared. As for the matter of trust, it could be said that his level of trust in these people was almost on par with that of his younger brother, Zhao Ning. Why does Lin Yan have this mark? It was Xiaoyu who took the initiative to suggest it, because he needed to recover from his injuries. Zhao Ning, being a powerful figure in the royal realm, attracted attention with every move he made, let alone having to gather crystals, which left him no time. Among the three people, only Lin Yan was left, who could act freely without any restrictions. Just relying on him alone to prepare these plans, it's hard to say how much effort it would take. Initially, he just wanted Xiaoyu to provide him with some trustworthy helpers to assist him in doing certain things. However, what Lin Yan didn't expect was Xiaoyu actually revealed a secret she had kept hidden for a long time, known only to Zhao Ning, which was the existence of Lu Wei and his group. However, she even explained to him the background of these matters. Xiaoyu had a life-saving grace for Lu Wei and others, or rather, it would be more appropriate to call it a grace of rebirth. Some of them were even willing to risk their lives for him, willingly becoming Xiaoyu's loyal warriors. However, he was not the kind of ambitious hero with grand aspirations. If it had been Zhong Xing'an, he would probably have agreed decisively and secretly strengthened this force. But Xiaoyu directly refused, because his wish was very simple, to do everything in his power to protect Yucheng and safeguard the northern border of the Xia kingdom. That was why he risked his life to charge into the enemy's formation. As for why later, he still established this hidden force in the shadows. But, in fact, the reason is still related to Zhong Xing'an, because he gradually discovered that Zhong Xing'an was secretly amassing power, and constantly winning people's loyalty, all in order to one day overthrow his position as the city lord and take his place. To prevent Zhong Xing'an's ambitious schemes from causing irreparable harm to Yucheng, he made up his mind to also cultivate power in secret, but only for the purpose of protecting Yucheng. After his observation and testing, he finally chose trustworthy candidates, determined the black flower as the mark to summon everyone, and then dispersed them throughout the secluded city, allowing them to develop quietly. Thus, only when the secluded city is in danger or when its future is at stake, the black flower will reappear in the secluded city. According to Xiaoyu, this was the right moment. Lin Yan did not decline but instead gladly accepted, as this would save him a lot of trouble. "I have named this force Yuming, meaning darkness and light. Even if Yucheng falls into darkness and peril, the people of Yuming must give their all, burning themselves to illuminate the skies of Yucheng." This was what Xiaoyu said to Lin Yan. He seemed to recall the moment when Xiaoyu said this. The blazing light in her eyes left him somewhat shaken. Xiaoyu then exerted his power and engraved this mark on his chest. With a trace of concern on his face, he said earnestly, "This little black flower carries my unique aura, which cannot be imitated by others. As long as they see it, they will recognize it, and everything will obey you. But I'm not sure if, after all these years, there are any who have had a change of heart. So you must carefully discern. If such a person does appear, let them leave Yuming." Afterward, thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. No matter what others do, at least Lu Wei in front of him had deeply engraved Xiaoyu's words in his heart and harbored no disloyalty. What Xiaoyu did was ultimately meaningful. Looking at Lu Wei, who tried to conceal it but still showed worry in his eyes, Lin Yan stood up and walked to Lu Wei. For such a person, he will certainly show respect. Lin Yan gave a faint smile, his tone no longer as cold as before, and slowly said, "You don't need to worry. The city lord is currently in good condition. My purpose here this time is to deliver the city lord's command." Lu Wei visibly let out a sigh of relief and quickly clasped his fists in salute. His eyes were filled with a light called loyalty, and he spoke in an unquestionable tone, "Lord Yan, just give your orders directly, even if it means sacrificing our lives. My brothers from Yuming and I will not frown in the slightest. After all, without the city lord, there would be no us today." From hearing the report from the person of Yuming to meeting Lin Yan, upon hearing this, Lu Wei never doubted in his heart that Lin Yan might be an imposter, because those many small black flowers were precisely the exclusive mark of city lord
Zhao Yu, making it impossible to be fake. Of course, this is naturally the case according to common sense. Not to mention him, even Zhao Yu herself didn't know about it. It was after Lin Yan saw this small black flower that he could easily and effortlessly create the same mark, or even one with a more distinct aura, because his water moon skill, after being upgraded to S level, can disguise others' auras. Even if it's a unique soul power, as long as the soul realm isn't stronger than his, it can be easily replicated. Of course, someone as abnormal as him doesn't exist, at least not on Blue Star. However, Lin Yan naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Before Lin Yan could reply, Lu Wei continued speaking. I will now send messages to the others. It is up to you to decide when and where to meet. At that time, we will follow your instructions to the letter and complete the task flawlessly. If anyone dares to disobey orders, a trace of killing intent also appeared in Lu Wei's eyes. Although he was extremely confident, he believed that the people in the Netherworld were just like him, highly loyal to the City Lord and the Nether City. As a Marquis-level expert, he had endured decades of trials and tribulations. Speaking of the end, his understanding of human nature was profound, so it was inevitable that he would experience some wavering. After all, everyone's thoughts are different. Even mountains have days when they collapse, let alone people who are inherently fickle, especially those who have lived a comfortable life for too long. However, asking them to sacrifice their lives for their original vows might lead some to refuse. As for whether such a thing will happen, Lu Wei already had a judgment in his heart, and a trace of melancholy arose on his face. What happened in the secluded city last night, he knew more than the average person. It wasn't just that the subordinates originally under the city lord in the western district were transferred to the eastern district. The northern district was almost the same. In other words, except for the eastern district, the western district, the northern district, and the southern district where the city lord's mansion is located are now all under Zhong Xing'an's control. And in addition to that, the city lord went into seclusion 5 years ago, and no news has been heard since. Zhong Xing'an and others might not know, but Lu Wei and others in the netherworld could more or less guess that something must have happened to Zhao Yu. It was definitely not as rumored outside that he was striving for a higher realm. However, it was just speculation, and Lu Wei could not confirm it. But with such changes, Zhao Yu's influence in Yucheng gradually declined, and taking his place was Zhong Xing'an, who was slowly becoming the actual ruler of Yucheng. In the realm of the living and the dead, it is quite normal for some people to develop ulterior motives. At this thought, Lu Wei instinctively averted his gaze, no longer daring to look directly at Lin Yan. His voice also softened a bit. Rest assured, we will never do anything that would harm the city lord. It seems that not only Zhao Yu, the master of the realm, thought this way, but even Lu Wei, a member of the realm, shared the same belief. So, Lin Yan also fell into a brief silence. But soon, everything returned to normal. Before Lu Wei could finish speaking, he extended his hand and quickly stopped the other party from continuing. He chuckled softly and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. He spoke gently. Your determination will surely please the city lord, but there's no need to be nervous. This time, you won't need to shed any blood. What I want you to do is very simple. Lu Wei was very surprised upon hearing this. After all, in his view, the current situation in Yucheng was already quite tense. Lin Yan, carrying the mark bestowed by the city lord, must have something important for them to do, so such a reaction was understandable. Lin Yan ignored Lu Wei's reaction and simply continued. First, go and notify all the Yuming people about my visit to you. What? For those who are still willing to follow the city lord's orders, have them gather here one day later. At that time, I will return and inform them of what needs to be done next. If someone shows hesitation or is unwilling, it doesn't matter. The city lord has said that as long as the other party has not betrayed Yuming or done anything to wrong Yucheng, there's no need for unnecessary words. Just let them withdraw directly. From then on, those people will have nothing to do with Yuming. Lin Yan paused for a moment, a hint of deeper meaning flashing in his eyes. He looked at Lu Wei, smiled faintly, and said, as for how to confirm whether the other party has done these things, I believe it should be easier for you than for me or the city lord. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he understood the meaning behind Lin Yan's words. It was to have him personally investigate whether there had ever been a traitor within Yuming. As for dealing with those who had already forgotten the principles of Yuming. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was not surprised. After all, in their hearts, Zhao Yu was precisely that kind of person. As long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she would always show leniency toward them. After a brief pause, he immediately straightened his posture and replied with utmost determination and solemnity, yes, I understand. Lin Yan nodded and continued speaking. If someone has indeed done those things, you don't need to take action. Just compile a list. Once you've completed this task, I will assign you something separately. The commotion I caused earlier outside has likely been noticed by some people from Yuming. If they actively reach out to you, don't mention today's events to them for now. Yes, Lu Wei immediately responded. Alright, you can go now. This is my contact information. Remember to notify me promptly if anything happens. Be sure not to take any risks, or else the city lord will hold a grudge against me. Lin Yan patted Lu Wei on the
the shoulder and gave him his contact information. Lu Wei was somewhat flattered by Lin Yan's gesture. He quickly provided his own contact information, then bowed respectfully and said, "Then I shall take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, Lin Yan sat back down on the chair. With that, the conversation ended. Their conversation, from start to finish, lasted only a few minutes. The dishes were still warm, and neither the texture nor the flavor was affected in the slightest. Lin Yan began to eat heartily. Yes, after delegating the tasks to Lu Wei, he felt much more relaxed. Just one more day of waiting, and before taking action against Zhong Xing'an, all preparations must be made thoroughly. After all, what lies ahead is far more terrifying than Zhong Xing'an. Thus, if not careful, Yu Cheng could risk falling into a dire situation. Therefore, Lin Yan had to be extremely cautious and did not immediately share part of the plan with Lu Wei, even though during their earlier conversation, Lin Yan had already completely trusted Lu Wei. Instead, he decided to wait until later to tell Lu Wei. This has nothing to do with trust, it's entirely because Lin Yan doesn't want even the slightest mistake to occur. Lin Yan finished all the dishes, leaving nothing behind. After breaking through to the innate realm, not only did his energy absorption speed increase significantly, but his appetite also grew several times larger. So, this table full of food was just a piece of cake for him. In a certain sense, food can also be considered a form of energy. Time flies quickly. Half an hour later, after finishing the meal, Lin Yan stretched lazily, feeling completely satisfied. Then, as usual, he took a sip of water before standing up. After all, a minute later, Lin Yan left the restaurant. Just before leaving, when he went to the counter to pay, the waiter informed him that his bill had already been settled. Moreover, the owner had specifically instructed that he was a valued guest of the restaurant and could eat and drink there for free in the future. Lin Yan could only accept it helplessly. After all, even if he wanted to insist on paying, it would only make things difficult for the waiter. However, to this, Lin Yan wasn't the type of person to be overly stubborn. If someone is paying, enjoying free food and drinks is always welcome, no matter how much. Moreover, 100 million crystal coins is not a significant amount for someone like Lu Wei, a marquee-level powerhouse. He could earn it with just a little effort, so Lin Yan gladly accepted it. He just sighed slightly. It had been a long time since he had spent anything. The food, supplies, and drinks all seemed to have been obtained from elsewhere. The treasure vaults of the three major families in Yang City, the crystal medicine deep within the Scorching Heart secret realm, and the crystal stones used for cultivation while at the Xia family were all given to him by Xiaawanua. After leaving the Xia family, heading to Yang City, he casually took some items from the Yunyang auction house, then went to Ghost City, where the crystal stones were exchanged with Zhao Ning, and more were later gathered for him. And also, 2 days later, the crystal stone in Zhong Xing'an's hand is also waiting for Lin Yan to retrieve it. However, being able to have a full meal without spending money is something that makes Lin Yan very happy. After all, who wouldn't want to save their crystal coins and have more of them? He, of course, is no exception. Lin Yan revealed a barely noticeable bitter smile and sighed softly in his heart. There's really no way around it. Who told me to be so charming? Just like that, he unknowingly showed off without anyone else realizing it. But very soon, if Xiao He knew, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. Unleash it again, the chain dog claw attack. Sigh. Lin Yan quickly shook off the useless thoughts in his mind. He turned his head to glance at the restaurant, then looked at the people around him. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he resolutely turned and left, heading eastward, leaving behind those at the scene. However, facing the identification badge on his chest, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Lin Yan arrived at the easternmost part of the eastern district. This was the east gate of Yucheng. Compared to the other three city gates, the defense here was the weakest, but the number of relatively weaker ability users, such as those in the innate and transformation stages, was the highest. At a distance of 5 kilometers from the east gate, half an hour later, it is the vast and boundless sea. More than 200 years ago, in an era when not everyone possessed supernatural abilities, the sea was a place many yearned for. Whether it was the cool sea breeze or the azure waters, they were unforgettable sights. But after the mutation of Blue Star, the sea remains beautiful, yet it is filled with endless dangers. Apart from the inherently mysterious depths of the ocean, even the beaches have become forbidden zones, where ordinary people cannot set foot, as even in the shallow waters near the beach, only a few meters deep, there are numerous crystal beasts. Among them, there are even third-level crystal beasts comparable to innate level ability users. However, their numbers are quite limited, and this is just by the beach, not to mention the shallows farther from the shore, and the most perilous deep-sea zone, which was an area humans could never conquer in the past. After arriving at the East City Gate, Lin Yan took off his identity badge. In a place like this, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Earlier, he did it on purpose, wanting to draw the crowd's attention so that the people from Yuming would recognize the small black flower on his chest. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Next, he was preparing to leave the city. Although he wore an identity tag and no one would dare to provoke him, his subsequent actions would attract special attention from others. And because of this, he would have to expect expend more mental effort. He had to be especially cautious in using his methods to avoid being noticed. If no one had paid attention to him from the start, he could have relied on his spiritual sense and teleportation to act alone. But if one is always being noticed by others, it's inevitable that some perceptive individuals might notice something, and this is what Lin Yan doesn't want to see. From the very beginning, reducing trouble is the right approach. Unlike the other city gates, the East Gate's management of departures is not so strict. As long as you present your identity card to prove your identity, that's enough. So, this process takes place in a private room. Apart from the guards verifying the identity, no one else knows about it. This is also to ensure the privacy and safety of those leaving the city. After all, in the Dark City, of course, there will definitely be people who harbor hatred towards others. However, within the Dark City, there are extremely strict rules. For any reason, no one, not even the deputy city lord, is allowed to resort to violence. This is a rule established by the city lord of the Dark City. If anyone does resort to violence, the guards will apprehend them. If the individual is so powerful that the guards cannot subdue them, the city lord will personally take action to restrain them. This is a very important decision to ensure peace within the Dark City. If everyone in the Dark City is living in fear, how can they wholeheartedly fight against the crystal beasts? However, with such rules in place, the Dark City is absolutely safe. But outside the Dark City, when battling the crystal beasts, even the Dark City Lord Xiaawanua cannot possibly oversee everything. Thus, an unwritten rule came into existence. If there is enmity between each other, they can agree to resolve it outside the secluded city. However, not everyone actively provokes others. There are also situations where someone is resented due to certain matters but is powerless to retaliate, which is why such a rule for leaving the city exists. So, apart from the guards, no one knows the identity information of those leaving the city. And those who harbor hatred toward others, when they have no choice but to leave the city, have a way to slightly ensure their safety, that is, to disguise themselves and change their appearance before leaving. Lin Yan knew about this matter. He was also inwardly amazed. Xiaawanua, as the lord of a city, truly lived up to his reputation and was admirable. Such wisdom was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He waited for a moment. Soon, the person in front came out of the room. So, Lin Yan walked in. As soon as he entered, a guard's voice sounded, "Take out your identification badge, then take a pair of parent-child stones from the box next to you. Inject your supernatural ability into each of them separately." Lin Yan took out his identification badge and held it in his hand. Then he stepped forward, handed it to the guard, and returned to his original position to take the parent-child stones mentioned by the guard from the box. Although before coming, Lin Yan had already learned about the parent-child stone. Upon hearing this, but he had never actually seen it and was quite curious about its effects. Now that he held it in his hand, it felt rather interesting. Parent-child stone, completely white, crystal clear, and translucent. Whenever light shines in, it makes the parent and child stones appear even more lustrous and beautiful. They even flicker continuously at the same frequency, as if the two were originally one. The larger one is the parent stone, about the size of half a fist. The smaller one is the child stone, approximately the size of a thumb. Each pair of parent and child stones has a different shape. The one Lin Yan is holding is slightly rounder, while the box contains others of various shapes, such as square, flat, strip-shaped, and other irregular forms. Natural parent-child stones, if not artificially polished, they can almost take any shape, including most that people can imagine and even those they cannot. While Lin Yan was observing the parent-child stones, the guard who took his identity token also began to examine it carefully. The identity tag is divided into front and back sides. The front side shows the rank of the identity tag as well as proof of strength. For example, the identity tag issued to Lin Yan when entering the city can actually only be considered a semi-finished product. A true identity tag requires going to the city lord's mansion or reporting to the assigned district after entering the city. Only after the person in charge of processing the paperwork engraves the name and other information on the back using a special method is it considered fully completed, and Lin Yan's identity badge also followed the same procedure. The guard responsible for the inspection couldn't help but gasp when he saw the purple gold glow shimmering on the badge. After taking a closer look, he saw the letters S and A, along with a 5-pointed star below them. His pupils involuntarily contracted. In all these years, it was the first time he had seen such an identity badge. In the secluded city, possessing such an identity token, there would never be more than 5 in total, and each of these individuals could be considered remarkable figures within the Xia kingdom. Aside from their monstrous talent, they would undoubtedly have a background that inspires awe. The guard's hand holding the identity token trembled slightly. After quite a while, he finally came to his senses and sneaked a glance at Lin Yan. When he saw that Lin Yan's gaze was focused on the mother and child stone and hadn't noticed him, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He then shifted his gaze away, fearing that staring for too long might provoke Lin Yan's displeasure, which would be troublesome. As for why the guard was so shocked, that's because, in all his years of work, he had never seen someone like Lin Yan, who possessed an S-level identity card, still wanting to leave East City. Even those with A-level identity cards were quite rare. Afterward, generally speaking, it was usually the relatively poorer ability users. They would take the risk of leaving the city to hunt ocean crystal beasts, earning considerable crystal coins and battle merits to aid their own cultivation. Why would someone like Lin Yan want to leave the city? He wouldn't embarrass himself by asking Lin Yan this question. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and if he accidentally offended the other party, he would be the one to suffer. The guard focused his mind and flipped the identity card over. He couldn't understand. Then he quickly recorded the information on it into a nearby register. After finishing the registration, he looked up and said softly to Lin Yan, "After you. Infuse the energy, hand me the mother stone and keep the child stone safe. You'll need the child stone to verify your identity when entering the city." However, after saying this, he paused for a moment. Hesitating again, he added to Lin Yan, "If you accidentally lose it, I'm afraid that even with your status, entering the city safely might be somewhat troublesome. So please make sure to keep the Z stone safe." Lin Yan also understood the other party's good intentions, so he smiled lightly and politely replied, "Alright, thank you." Using his spiritual sense, he examined the interior and structure of the Zimu stone, already understanding its wondrous properties and its purpose. This item, used to verify identity, was indeed very fitting. Upon hearing this, the child stone and the parent stone appear to be two separate entities. However, there is actually a mysterious connection between the two stones. Just now, if a special ability is injected into each of them, the parent stone will record the energy fluctuation, while the child stone will be altered by the energy and temporarily lose its connection with the parent stone. Only by injecting the same special ability as before can the connection between the parent stone and the child stone be reactivated. The person holding the substone has a unique means of verifying their identity. However, this method only allows the substone to change for a short period, at most one day. Without activation by special energy, the substone will completely lose its connection to the mother stone. As a result, it cannot be used as a long-term solution. And if that's the case, it can only serve as a temporary measure. But in a place like East City, it is the best method. Outside the eastern city, danger abounds. Therefore, it is stipulated that those who leave the city may stay outside for no more than one day. If someone exceeds a day without returning, even the strong are unlikely to survive amidst the crystal beasts outside the city. This has become an unwritten rule of Ghost City. Because Lin Yan held the parent-child stone and applied a bit of force. Subsequently, he released his supernatural ability, which flowed into the parent and child stones respectively. Immediately, the parent stone emitted a dazzling light and radiated a strong energy fluctuation before returning to calm. As for the child stone, it changed from white to a colorless and transparent form. Seeing this, Lin Yan also used his spiritual sense to perceive it. The previously mysterious connection between the parent and child stones had significantly weakened. Everything in this world is truly amazing. He sighed slightly in his heart. Then he put away the substone, took a few steps forward, and walked up to the guard. Through the window, he handed the mother stone to the guard. The guard carefully took the mother stone and placed it in a separate compartment. There are many such grids. Some already have mother stones placed in them, while others are still vacant. But in the grids with mother stones, there is a piece of paper with a string of numerical codes written on it. This is the unique code found on the back of everyone's identity card. This is used to distinguish the mother stones recorded by each person. The grid holding Lin Yan's recorded mother stone, upon closer inspection, was somewhat different from the others. It was slightly larger, and the paper with the numerical label was also golden. In this way, when Lin Yan returned to the city, the guards wouldn't need to waste time searching for the number. With just a glance, they could easily find it. It's just that Lin Yan had long noticed the guards' actions, but he didn't intend to say anything either. Even if the guards treated him normally, he actually wouldn't mind. Since the other party acted this way, it made things more convenient for him. This could be considered a good thing, and he had no reason to refuse. After placing the mother stone properly, the guard held the identity token with both hands, delivered it to Lin Yan, while he said, "This is your identification tag, please keep it safe." However, after midnight, the crystal beasts outside the city will become more active. At that time, even in the East City, the defenses will become stricter, and the city gates will be tightly closed, making it impossible to enter. So you'd better return before midnight. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until the next morning to enter the city. I understand. Lin Yan reached out to take the identification badge, put it away, and smiled politely at the guard, replying, "Thank you for the reminder. I will return before midnight." The guard was flattered, not knowing why. At that moment, he actually felt an irresistible charm emanating from Lin Yan. He nodded mechanically and grinned, "Please take care and be cautious." Then, under his watchful gaze, suddenly, Lin Yan walked out of the room and headed straight toward the outskirts of the eastern city. Not far away, several gazes were fixed on everything that was happening. After Lin Yan left through the city gate, one of them hid behind a wall and took out a phone to compose a message. Report. The target has left the city. Please issue the next command. Only a few seconds passed. The man soon received a reply. No need. Wait where you are and don't do anything conspicuous. Once the target returns to the city, continue tailing them. Understood. After sending his response, he began composing another message. Send the newly received information to others who are also in hiding. City Lord's mansion, in the main hall. Zhong Xing'an was sitting on the City Lord's chair. Having just listened to his subordinate's report, he looked puzzled. Why does this person want to leave the city? Forget it. Even if you have extraordinary means, there is absolutely nothing outside the East City that could cause my plan to fail. Do as you please, but in 2 days, it will be the death date for you and the Xiaawanua brothers. He then set aside his doubts, waved his hand with a smile, and looked down at Chen Bao below, asking, how is the situation in the West City now? Reporting to the City Lord, as you expected, the Western District has successfully come under our control. All experts at the Ho realm and above have become our people, and Xiaoyu's former subordinates have already retreated to the Eastern District. The half-step King realm expert in the Western District also did not put up any resistance, but very soon, for some reason, Zhao Ning has also left Yu City, seemingly heading toward the Xia Kingdom, and is no longer concerned with the matters of the Western District. Xiaoyu's retreat location has also activated the protective crystal array, which cannot be accessed by anyone below the King realm. A trace of joy appeared in Zhong Xing'an's eyes. All of this was exactly as he had expected. Zhao Ning's departure was also within his predictions, because in his view, even if Lin Yan had a treasure that could restore Xiaawanua, it would definitely require the assistance of other things. Very good. Moreover, if Lin Yan provided the treasure, Xiaawanua would inevitably have to pay a price. Zhong Xing'an deduced Zhao Ning's departure. It is precisely to search for treasures that can assist in the recovery of the listing, as well as to gather the price required to receive the treasures from Lin Yan. If one were to follow common sense, Zhong Xing'an's guess was actually quite accurate, almost hitting the mark. After all, the crystal medicine that Lin Yan took out was an 8th grade crystal medicine infinitely close to the 9th grade, a treasure that even emperor-level experts would covet. In Zhong Xing'an's view, how could Lin Yan, who wasn't even an emperor-level expert, possibly possess such a treasure? Lin Yan's level of perversity far exceeded Zhong Xing'an's imagination. Zhong Xing'an was unaware of this. At the moment, a trace of satisfaction from feeling in control flashed in his eyes, but he quickly restrained it. The next moment, he looked at Chen Bao. But unfortunately, he continued speaking, you may leave now. On your way, urge the imperial chefs to speed up the cooking. Within half an hour, I want to see the banquet ready. If it affects the mood of the Zhou family experts, you know the consequences. However, Chen Bao's body trembled, and a faint cold sweat broke out. But he quickly reacted, habitually bowing and saluting, and responded in a deep voice, yes, City Lord. I understand. After that, he quickly left the main hall. Upon hearing this, seeing this, Zhong Xing'an also revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood up from his chair and walked out of the main hall. Now, he was going to entertain the strong individuals from the Zhou family. That mighty being who was even stronger than him just stepped out of the city gate. Lin Yan immediately felt the cool sea breeze rushing toward him, bringing an instant sense of refreshment that surged through his heart. Looking in the direction from which the sea breeze came, he could even faintly see the distant coastline. Having grown up in Qing City, he had only ever seen the sea on television or on his phone, never truly witnessing it in person. To be honest, he longed for the sea in his heart, but the former him was very weak and had no way to fulfill his wish. Lin Yan was now only a few kilometers away from the sea. With his full strength, he could cover this distance in just a few breaths, but he couldn't do so just yet, because outside the city gate, a considerable number of ability users were currently gathered. However, Lin Yan swept his spiritual sense over the area. There were more than 300 people here in total. Among them, the majority were innate level ability users, numbering over 200, followed by dozens of transformation level ability users. Besides that, there are more than a dozen ability users at the general realm. However, most of them are in the early stage of the general realm, with only one at the mid stage, and none at the late stage. Late stage general realm experts rarely come to East City. Only those who have just entered the general realm or mid-stage general realm ability users with weaker forces lack resources and are forced to take risks by venturing outside East City to hunt ocean crystal beasts for lucrative rewards. But it is also precisely because of this that the outside of the city is extremely dangerous. Most ability users who leave the city will choose to act in teams to ensure maximum safety. As for why they don't choose to act all together, this is related to the distribution of benefits. Acting all together may ensure safety, but because the ability users of Ghost City have been hunting crystal beasts outside the city for years, crystal beasts in the shallow areas are no longer as abundant as they used to be. The more people there are, the less each person can be allocated. Moreover, due to the differences in the abilities and talents of those with special powers, the level of effort they contribute also varies, making allocation a problem. No matter how it is calculated, there will
will always be someone who is dissatisfied. Thus, the concept of small teams emerged, as fairness can only be relatively achieved when the number of people is smaller. Outside the East City Gate, these superpowered individuals, they are looking for teammates. Although most people find suitable teammates before leaving the city, there are always situations that arise, causing the original lineup to lose a few members. Thus, at this point, they have to rely on some luck and wait. However, it's impossible to keep waiting like this forever. At most, wait for half an hour or an hour, and these people will set off. Even if a few people are missing, they will at most avoid dangerous places and only hunt crystal beasts outside. Although the profits might be slightly less, they can still ensure their safety. There are also some people who prefer to act alone, but most people are willing to form teams. Even those at the pinnacle of their realm will act in teams, as the efficiency of one person is certainly not as fast as the cooperation of a group. In a team setting, some dirty and tiring tasks can be assigned to weaker individuals, while the stronger ones only need to take action when necessary. Of course, then, they wait for others to handle the aftermath. Valuable items like crystal beast meat and crystal cores are sorted and packed, and tasks like transportation and carrying are naturally handled by the weaker ability users. The most important point, after all, even these people are ability users at the boundary level. Their storage crystal devices cannot hold that many items. Powerful individuals with storage crystal devices that have an extremely large space would not lack these resources. However, according to Lin Yan's knowledge, even for experts at the Marquis realm, the space in their storage crystal devices is no more than 100 cubic meters. As for the King realm, he is currently still unsure, but it must exceed 1,000 cubic meters, because the storage crystal device Lin Yan seized from Lu Fu had a space of several hundred cubic meters, the size of the storage crystal device owned by a Hojing expert. Lin Yan is like this, deducing. Until 2 days later, he will be able to roughly infer the exact size of the storage crystal device owned by a Wangjing powerhouse, because that will be the day he takes action against Zhongxingen, and the data obtained in this way is also very reliable. Doing it yourself is always much more accurate than asking for answers from others. This applies not only to this matter but to other things as well. Back to the present. Outside the East City Gate, when Lin Yan had just stepped out, he had already attracted the attention of others. Several voices sounded in his ears. "Friend, how about teaming up with us? Come to us, we're just one step away from the transformation realm, and then we can set off." It was almost at the same time. "Don't listen to them. Our team is the one most suitable for a master like you. See these beautiful ladies behind me? How about it? Feeling tempted? Then hurry up and join us." Lin Yan looked over, and the last person to speak was a young man. He appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, with mid-transformation realm strength. Behind him were indeed a few female ability users with decent looks, as well as several early transformation realm individuals and one late transformation realm ability user. But these are among the female ability users. Upon hearing this, the strongest one is only at the peak of the innate realm. The others seem to be mere decorative vases at the mid-innate stage. With just one glance, Lin Yan could tell that this team was formed around these female ability users. If someone were to join them, it would undoubtedly be extremely troublesome. However, he originally intended to act alone. Naturally, it was impossible for him to join someone else's team, and even if he wanted to join a team, he would never choose this one. The world of the gifted is inherently full of danger. Merely letting one's reason be overtaken for the sake of beauty, such people or teams are bound to completely fall apart when faced with danger. But Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to deal with these matters. His expression remained calm as he gently waved his hand. Then he said indifferently, "Sorry, I don't intend to join the team. You can wait for the next person leaving the city." He directly and decisively rejected them. Hearing Lin Yan's response, the young man sneered and muttered disdainfully, "TCH, what's there to show off about? If you don't join a team, even if you're in the late stage of transformation, you won't survive until tonight." Truly brave, daring to act alone. Think it over again, young man. It's really dangerous to be on your own. Others also expressed various sentiments, and some, out of goodwill, kindly reminded Lin Yan. Although that young man's voice was very soft, but with Lin Yan's hearing, coupled with his constantly activated spiritual sense, he naturally heard it very clearly. That young man said he was at the late stage of the transformation realm. It was because he used the water moon skill to disguise his realm. The innate realm was too weak, and traveling alone would attract unusual thoughts from others, while the transformation realm was too conspicuous, making it inconvenient to move around. So it disguised itself as having late-stage transformation realm strength. This way, it fits perfectly. As for the youth's disdain, Lin Yan actually had no intention of taking action to punish him. Something of this level doesn't even count as anything. Moreover, he wouldn't be so bored as to waste time arguing with such people. If he had to fuss over every person like this, he would probably exhaust himself to death. Lin Yan believed that the team this young man belonged to, it wouldn't take long before crystal beasts would give them a proper lesson. At best, they'd suffer some injuries. At worst, they'd meet their demise. Just as he had predicted, unexpected. These people later encountered a crisis. The most important thing is, but that's a story for later. After ignoring that young man, Lin Yan also turned his gaze toward the person who had last spoken to remind him. He looked at the young woman beside that person, whose appearance was slightly below average and whose strength was only at the late innate stage. But he knew that this woman had hidden her strength and even altered her appearance. However, the people around her seemed unaware of this. Even the man who appeared to have a good relationship with the woman and had warned him, he also seemed oblivious. Earlier, to be precise, Lin Yan had overheard their conversation through his spiritual sense, which led him to make such a deduction. He also understood. The woman's name is Tianjia. Lin Yan only glanced a few times before shifting his gaze and paying no further attention. He slightly nodded toward the man who had reminded him, then waved his hand, ignoring the surrounding noise and puzzled looks, and turned to leave the place. Another group of superpowered individuals stepped out of the city gates and came before the crowd. However, everyone turned to this person again, repeating the same words they had said to Lin Yan earlier. At this moment, as for Lin Yan's appearance and disappearance, it was nothing more than a minor episode to them. People like this appear every day. It's not something too unusual, so it naturally wouldn't attract too much attention. The woman named Tianjia, however, took a deep look at Lin Yan's departing figure, her body subconsciously tensing up, and a trace of barely noticeable vigilance rose in her eyes. She seemed to feel as if Lin Yan had seen through her completely, which was terrifying. In front of this man, she even had the feeling that all her secrets had been uncovered, leaving no privacy at all. However, of course, this was just her illusion. Just now, although Lin Yan's spiritual sense, with a slightly higher consumption of alien energy, can indeed achieve certain things, it still cannot read inner thoughts at the moment. Tianjia did not exhibit any particularly strange behavior. After just one glance, she turned aside and started conversing with others. She, however, kept watching Lin Yan's back out of the corner of her eye until he completely disappeared from her sight. However, Lin Yan, leaving from outside the city gate, maintaining a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow, running toward the direction of the seaside. He did not use swift movement or teleportation, relying solely on his physical strength to run quickly, as there were others within a few kilometers range, making him somewhat cautious. Even so, his speed is faster than that of many in the transformation realm, which is another heaven-defying aspect of the special physique known as the spacetime Dao body. Relying solely on his body, he can withstand the attacks of strong experts in the general realm. Whether in movement or attack at full strength, he surpasses many general realm experts even when they use their special energy. In less than half a minute, the Azure Ocean appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Even hundreds of meters away, he could see the presence of other ability users. Lin Yan's pace also slowed down. After walking forward for a while, he soon felt a slightly soft sensation underfoot. His steps came to a halt as well, standing on the beach, gazing at the vast ocean. But apart from the seawater and waves, nothing else can be seen. All that meets the eye is the shimmering surface, reflecting the image of the sky. Immediately after, although Lin Yan knows that on the other side of the sea is land, the ocean is not truly boundless, but in the current scene, it seems anyone would pause in slight amazement for a moment. Perhaps some might even wonder what lies on the other side of the sea. Watching the sea from such a close distance, Lin Yan's pounding heart seemed to slow down. He unexpectedly felt a long-lost inner peace, and the speed at which his soul power was passively enhanced by the soul lotus bloom reached an unprecedented level. However, he did not linger for long but instead expanded the range of his spiritual perception. Detected to the south of the coastline, where the number of espers is relatively small. Then headed southward, and along the way, even spotted a few level 1 crystal beasts on the sea surface. However, as soon as they emerged, they were captured by an innate level esper. Farther from the shore, on the sea surface dozens of meters away, at regular intervals, there would be espers swimming in the seawater, ready at any moment to capture the crystal beasts in the sea. Immediately after, because of this distance, the seawater is not very deep, so it is relatively safe, and even in the event of an emergency, ability users above the innate realm can release their abilities outside their bodies, attack the sea surface, and use the force to leap to the shore. If the distance were a bit farther, it would require the use of some special tools, or the presence of individuals with special talents, such as walking on water or the ability to freeze water into ice. Otherwise, if they encounter high-level crystal beasts in the seawater, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced, leading to potential danger. As for the ships, no one uses them. Firstly, the speed of the ship's movement is not as fast as a person, and it cannot venture deep into the sea. At most, it can hunt a few hundred meters away, but any farther, the level of crystal beasts becomes terrifying. In the farther seas, there are not only oceanic crystal beasts. Above the sea surface, there are sometimes flying crystal beasts. Although these crystal beasts are not very powerful in attack, their speed and ability to fly make them an absolute nightmare for human ability users, especially on the sea, such an isolated and helpless place. Once trapped and surrounded by crystal beasts, there is only one outcome: waiting for death on the spot. Unless one's strength reaches
enters the Marquee realm. In the 200 years since Blue Star's mutation, there has been no innate ability to fly. Only those above the Marquee realm can soar in the sky. Moreover, it cannot last for too long, and the consumption of alien energy is extremely terrifying. For a strong practitioner at the early stage of the Ho realm, flying at full speed would consume half of their alien energy in just half an hour. However, practitioners at the Jiang realm can actually stay in the air for a short period of time. But it's only for a few minutes, and it would consume nearly 80% of their alien energy. In fact, aside from this, humans also have airplanes, a kind of external force that allows people to be airborne. If someone dares to pilot such a thing over the sea, it will definitely attract a large swarm of crystal beasts to attack, an act that is undoubtedly suicidal. If it is made of extremely rare materials, it might be able to withstand the attacks of crystal beasts. However, something of such value would never be in the hands of those venturing out to hunt crystal beasts. Lin Yan arrived at a deserted shoreline. However, he had already confirmed with his spiritual sense that within a 5-kilometer radius, there were no human ability users present, because further south there was a cliff towering 1,000 meters high. 10 minutes later, apart from Lin Yan, no one else would dare to come here. He looked at the turbulent waves of the sea below the cliff and smiled faintly. The crystal beasts in the ocean below, undisturbed by human ability users, were extremely abundant. Among them, there were even quite a few 4th and 5th level crystal beasts. Lin Yan's purpose for leaving the city was actually to capture these ocean crystal beasts, not only for himself to eat but also to prepare for Xiaawanua, as well as Xia's father and mother, and after rescuing his parents, to use them as a welcome feast for his parents. Nothing could be more suitable than these rare and delicious ocean crystal beasts. In the secluded city, even if you have a lot of crystal coins, you still can't buy it, and even if you do, the quantity is pitifully small and won't last long. Besides, how could there be more meat than what Lin Yan has in this natural breeding ground before him? Thinking of this, Lin Yan was slightly excited, but he did not act rashly, using spiritual sense again, carefully probing the surroundings, until it was completely confirmed that there was no presence of any superpowered individuals. With no risk of exposure, Lin Yan slightly focused his mind. Rather, it was. His spiritual sense extended toward the bottom of the cliff, and the distance of 1,000 meters passed in an instant. The situation below was also clearly understood by him. He walked to the edge of the cliff and leaped down. The whistling wind echoed in his ears, and his clothes fluttered in the air currents, yet Lin Yan remained calm, even seeming to enjoy the sensation. This distance, even for an ordinary general-level practitioner, it would be enough to make their heart tremble. After all, the boundary cannot fly, but at least there won't be any life-threatening danger. However, the area below is far from peaceful. It is teeming with countless crystal beasts. Just stabilizing oneself for a smooth landing consumes more than half of the alien energy. Facing numerous crystal beasts, along with the possibility of powerful ones coming from afar to provide support, would be hard to withstand. But this distance, for Lin Yan, it was not considered a major problem. Although he is currently only at the Xiantian stage and does not yet possess the flying ability of a Ho stage expert, the density of his supernatural energy is far beyond comparison with that of a Ho stage expert. By consuming supernatural energy, he can remain suspended in the air, or briefly move in the air, both of which are very simple tasks. Lin Yan, relying solely on the strength of his body, could fall from a height of 1,000 meters to the ground without suffering serious injuries, at most, just a slight scrape. After all, he possessed the special constitution of the space-time Dao body. Even without the space-time Dao body, he still had an innate physique. The toughness and strength of his body were unmatched even by great figures in the King realm. As Lin Yan's cultivation level increased, moreover, his body will also become even more formidable. By then, he might be able to rely solely on his physical strength to battle powerful figures in the King realm, withstand attacks from Emperor realm experts, and perhaps, at some point in the future, even reach the level of breaking 10,000 techniques with his body alone. But that is a matter for the future. As for now, he naturally wouldn't choose to rely solely on his body to resist. If you use a special ability to envelop your body for defense, it is indeed a relatively good choice. Lin Yan, however, has another even more extraordinary ability. That is teleportation. Teleportation is a spatial skill. What is spatial? Space includes up, down, left, and right. It is not just limited to a flat plane. Therefore, height is naturally not an issue for Lin Yan. Using teleportation in the air is the same as using it on the ground. However, apart from that, after all, the air is just a part of space. Moreover, Lin Yan is not limited to teleporting in the air and on the ground. Even in the seawater below, it can also be used, simply because the ocean is also a part of space. Seawater is just a liquid, not a solid. If it's the form of a glacier, teleportation becomes inconvenient to use. If Lin Yan forcibly uses it, it's not impossible, but it would result in his body getting stuck in the glacier. However, because his body is tough, there wouldn't be any danger. But after he teleports, the place where his body appears would cause the ice to be destroyed by his body. The same principle applies.
ice, other metals, or rocks. As long as Lin Yan's body's toughness far exceeds the material at the teleportation endpoint, it will crush and destroy the material. But if the hardness of the material far surpasses Lin Yan's body, the outcome would be quite tragic. It is precisely because of the strength of the teleportation skill that Lin Yan dares to confidently venture into the perilous sea regions. After he leapt off the cliff, in just a few breaths, he approached the bottom of the cliff, landing on the exposed rocks above the sea. Lin Yan activated teleportation and, with a whoosh, appeared a few meters away, his feet firmly planted on the rocks. He looked around, as the waves continuously crashed against the shore. The crystal beasts in the seawater became agitated due to his presence, and for a moment, various piercing cries erupted, the sharp sounds instantly filling Lin Yan's ears. Actually, ordinary innate realm practitioners cannot hear so many sounds in an instant, but Lin Yan's body has senses that are far too powerful. Moreover, even with so many piercing sounds, Lin Yan's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, he smiled faintly and looked at the crystal beasts charging toward him to launch their attack. A crisp shout also came from his mouth. "Xiao, time to get to work." Then, he gently waved his hand. A mass of black shadow appeared in the air. This black shadow, meanwhile, was none other than Xiao, who had been in the time prison and was now released by Lin Yan. The moment it appeared, Little Black's tail wagged wildly, looking extremely excited. Its body hovered in the air, its nose sniffing sharply, and then with a swift movement of its paw, it swatted the crystal beast in front of Lin Yan, flying away. Little Black called out to Lin Yan, "Wow, is this the ocean? It's my first time seeing it. These crystal beasts are so peculiar, they're quite different from the other crystal beasts and demon beasts I've encountered. Aren't you from beyond Blue Star? The universe is so vast, how could you have never seen the ocean? Could it be there are no oceans on other planets?" Lin Yan also found it somewhat strange and couldn't help but ask about Xiao's origins. Woof. Although he hadn't asked in detail, he still knew a bit, such as Xiao arriving on Blue Star along with the Scorching Heart secret realm, accompanied by other secret realms, perhaps even more. It appeared suddenly on Blue Star during the time of its mutation. As for the cause of Blue Star's anomaly, there is currently no reasonable explanation. Regarding this, Lin Yan is also unclear. He only knows that over 200 years ago, on a certain day, a disaster occurred on Blue Star. Natural calamities and strange phenomena continued. Humans suddenly gained supernatural abilities, and the animals on Earth also underwent changes, acquiring supernatural abilities as well as intelligence. The environment of Blue Star also underwent a complete upheaval. Only the ocean, still the same as before the mutation, still vast and boundless, filled with awe-inspiring mystery. Xiao's words also made Lin Yan realize something was wrong. He suddenly thought that, compared to other crystal beasts, the intelligence of ocean crystal beasts seemed to be the lowest. Even a level 5 ocean crystal beast had intelligence comparable to that of a young child. A level 6 ocean crystal beast will experience a significant increase in intelligence, but it is only equivalent to that of a teenager. A level 7 ocean crystal beast, that is already equivalent to the existence of a human king-level powerhouse. Its intellect is still far inferior to that of a king-level powerhouse, but compared to ordinary humans, it is much stronger. However, a land crystal beast of the same level. Take the example of the Illusion Mouse clan, the crystal beast mouse that Lin Yan captured. It is only a level 4 crystal beast, but, compared to the strength of a human in the transformation realm, its intelligence is almost on par with that of an average person. However, it might also be due to its extraordinary talent. Even for ordinary land crystal beasts, those at level 5 have intelligence comparable to that of normal humans. From this, it can be seen that ocean crystal beasts are indeed somewhat special. Perhaps the oceans on Blue Star may hold secrets even more terrifying than the mutations on Blue Star. Lin Yan thought of this and fell slightly silent. However, a trace of shock appeared in Xiao's eyes, and its body stiffened for a moment, causing a few marine crystal beasts to pounce on it, but they were bounced off by Xiao's body. It also quickly reacted. With a wave of its claw, a strange energy burst out of its body, blasting away both itself and the crystal beasts around Lin Yan. The shock in its eyes disappeared, replaced by seriousness. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from Xiao's body. A pitch-black domain, spanning 100 meters, instantly appeared on the surface of the sea, centered around its body. Above the domain, various anomalies emerged. This is the unique proof of a Marquee Realm expert. In the general realm, one can deploy a domain. In the Marquee Realm, one can comprehend soul power and combine it with the domain to unleash anomalies, which is a form of soul attack, launching dual assaults of supernatural abilities and soul power on the enemy. Weaker than Hojing ability users, even those at Jiangjing. Within their domain, they can only bow and kneel, completely lacking any means of resistance, unless their soul power far surpasses that of the domain's master. Being able to possess soul power that surpasses higher realms while at a lower realm. Such individuals are not just one in a billion. Based on Xiao's memories and the knowledge he possesses, they simply do not exist. Of course, Lin Yan cannot be counted. The power of Xiao's domain is also one of the reasons Lin Yan's summoned it. However, after all, although his combat power is terrifying, he has not yet mastered how to wield the power of a domain. Moreover, his skills are all powerful single-target abilities. As for dealing with the group, it was a bit of a stretch. If he were to handle these ocean crystal beasts, it would probably take quite a bit of time. Leaving it to Xiaohe was the most correct decision. Lin Yan also noticed Xiaohe's expression, but he knew it wasn't the right time to ask. So, he watched as Xiaohe used his domain to deal with the ocean crystal beasts in front of them first. It wasn't just Lin Yan, Xiaohe thought the same. Lin Yan had previously discussed with it, asking for its help to deal with these low-level crystal beasts. Perhaps wanting to stretch its legs, it agreed without hesitation. Although Xiaohe was a bit shocked just now, it also knew that for now, dealing with these crystal beasts and then finding a safer place was the more important task. The low-level ocean crystal beasts enveloped by Xiaohe's domain were soon engulfed by the spreading black mist within the domain. Silently, life was lost. The crystal beasts within 100-meter radius all floated to the surface of the water. So, Lin Yan made a rough estimate and was somewhat startled. Just the number of these crystal beasts alone reached tens of thousands. Each one could be sold for a considerable amount of crystal coins, and altogether, their value would be calculated in the billions. The next moment, however, he did not hesitate and immediately waved his hand. These crystal beasts were all taken into his ability space. Meanwhile, Xiaohe was still in action. The power of the domain centered on it, so as long as Xiaohe moved, the domain moved with it. The crystal beasts within a radius of several kilometers were all dealt with by Xiaohe. Lin Yan closely followed behind Xiaohe, collecting all the lifeless crystal beasts into his ability space. Among them were many 3rd and 4th level crystal beasts about half a meter long. A 5th level crystal beast measuring 1 or 2 meters in length also exists. As for those 1st or 2nd level crystal beasts that are only a few dozen centimeters, or even smaller than a fist, their numbers are countless, at least in the millions. Not long after, this was just in a short moment, Lin Yan's harvest alone could match the number of crystal beasts captured by all the ability users in Yuqing over several years. The crystal beasts in this area have almost been cleared out by the two of them. Xiaohe, well done. Lin Yan gave Xiaohe a thumbs up, then pointed to a cave on the cliff ahead. Let's rest there for a bit. You recover your abilities first. Humph, at least you have some conscience. Xiaohe raised its head high, seemingly enjoying Lin Yan's praise. However, continuously using the power of the domain, it was indeed somewhat exhausted, so it did not reject Lin Yan's suggestion and took the lead, flying in the direction Lin Yan pointed. Lin Yan smiled faintly and followed. He was also very happy about Xiaohe's recovery. When leaving the Scorching Heart Secret Realm, Xiaohe's condition was not as good as it is now, and its strength was only around the mid-stage of the Marquis Realm. With Lin Yan's generous resource support, during this period, Xiaohe's strength has already stabilized at the peak of the Marquis Realm, and in a little while, it will be able to step back into the King Realm. Previously, Xiaohe's strength was at the mid-stage of the King Realm. However, an Emperor Realm being injured it and imprisoned it in the Scorching Heart Secret Realm. It stayed there for a very long time. Over 200 years ago, it descended upon Blue Star along with the Secret Realm. The resources on Xiaohe's body had long been exhausted. Only a few valuable treasures remained, but in the Scorching Heart Secret Realm, especially in the final trial area, there were no other creatures present, making the treasures essentially useless. And there were no crystal stones, the kind of resource capable of enhancing supernatural energy. It's fine for a short period, but over time, with no way to replenish the energy, Xiaohe's ability level naturally declined. Even though the final trial ground had a room filled with immense energy, Xiaohe couldn't enter it, only able to draw a small portion of energy from outside to barely maintain his level, but staying at the Ho realm was already his limit. As for the crystal medicine in that herb field, its effect on Xiaohe is also limited. Although the crystal medicine contains rich energy, that energy is distinctly different from alien energy. The amount of alien energy within it is only a small portion. More importantly, soul energy and life energy. Soul energy can enhance the realm of the soul but does not provide much help in advancing the realm of abilities, whereas life energy is very effective for healing injuries. Although it can help nourish the body and, when combined with other treasures, can be refined into crystal pills with various effects, crystal medicine only serves as an auxiliary function and cannot directly enhance ability energy. Moreover, at that time, Xiaohe was not in any life-threatening danger. There were restrictions above the medicine field, and since it did not possess spatial talent, it naturally could not obtain resources as easily as Lin Yan. Instead, it would be wasted, a lot of extraordinary energy. One would have to endure enough suffering, which makes it somewhat not worth the effort. Moreover, as long as Xiaohe leaves that wretched place, it won't take long to return to peak condition, so Xiaohe didn't make a move on that medicinal field. So later, Lin Yan benefited from it. The phenomenon of a decline in realm can actually happen to those with supernatural abilities as well. Even for beings at the King Realm level, if they arrive in a world lacking supernatural energy, over time, their strength will gradually decline, even if they don't consume supernatural energy. This is why resources are always the most
important thing for those with supernatural abilities. This is true even for the king realm. What's more, those weak existences. But as long as one reaches the emperor realm, the realm will not fall even without consuming alien energy, simply because the emperor realm has already touched that extremely mysterious and unfathomable power of the starry sky. At that level, as long as one is under the starry sky, they can absorb a force more pure and powerful than alien energy, the power of the starry sky, which is the power of the cosmic stars. For this reason, the lifespan of a sovereign realm powerhouse can reach as much as 10,000 years. The gap between each level of an Esper's realm is vast, and this becomes even more pronounced the higher one ascends. In front of the king realm, the marquis realm is nothing more than an ant. Similarly, in front of the emperor realm, the king realm is the same. As for the emperor realm, in front of the legendary sovereign realm on Blue Star, it is not even comparable to an ant. Someone capable of cross-realm combat. To be called a genius is naturally a rarity. As for those who can fight across several levels and crush their opponents, only the word monster can describe them. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Yan leaned against the edge of the wall, watching Little Black lying on a clean stone. Its tongue-hanging expression also made him unable to hold back a laugh. Seeing that Xiaohei had no intention of speaking, he could only shake his head with a smile and take the initiative to ask, "Xiaohei, do you have something you want to say to me? Can't you see that this king is resting?" Xiaohei snorted discontentedly but still retracted his tongue, his gaze becoming more serious. "Before I was imprisoned in the scorching heart secret realm, I was only a few decades old and naturally hadn't been to many places inside the cave. But in the place where I lived, there were also humans, and they are far stronger than the humans here, their talents as well. A B-level talent, or even an A-level talent, which is rare here, is nothing special there. Only S-level talents are taken seriously. There are also hundreds of SS-level ability users." Xiaohei paused, glanced at Lin Yan, and said with a pout, "Don't look at me like that. There are no SSS-level ability users. Even across the entire universe, there might be some, but they are as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. Of course, you're a freak. It cannot be counted in. If you were included, there wouldn't be many planets in the entire universe more formidable than Blue Star." Hearing this, Lin Yan coughed awkwardly twice. Just now, he was indeed very curious. Beyond Blue Star, in the vast and boundless universe, could there be someone like him with an SSS-level talent? But Xiaohei's answer made Lin Yan understand. Ahem. Even in the vast sea of stars, beings with SSS-level talent like him are extremely rare, and it is very likely that his dual SSS-level talent is truly one of a kind. Freak. Xiaohei pouted and muttered under his breath. During this period in the time prison, Xiaohei also learned a lot of information about Blue Star through the phone. It felt increasingly unreal, not understanding why such a weak and ordinary planet could produce someone as abnormal as Lin Yan, and even hide secrets that could make it tremble. Xiaohei did not know that Lin Yan possessed the gift of time, because Lin Yan had never displayed it in front of it. Not knowing was quite normal. Xiaohei only knew that Lin Yan had obtained the Scorching Heart secret realm and the determination of god-level potential. Coupled with the spatial ability he displayed, it deduced the fact that he possessed SSS-level talent. The more this happens, if it were to find out about the existence of the time talent. Actually, also at the SSS level, even with the composure it once had as a king realm being, it would probably be shocked for 3 days and nights, and might not even be able to calm its emotions. Lin Yan did not react much to Xiaohei's insults, just a slight smile, signaling it to continue speaking. Little Black rolled its eyes and continued, "On the planet where I grew up, there are many with royal-level strength, an unimaginable number, but I am the most talented among them." At this point, Little Black proudly patted its chest. "I have an SS-level talent, and it's a rare dark element. Many genius humans were overshadowed by me, you know? Back then, there was a popular saying among the major forces. That is, TCH, why don't you work harder on your cultivation? Even a dog is better than you." Lin Yan rubbed his forehead slightly, feeling that something about this sounded odd. But Xiaohei didn't mind and continued proudly, "Ah, heaven envies the talented. My exceptional brilliance has even provoked the dissatisfaction of those little brats. Some of them even teamed up, trying to teach me a lesson. However, this king is simply too outstanding. Although this king suffered some minor injuries, I still managed to deal with them thoroughly. In the end, I left in style while they all returned home in disgrace, one by one, with their heads hanging low." Xiaohei unexpectedly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Yan was embarrassed. He was quite skeptical about Xiaohei's so-called minor injuries and leaving in triumph, estimating that the actual battle situation was not as simple as Xiaohei described. However, there was one thing he still believed. Xiaohei absolutely had the upper hand against those people. Immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so smug. Lin Yan stepped forward and patted Xiaohei's head. "My Xiaohei is the best. Once I finish my business on Blue Star, I'll go back to your hometown with you and teach a lesson to those guys who dared to mess with you." "Woof," Xiaohei responded softly. A trace of loneliness flashed in its eyes, as if recalling something. Lin Yan's words also brought a bit of warmth to its heart. Xiaohei suddenly snorted
nodded and said with slight dissatisfaction, this guy, your compliments are so insincere. Although compared to a freak like you, I'm a bit lacking, but I'm a genius too. Okay, alright, go on. Lin Yan smiled at Xiao He. Xiao He raised his dog head proudly and said, there are over 1,000 experts in the royal realm, more than a dozen in the emperor realm, and even one who is half a foot stepped beyond the emperor realm. Beyond the emperor realm? But very soon. Lin Yan was slightly startled and looked at Xiao He in confusion. He only knows. There are 9 levels of supernatural abilities, namely, awakening, acquired, innate, transformation, general, marquis, king, emperor, and sovereign. As for levels beyond these, he does not know. But what he does know is that the sovereign level is not the end for those with supernatural abilities. Had ha. Little Black chuckled mischievously, seemingly very satisfied with Lin Yan's reaction. It raised its paw, as if to say, you don't know, do you? But I do. Under Lin Yan's feigned threat, Xiao He admitted defeat. What you know is correct. The realms of abilities are divided into 9 levels. Those above the imperial realm are strictly speaking no longer ability users, but transcendents, invincible beings who transcend the world. Above transcendents are deities. However, as far as I know, gods currently only exist in legends. It's not just my homeland that holds this belief. Any advanced planet with civilization thinks the same. As for whether gods are truly just legends, there are always those who doubt. But very soon, under the divine, the heavens reign supreme. Therefore, the realm of the transcendent is also called the heavenly realm. Beings of the universe revere it as the Lord of Heaven. Lin Yan murmured softly, heavenly realm, divine realm. He turned his head to look outside the cave entrance, gazing into the sky as if he could see the boundless universe. His eyes were filled with an indescribable expression, and for some reason, his heart began to tremble. God, a deity. I'm very curious, what kind of scene do you see in your eyes? Upon hearing this, as Lin Yan's whispered words fell, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. A moment later, in his heart, a firm thought emerged. If I were a deity, those dearest to me would never be humiliated again. Little Black on the side was secretly startled. It was absolutely certain in its heart that gods existed, and it also firmly believed that Lin Yan must be capable of being a deity-level existence. As for being a god, it didn't seem impossible either. Back in the Scorching Heart secret realm, Little Black had witnessed the scene of Lin Yan touching the power of laws. To it, that was undoubtedly a miraculous existence and the most important reason why it chose to follow Lin Yan without hesitation. Perhaps even gods themselves would pale somewhat in the presence of my master. As soon as this thought surfaced, Xiao He was startled by its own boldness. Yet, it had no intention of denying it. Instead, a deep sense of longing rose in its heart. After all, if only it could truly become a god, how wonderful that would be, Little Black murmured in its heart. If it witnessed the process of Lin Yan becoming a god, then it could firmly tell that important friend, there truly are gods in this world. One person and one dog. Different thoughts emerged in their hearts. The atmosphere in the cave inexplicably quieted for a moment. It was Lin Yan who first broke the silence, patting Xiao He's head. Xiao He, tell me about other things. Lin Yan did not ask about matters of the heavenly realm or the divine realm. One reason was, perhaps Xiao He didn't know either. Furthermore, he is still far from reaching the emperor realm. Even if Xiao He really understands and tells him, what use would it be? Cultivation should be grounded and steady, progressing step by step. Overreaching is inadvisable. Xiao He nodded obediently. Alright. As for that day, when in the Scorching Heart secret realm, Lin Yan did not mention the incident of touching the power of the laws, as it felt that knowing such things at this stage might disrupt Lin Yan's cultivation, which would not be a good thing. It would be better to choose a suitable time, and then share the information about the heavenly realm with Lin Yan as well. Xiao He slightly lowered its gaze and suddenly said in surprise, come to think of it, it's strange. The level classifications on your blue star are the same as those in our place, and even most planets. By the way, do you know about the classification of soul realms? Lin Yan was also somewhat surprised. This question had already existed when he encountered Xiao He, but he hadn't given it much thought. Now that he thought about it, it was rather intriguing. He began to speak. The division of soul realms that I know of consists of 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. Just like where we come from. Xiao He was even more surprised, his voice rising slightly. Upon hearing this, you must know, different planets have vast cultural differences, and languages also vary. When Xiao He first met Lin Yan, it didn't speak human language directly, and this was one of the reasons. It was still quite surprised to find that it could communicate with Lin Yan, but it thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the universe is vast, and it's quite normal for species of the same race to share a common language. Moreover, the language of its planet was the same as that of some other planets. However, now Xiao He felt it wasn't so simple. So, Lin Yan felt the same, having a guess in his heart. Perhaps there is some kind of connection between Blue Star and the planet where Xiao He is located. He exchanged a glance with Xiao He, and both of them reached a confirmation. Blue Star's past definitely holds a secret. It seemed to confirm this idea as Xiao He showed a serious expression and continued speaking. I talked about so much just now, but I did go off topic a bit. it. What I'm about to tell you next is the main point. Lin Yan nodded slightly, feeling a bit helpless. Indeed, the conversation between him and Xiao He had too much build-up earlier. However, because of that, he had also learned a lot of things. That is it. Next, it was time for what Xiao He wanted to say. It should be just now, about the ocean and the ocean crystal beasts. Lin Yan simply sat down next to Xiao He on another rock, waiting for Xiao He to continue speaking. Xiao He stretched out his paw and gestured. First, there's the issue of the ocean. You should know that the volume of Blue Star, compared to other planets in the universe, is very small, especially compared to my home planet. It doesn't even amount to 1/10,000th. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Not to mention the entire universe, even the planets near Blue Star, many are several times larger than Blue Star. After a slight pause, Xiao He continued. The planet where I grew up, even if compared to Blue Star, is more than 10,000 times larger, yet it doesn't have such vast seas as Blue Star. No, to be precise, it should be called water bodies. In our place, there are plenty of freshwater lakes. Although there are many, the largest one is not even 1% of the ocean area on Blue Star, and seawater is even scarcer. Although I've only been to a few other planets, the situation is similar to my hometown. There simply aren't sea areas of this size, and water only accounts for 1% of the entire planet, or even less. It's nothing like the exaggerated proportions of Blue Star. Perhaps there might be planets similar to Blue Star. Xiao He swallowed and glanced at Lin Yan before continuing. However, a planet filled with seawater can easily give birth to life. But evolving into a civilization and stepping into the process of cultivation, according to what I know, has never happened before. Moreover, the ultimate fate of those planets. They are all swallowed by seawater, submerged, until the entire planet becomes a kingdom of water, eventually fading away in the starry sky, turning into nothingness. Lin Yan's eyes also slightly narrowed. According to what Xiao He said, the current situation of Blue Star, it exceeds the common laws of the universe, but in some aspects, there are actually similarities. For example, the land area is indeed gradually decreasing, and it is happening constantly, although at a very slow pace. However, if this continues, upon hearing this, I'm afraid the future of Blue Star will be the same as those other planets. Lin Yan seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Xiao He and asked, what is the lifespan of those planets, from their birth to their end? Hearing Lin Yan's question, Xiao He rolled his eyes, as if trying hard to think about something. Its eyes lit up as it remembered. It quickly looked at Lin Yan and said, planets like Blue Star, if unaffected by external forces, have almost infinite lifespans. However, planets submerged by seawater only have half the lifespan of their star. Only half the lifespan of the star? Lin Yan pondered briefly. A moment later, the lifespan of a star is generally around 10 billion years, half of which is 5 billion years, as far as he knows. From its birth until now, Blue Star should have existed for just over 4.5 billion years. Although, judging by the current state of Blue Star, it wouldn't be too difficult to persist for several more billion years. However, the problem mentioned by Xiao He is indeed happening. Lin Yan suddenly sighed softly and said, but the current situation on Blue Star looks very normal. The land and the sea are in a delicate balance. It's hard for me to imagine that Blue Star would perish and disappear like other similar planets. Xiao He nodded. That's also what puzzles me. But it cannot be denied that even though Blue Star seems stable and normal now, it's only been a little over 200 years. Although human development has been rapid, compared to the number of crystal beasts, especially the number of oceanic crystal beasts, it is still negligible. If there were no restrictions, I'm afraid Blue Star would already be dominated by oceanic crystal beasts. What Xiao He said made a lot of sense, but Lin Yan neither agreed nor disagreed. Perhaps wait until some time in the future. Yes, maybe we will really face a fate similar to that of a planet. Who knows? After a moment of silence, Lin Yan shook his head and let out a soft laugh. Even if that moment truly arrives, with his current strength, it would be of no use. Instead of worrying unnecessarily, it would be better to focus on improving his cultivation. If he could reach the Emperor realm or the heavenly realm, perhaps such problems would become insignificant in his eyes. Lin Yan no longer dwelled on this issue. Instead, he recalled what Xiao He had mentioned earlier about the ocean crystal beast being very special, as well as the shock Xiao He had displayed, all of which he had taken note of. Now was the perfect time to ask about it. So Lin Yan looked at Xiao He and directly asked, what is the difference between the ocean crystal beast and the crystal beasts and demonic beasts you have seen? And what exactly is the distinction between demonic beasts and crystal beasts? So, this wasn't the first time Lin Yan had heard Xiao He refer to demonic beasts. What he knew, on Blue Star, there were only crystal beasts, and the term demonic beasts didn't even exist. Under his puzzled gaze, Little Black also pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. The number of races and life forms in the universe is countless. Even those at the Emperor realm cannot know exactly how many there are, but they can be broadly divided into three categories based on life forms: the spirit race, the crystal race, and the star race. Any race with emotions can be called the spirit race, with the most representative being the human race. Human emotions are the richest, unmatched by any any other race, but also because of this. The evaluation of the human race by the myriad races of the universe is the most extensive and complex, with mixed opinions. However, even among the spirit races, they are not always amicable with each other, and conflicts do occur, with some harboring irreconcilable enmity. As for the human race, within the spirit races, although they have the most friends, they also have the most enemies. However, because there are so many powerful individuals among the human race, it is also an extremely strong race among the myriad races of the universe, even ranking among the top 5. Most humans are in relatively good circumstances. Lin Yan listened attentively and did not interrupt Xiaohe. At this point in the conversation, he couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart, as he could also discern another meaning hidden in Xiaohe's words, that there is still a small portion of humans whose circumstances cannot be considered good. It might even be a very innocent part of humanity. However, this is also something inevitable. However, humanity is inherently complex, with both good and evil. No matter how many kind-hearted individuals exist, the reputation can still be tarnished by those who commit wrongdoings, and even the innocent may bear the brunt of others' anger. This truth is not something only Lin Yan understands. Even most humans, as well as those other cosmic races, are aware of this, but it is of no use. After all, the universe does not belong to the human race, and many other races will not cease their conflicts for this reason. Struggles are unavoidable everywhere, let alone the inevitable clashes of interests between them. Even if a true deity descended to the world, there might still be no solution. Lin Yan sighed inwardly. Xiaohe did not pause and continued narrating. As long as a race possesses emotions, whether it is a kind or an evil race, it can be referred to as a spirit race. Our beast clan naturally also belongs to the spirit race, but the crystal clan is different. They lack emotions, and this emotion does not refer to fear, joy, sadness, or anger, but rather their perception of their own race and other races. This perception can be good or evil, but no crystal race is capable of possessing this perception. Although they, like the spirit race, possess intelligence, whether it is toward their own race or other races, they regard them as no different from roadside stones, beautiful flowers, or even their living habitats. Hearing this, Lin Yan instinctively narrowed his eyes. It was clear that he had realized the crux of the issue. He couldn't help but speak in a low voice. In other words, rather than saying the crystal clan is a form of life, it would be more accurate to say they are merely a group of intelligent machines. After saying this, Lin Yan paused for a moment. He then continued, if left to develop unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaohe had merely introduced the characteristics of the crystal clan, but he was very clear how terrifying the existence of the crystal clan truly was, even to the evil spirit clan. In their eyes, other races were merely annoying or beneficial to them, which is why they would take action, attack other races, or harm them. At its core, it was all for their own benefit. However, the crystal clan was different. In their eyes, any different race, even other races of the crystal clan, is the same without any distinction. It's just like, in front of a person, there are two identical buttons. One of them, pressing it can bring you immense benefits, allowing you to easily achieve anything you want to do. In short, it can fulfill any of your desires. The other one, pressing it, however, will only bring you pain. Apart from pain and despair, there will be nothing else. Anything you don't want to happen will occur one after another, according to common sense. Or rather, if nothing unexpected happens, anyone, including any life form of the Ling race in the universe, would want to choose the first button rather than the second one. This is the reason the Ling race possesses cognition. There are also certain special circumstances where someone might choose the second button, but in any case, choosing the first button is the most likely outcome. But if it were the crystal clan choosing the button, unpredictable things would happen, because in their view, no matter which button is pressed, the result is the same. Therefore, more often than not, they would choose randomly, or even press two buttons at once, with no discernible pattern at all. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be considered too frightening. But if the crystal clan continues to develop, far surpassing the spirit clan and becoming the ruler of the universe, then the future of the universe will be filled with uncertainty. For any race, uncertainty is a terrifying thing, let alone for the myriad races that depend on the universe for survival. At any moment, they could face a future of universal destruction and the disappearance of life. It was merely a moment of eye contact with Lin Yan. Xiaohe already knew Lin Yan's thoughts, so it nodded and said, yes, just as you thought. The crystal clan is the common enemy of the spirit clan and the star clan. The most representative of the crystal clan is the crystal beast. Although crystal beasts are the weakest race within the crystal clan, they are also the most terrifying. Their adaptability is extremely strong, and their reproduction ability is several times, dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even thousands of times greater than that of demon beasts and other beast clans. Even if we set aside the threat posed by the crystal clan, the natural attraction between the spirit clan and the star clan towards the crystal clan is also extremely strong, an uncontrollable kind, as if they were born to be enemies of the spirit clan and the star clan. Lin Yan pondered slightly, recalling information about the crystal beasts. The intelligence circulating on Blue Star was far less detailed than what Xiaohe described, but after comparing various pieces of information, he quickly understood the fundamental reason why the crystal beasts attacked Ghost City and the other 3 border cities. But he did not interrupt Xiaohe. Xiaohe also did not pause and continued speaking. However, although crystal beasts belong to the Crystal Clan, they actually share some similarities with demonic beasts and other beast clans. If you only look at their life forms, you can't distinguish between crystal beasts and demonic beasts at all. You can only judge through their aura. This is also why, when I saw the ocean crystal beast, I said it was different from other crystal beasts and demon beasts I had encountered. What shocked me was a certain power within the ocean crystal beast. At this point, a lingering fear rose in Xiaohe's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression also turned serious. Because he lived on Blue Star, and in the past he had never come into contact with ocean crystal beasts. When he saw the ocean crystal beast, although he noticed something different, he didn't find it too strange. He simply thought that the ocean environment was different from the land, and even if the ocean crystal beast was somewhat different from other crystal beasts, he didn't pay much attention to it. Xiaohe didn't keep him guessing and directly started explaining to Lin Yan. First of all, the form of the ocean crystal beast is unlike any aquatic animal I have ever seen. At first, I just thought it was due to the difference between seawater and freshwater. But when I expanded my domain and acted against them, I felt a fluctuation that should have belonged exclusively to the Star Clan beings. This is a power completely different from that of the crystal beasts, though it is extremely faint, almost negligible. However, I once encountered a very powerful Star Clan being, so I have a deep impression of the Star Clan's aura. With just a slight fluctuation, I can confirm it. Lin Yan listened quietly, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. He had always felt, with the strength of his spiritual perception, he believed he could see through everything, yet the faint force mentioned by Xiaohe had eluded his detection. He only noticed the difference between the ocean crystal beast and other crystal beasts, nothing more. Xiaohe, however, did not notice Lin Yan's gaze, only because at this moment, its eyes were also filled with disbelief and its heart was equally stirred. Although Xiaohe did not doubt itself, this fact was indeed extremely difficult for it to accept. However, Xiaohe slowly began to speak, and this power appeared within the body of the ocean crystal beast, and during its resistance against my domain, it was utilized. You must know, the Star Clan and the Spirit Clan are the same. They are both innate enemies of the Crystal Clan, and if the ocean crystal beast of the Crystal Clan can use the power of the Star Clan, this news, if spread, will definitely cause panic among all the races in the universe. What is the power of the Star Clan? After a while, Lin Yan's eyes revealed a solemn expression, along with a sense of confusion. Xiaohe suppressed the unease in his heart, took a few deep breaths, and then said to Lin Yan, after the beings of the Spirit Clan step into the Emperor realm, they can absorb the power of the stars. This, you already know. As everyone knows, the place illuminated by the stars contains the power of the stars, which also originates from planets like Blue Star that can nurture life, as well as stars brimming with immense energy. But what many people don't know is, among the countless stars in the universe, the most mysterious and powerful force is actually the origin of the stars. The power of the stars is merely a faint energy that escapes from the origin of the stars. Lin Yan appeared thoughtful, his eyes slightly lowered. According to what Xiaohe said, the power of the origin is tens of thousands of times stronger than the power of the stars. Lin Yan seemed to think of something and murmured to himself, the origin of the stars, the power of the origin, then could my spatial origin and temporal origin talents also harness the power of the origin? All along, he had always felt that his talents did not provide any substantial help. It merely granted him an extraordinary cultivation speed, along with the massive energy required for upgrades. Beyond that, it had no other effects. Suddenly, and now, Xiaohe's words brought Lin Yan some clarity. A talent rated as SSS, how could it not be extraordinary? Perhaps as long as he can find a way to utilize his talent, even the existence of the Emperor realm will be insignificant before him. Little Black did not notice the surge of Lin Yan's emotions. It continued speaking, the stellar origin can be said to be the most important thing for a planet. With it, life can be nurtured, civilizations can be born, and life can embark on the path of cultivation. Therefore, the stellar origin can also be considered the most precious treasure in the universe. Spiritual race beings are all envious of it, while the crystal race beings have an even more terrifying desire for the stellar origin. Lin Yan nodded slightly, fully aware of the importance of the star essence. However, but such an important thing exists within the planet beneath his feet, and there are countless such planets in the universe. If powerful beings were to choose to plunder the star essence, the universe would likely be filled with war and slaughter. Judging from Xiaohe's expression, such things have not occurred. Although the star essence is powerful, it also has its limitations. The essence of stars also varies in strength, with the weaker ones having no effect at all. But it should not be just for this reason. Lin Yan had a guess in his heart, so he directly said, the Spirit Clan and Crystal Clan you've already mentioned, the remaining Star Clan life should be related to the essence
of stars, right? That is to say, the power of the Star Clan is actually the power of the essence of stars. Xiao Hei nodded, confirming Lin Yan's speculation. Perhaps. The Star Clan, Spirit Clan, and Crystal Clan are collective terms for many races, whereas the Star Clan is simply the name of a single group. In other words, a single group of the Star Clan can stand on par with the other two major clans. The uniqueness of the Star Clan's life lies in its connection to the essence of the stars. Unlike other forms of life, the Star Clan's intelligence is not high, nor do they possess rich emotions. They act more on instinct, and every member of the Star Clan can wield the power of the essence of the stars. As the words fell, Xiao Hei glanced at Lin Yan. He was found to be listening attentively, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. Xiao Hei continued speaking. However, not all stellar origins are naturally very powerful. For instance, some barren planets have stellar origins that are pitifully weak, of no use to the Spirit Clan, and while they may tempt the Crystal Clan, they are practically worthless. The reason why the powerful star essence can remain intact, thus, is the existence of the Star Clan beings, because even if your strength far surpasses that of the Star Clan beings, you simply cannot make them submit. Once they sense a threat, they will follow their instincts and detonate the star essence to perish together with their enemy. After the star essence is detonated, the energy that disperses is extremely violent and cannot be absorbed at all. Moreover, the star essence does not truly disappear. Over the course of countless years, it will slowly recover. Xiao Hei added further. The essence of the stars is the foundation of a planet. Once it is destroyed, the life on that planet will also perish as a result, so these beings will do everything they can to protect the essence of the stars. Although he had already speculated, Lin Yan was still taken aback. Being able to use the power of the essence of the stars, even if only a small portion, is enough to prove how powerful they are. Speaking of the end, so powerful, it is absolutely unmatched by other races in the universe. Lin Yan's thoughts kept turning, and he came up with a new question. He then opened his mouth to ask Xiao Hei, the Star Clan is so powerful. Among all the races in the universe, it should be the #1 race, right? It's not surprising that he asked cautiously, given the vastness of the universe. Perhaps there might be a race even stronger than the Star Clan. Who knows? Little Black wagged his tail and slowly said, your idea is correct. Among the myriad races in the universe, the Star Clan is indeed ranked as the #1 race, but this is under the condition of not counting the transcendents. Because once someone becomes a transcendent, even if they belong to the Crystal Beast Clan, they seem unlikely to target ordinary life forms. However, there are special cases, though they are very rare. If we were to include the transcendents of all races in the calculation, the Star Clan would only rank 3rd. The first place would be taken by a race within the Spirit Clan known as the Infernal Clan. He paused slightly. Xiao Hei continued, the Prison Clan is extremely mysterious. No one knows their methods, not even what they specifically look like or their characteristics. All that's known is that the life forms of the Prison Clan possess incredibly formidable individual combat power, second only to the Star Clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt somewhat emotional. Indeed, the universe is vast, and anything is possible. He suddenly became curious and softly asked, what rank is the human race? Suddenly, Xiao Hei also let out a sigh. With a somewhat peculiar look in his eyes, he sighed and said, ranked 5th, but the existence of the human race, not to mention compared to the top 4, is far behind even the top 10. You humans are really strange. No wonder someone like you, a freak, appeared. Little Black couldn't help but roll its eyes again and muttered a curse under its breath. Lin Yan was also a bit helpless, rolling his eyes at Little Black in return and giving it a light tap. Then he asked again, by the way, you still haven't mentioned the characteristics of Star Clan life. The previously obedient Little Black, at this moment, suddenly closed its eyes. Speaking of the end. At the same time, he hummed twice, then grumbled discontentedly, I've already said so much, I'm exhausted. You don't even reward me. Go ask someone else. Lin Yan widened his eyes, helplessly watching Xiao Hei act shamelessly. But, he didn't know what to do, and he even felt that Xiao Hei's words made sense. After all, it had only been less than half an hour since earlier, and so much had already been said. The amount of information was overwhelming. This information would also take some time to digest. He just sat quietly on the rock to rest and didn't continue to press for answers. Lin Yan took out some food for Xiao Hei from the supernatural space. Smelling the aroma, Xiao Hei opened his eyes. It seemed that a trace of drool could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hei quickly stretched out his paw, pulled the food in front of him, and began to enjoy it. So, still didn't forget to praise Lin Yan with a sentence, at least you have a conscience. Lin Yan also smiled lightly and looked at Xiao Hei with affection. Only then did he shift his gaze away from Xiao Hei. Following the cave entrance, he looked outside. Meanwhile, blue skies and white clouds, sea waves, gentle breeze, and sunshine, such a scene also brought peace to Lin Yan's mind. Ha ha! Xiao Hei had also finished eating, and its condition had mostly recovered. Lin Yan turned to look at Xiao Hei and smiled slightly. Xiao Hei, let's go. Time to get back to work. Then he stood up first and walked to the entrance of the cave. Behind him, Little Black also stretched its body and waved its paw. 10 minutes later.
later, Little Black then leapt up from the rock. Upon seeing this, stirring up a gust of wind, it landed on Lin Yan's shoulder. Its small eyes sparkled with the light of crystals, and it chuckled, saying, "Considering how hard this king has worked, you must help this king catch a few 7th level ocean crystal beasts to play with later." Lin Yan helplessly rubbed his forehead, then tapped Xiao on the head. Immediately after, "We're not going into the deep sea. How could we be so lucky to encounter a level 7 crystal beast comparable to the king realm?" Whoosh. Although he said this, Lin Yan did not refuse. If they really did encounter one, he would definitely fulfill Xiao's wish. As for the deep sea, according to what Xiao said earlier, although the ocean crystal beasts and the vast sea are full of secrets, they are also filled with dangers. With his current strength, he might not gain any advantage there. It's better to be cautious and wait until his strength grows stronger. He is definitely going to venture into the deep sea. Catching some crystal beasts outside is already enough. Once prepared and strong enough, if Xiao wants an 8th level crystal beast, even a 9th level crystal beast won't be a problem. Lin Yan used his spiritual sense to locate the gathering place of the ocean crystal beasts. He pointed with his finger and said to Xiao, "Let's go over there." Xiao nodded in agreement. But now, then, one person and one dog transformed into 2 long rainbows, heading toward the sea area Lin Yan pointed to. Before long, the 2 arrived at the location. After the 2 worked together in perfect harmony. Thus, the ocean crystal beasts in this area were also completely looted by Lin Yan. Okay. After a brief rest, Lin Yan pointed again and commanded Xiao, "On to the next target, move out." "Woof," responded Xiao. Above the sea, 2 figures kept moving. A few minutes later, but wherever they passed, the area became barren. No matter what kind of ocean crystal beast it was, all were collected into Lin Yan's ability space. There was no sorting, whether edible or not, none were spared. Anyway, Lin Yan's ability space now had a terrifyingly large capacity. How big it is, he couldn't be bothered to calculate. Just like that, it was definitely larger than a town. Even if he and Xiao worked tirelessly for weeks capturing crystal beasts, they still wouldn't be able to fill it up. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Lin Yan and Xiao spent all their time vigorously capturing crystal beasts, except when resting. If all these crystal beasts were exchanged for crystal coins, an hour passed. The number of his crystal coins could even surpass the total amount of crystal coins in an entire city combined. Lin Yan's wealth alone could rival that of a whole city. It's still early before nightfall. Lin Yan naturally didn't plan to stop like this. Most importantly, Xiao was in high spirits as well, showing no signs of impatience. Moreover, since he had finally made a trip out to sea, he naturally wanted to make the most of it. After all, the next time he came to the ocean, he would be heading to the deep sea and wouldn't be interested in catching low-level marine crystal beasts anymore. However, might as well take this opportunity to catch enough at once. Compared to other superhumans, Lin Yan and Xiao advantages can be described as unparalleled. One can fly, while the other can teleport instantly with very low energy consumption. It can actually be considered flying, and it's even more extraordinary than flying. Xiao possesses a domain and can cast it on groups. Lin Yan has a special ability space with a large storage capacity. Coupled with their strong abilities, they can venture into deeper sea areas. Such efficiency is undoubtedly terrifying. Even if a royal level being came, they wouldn't catch as much as them. Another hour passed. Xiao and Lin Yan were still enjoying themselves. They continued their capture operation. The only pity was that the highest level ocean crystal beast they had encountered so far was only at level 6, still some distance away from level 7. But they were not discouraged and kept moving forward. Outside the eastern part of the secluded city, in a shallow sea area slightly farther from the coastline, there were several teams of superpowered individuals, each separated by some distance. Every team was searching for ocean crystal beasts in their own way, with each person having different roles, and no conflicts occurred. The strongest among them was no more than at the peak of the transformation stage. Among these people, at the same time, there was a person, someone Lin Yan still had some impression of. It was precisely the woman named Tianjia, whom he had noticed when leaving the city, who had hidden her cultivation level and even altered her appearance. The man beside her was also the one who had previously spoken up to warn Lin Yan. However, suddenly, he reached out his hand toward the seawater and grabbed a second-level marine crystal beast about 10 centimeters long. With a firm squeeze of his palm, he ended the crystal beast's life and then tossed it into the bag he carried on his back. Because secondary marine crystal beasts already possess some attack power. Naturally, it is impossible to carry a living crystal beast with you, as that would purely be asking for trouble. At this moment, of course, the most important reason is still because, even if a level 2 crystal beast loses its vitality, it can still remain fresh for several days without decaying. Similarly, other crystal beasts are much the same. After storing the crystal beast, a faint smile appeared on the man's face. Looking at Tianjia beside him, he couldn't help but say happily, "In just a few hours, we've captured dozens of level 2 crystal beasts, and even a few level 3 ones. Under normal circumstances, circumstances, this level of efficiency would be unimaginable. I don't know what kind of lucky day it is today. It's your first time leaving the city, and you encounter such a good thing. You could say you're quite fortunate. Tianjia nodded, but a strange glint flashed in her eyes. However, the man didn't notice. Instead, he continued to smile and said, "Let's keep hunting crystal beasts. When we get back, I'll treat you all to something delicious. It'll also serve as a welcome for Tianjia joining our regular team and a celebration of today's harvest." In this team, the other members also smiled and chimed in, laughing and talking with each other. Sure. It's rare for Boss Wu to treat us. We must eat to our heart's content. Upon hearing this, Jar, your luck is truly amazing. You just joined our team not long ago, and now you get to experience a harvest and Boss Wu treating us. You're so lucky, boo-hoo. A female ability user walked up to Jar. She gently bumped her shoulder and then jokingly said, finally pretending to be moved, making an exaggerated crying sound. Tianjia hasn't had time to reply yet. The man known as Wu Laoda sighed helplessly, then laughed and cursed in mock anger. I'm very generous, okay? And yet you say this about me. Also, be careful not to scare our newcomer. He then turned around and looked at Tianjia. With a dry laugh, he said apologetically, ha, they're just like this, don't mind them. Actually, they're really nice people. You'll understand once you've spent more time with them. Tianjia smiled and nodded, her expression calm and without any flaws. Seeing this, old Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. Including Tianjia, their small team only had 5 people in total, and their strength was relatively weak. Having a newcomer willing to join was truly rare, which was why he was so nervous. Just as he hesitated, wanting to say something more, Tianjia suddenly giggled. Boss Wu, it's fine, let's continue catching crystal beasts. I'm okay, and I really like the atmosphere between you all, which is why I wanted to join the team. Ah, that's good. Boss Wu laughed heartily, then waved to the others. Stop standing there like fools. Hurry up and catch the crystal beasts. Whoever catches the least will definitely be punished with a few extra drinks tonight. The other 3, upon hearing this, responded one after another. Watch me. Boss Wu is so fierce. Wah. Boss Wu looked speechless but didn't say anything further. After giving Tianjia a kind smile, he continued to grab the crystal beast. Alright. The other 3, though their expressions varied, the joy in their eyes filled them with boundless energy, so they quickly began to move, working hard to grab the crystal beasts. And just as they started to get busy, Tianjia's lips subtly curled into a strange smile, but it quickly disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. Then, seemingly unintentionally, a hand reached into the pocket of the clothing at the waist. Her eyes slightly narrowed, and her fingers moved gently. It was as if she had pressed something. Then she naturally withdrew her hand, shifted her body around, spotted a level 1 ocean crystal beast, quickly caught it, and placed it in the backpack behind her. A few hours passed. Not only did Tianjia's team reap abundant rewards, but even the other teams looked exceptionally delighted and very satisfied. It's just that the crystal beasts in this sea area have almost all been captured. The smile on Wu Laoda's face never faded as he couldn't help but say with a laugh, today's harvest in just one day is more than what we got in the past month. But unfortunately, all the crystal beasts here have been caught. Just like that. Yes, let's hope it will be the same next time. Keep dreaming, there won't be a next time. You're lucky to have this chance even once. The other team members also responded with laughter. Not far away, the atmosphere among the other teams was just as cheerful. A sudden exclamation rang out. Look over there. The voice was not loud, but it was very clear. Not only did Wu Laoda and the others hear it, but even those who were a bit farther away heard it clearly. Everyone's gaze turned to the owner of the voice. However, at this moment, and the person who made the sound was none other than Tianjia. Tianjia was seen with her small mouth open, her face full of astonishment. One hand covered her mouth, while the other pointed southward. Everyone followed the direction of Tianjia's pointing finger and looked over. This glance was no small matter. After looking, everyone gasped in shock. Heavens! Exclamations rose one after another. All the popular faces erupted with expressions of ecstasy. It was because, in the direction pointed by Tianjia, groups of ocean crystal beasts were frantically converging toward their location, most of them being small-sized level 1 or 2 crystal beasts. Hiss! Wow! No, these are not crystal beasts. To them, this is simply a moving crystal coin. Immediately after, Wu Laoda's face was blank, his mouth open but unable to make any sound. After a moment, he swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, "We've struck it rich. Rich!" According to his rough estimate, there are at least hundreds of thousands of these crystal beasts, and they are all very weak in strength. Even if many teams split them up, they can still obtain an extremely large number of ocean crystal beasts. Not only did Captain Wu react this way, but the other squad leaders as well. They quickly responded by issuing orders to their team members nearby. Quick, take action. Their bodies swiftly moved toward the crystal beasts. The other squads followed suit, charging toward the group of crystal beasts. We'll follow them too. Take out your big bags and grab as much as you can. Don't get into conflicts with others. Wu Laoda's eyes turned red as he spoke to the others. This time, no one joked around. Then, Then, everyone wore serious expressions as they took out large bags from their backpacks.
Then they swam toward the Crystal Beast group, their excitement barely contained, their entire bodies brimming with energy.
And Tianjia saw these people rushing toward the Crystal Beasts.
Yes, the corners of her mouth curled up, but she didn't make any strange moves. Instead, she immediately followed behind Wu Laoda, came to the front of the Crystal Beast group, and pretended to work very hard, grabbing the Crystal Beasts. If someone were to look down from above, they would definitely notice something unusual. Just because beyond the Crystal Beast group in front, about 5 or 6 kilometers away, on the azure sea surface, patches of black shadows were rapidly drifting toward the location of Tianjia and the others.
Take a closer look, and you'll notice, those black shadows are swarms of ocean crystal beasts. It's just that.
Their numbers are simply incalculable, and the most terrifying part is that among them, there is even a 7th-level ocean crystal beast several hundred meters long. As for the approaching beast horde in the distance, everyone present remained unaware. At this moment, they had all their attention drawn to the crystal beast before them. In the face of such a great temptation, few could maintain enough rationality. Even if they knew a herd of beasts was about to attack, they would not easily give up the crystal beast in front of them. Instead, they would act even faster, reluctantly fleeing only before the arrival of the powerful crystal beast. And the crystal beast herd here has also attracted many nearby teams to come over. Over 100 ability users have already gathered here, and the number of crystal beasts is gradually decreasing. However, since there are quite a lot of them, including some level 3 and 4 crystal beasts, they can still hold out for a while. Boss Wu and his group were all grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Tianjia, standing to the side, had a smile that grew increasingly cold and sinister.
On another part of the sea, not long after,
Lin Yan and Xiaohei each stood above 2 crystal beasts, each dozens of meters long. After a moment of silence, Xiaohei let out a heavy sigh. So many hours have passed, we've encountered hundreds of level 6 crystal beasts, but still can't find a single level 7 crystal beast.
However,
Lin Yan also shook his head with a smile, but there was a hint of helplessness in his expression.
At the same time, these past few hours,
he and Xiaohei moved back and forth across the ocean, even venturing into the seabed 100 meters deep, yet they didn't encounter a single level 7 ocean crystal beast. In his ability space, the number of level 1 crystal beasts had already reached billions.
Upon hearing this,
as for level 2 and 3 crystal beasts, there were tens of millions of them. 4 and 5 level crystal beasts also number in the hundreds of thousands.
So much so that now, Lin Yan no longer pays attention to those low-level crystal beasts because there are simply too many of them, and not all crystal beasts are edible. Some have to be discarded, requiring time to sort them out.
Even though the ability space is relatively large, storing so much trash is still quite troublesome.
This matter also gave him a bit of a headache.
Lin Yan had now decided that unless it was a level 5 or higher ocean crystal beast, he absolutely wouldn't spare it another glance.
In fact, Little Black felt the same way. Dealing with those low-level crystal beasts, although very easy,
but over time, repeatedly releasing the mechanical field made Xiaohei feel a bit bored, even somewhat nauseous. Thus, the man and the dog reached a very tacit understanding. They would only target high-level crystal beasts, and incidentally capture a level 7 ocean crystal beast to keep Xiaohei entertained in the time prison when bored. After a long time, only a few hundred level 6 ocean crystal beasts were found. Not even a trace of a level 7 ocean crystal beast was seen. The level 6 ocean crystal beast now trampled under Lin Yan and Xiaohei's feet was their final attempt before preparing to head back. After a moment, Lin Yan gave a helpless smile. Although we didn't encounter a level 7 one, these 2 level 6 ones will have to do for now. They should last you a bit longer.
It's just that.
Not waiting for Xiaohei to reply,
he immediately put the 2 level 6 ocean crystal beasts under his feet into the time prison.
After he broke through to the innate realm. In the time prison, apart from the rooms for karmic fire and silk blades, another room was unlocked. These 2 ocean crystal beasts were thrown into this newly unlocked room, and in this room, it is filled with blue water, but it appears solid, floating motionlessly in the room. However, it looks like water, but it is not water. It is merely an extremely concentrated energy that has transformed into a liquid state. In the end, Lin Yan named it Sea of Suffering, and the entire room was called by that name as well. The greatest feature of the Sea of Suffering was that any living being who entered it would experience the suffocating sensation of drowning. Then, the Sea of Suffering would flow into their bodies through their 7 orifices, completely surrounding them inside and out. What was even more terrifying was that the Sea of Suffering could even replace their blood, circulating through their veins, inflicting unimaginable agony from the inside out. Actually, at the very beginning, Lin Yan also didn't know the specific purpose of this room. However, in the time prison, there were experimental subjects available for testing, namely Han Shi, who had provoked him outside the Scorching Heart secret realm, and that Han family's transformation realm expert. After experiencing the torment of Hellfire and the Silk Blade Room, Lin Yan sent them into the Sea of Suffering again. However, due to a lack of experience at the beginning, the power power of the Sea of Suffering was not well controlled, and they didn't last long before their vitality was completely extinguished, achieving ultimate release. As for why these two crystal beasts were sent to the Sea of Suffering room, Lin Yan felt that the Sea of Suffering is also a sea, and ocean crystal beasts should be placed in the sea, which made perfect sense. It was entirely due to his twisted sense of humor. Even a level 6 ocean crystal beast, equivalent to a boundary level expert, can survive without staying in the seawater. At most, its strength would weaken, and its cultivation speed would significantly decrease. Lin Yan's time prison traps the lives that enter it. That is because, apart from Xiaohei, none of them can meet a good end. However, in order for these two crystal beasts to endure a little longer, Lin Yan deliberately adjusted the power of the Sea of Bitterness to almost nothing, allowing it to enter their bodies without replacing their blood. The feeling of drowning, though, would still remain. Moreover, but for ocean crystal beasts, creatures that live in the sea, this shouldn't be much of a problem. Lin Yan thought so. It's just that he didn't notice at all. In the room of the Sea of Suffering, the two level 6 crystal beasts looked miserable, their mouths constantly opening and closing, tears streaming from their eyes, and they kept whimpering, appearing very pitiful. Even if Lin Yan noticed, he wouldn't care much. After he put away the crystal beast beneath his feet, his body lost its support point. If he doesn't use teleportation or release alien energy to create a foothold on the surface of the sea, he will fall into the water. Not far away, the already airborne Xiaohei also arrived in front of Lin Yan, just as it was about to say something. At this moment, its eyes widened, its breath paused for a moment, and it almost fell into the sea itself. However, Little Black quickly came back to his senses. He swiftly mobilized his supernatural energy, stabilizing his body in midair without falling. After steadying himself, Little Black muttered in disbelief with his mouth agape. How is this possible? To comprehend it so quickly. The next moment, and the reason that could shock Little Black so much, it is because of this. Lin Yan stood there straight, right on the surface of the sea. Most importantly, under his feet, there was no release of any special energy as a support. This means he could rely on himself to walk on the sea. Lin Yan stepped onto the surface of the sea as if walking on solid ground. His expression was calm and composed, and his robes fluttered gently in the wind. Although he had altered his appearance to look quite ordinary, the faintly discernible ethereal aura he exuded still made him resemble a graceful gentleman, captivating and impossible not to gaze at from afar. There was no one else here, only a black dog. This dog was clearly still in shock and had no time to appreciate Lin Yan's appearance. Seeing Xiaohei's reaction, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. The skill of walking on the sea out of thin air came to him after he had teleported too many times and felt a bit bored. It was an idea that emerged in his mind, though it was also refined through several pointers from Xiaohei. However, unfortunately, it was only at this moment that he finally comprehended it. Moreover, Lin Yan took a step forward and walked toward Xiaohei. The feeling of stepping on the sea was not like stepping on solid ground, which would give a hard sensation. Instead, it was like walking on a road padded with sponges. The seawater covered the soles of his feet, feeling somewhat soft and squishy. As he moved, the seawater shifted along with him. Rather than calling it stepping on the sea, immediately after, it would be more accurate to say that Lin Yan's feet merged with the surface of the sea. Just as he walked on the sea, the system's notification sound rang out appropriately. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully comprehending a B-level skill. Obtain skill naming rights. Reward, 20 points. 20 points for Lin Yan can only be considered as a mosquito leg, causing no emotional ripple, nor would he, as before, complain in his heart about the system's stinginess. After the system prompt sound disappeared, Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Without much thought, he had already decided on the skill's name. In his heart, he silently said, let's call it Lingshu. Ding! B-level skill Lingshu named successfully. The system notification sound also rang, confirming this name. Lin Yan smiled faintly, feeling very satisfied in his heart. After all, this could be considered the first entirely new skill he had comprehended. Previously, it was either upgrading skills or learning existing ones. Thus, but this time, it was different. Moreover, he now had a clear direction for the future enhancement of skill levels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen a name like Lingshu, which at first glance has nothing to do with walking on the sea. Lingshu, soaring through the clouds and treading on the void. This is Lin Yan's goal. Moreover, the current Lingshu skill not only allows walking on the sea but also enables movement underwater, without being slower than on land or the sea surface. In addition, Lin Yan can briefly sprint through the air, though it consumes more energy. Lin Yan looked at Xiaohei and smiled faintly. Rarely showing a hint of pride, he chuckled at Xiaohei and said, I named this skill Lingshu. Hee hee, what do you think? Aren't you especially in awe of me? Pervert. Little Black rolled its eyes upon hearing that. It seemed to have figured something out and was no longer surprised. Then it jumped onto Lin Yan's shoulder, let out a dissatisfied humph, extended its paw to pat Lin Yan, and said cheekily, not bad, not bad. With just a little guidance from me, you managed to grasp the skill. Quite a talent you have. Lin Yan felt a bit helpless but still kept a smile on his face, looked up at the sky
sky and noticed that the horizon was gradually darkening. It wouldn't be long before the sun set. Leelin tapped Xiaohei. It's getting late. I need to head back. Alright, then let this king go in. Xiaohei also nodded. This king is just tired too, and playing with those two crystal beasts sounds good. Leelin smiled and nodded. Alright. With a wave of his hand, he sent Xiaohei into the time prison. After all, he was heading back to Yucheng, and it wasn't convenient for Xiaohei to follow him. The only option was to let Xiaohei stay in the time prison. To make it easier for Xiaohei to move around, Leelin specially condensed a phantom. This phantom had no independent consciousness, but it could understand Xiaohei's words and assist in simply controlling the time prison. This way, whether for safety or other reasons, it was very convenient for Xiaohei. After sending Xiaohei into the time prison, Lin Yan also released his spiritual sense, activated the Lingshu skill, and quickly rushed back in the direction of Yucheng. Moreover, Lingshu is a spatial skill, combined with swift movement and teleportation. His speed had already far surpassed what it was before. Moreover, as Lin Yan continued to use Lingshu, his understanding of spatial skills grew deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, at the location of Tianjia and the others, apart from the ability users who were already here, some ability users from other places, and even two squads with boundary-level ability users, were also drawn over. With the actions of these people, it didn't take long. Those low-level ocean crystal beasts have almost all been captured. Next to Tianjia, Wu Laoda was carrying several large bags filled with various crystal beasts. His face was brimming with joy as he looked at the other teammates and couldn't help but exclaim, "Today's haul is almost as much as an entire year's. Tonight, we must have a great feast." The other team members were also carrying several large bags in their hands. Their faces were equally filled with uncontrollable delight. There was a person nodding repeatedly. Yes, this time going out to sea, we can rest for more than half a month. Not just them, almost everyone was like this. Even those few powerful experts had smiles on their lips. It was clear that they were very satisfied with this trip out to sea. However, there was one person who was somewhat different, and that was Tianjia. There was no smile on her face. Instead, she appeared somewhat anxious, her eyes constantly darting around, and even a few beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Her unusual behavior was also noticed by Wu Laoda. Wu Laoda quickly came to Tianjia's side, his face filled with concern as he asked, "Tianjia, what's wrong? Are you hurt? How about we return to Yucheng now? We've already gained a lot anyway." The other team members also gathered around, however, also showed a concerned expression and did not refute Wu Laoda's opinion. In the team, apart from Tianjia, the only other female member also approached Tianjia, scanning her up and down to see if she had any injuries, but found nothing, so she couldn't help but ask, "Jar, what's wrong with you?" Tianjia only came to her senses at this moment and quickly shook her head. However, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Then she hurriedly wiped her forehead, forced a smile at the corner of her mouth, and pushed away the female ability user beside her. The female ability user who was pushed away did not notice Tianjia's expression. "I'm fine." Instead, he became even more concerned and asked uncertainly, "Jar, are you really okay?" Tianjia then realized that her behavior was a bit impulsive. She quickly forced a smile and explained to the group, "I'm really fine, thank you for your concern. Since there are still some crystal beasts left, you should hurry and catch them. I'll just rest for a bit." That's good." Although the female psychic felt that Tianjia was acting a bit strange at this moment, she was still tactful enough not to continue asking and walked over to Wu Laoda's side, intending to ask him what to do next. As a master at the transformation realm, Wu Laoda was also the team leader. He appeared relatively kind, but his scheming was far from simple, much stronger than the others. Tianjia's unusual behavior made him feel that something was off. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, but he became more wary of Tianjia. Boss Wu gave Tianjia a kind smile and then said slowly, "Alright, let's continue hunting the crystal beasts. You stay here and rest well. If you feel unwell, make sure to speak up in time." After saying that, he turned to the others and said, "Let's go." The others also nodded slightly and turned to move toward the nearby crystal beasts. However, as they turned around, with their backs facing Tianjia, Boss Wu gave the other three members of the team a look, signaling them to be more cautious. They were different from Tianjia. They had known Boss Wu for a long time. Yes, there had long been a tacit understanding between them. It's just that. They quickly understood Wu Laoda's intentions, and a sense of vigilance toward Tianjia arose in their hearts. However, the crystal beast before them temporarily eased their minds, as it was, after all, a moving treasure trove of crystal coins. Tianjia watched as the group left her side. She also realized that she had lost her composure earlier. However, she did not dwell on it. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile, appearing utterly indifferent. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, seemingly looking into the distance. An uncontrollable fear rose in her eyes, and her body began to tremble faintly. As long as someone could look down from the sky, it could be seen that the herd of beasts, which was still several kilometers away earlier, was now less than a few hundred meters away. At this speed, in less than half a minute, the herd would completely reach the crowd. crowd. But very soon, the direction in which the herd was advancing seemed to point to a specific spot. That spot was precisely where Tianjia was located. This was the reason for Tianjia's fear. She had already sensed the approach of the herd, or rather, the reason for the herd's attack was because she had drawn them here. In her pocket, there was a treasure. The crystal beast herd here earlier was actually lured by her. However, apart from Tianjia herself, no one else could know about this. What should I do? What should I do? This time I've really messed up. Tianjia forced herself to calm down, but she was still trembling uncontrollably. As for why she wasn't fleeing immediately, the reason she stood there anxiously was that among the beast horde, there was a level 7 crystal beast, a sea crystal beast comparable to a king-level powerhouse, which had faintly locked onto her aura. However, because she was mixed in with the crowd, the level 7 crystal beast couldn't confirm her exact location yet. But if she panicked and fled now, then this crystal beast can instantly locate her position. In this way, it's no different from seeking death. After all, a crystal beast comparable to a king-level powerhouse, and still in its adept seawater environment, she can't fly. Even if the distance to the shoreline is less than a kilometer, she still can't escape from the jaws of a level 7 crystal beast. Originally, I just wanted to attract some level 5 or level 6 crystal beasts. With that treasure, I can still control the actions of the crystal beasts. By then, I can kill some more ability users, not only gaining more crystal beast meat but also leaving no evidence behind. But, the current situation is completely beyond my imagination. What should I do? What should I do now? Tianjia's eyes were bloodshot, and her heart grew increasingly restless and uneasy. At the same time, her thoughts were racing, quickly thinking of ways to escape. The most important thing was how to avoid arousing suspicion from others. In fact, there were ways, but implementing them would be very cruel. It would also raise suspicion among the upper echelons of Yucheng. After all, how could a 7th level ocean crystal beast, comparable to a king-level powerhouse, so easily appear in a place so close to the coastline? There must be some reason for such a thing to happen. As a survivor, she would definitely be under suspicion, and might even be exposed by some superpowered individuals with special means. The increasingly agitated Tianjia couldn't help but grab her own hair. Moreover, she unexpectedly started cursing under her breath, completely disregarding her image. Damn it, this is so strange. A level 7 ocean crystal beast, aren't they all supposed to be in the deep sea regions? How could one just appear here like this? This is really strange. The level 7 ocean crystal beast was only 20 seconds away from reaching here. Other ability users were busy capturing the crystal beasts. Their eyes were filled with the shadow of crystal coins, and their mouths carried ecstatic smiles, completely oblivious to Tianjia's actions. Wu Laoda, who had raised his guard against Tianjia, noticed this scene. For some reason, his heart pounded wildly. He faintly felt uneasy, even suppressing the joy of just capturing a 3rd level ocean crystal beast. As an ability user at the transformation realm, Wu Laoda still believed in the existence of a 6th sense, so he stuffed the 3rd level crystal beast in his hand into a bag. He quickly shouted to the other members of the team, "Stop everything, follow me." However, why? Someone asked in confusion. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me quickly." Wu Laoda's tone carried a hint of urgent anger. The others didn't dare to say much either. They simply responded softly and moved closer to Wu Laoda. Seeing a few people approaching him, Wu Laoda also breathed a sigh of relief. However, glancing at Tianjia not far away, he hesitated for a moment, but soon gritted his teeth and moved closer to Tianjia first. He understood in his heart that there was something unusual about Tianjia. Upon seeing this, it was very likely related to the danger he had foreseen, which was about to arrive. Alright, but he still couldn't bring himself to leave Tianjia behind without a word and escape with the others. He eagerly shouted to Tianjia, "We're heading back. Are you coming with us?" The others took a closer look and saw Tianjia's current state. They were instantly shocked. Even Wu Laoda, who had just spoken, felt his eyelid twitch and instinctively moved his body back a little. Thus, only because, at this moment, Tianjia was vastly different from before, even somewhat terrifying. Tianjia's hair was slightly disheveled, her eyes filled with a blood-red hue, and her lips were fiercely bitten by her own teeth. And Tianjia had clearly also noticed Wu Laoda and the others. After hearing what Wu Laoda said, she became even more anxious. If she could escape, she would have abandoned them long ago and would already be on the beach by now. The level 7 ocean crystal beast was only a few hundred meters away from her. The reason it hadn't been discovered by others yet was that level 7 crystal beasts could create a domain to block the aura of other crystal beasts, and it could only be noticed when the crystal beast was seen approaching with one's own eyes. By that time, everyone scattered and fled, and the 7th level crystal beast would quickly lock onto Tianjia. As soon as Tianjia thought of this, her eyes were filled with anxiety. The most important thing is, she then noticed Wu Laoda and the others, who looked nervous and were cautiously retreating, ready to run. This made her even more irritable. Suddenly, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and made a decision, no longer caring about the consequences. The most important thing right now is to survive. As for whether or not they can can return to Yucheng, that's something to consider later. She stood there under the shocked gazes of Wu Laoda and the others. The corners of her mouth curled into a cruel smile, and her appearance began to change, reverting to her original look, a face that appeared deathly pale, like that of a corpse. Afterward, at the same time, a powerful aura erupted from her body. Wu Lao's eyes were filled with shock, unable to believe it. The aura emanating from Tianjia's body at this moment was actually stronger than his, even reaching the level of the general realm. Immediately after, then he only felt a blur before his eyes as Tianjia's figure rapidly approached him. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Lowering his head, his pupils instantly dilated. Tianjia had slashed open his chest with the dagger in her hand, and a line of blood spurted forth, staining the seawater in front of him. Red Elder Wu's eyes were filled with terror, along with deep disappointment. He didn't understand. Why would Tianjia attack him? Clearly, there was no enmity between them, and he and his team had always taken good care of Tianjia. Even at the last moment when he was about to escape, he had thought of taking her along. What a pity! He was unable to see through Tianjia's disguise. At this moment, the others also reacted, all glaring at Tianjia with faces full of rage and shouting angrily, "Tianjia, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Boss Wu?" The female ability user also voiced a trembling question at this moment. After spending more than half a day together, she thought Tianjia was a woman with a good personality, the kind who could be a friend. That's why she had taken extra care of Tianjia, afraid that she might feel unhappy. But now, Tianjia had revealed her true colors. This filled her with heartbreak, and at the same time, intense fear rose within her. Before she could think further, Tianjia was already closing in on her. Why? Then, right before her widened eyes, the dagger drew a long gash across her chest. Blood mist filled the air, falling onto the surface of the sea. The other two, upon witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if the surrounding environment had instantly frozen. They pointed at Tianjia, wanting to curse, but could only stammer, you. Tianjia used the same method to stab them in the chest. However, from the start of the action to its conclusion, less than 10 seconds had passed. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of others, and everyone stopped what they were doing to look over. The blood-red sea surface was enough to instill fear. The true culprit behind all this, Tianjia, revealed a crazed smile and looked at the others. Immediately after, 5 kilometers away from this place, Lin Yan was swiftly moving across the sea surface. Due to his spiritual awareness, it has always been activated. Naturally, he noticed the distant herd of beasts, as well as that 7th-level ocean crystal beast. When he discovered it, he was even a bit pleased. He and Xiaohe ran a distance of several dozen kilometers. Yet they didn't find a single one. But right ahead, the 7th-level ocean crystal beast, which had been searching fruitlessly, finally crossed paths with him. At the same time, so he decided to hurry on his way. To send that level 7 ocean crystal beast to the time prison, and also give Xiaohe a surprise as a reward for Xiaohe's hard work in deploying the domain today. After all, without Xiaohe, Lin Yan alone wouldn't have been able to capture so many crystal beasts. Just as he was thinking this, it was also discovered that Tianjia's frantic actions, combined with the movement direction of the beast herd, revealed some truths. The appearance of these crystal beasts is definitely related to Tianjia. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, let out a slight sigh, and quickly sped up to rush over there. Regarding the matter of Tianjia hiding her cultivation level, he knew it, back when he was outside the city. He had already noticed it, but he thought that hiding one's cultivation level was quite normal. For instance, he himself had always disguised his level, could even change his appearance, and even his voice would alter. At the time, he just paid a bit more attention and didn't expose or take action. Thinking of this, but he never expected that Tianjia would actually commit such a heinous and insane act. A distance of 5 kilometers may seem far, but for Lin Yan, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. He did not head to Tianjia's location first to stop her actions, but instead went to where the level 7 ocean crystal beast was. After all, even if he stopped Tianjia, the group would still be powerless against the level 7 ocean crystal beast. So, although he could easily take action and slay the crystal beast effortlessly, but in that case, Xiaohe would lose a toy. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength in front of everyone, nor did he want to expose any techniques. Right now, in front of others, he could at most display the strength of the Jiang realm. However, the Jiang realm alone would be too inadequate to deal with a level 7 crystal beast. It's just that, the best solution. He first dealt with the level 7 crystal beast, along with some other high-level crystal beasts, before appearing in front of those people. This way, he could ensure the safety of others while also resolving the beast horde crisis. There was no risk of exposure, making it very safe. In fact, the most important reason was that Lin Yan discovered that although Tianjia had taken action, Wu Laoda and the others were not dead. They still had signs of life and could hold on for a short while, enough time for him to deal with the crystal beasts and then rush over. The reason Tianjia acted this way was certainly not out of kindness. She used a dagger to cut open Wu Laoda's body, causing his wounds to continuously bleed, in order to confuse the crystal beast's senses.
senses. After all, human blood. For the crystal beast, it is undoubtedly an exceptionally distinct scent. It was absolutely the best thing to conceal her scent. Those ocean crystal beasts would also experience significant agitation due to the blood. Even 7th level ocean crystal beasts would be affected, and spared the lives of Wu Laoda and the others. It was entirely to attract the attention of the ocean crystal beasts when the crystal beast swarm arrived. Living, fresh bodies would certainly be more appealing to the ocean crystal beasts than dead corpses. Under the riot of the crystal beasts, coupled with the chaotic scent of blood, it seems that even a level 7 crystal beast should be somewhat affected. And Tianjia then relied on her own talent to completely conceal her body within the seawater. There is a high probability successfully escaped from under the terrifying 7th level crystal beast's nose. Just like that, Tianjia, in order to survive, did not hesitate to take action against Wu Laoda and others, even setting her sights on other people. But speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. The young man who spoke rudely to Lin Yan outside the city and his squad also somehow arrived here, not far from Tianjia. So after Tianjia made a move against Wu Laoda and his group, the next target became the squad where this young man belonged. Lin Yan also arrived, not far from the 7th level ocean crystal beast. Lin Yan had some guesses about Tianjia's actions, but he was certainly not as clear about them as Tianjia himself. But as long as they waited until this crystal beast was dealt with, then he could catch Tianjia and have a friendly interrogation. Lin Yan's sudden appearance was also noticed by this 7th level ocean crystal beast. This massive fish-like crystal beast, over 100 meters long, had eyes as large as half of Lin Yan's body. At this moment, the fish-like crystal beast suddenly stopped moving. As a result, a huge splash was stirred up on the sea surface. Its body turned around, and with its pair of enormous eyes, it stared intently at Lin Yan. The breath it exhaled overturned several nearby low-level crystal beasts. A deep rumbling sound came from the mouth of this crystal beast, the human who has been capturing crystal beasts recklessly. Is that you? No, there should be a black dog by your side. Where has it gone? The reason it appeared here was because of something that happened a few hours ago. When Lin Yan and Xiao were capturing crystal beasts, some of the crystal beasts, before dying, used certain methods to send messages to other crystal beasts. The life and death of these low-level crystal beasts are not a big deal at all. Many high-level crystal beasts in the deep sea region also wouldn't care, but the fact that these crystal beasts were killed by humans is something they cannot tolerate. After all, the sea is their territory, and any other race daring to act recklessly here must face their wrath afterward. Thus, the nearest one, the 7th level fish-type ocean crystal beast, hurried toward the place where Lin Yan had previously made his move, though it was still on its way, but suddenly sensed a special kind of fluctuation. This is an absolute temptation for any kind of ocean crystal beast. So the 7th level ocean crystal beast temporarily gave up on Lin Yan and headed in the direction of Tianjia's location. But now, by coincidence, it encountered Lin Yan again. Among the ocean crystal beasts, there is a special way of transmitting information. Moreover, since Lin Yan did not conceal his aura, it is not surprising that this 7th level ocean crystal beast could recognize him. However, this 7th level ocean crystal beast now seemed somewhat confused. Although it is a 7th level crystal beast comparable to a king level powerhouse, its intelligence is not very high and is far inferior to that of a human king level being. For the disappearance of Xiao beside Lin Yan, she couldn't figure it out for a moment. When Lin Yan heard the sound made by this 7th level ocean crystal beast, the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. This was the second time, apart from Xiao that he had heard a non-human species speak human language. He softly murmured, "Interesting." Based on what this crystal beast said, combined with the situation on Tianjia's side, Lin Yan finally understood why, despite him and Xiao acting for so long without any means to conceal their aura, they still hadn't encountered a 7th level ocean crystal beast. It wasn't that no 7th level ocean crystal beasts appeared, but rather that they were drawn to Tianjia's attention, which is why he didn't encounter them. If Tianjia were to find out, she would probably be so angry she'd spit blood immediately. The level 7 ocean crystal beast thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Simply giving up, it let out a thunderous roar, then turned to Lin Yan and said coldly, "Enough. Since you've run into this king, it means your death has come. As for that black dog, I'll spare it for now." With that, the level 7 ocean crystal beast unleashed a breath attack from its mouth. Waves surged violently, and its massive body leapt from the surface of the sea, an overwhelming pressure radiating out in all directions. Then, it instantly pounced toward Lin Yan's position. Seeing this, Lin Yan's expression turned slightly serious. However, he was not afraid. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a thought, he used the skill Lingshu. Stepping on the surface of the sea, his body leaped high into the air, landing steadily in midair. With another step, he appeared above the head of the 7th level ocean crystal beast. Prepare to die immediately, because he did not want to waste time. So there was no intention to engage further with this crystal beast. A blade of Godslayer was directly unleashed, swiftly striking toward the head of the crystal crystal beast. The crystal clan is different from the spirit clan. They do not possess soul power but instead have a similar void-like energy. This unique power is used by high-level crystal beasts to control lower-level ones. Because it resembles soul power, it is referred to as the crystal soul. Similarly, the star clan is also different from the spirit clan. The energy possessed by the star clan, similar to soul power, is called star soul. Although the names and certain characteristics are different, there is no doubt that whether it is the soul or the crystal soul, they are absolutely vital, and any damage to them will result in severe consequences. Moreover, soul power, crystal soul, and star soul can attack each other. Apart from the star soul realm of the star clan being different from that of the spirit clan and the crystal clan, the soul and crystal soul realms of the spirit clan and crystal clan are quite similar, both divided into the levels of low, medium, high, and perfect. However, the crystal soul realm of crystal beasts is generally lower than the soul realm of the spirit clan. As for the 7th level ocean crystal beast, its crystal soul realm is even lower than the soul realm of a human marquis, roughly at the late initial stage or the level of initial stage perfection. The one in front of Lin Yan is a 7th level ocean crystal beast comparable to the king realm. Its crystal soul realm is only at the late initial stage. If it were hit by Lin Yan's god-slaying blade attack, the crystal soul of this 7th level ocean crystal beast would definitely suffer severe damage, or even be completely annihilated. However, Lin Yan did not want to kill it. After all, a dead level 7 crystal beast would make it hard to explain to Xiao He. Moreover, this crystal beast seemed to come from the deep sea. Keeping it alive could provide Lin Yan with some intelligence about the deep sea, so why not? For this reason. So, Lin Yan did not exert his full strength, not even 1/10 of his power. His speed was incredibly fast. This level 7 ocean crystal beast had no time to react at all. From its perspective, just as it locked onto Lin Yan's figure and was about to launch an attack, Lin Yan's figure suddenly disappeared. Its massive eyes trembled violently in shock. Then immediately, a sharp pain came from the crystal soul. The body fell powerlessly from the air, landing heavily on the water's surface, instantly sending a massive column of water soaring into the sky. The surrounding low-level ocean crystal beasts were also blasted dozens of meters away by the impact. However, the 7th level ocean crystal beast did not sink into the seawater but floated on the surface. Its massive body became Lin Yan's foothold, and he was in no hurry to store this crystal beast into the time prison. Instead, quietly looked around, gazed at the crystal beasts that had briefly lost consciousness due to this crystal beast, causing chaos among the group. But very quickly, some 6th level ocean crystal beasts leapt out from the group of crystal beasts. To individually control the crystal beasts within the crystal beast group, before Lin Yan had dealt with this 7th level ocean crystal beast, they were mixed within the group, under the control of the 7th level ocean crystal beast, unable to act according to their own will. But now, this 7th level ocean crystal beast has already fallen. Naturally, they have regained control over their own bodies. Then, relying on the instincts of the crystal beasts, they spontaneously began to control the lower level crystal beasts. Otherwise, with their own strength alone, they would certainly be unable to resist Lin Yan. Only by controlling the crystal beast group and leveraging the power of these lower level crystal beasts would they have even the slightest chance of survival. The movements of these level 6 ocean crystal beasts were naturally all observed by Lin Yan. However, he did not rush to take action to deal with these level 6 ocean crystal beasts, as he was somewhat curious about how these crystal beasts used crystal soul power to control lower level crystal beasts. Then he saw it. From the bodies of several level 6 ocean crystal beasts, numerous invisible energy fluctuations radiated outward. Upon closer perception, Lin Yan discovered that these energies actually took the form of threads, somewhat resembling silk blades. However, the silk blade is a tangible energy, while this energy is intangible. This is precisely the unique crystal soul power of the crystal clan. It is very similar to soul power, yet also different. Although soul energy is intangible, it still gives a sense of resilience, versatility, and immense strength. The power of the crystal soul carries an incomparably cold and eerie sensation. If accidentally touched, it immediately evokes a terrifying and strange feeling of entanglement, causing various physical discomforts. This thread-like crystal soul power emanates from the body of the level 6 ocean crystal beast. It continuously extends toward the bodies of the surrounding lower-level ocean crystal beasts, and the moment it touches them, the threads suddenly form a web-like structure. The previously agitated group of lower-level crystal beasts, due to losing control from the level 7 ocean crystal beast. In an instant, the body twisted and froze for a moment, then quieted down. In less than 20 seconds, several level 6 ocean crystal beasts divided the crystal beast group into several smaller groups, each gaining absolute control over their respective groups. From start to finish, Lin Yan quietly watched. It might be because it was the first time unlocking the power of the crystal soul, or perhaps because the opponent's crystal soul power wasn't very strong, so for the moment, nothing significant was revealed. However, this doesn't mean he gained nothing at all. It's just that there wasn't anything that gave him a particularly enlightening feeling. Not long after, it seems that he can only interact with more crystal beasts in the future, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the crystal's soul power. Perhaps then, something might appear that would allow Lin Yan to have an instant epiphany and gain inspiration. But not this time. Lin Yan slightly shook his head, a serious look rising in his eyes. Before those crystal beasts could make a move, his body had already left, stepping away from the 7th level ocean crystal beast beneath him. Ling Su, Blade of Godslayer, almost simultaneously launched, and in an instant, a level 6 ocean crystal beast fell. The fall of this level 6 ocean crystal beast was a true fall, as Lin Yan did not hold back. There were already 2 level 6 ocean crystal beasts in the time prison, and adding a few more wouldn't make much difference. After storing this level 6 ocean crystal beast into the ability space, Lin Yan's figure flickered once again. Teleportation. He appeared above another level 6 ocean crystal beast and similarly unleashed a Blade of Godslayer. This level 6 ocean crystal beast met the same fate as the previous one. As for why Lin Yan chose to use the Blade of Godslayer to attack, the body of a level 6 ocean crystal beast is dozens of meters long and has very high defensive power. If he were to use physical attacks or wind blades instead, it would inevitably take more time. And because the crystal soul realm of crystal beasts is generally very low, in the face of Lin Yan's mid-level intermediate soul realm, it is simply insignificant. The Blade of Godslayer is, of course, the best choice. He put away the body of this level 6 ocean crystal beast. That is because, then turned his head and looked at the other level 6 ocean crystal beasts. That glance instantly filled the hearts of the other level 6 ocean crystal beasts with immense fear. Even though they were in the warm seawater, it felt as if they were covered in ice, as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. They instinctively trembled and roared, "Oh whoa." Not all ocean crystal beasts can speak human language. Even some level 7 ocean crystal beasts can only understand human language but are not interested in learning or speaking it, unlike the level 7 ocean crystal beast just now that could speak human words. If this is the case for level 7 ocean crystal beasts, then there's no need to mention level 6 ocean crystal beasts. Their intelligence is even lower than that of level 7 ocean crystal beasts. Only a very small portion of level 6 ocean crystal beasts are capable of speaking human language, while most can only understand it. Lin Yan was not surprised by this. Actually, however, even if they could talk, it still couldn't spark any interest in Lin Yan. He didn't waste any more time. Then his gaze locked onto one of the level 6 ocean crystal beasts. Lin Yan's body appeared once again in front of the level 6 ocean crystal beast. With the same movements and the same technique, he effortlessly struck down the level 6 ocean crystal beast onto the surface of the sea. The level 6 ocean crystal beast was unable to make any response. Even at the moment of its death, it couldn't see where Lin Yan's figure had appeared. However, there was one thing it should feel fortunate about: the power of the Blade of Godslayer allowed it to pass without the slightest pain. A few breaths passed. Immediately after, Lin Yan had also dealt with the other 6th level ocean crystal beasts, leaving only one 6th level ocean crystal beast. When his gaze turned to this crystal beast, he found its body trembling, having completely lost the courage to resist. Because of Lin Yan's earlier actions, in the eyes of this level 6 ocean crystal beast, he seemed like a phantom, completely unpredictable as to where he would appear. But whenever it managed to see clearly, one of its kind would already be dead. How could it not be afraid? Now, its heart was completely consumed by fear. It had no idea what to do next. Even its most basic ability to think seemed to have vanished. Its body simply floated on the surface of the sea, not daring to meet Lin Yan's gaze, as if silently waiting for its own death. It was only a few seconds. It suddenly realized that the anticipated death had not arrived. Curious and puzzled, it mustered the courage to glance at Lin Yan out of the corner of its eye. Then it saw that Lin Yan had already appeared dozens of meters away from it. Its pupils kept contracting and dilating, and its thoughts were constantly churning. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't figure out why this human god of slaughter would spare it. After all, between humans and crystal beasts, between the Spirit Clan and the Crystal Clan, the relationship was absolutely one of mutual annihilation. The 6th level ocean crystal beast might not know the specific matters between the Spirit Clan and the Crystal Clan. Thus, however, this did not diminish its killing intent toward Lin Yan. If it were in Lin Yan's place, possessing Lin Yan's power, it would have used even crueler methods to ruthlessly torture Lin Yan to death. No matter how hard it tried to understand, it simply couldn't figure it out. Trembling, it recalled some human words it had once learned and, in a harsh and barely coherent voice, managed to say, why don't you kill me? Of course, Lin Yan, who was not far away, also heard this voice. Although somewhat vague, he could still understand what this level 6 ocean crystal beast was trying to say. That is, why don't you kill me? However, Lin Yan did not respond, merely giving it a cold glance. It wasn't out of some sudden act of mercy that he spared this level 6 ocean crystal beast, but rather because he had just thought of something, forcing him to temporarily decide to let this level 6 ocean crystal beast go. Because keeping this level 6 ocean crystal beast alive is a
very important plan. He left a soul mark of his own on this level 6 ocean crystal beast. No matter where this level 6 ocean crystal beast is, as long as it is within 100 kilometers, he can pinpoint the direction of its location. However, if this soul mark is discovered and destroyed by a stronger being of a higher realm, unless it is a high-level soul or crystal soul, at the moment it is destroyed, no matter how far the distance, as long as this level 6 ocean crystal beast is still on Blue Star and not hiding in an independent special small world like the Scorching Heart Secret Realm, Lin Yan can locate the position of this level 6 ocean crystal beast. This method was something he learned from consulting Zhao Yu. It is a technique that only souls at the mid-tier realm can possess. For him, Lin Yan spared this level 6 ocean crystal beast and left his own soul imprint because he believed this level 6 ocean crystal beast was very likely from the deep sea, and the deep sea was a place he was destined to go. Compared to running around like a headless chicken, it's definitely better to be prepared in advance. Undoubtedly, this level 6 ocean crystal beast is the best choice. If it is let go now, it will escape back to its original location, allowing Lin Yan to gain information about the deep sea location. Even if it doesn't come from the deep sea, Lin Yan wouldn't suffer any loss. It's just a level 6 ocean crystal beast after all. This level 6 ocean crystal beast had no idea what Lin Yan was thinking, but it knew that humans have always been a complex race. No matter what they do, it seems unsurprising, especially since there were humans who once committed heinous acts against crystal beasts. If they could do such things, nothing else they do would be surprising. It didn't dwell on it further. The fear of Lin Yan was deeply imprinted in the depths of its crystal soul, terrified that Lin Yan might suddenly change his mind and attack it again to destroy it. If that happened, it wouldn't even have a place to cry. At this thought, its body trembled violently. This level 6 ocean crystal beast fled instantly into the depths of the sea, just as Lin Yan had anticipated. Its speed was so fast that it even surpassed its own limits. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan's lips curved slightly, and he didn't spare another glance at the crystal beast. If this level 6 ocean crystal beast truly came from the deep sea, it would undoubtedly be a very delightful matter for him. If it didn't come from the deep sea, then he would have to spend more time gathering intelligence. No matter what he thought, the events that followed, it can only depend on fate now. After dealing with the level 6 ocean crystal beast, Lin Yan approached the level 7 ocean crystal beast. He then waved his hand, sending it into the time prison. As for whether the time prison would be exposed, he wasn't worried at all, because to the level 5 ocean crystal beasts, this level 7 ocean crystal beast was already considered dead, and a lifeless crystal beast being stored in a storage space wasn't anything unusual. Even if there are existences at the Emperor Realm or Sovereign Realm, trying to soul search these crystal beasts would reveal no traces. As for the 6th level ocean crystal beasts capable of detecting clues, Lin Yan had already killed all but one, and the remaining 6th level ocean crystal beast had long since fled without a trace. This is also why Lin Yan, first, the reason for dealing with the level 6 ocean crystal beast before turning back to capture the level 7 ocean crystal beast into the time prison. After putting away the level 7 ocean crystal beast, Lin Yan then looked at the level 5 ocean crystal beasts. There were roughly dozens of them, all comparable to human generals in strength. If left unchecked, they would certainly cause significant casualties. Just slightly hesitated for a moment, Lin Yan ultimately decided to take action and eliminate these level 5 ocean crystal beasts. Afterward, before the crystal beast swarm could fall back into chaotic movement, Lin Yan's figure moved. In just a few breaths, his form flickered continuously, and over a dozen level 5 ocean crystal beasts were slain by him and absorbed into the alien energy space. A few more seconds passed. Dozens of level 5 ocean crystal beasts were reduced to just a few, because some of the level 5 ocean crystal beasts reacted quickly and had already fled into the distance. Lin Yan did not bother with these crystal beasts. After swiftly dealing with the remaining few level 5 ocean crystal beasts, he also ignored the remaining large number of low-level ocean crystal beasts. Although earlier, there were also a large number of low-level ocean crystal beasts that left together with the few 5th-level ocean crystal beasts that escaped. But the remaining number is still a terrifying figure. Lin Yan would definitely take a long time to deal with these low-level ocean crystal beasts, unless he summoned Xiao He again. Even so, it would still take some time. Actually, he does have methods for dealing with the group, but they are simply too extraordinary. Using them here seems somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, the situation on Tianji's side is also quite grim at the moment. Although Lin Yan doesn't feel any pity for those strangers, he still can't stand idly by when he has the ability to help. Lin Yan extended his spiritual sense, observing the situation on the other side. At the same time, he rushed over there. With only a distance of 100 meters, for him, traveling at full speed was merely a matter of the blink of an eye. But now, the identity he revealed to the outside world was that of possessing talents in the life and fate systems. He couldn't use the skills of the spatial system talent, not even the void traversal skill, because the void traversal skill belonged to the spatial system talent and naturally couldn't be exposed in
in front of others. However, even without using spatial skills, relying solely on Lin Yan's unique energy, he can briefly walk on the surface of the sea. Although it can't compare to spatial skills, the speed is still very fast, taking only a few seconds to reach the destination. After Lin Yan disappeared above this sea area, the low-level ocean crystal beasts fell into chaos, stirring the sea into turmoil with waves surging everywhere. Some low-level ocean crystal beasts were even killed by collisions with their own kind. But it won't take long for these low-level ocean crystal beasts to regain their sanity. Then they will swim toward the nearby area where the bloody seawater was caused by Tianjia's actions. However, that will happen in just a matter of seconds. At this moment, Lin Yan also arrived at the place where Tianjia was. Even though he had already known what had happened here, he couldn't help but furrow his brows after seeing it with his own eyes. The impact of what his spiritual sense perceived was different from witnessing it firsthand, because the seawater here had now been dyed red with blood. Covering an area of over 100 meters in radius, it had seeped several meters deep below the surface and was still spreading. Yet, the instigator of all this, Tianjia, had vanished from the scene, leaving behind only a dozen barely alive ability users and some shocked survivors. Lin Yan's sudden appearance also startled the remaining people. This was because the direction he came from was even farther away from the coastline. Lin Yan did not conceal his presence either. The aura of perfected strength in the general realm, disguised using the water moon skill, was fully released. Then, he looked around and turned his gaze to another general realm ability user present. Immediately, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The crystal beast horde will arrive soon. Organize the remaining ability users who can still fight, then take the injured ones and leave here as quickly as possible." Alright, the expert at the boundary realm nodded instinctively upon hearing this. As for why he agreed so quickly, he himself couldn't figure it out. The moment he saw the other party, he felt a deep fear and dared not resist in any way. Even just now, that woman, exuding an eerie aura, possessing boundary realm strength, and extremely insane. The shock and fear he experienced were not as intense as the feeling brought by Lin Yan's words now, even though Lin Yan at this moment only revealed the aura of the general realm. As for the matter of the crystal beast group mentioned by Lin Yan, this general realm expert did not doubt it, because half a minute ago, after Lin Yan stunned that level 7 ocean crystal beast, he had already sensed the movement of the crystal beasts. If it weren't for the crazy woman's obstruction just now, he had already fled from here. And now, even without Lin Yan's reminder, he had already thought of escaping. Seeing this strong cultivator in the boundary realm being so cooperative, Lin Yan was very satisfied and nodded at him. Then he came to Wu Laoda's side. Wu Laoda's body was floating on the surface of the sea, the wound on his chest still bleeding continuously, staining the water beneath him red. In just a dozen seconds or so, he would completely lose all signs of life. The expression on his face was also incredibly complex and frozen. It contained fear, resentment, disappointment, and even a trace of regret. If it hadn't been for the kindness in his heart driving him to come to Tianjia's side, perhaps there might have been a slim chance for him to leave this place. Elder Wu could feel the vitality within him gradually fading away. Scenes from the past kept replaying in his mind, and at some point, a few tears quietly rolled down the corners of his eyes. But in the end, he slowly came to terms with it. He wasn't saddened by the outcome of trying to warn Tianjia at the last moment, but he did feel some regret, especially for the few members of his team. As time passed, he knew he was becoming increasingly weak. All that awaited him was death, but in the final moments of his life, he desperately wanted to open his eyes and see the few others who had followed him through life and death, teammates who were also his companions. Thus, with this thought in mind, Wu Laoda used all his strength to open his eyes. But what came into his view? Only the sea water stained red with blood, and he did not see his companions. However, his head no longer had the strength to turn, so he could not fulfill his wish to look at his companions before dying. At this moment, yet, from the crimson sea surface, he saw a somewhat familiar reflection. That reflection was Lin Yan. Wu Laoda also recognized him. It was the young man he had kindly warned outside the East City. It's just that he couldn't understand why Lin Yan would appear here. Moreover, the aura fluctuations from Lin Yan seemed extremely powerful, dozens of times stronger than his own. It was almost like that of Tianjia. Soon, he figured it out. Lin Yan had also been hiding his true level. Having such strength, it's not surprising that he wouldn't want to form a team. But what he didn't know was, Lin Yan did not hide his realm, instead, he disguised it. His true realm was merely the innate realm. Wu Laoda noticed that Lin Yan seemed to be holding something in his hand. Immediately after, while he was still puzzled, the other party had already used some strange energy to send the item into his mouth and helped him swallow it. Wu Laoda instantly felt a warm current surge within his body. Afterward, it was only a second or two, but the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. The alien energy lost due to the passing of life was also gradually replenishing, and his body was slowly regaining mobility. He quickly realized what had happened. The person in front of him had used an extremely expensive crystal pill to help him recover from his injuries. Old Wu's emotions were very complicated. He had no idea why Lin Yan would be willing to use
use a crystal pill to save him. After all, he and Lin Yan had no real connection, at most just a nodding acquaintance. His heart was filled with indescribable feelings, but mostly gratitude. At the thought of this, Lin Yan had no idea what old Wu was thinking. He had indeed used a crystal pill just now, but it was only a third-grade crystal pill. However, it could only simply heal some injuries. As for the lost vitality, it requires time to slowly recover, or higher-grade crystal pills or elixirs. Such treasures are not something Lin Yan lacks, but they are also very useful to him. Naturally, it is impossible to use them on Wu Laoda, with whom he has no significant relationship. Lin Yan was willing to use third-grade crystal pills to help Wu Laoda and his team members only because of the goodwill Wu Laoda showed him outside the city. Besides, third-grade crystal pills are indeed not a big deal to Lin Yan. When in Yang City, he took a large quantity of these low-grade crystal pills from the treasure vaults of the three major families and the Yunyan auction house. In his ability space, they were piled up like small mountains, given his current physique and the depth of his ability energy. Moreover, these low-grade crystal pills no longer had any effect on him. Consuming more would simply be a waste. Only higher-grade pills of the 6th rank or above could have any effect on him. It's just that these matters were naturally impossible for Wu Laoda to know. But even if he did know, he would probably only feel immense gratitude in his heart and wouldn't think of it as a trivial matter. However, Lin Yan didn't care about any of this at all. After making Wu Laoda swallow the crystal pill, he took out 3 third-grade crystal pills and, using the same method, had the other 3 members of Wu Laoda's squad take them as well. After finishing this matter, Lin Yan also released his spiritual sense and began searching for Tianjia's figure. After he knocked out the 7th level ocean crystal beast, Tianjia stopped her frenzied actions. A look of astonishment appeared on her face, as if she had already realized the fate of the 7th level ocean crystal beast earlier, but as if in disbelief, after pausing for a moment, started attacking others again, and the movements became even faster, while also blocking others' retreat, not allowing anyone the chance to escape to the shore. Another half a minute passed. However, it was exactly the moment when Lin Yan had just started attacking the level 6 ocean crystal beast. This time, Tianjia's face was filled with horror, as if she had realized what was happening on Lin Yan's side. Her pupils kept contracting in shock, and after a few seconds of daze, it was as if she had accepted the reality. The expression on her face kept changing drastically, but in the end, Tianjia still calmed down. Then, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and the strange energy within her body surged continuously. After reaching a peak, she plunged into the seawater. Her body disappeared into the seawater immediately after. However, this entire process was detected by Lin Yan's spiritual sense, and this is also one of the reasons why Lin Yan needed to rush over as quickly as possible, because after Tianjia entered the seawater, he discovered that his spiritual sense skill seemed unable to accurately lock onto Tianjia's aura. The blood in the seawater also caused him some obstruction. As a result, Lin Yan could only vaguely sense some rather indistinct auras, and Lin Yan also sensed that Tianjia's presence was constantly moving. Before long, even he would be unable to lock onto Tianjia's position, allowing her to escape. Even with Lin Yan's abilities, this was the case. If it were that 7th level ocean crystal beast instead, it would probably only be able to let Tianjia quietly escape under such methods. Lin Yan frowned slightly, continuously searching for Tianjia's presence. He could only be certain that Tianjia was nearby. However, even though Tianjia's position hadn't moved since he arrived here, he still couldn't pinpoint her exact location. This gave him a bit of a headache, as the crystal beast heard not far away was about to arrive soon. However, even so, Lin Yan had no intention of letting Tianjia go, and it wasn't just because. The more important reason for what Tianjia has done lies in the secrets she is hiding. According to Lin Yan's speculation, there are at least 3 secrets about Tianjia. One is that she possesses a treasure capable of attracting ocean crystal beasts, and the second is that she seems to be able to sense the presence of ocean crystal beasts. This is information Lin Yan obtained through spiritual perception. What intrigues Lin Yan the most, however, is the third one, Tianjia's ability to hide in seawater. Apart from these, Lin Yan vaguely felt in his heart that the secrets Tianjia possessed were not just these few. This would have to wait until Lin Yan captured Tianjia to find out. However, if he's not careful and lets Tianjia escape like this, he would end up with nothing but wasted effort, left to regret in silence. So at this moment, Lin Yan also started to get serious. But before that, he also had to deal with one problem, which was the other superhumans around him. Lin Yan turned his gaze to the other superhumans present. Thus, under the organization of the strong practitioner at the boundary level, these frightened and worried superhumans were at least acting in an orderly manner. This gave him some comfort and made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The crystal beast horde was approaching. There was less than half a minute left. However, Lin Yan felt that their speed was still a bit slow, because the number of injured people was quite high, about more than 20. Excluding the 4 people Lin Yan rescued, including Wu Laoda, most of the remaining injured were unable to move and could only rely rely on the help of others. If they abandoned the injured, their speed could be greatly increased. Lin Yan still felt a bit uneasy. If he did that, it would be a little too cruel. It's just that. After a brief moment of hesitation, he still made a decision. Thus, he then reached into the ability space and took out some first and second grade crystal pills, tossing them to the people helping the injured. Of course, he excluded one person with whom he had some grievances. It was the young man who had spoken rudely to him outside the city gate. After Tianjia targeted Wu Laoda and his team, the next target she set her sights on was the young man and his team, which included several female ability users. The outcome that followed was predictable. In fact, this was indeed the case, though there were some slight differences. Originally, a few ability users in this team should have been able to temporarily escape Tianjia's clutches. However, because those female ability users were too weak, they became Tianjia's first choice to strike. The time Tianjia took to deal with Wu Laoda and the others was extremely quick, and because there were many people who didn't react in time and couldn't immediately recognize the strength that Tianjia displayed. When Tianjia made a move against these female ability users, a few guys who wanted to play the hero and save the beauty bravely stepped forward to block Tianjia, and among them was this young man. So, naturally, the outcome was extremely tragic. Lin Yan was not surprised by this at all. Even if he didn't have the skill of spiritual perception, he could still guess this would be the outcome. However, Lin Yan felt neither joy nor delight. In fact, not even the slightest ripple arose in his heart, as this kind of person was never someone he took seriously. But to expect him to help someone like this, who had even spoken disrespectfully to him before, that was absolutely impossible. Lin Yan's gaze was incomparably calm. After glancing at the young man, he then looked at the ability user beside him, who was now full of astonishment. Because among those present, the people beside the other injured individuals had all been given a crystal pill by Lin Yan, except for him. After looking around and confirming several times, he realized that he truly hadn't been given one, and deliberately leaving him out was definitely not due to oversight. It was absolutely intentional on Lin Yan's part. This reasoning was understood not only by this ability user but also by the other ability users. Soon, someone remembered something and realized the reason, then began to explain it quietly to the person next to them. However, all at once, sounds of sudden realization arose from the crowd. I see. No one dwelled on it any further, and they all turned to look at Lin Yan. After all, the crystal pill Lin Yan had distributed earlier was undoubtedly a generous gesture in their eyes. They divided so casually. Although they were greatly shocked in their hearts, when they looked at Lin Yan, their eyes were filled with even more respect. After all, such a generous act is not something everyone can achieve. As for the young man who had spoken rudely to Lin Yan, the ability user beside him also heard the explanations from those around him. When he looked at the young man, his gaze carried a bit more disdain. However, since Lin Yan had not said anything, he refrained from taking any action. What this ability user did not know was, this young man, who had spoken rudely to Lin Yan, had not completely lost consciousness. He was vaguely aware of what was happening around him and even secretly opened his eyes to catch a glimpse of Lin Yan's figure. But the moment he saw it, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. His heart was filled with fear. Lin Yan's appearance and the display of his powerful strength terrified him more than the blood flowing from his body or the relentless pain. He was deeply afraid that Lin Yan might make a move against him at this moment, which would truly mean his end. But he was overthinking it. Lin Yan didn't care about his life or death and wouldn't make a move against him. Right now, Lin Yan's thought was to quickly get these people to leave the sea area so that he could fully unleash his methods to find Tianjia. Lin Yan then spoke, "Feed the crystal pills to the injured ability users, and then take them and leave here quickly. As for those who didn't get any crystal pills, stop dawdling and leave here immediately, or else be prepared to feed the crystal beasts." The next moment, upon hearing this, everyone complied. In fact, everyone present was at least an innate level ability user and not fools. Naturally, they could understand what Lin Yan intended to do. He wanted them to feed the crystal cores to the injured. But even though they understood, without Lin Yan giving the order, they dared not act rashly. And that young man, the one with the supernatural abilities by his side. At this moment, a peculiar expression also appeared on his face. Among those present, he was the only one who didn't receive a crystal pill. The phrase "stop dawdling" was directed at him. After hesitating slightly, he immediately understood what he needed to do. He hoisted the young man up, not caring whether the young man would feel pain. Then he fled toward the shore with astonishing speed and rough movements, causing those who saw him to involuntarily grimace. A normal person being carried like that might not be able to endure it. What's more, he was an injured person. The onlookers all thought so, while the young man involved was biting his lip tightly, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Lin Yan would hear it, feel annoyed, and then take action against him again. Although it was very painful now, at least he could still keep his life. The movement of the wounds on his body made it impossible for him to endure. However, very soon, he began to howl, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his eyes. Fear instantly rose in his heart as he kept praying, terrified that Lin
Yan might speak up at this moment and make him stay. But a few seconds passed. The thing he had anticipated did not come to pass. He then let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a deep sense of regret surged in his heart. If only he hadn't spoken so rudely, Lin Yan might have shared the crystal pill with him, and he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. No matter how much he regretted, it was useless. The ability user carrying him seemed not to hear his wails of despair. Instead, they quickened their pace, rushing even faster toward the shore. The young man's cries of agony grew even more harrowing. The remorse in his heart became even more intense. But he didn't dare to harbor a trace of resentment, because in his view, Lin Yan's strength was at the Jiangjing level, and dealing with him would be a piece of cake. Besides, this matter was indeed his fault. Naturally, he had no right to resent Lin Yan and could only grit his teeth and endure it. Meanwhile, his screams echoed continuously over the sea. Everyone who heard this sound couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten and shudder instinctively. This also included Wu Laoda and the ability users in his squad. Because Lin Yan fed them third-grade crystal pills, the effect was very good, and they also regained some mobility. Lin Yan's actions were witnessed by them, stirring very complex emotions in their hearts, especially Wu Laoda, whose feelings were the strongest. Why would Lin Yan save him and his team members? It was all because of his well-intentioned reminder at the time. And why did Lin Yan ignore that young man? He understood very well, it was because of the young man's disrespectful words. He knows very well. Wu Laoda was also filled with indescribable emotions, his heart overwhelmed with many feelings. He, along with his team members, hurried toward the shore with the help of other ability users. After a while, they were getting closer and closer to the shore. At this moment, Wu Laoda couldn't help but slightly turn his head to take a look. He just wanted to glance at Lin Yan, to remember this benefactor who saved his life. After all, he hadn't even said a word of thanks to Lin Yan at the time, not because he didn't have the chance or didn't want to say it. It was simply because he understood the gap that existed between him and Lin Yan. This kind of person doesn't need his gratitude at all, nor would they care about his situation. Even if they saved his life, he could only watch from afar, not even qualified to say thank you to Lin Yan. It wasn't just him, but also his team members. They were all quietly watching Lin Yan, silently expressing their gratitude in their hearts. And it wasn't just them. Some other ability users also slightly turned around, casting their gaze toward Lin Yan. Most of them were filled with gratitude because they had seen the terrifying horde of crystal beasts. However, slowly approaching Lin Yan stood on the surface of the sea, his body upright like a towering pillar, blocking the oncoming swarm of crystal beasts for them. This figure was enough to be etched in their memories for a lifetime. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Lin Yan seemed like a hero. But in reality, Lin Yan had no idea what they were thinking, nor did he particularly care. He stood in front of the crystal beasts merely for his own purposes, and saving them was just something he did in passing, just as he was about to use his skill. The commander-level expert, who had just organized the group's actions under his orders, was now standing beside him, slightly bowing to him. However, his body was visibly trembling. After all, facing such a terrifying number of crystal beasts, how could he, a mere general realm expert, not be afraid? Yet Lin Yan, who was also in the general realm, was still standing here. Moreover, Lin Yan had not given him any orders, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to directly flee to the shore along with the others. This general realm expert, his voice slightly trembling, said, "Esteemed senior, what are your orders next?" Afterward, although in his view, Lin Yan was also at the same general level as him, but the intangible aura around Lin Yan made him feel that Lin Yan was very powerful. For a moment, he didn't know what to call him, and finally chose the most common form of address, the universal term used by the weak for the strong, senior. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised by his actions. Originally, he thought that when faced with this terrifying group of crystal beasts, this general-level ability user would choose to leave. But unexpectedly, he managed to overcome the fear in his heart and chose to stand by his side. You must know that this action means standing shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Lin Yan also felt slightly emotional. Among the human race, those who can make such a move are indeed worthy of admiration. But after the emotion passed, Lin Yan slightly shook his head. "There's no need for you to take action here. Just head to the shore. I'll make a move in a moment to slow down the advance of these crystal beasts, but I can only hold them off for a short while. After that, I'll leave this place, and by then, the crystal beast horde might move toward the shore." Lin Yan took a step forward, directly facing the crystal beast horde that was only a few dozen meters away from him. At the same time, he said to the domain-level ability user behind him, "When the time comes, you can act according to the situation." As the words fell, the domain-level expert immediately nodded without saying much. Yes. Turning around, he headed towards the shore because he knew that even if he stayed here, given his abilities, he would only be a burden. So, without the slightest hesitation, he left. It was just at the moment of turning around. Lin Yan's image in his heart had already risen by hundreds of feet. This ability user at the Jiangjing level quickly left Lin Yan's side. Immediately. For his decisiveness, Lin Yan also felt quite relieved in his heart. If he had hesitated
hesitated any longer, Lin Yan would definitely have been unable to resist taking action and would have kicked him back to the shore. Fortunately, this did not happen. However, Lin Yan also knew that his speed was not that fast and it would still take a little time to reach the shore. It's just that this matter was not that important anymore, because what Lin Yan was about to do next only required ensuring that no one was around him. The crystal beast herd was less than 10 meters away from him. A serious expression appeared on Lin Yan's face as the alien energy within him surged. Immediately after, triple enhance. He had a thought and activated the enhancement skill. Consuming 30% of his energy, he instantly tripled the strength of both his body and his energy. Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as his body sank slightly. The next moment, his right hand clenched into a fist, and the overwhelming, majestic energy gathered into a vortex on his fist. Lin Yan let out a low shout, and his fist slammed down toward the sea. Drink! As soon as the vortex on his fist approached the sea surface, it created a massive whirlpool at the nearest spot, causing the surrounding waters to surge instantly, forming towering waves. Boom! The enormous whirlpool resembled a machine devouring everything. It sucked in all the nearby ocean crystal beasts, and the weaker first and second level crystal beasts were instantly torn into pieces. And the ocean crystal beasts farther away were also swept up and flung away by the towering waves. A massive whirlpool, with a diameter of 10 meters. The towering waves spread nearly 100 meters across the sea surface. But even such an attack, if one wants to wipe out the crystal beast swarm, it is absolutely an impossible task, as the range of the crystal beast swarm spans a full kilometer, and this is only a portion on the surface of the sea. Even more terrifying is what lies beneath the seawater. The number of ocean crystal beasts below the surface is more than 10 times greater than those on the surface. Lin Yan's move for the crystal beast swarm doesn't even come close to causing significant damage. At most, it only resulted in the loss of less than 1% of the crystal beasts. Even if Xiao He is brought out to use the domain against the crystal beast horde, it would probably take some time, and the consumption of psychic energy in Lin Hun would also be extremely significant. Just now, Lin Yan used the enhancement skill, which consumed 30% of his psychic energy, and the punch he unleashed consumed another 20%, meaning that this single punch cost him 50% of his psychic energy. Only then could he achieve an attack of this magnitude. Lin Yan's methods for dealing with groups are truly lacking, to the point where, aside from his ultimate skill, he has almost no other means, so to speak. For his future skill learning, he now has a clear direction, that is, group targeting skills with a wide range and decent power. It all depends on fate, as such skills are extremely rare. Even if he wants to comprehend or enhance them, it's not a simple task. Perhaps when the time is right, and he encounters some fortuitous opportunity, it will become possible. However, although Lin Yan's strike did not cause significant damage to the crystal beast horde, fortunately, the massive vortex and the surging waves it created could at least last for a while. During this time, it could greatly slow down the advance of the crystal beast horde. The ability users could also take advantage of this time to get closer to the shore. The commotion caused by Lin Yan also left everyone in shock. It was just that despite the shock, they did not stop their steps. Instead, they moved even faster toward the shore. After all, if they were even a step too late and the crystal beasts caught up with them, their lives would be in grave danger. The Boundary Realm expert, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but have his pupils tremble. Although he had speculated earlier, he still hadn't expected Lin Yan's attack to be so powerful. As for everyone's thoughts, Lin Yan couldn't care less. After launching the attack, he used his spiritual sense to detect that the boundary ability user was already several hundred meters away from him. Then, his body moved behind the waves, using them as cover to ensure he wouldn't be discovered. Lin Yan charged into the group of crystal beasts and entered the seawater. Immediately after, as a series of bubbling sounds rose, his body began to quietly transform. Before the surrounding crystal beasts could encircle Lin Yan, they realized his figure had already disappeared from their sight. Because at this moment, Lin Yan had already transformed into a 2-meter-long fish. This change is precisely the result of Lin Yan's mirror flower skill. The innate skill learned from the crystal beast of the Swap Rat clan, this was his first formal use of it. The previous changes in appearance were merely the simplest effects. Transforming into another species like this. This is the truly extraordinary aspect of the mirror flower skill, but relying solely on the mirror flower skill is still not perfect, because although the form can change, the fluctuations in realm and some other auras cannot be perfectly replicated. This is also why Lin Yan was able to recognize that crystal beast mouse at a glance back then. However, Lin Yan is different. He possesses the water moon skill. It perfectly compensates for the shortcomings of the mirror flower skill. Moreover, the mirror flower skill used by Lin Yan is actually more refined than the one used by that crystal beast mouse, such as in terms of transformation speed. Lin Yan can transform into another species within just a few seconds. However, that mouse crystal beast requires several minutes to transform, and the entire process is extremely dangerous. If interrupted, it would suffer severe injuries. After successfully transforming, reverting back also takes takes some time and is equally dangerous. But Lin Yan is different. Reverting back from his transformation is very simple. During the transformation process, even if attacked, he won't suffer severe injuries. At most, the transformation might fail, merely consuming some energy in vain. These advantages are unique to the spacetime Dao body. Lin Yan, mingling among the group of crystal beasts, moved along with the others. His spiritual sense, however, had been constantly probing Tianjia's location. Just now, his attack was not only to block the crystal beast swarm. It's just that. It was also to force Tianjia to reveal some flaws. As Lin Yan had hoped, he detected Tianjia's aura fluctuations 100 meters away from him, near a massive reef on the seabed, dozens of meters below the sea surface. After transforming into a fish, Lin Yan's speed was actually not slow. A mere distance of a few hundred meters was just a matter of seconds for him. After repeatedly confirming that Tianjia's position hadn't shifted, Lin Yan directly swam over with a tail flick. Behind the reef, there were only a few stalks of seaweed and some silt. Other than that, there was nothing else. It looked perfectly normal to the naked eye, no different from any other place. It was just at this moment, a fragment of seaweed drifted toward the seawater beside the reef. But the instant it touched the seawater, the calm surface rippled slightly, and then the fragment of seaweed suddenly vanished, as if it had disappeared into thin air. And this scene was naturally discovered by Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan, who had transformed into a fish, also arrived directly above the reef, using his fish eyes to observe the surroundings. If one looked closely, they would notice a hint of curiosity in Lin Yan's gaze. In Lin Yan's eyes, the seawater ahead actually appeared no different. However, he possessed a spiritual perception skill, and through its detection, he could ascertain that Tianjia's presence was right here. If it weren't for being so close, Lin Yan wouldn't have believed that Tianjia could hide in the seawater and even manage to render his spiritual sense somewhat ineffective. Such a method is undeniably powerful, but unfortunately for Tianjia, she encountered the formidable Lin Yan. Apart from the spiritual sense skill, even relying solely on his soul realm, he could still pinpoint Tianjia's location. Lin Yan, who was hovering above the reef, stared straight down, motionless as he looked at Tianjia's hiding spot. No matter how hard he observed, he couldn't discern the slightest clue. Lin Yan sighed inwardly and ultimately decided to give up on observing. Even with spiritual perception, he could only lock onto Tianjia's aura. After a moment, Lin Yan couldn't detect the slightest clue in the seawater below, let alone observe it with the naked eye. Although he couldn't see anything, he had a guess in his heart. However, that is, the seawater here is not just ordinary seawater. There should be an independent space within it. However, the existence of this space is not due to a spatial talent. Rather, it is the result of water-based talent combined with special skills. Only then can the shape of the seawater be altered to form a space within it. But it is precisely because this is not a spatial type skill. It does not create a space out of thin air to isolate the outside world. Otherwise, even if Lin Yan possessed spiritual perception, he would absolutely be unable to lock onto Tianjia's position. If he were careless, it might really allow Tianjia to escape. At this moment, the whirlpool and huge waves caused by Lin Yan's attack had already dissipated and disappeared. The crystal beasts finally regained order from the chaos and began chasing toward the shore. Because the scent of humans is irresistibly attractive to the oceanic crystal beasts. It's not just oceanic crystal beasts, any type of crystal beast, upon encountering humans, will be drawn to their scent and act irrationally. Moreover, Lin Yan sensed it. Tianjia originally used a treasure to attract the ocean crystal beasts to charge toward this place, but it seems to have been put away by her. Those low-level ocean crystal beasts also have no way to pinpoint Tianjia's location. Naturally, they could only turn toward the humans on the shore. After the crystal beast group moved, Lin Yan did not immediately make a move against Tianjia. Instead, he waited a little longer until the crystal beast group was farther away from his position before preparing to act. This is also why, when Lin Yan discovered Tianjia's location, he did not choose to act immediately but instead quietly observed her hiding place. It was to avoid being discovered by the low-level ocean crystal beasts and the crystal beast group when he took action later, thereby exposing some of his methods and causing unnecessary trouble. After all, in the near future, Lin Yan still needed to go to the base camp of the ocean crystal beasts in the deep sea. Being a bit more cautious wouldn't hurt. After all, there's no downside to acting carefully. Time passed quickly, and half a minute went by in a flash. The crystal beast group was already several hundred meters away from Lin Yan. At this moment, only a few remained, as the ocean crystal beasts were injured by his attack and unable to move. Although their numbers weren't small, totaling several hundred, dealing with them was still a simple matter for him. Lin Yan's body trembled slightly, and suddenly the surrounding seawater rippled. Then, in an instant, his body transformed back into human form. But Lin Yan did not go to deal with the ocean crystal beast first. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Tianjia's hiding spot. To prevent any accidents, Lin Yan's expression was extremely serious. A wind blade slowly formed in his hand, while the SS Skeleton Pause was also ready to be activated.
activated at any moment. He was prepared to use it if necessary. Wind blade. After making all the preparations, Lin Yan shouted silently in his heart. The wind blade blasted towards the seawater below, instantly creating a temporary vacuum zone in the surrounding seawater. It was at this moment Lin Yan finally saw the true appearance of Tianjia's location. In front of him was a transparent water sphere with a diameter of about half a meter. When the surrounding seawater was blown away, only this water sphere remained intact, though it vibrated violently for a moment. But it did not shatter. Instead, it was quickly surrounded completely by the seawater gathering around it. Then it merged into one and returned to its previous state. Seeing this, Lin Yan was somewhat amazed. His interest in Tianjia's skill grew even stronger, and he even developed the idea of mastering it himself. After all, if he could learn this skill, Lin Yan could confidently avoid detection even in the deep sea areas. After this wind blade, Lin Yan could clearly feel it. Inside the water sphere, the aura belonging to Tianjia suddenly fluctuated violently, likely due to his attack, causing inner turmoil and making it impossible to control herself. But Lin Yan wouldn't care about any of that. After confirming the position of the water sphere, his next gust of wind was already prepared. It struck the center of the water sphere very quickly, but it was obvious that a single wind blade was not enough. One wind blade after another continuously attacked the water sphere. So, finally, after dozens of attacks, the water sphere could no longer withstand the intense vibrations and suddenly collapsed from the outside. The seawater on it shattered and merged into the surrounding ocean. Tianjia's figure also appeared in Lin Yan's sight. At this moment, Tianjia's face was full of panic. Her already pale complexion turned even whiter, and the pupils in her eyes had almost shrunk to a single point. When she looked at Lin Yan, her body couldn't stop trembling. But what caught Lin Yan's attention the most was Tianjia's current physical condition. Her hands, feet, and even her entire left leg were now in a semi-transparent, blurred state. Just like transparent water, there was only a faint shadow. At the moment he saw this, Lin Yan immediately understood something. It was the reason why, when he used his spiritual sense to probe Tianjia's aura earlier, it appeared very blurry and even scattered for a period of time. That was because Tianjia had dissipated her hands, feet, and her entire left leg, blending them into the blood, and then, along with those other ability users, used it to confuse others' perception. Then she hides inside a water bubble that can block part of her scent. She can basically escape with her life. Just like that. If Tianjia had encountered not Lin Yan but that level 7 ocean crystal beast today, no, even if it were a level 8 ocean crystal beast, they definitely wouldn't have discovered her, allowing her to leave safely. It was almost at the moment of seeing Tianjia. Lin Yan was surprised in his heart, but he didn't wait for Tianjia to react. He directly sent a blade of Godslayer towards Tianjia. Of course, the power of this blade of Godslayer was not strong. At most, it could make Tianjia momentarily dazed, and it couldn't even make her faint. If Tianjia were to die, Lin Yan would deeply regret it. Just the water ball skill that Tianjia used was enough to make him covet it endlessly. There might be an even greater secret hidden in Tianjia. Let alone, Lin Yan naturally would never give Tianjia the slightest chance to die. The attacks he launched were all carried out with extreme caution. So, his previous wind blade attacks wouldn't have taken dozens of strikes to barely break the water sphere. Otherwise, after the blade of Godslayer was unleashed, Lin Yan also used teleportation, instantly appearing behind Tianjia. His movements were so fast that Tianjia couldn't react at all. It wasn't until the blade of Godslayer struck Tianjia that he barely managed to mobilize his supernatural energy, but unfortunately, Lin Yan had already grabbed him by the neck. Then came another punch, slamming into Tianjia's stomach. Tianjia spat out a mouthful of blood, terror written all over her face. Already weakened from overexertion, she looked even more frail now. Yet, there was no despair in her eyes. Instead, a ruthless gleam appeared. It's just that. Lin Yan's fists were still relentlessly pounding her body. At this moment, his only thought was to beat Tianjia until she had no strength left to resist, and then seal her away in the time prison. It's not that Lin Yan couldn't directly take Tianjia in. Even if Tianjia were in her prime, Lin Yan could actually manage it. What's more, Tianjia is currently in a weakened state. It's just because, when imprisoning an enemy in the time prison, if the enemy resists, it will consume a significant amount of alien energy. Moreover, at the moment of using the time prison, Lin Yan would be in an unguarded state. This is also why Lin Yan would usually use the skill to pause time. After pausing the enemy, he would then use the time prison. Besides, he had never once sent an enemy in their peak state into the time prison. The risk of doing so is extremely high. Lin Yan would never do such a thing, and when facing Tianjia, who he found somewhat surprising, he naturally acted even more cautiously. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, it will become a laughingstock for eternity. As for the strange glint in Tianjia's eyes, Lin Yan naturally noticed it as well. He became even more certain that Tianjia still had a final move up her sleeve, waiting for the moment he showed a flaw, and then delivering a fatal blow to Lin Yan. Knowing Tianjia's intentions, Lin Yan naturally became even more cautious. Fully extended
expanding his spiritual awareness, he grasped every movement within a radius of several hundred meters, and his most secret skill, time pause, was ready to be used if necessary. Time-related skills are best left unused if possible. However, after his conversation with Xiaawanua, Lin Yan had already made up his mind. However, this matter with Tianjia felt extremely significant to him, as if missing it might lead to lasting regret. Therefore, he would rather use the time pause. Nor would Lin Yan ever allow Tianjia to escape right under his nose so easily. Of course, Lin Yan was confident that even without using time pause, he could still take Tianjia down. From the very beginning, Lin Yan's attacks hadn't stopped for a moment. Tianjia's condition grew weaker and weaker, and she now looked as if she was on the verge of death. However, Lin Yan did not let his guard down. His attacks did not involve any alien energy, relying solely on the strength of his body, and the areas he struck were not fatal. For an Esper at the boundary realm, even if half their body were crippled, they would not lose their life immediately. Lin Yan did not want to go that far, otherwise, he would have to waste his crystal medicine. As long as he could knock Tianjia unconscious, that would be enough for him. He continued using his fists, relentlessly attacking Tianjia's abdomen, ignoring the painful screams coming from Tianjia's mouth. He also carefully avoided the blood spat out by Tianjia, ensuring it did not stain his body. Tianjia, whose throat was gripped by Lin Yan as he relentlessly struck her abdomen, had already closed her eyes, looking as if she were resigned to death. Only the pained groans escaping her lips proved that she was still alive. But in reality, things were not as they appeared. Although Tianjia looked to be on her last breath, this was merely an act, an illusion she had carefully crafted. She was cursing furiously in her heart at this moment. So shameless. Damn. Tianjia was on the verge of tears, filled with immense grief and indignation. Just as Lin Yan had guessed, she was quietly waiting for an opportunity to use her final tactic. However, it wasn't to attack Lin Yan but rather a desperate move to escape. Unfortunately, Lin Yan didn't give her the chance. Every time, whenever Tianjia wanted to use her ultimate move, an inexplicable sense of caution would rise in her heart, causing her to abandon the idea. And most importantly, the blood she spat out. In fact, it contained a special substance. As long as a single drop of blood touched Lin Yan, it would instantly explode, enveloping Lin Yan entirely and temporarily isolating his senses. Finally, by using her ultimate move, there is a high probability of escaping. But Lin Yan was too cautious and meticulous, not revealing a single flaw or opportunity. If this drags on, she will eventually be knocked unconscious by Lin Yan, losing consciousness and still ending up at his mercy. Tianjia's heart was filled with irritation, but even more so with a sense of despair. Thinking of this, for some reason, she always felt that today, she would completely fall at the hands of this mysterious and powerful figure of unknown origin. But even so, Tianjia still did not want to give up the hope of survival. Suddenly, she abruptly opened her eyes, the fear in her gaze temporarily suppressed, replaced by a terrifying blood-red hue. In an instant, a drop of blood-colored liquid shot out from her eye. Whoosh! It blasted straight toward Lin Yan's face, while the weak aura around her completely dissipated, surging with an unusually violent fluctuation. She also opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, spraying it toward Lin Yan's body. These actions all occurred almost in an instant. But Tianjia's actions were not over yet. In the next moment, her arms and right leg exploded into fragments, but instead of turning into a blood mist, they transformed into a color resembling seawater and instantly merged into the ocean. It was impossible to tell whether it was seawater or her actual body. The throat that Lin Yan was gripping suddenly transformed into a state like seawater, and then Tianjia's head, along with her entire body, began to surge off in different directions, immediately after. But the moment Tianjia made her move, Lin Yan had already reacted. He first dodged the bloody tear, then raised his supernatural energy shield to block the blood spray Tianjia spat out. Even though Tianjia's body had turned into seawater, the faint aura it emitted was still locked onto by Lin Yan's fully extended spiritual sense. The instant Tianjia's head separated from her body, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yan's face, but it didn't slow his actions. Instead, he quickly used teleportation to appear where Tianjia's body was, grabbing it firmly. He sent the body into the time prison first. Lin Yan then teleported to Tianjia's head, delivered a slap that sent it spinning several times, then picked it up and tossed it into the time prison as well. Afterward, wouldn't have waited until now, forcing Tianjia to use methods that almost ruined herself. If only I could use spiritual sense skills to probe people's thoughts, that would be great. Such a thought suddenly emerged in Lin Yan's mind, although his spiritual sense skills already seemed quite powerful now. But there are still many shortcomings as well. For example, earlier, the power of the star essence that Xiao He sensed was completely undetectable to Lin Yan. After all, spiritual perception is just an A-level skill. For him, it is indeed somewhat insufficient. He needs to consider how to upgrade the spiritual perception skill to S-level. As for the direction of the upgrade, Lin Yan already has a clear idea. It just needs some more time to continuously verify and comprehend. By then, the spiritual awareness skills will surely undergo earth-shattering changes. Lin Yan shook his head and
smiled, letting go of these thoughts for the time being. But very soon, after all, Tianjia had already been captured by him and was still alive. Although her condition wasn't very good, it was already sufficient. The fact that he didn't use the time-stopping ability meant things had gone quite smoothly. Lin Yan turned back and returned to the previous reef immediately. Even though he had already imprisoned Tianjia in the time prison, the final method Tianjia employed had not yet been completely dealt with. He needed to thoroughly eliminate any future troubles. Earlier, Tianjia had transformed his arms and right leg into seawater, merging them into the surrounding environment, not just to confuse Lin Yan's perception, but to hide a part of his consciousness within. Tianjia's consciousness was hidden beneath this reef. Lin Yan did not intend to waste time and immediately extended his hand to condense a wind blade, blasting it toward the reef. With a loud noise, the reef shattered into pieces. Lin Yan's body moved downward, landing at the bottom of the sea. Afterward, the next moment, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as the half-meter-long blade of Godslayer condensed in his hand. However, he did not release it. Instead, he held it in his hand and began to wield it as if it were a weapon. Wow! The seawater instantly rippled apart, revealing a small water sphere within. Lin Yan immediately grabbed it in his hand. This water sphere was the same as the one Tianjia had hidden in before, but it was only the size of an egg. Moreover, there wasn't just one such water sphere. There were 4 in total. Lin Yan carefully found them one by one and finally put them away. The contents inside this small water ball were fragments of Tianjia's memories, recording Lin Yan's aura and everything that had just happened. This was because Tianjia knew in her heart that she might not escape today. She left these clues so that someone could discover them, avenge her, and retrieve the treasure in her possession. If Lin Yan hadn't noticed and used the time-based ability, I'm afraid by then, there would certainly be a risk of exposure, which would bring him immense trouble. Although Lin Yan didn't know Tianjia's thoughts, his cautious actions left no clues. He neither used the ability to pause time nor overlooked the information left by Tianjia. Inside this water sphere are merely fragments of Tianjia's memories. It does not possess the ability for independent thought, and Tianjia, who is trapped in the time prison, would not know that the clues she left behind had been discovered by Lin Yan. Lin Yan investigated once more and, after confirming there were no omissions, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Tianjia only had the strength of the early boundary realm, the feeling she gave him was even more troublesome than that of a great power in the King realm. If Tianjia had Ho Jing's strength, it would probably be at his current level. Unless Tianjia is instantly killed, it would be absolutely impossible not to leave any clues. Perhaps he might even use time suspension, thereby exposing his time-related talent, which would truly cause trouble. But fortunately, Tianjia is currently just at the Jiangjing level and has already been captured by Lin Yan. As for the secrets Tianjia possesses and the background behind her, Lin Yan believed that in his time prison, it wouldn't take long to make Tianjia obediently speak, thereby gaining immense benefits. However, in Tianjia's current state, she wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the time prison. Lin Yan could only helplessly take out a few 5th-grade crystal herbs. First, let Tianjia recover a bit, then have Xiao Hei take care of her a little more. Once the situation improves, he would slowly learn the skills Tianjia possesses, whether it's the water polo skill or the skill of transforming into seawater. They are both very interesting to Lin Yan, so he definitely won't let them slip by. Lin Yan was holding Tianjia's storage crystal device in his hand, which he had taken when he caught Tianjia. At this moment, after just a glance, he stored it in the ability space. Now he was not in a hurry either, checking what treasures were inside. After all, whether it was the person or the storage crystal device, they were already in his hands. Could they possibly grow wings and fly away? Lin Yan turned his gaze toward the low-level ocean crystal beasts not far away. Immediately after, as long as he dealt with them, today, his ocean journey has come to a complete end, and he can head back to Yucheng. Immediately, Lin Yan focused his thoughts and activated the Lingshu skill. Lingshu not only allows walking on the sea but can also be used underwater. His body and the surrounding seawater seemed to merge into one, combined with swift movement and teleportation. It only took half a minute. The remaining low-level ocean crystal beasts were completely dealt with by Lin Yan. After finishing off the last one, he stepped on the surface of the sea and clapped his hands. Then a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. He sighed softly and thought to himself, group attack skills must be prioritized. It's just hundreds of low-level ocean crystal beasts. It took him half a minute, which was somewhat too much of a waste of time. Lin Yan didn't sigh for long. He quickly adjusted his mood, looked toward the direction of the ghost city, and set off on his return journey. However, on the way back he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowed down, gradually recalling the events of the day. Although it had been less than a day since he left Yucheng, to be more precise, not even half a day had passed. But the events that occurred and the intelligence he gathered, whether it was the 3 major races of the universe, the power of the stellar origin, the Lingshu skill he comprehended, or even the skills used by Tianjia and the secrets she carried, it was enough for him to take some time to digest. However, when Lin Yan returned to Yucheng, he had to temporarily
temporarily set aside matters related to the ocean as he still needed to consider dealing with Zhong Xing'an as well as the plan involving the Xiaawanua brothers. Of course, the most important thing was the mineral vein. Lin Yan felt that his life was incredibly fulfilling, even though it had only been a month since he awakened his talent. Suddenly, it seemed as if a long time had passed, and compared to the lives of many ordinary people, his experiences were far more extraordinary. Yet, he did not feel busy or exhausted. Instead, he was filled with boundless passion. Perhaps everything happening now was merely the beginning of an exciting chapter in his future life. Lin Yan shook his head with a smile, no longer feeling emotional. He slowly moved in the direction of the eastern part of Yuchang. He deliberately avoided the group of crystal beasts that had rushed toward the shore earlier. Along the way, however, he still encountered a few scattered crystal beasts, but he dealt with them effortlessly. In the end, he managed to reach the city gate relatively smoothly before nightfall. The procedure for entering the city is slightly more troublesome than leaving it. Fortunately, Lin Yan presented his identity token, and after confirming his identity by activating the substone, he successfully entered the city. He did not go to see Xiaawanua, nor did he take any other actions, nor did he deliberately hide his whereabouts or inquire about Zhong Xing'an's information. In fact, Lin Yan wasn't even very concerned about what had happened in Yuchang today. Instead, he went straight back to the western district, to the courtyard that had been assigned to him. After a simple wash, the evening's cultivation began. But tonight, the ghostly city was far from peaceful. For many people, it would be a sleepless night, especially in the eastern district. Today, a rare beast attack occurred, though it was successfully repelled by the city's defenders in the eastern district. Moreover, the deeds of Lin Yan and the sea had spread throughout the entire eastern district, and even the other three districts were already aware of the incident. There was an esper who stood alone on the sea, blocking the crystal beast horde, only to buy time for other superhumans to escape. Such a heroic act moved many people. The most shocking thing was, with just one punch, that person made the sea roar, stirred up towering waves, and prevented the crystal beast horde from advancing even a step, playing a crucial role in ensuring the safe escape of other superhumans. As soon as this news spread, it caused immense shock among countless people. Lin Yan's disguised identity, Yansen, was also uncovered by someone with intentions, and the news of his safety quickly spread, becoming one of the focal points of tonight's discussions. But aside from this matter, another event also caused a sensation. During the day today, Deputy City Lord Zhong Xing'an hosted a banquet at the City Lord's mansion, inviting a group of mysterious powerful figures. It is said that among them was a peerless expert who surpassed the King realm. Moreover, some well-informed individuals revealed insider information that these powerful figures came from the family of Zhou Lian and seemed to have arrived in Yuchang to deal with someone. That is it. As for who this person is, no one knows yet. But to make a figure beyond the King realm take action, that person must also be an extraordinary figure. The entire Yuchang was abuzz with discussions, appearing extremely lively. The last time Yuchang was this lively was probably over a decade ago. For a moment, perhaps this time, something earth-shattering will happen in Yuchang. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. Lin Yan temporarily knew nothing about these matters in the secluded city. Of course, he was currently immersed in quiet cultivation, striving for the late stage of the innate realm. Time flowed like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lin Yan opened his eyes, letting the morning sunlight fill his gaze. He gently brushed off the dust on his sleeves, slowly rose from his seated position, stretched lazily, and after a soft sigh of relaxation, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Through the southern window, he seemed to catch sight of something. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, then quietly disappeared. With Zhong Xing'an's shrewdness, he had already made preparations during this time. As soon as the right moment came, he would strike at him and Xiaawanua with full force, leaving them no chance to retaliate. He knows very well. But Lin Yan also understood in his heart that Zhong Xing'an would not make a move just yet. At least not until tomorrow. That is to say, he would never make a move before the time agreed upon with Zhong Xing'an. And during this period, Lin Yan still needed to make another trip to the eastern district to meet Lu Wei and the people of Yuming, not just to deal with Zhong Xing'an, but also for the plan to eradicate the Crystal Beast tribe afterward. Lin Yan then left the courtyard and headed toward the eastern district. Afterward, Dongcheng district. Inside a private room. Inside the restaurant, Lin Yan sat in the central position, while Lu Wei and the other Yuming members stood respectfully on either side. At this moment, Lu Wei's expression was somewhat grim. He held a piece of paper with names written on it, but due to gripping it too tightly, the paper had become slightly crumpled. After a brief moment of silence, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Lin Yan, handed over the paper with both hands, bent deeply at the waist, and spoke with a tone tinged with resentment. Master Yan, this is the list of those who have left Yuming, as well as the list of traitors who betrayed Yuming. Lu Wei felt both anger and shame. He was angry because there were traitors within Yuming, and ashamed because he could not face the city lord. After Lin Yan issued the order yesterday, Lu Wei began to act, first notifying those in Yuming he was familiar with, and receiving the same response as his own. He also felt
felt a bit delighted in his heart. At least the people in Yuming were not ungrateful. When notifying people one by one, some expressed their polite refusal, which made him somewhat displeased. However, recalling what Lin Yan had said, he didn't dwell on it. Further and directly informed them that they would have no ties with Yuming from now on and were forbidden to mention anything related to Yuming in the future. It's just that. Some people, upon hearing this, agreed with a sense of relief. Some people suddenly felt a sense of regret. They wanted to reconsider, but Lu Wei did not give them another chance. After all, he was a strong figure in the whole realm and understood that once one's inner conviction wavers, it becomes difficult to persist without hesitation. When faced with the same choice in the future, they might give the same response. Such people were not needed in Yuming. As for whether these people would reveal Yuming's information after leaving, Lu Wei was not worried at all, because even if it is exposed, it doesn't have much of an impact on Yuming. Even he only knows about the existence of other Yuming members but is unaware of their specific identities or actions. When he informs others, it is only done through Yuming's special codes. Moreover, those who are exposed have only one fate: death. As long as someone dares to do so, even without waiting for Zhao Yu's order, other people in the shadows will also act first to eliminate this person. Most of the people in the shadows still hold firmly to their beliefs, absolutely trusting and obeying the orders of City Lord Zhao Yu, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Yuqing and the Xia kingdom. After all, but ultimately, there are those who choose to betray their beliefs. Driven by selfish desires, they chose to side with Zhong Xing'an, betraying their companions in the shadows. Lu Wei couldn't help but clench his fists, the hatred in his heart growing even stronger. At the thought of this, if it weren't for Lin Yan's orders to investigate the traitors without acting rashly, he and the others in Yuming would have long been unable to resist taking action against those traitors. His head remained lowered, too embarrassed to lift it. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Wei. The other members of Yuming also wore expressions of guilt, not daring to look at Lin Yan. Lin Yan observed the situation. He was slightly moved but quickly regained his composure. He stood up from the chair, reached out to take the list, then patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and said softly, "You did very well. Thank you for your hard work. Stand up straight, don't lower your head." Lin Yan gestured for Lu Wei to rise, then looked at the others. "You are all the pride of Yuming." The city lord would smile with relief seeing that you still hold steadfast to your beliefs. So do not feel ashamed because of those traitors who betrayed Yuming. You have a clear conscience. You are worthy of the city lord. You are worthy of the Xia kingdom. I hope you all can continue to stay true to your hearts in the future. Lu Wei and the others all straightened their bodies and respectfully bowed to Lin Yan. As the words fell, this bow was not because Lin Yan was Zhao Yu's representative, but because his words had touched their resilient yet tender hearts, which had been silently guarding Yuqing for so many years. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly silent, but Lin Yan interrupted the silence. He looked at the names on the list, sighed softly, and said, "Those who left Yuming, after all, once dedicated themselves to protecting Yuqing. Even though they have now left Yuming, their past contributions cannot be erased. So from now on, no one should trouble them." Lu and the others responded in unison, understood. In fact, if Lin Yan had ordered punishment for those people, they would have felt somewhat reluctant as well. After all, those people were once their most trusted partners. Now, they have only given up the beliefs they once held firm for the sake of their own lives, and it's not as if they've committed some unforgivable sin. Lin Yan nodded slightly and continued, "For those who stay true to their hearts and are still willing to remain in Yuming, after this matter is resolved, everyone will receive the rewards they deserve." Lin Yan paused slightly and looked toward Lu Wei and the others. With that said, noticing their unwavering determination, unaffected by the mention of rewards, Lin Yan revealed a faint smile, feeling very satisfied in his heart. Lin Yan's expression turned solemn, and he said in a somewhat somber tone, "But as for those traitors who betrayed us, they absolutely cannot be forgiven. However, you all should not interfere in this matter. I will personally take action to severely punish those traitors. As for the companions of Yuming who have fallen into danger because of them, rest assured, I will ensure their safe return." But the next moment, his voice was actually very calm, but for some reason, everyone felt a trace of chill. Lu Wei immediately reacted and said, "Lord Yan, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous for you to act alone?" But very soon, as his voice fell, others spoke up excitedly. "Lord Yan, if you're going to act, take me with you. We are willing to follow your orders. No matter if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we won't even flinch. You don't need to consider us. Even if they were once our companions, they betrayed Yuming. Their only path is death, and we won't hesitate." Lin Yan saw this and quickly reached out to stop everyone from continuing. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "I am not a reckless person. I have my own way of handling this matter, so you don't need to worry. Besides, I have other tasks for you to take care of afterward." "Then Lord Yan, please be careful." "All right." Hearing Lin Yan say this, everyone could only nod in agreement. Among those present, the one who had interacted with Lin Yan the longest was naturally Lu Wei. Although he was unaware of Lin Yan's true strength, he always had a feeling that Lin Yan might be no less powerful than the city lord, or perhaps even stronger. This is just his guess and doesn't make much sense. Of course, Lu Wei suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and quickly said respectfully, no matter what it is, just give your orders. Lin Yan nodded and looked around. Looking at the others present, the excitement in their eyes was hard to conceal. Lin Yan chuckled softly, then immediately said, then I'll get straight to the point. It's like this. The group from Yuming left the private room and began to take action. Half an hour later, Lin Yan did not leave immediately. However, instead, he took out a few level 5 ocean crystal beasts from the ability space and handed them over to the restaurant staff, asking them to process them and turn them into delicacies. As for the level 6 ocean crystal beast, dealing with it is too slow and troublesome, so Lin Yan didn't bring it out and could only temporarily try the taste of the level 5 ocean crystal beast. As for whether the staff would refuse this matter, there's absolutely no need to worry about that. Lu Wei is the owner here, and such a small matter is naturally no problem at all. Even if Lin Yan wanted this restaurant, Lu Wei wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Lin Yan was not a stingy person and also took out some ocean crystal beasts to give to Lu Wei and the others. Moreover, after all, in his ability space, the number of level 5 ocean crystal beasts was terrifyingly high. Not to mention him alone, even if he included the Xia family, it would take ages to finish eating them all. Moreover, there were still so many level 6 ocean crystal beasts, so taking out some level 5 ocean crystal beasts and a few level 6 ones didn't make him feel the slightest bit distressed. But Lu Wei and the others were utterly stunned. These level 5 ocean crystal beasts were something they rarely had the chance to taste, not to mention a level 6 ocean crystal beast, which is a delicacy even coveted by powerful figures in the royal realm. After their initial shock, everyone was overjoyed. They quickly expressed their gratitude to Lin Yan, each brimming with enthusiasm and assured with great confidence that they would complete the upcoming tasks perfectly. So much so that they even declined Lin Yan's request to stay and have a meal together before leaving. But more importantly, it's because so many people gathering to eat together might worry about affecting Lin Yan's mood. Because even if Lin Yan is very kind, he is still considered their superior, and the pressure of dining with a superior is naturally quite significant. The most important reason is that Lin Yan provided them with the ingredients, and after finishing the tasks Lin Yan assigned, they can come here and enjoy the meal leisurely without any rush. Of course, Lin Yan did not insist, merely smiling as he let everyone leave. The tasks he assigned were also very simple. It only required these people to secretly spread some information, and to make preparations in advance to prevent Yucheng from falling into chaos due to the deaths of Zhong Xing'an and others. He wouldn't worry about these people not doing well, or any dangerous situations arising, nor would he worry about someone leaking information and affecting his plan. That's because this plan is more aimed at the Crystal Beast clan, and dealing with Zhong Xing'an is just incidental. Even if Zhong Xing'an finds out in advance, it doesn't matter. Lin Yan had long determined their fate. No matter what, Zhong Xing'an could not change the final outcome. He could also take it easy for a while. At this moment, it didn't take long for the level 5 ocean crystal beast to be dealt with, turned into a mouth-watering delicacy, and served alongside other delicious dishes on the table in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan started eating right away, slowly savoring the meal. Time flew by, and it was already nighttime. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Yan did not choose to leave the city or take immediate action. Instead, he wandered around various districts, and it wasn't until dusk that he reluctantly stopped. A whole day's time. It was enough for Lin Yan to stroll through almost the entire Yucheng, though it was just a rough walkthrough. If he were to experience it in detail, even with another month's time, he probably wouldn't be able to fully explore all of Yucheng. However, he didn't feel regretful and rather enjoyed the process. When nightfall spread, Lin Yan arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Finally, gazing at the grand and imposing building ahead, his expression remained utterly calm. Without pausing his steps, he directly entered the gates of the city lord's mansion and headed straight toward the main hall. Inside the main hall, apart from Zhong Xing'an, there were also dozens of others. There were 2 others at the king realm like him, but they were only at the early stage of the king realm. Apart from the 3 at the king realm, the person with the most formidable aura present had actually reached the level of a half-step emperor realm. This person was an elderly woman with white hair and a crane-like appearance. She was one of the members of the Zhou family and one of the elders who doted on Zhou Lian the most. Upon learning how her beloved junior Zhou Lian had been treated, she was filled with rage. She immediately decided to come to Yucheng, solely to vent her anger for Zhou Lian. From this, it can be understood. The white-haired old woman, as well as the Zhou family's attitude toward Zhou Lian, shows just how much they dote on her. But her indulgence toward Zhou Lian goes far beyond this. The seat representing the city lord technically belongs to Zhong Xing'an, but now Zhong Xing'an can only stand below, watching as the white-haired old woman leads Zhou Lian to sit on it, not daring to harbor any resentment. The white-haired old woman didn't care how Zhong Xing'an thought about it. After all, she was at the half-step imperial realm, and even if everyone in the hall joined forces, they wouldn't be her match. As long as Zhong Xing'an dared to disrespect her, even if she couldn't directly kill him, she could could still use some subtle means to cripple one of his arms. Naturally, Zhong Xingyan wouldn't act that way, as he still had a favor to ask of this white-haired old woman. Of course, this is a mighty figure at the half-step emperor realm, an absolutely invincible existence in Yucheng. With the intervention of this white-haired old woman, combined with the power he has accumulated, killing Zhao Yu and taking the position of city lord would be an effortless task. At this moment, Zhong Xingyan's heart was burning with ambition. The corner of his eye glanced at the seat where Zhou Lian was sitting, and the corner of his mouth faintly curled into a trace of ruthlessness. After killing Zhao Yu and the departure of the white-haired old woman from Yucheng, the city would be entirely his domain. The position of city lord would belong solely to him in the future, so letting Zhou Lian sit there for now was no big deal. Zhong Xingyan comforted himself in this way, but when he looked at the white-haired old woman, a trace of hidden killing intent also arose. If his cultivation level were a step higher, how could he endure such humiliation? The white-haired old woman naturally had no idea what Zhong Xingyan was thinking. However, she didn't care. At this moment, she stroked Zhou Lian's head and said with a hint of distress, "Lianer, you've been wronged. Tomorrow, as long as that beast dares to show up, I will cripple him first, make him kneel before you to apologize, and then I will strip his tendons and bones, grind him to dust." Zhou Lian heard this and touched her face again. It was the spot where Lin Yan had slapped her, but now it had long since returned to normal. Yet her hand still trembled, and her eyes seemed to glisten with tears as she looked at the white-haired old woman and said with grievance, "Am I really so detestable? Why did that person treat me like this?" The white-haired old woman, seeing this, felt even more heartbroken. A cold and chilling intent flashed in her eyes, and her killing intent toward Lin Yan was overwhelming. But she quickly suppressed it, fearing she might scare Zhou Lian. She continued to gently stroke Zhou Lian's head and softly said, "It's not Lianer's fault at all. It's all that beast's fault. Don't worry, I will never let my sweet Lianer suffer any grievances again. Once we catch that person, you can punish them however you like. Second madam is the best." Zhou Lian suddenly gave a sweet smile and tugged at the sleeve of the white-haired old woman, shaking it lightly. But no one noticed. In her eyes, however, there was a flash of killing intent even more intense than that of the white-haired old woman, along with a trace of chilling cruelty. Zhou Lian pretended to look sympathetic and said, "Maybe that person has their own difficulties. Second madam, why not catch them first, ask for the reason, and then decide what to do? But very soon." "Silly girl." The white-haired old woman smiled and tapped Zhou Lian on the head, speaking earnestly, "You are just too kind-hearted, which is why you get bullied by these bad people. It seems that after I catch that beast, I need to let you see his true colors clearly, so you won't be deceived by their appearances anymore." From childhood to adulthood, in the eyes of everyone in the Zhou family, Zhou Lian has always been seen as a pure, kind, and adorable little girl. This is also why Zhou Lian has earned the affection of all the elders in the Zhou family. No matter what happens, the Zhou family never doubts Zhou Lian. They always believe it is the fault of those opposing her. They would go to any lengths to avenge Zhou Lian, fearing she might suffer even the slightest grievance. Of course, the reason the Zhou family could achieve such a level goes far beyond just this. The most important reason is the talent possessed by Zhou Lian. She has also awakened a second talent, and both talents are S-level. One of them is the extremely rare light attribute talent, while the other is a wood attribute talent. The combination of the wood attribute with the light attribute talent destined Zhou Lian to become the top-tier healing and support ability user in the future. Among support abilities, excluding space-type ability users, the most enviable ones are those with the ability to heal injuries. After all, no matter how powerful an ability user is, they cannot guarantee they will never get hurt. At such times, healers with special abilities become particularly important, as treasures capable of healing injuries are not something everyone can possess. Zhou Lian's status is therefore not surprising. So, as long as she grows, the entire Zhou family will rise to a higher level because of her. No one would be willing to offend an esper who might save their life in the future. Zhou Lian herself was well aware of this, which is why she could act recklessly, only caring about her own feelings and ignoring how others might feel. However, she wasn't foolish either. She knew how to disguise herself. This image of kindness and innocence was merely a facade she created to protect herself. But what she hadn't expected was how surprisingly effective this tactic would be. For over 20 years, she had never faced a single setback. 2 days ago, Zhou Lian met Lin Yan. It's just that. It was the first time in her life she had been hit, the first time she had suffered such humiliation, to the point that she forgot to conceal her image. So it was no surprise that her killing intent toward Lin Yan was so intense. However, in front of the white-haired old woman, Zhou Lian could not show it. She could only pretend to look aggrieved. Zhou Lian gently nodded and leaned her head against the white-haired old woman's body, making no further sound. But no one could notice the cold curve that appeared at the corner of Zhou Lian's lips. The white-haired old woman simply assumed that Zhou Lian was still upset, so she tenderly stroked Zhou Lian's back and softly comforted her. "Good Lianer, I will never let you suffer any grievances again." Seeing that Zhou Lian had calmed down a bit, the white-haired old woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, then his face instantly instantly turned stern, and he turned to look at Zhong Xingyan below, saying in a deep voice, "Alright, you can share your plan now, but let me make it clear first. The experts from the Zhou family and I will only take action against that beast. Unless Xiaoyu intervenes, we will absolutely not get involved in the matters of Yucheng." Although he had already anticipated this response, Zhong Xingyan still felt somewhat displeased. However, he dared not show any change in expression. He merely sneered inwardly. If he hadn't known about the connection between Lin Yan and Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have asked Zhou Lian to contact the Zhou family in the first place. Zhong Xingyan had planned it long ago. As long as the white-haired old woman made a move against Lin Yan, she would inevitably get involved in the matter between him and Xiaoyu, with no way to stay uninvolved. However, on the surface, he still had to appear respectful. Zhong Xingyan immediately clasped his fists and replied in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, Senior Zhou, I won't let you get dragged into this. As for the beast that dared to provoke Miss Zhou, I will capture it for you and personally deliver it to you." The white-haired old woman nodded in satisfaction, then waved her hand and said, "No need, I must deal with this beast myself." Upon hearing this, Zhong Xingyan lowered his head, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Then he continued, "In that case, I won't insist. Let me share the plan with you. This beast is extremely cunning, with talents in life and fate elements. Its perception is incredibly sharp, and it excels at concealing its presence. If we act against it directly and it goes into hiding, it would waste a lot of time and go against your intention of not alarming Yucheng. Moreover, the other party mentioned coming to the city lord's mansion tomorrow to take the crystal. I also believe the other party will definitely come here, because right now, this person is in the southern district. At that time, you only need to hide. When the other party appears and takes the crystal from me, he will definitely reveal a momentary flaw. At that moment, you can take action, suppress and capture this beast instantly. After that, you can leave the rest to me." The white-haired old woman nodded, feeling that Zhong Xingyan's words made a lot of sense. Yes. However, upon hearing Zhong Xingyan mention that Lin Yan possessed dual talents in fate and life, even though it wasn't the first time she had heard this, she still couldn't help but feel shocked. Even a genius like Zhou Lian only had a single rare talent. After all, Lin Yan's two talents, however, are both of the rarest kind, and the other party also seems very young, with seemingly decent strength and cultivation. If Lin Yan hadn't acted against Zhou Lian, the white-haired old woman might have even considered recruiting him. After all, such a monstrous genius is rare even in the inner capital. No matter how much of a genius Lin Yan is, she can only take action to cripple him. But unfortunately, a trace of regret flashed in the white-haired old woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent. Then the white-haired old woman gently patted Zhou Lian's back, helped her up, and looked at Zhong Xingyan, saying, "You go ahead and make the preparations. When the time comes, have someone notify me. For now, I will take Liener to rest." Zhong Xingyan was about to respond when he heard this, but his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look toward the entrance of the great hall. The white-haired old woman did the same, her expression peculiar and her eyes filled with surprise as she turned to look at the unexpected guest who appeared at the entrance of the great hall. The entrance of the main hall, only to see a person is standing there, facing a half-step emperor-level opponent, along with 3 king-level and numerous marquis-level opponents. He shows no trace of fear. This person is Lin Yan. After he entered the city lord's mansion just now, he proceeded in the direction of the main hall. The journey was not entirely smooth. He encountered numerous guards along the way. However, he silently knocked them unconscious, which is why Zhong Xingyan and the others remained unaware of his presence until he appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Lin Yan stood at the entrance of the main hall, calmly looking at everyone. He had overheard the entire conversation between the white-haired old woman and Zhong Xingyan. If the white-haired old woman hadn't intended to leave, he would have waited a bit longer before revealing himself. He chose to come here at night, not because he wanted to launch a surprise attack while the other party was unprepared. It was simply because he felt that it was now past midnight. It could also be considered the third day. Who says only the morning of the third day counts as the third day? The early hours of the third day can also be considered the third day. Lin Yan has always been true to his word and would never break a promise lightly. So now, he appeared in the grand hall, standing before Zhong Xingyan, the white-haired old woman, and the others. Everyone was utterly astonished by Lin Yan's appearance, especially Zhong Xingyan. A strong sense of vigilance rose in his eyes, along with a trace of panic. He simply couldn't understand why Lin Yan would appear here at this moment. Zhong Xingyan carefully looked around and discovered that Lin Yan was alone. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and unconsciously clenched his hand. Because if that were the case, then after the white-haired old woman and the others captured Lin Yan, they wouldn't have any connection with Xiaoyu and the others. Zhong Xingyan's thoughts raced wildly, and anxiety slowly welled up in his heart. Meanwhile, the white-haired old woman and Zhou Lian beside her both had a glint of icy killing intent in their eyes. However, Zhou Lian did not speak. She merely clutched tightly at the white-haired old woman's sleeve. The white-haired old woman quickly patted Zhou Lian, then looked at Lin Yan and sneered coldly, "Interesting. You actually came here to court death. Truly bold of you." Before Lin Yan could respond, Zhong Xingyan said, "There might be a trap trap here. Senior, please be cautious. Just a junior, I can destroy him with a flick of my hand. The white-haired old woman snorted discontentedly, then looked at Lin Yan. If you abolish your cultivation now and kneel before Leelin, perhaps you can suffer a little less. The white-haired old woman's arrogance naturally had its reasons. Moreover, Lin Yan's realm, in the eyes of the white-haired old woman, was merely at the Jiang realm. Even if, as Zhong Xingyan claimed, Lin Yan's true realm might be at the half-step Wang realm, she remained unafraid even if she hadn't discerned it. After all, she was a mighty figure at the half-step Wang realm. But unfortunately, Lin Yan, however, ignored the white-haired old woman and instead looked at Zhong Xingyan. Then, he chuckled softly and slowly said, Zhong Xingyan, are the crystals ready? The main reason he came here tonight, apart from dealing with Zhong Xingyan and his group, was the crystals. Although he could take all their possessions after killing them, he still felt it necessary to go through the proper process. Otherwise, Lin Yan would find it somewhat odd. Zhong Xingyan was furious upon hearing this. A majestic aura instantly emanated from him as he looked in Lin Yan's direction and shouted angrily, I have prepared the crystals. What about Zhong Hong? Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the white-haired old woman. I hope you also have enough crystals. Otherwise, even if Leelin carries the soul imprint of a royal-level powerhouse, I assure you, she will absolutely not leave this hall unscathed. That's good. His words instantly made Zhong Xingyan and the white-haired old woman seethe with rage. You beast! How dare you threaten me? The white-haired old woman looked extremely grim. If Leelin weren't by her side, the aura emanating from her might have shattered the great hall. Lin Yan looked at the other party, completely unfazed by the murderous glare. He merely curled his lips slightly, giving a faint smile as he said, if you're in such a hurry to die, old hag, I don't mind making you the first to go. The white-haired old woman, being a powerful figure at the half-step emperor realm, had never been provoked by an ant before, especially an ant that had humiliated her precious junior. Gritting her teeth, she cursed coldly, beast, courting death. The white-haired old woman gently pushed Leelin aside, her eyes blazing with intense killing intent. Afterward, she then turned her gaze to Lin Yan's position, and the strange energy on her body erupted instantly. Her figure, like a bolt of lightning, charged toward Lin Yan with violent energy. Senior, wait! Zhong Xingyan felt that something was wrong and hurriedly called out to the white-haired old woman. Zhong Xingyan was different from the white-haired old woman, even though Zhong Hong's life and death were in Lin Yan's hands. But to be honest, he actually didn't care that much about Zhong Hong's survival. So now he could maintain a calm state, whereas the white-haired old woman was different. After all, she was a powerful figure just half a step away from the emperor realm. First, her deeply cherished junior was bullied, and then the audacious culprit dared to provoke her with words. How could she possibly hold back from taking action against this person? In the eyes of the white-haired old woman, Lin Yan was nothing more than an ant. Moreover, she didn't take Lin Yan seriously at all. All she wanted now was to quickly cripple Lin Yan and then torment him ruthlessly. Zhong Xingyan's shout was heard by the white-haired old woman. She did not stop her movements and, under Zhong Xingyan's frowning gaze, rushed to Lin Yan's side. It's just that. The entire main hall was no more than 100 meters long, and the distance between the white-haired old woman and Lin Yan was only a few dozen meters. For a King Realm powerhouse, this distance was a matter of an instant, just slightly slower than Lin Yan's teleportation speed, let alone for the white-haired old woman who was at the half-emperor realm. Almost at the very moment the white-haired old woman's words fell, she appeared in front of Lin Yan, simultaneously unleashing a domain imbued with intense oppressive force. The white-haired old woman carried a power capable of shattering mountains and rivers, instantly striking toward Lin Yan. Immediately. At this moment, Lin Yan merely smiled faintly. The movements of the white-haired old woman appeared like slow motion in his eyes, posing no threat to him at all. If he wanted to dodge, he could even teleport behind her before she made her move and launch a fierce attack first. However, he was unable to use teleportation, because now, in the eyes of these people, he is merely someone with talent in the department of life and fate. So, at the front, Lin Yan said those few meaningless words just to provoke this white-haired old woman into making the first move. This way, he could save a bit of time. After all, besides the white-haired old woman, there were three powerful figures in the King realm here. Among them, the strongest was Zhong Xingyan, who appeared to be in the mid-King realm, but in reality, he had concealed his true level, which was actually at the peak of the King realm. When Lin Yan saw Zhong Xingyan, he had already figured it out. It was slightly regrettable. That Zhong Xingyan was simply too cautious. Even though he came here alone and held Zhong Hong's life and death in his hands, he still wouldn't make the first move. But the white-haired old woman taking action was already very satisfying for Lin Yan. If he dealt with the white-haired old woman first, it would save him a lot of time when he went to confront Zhong Xingyan. The white-haired old woman's attack was about to land on Lin Yan. At this moment, however, Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he lightly shifted his body to the side, evading the center of the white-haired old woman's furious strike. The remaining energy aftermath also fell on Lin Yan. However, it only made Lin Yan's clothes slightly disheveled. However, the white-haired old woman was astonished at the sight, her eyes flashing with shock. She
She simply couldn't believe why an attack with 60% of its power only managed to mess up the other party's clothes. The white-haired old woman was somewhat flustered, a trace of fear quietly rising in her heart for a moment. But after all, she was a powerful figure at the half-step Imperial realm and quickly reacted to launch another attack on Lin Yan. The white-haired old woman did not reveal any flaws, leaving Lin Yan no chance to counterattack or escape. However, she did not know that Lin Yan would not give her another chance to strike. It's just that. Just as the white-haired old woman was about to channel her supernatural energy and launch a fiercer attack at Lin Yan struck first. A punch landed squarely on her abdomen. The white-haired old woman instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't just the force of the blow, her internal supernatural energy had been disrupted, causing a backlash. However, this attack alone was not enough to render her unable to fight. However, she hurriedly took a few steps back, surrounding herself with the strange energy. Looking at Lin Yan ahead, whose expression remained calm, the white-haired old woman was filled with disbelief. Finally, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, how is this possible? Could it be that you are of the Imperial realm? After saying this, the white-haired old woman's pupils also began to tremble. Lin Yan's lips gently curved up and an invisible energy blade shot out from his hand, instantly striking the white-haired old woman's head. But at this moment, the white-haired old woman's pupils dilated and her aura became incredibly weak. The next moment, it was only at this moment that she fully understood how powerful Lin Yan truly was, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The invisible blade of energy just now was Lin Yan's Godslayer blade, and the white-haired old woman's soul had already suffered severe damage. The white-haired old woman struggled to extend her hand, as if she wanted to say something, but the severely damaged soul caused her body to weaken. She was completely unable to lift her arm or utter a complete sentence, and could only despairingly feel her life slipping away. The white-haired old woman regretted it, regretting why she had been so arrogant and conceited. At this moment, if only she had been more cautious and not acted so rashly, perhaps the outcome would have been different. At this moment, the white-haired old woman's heart was filled with remorse and an intense fear of Lin Yan. She simply couldn't believe that the other party could kill her so effortlessly, and Lin Yan being able to easily kill her proved that there were no more opponents in this great hall. Once she died, even the strong members of the Zhou family would be no match for this person. Then, what would happen to Leelin? In the final moments of her life, the white-haired old woman began to worry about Zhou Lian. Although she was not worried about Zhou Lian's life because there was a true soul imprint left by a supreme emperor-level expert on her. Even if Lin Yan was truly an emperor-level expert, he would never kill Zhou Lian. However, judging by Lin Yan's previous actions, Zhou Lian was unlikely to escape some physical suffering. The white-haired old woman couldn't help but despairingly sigh to herself, I'm sorry, Leelin, I couldn't help you capture this beast. From now on, I hope you can stay safe. Thinking of this, she wanted to take one last look at Zhou Lian, so she used all her strength to look in Zhou Lian's direction. Afterward, but just as the white-haired old woman saw Zhou Lian, she noticed Zhou Lian's equally despairing expression, along with a hint of disappointment in her. This scene was even more unbelievable to the white-haired old woman than Lin Yan killing her. After all, Zhou Lian had always been a kind and good child. In her impression, she should be worried and heartbroken for her right now, but instead, she showed such an expression. How could she accept that? How is that possible? She no longer had time to think further and completely lost her life. However, the change in the expression of the white-haired old woman before her death was clearly noticed by Lin Yan, but he felt nothing. Instead, he casually collected the white-haired old woman's storage crystal device. From the moment the white-haired old woman made her move to the moment of her death, although it seems like a long time when described, in reality, only a little over a second had passed. However, the people present, except for Zhou Lian, the weakest in strength, were all at the Ho realm. This second or so of time was not very fast for everyone, and they all reacted. But a powerful figure at the half-step emperor realm died so easily at Lin Yan's hands. They simply couldn't believe it, all slightly dazed, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lin Yan. Some even lost control of their bodies and began to tremble faintly. At this moment, Zhong Xing'an's heart was also trembling intensely. However, being at the peak of the king realm, he managed to avoid any inappropriate behavior. He still appeared relatively calm, standing in place, his gaze coldly fixed on Lin Yan. But in reality, Zhong Xing'an was frantically pondering how to escape from Lin Yan's grasp. He knew very well in his heart that after dealing with the white-haired old woman, Lin Yan's next target would be him. Zhong Xing'an's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he met Lin Yan's gaze. At this moment, then he saw the other person slowly approaching him, step by step. Zhong Xing'an thought. Every step Lin Yan took was like the Grim Reaper beckoning to him. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he looked at Lin Yan and pretended to be calm as he said in a deep voice, actually, there's no real enmity between us. I've already prepared the crystals you wanted, and on top of the 10,000 crystals, I'm willing to gather another 100,000 for you. No, just name a number, and I'll do my best to gather it for you. As long as you release Song Hong, the grievances between us will also vanish into thin air. I will also help you conceal them
the matter of killing the Zhou family's half-step emperor realm expert, and I will never let the Zhou family find out.
Zhong Xing'an's peripheral vision glanced at a king realm powerhouse not far away.
As the words fell, that was the one who came to Yucheng with the Zhou family and the white-haired old woman, and also the only king realm ability user. Lin Yan paused in his steps, looking at Zhong Xing'an with great interest.
Upon hearing this,
he couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. This Zhong Xing'an truly is a hero of his time. Even in the face of absolute power suppression, he could still calmly seek a way out.
What Zhong Xing'an just said,
as long as Lin Yan let Zhong Hong go, he wasn't actually talking about Zhong Hong, but about himself. To help Lin Yan conceal the matter of killing the white-haired old woman, Zhong Xing'an was willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant killing all the other Zhong family experts present, just to save his own life.
Unfortunately, Lin Yan had no intention of letting Zhong Xing'an go.
But when Zhong Xing'an saw Lin Yan stop in his tracks, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes.
He thought Lin Yan was tempted by his proposal.
After all, in his view, the Zhou family was a powerful clan, and Lin Yan would definitely not want to provoke them. However, Zhong Xing'an felt that this alone was not enough.
Suddenly, an expression of reluctance and a hint of pain appeared on his face.
Thus, Zhong Xing'an suddenly gritted his teeth and decisively extended his left hand.
But very soon,
then he quickly removed the storage crystal ring he was wearing and threw it toward Lin Yan. At the same time, Zhong Xing'an said to Lin Yan in a pained voice, "There are more than 10,000 crystal stones in here, along with all my possessions. I'm willing to give them to you to prove my sincerity."
The corner of Lin Yan's mouth curled up as he secretly clicked his tongue.
Tsk tisk. He had already checked with his spiritual sense and confirmed that there were no traps on the ring. So, he had no reason to let go of the storage crystal ring flying toward him, so he reached out and caught it. Then he used his soul power to probe inside the ring.
1 second later, Lin Yan looked at Zhong Xing'an with a playful expression at the corner of his mouth.
He did not put away the storage crystal but instead held it in his hand, casually tossing it a few times. He had already confirmed the number of crystals inside the ring, and it matched what Zhong Xing'an had said. However, Lin Yan naturally didn't believe the claim about it being his entire fortune. Still, the treasures inside were enough to make most King Realm experts envious. Zhong Xing'an's desire to save his own life was,
indeed, strong.
Even though he had likely hidden many other things, what he had taken out already made him feel the sting of loss.
Lin Yan tossed the ring in his hand and chuckled lightly, saying, "Your entire fortune?"
Zhong Xing'an's eye twitched, and in his heart, he had already cursed Lin Yan countless times. However, at the moment, Lin Yan had the upper hand. If he wanted to survive, he could only temporarily endure the humiliation. Only by staying alive would he have the chance for revenge. Zhong Xing'an understood this principle well, so he forced a laugh and then said with a bitter expression, "If you are not satisfied, you can name a figure, and I will do my best to meet your demands."
"No need." Lin Yan shook his head, interrupting Zhong Xing'an's performance.
From the moment he made his move until now, about half a minute had passed. After eliminating the greatest threat, the white-haired old woman, the remaining Zhong Xing'an, even with his peak King Realm strength, along with the other King Realm experts, could be easily dealt with. There was simply no need to be more cautious. Although it would indeed be very easy for Lin Yan to deal with these people alone, it would be inevitable for a few to escape if he didn't expose his spatial talent.
Right now, the reason no one has fled is simply because he hasn't made a move yet. Everyone present is afraid of being the first to stand out and get cut down. However, as soon as he takes action, someone will definitely choose to run for their life. This is also why he didn't act immediately.
The other side was stalling for time, and so was he. Before Lin Yan decided to make a move against Zhong Xing'an and came to the city lord's mansion, he had already sent a message to Zhao Yu.
From the
western district to the city lord's mansion, for Zhao Yu, a spatial king-level powerhouse, this distance would take no more than a few minutes. And as soon as his words fell, everyone present felt their hearts tighten.
Especially Zhong Xing'an, whose anger was faintly visible in his expression.
He wanted to angrily curse Lin Yan out loud, wishing he could slap him to death on the spot. However, since he was no match for Lin Yan, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his resentment, not daring to voice it.
Zhong Xing'an's thoughts raced as he continued to search for other ways to survive. But in the next instant,
he only felt cold sweat breaking out all over his body, and his eyes were filled with intense panic. He instinctively looked toward the entrance of the Great Hall, gazing into the distance and the direction of the doorway, as if sensing a
familiar and powerful aura fluctuation.
This caused his body to tremble slightly and, for the first time, revealed a clear expression of panic.
Immediately,
the owner of this aura fluctuation was none other than the Lord of Yucheng, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's sudden appearance completely exceeded Zhong Xing'an's expectations. In his view, Zhao Yu should be seriously injured at this moment. Even if he had obtained a treasure capable of healing his wounds, it would still take at least over a month.
Lin Yan's strength and Zhao Yu's recovery, and now,
made Zhong Xing'an, who thought he had everything under control, suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of despair. When facing Lin Yan, even if Zhong Xing'an thought the other party was incredibly powerful, as long as he paid enough benefits and costs, there would always be a sliver of chance to survive. alive. But Zhao Yu's arrival made Zhong Xing'an realize that his life would end today. What he didn't know, however, was that the moment Zhong Hong made a move against Lin Yan, his fate was already sealed. Zhong Xing'an raised his head, looking at the ceiling of the grand hall, and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Yan saw this scene, his heart as calm as still water. He then turned to look at the other few King Realm experts in the great hall, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc. The treasures on these people were certainly not few, and they represented a considerable gain. Naturally, Lin Yan would not let this opportunity slip by. Lin Yan took a step forward and walked toward them. Immediately, Zhao Yu's aura was not only detected by Zhong Xing'an, the other King Realm experts and marquee realm powerhouses also sensed it. At this moment, they were all in a state of panic. Seeing Lin Yan approaching them, these powerful figures of the King Realm were filled with fear. Their eyes were full of vigilance, but there was no intention of resisting. The method Lin Yan had just used to kill the half-step Emperor Realm expert was still deeply imprinted in their minds. Moreover, the most crucial factor was the aura emanating from Zhao Yu as he approached the Grand Hall, which made them completely lose the will to resist. It was the pressure of the Emperor Realm. After absorbing the 8th grade crystal medicine given by Lin Yan, Zhao Yu not only fully recovered from his injuries but also broke through the stagnation of his King Realm perfection stage, successfully stepping into the Emperor Realm with the help of the potent energy of the 8th grade crystal medicine. Yes, as Zhao Yu appeared in the Grand Hall, everyone present, except for Lin Yan, not a single person dared to make the slightest sound. Lin Yan, however, did not rush to greet Zhao Yu. Instead, he searched the bodies of several powerful figures in the King Realm. Moments later, he revealed a satisfied smile as he looked at the storage crystal devices in his hand. Truly impressive. The wealth of King Realm experts is indeed abundant. After a brief moment of reflection, he put away the storage crystal device. Then he turned to look at Zhao Yu, who was exuding an aura of imperial majesty in the Grand Hall. Raising his arm slightly, he waved gently and greeted with a smile, "Congratulations, City Lord. I'll leave the matters here to you." Zhao Yu nodded slightly and responded with a smile, "All right, I'll take care of things here." Upon hearing this, although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. After breaking through to the Imperial Realm, he still couldn't see through Lin Yan when he looked at him. Moreover, before he arrived, the situation in the Grand Hall had already been under Lin Yan's control. The corpse of the half-step Imperial Realm cultivator lying on the ground even made his eye twitch slightly. If it were him taking action, he would probably have to exert some effort. At this moment, however, Lin Yan still appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of anything unusual. In Zhao Yu's heart, such a thought suddenly emerged. Don't know why. Even though I've already broken through to the Emperor Realm, perhaps I'm still no match for him. Zhao Yu's inner thoughts were naturally unknown to Lin Yan. Before taking action, the reason Lin Yan called Zhao Yu over was entirely because he found dealing with these people troublesome. So, he summoned Zhao Yu, who had just broken through her realm, to handle it, allowing him to finish and leave sooner. After receiving Zhao Yu's response, Lin Yan did not rush to leave the place. Instead, he looked at Zhong Xing'an, who was laughing maniacally, and it seemed that Zhong Xing'an noticed Lin Yan's gaze. Zhong Xing'an lowered his head, his eyes filled with a blood-red hue, and his demeanor seemed to age drastically, transforming from a middle-aged man who commanded the winds and rains into a frail, elderly figure in his twilight years. Seeing this, Lin Yan let out a soft sigh. Zhong Xing'an could indeed be called a warlord, but unfortunately, he encountered him. Otherwise, it seemed likely that Yu Cheng would have fallen into his grasp. However, Lin Yan did not feel any pity. Since he had become his enemy, there was only one possible outcome. Walking up to Zhong Xing'an, Lin Yan did not mock him with words. He simply extended his hand, looking at the deflated Zhong Xing'an, knowing that Zhong Xing'an would surely understand what this meant. The storage crystal device Zhong Xing'an had just handed over to him was far from containing all of Zhong Xing'an's possessions. Lin Yan's action was naturally noticed by Zhong Xing'an. After only a slight hesitation, Zhong Xing'an promptly took out another storage crystal device from his person and placed it in Lin Yan's hand. Zhong Xing'an was well aware in his heart that Lin Yan had not taken it by force. He was already given a very dignified way out. Even if he refused, it would be meaningless. Lin Yan, who could instantly kill the white-haired old woman, combined with a true Emperor Realm powerhouse, Zhao Yu, had completely extinguished his hope. Any existence in the Emperor Realm is enough to make anyone below that realm look up in awe. The King Realm and the Emperor Realm are both referred to as great powers. However, the difference between the King Realm and the Emperor Realm is even greater than the gap between the Awakening Realm and the King Realm. King Realm ability users may be considered peerless powerhouses on Blue Star, but if they leave Blue Star and step into the cosmic void beyond, King Realm ability users cannot survive on their own. However, it is different for Sovereign Realm ability users. Even if Blue Star were to be destroyed, Sovereign Realm ability users would remain unaffected. The vast chasm between the King Realm and the Sovereign Realm, and the existence of the Emperor Realm above the Sovereign Realm, is even more exaggerated in comparison to the gap between the King and Sovereign Realms. This is evident enough. It's just that these things are still somewhat distant for Lin Lin at the moment. After all, he is currently only at the innate realm, and there is still some distance to the transformation realm. This is precisely because of the gap between the king realm and the sovereign realm. This completely made Zhong Xing'an, who was at the peak of the king realm, lose all thoughts of resistance. Lin Yan picked up the storage crystal device handed over by Zhong Xing'an, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Just by looking at the quality of this storage crystal device, he knew that the treasures inside would definitely not disappoint him. After putting it away, he no longer paid attention to Zhong Xing'an. Instead, he turned to look at Zhou Lian, who was curled up in the corner of the great hall, trembling all over. A cold light rose in Lin Yan's eyes. Zhou Lian's existence was undoubtedly a huge hidden danger for him, but he couldn't make a move to kill Zhou Lian now. Doing so would only cause trouble and affect his upcoming plans. After only a slight hesitation, Lin Yan made his decision. Lin Yan was very confident that he would soon break through his current realm, and even when facing a sovereign realm powerhouse, he would feel no fear. Even if his soul realm hadn't broken through, eliminating Zhou Lian and being discovered by that sovereign realm figure wouldn't cause him much trouble. However, for now, he still couldn't make a move to kill her. At that time, since killing is not an option for now, just taking her away will suffice. Lin Yan thought to himself, having already decided to take Zhou Lian away first. When his cultivation level breaks through, or when he finds a way to eliminate that soul imprint, it will be the best time to act against Zhou Lian. Moreover, for some reason, Lin Yan always felt that he could obtain some of the information he wanted from Zhou Lian. Information about the Zhou family in the inner capital, whether it was related to the matter of his parents, and one thing he was particularly curious about: why such an important genius to the Zhou family would come to a border city like Yucheng. There must be some secret behind this. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's brows unconsciously narrowed slightly. As he looked at Zhou Lian, he also slowly moved closer to her position. Don't come over. Don't come over. Ah. Before Lin Yan could make any move, Zhou Lian seemed to be stimulated, waving her hands frantically while shouting loudly. When the white-haired old woman died, Zhou Lian had already fallen into fear. She knew very well in her heart that Lin Yan was different from the others. Lin Yan would not fear her background at all, nor would he hesitate to take action against her. Therefore, she knew that if she fell into Lin Yan's hands, her fate would definitely be miserable. However, the white-haired old woman at the half-step emperor realm had already died, so no matter how terrified or unwilling Zhou Lian was, it was meaningless. Unless the true powerhouses of the Zhou clan intervened, Zhou Lian's fate today was already sealed. Unless, no matter what Zhou Lian thought, Lin Yan was completely indifferent. Lin Yan slapped Zhou Lian, knocking her unconscious so she couldn't make a sound. Only after seeing Zhou Lian quiet down did he contentedly pick her up. Standing in the grand hall, Xiaawanua simply watched this scene quietly. He did not speak out to stop Lin Yan's actions, not only because he trusted Lin Yan's character, but also because Zhou Lian's deeds had not only crossed his bottom line but also violated the taboos of Yucheng. By all accounts, killing her on the spot would not be excessive. However, Xiaawanua was also very wary of Zhou Lian's background. Even though he was already an emperor-level ability user, when facing the Zhou clan, he was still far from being a match. Xiaawanua sighed and looked at Lin Yan, saying, "I will find a way to mediate the hatred between you and the Zhou clan." Even though he believed Lin Yan's strength was extraordinary, to the point where even he might not be a match. But when facing a terrifying force like the Zhou clan, he still thought Lin Yan would be in danger. That's why he reminded Lin Yan not to do anything that would anger the Zhou clan. Lin Yan chuckled lightly and casually lifted Zhou Lian in his hand. Upon hearing this, facing Xiaawanua, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, City Lord. I have already made my decision on this matter, so you don't need to worry. However, I do need you to help me block the news for now, and try not to let the Zhou clan know what happened here. Half a month at most will suffice." Xiaawanua nodded and said, "Since you put it that way, I will do my best to block the news." As the City Lord of Yucheng, he had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Blocking the news was not a difficult task for him, so he readily agreed. As for what the Zhou clan might do, he didn't bother to consider it at all. Lin Yan sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, City Lord. I will take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he left the great hall. Xiaawanua had no chance to speak at all and could only smile wryly where he stood. However, in the next moment, his expression turned serious as he looked at the others in the great hall. Apart from the experts of the Zhou family, everyone else here was his trusted subordinate. But now, standing on Zhong Xing'an's side and attempting to strike at him, truly left him very disappointed. As Xiaoyu's gaze swept across, everyone present trembled. The Imperial Realm's pressure, combined with Xiaoyu's former reputation, made them utterly afraid to lift their heads, leaving them no choice but to stand in place and await Xiaoyu's judgment. As for what would happen next here, everyone present was well aware. What awaited them would be a terrifying end. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly became oppressive, and unspoken pressure swept over everyone, and the person bearing the strongest weight of it was Zhong Xing'an. Zhong Xing'an also looked at Xiaawanua, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He actually started laughing, though his voice sounded extremely hoarse. "Ha, I never thought that my life, Zhong Xing'an's life, would end like this. But the one who defeated me is not you, Xiaawanua. Zhao Yu, but a young man whose name I don't even know. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, the laughter gradually stopped, and Zhong Xingyan's gaze shifted away from Zhao Yu. Looking in the direction where Lin Yan had left, as if he could still see Lin Yan's lingering figure, Zhong Xingyan silently shed tears, his eyes filled with an expression that was either regret or lamentation. And at the very next moment, a sound rang out, and Zhong Xingyan's body collapsed to the ground. Bang! The deputy city lord of Yucheng, a figure with peak Wang-level strength hailed as a warlord, had chosen to end his own life with his own hands. Until his final moment, he did not concede to Zhao Yu but instead lowered his pride to Lin Yan, whose fate remained unknown. Zhao Yu sighed upon seeing this scene. He had every opportunity to stop Zhong Xingyan's actions, but he chose not to. Instead, he gave Zhong Xingyan the chance to end things on his own terms. Zhao Yu also understood in his heart that Zhong Xingyan was absolutely right. If Lin Yan hadn't appeared, not to mention breaking through to the Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have been able to recover from his injuries. He could only have hidden in a secret space, silently awaiting death. Relying solely on his own strength, the odds of opposing Zhong Xingyan are no better than 50-50. Perhaps Lin Yan's appearance was destined. Without Lin Yan's 8th grade crystal medicine, Zhao Yu would not have been able to recover from his injuries and break through his realm. Under Zhong Xingyan's schemes, Yucheng would have fallen into his hands. Not only that, but even Zhao Yu's younger brother, Zhao Ning, would have lost his life in this battle for the position of Yucheng's city lord. Fate is just so unpredictable. Zhong Xingyan cannot control his own destiny, and the same goes for the brothers Zhao Yu and Zhao Ning. But the only difference was the appearance of Lin Yan. It changed their different fates, as well as the fate of the entire Yucheng and the Xia kingdom, or perhaps it altered all intangible destinies in the unseen. Lin Yan, who left the city lord's mansion, returned to the western district with Zhou Lian. The matter he had promised earlier, to rescue those captured in the netherworld, had already been prepared before entering the main hall. As for the subsequent events in the main hall, he had no worries at all. Zhao Yu's ability to take the position of city lord meant that her methods and character were by no means ordinary. This matter would definitely be resolved perfectly, and the subsequent plans could also be fully entrusted to Zhao Yu. During this period, Lin Yan could take the opportunity to focus on his secluded cultivation. After returning to the courtyard, Lin Yan first found a room, placed Zhou Lian inside, and then called out Xiao He, asking it to temporarily look after Zhou Lian. After all, due to the presence of the soul mark on Zhou Lian, Lin Yan couldn't directly place her in the time prison. He could only choose to let Xiao He take care of her for a while. When Xiao He was summoned, it showed no intention of refusing. On the contrary, it rather gladly accepted, as it had quite an enjoyable time playing with the level 7 ocean crystal beast while in the time prison. Lin Yan returned to his room and began cultivating. Afterward, a night passed quickly. Almost everyone in the secluded city was shocked by the major event that occurred. Vice City Lord Zhong Xingyan, along with his trusted subordinates, conspired against City Lord Zhao Yu in an attempt to seize the position of City Lord. However, their plot was discovered and thwarted by Zhao Yu. Zhong Xingyan and his confidants were all executed by Zhao Yu, though Zhao Yu himself sustained serious injuries and is now in seclusion to recover. Before entering seclusion, Zhao Yu issued an order to seal off the city. No one is allowed to leave the city, regardless of who they are. Even if crystal beasts attack, the Grand Formation can only be activated for defense. The people of Ghost City were all shocked by this news. They could not imagine that such a major event had occurred in just one night. Apart from the city lord Zhao Yu and his brother Zhao Ning, who had left Ghost City, there were no more king-level powerhouses in the city. If a level 7 crystal beast were to attack, they would undoubtedly face a bitter struggle. For a moment, all the ability users in Ghost City were discussing this topic at the moment. As for the city lord's order to seal the city, no one voiced any objections, as they also understood that Ghost City was currently in a dangerous situation. And Lin Yan, who had just finished his cultivation, also learned about this news. It was sent to him by Zhao Yu. In fact, the news circulating outside now is merely a plan between him and Zhao Yu. As a mighty figure of the Emperor realm, how could Zhao Yu possibly be injured when facing a few King realm and Marquis realm ability users? Moreover, even if she were truly injured, she would never choose to expose it. Now everyone in Yucheng knows about this matter, which was deliberately orchestrated by Zhao Yu, coupled with the secret push from people within Yuming. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for everyone to know about it overnight. After all, the Deputy City Lord's rebellion and the City Lord's injury are significant events. It will definitely cause panic among the city's residents, which is why Zhao Yu previously concealed the injury. As for the fall of Deputy City Lord Zhong Xingyan, it has become a secondary matter, since Zhao Yu's prestige in Yucheng is far beyond what Zhong Xingyan could ever achieve. Zhao Yu also issued a statement, saying that this matter will be reported to the ruler of the Xia kingdom. At most, it is just a formality. The ruler of Xia kingdom generally does not interfere in the affairs of Yucheng. Even if someone rebels and tries to seize the position of city lord, as long as they do not betray Xia kingdom or plunge the people of Yucheng into misery, the ruler of Xia kingdom will simply let Yucheng develop on its own and even provide material support when needed. The status of the border city Yucheng is equivalent to that of a vassal state of Xia Kingdom. It can be said, all administrative matters are handled by the city lord, and all positions, big or small, are decided solely by the city lord. Even if someone wants to rebel, kill the city lord, and take the position for themselves, they only need to send a formal notice to the ruler of Xia Kingdom and ensure that the future development of Yucheng will not be affected. After all, Yucheng faces the threat of crystal beast tribes, with the risk of death looming every day. So far from the borders of the Xia Kingdom, if everything were to be handled by the influential officials in the capital, it wouldn't take long for Yucheng to encounter numerous troubles. The approach chosen by the ruler of the Xia Kingdom truly commands admiration and praise. As expected of a sovereign, his broad-mindedness is far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. If it were an average ruler, countless trusted confidants would likely be planted within Yucheng to ensure control over the city and prevent its people from harboring disloyal intentions. But the ruler of the Xia Kingdom is different. He chose to delegate authority to the lord of Yucheng. In fact, this is not unique to Yucheng. The other three border cities are the same, all fully entrusted to their respective lords. The facts have also proven this. In nearly 100 years, although similar incidents of power seizure like Zhongxingan's have occurred in the four border cities, and there have even been successful cases, the cities in question did not experience significant upheaval. On the contrary, the cities under their control became even stronger. And this is precisely the reason why Zhongxingan dared to plot to seize the position of city lord. In fact, if Zhongxingan truly became the city lord, he would only strive to make Yucheng even stronger. After all, only by making Yucheng stronger could he, as the city lord, become even more powerful. If any problems arose in Yucheng, not only would the people of Yucheng become dissatisfied, but even the ruler of the Xia Kingdom, far away in the capital, would not allow him to wreak havoc in Yucheng. Zhongxingan ultimately became the loser, and Zhao Yu remained the lord of Yucheng. However, unfortunately, moreover, in the near future, under Zhao Yu's management, Yucheng would astonish the entire Blue Star. After reading the message sent by Zhao Yu, Lin Yan politely replied and then put away his phone without choosing to leave the room. In the following week, Lin Yan would not leave this place. After all, the implementation of the plan would also take quite some time. He had quite a few things to deal with. Apart from matters concerning Zhou Lian, there was also Tian Jia in his time prison. Tian Jia carried quite a few secrets, including a skill that even tempted him. Yesterday, he was not in a hurry to handle it, because when Tian Jia was locked in the time prison by him, she was in a weakened state, which was not a good time for questioning. She needed to recover for a while first, otherwise, if she used her skills a few times, her body would break down, which was something Lin Yan did not want to see. Fortunately, the flow of time in the time prison was vastly different from that of the outside world. 1 day in the outside world equaled 10 days inside. With the help of Lin Yan's crystal medicine, Tian Jia's condition had improved significantly. However, she was still a bit short of fully recovering to the point where she could freely use her skills. But at most, it would only take 1 more day, and Lin Yan could certainly wait for that. Moreover, there was still Zhou Lian, waiting for him to interrogate. Lin Yan's expression turned somewhat serious. He wasn't sure what kind of information he would get from Zhou Lian. Thinking of this, as for the matters concerning the inner capital, he only knew a little from Xia Tianhe. As for more detailed information, Xia Tianhe hadn't revealed a single bit to him. Zhou Lian's appearance was undoubtedly his opportunity to further understand the inner capital. But now, Lin Yan walked toward the room next door where Zhou Lian was being held, pushed the door open, and saw Xiao He waving its claws at Zhou Lian, while Zhou Lian cowered in fear, not daring to make a sound. He had instructed Xiao He to guard Zhou Lian, not simply to prevent her from escaping. It was so that when he questioned Zhou Lian, she would cooperate quietly and obediently. Now, Zhou Lian's appearance also made Lin Yan very satisfied. He stepped forward, smiled at Xiao He, and praised, "Xiao He, well done. You can take a break now. Of course, when this king takes action, there's never any mishap," Xiao He said proudly, holding his head high. Xiao He knew Lin Yan had things to do, so he didn't say anything more. Afterward, Lin Yan put the very cooperative Xiao He back into the time prison, then looked at Zhou Lian, who was full of fear but didn't dare to make a sound, and slowly said, "If you don't want to suffer anymore, just obediently answer my questions." Even when Lin Yan asked, Zhou Lian still did not dare to answer. She only nodded fearfully, curling her body even tighter. However, Lin Yan would not feel any pity for Zhou Lian. If his strength had been insufficient and he had been subdued by that white-haired old woman, his current fate would likely be even more cruel than Zhou Lian's situation. He didn't waste words and directly asked, "I just want to ask you a few questions. Tell me everything you know about the Zhou clan, all the information about the inner capital, and the reason why you came to Yucheng. There's no need to rush your answers. I can give you half an hour to organize your thoughts. Think carefully before you answer me. If there's even a hint of concealment, I don't mind letting you suffer a bit more." Lin Yan swept his gaze up and down Zhou Lian, the icy coldness in his eyes almost tangible, as if piercing through Zhou Lian's skin. Zhou Lian's already taut nerves snapped instantly, and silent tears began began to stream from her eyes. Speaking toward the end, Leelin trembled as she glanced at Lin Yan from the corner of her eye, harboring no doubt about his words. Last night, she had already been tortured by Xiao Hei's methods to the point of losing all thoughts of resistance. Now, she was very afraid of experiencing such pain again, so she could only comply with Lin Yan's demands. She couldn't muster any thoughts of refusal, nor did she have any intention of deception. Otherwise, if she angered Lin Yan, who knows what might happen. Thus, Leelin could only force herself to stabilize her emotions, leaning in the corner while guarding against Lin Yan's actions and thinking about how to answer his questions. Lin Yan saw this and nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with Leelin's reaction. Although Leelin had been deeply fearful earlier, she was, after all, a consummate transcendent ability user. Moreover, Lin Yan hadn't done anything to trigger her stress. So, within less than half an hour, Leelin adjusted her state and began to speak slowly. As Leelin gradually recounted her story, Lin Yan learned many things. The Zhou clan, within Inner Kyoto, is one of the top 10 powerful forces, just like the Lin clan and the Qin clan. However, while the Lin clan and the Qin clan are ranked 5th and 6th respectively among the top 10, the Zhou clan is only ranked 7th. Nevertheless, the Zhou clan remains very powerful, with 3 emperor-level ability users within the clan. One of them is an elder of the clan, whose strength is at the early emperor level. Another is Leelin's father, whose strength has reached the mid-emperor level. The last one is Leelin's great-grandfather, the ability user who left a soul imprint on her. His strength is unfathomable, and even Leelin does not know his exact level. She only knows that among all the emperor-level powerhouses in Inner Kyoto, he could rank in the top 10 and is at least at the late emperor level. Apart from the supernatural beings at the emperor realm, the Zhou clan also has 7 experts at the half-step emperor realm. As for supernatural beings at the king realm level, there are even more, roughly over 20 in number. However, this count is only based on what Leelin knows. Whether there are other hidden forces remains unclear. Still, Lin Yan believes that such ancient and enduring powers absolutely possess terrifying strength, otherwise, they would never be ranked among the top 10 in Inner Kyoto. But even the superficial strength of the Zhou clan far surpasses the entirety of the Xia kingdom. Although Lin Yan had long understood in his heart that Inner Capital must be an extremely dangerous place to make Xia Tianhe keep silent, he still hadn't expected that even just the Zhou clan would be so powerful, let alone the Lin clan and Qin clan ranked above the Zhou clan. Even clans as powerful as the Lin clan and Qin clan are helpless when facing such formidable enemies. However, this clearly shows how terrifying the existence Lin Yan must confront truly is. Yet Lin Yan shows no trace of fear. Instead, he becomes even more focused. To deal with a force far stronger than the Zhou clan, he must proceed with utmost caution. Only when his strength grows to the point where the opponent cannot resist will he be able to successfully rescue his parents. Apart from the intelligence about the Zhou clan, Lin Yan also asked Leelin about matters concerning the Lin clan and the Qin clan. Unfortunately, Leelin didn't know much either. She only knew that the current situation of the Lin and Qin clans was very dire. Many of the strong individuals within the clans were seriously injured, and many people were saying that the Lin and Qin clans no longer deserved to be ranked among the top 10. Numerous family forces had already united, preparing to launch an attack on the Lin and Qin clans to replace them. The Zhou clan was naturally among these forces. However, according to Leelin, it seemed that for some reason, no force had yet taken the lead in attacking the Lin and Qin clans, and they were all still in a state of observation. Lin Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Leelin didn't know the reason, but he could guess that the current predicament of the Lin and Qin families was definitely related to his parents. The reason those forces hadn't acted yet might be connected to the faction where that half-step emperor realm figure resided, waiting for that person to successfully break through to the emperor realm. At that point, his parents and the Lin and Qin families would likely face the danger of annihilation. In truth, Lin Yan didn't have any strong feelings toward the Lin and Qin families. What he was worried about was only his parents. If the Lin and Qin clans chose to stand by and do nothing regarding his parents, then even if the Lin and Qin clans were annihilated, unless his parents asked him to take action, he would absolutely not intervene. After all, since his birth, he had only lived together with his parents. Lin Yan did not feel a sense of belonging to the Lin and Qin clans, but what Leelin had just mentioned about the situation of the Lin and Qin clans, as well as the fact that many strong individuals in the clans were seriously injured, made Lin Yan realize that the Lin and Qin clans had not abandoned his parents. On the contrary, they had paid a very heavy price. Given the strength of the Lin and Qin clans, ranked 5th and 6th respectively, they could certainly have preserved their families if they had chosen to look out only for themselves. Otherwise, so Lin Yan had a lot of goodwill toward the unfamiliar Lin and Qin clans, especially since that was where his parents had lived and grown up. Even though he himself felt no sense of belonging there, he couldn't bear to see his parents saddened because of it. As for the plight of the Lin and Qin clans, he simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Regarding whether the Zhou clan had actually acted against his parents, Leelin herself wasn't entirely sure. Even though she was highly valued by the Zhou
Zhou clan, matters related to time-based abilities were something the clan members wouldn't let her know for the time being. After all, such matters were considered absolutely confidential, and merely knowing about them implied danger. Lin Yan naturally understood this reasoning, so he didn't continue pressing her for answers. Then she asked about information regarding other forces in Inner Kyoto, and Zhou Lian cooperatively explained everything she knew. However, since her strength was only at the transformation realm, the things she knew were limited. Even so, Lin Yan still gained a lot of useful intelligence. For example, the top 10 forces and their respective rankings, with the names of the forces from 1st to 10th being: 1st place, Emperor Clan; 2nd place, Xia Clan; 3rd place, Shang Clan; 4th place, Royal Clan; 5th place, Lin Clan; 6th place, Qin Clan; 7th place, Zhou Clan; 8th place, Xiaawanua Clan; 9th place, Zhuge Clan; 10th place, Sikong Clan. What surprised Lin Yan somewhat was that the top 10 forces were all family clans with specific surnames, while those ranked outside the top 10 included various other types of forces, such as sects specializing in artifact crafting and pill refining, as well as business associations engaged in diverse trades. In summary, apart from the top 10 families, the nature of these forces was essentially no different from those in Xia country. However, although the top 10 forces are all family-based, it does not mean there are no individuals with different surnames among them. They are merely ability users with a different surname, and their status is far inferior to that of the clan members with the same surname. As for detailed intelligence on the major forces, Zhou Lian knew very little, but Lin Yan already felt very satisfied. The current information was sufficient to support him when the time came to enter Inner Kyoto. Regarding Inner Kyoto, this independent world, Zhou Lian provided an introduction. Lin Yan also gained a very clear understanding. Originally, he thought the space of Inner Kyoto would be at most the size of Ning province, but in reality, the space of Inner Kyoto was vast, covering an area even as large as half of Xia Nation. The concentration of supernatural energy within it far exceeded that of Xia Nation by hundreds or even thousands of times. Although Inner Kyoto is as large as half of the Xia kingdom, its population is less than 1% of Xia kingdoms. Inner Kyoto also contains various secret realms. However, these secret realms are not like the Scorching Heart secret realm, which descended from beyond Blue Star, but have existed since ancient times. Some of these secret realms even have the ability to enhance the talents and comprehension of ability users, and the quantity of natural treasures far surpasses what can be found within the Xia kingdom. Not only that, the most important point is, Inner Kyoto is not isolated outside of Blue Star but exists on Blue Star itself. Just like the Xia kingdom, there is the alternation of day and night and the changing of the 4 seasons. Looking up reveals a vast starry sky, and looking down reveals the solid earth. However, there is one difference: there is no ocean in Neijingdu. Perhaps compared to the world where the Xia kingdom is located, Neijingdu seems more like a perfect world. The uniqueness of Neijingdu naturally piqued Lin Yan's interest. Lin Yan quickly came up with a plan. Once the matters in Yucheng were resolved, he would head to Neijingdu to rescue his parents and help the Lin and Qin clans overcome their predicament. Regarding information about Inner Kyoto, Zhou Lian could no longer say anything more. Lin Yan also knew that Zhou Lian was not hiding anything, so he did not continue to press her. Instead, he asked the final question lingering in his heart: with your status, why would you come to a place like Yucheng? It was no wonder Lin Yan was puzzled. After all, Zhou Lian was a genius of the Zhou clan, admired by countless people even in Inner Kyoto. Moreover, she was the cherished daughter of the Zhou clan's leader. It could be said that whatever Zhou Lian wanted, she could have. There was absolutely no need for her to come to a dangerous place like Yucheng. While this place might be a good opportunity for ordinary ability users to obtain sufficient cultivation resources, Zhou Lian was different. She lacked none of these things. Unless there was some opportunity in Yucheng that even the forces in the inner capital coveted. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as well. His initial purpose for coming to Yucheng was to acquire the vein of attribute stones containing time-based energy. Thinking of this, however, he unexpectedly uncovered secrets about the ocean crystal beast as well as Tianjia, an ability user hiding secrets within herself. And at the moment, Lin Yan, at this moment, actually sensed the presence of a great opportunity on Zhou Lian. After Lin Yan's words fell, Zhou Lian, whose expression had already calmed down significantly, suddenly experienced emotional fluctuations again. In just a second, intense and obvious regret rose in her eyes, and her gaze became hundreds of times dimmer than when she was tormented by Xiaohe. It was only because Zhou Lian thought of her predicament, all due to something that might not even exist. If it weren't for that thing, she would still be the Zhou princess, seen by outsiders as incredibly kind, enjoying the love of her clan members, and would never have ended up in such a situation. If time could be reversed, Zhou Lian would definitely not choose to come to the Ghost City, and she could have avoided her current fate. But unfortunately, the moment Zhou Lian arrived at Yucheng, her fate was already sealed, with no possibility of change. Pain and regret flashed in Zhou Lian's eyes. She was well aware that in Lin Yan's hands, there was no chance of survival for her. As the pride of the Zhou clan, clan, holding an unparalleled status within it. The moment Lin Yan acted against her, the Zhou clan and Lin Yan had already become mortal enemies. Even if Lin Yan truly spared Zhou Lian, the Zhou clan would never choose to let Lin Yan go.